The man could never have imagined that after just taking a sip of water handed to him by the neighbor's little sister, he would end up being drugged and tied to the bed, while she crazily did some indescribable things to him. It wasn't until 3 days and nights later that I finally ran out of strength. My vision darkened, yet I still couldn't believe that the soft and cute girl in my memories could be so insane. Now, Big Brother will belong to me forever, and in the next life, we will be together again. When I opened my eyes again, I had been reborn back to the year I was 8, but was startled by the sounds of beating and crying coming from the neighbor's house. The girl had been filled with abuse, violence, and oppression throughout her childhood, with a drinking father, a runaway mother, and being left behind herself. From the moment I can remember, the little sister across the door often cried, always carrying injuries, dressed in rags and filthy. Therefore, at school, she was often rejected and isolated, with the other children mocking her as the unwanted wild child. At that time, although I never bullied her, I always went along with the crowd at school and never took the initiative to approach her. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but sigh. This could also be considered a form of invisible violence. But even with all this, how could Ruan CC still like me and even capture me? Little fish, help mom go out to buy some soy sauce. At this moment, my mother shouted from the kitchen, and I responded, then went out. On the way back, I conveniently bought myself a cotton candy. Just as I was about to take a bite, I saw a beautiful little girl sitting on the stairs at the entrance of the house. However, her face was covered in bruises, her mouth was cracked, and she wore long sleeves in the summer, revealing skin full of scars. This person was none other than my childhood friend, Ruan CC. When I saw her, my body instinctively stiffened, and a cold sweat broke out on my back. As if sensing my gaze, Ruan CC suddenly looked over with a blank expression. I met her cold and hateful eyes, and the fear of being pinned down by her in my past life could no longer be suppressed. In a moment of impulse, I reached out my hand and asked, "Do you want some?" A huge pink cloud-like cotton candy was offered to the little girl. She seemed stunned, the coldness and hatred frozen in her beautiful eyes, eventually turning into confusion and a sense of helplessness. Then, she revealed an unusually sweet smile, extending her scarred hand, trembling slightly as she took the cotton candy from my hand. "Thank you, brother." Seeing her take the cotton candy and eagerly take a bite, I immediately breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly passed by her to go upstairs. But soon, I heard a very light footstep following me. Turning around, I met those bright big eyes. Seeing that I had stopped, Ruan CC handed the cotton candy back to me and said, "Brother, do you want some? This side is not dirty." Just as I was about to refuse, I saw my mother coming down. She immediately noticed the scars on Ruan CC's body. A look of compassion flashed across her face as she reached out and patted my head, saying, "Are you trying to die? Why are you stealing your sister's cotton candy?" Upon seeing the adult, Ruan CC instinctively wanted to retreat, and I quickly said, "Be careful. There's a staircase behind you." But it was too late. Ruan CC rolled down the stairs. Mother screamed and rushed over, asking, "CC, are you okay?" Fortunately, the stairs weren't high, but a small child rolling down would definitely be in pain. However, Ruan CC remained silent, just quietly staring at the dirty cotton candy on the ground, tears welling up in her eyes. This sight broke Mother's heart. She quickly picked up the little girl and said, "Shall we go see a doctor?" Ruan CC shivered, seemingly very scared, and said, No, I have no money. They will call Dad, and Dad will hit me." Mother paused for a moment and gently said, "It's okay, we have a doctor at home." To be honest, in my past life, I lived to 26 and had never seen Mom so gentle. Then, Mother carried the silent Ruan CC upstairs, not forgetting to call out to me, "What are you standing there for? Bring the things back." I looked speechless, obediently carrying the bag and following behind the two. Looking up, I found Ruan CC leaning on Mother's shoulder, looking at me. I made a face at her, thinking, "Please stop looking, you're making me very scared." After returning home, I immediately pointed at Ruan CC and explained, "The cotton candy was bought for her, and I didn't get to eat any." Ruan CC, who was originally sitting aside, immediately stood up upon hearing this and nervously apologized. "Yes, I'm sorry, I won't dare to eat it again." Upon hearing this, my mother quickly comforted her in a gentle voice. "CC, don't be afraid. Auntie won't scold you anymore. Your brother gave it to you, so just eat it. It's okay." Although I instinctively felt a bit scared of Ruan CC, the pitiful little girl in front of me really didn't seem like a pervert at all. What happened to staying away? How did I end up bringing this little pervert home? Looking at my mother, who was full of concern while applying medicine to Ruan CC, I suddenly remembered that in my previous life, my mother had also tentatively asked me, "How about I bring the girl from across the street over to play with you?" But at that time, I was quite disdainful and said, "I don't want to play with her. No one at school likes to play with her. If I play with her, My classmates at school won't pay attention to me. Later, my dad also tried to persuade me, saying to just play at home and let my sister eat and rest at home, but I still didn't want to. When my mother brought the person to the door, I lay on the ground and refused to let them in, crying and throwing a tantrum. In the end, my mother still couldn't bring Ruan Sisi into the house. Thinking about my childhood self in my previous life, and looking at Ruan Sisi, who was trembling while applying medicine to her body covered in scars but not making a sound, I felt that I really shouldn't have acted that way back then. I always thought that I had no grievances or enmity with her, but now that I think about it, the indifferent bystander who shattered her hopes seemed to be me. No wonder in my previous life, when I was kidnapped, I heard her say by the bedside with confusion, "Why can't I be your sister? I'm so envious of you. Can I be your wife? That would make us a family." I sighed, turned around to take out the snacks I had secretly hidden, then tore open the packaging and handed it to Ruan Sisi, saying, "You can eat a little first. My mom will cook soon, and her cooking is really delicious." However, Ruan Sisi didn't dare to take it, instinctively glancing at my mom. That cautious look made my heart ache. My mother took the snacks from my hand and gently placed them in Ruan Sisi's hand, saying, "All right, you can eat. It's okay." Then she glared at me and said, "Xiao Yu, come with me." I followed behind my mother dejectedly, feeling like I was about to get spanked. In the end, my mother just pulled me into the room and quietly asked, "Xiao Yu, do you like your sister?" Without thinking, I immediately shook my head and said, "I don't like her. How could I like her?" My mother didn't expect me to be so straightforward, and was taken aback. She then asked, "Does Xiao Yu hate your sister? She's very pitiful. Look at all the injuries on her body." My mother carefully observed my expression, afraid that I would show any signs of disgust. At this moment, I probably knew what my mom wanted to say. The self from my past life had unhesitatingly rejected it, crying and throwing a tantrum. If I hadn't rejected it in this life, perhaps Ruan Sisi wouldn't have become a pervert in the future. If she wasn't a pervert, I wouldn't have had to die. Thinking about it, I felt it wasn't impossible. So I asked, "Mom, do you want to take in my little sister? But she has a dad." My mother didn't expect that I understood so much, so she patiently explained, "Even though your little sister has a dad, he usually doesn't come home, and she can play with you when she comes, okay?" I sighed and silently nodded. Seeing how understanding her son was, my mother rewarded me with 10 yuan, and then she prepared to take Ruan Sisi home to get her clothes. But Ruan Sisi probably thought she was going to be kicked out. Her face turned a bit pale as she looked at me standing at the bedroom door, her gaze quite complicated. My mother noticed this scene and directly pulled me over, saying, "Sisi, don't be afraid. Your brother and aunt will go with you to get your clothes. Your dad just went out, so he probably won't be back so soon. Today, you can come to Auntie's house for dinner and sleep, okay?" I was somewhat reluctant. I was really quite scared of Ruan Sisi. However, when Ruan Sisi heard my mother's words, her eyes lit up. She reached out her little hand to tug at my clothes and smiled at me sweetly, saying, "Brother, my hands are not dirty." I looked at her, sighed, and said, "Let's go." A few people arrived at the opposite side, and as soon as they opened the door, they smelled something strange. The sofa in the living room was crooked, the table was broken, the television was full of cracks, and there were bloodstains on the floor, clearly indicating that it had been vandalized. This made me think of the wounds on Ruan Sisi's face. At that moment, she tightened her small hand that was clutching my clothes. I thought she was scared, and just as I turned to comfort her, I saw her indifferent expression, her gaze fixed on the bloodstains, as if mocking. This expression was incongruous with her tender age, making me feel a chill in my heart, thinking, could she have already become twisted? If so, wouldn't I be inviting a wolf into the house? Would she harm my parents? While I was lost in thought, I saw Ruan Sisi already with my mother on the balcony tidying up, but she didn't have any clothes, not even from her own room. As long as her dad was home, she had always lived on the balcony. After her mother ran away when she was 5, no one had ever bought her clothes again. Seeing this, my mother was heartbroken and said, "From now on, Auntie will buy you new clothes. For now, you can stay at Auntie's house until your dad comes back." At this point, my mother paused, but Ruan Sisi, being very understanding, said, "I will come back then, so I won't let him find out." The well-behaved and sensible girl made people feel fond of her, but my mind was replaying the expression she had when she saw the bloodstains. My father is a doctor, and when he came home from work, he treated Ruan Sisi's wounds, saying, "The child is almost beaten to a pulp, but fortunately, there are no major issues with the bones." At that time, Ruan Sisi comforted her mother, saying, "So I know to curl up, so I won't get hit on the head or bones." Hearing this from an 8-year-old child, even though I was afraid of her, I couldn't help but feel a bit of pity, let alone my own parents. That night, I put the chicken leg into Ruan Sisi's bowl, but Ruan Cece thoughtfully picked up the chicken leg and placed it in my bowl, saying, "Brother, eat." I sighed gloomily, feeling very complicated and also very scared, but all the emotions that night. Jiang Yu looked at Ruan Cece beside Suyin. "Mom, men and women are different at 7 years old. Ah, we're both 8 years old. It's not appropriate. Just for one night. There is no room at home. Tomorrow I will buy a bunk bed with your father. You let your sister." Suyin also knew that her decision was a bit excessive, but you can't have kids sleeping with her and her husband, and Cece is instinctively afraid of Dr. Jiang when she sees him now. Jiang Yu stared with a pair of big eyes and said decisively, "Then I'll sleep with my dad, and you two will sleep together." But after saying that, Jiang Yu was a bit scared. What if Ruan Cece hurt his mom, as weak as she seemed now? No, still no risk. Suyin thought about it as if it was also this reasoning. Just about to agree, she heard Jiang Yu say, "No, it's better to sleep with me. Ruan Cece, come here." What Ruan Cece was wearing was actually Jiang Yu's pajamas from the previous year, but they were still a little big on her, so she obediently walked over and looked at Jiang Yu and said, "Brother, I don't move in my sleep." Jiang Yu was a little annoyed. "Sleep, sleep, sleep. Mom, you go back to sleep too." Suyin was a little worried to see him in this annoyed state, but then she saw Ruan Cece's well-behaved appearance and felt that there should be no problem. She urged the two of them to get along well and not to fight, and then went out without much reassurance. In the end, Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece lay on one side, with a special distance between them. Jiang Yu planned to stay awake tonight, fearing that he would get killed if he fell asleep. The person next to him carefully rolled over and he rolled violently to the side and directly rolled to the ground. But fortunately the top of the mat is not painful. Ruan Cece froze for a moment and asked with some urgency, "Brother, are you alright?" Jiang Yu looked at her warily. "What did you just do?" "I have a pain and itch in my back and I want to roll over and I'm not moving." She looked at Jiang Yu, bit her lip and carefully glanced at the doorway, lowered her voice and said, "I can sleep on the floor. I also slept on the balcony at home before. Brother, I'll sleep on the floor, right?" Chapter 4. No, the little pervert was really kind of cute when he was a kid. Jiang Yu looked at the little girl who was sticking her head out of her own bed and staring at herself carefully. Ruan Cece was very good looking. In fact, now that I think about it, I guess she would be bullied by the boys partly because she was so pretty. A lot of times in elementary school, little kids would use bullies to get the attention of little girls. Although this behavior is really annoying. Even though Ruan Cece's face was covered in injuries at this moment, she still looked good, and Jiang Yu inevitably thought of her back, and the injuries on her body. It was all belt-whipped by her dad, old and new stacked on top of each other. The layers of scars looked horrible. Some of the new wounds are a bit rotted from the weather and the lack of proper treatment. Jiang Yu tried to tell herself that she was different from the crazy Ruan Cece in her last life, but in the end she couldn't convince herself. He sighed and said somewhat sullenly, "I'm fair enough, let's play the game. If the loser sleeps on the floor." He pulled open his drawer and took out chess, army chess, flying chess, and fighting chess, then let Ruan Cece pick. These are also games that many people at school will play at recess, but Ruan Cece looked at them for a moment of silence before speaking. I don't even know how. How will not ah. Jiang Yu was just about to open her mouth, when she suddenly remembered that she was sitting in the corner at school, and as soon as she got close, her classmates maliciously covered their noses and shouted, "Little beggar, go away." Jiang Yu was even more distraught. He glanced at the person sitting obediently in front of him with her eyelashes hanging down. Her back was probably hard, but she only moved occasionally and didn't say anything. Jiang Yu deflated and put all of this away. She had taken anti-inflammatory medication tonight. She should have been sleepy, but Ruan Cece never said she was sleepy. Jiang Yu pointed to the bed. "You sleep. I'll sleep on the floor, or my mom will whip me again tomorrow." The reasons are all made up for themselves. Shake adults. But Ruan Cece shook her head. "I can't. Auntie will probably think I'm bad if she sees it." Jiang Yu wanted to say no. His mom is not this kind of person. But then he thought about how careful she had been since she came to their house. Finally sighing, he climbed into bed and patted the side. "Sleep together. If you don't want to be with me." She looked at Jiang Yu with a pair of deer eyes open. Her tone was also low, but the words were interrupted by Jiang Yu before he could finish. "Come up quickly. I'm sleepy." Impatience was in his voice. Finally the little girl came up cautiously and huddled in a little tiny spot in the corner. Jiang Yu simply didn't look at it and directly rolled over and turned his back to her. "Originally, I thought I was supposed to be unable to sleep, but he's forgetting about his body's functional response, and the fact that he's only 8 years old now." In less than 10 minutes the entire group was spread out in a wide berth, sleeping soundly. On the contrary, Ruan Cece, who had been very quiet after taking the anti-inflammatory medicine, still had her eyes wide open. She didn't dare to move a muscle until she heard Jiang Yu's steady breathing coming from her, and then she carefully moved her body. Slowly, she leaned in, her emotions mixed in those eyes. Looking at the sleeping Jiang Yu, Her face at the moment was devoid of any expression. If Jiang Yu saw it, he'd probably die of fright again. Ruan Sisi felt that Jiang Yu was really strange today. Normally he would turn his head away when he saw himself. He wouldn't come close at all. But he actually gave himself marshmallows today and took her home. She slowly turned her head to look at the room. She liked it here. Usually when she was beaten, she could hear the chickens coming out of his house as she crouched in the doorway. Su Yin's voice scolding Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's voice talking back and the sound of the TV. But Auntie's voice scolding him was different from the scolding in their house. Nguyen Sisi always saw the little fat boy across the street being carried home by his dad at such an old age. His mom would buy him watermelon in the summer and bake sweet potatoes in the winter. Swearing at him but buying him everything. He also has a lot of friends at school and everyone loves him. She actually liked it. She remembered him giving out candies when she was little and holding her hand to play in the snow. But then everything changed when her mom left, and he was already living a completely different life than a gutter stinker like her. He was really living so happily that she felt warm just by looking at him one more time, and couldn't help but think that it would be nice if she was in their family too. She never thought she would actually be brought back. Thinking of this, Ruan Sisi looked at Jiang Yu and shouted in a small voice, "Brother." She stretched out her own scarred fingers to touch Jiang Yu's chubby white face, but as if she felt dirty, she finally only dared to gently poke his small stomach through his clothes. The soft touch made her finally smile a little bit like a child should who finds it funny. Then when she was planning to lie back down, Jiang Yu suddenly rolled over and pressed his arms and legs directly all over Ruan Sisi's body. This age Jiang Yu was really a white fat little fat. Hands and feet pressure up is not light. Ruan Sisi some breathless. Behind the wound was also pressed raw pain, but she didn't dare to move, afraid that if she did, Jiang Yu would wake up. Just as her face was suffocating red, Jiang Yu, who was pressing down on her, suddenly reached out and tightened his arms around her. It's like hugging a pillow. Ruan Sisi froze. The last time she was put to sleep with her arms around her like this was when her mom was still around. She slowly brought her little head closer to Jiang Yu's chest and whispered in her heart, "Good night, brother." It was kind of like the little girl who sold matches that her mom used to tell her about. Though the warmth might be brief, she wanted to get closer. The next day Jiang Yu was woken up by his mother's slap on the buttocks. "Jiang Yu, you're going to die. You're squashing my sister." Then Jiang Yu just opened his eyes with a wail and saw his mom holding Ruan Sisi in her arms. He was still too dumbfounded to react to what was happening. I heard Ruan Sisi seriously explain, "It's okay, Auntie Sue. My brother might be afraid that I'm cold." Jiang Yu but now is the summer vacation the temperature every day more than 30-40 degrees it. He remembered that last night he seemed to have hugged a very cozy pillow. His face twisted for a moment. This hugger couldn't be Ruan Sisi, could it? Jiang Weiman, who was standing in the doorway, reminded, "See if the wounds on Sisi's body have rubbed off." Great. Now Jiang Yu was sure that the pillow was Ruan Sisi. He watched as his mom lifted Ruan Sisi's back to look at it, and glared at him before doing so. Jiang Yu always felt that he didn't have any family status after Ruan Sisi came, but he still came over to take a look. Luckily it didn't rub him much, and he breathed a sigh of relief, followed by a somewhat menacing, "Wouldn't you even ask to wake me up or push me away?" As a result, she smiled sweetly to herself, "But brother held me to sleep. I didn't have nightmares anymore. Thank you, brother." Jiang Yu mentally add up. No, the little pervert was really kind of cute when he was a kid. A slugger like him couldn't top that. Wanting a sister like that. So how did she mutate after that? Chapter 5, she still seems to be a little green tea. Jiang Yu was still more heartbroken. Ever since he realized that Ruan Sisi was kind of cute, he realized that she was really cute. That day Suyin went out with Jiang Weiman to take Ruan Sisi out for shopping after having breakfast. It couldn't be helped that Ruan Sisi didn't even have clothes that fit better. Except for her school bag and books. Jiang Yu was left at home because there was still more than a week before they started school, and the progress of Jiang Yu's little friend's summer vacation homework was basically only 0. So it's just a matter of staying home and catching up on homework. Then at noon when the trio returned, Ruan Sisi had changed into new clothes and her hair had been trimmed. She dawdled over and stuffed Jiang Yu with a candy, whispering, "Brother, I secretly hid it. Aunt Sue and the others don't know." After saying that, a pair of bright deer eyes just looked at Jiang Yu. 8-year-old Jiang Yu did like candy, and he looked at the anticipation in the little girl's eyes. Sluggers soft. He glanced at his mom and dad who were discussing how to put up the bed in his room, then took the milk candy in her hand, unwrapped the package and quickly stuffed it into Ruan Sisi's mouth, humming softly, "Kids are the ones who like to eat these." He's not his 8-year-old self now. I guess the sound of unwrapping the candy was too loud. Suyin turned her head violently to look at Jiang Yu. "Little fish, are you secretly eating candy again? Do you still want your teeth?" Saying that, she came over aggressively, but Ruan Sisi flew in front of Jiang Yu, one side of her small face bulging and her voice slurred. "Aunt Sue, it's not my brother, it's me." Suyin froze, then glanced at her son. "When I just bought candy, Dr. Jiang also said why I only bought it for CC. Suin bought a small bag of potato chips at that time and said, your son can't ask for that tooth. Whose little boy loves candy so much? Then she also noticed that Ruan Shi had secretly hidden that candy and not eaten it at all. Just now, Dr. Jiang even gestured for her to look. So naturally, she noticed Shi sneaking the candy into her son's hand. But Suin didn't think that her son would still not eat the candy that was on his lips. Jiang Yu looked at his mom with a surprised expression, somewhat helpless. I don't love candy anymore. I'm not a kid anymore. In my last life a toothache was a real killer. I wouldn't dare this time. When Cici nodded lovingly from the sidelines. Brother is very good. He doesn't eat. Jiang Yu. He looked at the overly cute little pervert with a complicated expression. The next few days are also like this. The two people live in a room turned into a bunk bed roommate. Jiang Yu was Suin locked up at home to catch up on homework. As for Suin, she had to go back to school every day for meetings because she was getting ready for school to start. Yes, Ms. Su was an honorable people's teacher, teaching middle school. Jiang Yu, who couldn't go out, had a small tail behind him. He does his homework and Nguyen Cici reads a book. Nguyen Cici's grades are good, and she finished her summer homework a long time ago. Nguyen Cici is all prepped for her third grade textbook, which Suin found for her. Both of them went to school early, 6 years old on the first grade. Jiang Yu, because both parents are busy, really have no time to take care of, thinking of simply go to school. Nguyen Cici, on the other hand, because her mom was actually going to run away at that time, and she was afraid that her child would stay at home for more time to get beaten more. Technically speaking, Ruan Cici was a few months younger than Jiang Yu, and was less than 6 years old at that time. Just get sent to school. Jiang Yu thinks she is really quite poor. One day back from school, mom left her and ran away. After that, Ruan Daitian beat her every day. Jiang Yu sighed as he looked at her small, still scarred face. Ruan Cici turned her head to look at him, blinked, and then said, do you want to watch TV? Then let's watch it secretly for a while and I won't tell Auntie Sue? Or do you want to eat watermelon? I'll go get it for you. Jiang Yu looked at her pure and clear eyes, began to suspect that when he saw her cold look was not a psychological effect to see the wrong. These days when the two of them were at home, Ruan Cici basically did whatever Jiang Yu said she would do, without even a question. If Suing came back to check that Jiang Yu's homework wasn't finished, he didn't even need to think of an excuse. Ruan Cici then stepped in front of him to help explain, beginning inevitably with, Aunt Sue blames me. Every time she looked at her like this, Su Yin's heart ached, so how could she still blame her? But Jiang Yu felt that although she is young, but the tea flavor seems to be still a little strong. Not sure, and then observed to see. But after spending time together for a while, it was true that he didn't have the same stress reaction to Ruan Cici as he did when he first came back, because she's so well behaved. Well, it's kinda cute. Before you know it they will be starting school. It wasn't until now that Jiang Yu realized that Ruan Cici's annual tuition fees were paid by her mother at the school. But Nguyen Cici said she hadn't seen her mom since she left. She tried waiting at the school and didn't see anyone. It's that every year she still gets to go to school. It was Jiang Weiman who sent the two over on the opening day of school. He repeatedly urged Jiang Yu, Cici's injuries are just right. You protect her. Ruan Cici, however, said seriously, Uncle, I will protect my brother. Seriously, at first Jiang Yu thought she was just selling out of habit. After all, she had always been like that at home too, well-spoken and good-natured, in contrast to his mom who wanted to smack him even more. But Jiang Yu didn't think she meant it. Fighting with children, she is really picking up bricks to hit people's heads off. It started with arriving in a new class. The class of the two was a third grade class, and their elementary school was straight up from their first grade placement. There's no need to split the class, so it's all old school. Jiang Yu realized that Ruan Cici, who had always liked to stay close to him, had slowed down after entering the school and just chose to follow him now. Jiang Yu deliberately also slowed down his pace, but she didn't keep up anymore. He probably had a guess in his mind that she was avoiding suspicion. Jiang Yu just hesitated, but never said anything more. In his heart though, he knew that Ruan Cici was really pitiful right now. He's a grown man who shouldn't be bothering with a 7 or 8-year-old girl. But then he thought about how pathetic it was that he had died in his last life. And he didn't even know how upset his mom and dad would be if they knew he was dead. So even though Jiang Yu's heart was a little upset, still directly ignored her and walked into the classroom. Big Fish is here. Seeing him come in, a few boys who had gotten together at the back of the classroom greeted him with smiles. One of them, a dark skinny kid with an inch head, was particularly conspicuous. He's Jiang Yu's classmate, Fong Yuan. He came over and pulled Jiang Yu. We sit in the penultimate row. Jiang Yu had just been pulled by him to walk over and put down his school bag, when suddenly a disgusted voice came from the side. Ha, you can't sit here. Little beggars should sit in the garbage. Ruan Cici's new school bag was just pushed to the ground by the girl standing across from her. She was standing in the position next to Jiang Yu at this time with her head lowered, making it impossible to see her complexion. Jiang Yu couldn't help but frown. Today's Ruan-shi was clearly beautiful. The body is wearing a small pink and white dress that Suing just bought. Hair tied neatly. The face of the injury is also almost good. The delicate features of the small face is as beautiful as a doll. Although the exposed arm can still see some scars, but it is not dirty at all. But she is still called a little beggar. Jiang Yu was even more uncomfortable in his heart. Chapter 6. Bear Boy. When Cece heard the giggling of the other students and saw the book bag that had been thrown to the ground. The new school bag is pink with a beautiful sheep on it. She liked it when she first saw it before. And many girls in her class have a beautiful sheep school bag. But she saw the price. $56. It's really expensive. So when she went to the supermarket with Jiang Yu, she just looked at it for a couple of times and then stopped looking at it. Her old book bag is actually quite nice and still works. But last night after dinner Jiang Yu went out with Auntie Sue and came back with this bag. She's precious and awesome. She still put it to sleep by her own bed last night. And now it's being thrown on the floor and everyone is calling her dirty. Ruan Cece's eyes reddened. And there was more than a hint of viciousness in her eyes. But suddenly a fat white hand picked up the book bag on the ground and gently patted it a few times. Followed by Ruan Cece's familiar voice ringing out. Zhou Xianxian, you don't go too far. This book bag is new, you throw people's book bags. And this is an empty seat. Zhou Xianxian guessed that she didn't expect someone to speak up for Ruan Cece and visibly blushed. She actually just felt that Ruan Cece was wearing the same dress as her today. It was already unpleasant to look at, but her tablemate said that Ruan Cece was dressed like a little princess and looked better than she did. That's why she threw her book bag away in a fit of pique. At this time, she heard Jiang Yu defend Ruan Cece. She stared wide-eyed. What new? It is indeed new and so is her dress, yay. Wen Cece is beautiful today, not dirty at all. It's really easy to be swayed by the good and evil that little kids get. They isolated Ruan Cece before when they thought she was dirty. Now I think she's pretty and want to be near her again. Hearing so many people help Ruan Cece speak, Zhou Xuanchuan's face was red with anger. Once she bit her lip, she said in annoyance, where did she get the money? Maybe she stole it. Jiang Yu had never noticed before that some hearts at their age were so vicious. Open your mouth to a 7 or 8-year-old and call someone a thief. Just shut up. My parents bought this, the dress and the book bag and the shoes. Is there a problem? Jiang Yu blocked in front of Ruan Cece and put the school bag in his hand on the seat Ruan Cece wanted to sit on. This seat was just across the aisle from him. Ruan Cece, you sit. No one sits here. The students around him were afraid to speak. Fang Yuan pulled Jiang Yu and whispered, you'd better leave it alone. Everyone in this class is reluctant to talk to Ruan Cece because it seems like the moment they get involved with her the other students will laugh at them. Fang Yuan's parents also told him that Ruan Cece's father was a lunatic and told him to stay away from Ruan Cece at school. So at this time, Fang Yuan was really quite worried about his tablemate. But Jiang Yu was going to be rendered speechless by the isolation theater of these brats. The thought that he used to be a part of it made him even more speechless. Ignoring Fang Yuan, he took the initiative for the first time to reach out and take Ruan Cece's hand, pushing her toward the seat. Sit down. The little girl gave him a timid look, her eyes red. Jiang Yu was inwardly very cute. How much did such a lovely girl go through to become what she became later? How many more plays like today's had she encountered as a child? No. She sits here. Who sits in the garbage? A boy who was usually on good terms with Zhou Xianxian said irritably. She wouldn't have a table mate either. Or else a person would sit in two places? You're so reluctant to part with the garbage heap, you go sit. Chan Chi-han. Jiang Yu glanced at the boy who spoke, also the tallest in their class. Usually the two were on good terms. At this moment, he heard Jiang Yu talking like this. He glared at Jiang Yu angrily. What's going on? Class is starting. Find your own seat. At this time, the class teacher, Mr. Lei, walked into the classroom and shouted sternly when he saw them gathered together. The students were afraid of the teacher and soon everyone dispersed. Ruan Cece glanced at Jiang Yu, who was still standing beside him. Like a knight, she had the nights when she was a child. It was the look of her mom. It was her mom's hugs. Then her mom left, and she imagined a lot of people to protect her. Only none of them had faces. It wasn't before today, but it will be after today. It's Jiang Yu's face. Jiang Yu felt her sight and looked down at her. Sit at ease. Then sat back down. The hostility in Ruan Cece's heart dispersed quite a bit. She snickered and pursed her lips. It was the first time in school that someone had defended her. Jiang Yu was a bit worried. Their class was odd-numbered. There wouldn't really be no one to sit with Ruan Cece, would there? As he was thinking, a girl ran to the seat next to Ruan Cece and sat down. It was Lu Qi, the publicity committee member of their class, who was originally Zhou Xuanchuan's deskmate. Jiang Yu noticed Zhou Xianxian slapping the table a few times in anger. Teacher Lei knocked on the table. All quiet down. Come back from a summer vacation with a wild heart, right? First sit by yourself, then adjust your seat in the afternoon. Now the class president and vice class president put away your summer vacation homework. Jiang Yu was slapped by Fang Yuan. The teacher told you to collect your summer vacation homework. Why do you feel you're not right? Jiang Yu then remembered that he seemed to be the vice class president in elementary school. He sighed and stood up. Nguyen Cece watched as he started to collect his homework from the back and slowly withdrew his gaze. Lu Qi on the side had been staring at her since she sat down. Ruan Cece gave her a cold look. This Lu Qi she remembered. Although she hadn't bullied her, but she was also a bystander. I didn't expect Lu Qi's eyes to light up when he saw her looking over. Ruan Cece, you look good, like the doll my mom bought me. Nguyen creak. What a blunt compliment. In the end, she was young. She glared at Lu Qi indifferently and turned her eyes away. This person was Zhou Xuanxuan's deskmate not long ago. On the first day of school, there were actually no classes, and Jiang Yu was drowsy all day. Luckily nothing much happened during the day except for a little scuffle in the morning. It can't be said that there isn't any, right? Some of the people in the class seem to be isolating him a bit because Jiang Yu is defending Ruan Cece. Well, a small group led by Qihan. There are also those like Lu Qi who want to try to be friends with Ruan Shishi who looks completely different. But Ruan Cece was cold and didn't care about anyone with her little face. But she was a different person to Jiang Yu. Soft, obedient, says what it wants. Jiang Yu found this psychologically kinda cool. Still, he couldn't help but glance behind him at this point. You'll have to make friends at school too. They all want to be friends with you now. But some of them have bullied me. Ruan Cece backpack followed Jiang Yu. Was said also just hanging eyelashes whispered explanation. Jiang Yu, to define it that way, he also bullied Ruan Cece. Before he had a chance to speak, Shihan and a few boys from his class rushed out of nowhere and violently pushed Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu did not hold back a sound, and fell directly to the mouth of the alley to the side. Both Dr. Zhang and Ms. Su were unavailable today, so after school the two were planning to walk to the bus stop and take the bus back themselves. They're all third graders now, and it's not uncommon for many of them to ride the bus on their own. Jiang Yu only felt his knees and hands propped up on the ground hurt, presumably breaking the skin. Shihan was still on the sideline still smugly saying, "Let you play with Ruan Cece, you're all little beggars." Bear. Jiang Yu was ready to get up and beat the baby with a clench of his teeth. I ended up looking up with my eyes almost glazed over. Ruan Cece. Chapter 7 Brother. I'll protect you. Jiang Yu eyes Ruan Cece cold a small face. Vaguely even saw the killing? She held up a half slab that she had picked up from somewhere, and stuck the sharp one up hard against Shihan's leg. She smart no one high enough to know to tie her legs. Shihan came with two boys, but the two kids didn't dare to do anything. More like they were just trying to make up the numbers. The one who just pushed Jiang Yu was Shihan. As for why he didn't push Ruan Cece, the child's thinking was simple. It was Jiang Yu who made him lose face. Jiang Yu's voice directly startled the three boys, but Ruan Cece acted as if she hadn't heard. Jiang Yu was scared to death. Not caring if his body hurt or not, he hurriedly climbed up from the ground and rushed over to hug Ruan Cece. But the brick still hit Shihan's leg. But luckily it wasn't the sharp end. Jiang Yu held Ruan Cece, who was still trying to raise the brick to hit people, in his arms. Shihan over there had already wailed. The other two boys were so shocked by this turn of events that they didn't dare to move, only daring to hide behind Shihan. Even watching Ruan Cece being held by Jiang Yu and still waving the brick in her hand made her feel horrible. Ruan Cece was too skinny to break free from Jiang Yu, so she suddenly slammed the brick in her hand. It also hit the boy's foot next to Shihan's, and with a wow sound, the boy and Shihan cried out together. The rest of that, the remaining one cried in fear. Jiang Yu dead hold still struggling Ruan Shishi brain buzzing, voice instantly serious a lot. Ruan Shishi, do you want to quit school? The original struggler slowly slowed down in intensity. Seeing that she was finally quiet, Jiang Yu yelled at the three crying brats across the room whose faces were red. If you guys keep crying I'll find a teacher. Say you guys beat me up in a group. It was so loud that Shihan and the others instantly dared not cry. In the end, they are elementary school students. They are afraid when people are mean. Of course Jiang Yu suspected that they were afraid of Ruan Cece who was still glaring straight at them at that moment. Magic sound through the ears resolved. Jiang Yu ferociously said to Ruan Cece in his arms, "You, do not move after I let go, or I'll tell my mom." As expected, Ruan Cece was also honest, but her immobile eyes fell on the three boys across from her with a grim look. They just bullied Jiang Yu. She'll always avenge him. If not today, then next time. The palm that had just been pierced by the slate clenched its fist as if it hadn't felt it. Jiang Yu didn't pay attention for a moment, but just breathed a sigh of relief and he first glanced at Ruan Cece, who had her head down, then walked to the front of Shihan squatted down to take a look at his smashed leg. It looks like it did not break the skin. Jiang Yu also reached out and pressed hard on the red place. Shihan wailed again. Jiang Yu, what's the point of shouting at your father? Jiang Yu was also very grumpy, stood up and glared at Shihan. Have you guys never been beaten by your parents? How dare you push people on the road? I guess his expression and tone of voice was so harsh that the three boys were stunned. Shihan was about to retort. I pushed into the alley. Then was it you who pushed me? Jiang Yu interrupted him, pointing to her bruised leg and elbow. These are all because you pushed me first. The teacher will definitely call the parents when she sees this. But Ruan Cece smashed us too. You guys deserve it. Jiang Yu's voice got a little louder again. Tell you guys to call people little beggars at school every day and bully them into sitting by the garbage can? Shihan and the others stopped talking. Jiang Yu cursed again for a while. Hey, fortunately, usually by Mr. Su scolded a lot, the tone of voice to grasp very well. Finally Jiang Yu said, I won't tell the teacher about this today. You guys go back, he said in a warning-like manner, and don't tell your family either, or if you ask, you'll know you started it, and if you ask again, you'll know that you bullied Ruan Cece at school. Finally the three walked away with red eyes. Jiang Yu heart muttered fortunately just third-grade brats, just did not have any particularly ruthless mind, also good to cheat. No, there's a tough one. Jiang Yu looked at Ruan Cece who stood in place with her head lowered. Just now her expression of ruthlessness in her indifference Jiang Yu was sure that she hadn't misread it. He walked up to Ruan Cece. What were you going to do if I hadn't stopped you? They bully you. Nguyen Cece whispered, just a sort of gnashing of teeth as she spoke of bullying. Jiang Yu, taking a deep breath. He was about to say something but saw her unconsciously shaking her hands a little. Jiang Yu reached out and pulled up her hand, and there was an additional bloodstain on his palm, still oozing blood. No, you won't say it when you're hurt. Jiang Yu's tone was a bit fierce, and then felt like she instinctively shook a bit, followed by, I'm sorry, Jiang Yu. He pulled Ruan Cece's wrist forward. His tone was a little cold. You can't hit people with bricks in the future. What will you do if something happens to them when you go down that way? What are you going to do if something happens to them? Notify your father to come what to do. After all, Suin and the others were not the guardians of Ruan Cece. The school notified the parents definitely looking for Ruan Daitian. However, this time Ruan Daitian did not know what he had gone to do, and had not come home for almost half a month. Ruan Cece didn't say anything, just staring at Jiang Yu's hand pulling her wrist. In fact, she didn't feel any pain at all. She even felt happy to be pulled so much by Jiang Yu. Seeing that she never replied, Jiang Yu turned his head to look at her. Did you hear that? Nguyen Cece nodded obediently. I hear you brother. You can use something else without using a slate anyway. They were the only ones in the house when the two got home in the car, but the meal was made by Suin at lunchtime, and it was hot enough to eat. Suin is the homeroom teacher, so she has to lead the evening study. Dr. Jiang is on duty. Jiang Yu can only help her to treat her wound by herself, and is still thinking about whether to take her to get a tetanus. He suddenly thought of something. Your dad, did you fight back when he hit you? In fact, he vaguely remembers Suin going to knock on the door when he was a kid because the smashing from across the street was too loud. That time Ruan Cece was taken away in an ambulance covered in blood, and I heard that there were multiple fractures and problems with her internal organs. Jiang Yu vaguely remembers Suin told Dr. Jiang that this child is stubborn, so he has suffered a lot. Looking at Ruan Cece's ruthlessness today, Jiang Yu always felt that it wasn't the first time she had done this. Ruan Cece didn't expect him to ask this, and after a moment of silence said, yes, I hurt. When it hurts, you can't help but fight back. Jiang Yu's hand shook as he held the cotton swab, thinking of her previous injuries. He looked at the little girl in front of him and said seriously, don't be impulsive in the future. You have to protect yourself first. Like today they didn't fight back. Otherwise who can you beat? But Ruan Cece looked up at him and said seriously, it's okay for them to bully me. I can tolerate it. I want to study, but it's not okay for them to bully you. She reached out her injured hand as if she didn't know pain and held Jiang Yu's hand. Brother, I will protect you. The cool touch of alcohol was warmed by their interlocking hands. Jiang Yu reached back and slapped her arm with a light force. Let go. I just sterilized you, and now I have to do it all over again. Only this time Jiang Yu's hand was steady. Chapter 8, this is for you. The two tacitly didn't mention the matter of Jiang Yu being pushed by her classmates, and naturally they didn't say anything about Ruan Cece smashing people with bricks. Suin asked and said he fell down while playing with someone. As for Ruan Cece's wound in the palm, it was hard to see without paying attention. When they got to school Chi-Han and the others didn't dare to mess with the two anymore. After all, it is a child. Don't be twisted after 2 days and want to find Jiang Yu to play together in gym class. But Ruan Cece was like a food-protecting pup, and if Jiang Yu hadn't stopped her, she probably would have really rushed up to bite them a few times. QAQ. This semester Ruan Cece dresses cleanly and her face is free of wounds, revealing beautiful features, although indifferent, but more or less surrounded by a few girls, even little boys. Zhou Xianxian still didn't like Ruan Cece, but she didn't actively provoke her anymore. Nguyen Cece is indeed in a much better position than she was at this time in her previous life. At this time, Jiang Yu's noon recess was lying on his desktop looking like he was sleeping, but in fact, he was trying to think back to his last life about Ruan Cece. Remember really not much actually. Jiangyu grew up being pampered by her family and is somewhat heartless. Have a deeper impression is that 1cc reading time are alone. Elementary school bullying is less hands or verbal humiliation and isolation. The impression of her silence was also a bit dirty, even if the whole thing seemed gloomy. But the academic performance is good. In fact, as a matter of fact, teachers would always give more favorable treatment to students with good academic performance, and she wouldn't have to be isolated all the time. But because after Nguyen Dai Tien had come to school drunk once before when she was in first grade and played a drunken game. In fact, the teachers are not too happy to care about Ruan CC's business, mainly afraid of messing with Ruan Dai Tian, the hooligan. Then again, she didn't even go to middle school. The 6th grade summer was spent covered in blood being taken to the hospital. The same time Suyin went knocking on the door, and I heard she was almost killed. Later on, he was discharged from the hospital and went to where Jiangyu has no recollection. Then later, Jiangyu seems to be the blind date when he met her. The memories of her for over a decade in between are largely blank. Jiangyu couldn't think of any other interactions he had with her even if he thought about it. But he clearly remembered that Ruan Cece on the day of the blind date attracted his full attention from the moment she appeared. The main thing was that at that time, as far as appearance and dress, Ruan Cece was completely in line with his aesthetic and ideal type. Deep chestnut color, long curly hair, features delicate and cold, although makeup on the eyebrow looks a little cold. But a pair of deer eyes in the moment you see Jiangyu, more than a smile and pure. Jiangyu, a marriageable young man whose social circle was as clean as white paper, instantly went deer in headlights. Not to mention the way she opened her mouth and tenderly called out to herself, Jiangyu, and her voice was soft. The white shirt and black pants she wore that day showed her figure, and a pair of long legs. Jiangyu felt longer than his life. Sorry I'm late. Jiangyu, do you remember me? I'm your blind date, Ruan Cece. Her voice held an easy laugh. Jiangyu at that time also think that his mom is really reliable. So quality girl even have to matchmaking. At that time, Jiangyu had actually not quite remembered Ruan Cece, but obviously she was very good at socializing. Mentioning some things from their childhood quickly closed the distance between them, also let him drop his guard. So when the other white face said she seems to be early physiological period, said her home is nearby. Fang is not convenient to send her home when Jiangyu just hesitated. After all, just 5 minutes ago he also saw the chat record of her and his own mother. At that time Jiangyu didn't think that she came prepared. In the next second he drank the water with material. Before passing out he received a message from his mom. Small fish. The girl off work was hit by a car. Today cannot go. Next time about it. This girl people have a good temper and also polite. Good news. Jiangyu at least knew he was being lied to. Bad news. A little late. It was even after Jiangyu realized he was cold the next day that he realized that Ruan Cece had probably been tricked by the fake medicine seller as well. After realizing that Jiangyu wasn't breathing, she questioned the seller on her phone. Isn't it a sleeping pill? Why did it seem like he took an aphrodisiac? The second sentence is, he's dead. It didn't even go out. The other person pulled the plug on her. Then Ruan Cece sat on the edge of the bed in silence, reached out and touched Jiangyu's face, and suddenly smiled, picking up the knife on the desktop without hesitation. He cut his vein, and Jiangyu still reflexively tried to stop it. Too bad it didn't work. Now Jiangyu was a little pissed off at the thought that in his last life he might have been found naked and plastered together with her, and then made the social news together. At least put some clothes on him. Suddenly he heard something gently placed on his desktop. Snapping his head up, he glared over, his tone fierce. What are you doing? Ruan Cece's eyes widened as she gently placed the red bean paste still with ice in her hand onto his desktop. I just bought this for you, Lu Qi said. Jiangyu, why are you being so mean? Cece lined up for a long time to buy this for you. After getting it, she still ran back. Jiangyu only then noticed that her forehead and neck are sweaty. Her face is also a little red. She is holding the red bean paste is the school kiosk summer noon limited edition. To Q and $3 a cuppet. As far as Jiangyu knows, their teacher Su gave them $5 a week each for pocket money. And today is Thursday, and Jiangyu's is already spent. But Ruan Cece bought this for him. Ruan Cece glanced indifferently at Lu Qi who spoke for her. I'm the one who disturbed Jiangyu's sleep. The tone was also cold. Lu Qi huffed and puffed his mouth and turned his head without speaking. Ruan Cece didn't seem to care. She just pushed that red bean paste towards him. It's still cold. Jiangyu, he's really not a thing. He sighed and just took the straw and poked it open and handed it to her. Drink. The tone was menacing, but the movements were gentle, taking care not to poke her. Nguyen Cece froze for a moment and whispered, this is for you. She can't afford to buy this herself. But yesterday when Shihan and the others drank this, Jiangyu wailed that $5 of pocket money was not enough. She just thought Jiangyu probably liked it. Hurry up, everyone will see it later. Jiangyu frowned at her. In fact, he wanted to give it all to her directly. It's not like he's really a kid anymore. He's just too hot for ice after gym class yesterday. It wasn't hot right now. and he didn't think much of drinking this, but surely she'd be upset if she refused, right? John Yu wanted to sigh again, this complicated and tangled mind of his own. I'm not afraid of her now, but it's still awkward. Chapter 9. No one can take him away. Ruan Cece looked at the straw that disliked her lips and carefully glanced at Jiang Yu. Although she looked fierce, she knew that Jiang Yu wasn't fierce at all. Ruan Cece was a little unsure why Jiang Yu seemed to dislike himself, but then he was actually very good to her. She had grown up being beaten and scolded by Ruan Daitian, and had seen all sorts of eye rolls, and she could tell very clearly who really liked her and who wasn't. It seems that Auntie Wang, who is called the great benefactor upstairs, always smiles and says in a loud voice that she has sent her something to eat, but in fact, the things she sends to her are all bad and smelly ones that are going to be put away at home, and she looks at her with dislike in her eyes, but she's always telling outsiders that she's pathetic and how much she's usually taken care of. She'd been exposed to a lot of these false kindnesses, pity for her, and about as many looks as she'd gotten at her cats and dogs. The only ones who are different are Auntie Sue and Uncle Zhang. There was real heartache in all their eyes, and Aunt Sue would secretly shed tears and her hands would tremble as she hugged her. They were really nice, the way her dream mom and dad should be. As for Jiang Yu, right from the start Ruan Cece knew that he didn't like her like the other kids. It was different though. He didn't come close to himself but there wasn't much dislike in his eyes. But now, he was disliking it on his face, but he was usually willing to protect her. It all seemed different from the day he handed himself that marshmallow at the bottom of the stairs. Ruan Cece blinked and gently inhaled a small mouthful of red bean paste, then smiled and said, "It's delicious." She smiled sweetly and her fawn eyes curved up slightly. The small curve of her mouth looked like she was a little shy. Jiang Yu looked at the cute, adorable and shy Ruan Cece and got even more worried. He asked, "Do you want a drink?" "Here." With that, he handed her the red bean paste, but she saw her face flashed with sadness, like she was a little overwhelmed. "Yes, I'm sorry, is it because you think you're dirty because I drank?" Jiang Yu, expressionless, he retrieved the red bean paste in his hand and put it to his mouth and inhaled it, saying with some annoyance, "Okay, sit down you." Lu Qi on the side frowned. Also do not know why Ruan Cece in front of Jiang Yu coy. Jiang Yu to her attitude is also too bad it. When Ruan Cece saw that he didn't mind that he drank the red bean paste directly, her heart was full of excitement, more excited than when she stabbed Ruan Daitian with a knife. Jiang Yu is so nice. If only he could be nice to her for the rest of his life. She'll be nice and kind to him, too. No one can bully Jiang Yu, nor can he be robbed of him. It's been almost 2 months since school started, and Jiang Yu always felt that something was wrong. As the two sat on the bus after school in the afternoon, Jiang Yu asked Ruan Cece, "Has your father ever tried not coming home for so long?" "This is more than 2 months. Jiang Yu has not seen Ruan Daitian back it. He also heard his parents muttered last night some strange it. Ruan Cece, who was holding her school bag on the side, blushed. After this period of time at Jiang Yu's home to raise a good, she became white and fat. The contrast looks so much better than it did a month ago. The watery little girl looks inviting. Jiang Yu didn't want her to go back and give her dad another beating and torture. Jiang Yu thought that if Ruan Daitian came back, he would find a way to hide Ruan Cece first. He is a child was found at most scolded, and Ruan Daitian doesn't always find out. Then they try to find a way to put an end to it forever. And I wonder if Ruan Daitian has done anything illegal. Jiang Yu himself didn't even realize that he had already started to want to protect Ruan Cece. "I don't know," whispered Nguyen Cece. "He's tried not coming home for 3 months before," said her hand unconsciously rubbing the strap of her book bag, looking a little nervous and anxious. Jiang Yu was a little chagrined. He shouldn't have asked Ruan Cece directly. To her Ruan Daitian was a nightmare. He reached out and pressed her hand as she rubbed the strap of her book bag. "It's okay, I'll sneak you in when I get back." He spoke seriously, but Ruan Cece froze. "Hide it? Didn't you leave her alone and let her go home?" Everyone in the neighborhood is afraid of Ruan Daitian. He can in front of people's doors when he's mad. Ruan Cece really feels that Ruan Daitian can't even be considered a person anymore. It's a person. It's time to go to the slaughterhouse. Her gaze went cold at the thought, vaguely murderous, but pulling her hand is warm. The boy's voice has not yet changed voice, with a little boyish, "Hey, in fact, you have to solve the problem from the root. Is the way I have not thought of it? First avoid it before you cannot get hurt again." Jiang Yu think or have to go back to ask his parents, mainly because he is now the identity of the child brother really cannot do anything. He was thinking that people like Ruan Daitian must have done something else to break the law. After all, in his last life he was also arrested when he was in junior high school, but unfortunately the exact reason for what is really unknown. Their family also moved during their junior year, and no one ever mentioned the man. Jiang Yu wanted to sigh again. In his last life he really does not remember anything. At this point, he didn't realize that his unintentional actions and words had saved Ruan Cece once. The girl looked at her hand being held. Never mind, she had someone who cared now. Shouldn't he die with people like Ruan Daitian? Only just after the two arrived home did they realize why they hadn't waited for Ruan Daitian to return. There was a woman standing in front of Ruan Cici's house. The woman looked beautiful and like Ruan Cici. No, I should say that Ruan Cici looked like her. Jiang Yu looked at the woman looking at Ruan Cici beside him and shouted, "Xiao Bao." Ruan Cici's face, however, didn't have much expression, and even instinctively ducked behind Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu also instinctively reached out to protect her for a moment. The woman's face was a little white and embarrassed. Her gaze fell on Jiang Yu. "You're little fish, right? Do you still remember me? I'm Cici's mom, Auntie Chen." Jiang Yu thought to herself, who remembers you, but still called out, "Auntie Chen." Chen Hui breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Ruan Cici again. "Cici, Mom has something she wants to say to you." Su Yin, who had just returned from work, carried the dishes up the stairs from behind her. Cici, what is the little fish doing standing at the stairway? Come inside, there's watermelon in the fridge." Her voice stopped and she shouted in some surprise, "Chen Hui, you're back?" In the end, the four of them went into the house together, and Ruan Cici didn't say a word to Chen Hui from start to finish. Chen Hui's attempt to reach out and pull her was also dodged. Chen Hui was so embarrassed that she didn't know where to put some of her hands and feet. Instead, Su Yin sighed, "Little fish, take Shishi inside to do her homework, and bring the watermelon inside to eat." Jiang Yu didn't want to go in. He wanted to hear what they were going to talk about, but he was just an 8-year-old kid brother now. But when he went in, he deliberately left the door open. It's a shame. If not, his mom knows him. Walked over and glared at him before shutting it tight. Jiang Yu sighed, lying on the door panel, cannot hear ah. What do you want to hear them say so badly? A small chi sound rang in his ears when Jiang Yu gave a cry and almost died of fright. Well, he's got really little guts. Chapter 10:1 will make sure that Jiang Yu will not be cheated by anyone other than her. Really strange. Jiang Yu lying on the door cannot hear Ms. Su what they are chatting about, but they gave a bang but exchanged for Ms. Su mid-air scolding. Jiang Yu, you again learn these foul language, I whip you ah. I will check the homework later. Jiang Yu wailed. I know. Then really didn't hold back to reach out and pinch the little face of Ruan Cici in front of her that had managed to raise a little meat. Try scaring me again. His voice was lowered, afraid that Mr. Su would hear him and scold him, regardless of age. The fear of a bloodline like mom's can't be resisted. Nguyen Cici didn't hide and said vaguely, I'm sorry. Jiang Yu looked at her innocent fawn eyes a little deflated, loosened his hand, sighed, and sat back down at his desk. He watched Ruan Cici calmly pull out her homework and start writing. Really curious. Why don't you want to know what your mom said? What's the point of knowing? Ruan Cici's tone was light. She doesn't want me anyway. Chen Hui ran away 3 or 4 years ago and sued for divorce over a year ago. It worked, so she's no longer related to Ruan Daitian. She hadn't come back once since she'd left. She knew what Ruan Daitian was and what might happen to Ruan Cici, but she'd still had the heart to leave her daughter here. Jiang Yu, just reborn back in the days, heard Ruan Daitian scolded while beating. Your mom does not want you. You are also a. Why do not you run ah? Go find her ah. Ha ha, is it that she doesn't want you? She thinks you're just like my old man, bleeding my blood. She doesn't want you. Who would want you? Jiang Yu wasn't really a child, so he heard and remembered all this clearly. These words were obviously not the first time Ruan Daitian had said them to Ruan Cici. At that moment, I watched her naturally say something like, she doesn't want me either. Jiang Yu couldn't help but say, how do you know if you don't try? Maybe she's here to pick you up this time? Why else would it suddenly appear? Jiang Yu was a smooth sailor in his last life and didn't encounter any setbacks. Still hopeful about life, so it was natural for him to say such things. But Ruan Cici stopped her pen and said seriously, brother, I lied to you before when I told you that I hadn't seen her anymore. I went to look for her. She had a very rich boyfriend a year ago, but at that time when she saw me her expression was like she had seen a ghost. Probably didn't think I was still alive. Ruan Cici tried to recall that scene. Her tone was cold. I had just run out of the house at that time. Ruan Daitian was tired of drinking and fighting. I was afraid that she would be worried and even washed her face in the nearby toilet. But Chen Hui only had fear and dread in her eyes when she saw her. No heartache, no reluctance. She held on tightly to the man beside her. The man also saw Ruan Cici, like he was a little surprised. That child is injured. Then she told the man to stay out of this kind of nonsense, that it might be a scam, and pulled away. What Ruan Cici said out loud was simple, but Jiang Yu clenched the pen in her hand. How desperate she was at that time. How much courage did she muster to go to her mom? But the reality gave her probably more pain than Ruan Daitian beating her. Right? No one will want me, Ruan Cici whispered, her long lashes hiding the emotions in her eyes. She won't want me back this time either. Nonsense. No, my mom and my dad just love you. They can't wait for you to be their own daughter. Jiang Yu reached out and touched her head with a somewhat twisted hand. You're a kid. Don't be so pessimistic. It's just that you're a kid who's a bit unlucky. He gave up the twinge in his heart in a rare moment and comforted Ruan Sisi in a small voice. But you know what bottoming out is, right? It's when you're so unlucky now, and it's all good luck in the future. Jiang Yu even nodded affirmatively after saying that. Ruan Sisi looked up at him at the words, her eyes shining brightly. Really? Jiang Yu nodded his head and said affirmatively. Really? Then brother won't not want me, will he? Ruan Sisi asked after him in a small voice, reaching out her small hand to gently grab the hem of Jiang Yu's shirt. Jiang Yu felt how the words were not quite right. However, looking at Ruan Sisi's appearance that she was about to shed tears at any moment, she still nodded. Don't worry. In fact, he does not understand. If his daughter is so beautiful and understanding how to give up, it's true that there's nothing normal in their family. Ruan Sisi gently ticked the corner of her mouth where he couldn't see. See, kind people are always easy to fool. Ruan Sisi thought to herself that she would make sure that Jiang Yu would not be cheated by anyone other than her. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, was thinking that the more he got to know Ruan Sisi, the more he could understand why she had become that way in her last life. It's not easy for her to grow up, let alone not grow crooked. In this life he will try to make her grow up to be a good socialist. She's so smart, she'll be able to give back to society properly in the future. Chen Hui was no longer in their house when Jiang Yu and Ruan Shishi were released. Suyin held Ruan Sisi's hand. Her eyes were full of heartache, and there was a card on the desktop. Jiang Yu seemed to be able to guess what was going on. Suyin gently told Ruan Sisi, Sisi, Auntie told you something, your father, murder by mistake. He's probably going to go in for a few years. After saying this she glanced at Ruan Sisi's face, and as a result, Ruan Sisi just looked expressionless and nodded obediently. Suyin sighed. On that look of Ruan Daitian, there really wouldn't be any emotions of surrender. Suyin is going to say is another. According to reason, you should be to go to live with your mother, but your mother may not be very convenient. In the future you will be with Auntie Su and Uncle Jiang and small fish brother to live together, okay? Ruan Sisi and Jiang Yu looked at Suyin. Suyin's face was also helpless. Just now Chen Hui had knelt down and said that she was about to get married and the other party didn't know that she had a daughter. She said she was out of ideas. Suyin's face was cold at the time, but Chen Hui probably saw that she was soft-hearted and said that if Suyin didn't want to do it, she'd go look for other people in the neighborhood. Suyin thought of the well-behaved Ruan Sisi, and the others. She was also uneasy. Sisi, your mom didn't not want you. She left her card. She'll call money every month from now on. If you want to see her, Auntie will contact her for you. Suyin hadn't finished her words. I heard Ruan Sisi say softly, Auntie, I'm willing. All that money will be given to you. I just need to be able to study and have a mouthful of food. I'll be good and not cause any trouble for you. She reached out her hand and gently pulled Suyin, her small hand a little cold. Auntie, don't me. Then Jiang Yu saw their teacher Su burst into tears on the spot. Jiang Yu, this is great. The little pervert will really be his sister from now on. Still, he was kind of happy, hoping that Ruan Daitian would never come out for the rest of his life. So Ruan Sisi can grow up healthy this time, right? Chapter 11. He then thought there was still salvation. Ruan Sisi just stayed at Jiang Yu's house. As for how many years Nguyen Dai Tien is going to be sentenced, it's really anyone's guess. After all, it has not yet been judged. Dr. Jiang said that he still has to inquire. Chen Hui actually came to what is not clear. Even Suyin said Chen Hui probably doesn't want to care about Ruan Sisi, but is afraid the abandonment will be known. She even said how Sisi life is as hard as Ruan Daitian. Such a little child even survived. Suyin's lowered voice came from the room with anger. Jiang Yu stood in the doorway also felt angry. In their original that home, no one wants Ruan Shishi alive, even her mom and dad. A sense of anger and powerlessness rose in Jiang Yu's heart. These days in the Jiang family Ruan Shishi's careful everything is traceable. Hey, before she's so protective of the child's people left without Sisi I feel strange. Jiang Weiman sighed. Now the child is in us. Well raised on the line. I see is also a child who understands the situation. Just went to the small fish to find a companion. I was in trouble. Ruan Auntie saved me. Cannot let her granddaughter just like this. Jiang Yu turned around and walked back to his room. Originally he was up to drink water to think about getting up to pay the shift fee tomorrow. Have to ask Suyin for money, but did not think to eavesdrop. He stepped gingerly into the room. Their current bed was a bunk bed, with Ruan Sisi sleeping on top and Jiang Yu sleeping on the bottom. As soon as Jiang Yu entered the door, he saw a person sitting on the cushioned ground floor. The heart gave a cry that almost came out of his mouth. But the tiny figure suddenly turned his head and shouted in a small voice, "Brother!" Jiang Yu let out a breath, walked over and lowered his voice to ask, "Aren't you sleeping? Had a nightmare and woke up to find you weren't there." The little girl's voice was small with a sob as she reached out and grabbed the hem of his pajamas out of habit. Jiang Yu on the blurred light to see the watery light flashed under her eyes. Is crying to wake up? Thinking of the words he just heard, Jiang sighed and took the initiative to reach out and pull Ruan Shishi's small hand. What are you doing sitting on the floor? Get up and go to bed. I just went out for a drink of water. Wen Sisi stood up in response to his vigor, but stood still with no intention of going up. Jiang Yu looked at her and hesitated for a moment. Don't dare to sleep alone? I won't go out for a while. Can I hit the floor? I just want to be close to you. Ruan Sisi's voice was small and trembling. I don't dare to lie on it alone. It's too far away from you. In the end, there were no lights on, or Jiang Yu would have been able to see that the excitement in her eyes couldn't be hidden at all. She did dream just now, but it was in a dream that she killed Ruan Daitian. Wen Sisi woke up excited and exhilarated, making her tremble. The eyes lit up even more. She got down from the bed only after hearing Jiang Yu's footsteps. She knew that Jiang Yu was soft-hearted, especially after knowing how Chen Hui treated her. Ruan Sisi didn't like being sympathized with, but if this person was Jiang Yu, it was different. Jiang Yu stood face to face with her in the darkened room in silence. Neither of them spoke, only the sound of each other's breathing. Finally he gave way a little and said sullenly, just for tonight, you come up. Ruan Sisi revealed a smile and quickly climbed up, only daring to take up a tiny bit of space. Brother, I don't move around in my sleep. Jiang Yu thought I know but I move around He stared at Ruan Sisi lying side by side with him and suddenly said, why don't I tell you a bedtime story? Brother, you say. Once upon a time there was an old man who had 12 sons named Wealth and Strength, Democracy, Civilization and Harmony. Brother, this is socialist values, isn't it? A hesitant and timid voice rang out. Shut up. Jiang Yu was a bit annoyed. How come he knew this at the age of 8? Then you memorize it once. He was a little self-conscious. From now on, you'll have to memorize it once a day. Oh, socialist core values. Finally Jiang Yu fell asleep again. It's good to be young and fall asleep. Wen Sisi slowly turned her head to look at him. Seeing only the blurred outline of the boy's side face, she revealed a smile and slowly approached Jiang Yu until he habitually rolled over and took her in his arms before closing his eyes in satisfaction. He was a bit heavy, but Ruan Shishi felt safe. It was a security she hadn't felt since she was 5. After that day Jiang Yu and Ruan Shishi's relationship unexpectedly became more harmonious. Jiang Yu has finally convinced himself to accept Ruan Shishi and is determined to raise her right. Anyway, isn't she still perverted now? He doesn't want to die. Nor do I want Ruan Sisi to die with him. Wen's sentence finally came down to manslaughter and 7 years in prison. This means that for these 7 years Wen Xieshi was safe. She'll be 15 in 7 years. By the time Wan de Tian comes out. Say it again. Anyway, now Jiang Yu has a problem. That is, why his roommate always has nightmares, 2 or 3 times a week, standing pathetically by his bedside reciting socialist core values. No, Ruan Sisi, if you have nightmares again I'll ask my mom to come and sleep with you. Jiang Yu glared at Ruan Shishi who was standing beside his bed, his tone unkind. Ruan Sisi blinked, her eyelashes curved and her eyes clear, looking innocent. But Jiang Yu has become immune. Can it be appropriate that every time she goes to bed she's well behaved? But then he wakes up the next day and specifies that he sleeps with her in his arms, like he's holding a large doll? It's not like they're 2 or 3 years old. Ruan Sisi's hair had grown long and draped behind her, and after 6 months at Jiang Yu's house she had also turned white, gained more flesh on her face, and grown taller, got that little girl look. However, when looking at Jiang Yu, he was still soft, and at this time, when he was told, he just let out an "Oh, I know, I'll go up after I finish memorizing," he said, turning around with a lost look on his face. Jiang Yu suddenly called out to her, "Wait." When she brightened her eyes to look at herself, Jiang Yu spoke, "If Lu Qi and Shihan fight, what are you going to do when you see it? Wen Shishi, what do you care if they die? It'd be nice not to pass weapons while we're at it." But meeting Jiang Yu's serious and stern gaze, she said seriously, "Stop them and call someone to get the teacher." Jiang Yu nodded with satisfaction. Alright, go up to bed. He thought there was still a way out. At least this time of observation he felt that his education had been quite fruitful. Wen Sisi looked at him happy and said good night brother and climbed into bed. Then in the middle of the night Jiang Yu wanted to get up to pee and opened his eyes to see Wan Sisi lying on the carpet very close to the bed. Jiang Yu told his parents the next day that he felt he was almost 9 years old and it was inappropriate to sleep with Ruan Sisi anymore. Ruan Sisi, who was drinking kanji with her eyes downcast, tightened her grip on her spoon. Well, a misstep. Chapter 12. Jiang Yu is hers. No one can take it away. Wen Sisi has always been well behaved at home. At school it's the cold sister. Not cold to anyone, except Jiang Yu, but because Jiang Yu had asked her to get along well with her classmates. Ruan Sisi now sort of had friends. Even Zhou Xinshen, who had bullied her in the beginning, now liked to play with her. Now Wen Sisi is pretty, gets good grades, and is a helpful person? Not really, but she's willing to hit on people anyway, and she'll answer any study questions you ask her. It was cold but not as somber as it had been back then. Kids don't seem to have overnight grudges either. Anyway, Nguyen Cece from the 4th grade onwards has gradually become well liked. By now, in 6th grade, she's the one many of her classmates admire, mainly because her grades are good and steady. Jeonyu was satisfied. As for himself, he's always been pretty well liked. The boys were pretty good at hanging out with each other. After all, they were all younger brothers in his eyes, the real brother kind. As for girls at this age are too much of a hassle, and Jeonyu doesn't have any other girls around him besides Ruan Cece. Anyway, Nguyen Cece doesn't bother, but Jeonyu was a little worried. That is, some of the girls in the 5th grade had already begun to draw stripes, and he's still a slightly chubby handsome guy. In his last life, Jeonyu was teased for being fat in junior high school, and he had too much of a sweet tooth. It can take a lot of time to lose weight later on for that reason. So in this life he was very determined not to repeat his mistakes, starting with giving up sugar. Every time his parents bought back desserts he secretly stuffed Ruan Cece, who told her to be as skinny as a malnourished chick before. The results were still good, and in this life he was only slightly fat, not fat as a ball. But Ruan Cece has eaten so many of his desserts and hasn't seen much meat growth, but has grown in size. So Jeonyu made a fuss about going on vacation to learn how to swim. Suin rolled her eyes. What's the point of learning to swim in the middle of winter? With your grades, go take remedial lessons. There's an exam next semester. Actually, Jeonyu's grades aren't that bad, mainly because Ruan Cece's grades are too good. With the contrast, Mr. Su was disgruntled. Don't ask a born-again person why the test can't be an 11-year-old child. 3 or 4 years after graduating from college you go to find a 5 or 6 grade math problems to do. Hey, a do and no squeak. Learning is also talking about talent. Of course the exception of teacher training students, but Jeonyu's last life is not a teacher training student. He is an art student. Cultural achievement is really very general, mainly art exam ranked in the top 3. He opened his own tattoo store in his past life. The main male tattoo store is not an ordinary tattoo store open store, there is a reason for later we'll say. Is the surface? The main male has a second career, the main occupation rooted in the red. Super positive, see tattoo 2 words on the malicious brush bad reviews of me. Smile, JPG, yes, he's an art student, studying fine arts. When he opened a tattoo parlor he almost didn't get smoked by his teacher. Mr. Su, Jeonyu looks actually really is the kind of very gentlemanly looks, like a teacher, like a doctor, just not like a tattoo parlor owner. So whenever he goes on a blind date, many girls are reluctant to come out to see him once they hear about his profession. Theoretically Ruan Cece is still the first girl he's dated. Jeonyu wanted to sigh again. Desperate matchmaking bureau. But now he had no particular reaction to thinking about his last life. Hearing Suin ask Jeonyu to tutor, Ruan Cece spoke up. Aunt Su, I can help Jeonyu with the tutoring. Jeonyu looked at her. Heart laughed twice. Well, grow taller are not called brother. With the face of Jeonyu Gale-like coldness is not the same. When facing Ruan Cece Suin is really gentle. Cannot affect the Shishi you study, your teacher Lei said. This score on the first middle school is stable. Actually, Jeonyu is expected to get on, but his grades are still pretty up and down. Suin knows her son. This is normal. If suddenly stabilized she still feel rare. Ruan Cece said seriously. Aunt Su, I can do it. I want to go to the first middle school with Jeonyu, he said and glanced at Jeonyu. Jeonyu sighed. I can really do well on the exam. Don't worry about it. Suin glanced at the 2 children and nodded. We'll see. We're moving tomorrow. Get up early. Yes, they're finally moving. Both kids are 11 and it's not appropriate to live together anymore. And Suin always thought of taking Ruan Cece out of here. Maybe Ruan Daitian wouldn't look for it when he came out then. After all, he didn't care about the daughter in the first place. But in Suin's heart, Ruan Cece is almost as good as her own daughter. Ruan Cece hadn't gone to see Chenhui even once in the past 3 years or so. Chenhui has not seen her, but every year will play money to the card. The money used to maintain Ruan Cece's daily life and study is enough. The rest Chenhui said it is for Suin their hard work. But Suin they didn't even move. They just put it in the card, thinking to bring it out to their child when she goes to college. That night was kind of the last time the 2 shared a room. The new house they all have separate rooms now. Compared to Jeonyu's joyfulness, Ruan Cece was obviously a bit unhappy, especially when she saw Jeonyu pull out a small pink gift from her school bag. Her eyes went cold. In fact, Jeonyu was also a bit confused. What is this? But Jeonyu quickly reacted. It should be the little girl stuffed in? It seems like there are always a couple of little girls in the class that mature a little early by this age. Jeonyu rummaged around and sure enough there was a pink sticky note. There is a button number written on it, and a sentence, Jeonyu, can we be netizens? Discuss and learn together. Jeonyu, well, he doesn't like to study. Jeonyu put the stuff away intending to go early on Monday to stuff the stuff back into the class president's drawer. Yes, he recognized the handwriting as their class president's. The little girl named Oh Man, with a generous personality and good grades. No more. Jiang Yu is not a pervert, not so much as to receive the 11-2-year-old girl's show of affection have any reaction, and actually feel a little awkward about it. Ruan Cece stared at his movements with a pair of big eyes and spoke quietly. Brother, what is this? Ah, Jiang Yu said seriously, little girls don't need to know, you just need to study hard. Ruan Cece didn't say anything and just looked at him, her small face tensed up looking a little upset. Jiang Yu, reaching out, he turned her head right around. Do the questions you. When Cece's lips pursed in a soft oh so softly, it didn't matter, she could guess who it was. Jiang Yu is her brother. No one can take him away. That night Jiang Yu was silent as he looked at Ruan Cece who stood by his bedside holding a pillow. Brother, I'm scared. I want to sleep with you, Ruan Cece said with a straight face. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, stood up and pointed to her bed of dolls, large and small, all sent by Jiang Yu. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid they'll become fertilized and eat you? Jiang Yu asked without a trace of humor. I didn't expect Ruan Cece to really nod. Yes, I dreamed that Spider-Man bit me and I turned into a spider. Then Captain America ran after me with a bunch of superheroes and said I was a monster. And he didn't save me when he met Doraemon halfway. Looking at the way she opened her mouth without changing her color, Jiang Yu couldn't help but utter a sentence. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is also good? John Wayman who just passed by the entrance. Jiang Yu wants to get beat up again, right? No, I don't want to. Dad, we're going to bed, Jiang Yu said in a hurry. And then he saw that the person who was being chased by Captain America's team had nimbly climbed onto his bed. Jiang Yu, Chapter 13, Moving In. Although Jiang Yu was very reluctant, but Ruan Cece she this her up just not willing to go down. In the past few years, Ruan Cece was not as obedient as when she was a child. Jiang Yu was speechless and could only pull down her quilt as well. One quilt for one person, or else Ruan Cece would definitely have to be woken up cold by him grabbing the quilt at night. The man is also dead set on being cold, and won't grab back the covers when he wakes up cold. One time before that I even caught a cold straight away. Jiang Yu was also scolded by Mr. Su. In fact, this can't be blamed on him. Obviously it's Ruan Cece who has a bed of her own and doesn't sleep in it, insisting on squeezing his bed. After Ruan Cece consciously finished memorizing the socialist values at night, Jiang Yu asked the usual question. What would you do if you met an opponent who was much stronger than you and fought you? Ruan Cece looked at Jiang Yu's side face with his eyes closed with wide eyes. He was the voice has been sleepy. He's probably sleepy. Ruan Cece already knew over the years what kind of answer Jiang Yu wanted. Protect yourself first and wait for my brother and aunt and uncle to come and rescue me. Jiang Yu gave a satisfied Remember that don't think about dying with someone like you did when you were a kid. You have to. Remember, Mom and Dad and I are waiting for you. You have people to be with. Lots and lots of friends. And us too. Jiang Yu's voice became lighter and lighter, and he soon fell asleep. Ruan Cece's anger that she had thought someone was trying to steal her brother suddenly just disappeared. Just now, she'd thought about how to scare off Oman, but now she suddenly did not want to do anything. She also wanted to be Jiang Yu's always good boy. If he likes it. When she whispered, "Good night, brother," then closed his eyes in peace. In fact, she stopped having nightmares a long time ago, but she still likes to stick with Jiang Yu, because Jiang Yu could give her a sense of security, the very full kind. The movers came early the next morning. Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece's things were actually pretty much packed. After all, the house was bought a long time ago and it's been empty for 6 months since the renovation. Jiang Yu knew that buying this house had basically emptied their family's pockets. His parents, one a teacher and the other a doctor, don't make a lot of money. It's all hard-earned money. Saved up so much of my life to buy a 4-bedroom outright. The location is also great, right near the first high school, for the convenience of both kids going to and from school in the future. Mr. Su also said that if Jiang Yu doesn't get into the first grade, he'll hang him up and beat him every day. And the renovation stuff, I guess the couple really didn't have much money left, so take what you can with you on this move. Won't it be a waste? Jiang Yu came out of his room to see several aunts represented by Auntie Wang upstairs standing in their living room chatting. Hey, little Sua, raising Cece has really earned a lot these years, right? Look at this, all bought a new house. This sour talk is the upstairs that great benefactor Auntie Wang. Jiang Yu has never heard her speak in a strange way. At the beginning, before Chen Hui found her, she was still bloating in the garden of the neighborhood, saying that Jiang Yu's family had picked up a big trouble. Then Chen Hui came looking for them, and I don't know where they heard the news, saying that Chen Hui is now rich, and gives a large sum of money every month to Jiang Yu and their family to help raise Ruan Cece. During that time, when they came home from class, they could see Auntie Wang at the stairway or in the garden of the neighborhood, dragging Ruan Cece back to her house for dinner, trying to fight for Ruan Cece's right to custody. Being aggrieved by Ruan Cece but with a loud voice, she said once in the garden of the plot, "But Auntie Wang, everything you give me to eat has a smell. And downstairs Xiaohei doesn't want to eat it, and I don't like to eat your family's food. Blackie downstairs is a stray dog in their neighborhood. Well, the true colors of the great and good have been revealed. She started to go around again saying that Ruan Shishi is a white-eyed wolf that can't be raised, saying that Suyin has a kind face and a poisonous heart, so she might be abusing Ruan Shishi in some way. Of course this is all said behind their backs. Now, well, seeing that they are moving, they are coming up to see if they can take advantage of anything. At this time, he spoke in an eccentric manner, with a pair of eyes still turning. Hey, Xiao Su, you all bought a new house. This house or sell it to me cheaply, right? Suyin is a very good-tempered person. At least as long as it's not at Jiang Yu's expense. Whoever sees it says it's gentle. The good temper is not no temper. Jiang Yu can know that his mother the temper can be explosive it, usually just lazy to take care of her. At this time to hear her words fell to reveal a smiling expression. Lin Ah Wang's sister. Now our side of the house price is about 6,500 a flat. We are old neighbors. Simply even if you 6,000. But to full payment. Wang Feng, who was originally grinning from ear to ear at her promise, froze with a smile on her face at the words. No Xiao Su. I remember when you first bought this house but it was similar to the one in our house it's only 3,500 a square foot. You're not asking for too much? Said Tone also some anger. Zhang Yuyo roared and rushed out. Mom, is there a dead rat in the house? Why does it smell so bad? Wang Feng did not react to this as to say that her mouth stinks it. Eyes are bright. You see you still have rats here. So, I give 4,000 a flat you see how? A few of the other ants looked at her with strange eyes when this was said. Wang Feng also lowered his voice and said, Look at Xiao Su. You have bought a new house. You can't benefit from the benefits you earn alone, right? At first, I also gave Cici a lot of food. I did not ask you for money This I have a dog will give me to watch the door it. Jiang Yu's face became even more ugly when he heard her compare the dog with Ruan Cici. Your mouth really stinks. Or shut up. Su Yin's face was also ugly. You don't even eat those things dogs. You want money? Go ask Ruan Daddy in for it. Go ask Chen Hui for it. For the first time, she turned a cold face to Wang Feng. Please make way. Being in the way of the master's moving things, a few other ants on the side were following to see the fun, and in the meantime to see if they could take advantage of anything. At this time they could also see that the host family of the others were angry. An ant ha-ha a few times. Xiao Su, we are here to congratulate you on your move. Then we won't bother you anymore. Several people tugged Wang Feng outside. Wang Feng finally came back to her senses, holding back her red face, walking to the doors to Jiang Yu's door. Poo-pooed. What's so smug about it? Said the voice increased a little. Ruan Cici, you think people are really willing to help you received a lot of money from your mom. Beware of giving you to someone's son as a child bride. You cut the crap. That's not the way to talk. Jiang Yu Heo took a broom and was about to hit someone. Those ants and Wang Feng flew away. Suyin tugged at Jiang Yu's jumper hat. Alright, don't bother with them. These people from the roots are like this. That's why your father and I want to take you guys and move away. She looked to Ruan Cici, who had been standing in the doorway of the room for I don't know how long. Cici, come here. When Cici walked over. Chapter 14 Fear. Jiang Yu did not want her when she found out. Suyin looked at the girl in front of her. She had been raised well over the years, and was completely different from the yellow, thin and bruised look she had when she first came to the house. She felt happy just looking at it and reached out to help her ruffle her hair that covered those beautiful eyes for a bit. Cici, just now Auntie Wang's words, you don't take it to heart. You're very good, deserving of a lot of people liking you. Liking you is simply liking you, without so much utilitarianism. She is just thinking too much in her own head. Jiang Yu added from the side. And there are no child brides in this society now. Then Suyin on the side rolled her eyes and made a gesture to hit him. Is that the point now? She pulled over Ruan Cici and said, your yearly expenditures, your uncle and I have a record of them. If you want to see them we can show them to you. Your Auntie Wang. Auntie, I know what you mean. I don't listen to her either. Ruan Cici interrupted her. Auntie, I'm not a child anymore. I can tell good from bad, he said and gave Suyin a sweet smile. Suyin also sighed in relief. She herself was a teacher and knew that the minds of children like Cici were particularly sensitive. At this time she heard her words but felt relieved. Reaching out, he stroked her head, his tone doting. Where is it that you're not a child anymore? It's obvious that you are. Jiang Yu, who was on the side, clearly saw Ruan Cici, who was smiling sweetly, stealthily glancing towards the door. Long lashes hid the emotions in her eyes. Still, Jiang Yu didn't feel right. Don't ask. Asking is a man's intuition. Sure enough, after Suyin and Jiang Weiman had gone back and forth a few times telling them to move their things down, Jiang Yu realized that Ruan Cici had disappeared after 2 trips. First he went upstairs to his home to see that it was well not at home. Moving, everyone is busy and the house is a mess. Jiang Yu did not find Ruan Cici, suddenly thought of something, glanced at the opposite door. Since living in their home, Wan Cece rarely go back to the opposite side, basically never returned. Jiang Yu walked over and looked at the opposite door, and sure enough there were fingerprints on the dust above. Jiang Yu glanced upstairs. Wan Cece had been too well behaved over the years, but just now when he couldn't see the emotions in her eyes, Jiang Yu suddenly remembered when he had just come back from being reborn and saw that gloomy look in her at the stairway. Jiang Yu to go up. Above is Auntie Wang's home. Their side is an old neighborhood. Our step ladder, the type of household is a staircase of two households. Auntie Wang's home across the street to live in the original is a pair of old people. Just last month was picked up by the son out of the country, is now empty, and sure enough, in the staircase of the turn of the sea Wan Cece, as if she didn't expect him to come up, Wan Cece instinctively put away the thing she was holding. Why did you come? Jiang Yu looked at her. What's in your hand? Wan Cece pursed her lips and didn't say anything, but she couldn't help but grip her hand harder. The sharp pegs pierced her palm, but she only felt a tingle. The face didn't change expression, and even managed to smile and say, it's nothing, let's go down quickly. He said that he was about to cross Jiang Yu and go down, but Jiang Yu pulled her wrist. Show me. Wan Cece's hand still shook uncontrollably, but she didn't let go and just apologized. Jiang Yu, will you be angry if I did something wrong? She thought for a moment and added, I haven't gotten around to it yet, so it's not really a mistake. After saying that she carefully glanced at Jiang Yu, but Jiang Yu just gave her an expressionless and cold look, then said, open your hand. It was actually quite strange. Now it was clear that Wan Cece was taller than Jiang Yu, and she was standing on a step higher than him, but even so, Wan Cece was still a little afraid of him, afraid that he would get angry. The scarred hands opened with a slight tremor, the inside long bloody. She's still whispering, I didn't do anything bad, don't be mad. Jiang Yu's temper has always been very good, except for the period when he just came back from rebirth when he was a bit afraid of Wan Cece's intentional pulling away. All other times he treated Wan Cece like an older brother raising a child. That is, as long as it wasn't a matter of principle, he would basically go along with her. Even Suyin had the rare feeling that the two were quite capable of getting along harmoniously. My son seems to know all about it. Wan Cece has been very smart and obedient in the past few years and has never made Jiang Yu angry. So this was the first time she saw such an angry Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu looks as the kind of very pleasing looks. The neighborhood ants like him. Now the boy's face is still with baby fat, but the smile on the face in the past at this time has completely disappeared. His face tightened as he looked at Wan Cece with more sternness in his eyes, the kind of sternness similar to that of an elder adult looking at a child who doesn't know any better. It was an emotion completely foreign to Wan Cece. Jiang Yu's hand was a little shaky. He looked at Wan Cece's palm. On top of it were a few nails that pierced the skin of her palm, and she just now as if she didn't know the pain. She still held her hand in a death grip. Even she didn't cry out in pain even now. You want to get back at Wang Feng? Putting pegs on the stairs? His voice was cold as he looked towards the oil bottle in the corner. In fact he had just realized that it wasn't even in their house. Presumably Wan Cece took it from Wan Daitian's house. You do realize that people can die if this poorly controlled peg is stuck where it shouldn't be, right? On the stairs, even though the sound is controlled, it still echoes. From downstairs came Su Yin's voice calling out to the two. Little fish, Cece, have you finished? Wan Cece looked like she had suddenly come back to her senses, and reached out in some panic to pull the hem of Jiang Yu's coat, just like when she was a child, but her movements paused for a moment. Her hands were dirty and her brother was wearing white today, and Jiang Yu also avoided it. He was really angry. All along Wan Cece behaved too well. He thought he could more or less influence her over the years, but when he saw the pegs and the oil, he felt he was still too arrogant and taken for granted. Wan Cece is not your average kid. Brother, sorry, I'm wrong. I don't dare in the future. I didn't think to do anything. She scolded aunt and uncle and also scolded you. I just want to give her a little punishment. Suin's footsteps have begun to go up the stairs. Wan Cece's voice is more panicked. Brother, don't want me. Auntie and they will be very disappointed if they know. They will think that I am a bad child. Her eyes reddened as she spoke. She mentioned Suin, Jiang Weiman, Jiang Yu, but only she didn't mention herself. Even revenge is for them, not for themselves. Jiang Yu took a deep breath and turned around without looking at her. Keep up, since it doesn't hurt, hide it well and don't get caught. Then striding down the stairs. Mom, help me with my stuff. I'm not done moving mine. Hey, why did you come down from up there? Where's Cece? You help me move it. Wan Cece is probably off being lazy. You think Creek is you, likes to be lazy. It was obviously almost winter, but Wan Cece felt her back was soaked, and she didn't know if it was because of pain or fear. Fear. Jiang Yu didn't want her when he found out. Chapter 15, not a tender little white flower, but a cannibal flower? Wan Cece watched Suin and Jiang Yu as they carried the boxes down one after the other. Jiang Yu even glanced in her direction before going down. Nguyen Cc was even more weak. She took 2 steps to go downstairs. She had to take care of the wound on her hand. Otherwise John Yu might get even more angry later. And he can't let Auntie and the others find out. After taking 2 steps down, Ruan Cc glanced at the bottle of oil in the corner, or walked over and poured the oil on the last 3 steps of the staircase, then went back with the bottle. Ruan Cc's nature is like this. Vindictive. The peg is seen by Jiang Yu dare not put, but the oil bottle could have been accidentally kicked over by someone else. What does it have to do with her? It's a cheap shot for this bunch of broken mouths. In fact, to put it mildly, Suin's family is actually a bit out of place with the people in this neighborhood. Most of the people in this neighborhood are some of the lower strata of society workers. When this side of the neighborhood is really because of the cheap so sell fast, you have to say that the cultural quality of the people here is really not necessarily. And even now there are still some people who feel that the child can recognize some words on the line. Early out to make money is the most important. Like Wan Dai Tian. A lot of such people, but they are still some of the sanity is not crazy. In fact, the quality is not very high. The quality is not very high. Not to say that there aren't quality, good people out there. Of course there are, but at least it's more of a non-issue for them in this building more than anything else. But Suin was a teacher and Jiang Weiman was a doctor, and both of them were considered to be of the highly qualified kind. When the couple was pregnant with Suin, they didn't have much money and chose to move in to have a home here as well. The price of housing over here wasn't that high compared to other properties at that time, and the 2 of them didn't have any other family members, just a young couple who moved in. There was a lot of talk about it when it first came in. The main thing is that the 2 men's temperament just doesn't fit in with the city's atmosphere over here. The couple's good temper was quick to get along with everyone, but everyone else has lived over here together for decades. Suin also do not like and do not have time to participate in their gossip chat, naturally have no time to get on good terms with them. That's why they didn't talk about Jiang Yu and his family behind their backs about Wan Cc in the first place. At first I thought they were stupid. What's with the soft heart? It's not like we're all starving Wan Cc to death with 1 bite of rice each. Being a good Samaritan doesn't end well. Later this is jealousy. Think Suin they took advantage of a big advantage. Maybe a few $100,000 a year. And then all sorts of bad things were said about their family. People are very complicated creatures. Seeing you having a bad time their sympathy is real. But seeing you having a good time, jealousy is also real. In fact, Ruan Cc knows that every year Chinhui will give 2 or 3 million. Enough for tuition, food and drink. The rest is actually not much. Not to mention Suin and the others won't even touch the money. Ruan Cc hated this place. Even though her bones were the same as these selfish and despicable people who couldn't see the good in people, she tried so hard to fit in with Jiang Yu's family, to escape from here. Ruan Cc was taken down by Jiang Weiman after he treated his wounds. The family went to their new home together in a moving van. Suin was still in a good mood, except she noticed that the 2 kids seemed to be having a fight. Ruan Cc glanced at Jiang Yu from time to time, her expression looking pitiful, but Jiang Yu wasn't even looking at her. It's real anger, the anger that never existed before. Angry and not wanting to care if she'd taken care of her wounds yet. He had long ago discovered that Ruan Cc was fond of the method of killing 1,000 enemies at the expense of 800. It's like when she drugged him in her last life, and actually knew the drug was faulty. She still stripped herself naked and climbed up. Obviously all she wanted to give herself at first was a sleeping pill, and ended up losing himself. Another example is when he accidentally crunches. She calms down emotionally and then crunches with him. What's all this? Jiang Weiman opened his mouth at his daughter-in-law's gesture. Little fish, next week is exam week, right? After the exams, it's New Year's Eve. If you do well Dad will give you a reward. Ruan Cc spoke carefully. Jiang Yu will definitely be able to do well on the exam. Uncle, he wants that basketball. I don't want it. Jiang Yu spoke coldly. Oh, exempt. Jiang Weiman exchanged a glance with his daughter-in-law, and then glanced at Ruan Cc, who had her eyes downcast and didn't speak. Finally, he looked over at his exasperated son, who, you can't tell, was quite intimidating with his taut face. So what kind of gift do you want? Jiang Weiman said good-naturedly. Your mom said last night that you want to learn to swim? I'll take you there? Jiang Yu actually knows how to swim. He did in his last life. But isn't it true that he hasn't learned yet in this life? It wouldn't be right if she somehow knew how to do it. That's why they say they want to learn. After all, he does prefer swimming to basketball. At this point he finally looked at his dad. Really? Suin was relieved to see her son finally pick up the conversation and took the opportunity to say, bring Cc along. Jiang Yu laughed twice. Where does she need it? What wouldn't she? It's all going to be thinking about revenge with pins. Ruan Cc's big eyes rolled a few times and whispered in an airy voice. I don't know how to. Jiang Yu looked at her pitiful appearance and became angry. Suin reached out and put her arm around Ruan Cc. Cc is fine. What did you 2 argue about again? Ruan Cc glanced at Jiang Yu, hesitated, and opened her band-aided palm. Maybe it's because I'm injured. You still know that. Jiang Yu glanced at her already treated palm. Still understand and know how to handle it on their own. If it was still that bloody mess, Jiang Yu really doubted that he would be able to resist smacking the child. Hey, how did you get it? Suyin and Jiang Weiman both looked at her palm. Ruan Cece, however, didn't say anything and just looked at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, still muffled. She spoke. She got the pegs herself by accident. What else can you say? Tell his mom that you're not carrying a soft white flower. You're carrying a cannibal flower? Jiang Yu was depressed. Of course he could see that Ruan Cece was doing it on purpose, deliberately talking halfway and letting him do the rest. It's tentative and careful, but Jiang Yu admitted that he still had a soft heart. Though I know she's no slouch when it comes to punishing people with pins. She was 11 years old, not a child, and naturally she knew that studs could make people see blood, which was no small hit, but she went ahead and did it anyway. Jiang Yu thought about what she said, mentioning everyone but herself, and before that, when she first came to his house, Chihan pushed him down, and Ruan Cece held a brick in that vicious way. Jiang Yu, more depressed, in the end is raised for so many years, cannot be soft? Suyin and Jiang Weiman were still concerned about Ruan Cece's hand. Ruan Cece all apologized obediently and promised that she wouldn't dare to do so in the future. The new home was nothing new as they had actually been here a long time ago. Jiang Yu wanted to help clean up but his parents drove him back to do his homework. Then he saw Ruan Cece, who was carrying her school bag and looking at him good-naturedly. Brother, can I do my homework with you? Jiang Yu, chapter 16 next time. He won't find out. Jiang Yu didn't say anything, just withdrew his eyes. Ruan Cece stood in the doorway and hesitated for a moment before finally tentatively walking into his room. Seeing that Jiang Yu still didn't look at her but didn't tell her to go out, Ruan Cece's heart let out a sigh of relief. These years were enough for her to understand Jiang Yu's temper and bottom line, and she also knew that what she had just said to him on the stairs was enough to soften his heart. Jiang Yu is the most innocent and gullible person she's ever met, because Auntie Sue and Uncle Jiang protected him so well, and because he was surrounded by goodwill. Such a Jiang Yu made the young Ruan Cece jealous because she couldn't get it for herself. It also makes the current Ruan Cece want to be protective, because it's only with him that she feels like she can pretend to be just like him. So she wanted to protect Jiang Yu and didn't want to make him angry. Ruan Cece pulled out a chair and sat next to Jiang Yu, to facilitate their studies. Both had long desks and 2 chairs in their rooms. The room layout was the same, and Ruan Cece knew that Jiang Weiman and Suyin really wanted to make themselves feel like they were the same as Jiang Yu. Brother, I won't be so impulsive in the future, but I can't stand it when they say bad things about you behind your back. Ruan Cece's face was pressed into her hands, lying on the table and looking pitifully at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu could hear that she was apologizing, but there was nothing to apologize for. I'm asking you, Ruan Cece. Jiang Yu's face remained serious. What if you meet someone like Wang Feng again in the future? You retaliate every time? Or the reckless kind? Nguyen Cece was silent for a moment. If it really was as foul-mouthed as she is about you guys, I'd still do it. Her voice was low and tinged with obstinacy. It's not okay to talk about any of yours. It's just not okay to hurt y'all. Jiang Yu looked at her, not daring to look at herself, inexplicably tired. Ruan Xiaoxi. He reached down and lifted her head up, stared at her and said seriously, you should have fought back if you were trying to protect yourself. But the first thing you did wrong today was to let yourself get hurt knowing you had a peg in your hand. Ruan Cece froze. Wasn't the first thing she did wrong that she shouldn't have gotten the idea of revenge? The second is that you can retaliate, but should not be reckless. Wang Feng is certainly angry, but she is not a person who is considered to be a great traitor. You this nail, not to say whether it will take her life, if you poke the eyeballs and so on. She as far as? Nguyen Cece's mind was thinking as far as it went, but she didn't dare to say anything, knowing that her standards of judgment were different from those of a normal person, so she kept silent. Third, Ruan Xiaoxi, you talked about our family but not yourself. Obviously you were hurt the most. Remember, no matter what, put yourself first, especially protect yourself. Remember? Ruan Cece looked at Jiang Yu, who had a cold face, but her eyes became gentle. She reached out and touched her heart position. Sure, by the way, protect me and don't hurt me, Jiang Yu added dryly. After all, he was really quite innocent in his last life. Can't emphasize it enough? Ruan Cece suddenly smiled, then nodded. I know. I'll protect you and never hurt you. In exchange, Jiang Yu, you'll belong to me forever. Jiang Yu looked at her, look a little worried. He did not have younger siblings in his last life. He also does not like children, really do not know how to raise children. Before also a little confident. After all, she has been good all these years. Good is really good, but today's incident let his self-confidence is not at all. What did you originally plan to do today? Jiang Yu was still a little curious when he thought about what he saw today. Ruan Cece gave him a hesitant look, not knowing whether to say anything or not. Get out if you don't. Jiang Yu glared at her. Nguyen Cece was ferocious, also only dared to low voice and quickly said, in the last 2 stairs to get oil. In front of the front to put $50. She so like to take advantage of the presumably see the money will not pay attention to the stairs. Wait, where are the pins? Jiang Yu interrupted her. It's impossible to leave the peg in your hand, right? Nguyen creak creak. Jiang Yu just looked at her. Nguyen Cece said vaguely, oil will make her slip. The pegs go under the stairs, and her butt or hands should. Jiang Yu understood. He looked at Ruan Cece, who was too weak to look at himself at the moment, reached out and pressed her head, rubbing her hair messily like an older brother, his voice a bit gritted. Ruan Cece, next time I'll beat you up, he whispered. If mom finds out, she'll hang you and beat you. Ruan Cece, however, knew that it wouldn't. That Aunt Sue would hang Jiang Yu and beat him, but it wouldn't do that to her. The only one who wholeheartedly felt exactly like him in this house was Jiang Yu, and yet she had been satisfied. Jiang Yu, call brother. How can you call me brother when there's something wrong with you? Brother, do you care about me for the rest of my life? Who's happy to mind you? The boy's voice was breathless, but the emotions in his eyes mellowed at the sight of the smile on the girl's face. The winter sun was also warm, casting in through the clear glass and landing on their writing desk. The bright red grades of the papers on the desk are clearly separated. 89 in math and 98 in language. Ruan Cece smiled and said, Aunt Sue said she'd beat you up if you didn't get into the first grade, so why don't I help you with the questions? Jiang Yu, life is not easy. Think he 211 graduate college students actually need to ask an elementary school student math? Humiliating. But getting spanked is more humiliating. So tell me about the last 2 big questions and I'll listen. Suyin walked to the door with the strawberries and saw the 2 men who came together to look at the papers, mentally relieved that this was reconciled. She and Lao Jiang had been overly concerned. Kids don't have any conflicts. She took one last look at the strawberries and quietly turned away. They could be eaten later. There weren't many chances for a brat to be willing to learn. When Jiang Yu was eating at dinner, he heard the news that Wang Feng seemed to have fallen when she went down the stairs. Because the other person said there was oil on the stairs said it was done by Suyin who just moved today and they called and cursed. The good-tempered Suyin just asked back, is there any evidence? And why are we doing this? Idle and panicked? Or did you do something behind your back that deserves us to do this? Finally the other person cursed and hung up. Suyin rolled her eyes. What is all this? It's inexplicable. But she wouldn't have offended anyone, right? How come there's oil on the stairs? Jiang Yu secretly glared at Ruan Cece. Ruan Cece gave him an innocent look, but neither said a word. Just when he went back to rest at night, Jiang Yu reached out and knocked Ruan Cece's head, using a bit of force kind of. Next time I'll beat you up. Nguyen Shishi dutifully oh so quietly. I'm sure he won't find out next time. Finally Ruan Shishi before entering the room heard Jiang Yu say, don't always be afraid. Will not want you. From the moment you are accepted into the house and you intend to take care of you, you are not really unwanted. Not even if you're angry. Chapter 17 also always have to learn to protect me. Ah, you did not say you want to protect me? With Jiang Yu's words Ruan Shishi was like a cat that had been soothed by its master and was content. There wasn't a lot of fuss back there. As for Wang Feng did not dare to call again to make trouble. There is an old neighborhood. Stairwells are even more unlikely to have monitoring these. Previously, it was Suyin and the others who felt it was safer to install surveillance, which was for the elderly and children. But at that time, a group of women led by Wang Feng insisted that it was useless to pretend these, saying that they had no money and did not pretend. It actually doesn't cost much to level out a home. Anyway, she didn't end up pretending, and now she's just going to have to own up to it if she falls on her own. I heard that I was in bed for over a month and only got out of bed before New Year's Eve. This year's winter vacation, Jiang Yu because of the final exam did well, managed to get the opportunity to go to learn swimming. You can't say that he really knew how to swim in his past life, but let's just say that this little body is new, and he has to learn it all over again. Originally, Ruan Cece was going to go too, but she was shoved off to learn sparring by Jiang Yu. This Ruan Cece this kind of life-threatening revenge method. Jiang Yu is also worried about and she's pretty, and she'll only get prettier in a couple years when she grows out of it. Jiang Yu felt like she was raising a daughter, always worrying about everything. Suyin thought at first, if you want to learn to swim, you should learn together, and this is divided into 2 places. Jiang Yu is signaling her to look at Ruan Cece's face. She mustn't learn to protect herself? Suyin froze. Then you protect your sister. I would, but what if I happen to be away? She mustn't have the ability to defend herself? Jiang Yu asked rhetorically. Ruan Cece was almost killed by Ruan Daitian in the 6th grade in her last life, and before Jiang Yu just thought it was a thing, just a thing you hear about and forget about it. But not anymore. This is Ruan Cece. Even though Ruan Daitian went in this life, Jiang Yu still wanted Ruan Cece to be able to learn to defend herself. At the very least, it's the ability to cope and run away when you're being bullied. You can't always be there for her. You need to let her learn to help herself. This was also what Jiang Yu told Wan Shishi. Otherwise she just wanted to follow Jiang Yu all the time. Later Jiang Yu also said, "You also always have to learn to protect me." Well, you did not say you want to protect me? It was only then that a reluctant Wan Sisi finally agreed. The two learned swimming and sparring in different places, but every time Wan Sisi comes to Jiang Yu after practicing, and then they go home together. Their family basically stays home as a family on New Year's Eve, except for a little walk to friends. The point is that Dr. Jiang sometimes has to be on duty, so usually it's just Suyin with the two kids at home. Jiang Yu grew up knowing that his dad was an orphan and grew up in an orphanage, so he didn't have many relatives to go to. As for his mom, Suyin doesn't seem to be a local, but when Jiang Yu asked when he was a child, Suyin just fell silent for a moment and said she didn't have much family left. In fact, Jiang Yu felt that his mother should have something to hide from him, but it does not matter. Their family is also living a good life. So the mother said there is no chanting. There's also an advantage to this family environment in that you don't have to explain to too many people what's going on with Nguyen Creek. It was only in this life that Jiang Yu finally realized why his parents had tried to help Ruan Sisi from their previous life and dared to bring Ruan Sisi home despite knowing that Ruan Daitian was crazy. Ruan Sisi's grandmother was still alive when they first moved over here. One day when Jiang Weiman came home from work on duty, he encountered a group of people who robbed. Before that side of the neighborhood environment is really bad. That time Jiang Weiman directly gave money, but the other party is also estimated to drink a little, or take a knife to stab Jiang Weiman, and then see blood before running away. It was Grandma Ruan, who went shopping, who called the police for an ambulance to save Jiang Weiman. Grandma Ruan was a very nice old man. Of course Jiang Yu had heard all this from his parents, saying that the old man knew his son was not a thing. When she was still alive, she could still take care of some things, but when she was no longer alive, she thought that if Mr. Su and Dr. Jiang had time, they could help her take care of her daughter-in-law and her little granddaughter. Unfortunately this old man died when Jiang Yu and the others were just over a year old. Jiang Weiman also stopped Ruan Daitian from committing violence many times in the back, so at that time Chen Hui would often hide at Jiang Yu's in their house, and the two kids played together at that time. But this is, after all, a family matter. Chen Hui can't keep taking her daughter and not going home, and usually Su Yin and the others have to go to work. Things like domestic violence. Can we do that? Su Yin sighed at that time, reaching out to touch Wan Shishi's head. Your mom was scared of being beaten. She's been in the hospital many times. You, don't blame her too much. She was also tricked by your father in the beginning. Ruan Sisi just smiled and didn't say anything at the time, but Jiang Yu muttered in a low voice. Then why couldn't she take Ruan Xiaoxi when she escaped? She was only a few years old at that time. She could have been fed with a mouthful of rice, but Chen Hui didn't turn her head back. And even later, when things got better, she wouldn't come back to see Ruan Sisi. Su Ying couldn't pick up on that at the time. In the end, this topic was turned away by Ruan Sisi on her own initiative. After the new year they'll be 12 and ready for middle school. Jiang Yu is still on the examination of the primary school. After all, his mother even bought the house next to the first middle school. If he did not get in, really will be beaten. The good thing is that he still has good grades in the end. He can't fail the elementary school exams, can he? The two succeeded in getting into the first school. Then Chen Hui came once and she was pregnant, brought gifts for both, a cell phone and a tablet each, said it was a promotion gift for them. That's kind of a big gift. If it were an ordinary child, they would have died of happiness. But Jiang Yu and Wan Sisi's reactions were flat. This made Chen Hui a little embarrassed. Suyin probably saw it and told them to go back to study, but did not help push the gifts. Even if you help push Jiang Yu's, Ruan Sisi definitely doesn't want it. But in Suyin's opinion, Chen Hui hasn't come to see Ruan Sisi for more than 3 years. It's only right to bring her a gift. Now Jiang Yu, because of his efforts to learn to swim and go play basketball, is finally equal to Ruan Sisi in height, and it seems to have begun to draw stripes, and the flesh on my face is slowly fading. As for Ruan Sisi, now also began to grow. According to this trend Jiang Yu always feel that in junior high school he still cannot grow her. Somewhat heartbreaking, but in his last life he had all 181, and when he met Ruan Sisi she was supposed to be around 165 despite her long legs. Ahem. But, Jiang Yu glanced at the girl beside him. This life nutrition to keep up. She is now 163. In the future will not really higher than him, right? Brother? What are you looking at? The person who had been working on the problem suddenly spoke, her voice faint but soft, and those beautiful fawn eyes looked over. Jiang Yu was shy even after being discovered, meeting her eyes and asking, "You're not curious about what your mom came to say?" Chapter 18, she's just a hurt little girl. It makes sense to sleep with her brother, doesn't it? Ruan Sisi is not curious. What else can I say? Just that I shouldn't bother her? Look at that belly showing. If I'm not wrong, she'll probably leave behind a sum of money this time, enough for me to go to college. And then later on, she'll want to stop coming and cut off contact with me completely, right? Her voice was light, like she was talking about nothing. It was also like in the usual lectures with Jiang Yu. No, she was all soft when she was talking to Jiang Yu, but her tone was really cold when she mentioned Chen Hui. Jiang Yu was surprisingly rendered speechless for a moment. He was silent for a moment and said dryly, "Ha ha ha, you know quite a bit." Jiang Yu couldn't say anything else to comfort him because he also felt that Chen Hui was someone who would do such a thing. After all, she really hadn't visited Wan Sisi once in the past 3 years or so. Jiang Yu's heart thumped when he just looked at that big belly of hers. What's going on here? Neither of them mentioned it again, but quietly began to preen. After all, they were going to start their first year in a while, and the textbooks and questions were all given by Suyin. Suyin is a teacher in the junior high school section of the first middle school, and she hopes that the two will not fall behind in their grades. With her staring at him, Jiang Yu felt that he didn't dare to fall at all. Is there anything more terrifying than the possibility that your own mom might turn out to be your homeroom teacher later? He could only pray that his mom really wasn't so heartless. In her last life, Ms. Su was not able to become Jiang Yu's homeroom teacher, because in her last life, Jiang Yu was 3 points short of being admitted to the first middle school. In the end, using the privileges of some of our school teachers' children, it was barely tucked in, and it cost a lot of money. However, when the classes were divided, they were divided according to grades, and Jiang Yu's score was not high at that time, and she was in the back of the line. As for Suyin, people only take the top class. In this life, Jiang Yu scored well in the exams, mainly because there is a Wan Sisi by his side. He always felt that he was too bad in the exams, a little bit of loss of face. Besides, he's living again. He can't really be still swinging for the fences like that. In this life he should be ranked and scored enough to be in the top class anyway, which means there's a good chance the homeroom teacher is his mom. Fear. JPG. Jiang Yu's side casually drew a Q version of a picture of a child being violently beaten on his notebook when the sound of the door opening and closing came from outside. I guess Chen Hui is gone. Jiang Yu immediately stood up and said to Ruan Sisi with a serious face, "Let me go wash a fruit for you." Ruan Sisi watched him turn and walk out the door, wanting to sigh. This reason, not a good one to find. After all, Jiang Yu usually commanded Ruan Sisi to wash the fruits. Jiang Yu was just saying that casually, not really intending to wash it. He walked out to a familiar sight, an extra card on the desktop. All those things Chen Hui brought are still sitting on the table. Suyin looked over furiously when she heard the voice, and her face did not look good. Seeing that it was Jiang Yu's relieved feeling, he beckoned to him, "Come here, little fish." Jiang Yu walked over and took a look at the card, and then took a look at those things. The anger in his heart was a bit overwhelming. "Did you drop the card and say that you won't be in contact in the future?" Suyin looked at him with some surprise. It's about the same. Saying that if there's nothing going on, don't get in touch. This money is for Sisi, middle school and high school to college. $300,000. It's true that it's not less, and normally it should be enough. This normal is nothing unexpected, but Suyin was just angry. Angry that Chen Hui was so impatient to cut ties with Ruan Sisi. Her heart ached for Ruan Sisi. Jiang Yu is also heartbroken. Ruan Sisi is obviously very well behaved, very smart and very pretty, but they won't even see this. Chen Hui just didn't even look at Ruan Sisi more than once. Both mother and son were silent for a moment. Suyin reached out and touched Jiang Yu's head. "Little fish, Sisi, from now on it's just us. Over the years Mom knows she's been a little strict with you, but Mom just wants you all to be good, grow up healthy, and preferably become even better." Jiang Yu laughed a little. "Mom, I know, it's fine. This matter, don't tell Ruan Xiaoxi about it." His voice was lowered. "Chen Hui hasn't been coming for so many years anyway. It doesn't matter if she doesn't come in the future. Just don't let Ruan Xiaoxi know that her mom might actually be planning to never have anything to do with her ever again." Although she was so smart that she might have guessed it, but as long as she didn't admit it, it was just a guess. Suyin sighed. Good. Neither of them noticed that the door to Jiang Yu's room was actually left open. Ruan Sisi gently closed the door to her room, not finding it hard to accept in her heart. "But I wonder if he'll go soft tonight if he takes the opportunity to ask to come and sleep with his brother." Ruan Sisi looked towards Jiang Yu's bed with longing in her eyes. "Well, she's just a hurt little girl. It makes sense to sleep with her brother, right? Unreasonable." Jiang Yu kicked her down. "And they're both going to middle school. Men and women are different. Don't even think about it." Even though Nguyen Sisi pitifully said she was just a little lonely. Then Jiang Yu laughed, tugged her back to her room, opened the door. The room is decorated in a very girlish style. It is the doll on her bed is a little out of place. On it are all kinds of superheroes, mythological characters, Doraemon, Magic Sakura. Jiang Yu pointed to the 7 gourd dolls. "I just bought this one for you," he said, glancing at Ruan Sisi. "You're still afraid? I'm calling my mom." Ruan Sisi silent look at their bed dolls. She, in order to be a good child of unity and love, also went to the good friend Lu Chi's home to play. People's are Barbie dolls, all kinds of cute stuffed animals. But it's okay. Hers are cute too. Jiang Yu bought these for her. Ruan Cece knew that tonight was out of the question, and lost her voice with an "Oh, okay, I know. Good night, brother," he said, and gave Jiang Yu a sweet smile. "It's okay, just feel your way over there yourself when he's asleep and come back in the morning before he gets up." Anyway, Jiang Yu was asleep, the kind that wouldn't even react to an earthquake, about the same as falling into a coma. Before Jiang Yu went to bed that night, he always felt something was wrong. The main thing was that Ruan Cece gave up too quickly today. He was a little uncomfortable. If she had been pampered and cute before, she would have used everything. Today was overly smooth. He was surprisingly a little uncomfortable. But Jiang Yu's sleep quality was really good, lying down and thinking for a while before getting sleepy. It didn't take long to fall asleep. No one in the family knows that the door to the room next to Jiang Yu opened gently at 1 o'clock in the morning. Ruan Cece came in and stood by the bed for a while looking at Jiang Yu before finally going quietly to bed. Just lying down near Jiang Yu, the boy instinctively reached out and wrapped his arms around the thin body. Nguyen Cece gave a silent smile, her eyes gentle. "In my heart, I said, good night, brother." Chapter 19, Sister and Brother Control. Jiang Yu knew nothing about it. He only knows that his body also do not know how to do. Every time you sleep or sleeping, especially dead, before the 10-year-old earthquake in the middle of the night, home beds are shaking. A family of people are awake. He huffed and puffed to sleep. His dad, Dr. Jiang, thought there was something wrong with him and took the time to take him to the hospital for a checkup. It turned out that nothing happened, and the simple child slept well without any preoccupation. Ruan Cece ran over quietly every morning after doing the questions, woke up at 5 in the morning and touched back to his room. Suyin woke up at 5:30. Hardly. It's been like this for over a year, and not a single person in the family has noticed. Now that they're in middle school, Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece are still in the same class. Shihan and Zhou Xianxian were also in the same class as them. The four of them are quite happy to meet their acquaintances at the beginning of the school year. But of course, Ruan Cece is actually happy on the surface, but not happy at all in her heart. In contrast, she preferred Jiang Yu to have only her in his eyes, and that would give her no reason to be at the same table as Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu sat with Shihan, and Ruan Cece could only be at the same table with Zhou Xianxian. The two of them sat together and became one of the most beautiful sights in the class. Originally, when Ruan Cece was still dirty in elementary school, Zhou Xianxian was the prettiest little girl in their school. Then a Ruan Cece came out, and Zhou Xianxian wasn't the prettiest anymore, but she was the second prettiest. The age of middle school is supposed to be a more sensitive, lovey-dovey age. Little boys also like to discuss privately which girls look good. Some of the worse ones even talk about body image and such. Jiang Yu had always stayed out of such topics. He wasn't really a child, but he still knew that there were a lot of young boys who liked Ruan Cece. The girl was pretty and had good grades, and although she was a bit cold, she wasn't completely uncaring. Everywhere attracts little boys anyway. Jiang Yu was even a bit relieved. That is, he felt that this group of young boys still had a good vision. By the time he got to his new school, there weren't many people who knew about Ruan Cece's family situation. All people know is that Ruan Cece called Jiang Yu brother, and the two lived together. So many people thought they were related. Nguyen Class Flower and Class Flower her brother. Jiang Yu is her brother. Jiang Yu instantly has many younger brothers. Open Mouth is brother. Most of them were thinking of getting along with Jiang Yu and then inquiring about Ruan Cece, to which Jiang Yu came to one and punched one. One's hard-earned little cabbage, no one can beat her up. They Ruan Xiaoxi's grades are so good. One by one. Don't try to have an early love affair with her. Finally, when it came to their second year, everyone knew that Jiang Yu in the third class of the second year was a sister controller. Coincidentally, Nguyen Cece is also a brother controller. It's not a family. Cece, you're not going to watch Jiang Yu play soccer? Zhou Xianxian asked in a low voice as she lay on the desktop staring at the girl who was writing a paper. At the sight of her delicate and beautiful side face, again wanted to give himself 2 slaps. How could he be so indebted when he was a child? Cece is so pretty, how dare you bully her? Ooh-hoo, Zhou Xianxian, you're so inhuman. SSSHHHH. Lu Chi is right. It's good to see more beautiful women. Ruan Cece's pen tip lurched as she looked sideways at Zhou Xianxian. Didn't he say he doesn't play? The one that says he's going to go skate around for a while and then come back and do the rolls. Auntie Sue said that if we don't finish these 3 papers today, we'll have to smoke Jiang Yu. Oh, Junior 3, a boy ran to him and said to play a game. If Jiang Yu lost, to help send you a love letter. At first Jiang Yu did not take care of them, said they have something not to play, but also not to take you bet. As a result, that group of people stopped Jiang Yu and they wouldn't let go. Zhou Xianxian spoke in a tone full of disgust. Do they think this behavior is cool? Childish as hell. And she had just seen it. Those guys were crooked where they were worthy of their Cece. Ruan Cece heard the point, but, oh, because she Jiang Yu was embarrassed? Snapped. The pen was gently placed on the desk or made a soft sound in the quiet, empty classroom. Go check it out, Nguyen Cece said, already standing up. It's the time in the afternoon when school and late study halls empty out for breaks, so most of the classroom has run out to eat or do something. The classroom wasn't very crowded. Zhou Xuanxuan's eyes lit up when she saw that she was finally going out, and she lovely went to watch the fun. Immediately stood up and reached for Nguyen Cece's arm and said hurriedly, go go go. On the way there Nguyen Cece passed by the kiosk and even stopped to buy an ice water. Jianyu definitely needs to drink when he's sweating from playing soccer. When we got to the basketball courts there were basically no empty courts, and one of them was particularly crowded with people gathered around it. Zhou Xianxian pointed to the most crowded court. That's it. You really don't say. Jiang Yu and Chihan are quite popular. She said this in a completely gossipy tone, and was also looking over there curiously, so naturally she didn't notice Nguyen Cece's face sinking. Now she had realized that her possessiveness towards Jiang Yu was a bit abnormal. Normally, although she tried to act normal, she was still too young to control her emotions very well. Right now, for example, she hated hearing how popular Jiang Yu was, and she hated the way the boys and girls surrounded him. Jiang Yu's face was a bit cold at this time, and his arm was a bit numb from being hit just now. A couple of those guys who claimed to be their seniors were playing really dirty. Originally, Jiang Yu really didn't want to fight. He was just tired of doing papers and came out to sneak around a bit to buy some snacks for Wan Xiaoxi. I saw Chihan and the others playing and came over to say hello. It resulted in a traffic stop. He didn't intend to take care of it when he was stopped, but it turned out that the other side said that the ball was not going to be played. He was directly released from school to stop Nguyen Cece. This Jiang Yu got annoyed. In his eyes these were stumbling blocks that prevented Ruan Shishi from growing up to become the flower of the motherland. So it was a fight, and it turned out that the group played dirty and didn't even try to fight properly. Lu Shi, the physical education committee member of the class, glanced worriedly at Jiang Yu who was rubbing his shoulders. Brother Yu, is everything alright? Jiang Yu glanced at him and shook his head. It's fine. Everyone else in the class could see clearly that these people were targeting Jiang Yu, bumping into people and stomping on their feet in an endless stream of behavior. Originally as a young and vigorous young man, if not Jiang Yu blocked Chihan with people are going to rush over. The group across the street was still laughing. The leader of the Li Ziwen proudly asked, is it still possible, students? If not, you'll have to bring this letter back to me. With that, he pulled a crumpled piece of paper out of his own pocket. The boy beside him smiled cheekily. Are we going to call Ruan Cece little sister-in-law next time we meet? The group of boys all started laughing. Jiang Yu's face became cold and stern. The ball in his hand in front of them a smash, quite strong, bang sound although it did not hit the people but also let their laughter stopped. Jiang Yu looked at them and laughed a bit. Go on, you're starting to get inflated after only winning by 3 points? He stared at Liz Man and said, don't forget there's still a half to go. Chapter 20 The strong brother is really greasy. The second half had just begun when Wan Cece and Zhou Xianxian approached. Li Ziwen with people with the same as before slammed into Jiang Yu. This time he had defense also did not hide. Directly in the other party crashed up when the elbow to the other waist and abdomen slammed up. Liz Man cried out in pain and shouted. Jiang Yu held the ball in her hand and turned her head to smile at him. Senior, I'm sorry La. A few steps forward for a perfect 3-point shot. You're ing playing dirty? Li Ziwen was clearly enraged. Jiang Yu just junior high school, height in the boys in the middle. 173. In a group of basketball playing boys is even more inconspicuous. After all, Chihan and Li Ziwen and all these of them are going 180. Obviously surrounded by such a group of people. But Jiang Yu was hard and didn't panic at all, and it was vaguely obvious that he was the leader. How can I put it? Maybe because the aura on him itself is still a bit different from that of a real teenage boy. This made Li Ziwen look even more upset. Chihan and the boys from their class also walked behind Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu moved his shoulder that had just been numbed by the impact. Who's the one who can't play? Are you the only ones who can foul? Jiang Yu slightly tilted his chin up, looking at Li Ziwen's eyes a little cold. If you can play, play well and follow the rules. If you can't afford to play, don't play. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Crazy enough, do you really think that just because people call you brother you really consider yourself a brother? An inch-haired boy beside Li Ziwen cursed with an unclean mouth. Chihan gave a heck of a laugh. He's our brother. What's the matter? The other boys in the class also said, that's right, how about you as a brother? Jiang Yu looked at the ugly Li Ziwen and their voices raised. Just now, but you guys picked a fight first. Can't afford to play as also you guys. Forget it, we honor the old not to bother with you. After saying that, he glanced at Chihan and the others. Let's go. Damn, apologize to me. Li Ziwen's group usually didn't bully many people based on their size and home. At this time, they naturally wouldn't easily suffer. Reaching out to grab Jiang Yu. At this time a basketball slammed over from the side, very fast and in a tricky position, and directly hit Li Ziwen's shoulder. with an asterisk and a bang of a basketball hitting a low sound. Li Ziwen covered his shoulder and took a step back. Both gangs froze for a moment and looked in the direction where the basketball had come crashing down, only to see a girl wearing a school uniform holding a bottle of water slowly walked over. The girl is presumed to have just come out of the classroom. Her face is still wearing the glasses that are usually worn only in class and for doing problems, but even so you can see that the girl's facial features are exquisite and beautiful. She walked to Jiang Yu's side with a cold expression, and basically the gazes of all the boys in the arena fell on her. Ruan Cece, however, didn't seem to feel it, just handed Jiang Yu the ice water in his hand, looked at him sweating and frowned slightly, pulled out a tissue and handed it to him. Jiang Yu naturally took it. Why are you here? In fact, just now he also saw Zhou Xianxian probably know why she came. Should not say, Zhou Xianxian, this girl, really gossipy. Jiang Yu was all a bit speechless. Unlike her cold demeanor, her voice was soft when she spoke to Jiang Yu. Came to see why you haven't come back to write your paper. The boys in their class had gotten used to it a long time ago. After all, in Ruan Cece's eyes boys were probably divided into two kinds, her brother and other boys. But the opposite side of Li Ziwen's party obviously didn't know especially Li Ziwen originally had anger on his face. But he blushed a little when he saw Ruan Cece, and his eyes lit up when he heard her soft voice. I thought she was pretty before, and even prettier up close. It's just that her gentle look at Jiang Yu is a bit of an eyesore. Li Ziwen coughed lightly and spoke in a tugging manner. Ruan Cece, did you lose the basketball just now? Aren't you going to apologize to me? Said also deliberately close a little, or you go with brother to see a movie, this matter is settled. Otherwise, said with a deliberate pause all the way to a hum, Jiang Yu on the sidelines. This strong brother is really greasy. He raised the ice water that Ruan Cece had just given him against the large face that Li Ziwen was about to approach and said sincerely, brother, eat garlic and leek box for dinner, right? This flavor. Also, teeth stuck in leeks. Chi-Han and the others couldn't hold back their ha 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 laughter any longer. Li Ziwen's eyes were full of shock, and the inchworm next to him hurriedly came over to look. Even Ruan Cece covered her nose and mouth with a slight smile. The greasy annoyance of just hearing him call himself brother vanished in an instant. Ruan Cece didn't look at Li Ziwen at a glance, nor did she answer his question. She just reached out and tugged on the hem of Jiang Yu's shirt. Go back. If I don't do my homework, I'll be scolded again tonight. Ruan Cece wanted to shake her head when she thought of the scene every time Jiang Yu was suppressed by Su Yin's bloodline. Jiang Yu was really skinny. Every time Ruan Cece she cannot help the kind of mouth, more or less deserved. A clash on their side would have attracted attention. Just now Jiang Yu's voice is quite loud. Li Ziwen was under the face is naturally ugly, not to mention seeing the way Ruan Cece ignored him the entire time and only talked to Jiang Yu, and he just found the uninsertable vibe between the two obtrusive. So he reached out with a dark face and was about to pull Ruan Cece. You want to leave after smashing me? There's no such thing as a good thing. At this point, he was already annoyed and had completely forgotten about the blush he had just experienced. The occasional laughter coming from the people around him all made him feel like they were laughing at him. Chi-Han and the rest of them were about to curse when they saw Li Ziwen reaching towards Ruan Cece so shamelessly. Only Jiang Yu was calm. Just kidding, practiced sparring for 3 years. Sure enough, Ruan Cece didn't know where to pull out a pen and knocked it directly on Li Ziwen's outstretched hand. The slap made him yelp out loud. It was at this time that Zhou Xianxian brought the head teacher over. Teacher, they're the ones who stopped and didn't give our class back. The director of instruction at their school is named Zhu, a female teacher in her 40s. The looks are the kind that you look stern at first glance, and it's especially fond of catching early love. She had a black face at this time, shouting to the surrounding students who were watching, one by one, go back to the classroom. Class will start soon. The others who were watching muttered and turned away. They wouldn't dare mess with the old pig. It's fierce. Li Ziwen saw panic flash across Director Zhu's face as well. Zhou Xianxian took the opportunity to complain. Teacher, Li Ziwen was just reaching out to grab our Cece. You saw it too. Ruan Cece's grades are very good. From enrollment to now every test has been the first grade, and good looking, but with the boys in addition to Jiang Yu to keep a distance. The two are still the children of Mr. Su's family. Director Chu had always been impressed with her. On the contrary, Li Ziwen had an early love affair with a girl from a foreign school before he got bad grades. The balance in Director Zhu's heart was already skewed. Li Ziwen, are you bullying your classmates again? New book chase reading data is very important. Like Small Fish Creek Big Brother every day to spend some time to chase reading out. Really will raise the book to raise the death of QAQ, before a few books are raised to death. Really do not have the time, can be put on mute listening to the book to chase reading to the latest chapter. The data is not good, I can only pull out. I really like their stories. It. Want to write the end of the QAQ. P.S. Little Fish single rebirth. Not double rebirth. Chapter 21. No, not brother control, but Jiang Yu control. Li Ziwen looked unconvinced. Teacher, Why did you say that I was the one causing trouble as soon as you came here? Didn't you see Ruan Cece just whipped me? I just saw you reach out to the little girl. What's wrong with her smacking you? What's wrong? You don't like it? Then go to the office with me and say it. Director Zhu's tone was a bit cold. He also took the time to say to Jiang Yu and the others, you guys go back to class first. There's still a few minutes left to hit the bell. Jiang Yu and the others were also particularly well behaved in front of Director Zhu, answered in turn to go. Lu Ji even deliberately gave an excessively bright smile to Li Ziwen and the others before he left. Shi Han, on the other hand, said in a manner, bye-bye teacher, bye-bye seniors. Li Ziwen and the others were so angry that their faces were crooked, but Director Zhu was there, they didn't dare to really do anything. The group of boys were quite happy when they went back and complimented Zhou Xianxian for her timely response. Zhou Xianxian reached for Ruan Cece's hand and said happily, actually, it was Cece who told me to find the teacher. Jiang Yu glanced at Ruan Cece, who didn't have her eyes downcast and didn't know what she was thinking at the moment. She would call her teacher. There is progress. He reached for the pen in her hand and casually tossed it in as he passed the trash can. His tone a little slow. Maybe it took on the smell of leeks and garlic. Don't want it. The water sent by Ruan Cece in his own hand was not lost. After all, it's from Ruan Xiaoxi. But Ruan Cece reached out and took away the water in his hand and threw it into the trash can after him. It's dirty. I'll buy you a new one. Then it really trotted to the small supermarket. Zhou Xianxianhei did not call the person. A boy behind him who was playing together muttered enviously, brother you, why is your sister so well behaved? The boys in the class who had seen Ruan Cece turn on Jiang Yu before all thought she was a soft girl. Many boys, however, were also moved to find excuses to hit on Ruan Cece. The result is, hitting a wall. It's the feeling of hitting an iceberg in the middle of summer. The heart soars through the heart. Now even though they're all used to it, they can't help but feel a little envious sometimes. Only Chi Han, who was on the sidelines, gave a heck of a laugh. Ever since he had been hit by Ruan Cece with a brick in elementary school, Chi Han had always felt that Ruan Cece was scary. At that time, although he was really quite indebted, Ruan Cece looked like she wanted him dead at that time. Now Chi Han is in a cold sweat just thinking about it. So even though Ruan Cece has become even more beautiful now, he's still quite afraid of her. Zhou Xianxian heard Chi Han's ha and turned her head to glare at him. What are you ha? Who wouldn't want a sister like Cece? His tone was full of envy, and he couldn't help but glance at Jiang Yu, muttering in a low voice, you're so lucky. It would have been nice if I had picked it up. After going to middle school, not many people knew about Ruan Cece's past, but Zhou Xianxian and Chi Han still knew. At this time, Zhou Xianxian still sighed when Jiang Yu was lucky to pick up Ruan Cece. Chi Han on the side spat, forget you, how much of a bully were you before? That wasn't me being ignorant at the time. Seeing the two arguing again, Jiang Yu was actually used to it. Strange to say, I wonder if it's been a long time since I was reborn. It feels like I'm slowly adjusting to this age, and it's kinda nice to grow up again. Jiang Yu felt that he wasn't as mature and powerful as other reborns either. He used to read novels where people were reborn to speculate and make money or whatever, but Jiang Yu doesn't remember any of these things from his middle school and high school at all. How to say, important on the news, remember a little, but do not understand not to mention junior high and high school stocks and whatnot. He was in junior high and high school. Don't even care about that, thanks. As for the internet company and all that, well, he doesn't know anything about it. And his family is an ordinary family. He can't afford it. He'd probably be the most common reborn, going straight down the path of his last life once again. But there are different. He looked at Ruan Cece, who was running over with water. The wind had blown her hair a little bit. The girl running over with the light on her back was very pretty. He could still hear the voices of the boys in his class exclaiming that her face was really top-notch. Jiang Yu thought, he still did a pretty amazing thing, bringing out this little girl who was having a tough time. Jiang Yu was satisfied with that thought. He was supposed to be a very ordinary and salty person, nothing special, so the mind is also put at ease. It can't be that ordinary people can't live well if they are reborn. Here, Ruan Cece handed him the water in his hand and Jiang Yu took and unscrewed it and put it in her hand. Drink it. What are you doing running so fast? On the side, Lu Ji deliberately wooed. Why don't you bring us a bottle too? Sister. A couple of the boys also made a death wish. That's right. We're classmates. Jiang Yu laughed and cursed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who are you calling sister? Then one person kicked the bucket. The boys jostled forward. Zhou Xianxian once again took Ruan Cece's hand, and every day she just wanted to stick it to her pretty sister. Ruan Cece avoided her hand with some disgust. You touched the water that Jiang Yu wrung out for me. Zhou Xianxian, there's no need to specifically emphasize that Jiang Yu helped you unscrew it. It's really obvious. Cece, you're really a brother controller. Zhou Xianxian exclaimed. Ruan Cece's gaze had been chasing Jiang Yu without moving away, and when she heard her exclamation she just hummed without denying it. She was. No, It's not brother control, it's Jiang Yu control. Jiang Yu was originally pressing Lu Ji to beat him up when he suddenly felt something and turned his head to look behind him. Sure enough, Ruan Sisi was staring at him. What are you looking at? Come over here, class will start in a while. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the class bell rang. The boys who were still jostling ghostly rushed forward. It's math class later. Run, Mr. Su's class. Jiang Yu followed them for a few steps and then turned her head. Ruan Xiaoxi, hurry up. Teacher Su is going to scold me later. Ms. Su is Suyin. Although she is not Jiang Yu their class teacher but the subject teacher. Jiang Yu is still being scolded every day. But it is true that being scolded and under the tutoring of Ruan Sisi, Jiang Yu's weakest math in his last life can be considered to be able to read in this life. At least the kind where you barely have to be at the bottom of the class. He was content. Jiang Yu had thought about following Ruan Sisi to the first high school, and then he could take the opportunity to tell his family that he wanted to study art. He loved his job in his last life and has no intention of giving it up in this one. And he thought about how Nguyen Sisi had basically never worn shorts. He also remembered his last life, the scars that layered her body. So pretty a face, but with hideous scars all over his body. Jiang Yu thought that if she was willing, he wanted to help her cover those scars. Of course, if she's going to take the public exams, forget he said anything. And in this life, Ruan Sisi didn't have a lot of scars on her body, so she could buy her some scar removers. And what little girl doesn't love beauty? Chapter 22, Living Hell. Jiang Yu felt like he was really a bit of a loser. Shouldn't have thought about the wounds on Ruan Sisi's body. I also couldn't avoid thinking about Dada Nguyen that afternoon. Then it was only 2 days later that he actually met the man who was supposed to still be in jail. He was clearly sentenced to 7 years in the first place, and it's only a little over 5 years now. How did he get out? In fact, Jiang Yu didn't have a deep impression of Ruan Dadian, mainly because he hadn't seen him for a long time even in his last life. I've seen it twice in this life when I came back from rebirth, and then he went in. But he still recognized it at once when he saw a man in shabby clothes standing in the doorway of his home neighborhood looking inside. Those eyes were calculating and sinister. The man was tall, and looked thin and a little pale. Just standing there, security guards or vigilant walked over, and then said something to him. The man turned around and ready to leave. Just turn around as if he felt something to Jiang Yu side-swept a glance. Jiang Yu instinctively turned his back. He didn't know what Ruan Daitian was doing here. He only knew that he couldn't let the other party discover him. They had finals in a few days, and he and Ruan Sisi were going to be in their third year of junior high school. This time Ruan Daitian came out. What about Nguyen Sisi? How did he know about this place? He's here to find Ruan Shishi. The moment this thought came out, Jiang Yu's heart went cold. After a while he dared to turn his head, and Ruan Daitian was gone. Ruan Sisi is only 13 now, and her account is still in the same account book as Ruan Daitian. Jiang Yu couldn't help but frown at the thought. He had originally been called out by Suyin to go across the neighborhood to buy that special on oranges. Well, Mr. Su is just so down to earth. There's nothing to think about now, so I turned around and walked back. The first thing Jiang Yu looked at when he walked into the house was in the direction of Ruan Sisi's room. The door was covered. Suyin in the kitchen was a bit surprised. Back? You know that usually when you tell this brat to go out and buy something you can't come back without dawdling for an hour. Seeing that Jiang Yu was returning empty-handed, she just frowned and wanted to say something, but she saw Jiang Yu raise her hand and lightly shushed. Suyin swallowed back the words she was just about to scold him and looked at him suspiciously. Jiang Yu pushed the person into the kitchen and also closed the door. This look made Suyin a little nervous. What's wrong, son? Jiang Yu lowered his voice. I just saw Ruan Dadian outside. The moment these words came out, Suyin's face changed. She frowned and looked at Jiang Yu seriously. Are you sure? I can't be wrong. He's standing right in front of our neighborhood. Jiang Yu's voice was also inevitably more annoyed. Mom, ask the aunts who used to be in the neighborhood. Suyin had already fumbled for her cell phone. After all, after living there for so many years, there must be someone familiar with her. She got a quick reply and looked up at Jiang Yu, her voice a little shaky. He came out early with good behavior. That's not even the point. The point is that Nguyen Dai Tien has actually been back for a few days. It's true that he didn't mean to look for Ruan Sisi at first either. It didn't matter whether he was dead or had run off with someone in his eyes. Nguyen Dai Tien is that kind of person. But on that particular day, when he went down to buy wine, he heard Wang Feng and the girls talking about right and wrong. Mentioned Nguyen Sisi. This group of people were also bored and started talking about how Jiang Yu and his family had taken advantage of them, saying how much money Chen Hui gave them a year to support Ruan Sisi. The last sentence sent by that aunt was, I also saw him go to Wang Feng this morning. Mr. So you guys have to be careful. That Wang Feng person's mouth isn't tight. Jiang Yu now sort of knew how Ruan Daitian had found his way here. Before they moved to the new neighborhood, quite a few neighbors were aware of it. Other people estimated that they were not willing to take care of Ruan Daddy and might not say anything, but Wang Feng was a really bad person to talk to. Suyin sighed. obviously also very worried. This matter first ignore. Mom! Jiang Yu interrupted her in a serious tone. Looking at Su Yin's eyes were also serious. Ruan Daitian, this kind of person you should know better than me. He can't squat over here in the neighborhood, we might be going to school next. Jiang Yu took a deep breath and said in a low voice. When he was in elementary school he once rushed into the classroom and dragged Ruan Xiaoxi by her hair all the way out. His voice paused for a moment. In fact, he originally didn't remember any of this. It was all Chi Han and the others who told him about it. And when he mentioned it they had a complicated expression on their faces. That was also the time that Nguyen Creek started to get isolated. And now, I can't let that happen. Jiang Yu's tone was serious. I don't want him to see Ruan Xiaoxi either. Then, what about now? Suyin was a bit lost in thought by her son's seriousness, and reflexively asked back, then sighed. Mom didn't say no matter. It's just that, I haven't thought of a way. Looking for Chen Hui. Jiang Yu's voice was low. Chen Hui hadn't come since the last time she brought money. She is sparing, when she was not even willing to transfer Ruan Cici's account. Otherwise, they wouldn't be afraid even if Ruan Daitian came over now. In fact, Jiang Yu reminded his parents about Ruan Cici's account after Chen Hui left her card at the door for the first time. At that time, Ruan Daitian went in for a crime, so basically it was easy for Chen Hui, a mother, to transfer Ruan Cici's account. But the reason Chen Hui gave at that time was that her boyfriend didn't know she had a daughter, so she waited a little longer. Then the second time to take the card to the same night Jiang Yu and called Suing called. Chen Hui at that time said it was inconvenient to call back later. The results did not play at all. Suing also counseled that there was no way for them to transfer Ruan Cici's account. Jiang Yu did not expect a delay. Delayed until Ruan Daitian are out of prison. With the eye on the door, this can't be put off any longer. Suing said hesitantly, what can Chen Hui do? She sighed. Does she really care about Ruan Daitian's business when she doesn't even care about how Cici is doing? The corners of Jiang Yu's mouth hooked up, revealing a cold smile that didn't fit his age. Without mentioning Ruan Xiaoxi, just ask her who she thinks Ruan Daitian will look for next when he realizes that we don't have any money here. She's more afraid of Ruan Daitian than us. Suing stared blankly at the familiar eyebrows and eyes in front of her, but the temperament was completely different son. The Jiang Yu in front of her gave her the feeling of excessive unfamiliarity. Small fish. Jiang Yu's irritable mood was suddenly poured like cold water when he heard his mom's hesitant and uncertain voice. He looked at Suing, and sure enough, he saw the skepticism as well as uncertainty in the bottom of her eyes. Jiang Yu's mind turned a few times, then he revealed a bitter smile. Mom, do you think what I just said is feasible? The novels I've read all say this. Sure enough, Suing immediately frowned. Jiang Yu, did you use your cell phone to read the novel of that author of what's his name, Spicy Rabbit Head with a Little Sugar again? Jiang Yu let out a sigh and turned to run. Handsome men, beautiful women, love to look. What's wrong with me looking at it? See if I don't whip you. At this time, Jiang Yu was not expecting Chen Hui to be a stupid Chapter 23. He felt that the person lying beside him looked somewhat like Ruan Cici. Jiang Yu didn't know what his parents told Chen Hui. Anyway, he didn't even see Ruan Daitian wandering around in front of the neighborhood anymore after that. Certainly didn't go to school. Ruan Cici noticed that Jiang Yu has been a bit distracted this time. It's almost the end of the semester. If he doesn't do well, he'll be beaten up again. Ruan Cici was already sensitive to other people's emotions, especially if this person was still Jiang Yu. Something was very wrong with Jiang Yu these days. Basically wherever he went by himself as long as he was alone, Jiang Yu would follow him no matter what he was doing. It was as if he was afraid that she would be left alone, and that was just so wrong. So at this moment, Ruan Cici put down the pen in her hand. Brother. No response. Today, Ms. Su went to deliver a snack to Dr. Jiang, and it was just the two of them at home. Monday will be the final exam. Originally tonight the two said that it is to check the gap, mainly for Jiang Yu's math. Strangely enough, Jiang Yu's grades in other subjects were quite good and stable. Only math is like a roller coaster ride with all the ups and downs. You have to know that Ms. Su is a math teacher. Jiang Yu's grades can often piss her off, but you can't say he doesn't study hard. He does study hard, but he just can't stay steady. Ruan Cici looked at him in front of the questions that he himself had given bets on was not one of them. Sighing, he reached out and pressed his hand against Jiang Yu's. Jiang Yu then came back to his senses. Looking at her hand that was pressed on his hand, he somewhat unnaturally drew his hand away. What's wrong? That should be me asking you. Ruan Cici was used to it. Ever since they moved to their new home, Jiang Yu always disallowed more physical contact between them, and Ruan she couldn't climb into bed as brightly as before. It didn't matter though, she could still climb at night. Jiang Yu always told her that men and women are different. She actually dislikes it. She just likes to stick it to Jiang Yu, but if Jiang Yu didn't like it, she was still very capable of acting. For example, now her heart was very upset, but her tone was still gentle. I'm asking what's wrong with you. Then staring blankly, Jiang Yu glanced at her. The little girl was well raised, her little face was rosy, and her delicate and beautiful features had already grown. Anyway, as far as Jiang Yu was concerned, he hadn't met a better-looking little girl than her at school. Quite a few little boys would come and peek at her, even upperclassmen. There are even more like Li Ziwen who asked Jiang Yu to send love letters to Ruan Cece. Such a good-looking little girl. If Ruan Daitian catches her, Jiang Yu didn't even dare to think about it. Nguyen Daitian wouldn't be considered a person. But after all this time, how come Chen Hui still hasn't transferred Ruan Cece's account? Jiang Yu frowned at this point. Your account book has always been with you, right? Nguyen Cece froze for a moment, but still nodded. Yes, isn't this for enrollment? Otherwise she wouldn't have taken anything that had anything to do with Ruan Daitian. But there's no way. She can't open an account independently yet. Her account is all in one piece with Ruan Daitian's. Jiang Yu mentally cursed a few expletives. If I let you transfer your account with your mom, would you be willing to do it? He looked at Ruan Cece and asked. In fact, he didn't know why. He always felt that Ruan Cece's attitude towards Chen Hui was a bit strange compared to Ruan Daitian. For that matter, she had a very direct hatred for Ruan Daitian, the kind that couldn't wait to get him killed. But there was also hatred for Chen Hui, but it didn't seem to be mere hatred. Anyway, Jiang Yu couldn't see it. After all, in his 2 lifetimes, he really hadn't hated anyone except for Ruan Daitian, who was particularly disgusting. At this moment, he looked at Ruan Cece. Anyway, I've mentioned it before, but you don't seem to care much about it, or even want it? Ruan Cece was silent for a moment, not knowing what came to her mind. A smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, only the smile looked a bit cold. I don't mind. Isn't it true that she hasn't been willing to turn? After saying this she asked, why do you ask? This is too strange. Jiang Yu wouldn't have mentioned this before. What's wrong today? A strange thought flashed through Nguyen Cece's mind that something must have happened. Jiang Yu suffocated. He was not able to hide the words of the people. To the close people to hide the secret is to hide a little. Hide the most recent is probably the secret of their own rebirth. If there's no accident he'll hide it for the rest of his life. After all, he didn't want anyone to know that he died in his last life by immediately winding up dead. Smile. JPG. At this time, he faced Ruan Cece's inquiry and gave an oh so quiet. No, I just thought I'd turn early and be at ease early. Or else it would be troublesome if Ruan Daitian came out at that time. The attitude was so natural that Ruan Cece, who was originally a bit skeptical, felt that she had been overly concerned. She said, Nguyen Daitian isn't coming out so soon, so we'll talk about it then. Sure enough, she didn't want to have anything to do with Chen Hui either. It's a strange pair of mother and daughter. But until the exam was over, Ruan Daitian never showed up again. Suyin inquired with the aunt in her former neighborhood, and they said that Ruan Daitian was still the same as before, drinking and gambling, and returning home once in a while. Nothing looks out of the ordinary. Jiang Yu was a bit skeptical that he had really misread the situation. Slowly also put down the heart. Suyin also said Chen Hui promised to solve this matter. So Jiang Yu was now distracted by another matter. That's right, boys do develop at a certain age and have normal physiological phenomena. For example, dream star. Because Jiang Yu wasn't really a teenager in the first place. He understands this. But the first time came quite suddenly. He was actually somewhat conscious that night. Just half asleep. He just always wondered why there was someone else lying next to him. Seriously, this idea would have been horrible. At first Jiang Yu woke up the next day thinking he was dreaming. While washing his pants, he pondered what kind of dream he was having. Some of them aren't things anymore, because he felt that the person lying beside him looked somewhat like Ruan Cece. This is a real beast. At that time, Jiang Yu also could not imagine that this is not a dream. Is she really lying next to their own So Jiang Yu was a little embarrassed at Ruan Cece for a while there. It wasn't like he thought he was dreaming about her in a dream, or that kind of dreamsome. Hey, it's just kind of awkward anyway. So Ruan Cece's air pressure was low for a while because of Jiang Yu's attitude. At this time, Zhou Xianxian and Lu Qi were holding her hand on one side and talking about the gossip of the students in the class. Nothing more than who's sneaking around with who likes who, and so on. Right, Cece, what kind of boy do you like? Zhou Xianxian suddenly turned her words around and looked at Ruan Cece, who had been silent, with a curious expression. You're so good-looking, you need to be matched with a good-looking one. Lu Qi nodded. That's true. In fact, I don't feel like I've seen anything worthy of Cece at the moment. They're so pretty, why should we like anyone? Ruan Cece couldn't help but frown and ask, isn't our goal now to study hard and get better every day? Chapter 24, Jiang Yu, are you in love? The question caused both girls' voices to catch. Is that the school teacher? Zhou Xianxian came a little closer. Cece, you can't be still unenlightened, right? Don't you have a boy you particularly like? The kind that you feel like being with? They always have heartbeats at their age, don't they? Can't Cece really not care about anything for the sake of her studies, right? Both girls' gazes fell on Wan Cece. She thought for a moment. Yes, I want to be with Jiangyu all the time. She was serious when she said that, but Zhou Xianxian and Lu Qi waved their hands at the same time. Jiangyu doesn't count. Nguyen Cece froze for a moment. Why? The two girls, however, were already discussing. Everyone knows you're a brother controller. You should look at boys other than Jiangyu. But seriously, thinking about Jiangyu is actually okay. It's just that you need to see more. Zhou Xianxian directly concluded. So your kind of brother control is probably not so quick to fall in love. Lu Qi nodded his head in agreement, thinking of how Wan Cece's heart and eyes are all Jiangyu's no matter what. He also felt that the beginning of a love affair is a bit difficult for her. At this time, both of them actually forgot one very important thing. That is, Wan Cece and Jiangyu are not biological siblings, or even a dime of their blood relationship. Actually, it wasn't just Zhou Xianxian and Lu Qi who had forgotten about this. It's the class and no one remembers. They had all instinctively decided they were brother and sister. So watch as Jiangyu helps Wan Cece bring snacks, helps her carry her school bag, waits for her to get out of her OU class, and accompanies her to sparring practice. He was also used to the fact that Wan Cece only had her brother in her eyes, and was indifferent to all the other boys. Playing ball to Jiangyu to send water, secretly help him to write homework, help him to do notes. Someone to find fault will also block in front of Jiangyu. Jiangyu said what she said good. Usually, as long as they're not in the classroom, they're basically Jiangyu's little tail. Brother Yu, did you have a conflict with our sister this while? Lu Ji asked Jiangyu curiously. A few of the boys around them had their hands perked up their ears, and even Qi Han, who had always avoided Wan Cece as much as he could, looked over at Jiangyu. Jiangyu was drinking water, sniffed and coughed a few times, almost choked. Cough cough cough. No contradiction. Why do you ask? You do not take her for a while, and also not allow her to follow you. Lu Ji said with a big grin. Hey, I see our sister's eyes are heartbroken. Pitiful, like a discarded kitten. Qi Han also spoke up on a rare occasion. We're not the only ones who think so. Those girls in the class have also inquired about it. They had been in the same class since their first year of school and hadn't been separated anymore, so the students were quite familiar with each other. Seeing the two so out of sorts, they both thought they were having a falling out. Jiangyu, tell Mr. Su they still have too little homework. He stood up. Almost there. Where's the conflict? And is Wan Cece that pathetic? Jiangyu was a little weak. At the end of the evening class the two still went back together, Wan Cece following him without saying a word. The bus was pretty crowded tonight, more than usual, and a little cramped. The two couldn't avoid leaning in and their bodies would come into contact. Then Wan Cece clearly felt Jiangyu like he was trying to avoid her somewhat. This makes her avoid thinking of what Lu Qi said during lunch. It's that in the future if Jiangyu falls in love, Cece, how sad you have to be. So look outward and look more at other. Jiangyu, are you in love? So keep your distance from her? Thinking of this possibility, the anger and control in Wan Cece's heart abused across her heart. She lowered her head and even brought a little madness into her eyes. Someone had shown Jiangyu favor in elementary school before. She should have known that there were always people trying to steal Jiangyu from her. But no, Jiangyu is hers. Jiangyu looked at her lowered head, shaking appearance, did not hold back a sigh, reached over her hand to her own wrist holding the handlebar. Hold. Wan Cece froze for a moment and reflexively gripped his wrist hard. It was so strong that Jiangyu couldn't help but frown. But Wan Cece still kept her head down. He was a little worried. What's wrong with you? What's with the head down all the time? Not feeling well? Wan Cece just shook her head gently and whispered. It's nothing. She was afraid that if she looked up she would let Jiangyu see the madness in her eyes. She was afraid that Jiangyu would be scared. As she grows older, Wan Cece is more and more aware that she is different from other girls. It's not like they get interested in certain things. They like a certain group or an idol. They like to catch up on TV shows and listen to songs and discuss a lot of things. But Wan Cece felt that those weren't even as interesting as her watching Jiangyu gawk. She was insanely jealous of everyone around Jiangyu, even now to the point where she would find Auntie Sue's closeness with Jiangyu to be harsh. But Wan Cece hides her emotions and tries to be a normal person so that Jiangyu will be willing to be her brother. Now that she's grown up, she also understands the look of fear and disgust on her face the day Jiangyu gave her the marshmallows when she was 8 years old. She couldn't read it before, but now she gets it, so she had to hide it well. Jiangyu felt that Wan Cece was a bit strange, although she finally still tugged on the hem of his coat to go home with him today just like before, but tonight she was particularly silent. This made Jiangyu a little weak. Was he being too obvious in his detachment for a while? Nguyen Cece is already sensitive. Jiangyu looked at the door to her closed room with a somewhat annoyed tsk. I didn't realize I had adolescent angst at my age. Maybe it's because of the troubles. Jiangyu, who always sleeps well, has some insomnia at night. He's an iconic figure who falls asleep. but that night he tossed and turned and just couldn't sleep. It's all about how Ruan Cece doesn't dare to approach him and looks down at him. Jiang Yu was a little deflated and cursed a few words in his heart. Jiang Yu, you are really damned. You are the one with the weak heart. But you make little girls sad and afraid to approach. Jiang Yu thought about going to apologize tomorrow. It was easily almost 1 o'clock before I drifted off to sleep. But sleep was not heavy. So basically when he heard the doorway he woke up immediately. First thought was his dad or his mom coming over to check it out, but as the footsteps approached he clearly sensed something was wrong. He was familiar with the footsteps of everyone in the house, especially his parents, who were pros at getting beaten up for less in the first place. The footsteps that came up to his bedside at that moment were light and not too fast-paced. They were Ruan Cece's. But why is she standing by her bedside in the middle of the night when she's not sleeping? Jiang Yu heard the sound of his heart beating faster. Chapter 25. I wanted to tie him up. Jiang Yu was really feel nervous. There is a person standing by your bedside in the middle of the night without saying anything. You are not afraid? The reason he doesn't open his eyes. Never mind, he didn't know why he didn't open his eyes anyway. It's also a good thing that he didn't open it, because at this moment, Ruan Cece was wearing a cold face, holding 2 ties in her hand, her gaze sweeping over Jiang Yu's exposed wrist. It's tempting to tie him up. That'll keep him in his room, won't it? It doesn't seem to work. There's Auntie Sue and Uncle Jiang at home. Disappointment flashed in Ruan Cece's eyes. Although she didn't have the same feelings and emotions as ordinary people, she did know that Auntie Sue and Uncle Jiang were very good to her. She couldn't just do anything to hurt them, so we can't tie Jiang Yu up either. Thinking so, Ruan Cece was even more disappointed. Just as Jiang Yu couldn't bear to open his eyes, he suddenly felt as if the person standing by the bed moved. No, why is she still in her bed? Jiang Yu was very inwardly thinking of the figure that he thought was a dream. Could it not be a dream at all? She's the one who's really lying in her bed, isn't she? After all, at this time, although Jiang Yu didn't open his eyes, but he could feel that she was skillfully lying beside him, and the two of them were very close to each other. Just lying for a while. Originally lying next to Jiang Yu suddenly sat up. Then Jiang Yu only felt her wrist and the other cooler, slimmer wrist being tied together by something. Now Jiang Yu in this life after hard work is no longer a little fat, is a clean-cut first little boy. The body is also tall and thin type of development. This age big wrist is naturally not very thick, has not yet begun to develop. The height of the junior high school is only 175, so a tie tying the hands of both together is still possible. This tie is for the school's winter uniform. It's not very long, but it's pretty sturdy. Anyway, Ruan Cece was satisfied and didn't dare to tie it too tightly for fear that Jiang Yu would find out something tomorrow. That is, Ruan Cece also hides things in her heart. Otherwise she should have realized that today's Jiang Yu was a little different. Even the body was lying border than usual. You have to know that Jiang Yu's sleeping posture is really bad, and it's because of this that Ruan Cece can sneak over to be hugged by him every time. At this time, Ruan Cece satisfied with grabbing Jiang Yu's hand to recline to his side. It was hot now and Jiang Yu didn't like hugging people that much, so it wasn't surprising that he didn't reach out to hug himself. Ruan Cece. She whispered, "Good night, brother. We'll always be together." The grip on Jiang Yu's hand was pretty strong, like he was afraid someone would take it away from him. Jiang Yu, who was on the side, was completely sobered up by her series of movements. Who understands our family? When she tied herself up, Jiang Yu had the feeling of dreaming back to his previous life. Even the whole body is too stiff to move. Jiang Yu's heart was beating fast, and his mind was incredibly clear at this time. He slowly opened his eyes in the darkness of the night, feeling the steady breathing of the person next to him, but Jiang Yu still didn't dare to turn his head. If this was like a horror movie and he turned his head to meet those big eyes of Ruan Cece, he might actually die in place. So Jiang Yu just stiffened his body and stared at the dark ceiling. He thought about how Ruan Cece had just come in and climbed into bed with a series of movements that were too skillful, right? This looks like it's not the first time I've done it. So, how many times has she climbed? This thing can't be thought about. Jiang Yu is afraid that he will jump up in the next second. Finally, after his hand was loosened a bit, Jiang Yu slowly turned his head to look at the person beside him. What came into view was a sleeping face that looked like an angel. Although he could only see a vague outline in the darkness, he was too familiar with Ruan Cece. The mind is already auto-completing the picture. It was as if his original somewhat fearful mood had suddenly been calmed. Jiang Yu sighed in his heart. The Ruan Cece just now really made him feel scared. Death in a previous life was without any actual pain though, but that fear is something that will always be with him. The previous Ruan Cece Jiang Yu was clearly not the same person as in her last life. She was gentle and understanding and obedient, and looked nothing like an ordinary little girl, except excessively pretty. But tonight Ruan Cece gave him the feeling that he couldn't tell if this was the girl he'd raised or the one who tied him up in a rented house in a previous life. At that moment the tie that the two were tied together reminded him that Ruan Cece had tied him up again, though very tied, not quite the same as in a previous life. The emotions in Jiang Yu's eyes were complicated. Just at this time Ruan Sisi suddenly cried out in a small voice, "Brother!" Jiang Yu immediately closed his eyes. He didn't know how to confront Ruan Sisi directly until he thought about it. This image. It'll be a bigger problem if Mr. Su and the others see it. There's a good chance that Nguyen Sisi will be thrown out. They weren't kids anymore. And Ruan Sisi hadn't even known how many times she'd climbed into his bed in the middle of the night. If his parents found out about this, they wouldn't let her stay. Although teachers Su and Dr. Jiang were nice to Ruan Sisi, on the surface they still disliked Jiang Yu. But Jiang Yu knew that in their hearts, she was the most important. Now that Ruan Daitian is also out of jail, there's no way Jiang Yu will let Ruan Sisi be kicked out. He'll have to think about it. Luckily Ruan Sisi was probably dreaming and didn't wake up. That night Jiang Yu, who has always been a good sleeper, stayed up all night. He learned that Ruan Sisi got up while it was still light and carefully separated their hands, and whispered, "Good morning Jiang Yu." Then only gingerly did he go out. She didn't do anything for the whole night, just slept soundly beside Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu opened his eyes after she walked out of the room with red bloodshot eyes. He moved his somewhat stiff body to sit up and raised his hands, which had been tied all night and were tingling at the moment. You can still see some marks on close inspection, but they are very faint. You can tell she's being careful. Jiang Yu sighed. What to do? Ruan Sisi said it was the same as her last life, right? Actually, Jiang Yu doesn't know what the real Ruan Sisi was like in her last life. After all, they were tied up themselves on the day of their blind date, and the two of them were in bed for the next 2 days. In fact, on the way, Jiang Yu was also awake for a while, and saw Ruan Sisi sitting on the edge of the bed with a fruit knife and gesticulating at his wrist. That look was cold and tinged with disgust. The object of disgust seemed to be herself. At that time, Jiang Yu was actually very panicked, mainly because he was afraid that the knife would end up being used on himself. Where could he not be panicked? But in the end, the knife was used on Ruan Sisi herself. Jiang Yu whispered, "This isn't right. What went wrong? Why is the Ruan Sisi of this life still not possessive of me?" Chapter 26, Can such Ruan Sisi be raised or not? Jiang Yu reborn back after checking out the not-so-normal reaction of Ruan Sisi in the beginning. Kind of what the internet calls a sicko. Seriously, Jiang Yu had lived for 26 years in his last life, and his living environment was still quite healthy. It's pretty normal to be around except for the occasional brainiac or two. At least on the surface it was pretty normal. Ruan Sisi was the first not-so-normal person he'd come into contact with. As a result, there was no time to get to know them either, and the two of them went GAGA one after the other. Jiang Yu later thought to himself, felt that Ruan Sisi will become that way. I guess the family accounted for a big reason. But in this life, Ruan Sisi was raised in their house. Just this environment in their home is really healthy and upward. What went wrong? Jiang Yu collapsed back onto the bed. His eyes were lifeless. It was hard to tell if it was a gene, but Nguyen Sisi is completely different from Nguyen Datian. Until the sound of Suing calling Jiang Yu to get up came from outside, and the sound of Ruan Sisi knocking on the door. Jiang Yu just changed his school uniform and walked out slowly. Ruan Sisi acted really normal, so that Jiang Yu couldn't see the difference at all. If he hadn't been so sure last night that he really had been awake the entire time, he almost would have thought he was dreaming again. Think of dreaming this. Jiang Yu some twisted, since it is not a dream. If she's coming to climb into her bed every day, then some of her previous reactions, she knows all about it? You can't think this through. It was Suin who drove them to school together in the morning. Suin was the second class teacher even though she wasn't their homeroom teacher. So in the evenings they were usually told to go home first, as she would stay in the classroom to tutor some of the students. As far as mornings go, she takes both kids with her whenever she's not on duty. On the way, they were just urging them to remember to drink the milk when they got to school in a while, and also about the monthly exam in the next 2 days. Suing glanced from the rearview mirror at Jiang Yu, who had been distracted all morning and was still dozing off at this point. Little fish, what did you do last night? The tone of voice is still a little harsh. Adolescent boys like this Suin will inevitably think that he is not sleeping in the middle of the night to secretly play games. A couple of the boys in their class were like that, and skipped class to go to an internet cafe to play games. Jiang Yu said breathlessly, "What can I do? Sleep." His eyes were closed even as he spoke. To the side, Ruan Sisi couldn't help but look at him a few more times, her gaze sweeping down to his wrist to make sure it didn't leave any marks. As a matter of fact, she also noticed Jiang Yu's breathlessness this morning. But he did sleep last night, didn't he? A little worried, Ruan Sisi reached out and tried to touch his forehead. A natural heat-seeking maneuver actually, but Jiang Yu snapped his eyes open to avoid it. Nguyen Sisi froze, looking at her fallen palm. There was confusion and helplessness in his eyes, and a deep look in the depths of his eyes. Jiang Yu regretted it after he dodged it. He let out an ah, looked at Ruan Sisi's face as she withdrew her hand with a lost face, and said unnaturally, "I'm fine. I'm just a bit out of energy. Maybe I didn't sleep well last night." Jiang Yu himself was speechless after he finished speaking. it's true that he didn't sleep well. His brain can't even turn. Ruan Cece was lying next to him last night. Can you tell if he slept well or not? This is actually not to blame Jiang Yu. The main thing is that he pondered over the night. As far as Ruan Cece is now in such a situation, it will not tie him up once more and then make him GA, right? All tied up last night. He was genuinely afraid of dying again. It's the same feeling as when you've worked so hard to raise your number and it turns out to be a waste, and you don't know if you can reopen it again. It's even more horrible. Suyin didn't notice the interaction between them. She just said unhappily, "You're both in your third year. Keep your mind on your studies. Don't think about nonsense." He didn't speak again until he got out of the car. Ruan Cece. The two walked into the classroom one after the other. Shihan came over and whispered, "What's wrong, brother you? Are you two in deeper conflict? Why does it feel like the atmosphere is getting stiffer?" Jiang Yu glanced at Ruan Cece, who sat down with a cold face. Now the two of them were not too close to each other. She was in front of Jiang Yu's left side, and Jiang Yu could see her as soon as he raised his eyes. "What do you think of Nguyen Cece?" Jiang Yu suddenly asked Shihan in a low voice. Shihan froze for a moment, as if he felt strange. "You're asking me? Isn't Ruan Cece perfect in your eyes?" Shihan couldn't help but spit out. "I said once before that Ruan Cece wasn't actually very good looking, cold and got punched by you. The man is an extreme sisterizer. Now one doesn't have time to ask him what he thinks of his sister." "What? You want to hear rainbow farts now?" Shihan rolled his eyes or continued. "Pretty, good grades, good temper, tell the truth and I won't beat you up." Jiang Yu interrupted him with a TSK. He guessed that he had too heavy a filter on Ruan Cece to have been able to notice anything wrong with her. And basically all the other boys around him except Shihan felt as close to perfect as he did. So he was curious what Ruan Cece looked like in Shihan's eyes. The homeroom teacher appeared at the door of the class, and the sound of the class memorizing books rang out one after another. It was the third year of junior high school, and all of them began to read in the morning consciously. Shihan fumbles with his language book, glances at Jiang Yu, who was clearly troubled, and mutters, "You told me to say that. I think she's scary." Shihan's voice was low, and he even unconsciously glanced in Ruan Cece's direction. It just so happened that Ruan Cece turned her head to look their way, and Shihan felt himself sweating. But Ruan Cece didn't have time to pay attention to him. She was looking at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu wasn't quite right. She planned to ask directly today. Jiang Yu naturally locked eyes with Ruan Cece. The touch of being tied by the tie seemed to linger on his wrist, and he shifted his gaze as if he was looking at the book in his hand, whispering after Shihan, "Why?" It wasn't until he saw Ruan Cece turn her head again that Shihan spoke. "The time I pushed you when I was a kid. I even thought you would have gotten me killed if not for the conditions." Shihan's tone was serious, although I was still small at that time, but I still remember her eyes, and for a long time behind me I had a feeling that I was being watched. I think it was Ruan Cece, although I don't have any evidence, but a man's intuition, you know it. Jiang Yu was speechless. "You're at most a boy now, and manly intuition." Still, what Shihan said Jiang Yu took to heart. It also made him remember clearly once again that the Ruan Cece in the beginning was actually not quite the same as other children. Only later, did she learn to hide it? Jiang Yu gripped the book in his hand tightly. All over again he seems to have blocked his way again. Is it even possible to raise such a Ruan Cece or not? In fact, he knew that he had no choice. Not from the day he met her in the stairway and acquiesced to his mom bringing her home. "I've raised you so far, how can you really lose it?" And he can't afford to give it up now. Chapter 27. Jiang Yu. "Which yellow hair is it? Draw your sword." Jiang Yu usually eats with Ruan Cece and the others at lunchtime. There were both boys and girls. After all, not many of them would go home at noon at their school. Mostly you eat in the school cafeteria or across the street from the school. But hasn't Jiang Yu been avoiding Ruan Cece a bit in the past few days because of the misunderstanding about the previous dream? "It's been a couple days since we've eaten together." Ruan Cece originally thought that just because of his attitude in the morning, he probably wouldn't eat with her today. But after the last class in the morning she heard that familiar voice and tone shouting, "Ruan Xiaoxi has gone to eat." Ruan Cece froze for a moment and turned her head to look over. Jiang Yu was standing with Shihan, who was rolling his eyes beside him. Shihan really feels that this person is sick. In the morning also asked himself what he thought of Ruan Cece, but he was honest. He really didn't punch himself this time either, or even retort to anything. Shihan thought that he had found something too, but it turned out that people were good, and now they were calling to eat together. Let's just say that this sister controller couldn't have suddenly changed, and it was mostly a jerk in the morning. Ruan Cece's mood changed for the better with the naked eye. "Good," Zhou Xianshan asked. "What are you eating? Take me one." Finally the four of them plus one Luji went to eat spicy hot pot together. When eating the two girls sit opposite each other. Shihan and Luji sit together. Jiang Yu added his own chair to sit next to him. There is no way. The store is all 4 people location. Ruan Cece felt that Jiang Yu looked as if he didn't look any different from before. Is it true that you didn't sleep well in the morning? What was that about the days before? Or did you really have to be tied up, to be honest? If Jiang Yu knew what was going on in her head, he would want to punch her. The topic of conversation for several people was actually the midterm. Ruan Cece is the school optimistic about the seedlings of the first prize in the midterm, so there is no suspense, is expected to be directly promoted to the high school of the first middle school. Zhou Xuanxuan's grades were at the back of the class. She was a little worried. If I don't get into our high school, I'm going to be beaten to death by my parents. What school are you going to take? What school are you going to go to? Ah, what else? Shi Han said. My parents said that if I don't get promoted, they'll let me study martial arts. Their family runs a martial arts school. Yes, a martial arts school. Jiang Yu was shocked when he found out about it, and the family was still scared to tears by Ruan Cece at the time. That's not right, is it? Unfortunately, Shihan is probably the anomaly in his family. He's well read, and although he's tall, he really has no hands except for basketball. Fighting are not very good at the kind. Only when I was a child can rely on their own tall bullying Jiang Yu, this kind of elementary school students. So his parents want him to practice martial arts, isn't that killing him? Lu Shi, on the other hand, was much simpler. I'm a special student, it shouldn't be a big problem. Finally Zhou Xianxian looked at Jiang Yu and then moved her gaze away. Forget it, Jiang Yu, you must be wherever Cece is you are. Jiang Yu, it's not so absolute, is it? But their teacher, Mr. Su, was telling him to make sure he got into the first middle school. With a teacher in the house, that oppression is still strong. In fact, Jiang Yu predicted that his own results on the first high school or no problem. However, after high school, the pressure of this coursework came up. Jiang Yu was planning to tell her family that she wanted to go in the direction of art after she passed the exams. After all, he still has a little AC number in his heart. Not to go art, his level is estimated to be difficult to get on a key. But it's not the same when you go to art. Although Jiang Yu wasn't the first in the exam, he went to the top art academy that year. So in this life, this confidence he still has. It's also because he went to a top art school that he was almost kicked out of his parents' house for opening a tattoo studio later. Hey, the past is the past. After dinner, Jiang Yu took Ruan Cece to buy snacks. The two of them walked down the school road one after the other. Jiang Yu's mood was certainly not as calm as it appeared, but he knew he couldn't panic. Ruan Cece is too smart for her own good, even though she has relived her life. But the thing about brains and IQ doesn't give you a little extra just because you've rebooted. So Jiang Yu didn't intend to play brain teasers with Ruan Cece. At this point he spoke directly. I want to live in school and high school. Ruan Cece was originally in a good mood. She followed Jiang Yu but was always careful to hide under his shadow, which gave her a sense of security of being surrounded by Jiang Yu. It was strange. This feeling only Jiang Yu could give him. But when she heard Jiang Yu's words, her steps stopped, and then she just watched Jiang Yu's shadow slowly leave. And it seemed that the two of them were split apart by the sunlight. When Cece asked, why? Her hand at her side tightened slightly, still stubbornly taking a step forward to stand beneath his shadow anew. Ruan Cece heard her own voice. Are you secretly in love? Jiang Yu, who was originally walking in front of him, gave a cry and stopped. Turning his head, he frowned at Ruan Cece. No, who's talking to you about this nonsense? You need to know what our main task is now? The voice is serious, like a teacher asking a question. Ruan Cece instinctively replied. Study, middle school exams, college entrance exams, get into a good college, and look for a bright future. Well, that's what Jiang Yu made her memorize after socialist values. She's taking careful note of it all. Jiang Yu nodded his head in satisfaction, feeling like that old father who prevented yellow hair. Remember not to listen to them talking about those nonsense things. It's better to fall in love than to do problems. The great youth is of course used to study. Usually when he said that, Ruan Cece would usually be good enough to answer yes. But today she didn't know what was going on and pursued the question. How do you know? Have you talked about it? After saying that, he also stared straight at Jiang Yu and waited for him to answer. Jiang Yu, how presumptuous. 2 lifetimes have not talked about the single dog said to be created to. I don't know if the 2 days I spent hanging out with her counts as talking about it. Jiang Yu reached out and gently knocked Ruan Cece's head. What's so good about falling in love? Isn't it just giving you things to accompany you to and from class? I can accompany you in all these. You still really want to talk about it? The sunlight squeezed through the lush leaves on one side and peeked out onto Ruan Cece's face. Jiang Yu looked at her insistent eyes, a little helpless, and his feelings were also a little complicated. He wanted Ruan Cece to become very, very good, so that she would have more options in the future. He wanted to help her a lot, but he was a very ordinary person in the first place. There are some quagmires she has to get out of on her own. No one else can pull her along for the rest of her life. What Ruan Cece experienced in her last life, Jiang Yu wasn't very clear, but he knew that the Ruan Cece in this life was ultimately different from his last. He said seriously, you study hard and you'll have everything you want in the future. But before the chicken soup was finished, Ruan Cece spoke up. There's more to falling in love than that. They say there's kissing and hugging. Jiang Yu, which yellow hair is it? Draw your sword. Chapter 28. It feels like his father misunderstood something. Ruan Cece didn't know that Jiang Yu's mind was thinking about his future. At this point she just wanted to know if Jiang Yu was secretly in love. Are you in love? Who do I talk to? Jiang Yu's tone was helpless, reaching out and tugging on her ponytail. What's going on in your head day in and day out? The only person of the opposite sex I come into contact with in a day is Zhou Xianxian. Do we look like we have anything going on? Ruan Cece frowned as if Zhou Xianxian had always felt that it was Jiang Yu who was slaving Ruan Cece. Odds are it won't be. Nguyen Cece was relieved. It's good that we didn't talk about it. Otherwise she'd want to do something about it. Jiang Yu is a little helpless. I'm over here telling you this every day to prevent you from being cheated by some yellow hairs and white hairs. And you're over here suspecting that I'm in love. And I love to learn, thank you. He said the last sentence to himself in a vain manner. Jiang Yu turned around and continued to walk into the supermarket. Ruan Cece still followed him around and asked after him. Then why do you want to live in school? For finding out you climbed out of bed. Jiang Yu didn't dare to say this. He just said, because I want to try group living. What about me? I don't want to live in a group. Ruan Cece said somewhat childishly. If you live in school, I'll have to go home alone from now on. And high school night study ends late. Jiang Yu, it seems like, I forgot this myself. It's a little annoying to think that way. He sighed. Never mind. I'm just saying. I'll look again. Then he took Ruan Cece back to class with the bill. Just as she walked out of the supermarket, Ruan Cece asked in a whisper. Talking about friends those boys will do. Will you do it for me too? Jiang Yu didn't think much of it. Ah, so don't bother with them. Ruan Cece looked behind him at the back of his head, her mind wondering, so if kissing and hugging Jiang Yu seemed acceptable? After all, Jiang Yu wasn't just another other person. Jiang Yu didn't know that her brain circuits were so clear. It was just the first time he unlocked it at night when he slept in the house. Well, it adds up to 30-something. He did lock the door for the first time in the house, to see if Nguyen Cece comes every night. Jiang Yu was holding on hard not to go to bed early, and was actually dozing off. But he did hear footsteps stopping at the door of his room again just after 1 in the morning. Said really that the hairs on Jiang Yu's back stood up. He could feel the door to his room being twisted gently a few times before the person outside should have realized it was unlocked. It didn't move, but it didn't leave either. After standing like that for what must have been 10 minutes, the footsteps outside the door moved away. Jiang Yu realized with hindsight that his back was still sweating. He was even forgetting to breathe. Somewhat humiliated to be scared by a teenage girl. But Jiang Yu thought that Ruan Cece wouldn't come back after tonight, right? Then he dreamed again at night about the image of himself being tied up in a rented house by Ruan Cece in his previous life. Woke up a little embarrassed to go into the bathroom. But from the bottom of my heart there was also fear. Because the dream ended up with Ruan Cece's blood on one hand plastered to herself, a happy smile on her lips. This image gives Jiang Yu goosebumps every time he thinks about it, and fear spreads in his heart. Actually more than just fear. Because of his current relationship with Ruan Cece, he's now more than a little sad. He didn't ask for much in this life. He just wanted to change the ending where he and Ruan Cece both ended up ga. Jiang Yu got up the next day and carefully observed Ruan Cece. She looked the same as usual, as if she wasn't the one who couldn't get in the door last night. On the contrary, it was Dr. Jiang who called him up in the morning and asked during breakfast. Little fish has grown up, and now he locks the door to sleep at night? He said and raised his eyebrows slightly at his own son in an I-know-it-all kind of way, admonishing, take care of yourself and rest early. Jiang Yu. It feels like his dad misunderstood something. Ruan Cece froze for a moment and glanced at Jiang Yu. So was locking the door last night because of this? That, and she actually took a physiology class. Seems pretty normal, huh? She looked a little unnatural and turned her eyes away, as she usually found out in the morning. JY. No? Did Ruan Cece misunderstand something too? But how can I explain this? It was Suyin who slapped Jiang Weiman. What are you talking nonsense about? The children are all here, said glaring at him. Cece is still here. Can't they just shut the door and talk? Jiang Weiman let out a laugh. It's fine. Have breakfast, haha. Jiang Yu wanted to explain, but felt that the reason was reasonable and useful. Finally he shut up. Nguyen Cece was quite able to accept this reason at first. But after 3 or 4 consecutive nights of not being able to get into Jiang Yu's room she got a little antsy. At the moment, she's in her room, looking at the computer. The dangers of excessive hands among teenagers. She was a little annoyed and anxious. Here's also what to do to guide teens. Finally she frowned and read it carefully, then took a deep breath. Today is Sunday. Suing just answered the phone out. Jiang Weiman is on duty in the hospital. It's only the 2 of them in the house, which is appropriate. Nguyen Cece hesitated, but stood up. She walked to the door of Jiang Yu's room and knocked gently. Brother, it's me. Jiang Yu had just finished a paper playing elimination and heard her voice lazily say, "Come in." When Ron Cece came in, he was chewing on a chorizo in his mouth. The eliminator in his hand just got stuck. He didn't even look up. "What's wrong?" Teacher Sue said to let us take care of dinner ourselves. "Going out to eat tonight or eating at home?" Ron Cece was a little embarrassed and hesitant. Finally walked in. "Eat at home. I'll make it later." Jiang Yu staring for a while, some annoyed. Eyesight cannot see too much. A thin white finger suddenly reached out from his side and slid a few times on his game interface, and the 225th level was cleared. Jiang Yu sked and turned his head but realized that Ron Cece was leaning very close. He had just turned his head so sharply that the tip of his nose had almost brushed against her face. Jiang Yu let out a sound, reached out to cover her face and pushed back. The strength was not even considered gentle. "What are you doing leaning so close?" Ron Cece was a little upset that he pushed her away, but pulled herself over to a chair and sat down. "Help you get through. Let's chat." He smiled at him when he finished, the sweet kind. Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows at her. "What? Something to ask me for help?" Although Ron Cece rarely asked him for help, he was good whenever he did, just about the same as now. Ron Cece, however, shook her head. "I'm fine. It's me who feels that you can't be Jiang Yu like this." The tone was kinda heavy. "Jiang Yu, what? No. Although it seems a bit wrong to say this now, but a man can't say no." Chapter 29, Jiang Yu won't be a wife keeper in the future, right? Jiang Yu crunched off the coleus in his mouth and looked at Ron Cece, who had a serious face in front of him with a taut little face. "Wait a minute, Ron Cece, do you know what you're talking about?" Ron Cece thought. "I've been watching this all afternoon. Of course I know." So she nodded, remembering that the standard answer said to put yourself in their shoes and understand them. Ron Cece actually really can't quite understand that kind of thing. It's really so, but she still took a deep breath. "Jiang Yu, I feel that this kind of thing should be done in moderation. Didn't we have lessons in school before? It's that at our age, it's normal for you to be curious and want to try things." No, never mind. I didn't. I just wanted to say, but too much hurts your body." Jiang Yu, dumbstruck. JPG. Wait a minute, what isn't she talking about? Jiang Yu took a few bites of the coleus in her own mouth and raised her hand to interrupt her stuttering persuasion. "Do you know what you're talking about, Ron Cece?" "Of course I know. Don't keep interrupting me. By the way, the next step is to say that there's something you can tell me, something reasonable to confide in." But she didn't finish her sentence, because Jiang Yu shoved a lollipop into her mouth. Actually, Jiang Yu doesn't like lollipops himself, but he buys them every time he buys a snack. He couldn't forget that when Ron Cece first came to his house, his mom stuffed him with a lollipop but didn't want to finish it, and after sucking on it for a few moments, she secretly wrapped it up again in that candy paper, probably wanting to save it for later. Turning her head but secretly stuffed the rest of her candy to Jiang Yu. Seeing Jiang Yu staring at her wrapped candy, she whispered, "I've eaten this one. Auntie stuffed it in my mouth. It's a bit dirty. Next time I won't let Auntie stuff it in my mouth. It's all for you." That look of careful currying favor and eating candy with bright eyes made Jiang Yu remember until now. And then he always bought candy on the side. At this time, Jiang Yu stuffed Ron Cece's mouth with sugar. Somewhat helpless. "Just you still want to guide teenagers? Guiding me as a teenager?" It wasn't a coincidence that since Ron Cece had mentioned something to him about early love, Jiang Yu had also gone and checked out how to properly guide teenagers. He's memorized the standard answers, too. But then, seeing that Ron Cece was still indifferent to anyone, it looked like he couldn't use his. "But I didn't realize that I couldn't use it on Ron Cece." But Ron Cece used it on herself. Jiang Yu was a bit speechless, staring at her big eyes full of surprise and asked, "Say it, what do you want to lead me to?" Ron Cece didn't realize that he had seen it too. This is a bit awkward, but that's a start, so you can't just leave it at that, can you?" Ron Cece took out the lollipop in her mouth and said with some embarrassment, That's you don't keep locking the door, doing that kind of thing, Jiang Yu." So some misunderstandings need to be explained in time. But he stared at Ron Cece at that moment and said, "How did you know I always lock my doors?" Wen Cece. Her mind was spinning fast. "I knew that when I got you up this morning." She looked at Jiang Yu. There was actually still ignorance and doubt in her eyes. Is it really that happy? But it really can't be often. "Shut up." Jiang Yu was rarely a little embarrassed and speechless, reaching out to pull up her hand holding the lollipop to stuff the candy into her mouth again. "Eat your candy? A little girl, you talk to me about this is appropriate?" Ron Cece muttered somewhat unconvincingly. "If you dare to do it, why can't you say it? Listen to the words of the tiger and the wolf." In the end, Ron Cece was kicked out by Jiang Yu and told not to come in. Wen Cece stood in the doorway looking a bit pathetic. "So are you still locking the door tonight?" Those who didn't know thought how much she cared about him. Jiang Yu rolled her eyes. Lock in the future. We've grown up. We need to have space for each other, you know? And I don't do it inside every day." He paused for a moment. Why was he explaining this to her? Jiang Yu was a bit speechless. Do the rolls go ahead you? Ruan Cece watched him sit back at his desk and draw out a paper, pursed her lips and answered. It didn't matter. She had already found the key to Jiang Yu's room, but she wouldn't dare spend the night anymore. Just come and hold hands for a while every day. After convincing himself, Ruan Cece's mood changed again. Dinner was made by Ruan Cece, and it was time to say no to Ruan Cece's craftsmanship getting better and better. The noodles made were exceptionally good. Jiang Yu was satisfied. After dinner the two sat down to study again. A junior's routine is to brush up on papers. Okay? They're getting closer to midterms and it's getting hotter. Jiang Yu was also inevitably a bit annoyed. It had been a while since he'd watched the class get a little depressing. Jiang Yu was also affected. I saw Li Ziwen and his group again when I went to the minimart with Chi-Han to buy ice cream during class time. They're all seniors, and this group is still all sports students, so they're still going straight to the high school section of the first school. The first middle school and high school are together, but I heard they're moving to a new campus next semester. Li Ziwen and the others rolled their eyes when they saw Jiang Yu. They didn't give them a hard time. After all, he had been scolded by Director Zhu for so long before, and actually, they didn't have much of a conflict. It was just that Li Ziwen felt humiliated. Chi-Han had been worried that they would look for trouble, and was relieved to see them go. Jiang Yu glanced at him. Han, why don't you just practice at home? Do you think this is appropriate for you? Chi-Han is currently the tallest boy in their class. Junior 184. Also looks strong. Many girls think he is quite handsome. The main also height plus points it. Turns out the kid's got real guts. Chi-Han rolled his eyes when he heard Jiang Yu's flirtation. You think I really haven't practiced? I'm not this material. Why don't you practice? Isn't Ruan Cece practicing sparring? Why don't you practice a bit? Jiang Yu thought to herself. I practiced in my past life, but I was still knocked down by a glass of water from Ruan Cece. It hasn't been useful for decades. Ruan Cece practiced it for self-protection. What danger could I be in? Jiang Yu said carelessly. And if there's danger, isn't there Ruan Cece to protect me? Chi-Han was speechless and said, your kid is really shameless. Jiang Yu was accepting it with peace of mind. It wasn't the first time he'd been talked to like that. Jiang Yu is very swinging. Every time someone can see Ruan Cece busy taking care of him, there are many people who scold him for being shameless. With the midterm 2 weeks away, Chi-Han asked, let's go have fun after the midterm. Want to go together? Jiang Yu was indifferent. I'm fine with it all. I'll ask Ruan Xiaoxi if she's going. Chi-Han didn't know how, but it flashed through his mind that Jiang Yu wouldn't be a wife-beater in the future, right? Then a shock. No, who's the wife? Ruan Cece? Chapter 30, it's really for the money. Originally, Jiang Yu had anticipated very well, and had even made an appointment with Chi-Han and the parents at home. We'll hang out with our friends after the midterms. Seriously, Jiang Yu is still a bit touched. Who is a good person? Reborn 8-year-old elementary school student. That's the kind of thing where you have to be accompanied by a parent when you go out. Seriously, besides being uncomfortable at first, by now many times Jiang Yu felt like he was really a teenager. It's all going to be assimilated. Seeing him desperately brushing up for the midterm every day is really, it's touching to see it for yourself. But Jiang Yu will not be very disgusted with this kind of life. You cannot change life, just go along with it. Anyway, the days have to live. Just when Jiang Yu thought the days were dull, but there was something to look forward to. Isn't this a way to finally go and relax after midterms? The kind that doesn't have parents tagging along. But perhaps life has gone so well that one's defenses are lowered. So when he saw Ruan Daitian stop in front of Ruan Cece, what suddenly exploded in Jiang Yu's head? Without thinking, Basic reached out and pulled Ruan Cece to hide behind himself. Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece have both grown in size over this period of time. Jiang Yu already has 178, half a big boy, although his figure still looks thin. But standing in front of Ruan Cece, she can also make her feel at ease. The moment Ruan Cece saw Ruan Daitian, the thread in her head had instantly tightened. Ruan Daitian looked a lot better than he did just before when he came out, having gained weight, but he still gave off a somber feeling. He looked at Jiang Yu's action of blocking Ruan Cece's body and laughed. Yo, I thought it was unlikely to say that my cheap daughter was the child bride your parents raised for you before, but now it seems quite similar. Ruan Daitian was very tall, even though he wasn't as stocky now as he was when he was younger. But the teenager Jiang Yu still looked weak standing in front of him. Jiang Yu's face didn't look too good. What are you doing here? That's right, Jiang family boy. I naturally came to see my daughter who hasn't been coming home, said Ruan Daitian, revealing a smile that looked disgusting to Jiang Yu. Ruan Cece hasn't seen your old man for so long that he won't call out to anyone? Mute. Jiang Yu frowned and felt his hand being held by Ruan Cece. Usually she was more likely to pull on her clothes. Holding hands was not allowed by Jiang Yu when they were growing up, but Jiang Yu didn't shake her off this time and even held her so much shaking hand. What do you want with her? You've seen her. You can go back. Jiang Yu's tone was a bit annoyed. No one could not be annoyed with scum like Ruan Datian. Ruan Daitian wasn't angry either. Only his gaze kept falling on Ruan Cece, who was blocked by him. Jiang Yu, you can either give your parents a call now. I can't talk to this kid of yours here. This behavior of your parents is considered abducting my daughter. You know that, right? There was a smug grin when he finished. The chutzpah really makes you want to punch him twice. Jiang Yu looked at Ruan Cece standing out and knew that her thoughts were probably the same as his own. But Jiang Yu still pulled Ruan Shishi's hand. Don't. I'll call my mom. They were right in front of the neighborhood at the moment. Jiang Yu's mind flashed a lot, but there were still a few days left before they had to take the midterm. He also believed that Ruan Daitian had come out at this time on purpose. Neither Jiang Yu nor Suyin could they let Ruan Daitian affect Ruan Cece's exam. The security guard over there had come over. He knew the two kids. Need help? Is it someone you don't know? After saying that, he looked at Ruan Daitian warily. I didn't expect Ruan Daitian to smile and say, why don't you recognize it? He pointed at Ruan Cece. See that? This is my daughter. See the resemblance? Ruan Daitian's eyes were tinged with malice. This kid's family is abducting my daughter. Shut up! Ruan Cece's was grabbed by Jiang Yu's hand, at this time staring at Ruan Daitian with a pair of big eyes. His voice was cold. That look was itching to kill him with his hands immediately. Ruan Daitian, however, just glanced at her and didn't take it to heart. Hey, this daughter of mine can't be raised well. People don't even want their own dads after they've given them 2 bites of rice. The security guard was confused. The girl didn't deny it, did she? In the end, Jiang Yu pulled back Ruan Cece, who was clearly in the wrong mood, and called Suyin. Suyin had actually finished her classes and let out of school. It's just that she was the homeroom teacher and would usually stay a little later. It's a Saturday after school night with no night study, and they have their midterm next week. Suyin usually stays to see if any students want to ask questions. Receiving Jiang Yu's call, her tone was a bit tight. I'll be back now. You stop, Cece. Jiang Yu hung up the phone and then pulled Ruan Cece to stand under the tree next to her, soothingly rubbing her brain ground. Don't be afraid. Ruan Cece froze for a moment, wanting very much to say that she wasn't actually afraid. She only wanted to get Ruan Daitian killed, and she knew that this time Ruan Daitian had come for no good reason. Even she could think that it was mostly to ask for money, ask Aunt Sue and the others for money, but Ruan Cece didn't want to give it. Ruan Daitian followed them over and stood under the tree as well. The guard, still worried, looked away from their side. Ruan Daitian was in a good mood. Why don't you invite me into your house to sit down? Why are you a neighbor? Maybe even your father-in-law in the future, said, also laughed a little, with a malicious meaning of the eyes in Jiang Yu and Ruan Shishi. He looked at Ruan Shishi. That face, said, this daughter of my daughter looks like her that mom. Good looking is good looking. You will pick. You shut up. Jiang Yu coldly interrupted him. How old is Ruan Shaoxi? Is this how you act as a father? Although he had known that Ruan Daitian was not a thing, Jiang Yu was still disgusted by his tone and words. This was his daughter, and yet it was as if she were a random piece of cargo he could pick out of his mouth. Jiang Yu had never met such a person before. In contrast, Ruan Cece didn't react much to his words. Just ask, what are you doing here? The tone sounded rather less angry than it had just been. Ruan Daitian gave her a somewhat surprised look. Didn't I say so? Come to see my daughter. Finished reading, get lost. Ruan Cece looked straight at the man in front of her, the disgust in her eyes undisguised. Ruan Daitian sked, just raised his hand but suddenly laughed when he came into contact with Jiang Yu's gaze, and then put it down. He looked at the 2 half-grown children in front of him and said, you can't really think that I am just coming to see it. Suing Jiang Weiman took that mom of yours how much money? Always have to return to me, right? You are my daughter, how this money should also be my right? Saying this, he'd sked. I can't understand even if I talk to you guys. Mr. Su and Dr. Jiang are decent people. I'll talk to them, said and hummed in a happy mood. Sure enough, it's all about the money. Jiang Yu's heart sighed in relief, but Ruan Cece's heart kept sinking. There is no bottom to giving money to such scum. Chapter 31, You're the one I picked up and raised with great difficulty. Jiang Yu was relieved because he had called Suyin to talk to Chen Hui in the first place, but he had actually talked to Suyin and Jiang Weiman as well. If Tran Hui's no good and Nguyen Dai Tien comes anyway, they have to be prepared. They do have money set aside. It would be best to get Ruan Daitian to move Ruan Cece's account out, but that was actually a bit unrealistic. Where to move? Jiang Yu checked this procedure. It's really troublesome. Ideally, Chen Hui's side would get custody of Ruan Cece and then move her household out. But obviously, after seeing Ruan Daitian Jiang Yu today, he knew that Chen Hui was really useless. Then they have to be the dumbest way possible first. Now that Ruan Cece is 15, Suyin said, she'll be free when she turns 18. The big deal is to pay Ruan Daitian. But Jiang Yu also knew that their family wasn't rich, and Ruan Daitian wasn't a man who was easily satisfied. But no matter what, Ruan Cece first midterm. As for the back, Jiang Yu's eyes flashed coldness. He himself lives in the sunshine, but he also knows that there are always some laws that are well hidden by the darkness. If Ruan Daitian really wasn't willing to let go, he might be willing to do something about it. Being a tattoo artist, he'd had a lot of contact in his past life, and there was always a way. None of the three spoke under the tree. Suyin had come in a hurry. She parked her car and walked over. Ruan Daitian had smoked a few cigarettes and even smiled when he saw Suyin coming and shouted, "Ms. Su, long time no see." Suyin's eyes looked up and down on the two children, and saw that they seemed to have nothing but a bad face. Squeezing out a smile to Ruan Daitian, he said, "Long time no see Daitian." The relationship between the two families was actually quite good before when Grandma Ruan was still around. The surface is still pretty much in place. Only at this moment, Ruan Daitian looked at the neighborhood behind them. "You don't invite me in to sit down? How can you say that you bought the house on my Ruan Cc's back?" This is what that loudmouth Wang Feng said when he heard it. Ruan Cc said with a cold face, "What does this house have to do with me? This is what aunt and uncle bought themselves." "Ha, you think I don't know? Your mom gave a lot of money, right? It's also true that people are not short of money right now when they've got big money on their side." Ruan Daitian sneered and looked at Ruan Cc. "Do you know how much money she gave me? 150,000. Ah, how much less can she give you? Didn't she used to love you the most?" Ruan Cc's eyes and face didn't change much. Jiang Yu, however, had a bad feeling that he had given $150,000 a year more, but Ruan Cc's account and custody were still in the hands of Ruan Daitian. "What's Chen Hui doing? Now I guess Nguyen Daitian's appetite is not small." Suyin opened her mouth. Her tone was much smoother. "In that case, you should just go directly to Chen Hui. Cc is about to take the midterm. That suddenly can't be contacted. I am in a hurry to use money so I came." Ruan Daitian laughed. "I know it's almost midterm exams. Why else would I come?" Ruan Cc let go of Jiang Yu's hand and walked over to Ruan Daitian. "No money, isn't that why you came here?" "No, she gives you $150,000 a year. Give me." She sneered a little. "It doesn't add up to that much over the years. That house is fine for me to live in. Why don't you say Ruan Daitian is a scoundrel?" He didn't get angry when he heard Ruan Cc's words. Instead he smiled and said, "Debt collectors want to come to my door. I don't have the money to pay, so I'm hiding on your side. You should have a room too, right?" Suyin hurriedly pulled Ruan Cc behind her. Jiang Yu also came over and pulled her down. Suyin glanced at the two children. "Little fish, you take Cc back first. Daitian, I'll talk to you at the cafe over there." Ruan Daitian glanced at Ruan Cc, who hated to kill him. It was worthy of being his seed. This look, this ruthlessness, it really was exactly the same. He smiled, the malice in his eyes obvious, but still gave Suyin face. "Good, since Teacher Su has opened her mouth I have to give some face more or less." Ruan Cc wanted to say something else, but Jiang Yu pulled him away. He whispered to Ruan Cc, "Stay out of it." The tone was a bit harsh. The way Ruan Cc looked at Ruan Daitian just wasn't right. Jiang Yu could naturally see it. He basically took Ruan Cc away with his arms halfway around him at this point. There was no fear of what Ruan Daitian would do to his mom. The cafe across the street was owned by a retired policewoman, and his mom wouldn't let herself get hurt. Ruan Cc's body was basically cradled in his arms, so thin and taut at this point, it felt like it was still shaking a little, though she didn't exactly show it. But Jiang Yu knew that she was afraid. From the moment she met Ruan Daitian, her entire aura was different. Into the neighborhood, under a tree on the path, Jiang Yu stopped. It's summer and it's really hot. The sunlight fell through the leaves of the balsam camphor tree on the two of them. A bright, dry sensation. But Ruan Cc felt like she was cold all over, just like soaking in ice water. All those scars from when he was on his own seemed to be starting to hurt at the moment, and the rot in his bones never seemed to heal. Jiang Yu looked down at Ruan Shishi. "Ruan Xiaoxi, look at me," repeated twice. Ruan Shishi slowly looked up at Jiang Yu. That pair of beautiful deer eyes at this time without the sense of innocence that often comes with when looking at Jiang Yu. It was dark, like a pool of stagnant water, and inside it was a lonely place, as if there was no light to be seen. This look had been seen before when Jiang Yu had picked her up. His hand was very gentle and gently placed on Ruan Shishi's head, tenderly rubbing it. "Remember what I told you? Think of yourself and protect yourself in everything. Remember?" Ruan Cc didn't say anything, just pursed her lips and looked at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu didn't seem to be surprised, sighed, and continued, "If you really can't, think about me, think about my parents, and the friends around you. I know you want to kill Ruan Daitian, but he's not worth ruining the rest of your life for, is he?" Jiang Yu's voice is very light, but his tone is firm and serious. "You are the one I picked up and raised with great difficulty. You have to be good, you know? Don't be influenced by him." Jiang Yu took Ruan Cc in his arms with rare gentleness. With a soothing touch, Jiang Yu had to admit that he was actually aware of Wan Cici's unusual possessiveness of himself and how he could appease her. That's why it took so long to dare to keep her around. Wan Cici is actually a simple child, at least in Jiang Yu's eyes. It was too easy to read. After the exams we'll be able to go play with Chihan and the others. Don't think about anything, let's do well on the exams. My parents are there. They'll sort it out, okay? Wan Cici's body was still stiff in his arms, but her hands were already hugging Jiang Yu back. The boy smelled of peppermint milkshake, which he had just stuffed into his mouth himself. It's summer, and the mint actually smells good, but Wan Cici knows he prefers milk candy. Though Wan Cici felt that the milk candy was a bit sweet, but at this moment the smell soothed her well. To think more about Jiang Yu. Think about Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu felt her tense body slowly relax, and finally a very soft hum came out from his arms. Jiang Yu's tense body also had a feeling of relaxation. He was really afraid that Wan Cici would carry a knife to cut Wan Daitian tonight. After all, she wasn't afraid to die, so there shouldn't be much pressure to cut Wan Daitian. Can't stop laughing. JPG. Chapter 32. So don't be afraid of Wan Xiaoxi. Jiang Yu was actually curious about what Suyin had said to Wan Daitian, but he could only bring Wan Cici home first now. The way Wan Daitian had just looked at Wan Cici was like he was looking at an item for sale. Jiang Yu didn't know Wan Daitian as a person. He had no way to analyze it rationally, and now he could only speculate about Wan Daitian with the utmost malice. The young and beautiful Wan Cici is no longer a child. Maybe as a child Wan Cici could at best take it out on Wan Daitian and beat him up. But what about Wan Cici, who is so beautiful now? Jiang Yu was an adult after all, and many of his ideas really wouldn't be naive. At this time, the two men were sitting in the room, both with papers in front of them, seemingly both studying seriously, but at least Jiang Yu was not in the least bit preoccupied. Why isn't Suyin back yet? He glanced at the person beside him who had her eyes downcast as she worked on her paper. What had just happened didn't seem to affect her. Her brushing up on the questions didn't slow down at all. Jiang Yu's eyes were complicated, as far as people of his age were concerned. No, even for an adult who was essentially in her 20s compared to him, Wan Cici's ability to control her emotions was better than his. Just as he was rambling, a voice came from the doorway, and Jiang Yu noticed that Wan Cici's pen basically stopped immediately. She was far from the calm she appeared to be. Suyin and Jiang Weiman's voices rang out. Little fish, Cici, come out and eat some sugar water. The two looked at each other, put down the pens in their hands, and walked out one after the other. Jiang Yu looked at Jiang Weiman. Dad, aren't you on duty today? Wan Cici whispered uncle, then quickly said sorry to Suyin and Jiang Weiman. Jiang Yu, who was on the sidelines, let out a sigh of relief. Suyin wiped her washed hands clean, came over and pulled Wan Cici and said, what are you saying sorry for? The matter is settled. The day after tomorrow. Good test. Give me and your uncle Jiang to compete. We cannot count on Jiang Yu, he said, taking her hand and walking her over to the table. The family doesn't say all that sorry thanks and stuff. Jiang Weiman also smiled and said, that is, originally I was on duty. Our director will travel the day after tomorrow to change with me. I came back downstairs to meet your mom. First eat sugar water. A moment to cook for you. I have not shown you a hand for a long time, right? The couple's tone was relaxed, and Jiang Yu knew that it was probably a real temporary solution. But what method was used? He wanted to ask, but at this time also pressed down his curiosity at his own parents' gesture, smiled and disliked Dr. Jiang, don't bother. You only know how to make two things. A tomato scrambled egg and a hot and sour shredded potato. Don't look down on those two. That's how I got your mom in the first place. Wan Cici was half embraced by Suyin, her eyes hanging down, her eyes red and her nose sore. Jiang Yu's family, they're all very, very nice people. She'd been feeling like her life sucked, and she'd run into their family. She naturally knew that they were pretending to be relaxed so as not to affect her, and Wan Cici could only pretend to be relieved. They didn't want to ask themselves, so she would be a good girl as she wished. After the midterms, Nguyen Dai Tien, thinking of the man she should have called father, Wan Cici's eyes took on a murderous aura. This kind of bloodsucker, she wouldn't let him get on any of the Jiang family. After dinner while Wan Cici went to take a bath, Jiang Yu touched into his parents' room. As a result, Mr. Su said bluntly, you take the test properly, a child should ask this go back. Jiang Yu, children have no human rights, especially in front of his mom and dad. Jiang Weiman looked at his son with a defiant face, reached out and habitually wanted to rub his head but realized that the child had actually begun to change his voice and grow taller. Finally he patted Jiang Yu's still somewhat thin shoulders. It's okay, your mom and I can solve it. You guys have a good exam first. Ruan Daddy in that person, but seeks wealth. Sure enough, it's still solved with money. Jiang Yu sighed and didn't ask much, just said, we can't keep accommodating him after the exam. We can't get rid of it. In fact, he can go in once and he can go in a second time. There are 3 years Ruan Xiaoxi will be an adult. Su Ying frowned and interrupted him. Jiang Yu. The voice was a little stern. Jiang Yu froze for a moment looking up at his mom and dad and was met with 2 disapproving gazes. Jiang Weiman's expression also became serious. Jiang Yu, this isn't something you should consider. We're still here. You go back and review properly first. Su Yin's probing gaze fell on Jiang Yu's face, but in the end she said nothing. Go back. Jiang Yu knew he had said too much. This wouldn't be something the 15-year-old Jiang Yu would say. In the end, worry is chaos. Today, Ruan Daitian's appearance not only affects Ruan Cece also affects him. Jiang Yu walked out of his parents' room, raised his eyes and saw Ruan Cece standing in his doorway in her pajamas. It was summer now, and the temperature was almost 40 degrees every day. But even in this weather, Ruan Cece's pajamas were still long. She had a lot of bruises on her legs and hands. Usually wearing a school uniform she wears ice sleeves. Before that she still wore a jacket. Jiang Yu felt that sooner or later this would lead to heatstroke. Just bought her ice sleeves to put on. I did not expect to also become a small trend. With a group of small girls in the class together to wear ice sleeves. This thing can protect the sun, but also ice cold. Really comfortable. Thinking of the injuries on Ruan Cece's body, Jiang Yu let out a breath. Behind the door, although closed, still can hear Jiang Weiman lowered his voice and said, "Little fish approach. I'm just curious who he learned all this from." Jiang Yu didn't listen any further. Instead he walked over to Ruan Cece, met her innocent dear eyes, and didn't even need her to open her mouth. He directly opened the door to the room. Come in. The corners of Ruan Cece's mouth rose slightly, and light finally came out of her originally dead eyes. At night when he slept, Jiang Yu spread a blanket and lay on the floor with his cell phone in his hand. Ruan Cece lay on the bed and looked at Jiang Yu. Her delicate little face with that sagging hair is also still very chaste. The bed is very big. Jiang Yu glanced at her, a little speechless. Hair to do a little. Who are you scaring? Ruan Cece obediently raked her hair back with her hands, blinking her big eyes as she continued to persuade. We'll split the bed in half. I thank you. This was originally my bed. He was a little amused, but he was also a little helpless as he watched her. From under his pillow, he pulled out 2 tied ties, which matched his school uniform. Would you feel safer tied up? Jiang Yu asked, staring at her. At that moment Ruan Cece felt her heartbeat having a sudden stop, even wondered if he knew about the time she tied his hands before. Jiang Yu, however, as if he didn't know what she was thinking, directly sat up, pulled over her hand tie set, tied her wrists, and then passed his own hand over. Tie it. I'm not smooth. When he met Ruan Cece's gaze that looked over, he smiled and said, it's fine. Let all the heroes guarding you rest on vacation for now tonight. I'll watch over you. So don't be afraid of Nguyen Creek. Brother is guarding you. Chapter 33, Brother, help me. Ruan Cece was holding the tie that had been lengthened by Jiang Yu. Because they were one on the bed and one under it, the 2 ties together were only long enough. She felt her grip tighten as she looked at Jiang Yu, who was sitting on the floor smiling at her. Inexplicably, I wanted to cry a little. In fact, she ran to the door of Jiang Yu's room on purpose at first. She knew Jiang Yu would be heartbroken. She hadn't slept with Jiang Yu for a long time either. Jiang Yu really did put her in, but he himself was going to sleep on the floor. Originally, Ruan Cece was quite unhappy, but at this moment, by Jiang Yu, all that was left in her heart was a soft feeling, and she kind of wanted to cry. Jiang Yu can't stand such sensationalism. Tugging at the tie in his hand. Are you still tying it? Ruan Cece's grip tightened not to give him a tug back, and said undaunted, but if you come up here we can sleep hand in hand, just like when we were kids, he said and looked at Jiang Yu expectantly. Jiang Yu. He took a side of the pillow to her head, mercilessly slapped a few times. How old are you? How old am I? If it wasn't for the fact that my family was in that condition when I was a kid, you shouldn't have been in the same room with me when you came to my house. Are you still sleeping? If not, you can go back to sleep with Hulyua tonight. Ruan Cece said in a hurry. I won't make a scene. Don't kick me out. With that, he took the tie and skillfully tied Jiang Yu's wrists. Jiang Yu sighed in his heart. He was not expecting that one day he would take the initiative to put his hand over to be tied by Ruan Cece. Don't ask. Asking is a bit of a mixed feeling. As expected of Jiang Yu, at night Ruan Cece had nightmares. In fact, even if Ruan Cece didn't say anything, trying to act calm, but Jiang Yu has always known, she is afraid of Ruan Daitian. It is an instinct. She has been beaten and scolded since she was so young. How can she not be afraid? Usually on the road, encountering middle-aged men similar to Ruan Daitian's temperament, Ruan Cece's body would unconsciously tighten up, and it was still like that after so many years. How can you not feel it when you see Ruan Daitian in person today? This was also the reason why Jiang Yu had been insisting that Ruan Cece learn sparring well, just to show her that she could protect herself on her own. Jiang Yu, who had always slept well, did not sleep soundly tonight, and he was violently awakened by his tie pulling tight when he felt Ruan Cece's breathing become heavy. Jiang Yu opened his eyes and sat up, Sure enough, at this moment, Ruan Sisi was breathing heavily, her eyes were still closed, but her hands instinctively hugged herself, and her whole body curled up together. That's a self-protective pose when you're being beaten. Jiang Yu's heart had the suffocating feeling of being pressed underwater. He got up and got into bed, reaching out to take the tightly curled up girl into his arms. It's okay, Ruan Sisi. It was all a dream. It's okay. The person in his arms was stiff and shivering uncontrollably. Jiang Yu never knew that his own emotions turned out to be quite rich. For example, now, in the heartache and indignation at the same time and the heart rolled over, he is now thinking about how to get Ruan Daitian dead. Ruan Sisi knew she was dreaming, but her body's instincts she couldn't seem to control. Her whimpering with pain ran out from the side of her mouth as she was held in Jiang Yu's arms. Ooh brother, I'm in pain. That was the heart of 5 to 8-year-old Nguyen Sisi, and she hurt everywhere. She wanted to run so badly, but just before she ran to the door and pulled it open before Ruan Daitian pulled her back by her hair, she saw the opposite door open and looked at the happy little fat man at the door. In fact, she didn't want to call him fat, she wanted to call him brother more, but he saw her being beaten but closed the door quickly. Ruan Sisi couldn't distinguish between dream and reality. One moment it was Jiang Yu's back as he blocked in front of her, and the other moment it was the scene when he closed the door quickly. It just keeps repeating itself. Ruan Sisi cried out, "Brother, help me, I'm in pain." She felt drops of water falling on her. Was it raining? Why was the water hot? Then she saw Ruan Daitian holding freshly boiled boiling water in his hand and pouring it directly on her. It would hurt. Suddenly a chubby figure stepped in front of her. Ruan Xiaoxi. Jiang Yu realized that Ruan Sisi had a fever. He wanted to go and call Jiang Weiman, but Ruan Sisi kept hugging him, shouting, "Brother, I'm in pain." Jiang Yu could only touch over Ruan Sisi's cell phone on the bed. He knew her boot password, and the lock screen and screensaver were all pictures of Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, however, had no time for this and directly called Jiang Weiman. Suyin and Jiang Weiman came in their pajamas. The two opened the door and saw their son holding a shivering Ruan Sisi. His eyes were red. "Dad, Mom, Ruan Sisi has a fever. It's so hot." Ruan Sisi, this fever came very suddenly. Jiang Weiman measured her temperature and said directly, "I'll go and drive. Send the person to the hospital. You have to put in 4. Suyin noticed the two men's hands tied together and frowned slightly, but now was not the time to still talk about it. She tried to wake Ruan Sisi up, but she couldn't wake her up at all, as if she had fallen into a coma. Just screaming about the pain. Tears streaming all over my face now. The occasional call out, "Stop fighting," making Su Yin's eyes directly red. Her mouth cursed Ruan Daitian, and she had to help Jiang Yu carry the person down. The main reason was that Ruan Sisi had been hugging Jiang Yu, simply unwilling to let go. For the first time, Jiang Yu realized that maybe he also needed to exercise properly. Right now he was even struggling to carry Ruan Sisi down the stairs, but finally got the man in the car. Suyin touched Ruan Sisi's forehead and glanced at the two men's wrists again. "Jiang Yu, remove the things on your hands." Jiang Yu was worried about Ruan Sisi at the beginning, plus the two of them never separated. At this time Ruan Sisi also leaned in his arms, and forget about the fact that both of their hands were still tied. It was only when Suyin reminded him that he remembered. Maybe it was because I had just used too much force when I was hugging someone, and my hands were a little shaky when I was relieving myself. It was still Suyin who helped him them untie it. Suyin didn't say anything, just put the tie to the side. It was a quick trip to the hospital, to the emergency room. Nguyen Sisi was also quickly put on in 4. The girl lying in the hospital bed looked thin and pale. This always made Jiang Yu avoid thinking of Ruan Sisi, who was covered in blood and leaning on his corpse in his last life. He took a deep breath, rubbing his face. Suyin said, "Old Jiang, you and little fish go back to rest first. I'll just keep watch." Because it was almost the midterm exam and their school was also the exam site, the first middle school gave them a vacation in the past 2 days, so Suyin didn't have to go to school. Jiang Yu said without thinking, "No mom, I'll wait too. Otherwise Ruan Xiaoxi will be scared when she wakes up. She would only whisper in her dreams for her brother to save me. What if I wake up and don't see myself?" Jiang Weiman noticed that his wife didn't look too good, and thought that both of them hadn't even realized that the two children were sleeping together tonight. He pulled his son over. "Fishy, listen to your mom." Jiang Yu wanted to say something else, but he also noticed that Su Yin's face didn't look too good. He glanced at Jiang Weiman. Jiang Weiman signaled him to listen. Finally Jiang Yu glanced at Ruan Sisi, who was still lying on the hospital bed, and finally sighed. "Then I'll come tomorrow." Chapter 34. Ruan Sisi thinks she has to live. Jiang Yu followed Jiang Weiman to the underground parking lot. Just the doctor said, "Ruan Sisi, is the recent weather is too hot. It is estimated that there are some anxious things in the heart, as well as diet may not pay attention to, add up together caused by fever. Just finished a bottle of 4 and the fever has gone down." Jiang Yu knew that everything was because of suddenly seeing Ruan Daitian. "Jiang Yu." Jiang Weiman called out to Jiang Yu, "Take the co-pilot." Jiang Yu gave an oh-so-subtle cry and sat down on the passenger side. Both father and son were in their pajamas at this point. The car drove off. The streets were largely empty in the early hours of the morning, with only an occasional car or two passing by. Neither of them spoke, but Jiang Yu knew that his dad definitely had something to say. And sure enough, after a while Jiang Weiman spoke up. "Little fish, did Cece sleep in your room today?" Jiang Yu hummed, then said, "She slept on the bed. I slept on the floor, and I only got into bed when I realized she was out of sorts." Jiang Weiman still believes in his own son. This just need to go back in a while to take a look to see. But he still glanced at Jiang Yu from the rearview mirror. "But son, you're all teenagers. There's a difference between men and women. Even if they're brother and sister sleeping in the same room again, it's not appropriate anymore. Not to mention they're not brother and sister." Jiang Yu sighed. "We're not usually like this. It's just that Ruan Daitian suddenly appeared today, so I guess Ruan Cece was too scared. Just for tonight. As for Ruan Cece sneaking into his room, or don't say it, think of that face of Mr. Su just now. If he knew, it would probably blow up." Jiang Weiman nodded, seeing that his son was actually not too willing to talk about this, and didn't say anything more, just added one last sentence. "Little fish, you're already a teenager. In fact, if Cece was scared today, you should have told your mom to let her stay with her. You're growing up and you need to know what a sense of boundaries is." Jiang Yu softly he just suddenly felt that growing up is really bad. Although he had been thinking about growing up quickly when he had just been reborn, that time was actually the happiest. That lost childhood was brought back in a way that many people never dare to think about in their lives. But Jiang Yu has it. It was clear that he had been reborn once, and now he still struggled with growing up. "Maybe it's because I've really been assimilated by age since I've been back." After arriving home, Jiang Weiman still passed by the door of Jiang Yu's room once. Jiang Yu did not stop. Not let him see the blanket on the ground is estimated to be his parents will not be able to sleep tonight. But Jiang Yu couldn't sleep at all. Woke up early the next morning. Followed Dr. Jiang, who had to go to work, to the hospital. He would have wanted to go at dawn if he hadn't been afraid of being thought of too much by his parents. On the way, Jiang Yu also got off and bought breakfast for Suin and Ruan Cece. By the time he arrived at the hospital, Ruan Cece had already woken up from her fever. Her eyes lit up for a moment when she saw Jiang Yu. Suin, who had been on guard all night, looked a little tired. It is estimated that Jiang Weiman talked to her last night, and this morning after Jiang Yu came she had a normal attitude. That is, she said she had to go back to rest first. Later at noon Jiang Weiman will help Ruan Cece to get discharged from the hospital. Dr. Jiang was coming to work in the morning, so he didn't come over. Suin explained a couple of things and left with her own breakfast. Jiang Yu also escorted her to the elevator. Suin glanced at her own son, reached out and patted his head, then rubbed it in passing, just like when she was a child. But she knows it's not the same. The child is so high. Let Cece rest. Don't think too much. Ruan Daitian really has your father and I on his side, and I'll contact Chen Hui as well. The child wasn't theirs in the end, and it was really troublesome to intervene, and they could only keep trying to contact Chen Hui to solve the problem. Jiang Yu nodded and reached out to put his arm around Suin. "Tough old mom. Brat, go back." Suin scolded him and watched the elevator come and went up herself. Only after watching the elevator go down did Jiang Yu turn around and head back to the hospital room. The 6-person ward was noisy, and one was a child, crying all the time. Jiang Yu walked in to see Ruan Cece alone with her head down, obediently eating breakfast. The noise around her seemed to have nothing to do with her, and even the act of eating seemed to seem a bit numb and robotic. Jiang Yu came over and took out the soy milk that was still in the bag. The person who was originally numb and had little expression suddenly looked up, with a watery light in her fawn eyes, like aggression. She got up in the morning and opened her eyes to see Suin, and at that moment all she had in her mind was the image of Jiang Yu as a child slamming the door in her face. In fact, she also remembers that Uncle Jiang came knocking on the door later, and Ruan Daitian, who originally said that she wanted to break her legs if she tried to run, still didn't manage to break her legs that day. Later her whole body hurt when she sat alone secretly on the stairs. A voice came from behind her, and she turned her head only to see a candy on the stairs and Jiang Yu's chubby back. They were 6 years old at that time. "Jiang Yu, do you regret picking me back up? I'm too much trouble." At this time, Ruan Cece suddenly opened her mouth, her voice with the hoarseness after a cold and fever, less sweet and soft in the past. Jiang Yu couldn't help but frown and glanced at her. "How long has it been since you drank water?" Nguyen Cece froze for a moment, obviously not responding to how come he didn't answer the question he asked, but the mouth has gotten in the habit of saying, "I drank it. I just still have some discomfort in my throat." Jiang Yu nodded. "I have to take medicine in a while. I'll be fine if I take medicine. You quickly eat porridge." He reached out and gently tugged on her somewhat disheveled ponytail, which she must have casually tied up when she got up in the morning. Smiling as she looked over, she said, "I don't regret picking you up. I don't, and neither do my parents." just still can't help but feel heartbroken about how she survived her last life. Just meeting Ruan Daitian once she could be scared to the point of having a high fever. How much fear must she have inside? Jiang Yu pulled out a keychain-sized gourd from his pocket, then pulled over Ruan Cici's hand and put the gourd into her palm, saying seriously and with a smile, "Pull you a same type of tree vine gourd. I'm going to put myself in it, and in the future, you just need to call out and I'll come out to protect you." His hand gently touched Ruan Cici's hair, touched the fur. The nightmares fly away. Don't be afraid. Obviously childish gestures he did. One of the aunts next door smiled when she saw them and said, "You siblings are so affectionate." Jiang Yu smiled at her aunt. "It is very good." Ruan Cici clenched the zucchini in her hand, as if Jiang Yu's body heat still lingered on it. The boy smelled familiar to her, very different from the cold disinfectant smell of the hospital. She finally smiled. It's okay, she's not afraid anymore. She has Jiang Yu. Ruan Cici thought she had to live well, for Jiang Yu's sake as well as for Auntie Sue and Uncle Jiang. The scum of the earth, Ruan Daitian, was now unworthy of the hell she'd dragged herself to by burying her, because he's rotten, but she's not anymore. She's the little annoyance that Jiang Yu picked up and brought home. Jiang Yu's, the annoying one. Chapter 35. Not why is this kid still trying to dig up my cabbages? At noon Jiang Weiman came from work to pack the two together. The hospital discharge is also done. Ruan Shishi's fever subsided after there will be no big problem. Going back with a couple packs of Chinese herbs and a bag of Western medicine. The doctor prescribed Western medicine to reduce fever and Chinese medicine to regulate the body. Ruan Cici is almost 15 years old this year, but her physiological period has always been unstable, sometimes only coming once or twice a year, which is obviously abnormal. Suyin had also taken her to the doctor before, saying that her body had suffered more losses as a child, so every now and then Suyin would take her to the doctor and drank a lot of Chinese medicine already. This time it was all the way to the hospital, so Suyin stopped by to give her another doctor's appointment. Jiang Yu frowned when he saw the bitter-looking Chinese medicine, and it was hard for Ruan Cici to drink it without changing her face. Nguyen Cici is also much better now. It was only the year I first came to their house that I moved around with a fever and cold, so Jiang Yu and Suyin had really spent a lot of time and thought on her. But Ruan Cici had always been very formal in front of Jiang Weiman. Compared to Auntie Sue and Jiang Yu, she was instinctively a little afraid of Jiang Weiman. One was because he was male, a man about the same age as Ruan Daitian, and although the two had completely different temperaments, Ruan Cici retained an instinctive fear of adult males. Another is that Jiang Weiman's attitude towards Ruan Cici has always actually been very kind, but not close, so at this point in the car, Ruan Cici was quiet. Jiang Weiman didn't say anything either. Jiang Yu was looking at that medical record. Ruan Xiaoxi, this body of yours still isn't working. It's still so weak even after taking Chinese medicine for so long. Ruan Cici withdrew her gaze to look at Jiang Yu and apologized in a small voice. "I'm sorry." Jiang Yu rolled her eyes. "Why do you like apologizing so much? It's not moving, it's just sorry." He sounded a little helpless. "If you're so fond of being soft." His words stopped, and then he shouldn't have said anything. If she would have been soft in the first place she probably wouldn't have been beaten up like that by Ruan Daitian. Ruan Cici was still waiting for him to say the following words, looking at him with open eyes. Jiang Yu, however, stopped talking. "Can you take the exam tomorrow like this?" Jiang Weiman also glanced at her from the rearview mirror. Nguyen Cici nodded. "It's okay." Jiang Weiman reminded Jiang Yu, "Didn't you guys say you wanted to go play before you finished the exams? Why don't you guys postpone going for a bit? Cici has to recuperate this body." Nguyen Cici hurriedly said, "No, I can do it." Jiang Yu, however, said, "My father is a doctor. Listen to him." Ruan Cici glanced at Jiang Weiman and didn't dare to say anything against it again. Jiang Yu watched from the sidelines and thought it was funny, or his dad had to step in. Otherwise, it's just Ruan Cici. Every time he acts like he's listening to him. In fact, he doesn't listen at all. But she obediently listened to Jiang Weiman's words every time. 3 people to the home. Suyin are ready to eat. See them enter the door went over to pull Ruan Cici. Looking at her face is still a little pale. Some worried. Said, "Okay, after dinner, rest well, and do your best for the exam tomorrow, okay? The body is important." Jiang Yu said, "Why didn't you tell me that? What did you say when you told me?" Jiang Yu, "If you don't do well on the midterm, I'll skin you." The tone of voice was learned. Ruan Cici and Suyin were both amused by him. Jiang Weiman pulled his good oldest child and said with a smile, "If you're skinny again, I won't help you if your mom beats you up." Jiang Yu said unconvincingly, "Your old man hasn't helped either." "Helped? Uncle passed the stick." Ruan Cici whispered, "Hey, Cici, what you're saying?" Jiang Yu, "Tell yourself if you owe a beating, right?" The atmosphere in the house is great with all the bickering and joking around. It was as if Ruan Daitian had appeared and the matter of Ruan Cici's fever had completely passed. That night, Jiang Yu saw Suyin arrive at Ruan Shishi's room. think it went to bed with her. Jiang Yu sighed, feeling that Ruan Cece was probably going to have a hard time sleeping tonight. Sure enough, the next day she looked pretty average. Not sure if it was because she didn't sleep well or because she was sick, but the two ended up in the exam room together. They were pretty lucky that the exam rooms were all in the same place. The 2-day midterm is over. Watching the teacher put away the paper, Jiang Yu turned his head to meet Ruan Cece's gaze looking at him. The light refracting in from the glass windows shone on the girl's delicate little face, appearing to be more than a little relaxed and sweet. Jiang Yu had a momentary trance, as if they had traveled through the river of time, back to a previous life. If Nguyen Cece hadn't dropped out of school, they'd probably be in the same position on the midterm, right? But in a previous life, the midterm, he didn't remember much, but he knew there was no Nguyen Cece. At this moment, looking at the smile on the girl's face, Jiang Yu didn't hold back and also laughed. He shouted, Ruan Xiaoxi finished the exam. I'm going to the restroom, you help me collect my things. I'll take you out for dinner later. Tonight, Mr. Su must not be so early, to have a meeting, and later to correct papers every day. They Dr. Jiang is also going on duty, so they are free tonight. Nguyen Cece blinked and said, good. There were other classes in the classroom that didn't understand how the two got along on a daily basis. Corner point position, two girls' voices are not small. How does this Jiang Yu feel like treating Ruan Cece like a maid? What do you care if people want to? I thought he was pretty handsome before, but now he's kind of down on his head. Ruan Cece stood by Jiang Yu's table to help him pack up his things. Hearing that complimentary Jiang Yu's words, he turned his head to look at the two girls who had spoken, his eyes a little cold. Jiang Yu was good, but she didn't want anyone else to find out how good he was. She just knew it herself. The two girls' voices slowly trailed off as they met her emotionless gaze. In the end, he only dared to mutter, what are you looking at? Ruan Cece withdrew her gaze only to see an extra pair of hands and a pink envelope in front of her. Hello, Ruan Cece. Jiang Yu met Chi Han after going to the restroom. The kid was dead set on rubbing his nose in the meal, and called up Lu Ji. Jiang Yu are going to be speechless. With two small tail just to the door of their examination room to see a boy red-faced handed over the hand of love letters to the opposite girl. The girl's face looked a little cold, those beautiful eyes looking straight at the things in the boy's hand but with no intention of reaching out to take them. Although many people had left, those in the classroom who were still packing up noticed the scene. Quite a few people stopped moving and just looked at them. The boy's voice was shy but clear. Ruan Cece, I like you a lot. Can we be friends? Chi Han and Lu Ji both said. This brother is really brave. Confession at graduation. 666. Jiang Yu also gave a cry. No, why is this kid still trying to dig up my cabbage? Chapter 36. So you mean Jiang Yu likes me? But Jiang Yu soon realized that what he was raising probably wasn't some soft and tender little cabbage either, but rather a cold ice shooter. Ruan Cece looked at the boy in front of her. She remembered him, and had participated in an OU competition together before. Sorry, I don't like you. The voice was cold, without any rise or fall, and added, I don't like grades that are worse than mine. The sheepish expression on Lyle's face, who was always hovering between 2nd and 5th place, froze. He asked with some reluctance, well, if I get to high school and someday pass you, I might have found a new reason to say no by that time, Nguyen Cece said without thinking. Jiang Yu and the other people surrounding the onlookers, why are you still killing people? Lyle's expression went blank. Ruan Cece, however, felt that he was in his way and took Jiang Yu's pen and gently pushed his hand away. I'm sorry, you're a good person. This seems a little gentler, right? Don't want Jiang Yu to see a bad scene of her. Can't we just start as friends? Maybe someday you'll realize that we're actually quite suitable? Boys at this age always seem to have unlimited courage. At this moment, although his face was red from being rejected, he couldn't help but hold on to hope and unwillingly pursued the question. But Ruan Cece shook her head directly. No way. I don't be friends with boys who have a crush on me. What about Jiang Yu? Li Lu asked reluctantly. Jiang Yu, who was considering whether to go in and interrupt now. Not what does this have to do with me? Sure enough, Ruan Cece looked up at Li Lu, who spoke when she heard Jiang Yu's name. The face that had been cold and expressionless revealed an expression that looked like some confusion. What's Jiang Yu got to do with it? Didn't you say you don't make friends with boys who like you? What about Jiang Yu? I know you're not siblings. You're also very close. Li Lu looked at Ruan Cece's eyes, not knowing why his voice was getting smaller and smaller. Oh, he felt his courage run out. Why else would you be a little afraid to look directly at the goddess? She's obviously so good looking, but he's really a bit scared now. Confusion flashed in Ruan Cece's eyes, then her eyes lit up. So you mean Jiang Yu likes me? People around? Is that the point? Both Chi Han and Lu Ji also looked at that Jiang Yu. Yeah, oh, how did they not consider that possibility? Jiang Yu couldn't look away, originally thinking of not letting the dude be embarrassed, but now it had turned into him being a bit embarrassed. He walked straight over, collected, gone. Seeing that the main person under discussion had arrived, Lilu was in the end thin-skinned and embarrassed, and somewhat flustered. He took back the envelope that he had handed out but no one had picked up, and said, "Excuse me." Then it was time to turn around and leave. Ruan Cece, however, suddenly answered that question he just asked. Jiang Yu is different. Jiang Yu is different. Here in Ruan Cece, Jiang Yu was different from all the people in the world. Lilu froze for a moment. Both of them didn't realize that just now, Jiang Yu had actually heard it. At this point Lyle sighed in relief. Got it. See you in high school. He didn't say much, just liked a girl and got rejected. Whoops, a little sad but not enough to do anything about it. At this age, who hasn't been rejected before? Who? The surrounding people looked at Jiang Yu differently. Ruan Cece picked up the pencil bag and smiled at Jiang Yu. Where are we going to eat? Then I saw Chi Han and Lu Ji walk in. Yeah, where are we going to eat? She showed them a smile disappearing trick. Jiang Yu felt amused and reached out to gently tug on the end of her hair. Let's go eat barbecued meat. I feel like the exams have consumed all of my stamina and I really need to eat some meat. Chi Han and Lu Ji said in unison. I second the motion. Ruan Cece was still a little sullen, and thought she was going to eat with Jiang Yu alone. Jiang Yu passed by her position, casually took the pencil bag in her hand and then picked up her school bag. Walk faster. I feel like standing in line. Ruan Cece looked at the boy's taller and thinner back, his own school bag in his hand, his pace casual. That sunlight outlined him like he was glowing, but Jiang Yu had always shone in her eyes. Ruan Cece suddenly felt as if her mood wasn't so bad anymore, especially when Jiang Yu, who was walking in front of her, suddenly turned her head. Ruan Cece, why are you walking so slowly? You don't want to eat barbecue? Then what do you want to eat? Tell me. She stepped quickly into the sunlight and closer to him as well. No, I'm alright. In the end the original 4 people had more Zhou Xianxian. The girl was originally at the school gates worrying about what to eat tonight. Then it was picked up by Jiang Yu and the others along the way. 5 people ate from a barbecue buffet. In fact, Jiang Yu knew that this thing was probably not going to eat its way back. But I still want to eat it once in a while. But when he watched Chi Han sneakily pull out 2 bottles of beer, Jiang Yu was silent. He glanced at Chi Han. What are you doing? Chi Han and Lu Ji both said. You finished your exams. You mustn't celebrate? Jiang Yu was speechless, reaching out to slap them both. How old are you to drink? The boss really dares to sell it to you? This is still wearing the school uniform. Chi Han let out a sigh of relief. It's okay to drink some. Nguyen Cece hates the smell of alcohol. Her childhood was the room that smelled like booze and the royally drunken Dai Tien Nguyen, the punches that hit her and the kicks that stank of beer. So Ruan Cece instinctively hated the smell, and naturally didn't want her favorite Jiang Yu to catch the smell. So when Chi Han enthusiastically wanted to pour wine for Jiang Yu, she instinctively reached out to cover the mouth of the cup, just as Jiang Yu also reached out, and the 2 of them covered the mouth of the cup with their hands one on top of the other. Correctly speaking, it was Ruan Cece's hand that covered the mouth of the cup, while Jiang Yu's hand covered Ruan Cece's. The teenager's palm, which would always be larger than the girl's, vainly covered the back of Ruan Cece's hand, and his palm gently touched the back of the girl's hand as well. At that moment, Ruan Cece's questioning flashed through Lily's mind. Does Jiang Yu like her too? Ruan Cece's heartbeat was a little messed up and she looked sideways at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, only looked at Ruan Cece's hand when he touched her, and then withdrew his hand. You do not engage in drink a fart wine. You brother, please, you one person, a can of Wang Chai milk is almost, or fall, I do not want to send you home. Chi Han sked. You can't have never drank it, right? Lu Ji and I both drank it at home. That tone is still a bit smug. Zhou Xianxian, on the other hand, had no time to pay attention to what they were saying. A pair of big flexible eyes turned on Ruan Cece and Jiang Yu's faces, finally settling on Ruan Cece's somewhat red face. Oh, my God, she seems to have discovered something extraordinary. Chapter 37. The way Ruan Cece looked at you was not innocent. Jiang Yu didn't listen to their farting. In his opinion, these 2 guys were drinking beer in the middle of the day. Who knows if they would fall down in one sip? If this goes down, you have to send them back one by one. It's hard to send it back and have to explain to their parents that it's hard to bandage. Jiang Yu directly took the wine over. Go get the Wanzai milk. Your brother, you please. Chi Han and Lu Ji. Thank you. You're a good man. However, these 2 people also always had a good temper, and they didn't get angry when they were robbed, and in the end, they exchanged it for a fruit wine, the kind with an alcohol concentration of no more than 5. Jiang Yu just ignored them. Even Zhou Xianxian drank a small cup. Ruan Cece and Jiang Yu, however, did not touch a single bite. Zihan is still saying they are so well tutored. Jiang Yu let out a laugh. Mr. Su's tutoring, you dare to say it's not good? They were all students who had been taught by Suin, and their backs straightened when they heard Mr. Su, math teachers, a perpetual nightmare, except for Ruan Cece, who had better grades. The rest of them were average, and their math scores were all about the same as Jiangyu. It was normal that he would be afraid of Suyin. Lu Ji hurriedly changed the topic. Before I said to go to the beach, said to go later. The day after tomorrow, let's go to play escape room chant? I heard that there is a newly opened one, free of charge for high school and middle school students. Hearing that it was free, everyone got a little interested. It's not about having money, it's mostly about being free. Jiang Yu wasn't very interested. He was eating the meat that Ruan Cece had roasted for him. Occasionally, he also gave Ruan Cece a sandwich. You eat too. I'll just do it myself. Ruan Shishi has always been obedient here at Jiangyu. Basically whatever he says, Ruan Shishi says yes. Zhou Xianxian was listening to Chi Han and the others say ha. This eyeball still looking towards Jiangyu and Ruan Cece. It was so obvious that Ruan Cece couldn't even ignore it if she wanted to, so she raised her eyes to Zhou Xianxian. Zhou Xianxian fiercely met her large temperatureless eyes, still froze for a moment, but she was used to it. Ruan Cece had the same expression and look on her face to everyone. The only one who was different was Jiangyu. Thinking this way, Zhou Xianxian felt more and more that she had discovered something important. So at this moment, he tentatively spoke. Cece, accompany me to go to the restroom, okay? Nguyen Cece. She doesn't understand why she needs company to go to the bathroom, but the girls all seem to have someone to go to the bathroom with. She had gotten a little used to pretending she fit in with the group. So at this point she stood up. Let's go. In fact, Jiang Yu has lived 2 lifetimes and does not understand the girls arm in arm to go to the toilet for what. At this time also not forget to call Ruan Shishi back to him by the way to go to the front desk to ask for a bottle of Coke. Nguyen Cece answered. When the 2 girls were far away, Chi Han said with a cheap swish, Brother Yu, Coke kills asterisk. Jiang Yu rolled her eyes. I've told you to say drink some wanted milk to replenish your brain. This is a rumor. Lu Ji glanced in the direction of the toilet and lowered his voice. Brother Yu, I've just held it all the way in, and I have a question I really want to ask. Jiang Yu looked at him like this and felt that there was nothing good about it, and directly said, otherwise you continue to hold it in. Lu Shi, Shihan is much more direct. He still quite understands Jiang Yu. This person sometimes this mouth damage it. Brother Yu, you and Ruan Cece? You just looked at her like that. I don't believe you when you say that you two are fine. Seriously, if it wasn't Li Lu reminding us, we all forgot that you two aren't actually brother and sister either. Shihan scared. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he should have realized it earlier. I said how come you always have no good face to those boys who like Ruan Shishishi? We all thought that you are a sister control before, but it turns out that you kid is not playing with nurturing, right? As soon as the words left his mouth he was slapped on the head by one of Jiang Yu's outstretched hands. Obviously both of them were taller than the current Jiang Yu, but at this moment, they covered their heads and dared to glare at Jiang Yu. Don't ask, it's just that every time Yu is fierce. He's like an elder and scares people. Lu Ji muttered unconvincingly. Look, annoyed. Jiang Yu directly laughed. No, at this age, what are you thinking about? Just these love affairs? At your age, you should study hard. Anyway, whoever comes to harass Ruan Xiaoxi to study won't be able to do it. But also Foster, when it comes to this, Jiang Yu wants to give Chi Han a try again. You don't have to look at the wrong things. Chi Han leaned back a bit to avoid it. Hey, don't you do it What kind of father flavor statement are you? Still study hard, like my dad. If you're willing to call me dad, it's not like I can't. Jiang Yu laughed and warned them with a leathery smile. Don't talk nonsense. Affecting Ruan Xiaoxi's studies is a no-no. Chi Han and Lu Ji glanced at each other, thinking in their hearts, this still needs them to influence to be honest, the way Ruan Cece looks at you is not innocent, but looking at Jiang Yu like this, they didn't dare to be recklessly. At this time, Jiang Yu still thinks that children of this age are really nothing to think about. Himself to Ruan Cece? The pitiful little face flashed through his mind, but pull back, it's still a child. But Jiang Yu is stopping Chi Han and Lu Ji from talking nonsense. But isn't there another Zhou Xianxian who is in her adolescence and loves to fantasize? This girl every day read what messy magazines, a variety of emotional magazines, homoerotic, romance novels are the same have not less read Ruan Cece didn't want to go to the toilet, so she was waiting for Zhou Xianxian to come out from this side of the sink. Zhou Xianxian came out and glanced at Ruan Cece from the mirror inside. Everyone is a girl. How is it that someone looks so delicate, like a doll? Her somewhat obsessive gaze made Ruan Cece a bit speechless, looking up from the mirror to meet her. What are you looking at? It's been noon. Seeing you look good, Zhou Xianxian said without thinking. This, in turn, made Nguyen Cece unable to pick up the conversation, but she could probably feel the goodwill Zhou Xianxian and the others were releasing now, so there was little expression on his face, but he didn't resent it, either. Zhou Xuanxuan's praise was sincere, not like the purposeful tone of some men who said she looked good. Zhou Xianxian had already gotten used to her silence, and at this time, she suddenly opened her mouth. Cece, how do you feel about Jiangyu? Just now she felt that the atmosphere between the two was different. I didn't think about it before, but now that I think about the fact that they're not brother and sister, the atmosphere feels different. Ruan Cece froze for a moment. Why is everyone asking Jiangyu today? Her beautiful deer eyes looked at Zhou Xianxian with inquiry. What are you asking for? Do you also want to confess to Jiangyu? Earlier, a girl in the class secretly came and asked Ruan Cece this question, and then red-faced asked Ruan Cece if she could help her ask Jiangyu out. There was something she wanted to say to Jiangyu. Although Ruan Cece hadn't been exposed to these early love affairs, she could tell that the girl just wanted to confess, right? And then decisively refused. Jiangyu can't like another girl. Chapter 38 Wan Shishi's heart blooms. Zhou Xianxian quickly waved her hand. I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. Jiangyu just isn't my type. She realized the point after she finished. Also, someone confessed to Jiangyu. No, she wanted to. I didn't promise to help her ask Jiangyu out. Ruan Cece felt a little better when she heard her deny it. Later that girl went to find Jiangyu by herself, and Jiangyu just happened to be going out to buy a pen for Ruan Cece. So she said, I have something to do and I don't have time. It's just as well if you talk to Ruan Xiaoxi about whatever you have to do. And then it's gone. The girl froze for a moment and ended up giving Ruan Cece a hard stare. Ruan Cece didn't care about being glared at. It was just someone unimportant. But she was in a good mood that day because of Zhang Yu's words. When Zhou Xianxian heard that they also had nothing to do with Ruan Cece, she lost interest in asking who the other party was. Just ask Ruan Cece. Cece, do you like Zhang Yu? Like? Ruan Cece frowned. Li Lu just now and now Zhou Xianxian had both asked this question. She thought for a moment. More than that. Zhang Yu is different. She felt that ordinary liking could not define her feelings for Zhang Yu. She is probably really the kind of novel that Zhou Xianxian and the others have read before. The Kindoff, I'll give you my life. But in her case it wasn't a love story. It was true. She can risk her life for Zhang Yu, so no one can take Zhang Yu away. Zhou Xianxian was a little taken back by her serious tone, so they both walked out of the restroom before coming back to their senses. Ruan Cece had already gone to buy a Coke for Zhang Yu. She looked at Ruan Cece's back, wanting to say something. Isn't that, like, a favorite? But Zhang Yu seems to really think of Cece as his sister? She didn't get much of a chance to talk to Ruan Cece about this later. A few people even said they wanted to go to the arcade after dinner. Isn't this a case of wanting to spread out after the exams? But Zhang Yu said he wouldn't go, mainly because he was worried about Ruan Cece's health. This body hasn't gotten better yet. If the two of them don't go, the other three are no longer interested. Eventually it's back to their respective homes. People seem to relax a lot after midterms. There was only one empty seat on the bus going back. Zhang Yu let Ruan Cece sit down, and then holding both of their school bags, he stood next to Ruan Cece. The bus was pretty crowded. It was inevitable that the crowd would be crowded. So Zhang Yu was basically leaning next to Ruan Cece's position. Ruan Cece had listened to Zhang Yu before, and she hadn't thought about the so-called feelings at this age. Anyway, she just has to fulfill the goal Zhang Yu set for her and study hard. But today 2 people in a row have mentioned her in Zhang Yu. And does Li Lu mean that Zhang Yu likes her? Ruan Cece couldn't help but hug the school bag in her arms tightly and secretly raised her eyes to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu was playing with her cell phone with one hand behind her chair. Boys are long gone now from the chubby, fleshy look they had when they were kids. The afternoon sun was probably a bit harsh, and he slightly lowered his lashes and frowned like he was a bit impatient. Zhang Yu's looks gave people the impression of cleanliness and svelte. Not a very handsome looker, but one would think at first glance that he was good-tempered and easy to get along with. The looks followed Jiang Weiman more. Ruan Cece was a little scared of Jiang Weiman, but she loved Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu is good everywhere. The teenager has grown taller very quickly this year. Almost 180. The drawstring looks a little thinner. The school uniform is a little empty. With that weak air-conditioned wind with the smell of mints from his body drifting into Ruan Cece's nostrils, while the bus was crowded, the flavors were actually quite complex. But Ruan Cece could still accurately capture the flavor that belonged to Zhang Yu. Her heart seemed to be beating a little faster whenever she thought of Zhang Yu and that word called like. She thought that she should tell Zhou Xianxian that she was in love with Zhang Yu. It's more than just like that though. At this age of love, Zhang Yu is probably the only ripple in her peaceful life. She liked the feeling. She liked Zhang Yu. Presumably it's that heart-thumping like they talk about? It was as if a flower bloomed in the bottom of Ruan Cece's heart when he suddenly met his eyes at this moment. What a lot of people probably can't understand. How hard it is to bloom in a dark swamp. It was as if Zhang Yu had appeared with marshmallows and light in her life where she couldn't see a way forward. And no one knew how precious it was to Ruan Shishi. Zhang Yu reached out and knocked her head. What are you looking at me for? Tired? After saying that, he put away his cell phone and glanced at the road. 3 more stops to go. TSK, I should have known not to take the bus. Although Ruan Cece's fever has cleared up, this body is not expected to recover for a while. It's okay, I'm just a little sleepy. Ruan Sisi withdrew her gaze. Liking Jiang Yu was something that made her feel happy. It's much more fun to confirm which favorite you are. Nguyen Sisi was smart enough to quickly set her sights on her goal by simply confirming it. The current Jiang Yu is interested in her. Nguyen Sisi wasn't sure, but probably didn't have the same feeling she had for him. But it doesn't matter, as long as she is still unique here in Jiang Yu. As long as she didn't want to, no one could snatch Jiang Yu from her. She herself would become what he liked, and Jiang Yu could only like her. After getting out of the car, Jiang Yu took both of their school bags from her arms and walked side by side with her towards home. Jiang Yu at this time thought in his head as this wait for the results came out how to tell his parents that they want to learn to paint it. In my last life, my grades were poor, so I took drawing for granted. But in this life, it's a bit hard to get better grades. Jiang Yu, Ruan Sisi suddenly spoke. Today, Li Lu, did you see it? Jiang Yu looked back at her. I saw it. What's wrong? You're not interested in that kid, are you? Said has begun to resist frowning. Ruan Sisi this period of aesthetic is like this but not to mention. Jiang Yu suddenly realized that he and Lila seem to be about the same type. As far as the appearance is concerned, it is the kind of Sven type. Thinking of Jiang Yu's inexplicable but willing to martyr himself to his favorite in his last life, Jiang Yu was a little anxious. You are still small now, cannot think about these things What's the point of falling in love when you're only in high school? Jiang Yu deliberately ignored the weirdness in his heart. It was this weirdness that was a little obvious, but Jiang Yu did not dare to think about it in detail. Ruan Sisi saw that Jiang Yu was a bit anxious and felt a bit happy in her heart, then quickly denied it. I don't like him. Jiang Yu sighed in relief. Then why did you mention him? Ruan Sisi stared at Jiang Yu and said seriously, it was only today that I realized that it seemed to everyone as if our feelings for each other weren't quite the same. She smiled sweetly and seriously said again, and I told him that Jiang Yu is different. In my case, Jiang Yu is different from everyone else. The girl's eyes sparkled with persistence as she said this seriously. Jiang Yu looked at her and felt that his heartbeat was a little out of whack. Chapter 39. Who's a good person in their late teens worrying about raising a child? Jiang Yu felt what's wrong with these kids nowadays? They've just finished the midterm, not the high school exam. How come Chihan and the others mentioned this mess and Ruan Sisi did too? He was a little annoyed, mostly over his own uncontrollable heartbeat, and he'd never actually considered that he and Ruan Sisi were due for something else in this life. From the beginning, Jiang Yu was actually just trying to change the ending and save his life. Later on, there were indeed some heroic thoughts trying to save Ruan Sisi. At that moment he'd sked and reached out to pull her ponytail, the force still light. What are you thinking about when you're home? Do you remember what you promised me? With that, he crossed over to Ruan Sisi and headed inside. Ruan Sisi is still the same good-natured look, following behind him. Remember, I'll study hard. Jiang Yu, don't worry. What do you call Jiang Yu? Call brother? Jiang Yu's voice was a bit fierce. Ruan Sisi looked at the teenager's back, still secretly stepping on his shadow, and whispered, not at all. You used to be able to call me brother, but not anymore. She's already found out she likes Jiang Yu, so she's not a brother anymore. She thought maybe she needed to look up how to like someone online, because she had never thought of liking a boy. After all, Jiang Yu had always told her that studying was the most important thing. Ruan Sisi returned to her room, found a book from the drawer, flipped it to a new page, and wrote, on this day at the end of the midterm exams, I found out my little secret. I like Jiang Yu a lot, more than just like. I want to have him all the time, so I'm going to work even harder to give Jiang Yu the best of everything. In her world, liking was a luxury. It's hard for a child who has never been loved in childhood to learn to like it. She has been loved and abandoned, brought home by Zhang's family, but she was grateful to several people in the Zhang family, only not to Jiang Yu. Ruan Sisi hugged the book, her eyebrows arched and her pretty features instantly had color. If the previous Ruan she was an exquisite doll, but it was mostly the soulless kind. Exquisite, yet it feels like something is missing. But now Ruan Sisi is different. She wants to properly protect the little flower that rarely blossoms in her heart. It's been a long summer after midterms. Having just finished the exam, the rare Mr. Su also looked at Jiang Yu quite favorably, so he's actually living quite comfortably. Just this heart was still affected by what Chihan and Ruan Shishi said. Lately he's even started reading adolescent psychology to boot. Of course it's not guiding him, it's guiding Ruan Sisi. He was now a little afraid that Ruan Sisi would have other feelings for him. Don't ask. To ask is to still remember the madness of her last life. Jiang Yu sighed and lay down on the sofa, looking at Ruan Sisi who was cutting watermelon for him in the kitchen. Is it possible that you pressed her too hard and it was a bad decision not to expose her to boys who wanted to be in a relationship with her? Jiang Yu recalled his own adolescence. Seriously, not he pretended innocence. Is the last life of their own time or a slightly fat it? That time there is nothing around the girl on, every day to play games more. Where's the consideration of a relationship? There's no contact with the opposite sex, so his youth isn't much of a reference. High school was even better. Didn't you get bad grades? I'm going to study art and I'm in the studio every day. At that time Jiang Yu was pumping strips. He looks actually on the appearance really not bad. There are girls confessed, but that Jiang Yu only thinks about painting. Mr. Su said he wouldn't get into a good school if he studied art. Asked Dr. Jiang to hang him up and smoke him. Anyway, it's just that Jiang Yu's youth didn't have early love, and there's nothing engraved. Where's the kid who wails about being chased by his own mom in high school? At this moment, Jiang Yu sighed again, his eyes staring at the ceiling listlessly. Who's a good person in their late teens worrying about raising a child? Oh, it's him, Jiang Yu. Then there was suddenly a nice little face within sight. Ruan Cici's face. Jiang Yu stared at it and thought it was pretty too. At least he hadn't met a girl better looking than her. But at this time he still expressionless reached out and covered her little face. What for? Smiling for a while, drooling down. Nguyen Cici fell backward in response to his efforts, and explained, I didn't even open my mouth to eat the watermelon. Jiang Yu sat up. The summer smell of watermelon, feel what irritation can subside a little. Nguyen Cici pushed the cut watermelon in front of him and stopped eating it herself, probably because of the herbal medicine. Her physiological period has arrived. Only then did Jiang Yu notice that her face was a bit white and she hadn't touched the watermelon, and couldn't help but frown. Physiological period is here? Just now, he had seen Ruan Cici walk out and told her in passing to go cut the watermelon, not even noticing that her face looked bad. Nguyen Cici nodded. Right. Jiang Yu sked. Then you didn't say anything and went to help me cut the watermelon. Cootie. Ha! With that, he cursed and walked into the kitchen. Ruan Cici looked at his back with arched eyebrows, knowing that he had gone to make brown sugar ginger tea for himself. In fact, she was just able to cook it herself in passing, but she just did it on purpose. She liked to see Jiang Yu busy herself for her. Although he was cursing and swearing, Jiang Yu was not like this. He's the softest. Ruan Cici picked up the bowl with watermelon and stood next to it to feed Jiang Yu the watermelon. Jiang Yu is slicing ginger while scolding her for being unconscious. Nguyen Cici is still saying, put less ginger in it. She didn't like the taste. What's the point of putting less in? You put down that bowl. This watermelon is all out of the fridge. Next time you do this I'll whip you, said Jiang Yu glared at her. The teenager's brow was gentle, and even with this intentionally menacing look actually didn't look menacing. Ruan Cici smiled sweetly and just looked at him, obediently saying, I'll pay attention next time. Every time Jiang Yu looked at her like this he had the feeling of hitting a fist on cotton. At this point, too, he reached out to pinch her face, but remembered that his hands were covered in ginger. Nguyen Xiaoxi hated the smell, so the hand that was just raised is going to be lowered. But Nguyen Cici took the initiative to stick her face up into his palm. The ginger she hated touched her soft little face. She looked at Jiang Yu with a wink as if she didn't feel anything. Go ahead, I won't hide. Jiang Yu felt the young girl's soft little face rubbing against his palm. After all these years, her face has finally been raised with a little meat on it, with the unobtrusive baby fat characteristic of adolescence. Beautiful deer eyes innocently looking at Jiang Yu's look obedient, as if because of discomfort. The small face also in Jiang Yu's palm rubbed a few times. The validation period has officially begun. It lasts for 7 days. If you have the time, please keep up with the daily updates. If you don't have time, you can listen to the book on mute. Anyway, the latest chapter of The Chase is good. The data is too bad for the book to be easy to QAQ. Chapter 40, Boiling Jiang Yu in Warm Water. She's still very confident. Jiang Yu's throat knots moved up and down for a moment, turning away his eyes. Then without hesitation in his hand, he reached out and pinched her soft little face. The teenager's palm even down to his fingertip temperature seemed warmer than the girl's face. Even a gentle squeeze like that left a mark. Jiang Yu said with disgust, You're the one who's affecting me here. Go out and wait. When he was done, he let go and naturally reached down to rinse his palms, as if trying to rinse away the soft touch that remained on his hands. Nguyen Cici gave an oh-so-dutiful cry and obediently picked up the bowl again and turned around to go out. Just after walking to the living room she sat down on the couch, directly in front of the semi-open kitchen. Could clearly see the people in the kitchen. She's read a lot of information, and with Jiang Yu's temperament, she probably can't rush it. She reached out with some fondness and touched her face that had just been pinched, and even the nasty smell of ginger seemed to have become not so nasty because it was stained from Jiang Yu's hands. It's okay, she's not short of patience, and she's still very confident in boiling Jiang Yu in warm water. Because Ruan Cici's physiological period came suddenly, the two of them did not go to the escape room that they originally said they would go to with Chi-Han. Suyin brought back high school textbooks for Ruan Cici and Jiang Yu, and it was okay to tell them to read them when they had time. Having a teacher at home just never leaves you with the possibility of falling behind in your studies. Mr. Su has been busy correcting papers for a while now and has no time to pay attention to Jiang Yu. but Ruan Cece is still free. And every day she walks up to Jiang Yu with a book and carefully asks, "Brother, is it okay to study together?" That look as if she was bullied by Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu. It was a refusal at first. When Cece didn't say anything, just let out a no as if she was a little downcast, and went back on her own. Then the next day came again with the statement, "Brother, study together? I want to be in the same class as you and go to the same school later." Those eyes are pathetic. Jiang Yu, this person has lived two lives or at the expense of two soft-hearted, especially to Nguyen Cece. The main thing is that people don't get loud or grumpy after he refuses. It was this pitiful look that would make Jiang Yu feel like the game in his hand was meaningless. Jiang Yu had given up by the third day, and his books were all set up when Ruan Cece came. From elementary school to high school he is really all over again. It's a real sin. Although he wailed in his heart, Jiang Yu was definitely serious since he was going to study. Anyway, when the midterm results come out, they'll be able to go to the beach, and Mr. Su said that if they do well, they'll even get to spend the night there. TSK, the temptation of this one is really strong. It makes Jiang Yu such a scum start to look forward to getting grades. Still, Jiang Yu had noticed what seemed to be a new worry for Suyin and Jiang Weiman in the past few days. Neither one was in a good mood anyway. Intuition told Jiang Yu this wasn't right, but because of her age, Jiang Yu knew that even if she asked, she probably wouldn't get an answer. Seriously, maybe in the eyes of his parents, Ruan Cece, a real kid, was more reliable than him, a fake kid. Jiang Yu was sad. In the blink of an eye the midterm results are out. There is nothing unexpected. Isn't Nguyen Cece the first place in the midterm sat? This school has a lot of scholarships by then, tuition free, which is a good thing for Ruan Cece. It's true that learning can be life-changing, but only if you learn to be at the top of your game. Jiang Yu, who knew the amount of the scholarship, was sour, but she was also happy for Ruan Cece. No one knew how hard she studied better than Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu is prone to feel sorry for Ruan Cece in everything else, except in this matter of study. He is ruthless. He's going to try to get Ruan Cece one more way out. It's like right now, Ruan Cece, with these grades, doesn't need anyone's help. She can go to the best high school and have a scholarship. These are the underpinnings of her. The underpinnings of not needing to rely on anyone and taking control of her life on her own. If only Ruan Cece had the chance to take the midterm in her previous life. Jiang Yu let out a breath and shook his head. So he didn't think about it. Otherwise the more you think about it, the more uncomfortable it gets. Obviously Suyin was happy. After all, Jiang Yu had done well on the exam this time too. Although it was mediocre in comparison to Ruan Cece, but it's kind of an overachiever, so Suyin is very satisfied. It's a coincidence that your term started moving to the new campus, which is huge. Suyin smiled and gave the two of them food. Is there anything you want as a gift for doing so well on the exams? Tell me. This was said to both of them. Suyin first looked at Ruan Cece, who smiled and said, "Aunt Su, I don't have anything I want as a gift. I'm already happy to have this achievement." Every time Suyin looked at such a well-behaved Ruan Cece she became more distressed. I also know that as far as her nature is concerned, I guess it's basically a no-brainer for her to ask for a gift on her own accord. If you don't say anything I'll prepare it for you myself. Ruan Cece quickly said no, but Suyin didn't care about that. Finally his gaze fell on Jiang Yu who hadn't said anything. "What's the matter, young master? What do you want?" Normally at this time you would have already voiced your demands. The tone of voice or with a smile. Jiang Weiman also happy. Small fish quickly say, "Your mother does not give to buy, I secretly give you to make up the whole line." Then he was glared at by Suyin. Jiang Yu at this time is a bit hesitant. Learning to paint he does not want to give up. So what he was just debating was should he say it now. After all, his mom said she promised him a request. But I felt like I was spoiling the mood by saying it. But at that moment 3 pairs of eyes were looking at him in unison. Jiang Yu opened his mouth, but still hesitated. Jiang Yu. Ruan Cece realized something was wrong and tugged at his clothes. Jiang Yu sighed and looked at Suyin. "Mom, isn't it true that you'll agree to any request that isn't too much?" "In theory," Suyin said, then also noticed he was a little serious. "What for? You're not trying to tell me you're not going to high school, are you?" This was of course a joke, but she still raised her eyebrows and looked at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu said, "That's not so bad. It's just that I want to go art and learn to paint." At his words, the crowd at the table fell silent. Jiang Weiman all looked at Jiang Yu with some surprise. Suyin's face that was originally with a smile tightened up and looked a bit stern. Ruan Cece was a bit lost in thought. Jiang Yu wants to learn painting? Then he'll go to art class later and won't be in her class. Oh, can you draw by yourself? But she doesn't have that kind of money. Ruan Cece's face also turned bad as she reached across the table to tug on the hem of Jiang Yu's dress. Jiang Yu was a bit helpless. He knew it would turn out like this, but having said it all, Jiang Yu didn't hesitate anymore. He repeated, "Mom and Dad, I want to learn to paint." Chapter 41, at least now we'll be together all the time. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Yu's atmosphere, which was originally tinged with joy, chilled. Suyin looked at Jiang Yu. Little fish, you have good grades, you don't need to take the path of art. She tried to calmly persuade her son, and it's not that she looked down on studying art, it's just that, in her opinion, it's quite hard to study art when there's this mind more set on studying and also getting into a good school, and they haven't cultivated any artistic interests for Jiang Yu since she was a child. Isn't this nonsense? Jiang Weiman also said, that's right Xiaoyu, it's not easy to learn art, it's exhausting. When Cici didn't say anything, her eyes a little gray, thinking about something. Jiang Yu knew they'd say that, patiently said, I've worked hard in middle school, but as you can see, my grades can only be considered moderate. This is still Ruan Xiaoxi has been pulling on me to come out of the grades. After high school the learning task will be even heavier. I can't always rely on Ruan Xiaoxi, right? She might be able to be a top student in the college entrance exams in the future. She can't waste more time on me. I don't feel wasted. I can do it. Ruan Cici finally spoke up. The hand tugging at the hem of Jiang Yu's shirt didn't let go, her other hand rubbing against her pants with some uneasiness and impatience. She spoke seriously, I really can. You didn't waste my time. No time spent on Jiang Yu would be wasted for her. Jiang Yu still knows how to pin down Ruan Cici, but this way I can only get a good undergraduate at most, and you are going to go to a key in the future. If you study art, as long as I keep my grades up, I can probably go to a key in the future too, right? This was said to Ruan Cici, as well as Su Yin and Jiang Weiman. As expected, when she heard his words, Su Yin's face became more hesitant, but in the end, Jiang Yu still didn't take it in one fell swoop, and Su Yin and the others just said they'd have to think about it, and Gwen Cici was obviously thinking about it, too, and was very silent, but this was good enough for Jiang Yu. After all, there was no fierce opposition and would still consider it, as long as he talked about it more. How can you not be happy when this is halfway there? But he's happy, there's always someone who isn't. Jiang Yu's side was chatting with Chihan about going to the beach. Chihan had an uncle who had gotten a couple of small apartments on the beach, and they were able to go and live there. It was also because of this that Suyin and the others were willing to let Jiang Yu and Ruan Shishi spend the night outside. They went together just 3 men and 3 women, but now there is no triple room. Is a double room? Chihan means everyone should not squeeze a good. After all, if they do not squeeze can only be booked 4 rooms. There are also 2 also have to sleep alone. Feeling also while bad. Jiang Yu was indifferent. Whatever, it's okay for you to ask in the group, it's fine on my side. Oh, actually I've already asked everyone. It's just you and Ruan Cici. If you don't have a problem with it I guess Ruan Cici doesn't have a problem with it either. I'll go and talk to my uncle about it, and leave 2 bigger rooms with tatami mats. Chihan's voice was quite excited. After all, they all got into the first high school this time. Zihan scrubbed the edges, but it doesn't matter, at least it's a test. Lu Qi said he was excluded and isolated because he hadn't been able to be in the same class with them, and said he wished he could at least pull this person into the same class in high school this time, right? It'd be great to be in the same class as Ruan Cici. Jiang Yu think also quite strange. In fact, Ruan Cici this person is also a little cold to friends, but Zhou Xinxian and Lu Qi are particularly like her. The little girl popularity is not bad, but Jiang Yu thought that it could probably be because Zhou Xinxian and Lu Qi were both face dogs. Gwen Cici is too good looking. As he was talking to Chihan, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Yu said come in, then said to Chihan, I'll talk to Ruan Xiaoxi later. You can say it again in the group. It can't be my one word, right? I'm hanging up. He also heard Chihan mutter, aren't you just a one-trick pony with Ruan Cici? Says no one is allowed to fall in love. Even a fly flying by her is a mother. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes and looked at the bad-faced Ruan Cici walking in, and could actually guess what it was about. So he told Chihan, that's it, hang up. Ruan Cici stood in front of him and waited for him to hang up before speaking. Jiang Yu, do you really want to study art? Jiang Yu pulled over a chair. The paper on the desktop drew a few cue characters. Sit down and talk. Your stomach is still not feeling well? The color of your face is not very good. It's okay. A bellyful of anger seemed to suddenly disappear when she heard Jiang Yu's concern. In her heart, she was a little angry at her own indiscretions, but on Jiang Yu's face Ruan Cici's entire body was soft, and this had become her inherent state in front of Jiang Yu. You, can you not read art? Ruan Cici sat on the chair Jiang Yu pulled over, frowned and said, I can teach you. We can't be in the same class if you read art. When she was notified by the first middle school, she made a request to be in the same class as Jiang Yu, but not if he reads art. Jiang Yu sighed and said seriously, but Ruan Xiaoxi, some people study hard and that's it. I'm that kind of person. I'm still self-aware, and even if we split classes, it's still the 2nd year of high school, and we can still go to and from school together if we're not in the same class, and we can still go home together. Jiang Yu looked at her unhappy appearance. His legs propped up and the chair slid over a bit, reaching out to rub her head. We can't be together forever. Jiang Yu's tone was very light when he said this, and he also carefully looked at Wan Cici's expression, and then didn't miss the flash of gloom in her eyes. Jiang Yu's heart thumped, hurriedly added, "But I'll always be your brother. Later things will be said later. I've seriously considered the matter of studying art. You'll support me, right?" He deliberately said pitifully, "If you're against it too, no one in the family will support me." Wan Cici looked at Jiang Yu, pursed her lips, and spoke after a while, "Is it expensive to learn art?" Jiang Yu thought for a moment. "It's okay." He suddenly thought of something and looked at Wan Cici. "Don't think about it. Your grades are so good. You're going to be top student material. Don't think about these things, okay?" Wan Cici didn't say anything even when he read his inner thoughts. In fact, she looked it up and couldn't afford to support the money to study art on her own. She couldn't ask Auntie Sue and the others for money, could she? It's more annoying. Jiang Yu sighed. "What's in your head, Wan Cici? Study hard and don't think too much about other things. At least now we are going to be together all the time." Chapter 42. No one can ruin Wan Cici in this life. Wan Cici was clearly not placated by Jiang Yu's words, but she didn't confront Jiang Yu head-on. She just didn't look too good for a few days afterward, and she was a little distracted in everything she did. The weather has been bad for the past few days. It's been raining, so their trip to the beach was delayed again and again. Wan Cici's sparring lessons are twice a week, and basically Jiang Yu sends her there. Mainly, Jiang Yu's only went occasionally after he learned how to swim. Usually, if there was nothing else to do, he would simply wait for Wan Cici to get out of class at the milk tea store near the martial arts gym where she was learning sparring, play games or draw pictures, drawing tattoo diagrams. In his last life, Jiang Yu had traveled a lot in order to enrich his gallery, also traveled to many countries to study. Tattooing this line of work does not seem to be too much on the stage, but Jiang Yu's tattoo parlor in his past life is not a few $100s on the street. A figure of that kind. Let him do it is not easy to get his hands on. Have to be half a year in advance in order to make an appointment on the. It's also a lot more money than you can make in the general industry, but even then it wasn't a serious job in the eyes of his parents. It's not even as bad as going to work as a librarian for $3,000 a month. Jiang Yu reborn before life is nothing too big regrets. The biggest regret is probably his parents do not quite agree with his career. In fact, can understand. A doctor, a teacher. In their view they are indeed considered to be out of practice. So reborn back Jiang Yu actually did not intend to give up his hobbies and favorite professions. Originally he was not a person with any great ambitions. It's so hard for people to find careers where they can make money and still enjoy it. Jiang Yu couldn't find any reason why he should give up. Anyway, the biggest change in his life is probably the murderer in his previous life. Wan Cici. Jiang Yu put down the pen in his hand and glanced at the martial arts center across the street. Then he saw the figure that was familiar and made him uncomfortable. Nguyen Dai Tien. What's he doing here? Jiang Yu stood up violently, thinking it was because it was raining that he had misread the situation. Unexpectedly, Ruan Daitian on the opposite side of the room looked over as if he had sensed his sight. Then he came over with his umbrella. This time Jiang Yu didn't hide and just watched as Ruan Daitian crossed the street and walked to the door and pushed it in. The lady at the milk tea store smiled when she heard someone enter and shouted, "Welcome." The expression on his face stiffened when he saw Ruan Daitian, who was obviously a bit gloomy and not quite a nice person. But he still spoke carefully. "May I ask what you need?" Ruan Daitian turned his head around and saw Jiang Yu, who had already sat down, and shook his head. "No need. I'm looking for someone. Looks come from the heart, and Nguyen Dai Tien is the kind of guy who just looks mean." Jiang Yu smiled at the young ladies who looked over with worried faces, then watched as Ruan Daitian sat down across from him. "Jiang family boy, waiting for Cici to get out of class?" Ruan Daitian smiled and looked at Jiang Yu, only that smile was unkind in any way, even calling Cici intimately. He has always been called a little money loser and all sorts of other vile words. Jiang Yu looked at him and nodded, not being too polite. "How did you find this place?" "Me? I followed you here. I've been following you guys for 2 days. Ruan Daitian grinned, revealing rows of yellow teeth, looking just as oozy as he said that. Jiang Yu's back was a little cold. He really didn't realize that Ruan Daitian had followed them for 2 days. "What are you following us for? Didn't my mom talk to you before?" "Yes. I've talked about it and taken the money, but haven't I spent it all? I heard that my daughter got the top grade in the exams. The school probably gave her a lot of money, right? What's wrong with her daughter giving me some money to spend?" Ruan Daitian looked like he was taking it for granted. That face made people want to punch him. Jiang Yu said in a deep voice, "My parents gave you a lot of money, right? And Chen Hui, Ruan Cici, those money is to study. It doesn't matter if you don't study. With that face of hers, you might be able to get by without studying." Ruan Daitian didn't care to say. The whole brazen, staring at Jiang Yu smiled. "Otherwise so, you also don't want me to find Ruan Cici, right? Then this way then you give me $10,000. I won't look for it. He looked like he had a plan. Don't say I'm bullying you kids, but I do know that 1cc's bonus is more than that. Jiangyu could see that he was coming for him today, and he could also guess that even if he gave the money, he guessed that this thing in front of him that didn't count as a human being would still turn around and go to 1cc. After all, Ruan Daitian's words were as useless as farts. Jiangyu clenched the pen in his hand. Since his parents and Chen Hui couldn't solve Ruan Daitian, then he'll do it. No one can ruin this life for Nguyen Cc. Jiangyu smiled a little. Okay, but I don't have so much money for a while. Can you wait for me for a few days? Jiangyu made a difficult and ugly expression on his face, and emphasized, but as promised, I'll give you the money. You don't go to Ruan Cc. Ruan Daitian looked like he didn't expect this Jiangyu to be so gullible and froze for a moment. Then he thought, can this kind of young master in the ivory tower not be fooled well? He made a serious look. Of course, Cc is also my child. I also want her to have a good life. Uncle Ruan promise you, I'll leave her alone after I get the money. Jiangyu nodded with an ugly face. Okay, you leave a number. I'll contact you later, he said and pushed the paper on the desktop in front of Ruan Daitian. Ruan Daitian wrote down a cell phone number and asked, you don't have a cell phone? Yes, but it's broken. Ready to buy a new one. When the time comes to sell the new one to give you money. Jiangyu told like more annoyance. Well, you should go. A moment Ruan Cc Xie class. Ruan Daitian, seeing that he could get the money was also very nice and stood up, only still saying as a warning, I'll wait 5 days at most. Good. Jiangyu thought 5 days would be enough. Soon Ruan Daitian left with his umbrella. Jiangyu picked up the cell phone that had been on recording from the seat next to his own. It was originally meant to be a rain recording, and sometimes drawings are inspired by many things, so did the sound of rain. No one was in the store today, and he told the lady to turn off the music. I was thinking of better recording the sound of the rain, but I didn't realize I had recorded this. Extortion of a minor is a crime, right? But it's not enough. Jiangyu turned off the recording on his cell phone. He had to figure out how to get him in there, preferably never coming out. The rain outside was heavy, so heavy that Jiangyu, who was thinking, didn't know when Ruan Cc had already walked over. Jiangyu, are you gawking? The girl's voice was on the cold side, but at this time there was more softness towards Jiangyu. Jiangyu snapped back to his senses and looked at her. You got out of class. Ha! The hand naturally cleared the tabletop. Ruan Cc looked down and her pupils shrunk violently. That familiar handwriting, and that cell phone number. Nguyen Dai Tien. Chapter 43, I'm more useful than Hulkbuster, right? Jiangyu quickly packed up the things on the desktop. I originally thought you guys would be getting out of class a little late today. It's still raining outside. Ruan Cc squeezed her hand deathly tight, trying to calm herself down before reaching out to help Jiangyu clean up together, and also passing by to take over the bag in his hand. But was Jiangyu stuffed a cup of milk tea ordered in advance and the thought only a little cold feeling? No need for you to take. Go home. Ruan Cc explained. The teacher's wife is going to have a baby, so class actually ended a long time ago today, but I just sparred with my classmates and came out late. Jiangyu smiled and said, then your teacher this is a happy event at home. Did you win against your classmates? Nguyen Cc nodded. Winning? Why aren't you happy about winning? I won't grab a chicken leg from you tonight. He glanced at Ruan Cc. Teacher Su told us to buy a roasted chicken to go back. It was a common conversation, and one that Nguyen Cc had gotten used to over the past few years. She watched as Jiangyu held open the umbrella and turned her head to gesture for her to stand under the umbrella. Take the bus or the subway. A taxi in this weather is going to be jammed. Then take the subway. Ruan Shishi stepped under the umbrella and felt him instinctively tilt it to her side. Jiangyu was always like this, hard-mouthed and soft-hearted, in fact always protecting her. Those unfamiliar classmates always ask Ruan Cc, why do you listen to Jiangyu so much? It always feels like he's bullying you. Obviously, Jiangyu had been protecting her all along. A few years ago the little fat boy has grown taller and thinner. At this time is taller than Ruan Shishi by more than half a head, and do not need every time Ruan Shishi help him to hold the umbrella. The weather on typhoon days is a bit annoying. Jiangyu was already annoyed, and at this moment he was escorting Ruan Cc towards the subway station, shouting, come over here a bit, my bag is going to get wet. Nguyen Cc reached for his bag and hugged it to her chest. This way it won't. This time Jiangyu didn't stop. He switched hands for the umbrella and wrapped his arm around her a little closer to himself. You're going to get yourself wet like that. Ruan Cc was protected in his arms. Her originally chaotic thoughts seemed to calm down all of a sudden. Jiangyu, will you always protect me? Jiangyu had gotten used to Ruan Cc's insecure appearance from time to time, and thought she was still obsessing over the fact that she was going to art class. Without thinking, he said, of course I will. In the future, even if we're not in the same class, we're still in the same family. Remember the zucchini I gave you? Call me and I'll come out to protect you. He also coaxed Ruan Cece like he did when he was a child. I'm better than Holyua, right? Ruan Cece smiled back. The gourd was hung around her neck with a red string, clinging to her. At this point she said seriously, that's for sure. Jiang Yu is a superhero. That's why I can't let that filth get on yours. Both of them could not avoid getting their clothes and pants wet by the time they arrived home. Hurry back and get changed. Jiang Yu changed his clothes before remembering that his bag was still at Ruan Cece's place. Come out only to see the bag placed on the living room couch. They're all wet. The bag isn't. Jiang Yu thought and knew that it was the result of Ruan Cece's careful protection. He took the bag into the bedroom, and just as he took out the manuscript inside, he heard Mr. Su shout, "Come out for dinner, ah!" Jiang Yu responded, put down the things in his hands and went out. Naturally he didn't notice that the piece of manuscript paper that Ruan Daitian had written on was gone. Suing finally loosened up during dinner. Little fish, I've discussed this with your father. We can respect your hobbies, but you'll have to accompany mom to meet a teacher. You'll have to be assessed. After all, it's not a good idea to learn the path of fine arts if you don't have any talent at all. She sighed. In fact, in contrast, she definitely preferred Jiang Yu to study well. But what he said that day, she and her husband talked about later. Ever since she was a little girl, Jiang Yu's grades weren't exactly the colorful kind. Obviously, she and her husband are both academics, but it seems that their son has not inherited it. By the time you get to middle school, this drop-off is actually quite noticeable. The same as Jiang Yu said, if it is not Ruan Cece has been pulling him to review cramming, Jiang Yu that turbulent results cannot go to the first middle school. Suin are not allowed to say. They couldn't keep letting Ruan Cece crash Jiang Yu forward, even though they all knew that Ruan Cece was willing, but they can't be selfish, so the couple is still loose, although he knew it was a matter of time. But at this time, hearing Su Yin's words, Jiang Yu was still very happy. Okay, no problem, Mom. I promise to give you a long face. Sui looked at her son. This happy appearance also could not control the smile on her face. Only her mouth was still disgusted. You've got to come on, ah. Just don't give me shame. Ruan Cece looked at Jiang Yu's undisguised delight and gripped the chopsticks in her hand. She used to want to grow up so she wouldn't be afraid of Ruan Daitian anymore. But if the price of growing up was to be farther and farther away from Jiang Yu, she didn't want to grow up at all. Ruan Cece was in a bad mood. Jiang Yu could naturally tell. In the evening he took the initiative to knock on Ruan Cece's door with the sugar water cooked by Ms. Su. Jiang Weiman, who was in the living room, gestured for Suyin to look. The two of them have really grown up with this affection. Suyin smiled back. Aren't all siblings like that? Jiang Weiman, however, was a bit tongue-tied, and finally lowered his voice and said, they're not siblings. This relationship still needs attention, and if little fish is going to study fine arts, Ruan Daitian sighed, they can't give much more. Jiang Weiman couldn't tell why. Ruan Cece had been in the family for so many years, he still felt that the girl wasn't as well behaved as she appeared. Just a hunch, I guess, and he had seen Ruan Cece glaring at Ruan Daitian before. In the eyes of a child that young was that hateful stare. Though Nguyen Daitian it's not even considered a person, but he was quite insecure about such a girl following his son around all the time. On the contrary, his son and daughter-in-law both loved Ruan Cece, so Jiang Weiman didn't say anything, and Ruan Cece was really well behaved all these years. Suyin heard her husband's words, the smile on her face tightened a bit, glancing at Ruan Cece's room door that wasn't closed. I still believe in little fish and Cece, this Ruan Daitian thing. I'll find Chen Hui to talk about it again. It can't be like this all the time, and we don't have a lot of money in our family anymore. Once or twice in a while was fine. If they were allowed to let them accept Ruan Daitian's blackmail for a long time, where would they have so much money? Jiang Weiman nodded, frowning and whispering, if you can't do it, use the kind of method that little fish said before. Suyin was all against it before, but at this time, she just remained silent for a while and said, let's look at it again. Chapter 44. Not as cute as when you were a child and called after yourself as a brother. When Jiang Yu came in with the sugar water, he really saw Ruan Cece reading a book and doing problems. The questions done should be from senior year. Ruan Cece's room he also came in many times, familiar with it, pulled over the chair and sat down, casually put down the sugar water. Drink sugar water. Study also need to pay attention to rest. How are you like a robot? Not tired, ah? Ruan Cece shook her head. It's okay, this intensity is nothing. I've organized some knowledge points. You can take it back later. Jiang Yu sighed. In fact, you don't need to specially prepare knowledge for me. Tonight my mom also said that I'll go to that teacher's side the day after tomorrow to take the test. You don't believe that your brother can do well in the test, ah? Ruan Cece always unconditionally believed Jiang Yu, but at this time pursed lips do not speak. At this time the inner heart has even hoped that Jiang Yu's examination cannot pass. It was too selfish to think like this, but then Jiang Yu would be able to stay with her all the time. But in the end, Ruan Cece whispered, you'll get over it, I believe in you. In fact, She had occasionally found Jiang Yu's casual drawings before, and he habitually drew casually when he was fuming and bored. At that point she thought the painting was pretty good, and she secretly hid a lot of draft paper that he'd thrown away. But at that time, Ruan Shishi didn't think he would leave her one day because of painting. Just the thought of it makes me unhappy. Jiang Yu looked at her smelly and dry face saying that she will definitely do well in the exam and found it cute. Reaching out, he pulled the pen away from her hand. Wash your hands and come out and drink sugar water with me. When Cici also subtly still got up and went to wash her hands, Jiang Yu smoothly helped her clean up her desktop. It was all papers and books, different from his desktop with models and puzzles. She was self-disciplined enough to make Jiang Yu an adult with a weak heart. Ruan Cici found her desktop tidied up when she came out. Her heart thumped, then she thought that the paper had been stuffed into her math book, and Jiang Yu might not see it. Why are you standing there? Come on, a moment cold. My mother said you do not drink cold, or I have put in the refrigerator for a while. Jiang Yu called her. Always feel that he learned to draw and paint influence is so big still so long? Why does Ruan Cici look like she's in some kind of trance? Not Ruan Xiaoxi. Jiang Yu wasn't someone who could hide his words. He looked at the silent Ruan Cici after he drank all the sugar water. Are you hiding something in your heart? The last bite in Ruan Cici's mouth almost spewed out. Her first reaction was Jiang Yu knew, and then choked. Cough cough cough. Jiang Yu AI let out a sound, hastily stood up and patted her back. No, what's wrong with you and not a child. The girl is very thin. Jiang Yu touched her back, feel all bones. Watching her coughing white face is red. Ruan Cici waved her hand to show that she was fine. Cough cough cough. With all this commotion, Jiang Yu forgot what he was going to ask. Suin are uneasy to come and ask. What's wrong? Coughing like this? It's fine. Cough cough cough. Just coughing and choking. Ruan Cici coughed so much that her eyes had an extra layer of tears in them. Jiang Yu sighed and told his mom. It's okay mom, it'll be okay in a while. Finally Suin saw Ruan Shishi slowly stop coughing before she came in and collected their bowls in passing. Drink slowly. Isn't it true that Jiang Yu is talking to you on the side again while you're copying things? Just ignore him. Jiang Yu felt quite wronged, but it was true that he was still talking to Ruan Shishi, making her choke. Feeling wronged can only be endured. Finally Suin barked a few words and turned to go out. Jiang Yu watched as Ruan Cici slowly calmed down before taking her cup. Drink some water. This time she waited for her to swallow before speaking. I'm getting the impression you're weak-minded with that reaction. The girl looked at Jiang Yu with big, pitiful, tear-stained eyes. Her face flushed. Ruan Shishi looks good, Jiang Yu know since childhood. Occasionally Su teacher take them out together. See, there is no say Ruan Shishi is not good-looking. Delicate as a doll isn't all it's cracked up to be. Even Chi Han, who was so afraid of Ruan Cici, admitted that she looked really pretty. At this time, Jiang Yu was disliked by the beauty storm in front of him, and his mind forgot what he was going to say for a moment. There was only one thought. Who made her cry? Damn it. And then immediately remembered that it seemed to be myself, Anyway, at this point he reached out and pressed Ruan Cici's face again. Don't stare at a pair of big eyes without saying anything. Ruan Cici was a little lost in her heart. Did he not like herself at all? How does it seem that every time you look at Jiang Yu it's different from the others? He didn't react at all when you were looking at him here. Ruan Cici was even more depressed. I'm not hiding anything from you, nor am I hiding anything, because Jiang Yu's hand was covering her face. So at this moment, her breath was spraying on Jiang Yu's palm as she spoke. Jiang Yu withdrew his hand as if he suddenly felt a little hot. His heart was beating a little fast, so naturally he didn't notice that Ruan Cici's eyes flickered a little when she said this. Jiang Yu hummed. You'd better. There's something you want to tell me. You can't figure it out as a kid, can you? Say it like you're not a child. Ruan Cici retorted defiantly. Jiang Yu laughed, thinking that he really wasn't a child anymore, but his mouth deliberately said, how do you talk? I am your brother. Nguyen Cici stopped looking at him and took the notes that had been organized for him on the side. Your notes, Jiang Yu. It's so annoying when kids grow up. It's not as cute as when you were a kid following you around and calling your brother. He reached for his notes and gently tapped her on the head in passing. No big deal. I'm going back. As Jiang Yu turned around, Ruan Cici reached out to pull on the hem of his shirt. Jiang Yu turned his head to look at her. What's wrong? Can we sleep together tonight? Ruan Cici asked with wide, pitiful eyes. Jiang Yu, reaching out, he pinched her nose, thinking about fart eating. My parents shall not beat me to death. Sleep on your own. If you can't sleep, I'll send you a hypnotic music. Why do you have this stuff? Ruan Cici asked curiously, her voice jarring because of the pinched nose, mainly because Jiang Yu's sleep quality was as good as a coma, so she didn't need any hypnotic music at all, did she? Jiang Yu let out an "oh." Before Chi-Han said he had insomnia for a while just listening to this. I asked for it for you. He let go of Ruan Cici's little nose, seeing as it was all red and looked adorable throughout. Jiang Yu smiled and continued, don't you always have trouble sleeping? You need to sleep well to grow up. you haven't grown much this year, be careful of becoming a dwarf, he said smoothly, rubbing her head and turning to walk away. Let's go. Ruan Cece looked at his back and skimmed her lips. She didn't need any hypnotic music. Only by Jiang Yu's side could she fall asleep at ease. Chapter 45 Ruan Xiaoxi, wait for me to buy you food. Jiang Yu went back and sent that hypnotic music that he had asked for to Ruan Cece, then organized the drafts I drew today. It was soon realized that the manuscript with Nguyen Dai Tian's number was missing. Jiang Yu also carefully rummaged around many times to make sure it was really missing. Did you lose it in the rush to clean up at the milk tea store? But it didn't matter. He had the cell phone number memorized. The question now is how he's going to figure out how to get Nguyen Dai Tian in there for a few more years. Last time he was a manslaughterer. Seems he was drunk. Jiang Yu can't let him kill another person this time. Can he? He remembered that in his last life, Ruan Dai Tian went in as if he'd contracted something like that. But one difference is that in this life, because he's been in there for a couple years, he doesn't seem to have touched any of that stuff yet. Or even if he touched it, he wasn't quite at the point of going to FD because he didn't have the money. After all, in this life he had the money, asked Chen Hui for it, asked his parents for it, and now he's asking him for it. So I guess I'll have to ask Ruan Cece for it later. Ruan Dai Tian, a man who is considered to have all the 5 poisons, will also gamble. Jiang Yu was a little annoyed to draw a broken hand on the draft paper. Gambling, it seems to have become the easiest to start the same. After all, in contrast, the others were a bit difficult for the current Jiang Yu. Now that she's 15 or 16, she doesn't know people from all walks of life like she did in her last life. Just as Jiang Yu was thinking about how to lasso Ruan Dai Tian in, Ruan Cece, who was across the wall, had already sent a message to Ruan Dai Tian. You're looking for Jiang Yu? Do you want money or something? You're looking for me, not him. Ruan Cece's face was cold. What she wanted to do was to put an end to the trouble forever. Why didn't she tell Jiang Yu and the others? It's because Ruan Cece knew they would never agree. But you can't get rid of someone like Ruan Dai Tian without being ruthless. She reached up and gently rubbed the zucchini on her chest. Her hero had protected her for so long, it was her turn to do it this time. Jiang Yu also prepared the money for a while. In fact, his pocket money has always been quite a lot, and he went online to sell part of the figure. Jiang Yu is underage and sells his manuscripts cheaply, and he has an account that now has tens of thousands of fans. These were naturally unknown to Suyin and the others. Selling manuscripts of money, Jiang Yu all received only PayPal. He also had a bank card, but that card was one that Suyin had helped him with, and occasionally he would look at how much money was left in it. The main reason is that I'm afraid that Jiang Yu will spend money recklessly, but she won't check the Alipay. Speaking of which, Alipay is not Jiang Yu's name, it is Jiang Weiman's, because the minor's Alipay cannot accept transfers, and there is a limit to the amount of expenditure. Jiang Yu felt devastated, and the fortunate thing was that Jiang Weiman didn't use Alipay. It's just that if Jiang Yu wants to take the money out now, it's quite a hassle. Originally, he wanted to transfer the money when he became an adult, but now it's coming in handy. He prepared the money because he was afraid that he didn't have enough time, and then Ruan Dai Tian rushed, and he would definitely transfer the money to Ruan Dai Tian. After all, you can't lose this blackmail charge. Jiang Yu looked at the 15,000 in his account. Hey, originally also wanted to wait for Ruan Cece's birthday to give her fireworks to see what other little girls have. Ruan Xiaoxi must have too, so she won't be easily deceived by Huang Mao. Raising a daughter, brother Yu, the money was gone in a flash, and it hurt, but the thought that it was a solution to Nguyen Dai Tian was okay, right? Money can be made again. Everything is ready. Jiang Yu is quite relieved. He was seriously preparing for the exam in 2 days, and although he was confident in himself, he was still a little nervous. After all, you can't be too sophisticated or it'll be too obvious, and it'll be even more embarrassing if you're accidentally caught being a genius. He's just an average guy with a little bit of talent. Jiang Yu has been preparing for the exam for the past 2 days, and he runs out when he has time. Mainly in this life he didn't know anyone, and it was still a bit of a hassle to make the game. Jiang Yu was a little busy, so he didn't notice that Ruan Cece was an hour later than usual when she went out to buy groceries the past 2 days. The day Jiang Yu was going to take the exam with Suyin always felt that his heartbeat was not right, especially fast, and his eyelids followed. Their appointment was in the morning. Suyin had to go back to school before sending him there. She had a meeting today. Jiang Yu turned his head to look at Ruan Cece before he left the door. You're not coming with me? That's a little strange. Usually, Ruan Cece can't wait to get on top of him? Coupled with the fact that her eyelids kept jumping, Jiang Yu always felt something was wrong. Ruan Cece shook her head. I'll wait for you to come back. Aunt Su gave me a set of questions. I'm a few questions short. Suyin reached out and patted Jiang Yu. Well, now the child is big. Can't pat the head, can only pat the arm. You're a child, going out and still want Cece to accompany. Jiang Yu didn't move and just looked at Ruan Cece. Ruan Cece's heart was beating fast, just afraid that Jiang Yu would see something, but the expression on her face didn't change much. Still looks good and cozy. Finally Jiang Yu exhaled a breath. Okay, then you wait for me at home. Come back, I'll bring you downstairs. That family's what, the stuffed watermilk or what? I heard it's good. You wait for me to come back. Suyin rolled her eyes. You hurry up, Jiang Yu. Then he turned his head and smiled to Ruan Cece and said, Cece, Auntie won't be home for dinner at noon. You two eat Ask Jiang Yu to do it. Jiang Yu also rolled her eyes on the side and said in a conspiratorial manner, Don't worry, it won't starve your daughter. Mother and son fought their way out the door. Ruan Cece also had a smile on her face. Jiang Yu turned his head to look at her as he walked out and closed the door. Ruan Xiaoxi, wait for me to buy you food and come back. Nguyen Cece let out an ouch as the door closed. Jiang Yu still couldn't control looking behind him while waiting for the elevator. Suyin glanced at him while returning the message. What are you doing today? I don't know, about some distractions. Jiang Yu sighed. Suyin laughed at him. Nervous? Think you can't do it? Jiang Yu instantly became unconvinced. That's impossible. I'm really good. You wait for it, Mr. Su. That better be. This teacher is strict. Don't get scolded and cry. Jiang Yu did not expect this teacher. Strict is really strict. Said he also. No. In my last life, I went to Mr. Chi's studio during my senior year rush. It was Suyin who took him there that time too. Mr. Chi is strict, but he's really capable, just not very temperamental. Speak directly too. This time, not only Jiang Yu won, there are 2 girls and 2 boys. Together with Jiang Yu a total of 5 people. I heard that if you pass Mr. Chi's test you can even get into his studio early. Originally Jiang Yu had planned to hide a hand, but now he was much more serious. So much wasted time. Unable to avoid being picked on. The last 5, 2 left. The other 3 were scolded and cried. But luckily Jiang Yu passed the test, although he was also scolded. But that's okay, he's used to being scolded in his last life. It was after 12 when I got out of the studio anyway. Jiang Yu took out his cell phone and looked at it. No Ruan Cece information? This was wrong, and that uneasy feeling came up again. Chapter 46 Call the police and an ambulance. Jiang Yu took out his cell phone and called Ruan Cece, but the electronic tone on the other end of the phone indicated that the other party was off. This gave Jiang Yu a bad feeling. He directly took a taxi. Now at this time of the day, a taxi should not be very congested. Taking the subway but also to transfer is too troublesome. Jiang Yu also gave his family. Su teacher also made a phone call. Suyin's side should be exactly noon break time. Connected very quickly. What's wrong, son? The examination has passed. To come to me to show off? Listening to her tone she should be in a good mood. Presumably Mr. Chi had just sent her a message. But at this time, Jiang Yu was not here to show off with his mom, and directly opened his mouth. Mom, did Ruan Xiaoxi call you? Suyin sighed like she was a bit surprised. No, what's wrong? Usually Cece wouldn't just call me when she knows I'm busy. The uneasiness in Jiang Yu's heart became more and more obvious, but he hadn't arrived home at this time either. He didn't dare to be sure of anything. It's fine, I just didn't get through to her. Maybe the cell phone ran out of battery? You're on your way home now, right? Just go back and take a look. This kid is always addicted to studying. Suyin laughed, indeed not taking it seriously. Every time Ruan Cece studied, she was especially serious and easily ignored other things around her. Jiang Yu hummed and touched the spot where his heart was, but Ruan Xiaoxi had never tried to make him unreachable. And then there's the eyelids that always flutter before I leave the house today and the restlessness inside. Jiang Yu didn't want to think much about it either, but all of this made it hard for him not to think more. But he didn't bother Suyin much and hung up after a couple of words. It's not really that far from here to home. It's a 20-minute drive. Jiang Yu's footsteps were urgent, basically jogging up the elevator. On the way he called again, but there has been no answer. The elevator reached the 15th floor. Jiang Yu pushed open the door and knew that no one was home. It's too quiet. Nguyen Cece isn't at home. The moment this thought came out, Jiang Yu's heart inexplicably began to draw tight. He quickly walked to the door of Ruan Cece's room and pushed it open. And sure enough, no one was inside. But there was a piece of paper on the desktop. A piece of paper that Jiang Yu found familiar. He walked over and sure enough, he saw Ruan Daitian's cell phone number on it. So it wasn't lost. It was picked up by Ruan Cece, or took it away. Jiang Yu thought about how every time Ruan Cece saw Ruan Daitian she hated to get him killed. He turned and ran out the door. Also called Nguyen Daitian's phone at the same time. But no one answered. No one answered the phone. Jiang Yu was sweating all over his body. He shook his hand and gave Chi Han a call. Chi Han's family lives not far from their old neighborhood. It's only a 5-minute walk. Chi Han, help me go back to our old house to take a look at the 3rd floor of the 9th building. Help me look at Ruan Cece if she's not there. Jiang Yu heard Chi Han over there give a somewhat bewildered do what? Now help me go see. Right away, please, I'll be right there. perhaps because Jiang Yu's voice was too serious. Chi-han over there didn't ask any more questions, and oh-oh'd twice. I'll be right over. If Ruan Cece is hurt, help her. Jiang Yu's voice was a little tight. Her father came out. Chi-han had the sound of something falling on the floor over there, and he gave a low, I'll be right over. Ruan Shishi was abused by her father. This group of old classmates they all know. When they were young they didn't understand this and bullied Ruan Shishi because of it. Now that they are not young, they are the age of hot blood. Naturally, they know how miserable Ruan Cece lived in the beginning. Chi-han ran outside in his slippers. Jiang Yu did not take a taxi this time, directly riding a bicycle to go from this side to the old house. Take the path. Cycling is only 10 minutes. He could have gotten there earlier if he'd ridden faster. There's a detour on the main road in a taxi. These 10 minutes I do not know if it is because of riding a bicycle too fast, or because of the uneasiness in his heart. Jiang Yu's heartbeat is getting faster and faster. His eyes were also a little red. An image of Ruan Cece standing in the doorway in the morning smiling at him and saying she'd be waiting for him to come back flashed through his mind. Jiang Yu didn't dare to think about what Ruan Cece would do if she knew that Ruan Daitian had come to him. The less than 10-minute walk seemed so long. The cell phone in Jiang Yu's pocket was vibrating. The old house is an old neighborhood. The car can be ridden in directly. Jiang Yu directly throw the car under the building. He climbed the stairs and heard the clamor from above. Was there a fight inside? It was Wang Feng's voice. This kid is so old and still fighting? Auntie, do any of you have tools? I need to get this door open. It was Chi-han's voice. Hey, you child. You can't help it if the father beats his daughter. Can you? Can't break down the door, right? Wang Feng looked gossipy, toned with curiosity. But what is your relationship with Ruan Cece? Jiang Yu ran up with red eyes. Chi-han, who was anxiously calling him while shaking the doorknob to try to get in, had his eyes light up. Brother Yu, this damn door won't open. Wang Feng and a few ants that Jiang Yu knew well were watching the fun. From time to time, crackling sounds and the sound of Ruan Daitian cursing and swearing came from Ruan Daitian's room. This voice overlapped with the voice in some of Jiang Yu's memories. Jiang Yu pushed Chi-han directly. Chi-han wearing slippers is not good to kick the door, but Jiang Yu wearing sneakers. The doors on this side of the house, as long as they are unlocked gates, which are actually the old kind of wooden doors that you insert a key into. Of course there were people who had new stainless steel security doors, but Ruan Daitian had money he wouldn't spend on that. Jiang Yu kicked this door 3 times and it shook badly. Wang Feng and the group of ants were still saying, Xiao Jiang, if this breaks, Ruan Daitian is going to blackmail you. That's right, how dare you meddle in their family's affairs. But hasn't Ruan Cece been staying at Lao Zhang's house? But it's not their family either. Jiang Yu didn't have time to pay attention to them. Her eyes were only on this broken door. Chi-han was afraid that Jiang Yu would kick his feet and see the door swinging and pulled him. You let me do it. He was tall and had recently gained weight and slammed right up against the door. That shaky little wooden door finally crashed open. Jiang Yu ran straight in and met Ruan Cece, who was cold and holding an ashtray in her hand covered in blood, but her face was pale. Ruan Daitian on the ground was about to stand up with the bloody knife in his hand. The door that slammed open made the father and daughter look over at the same time. When he met Jiang Yu's gaze, Ruan Shishi's cold face flashed with panic, and the bloodied ashtray in his hand seemed to be unsteady. Ruan Daitian didn't care about this. He cursed out of his mouth and climbed up with his knife. Son of a, I won't beat you to death today. It's just going to go straight for Nguyen Cece. Jiang Yu's eyes are red. He violently kicked Ruan Daitian's waist from behind. Using 80% of the strength, he was a little unsteady and swayed a bit. The man who was going to stand up violently cursed and fell down again. Call the police. Call an ambulance. Chi-han summoned up the courage to pounce on Ruan Daitian and hold him down. He was long and tall and his size was here. This press-up directly made Ruan Daitian almost lose his breath. At the same time, he howled at the Wang Feng girls who were watching from the doorway, their voices shaking. Jiang Yu walked towards Ruan Cece, who was shaking all over as her eyes dodged. I don't know if it hurts or because of the sudden appearance of Jiang Yu. She was bleeding all the time from the cuts in her body. The blood dripped into Jiang Yu's heart. It was so hot that a big man like him wanted to shiver. Chapter 47, I called you, and you came. You're better than a huckleberry. Wang Feng and the girls were originally watching the fun, but at this time, when they saw all the blood, someone let out a small scream. And finally, people are starting to pull out their cell phones and call the police. Ruan Daitian cursed after he slowed down, and was pressed by an exasperated Chi-han. Shut up, Ruan Daitian wailed. Asterisk 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 you, where did you get that rabbit? Jiang Yu did not care about these noisy voices, slowly walked to the front of Ruan Cece, reached out and took the blood ashtray in her hand, eyes hanging down, eyes very red. It's okay. He tried to hold her like he did when he was a kid, but there was too much blood on her, and he could see a lot of knife wounds. The knife Ruan Daitian had just held had once landed on her. Most notably, she had stab wounds all along the side of her neck. Ruan Cece, Jiang Yu's voice shook a little with anger as well. But the trembling Wan Cece suddenly opened her mouth and whispered, "Brother." She raised her hand that had been clasped tightly at her side. In her open palm was the jade gourd that Jiang Yu had given her. The red rope had broken. She smiled and said, "It really works. I called you and you came. You're better than the gourd." At that moment Jiang Yu was hating herself in her heart, hating herself for not noticing when she got in touch with Wan Dadian. I hate that I didn't turn around and ask more questions in the morning when I sensed something was wrong. Also hate myself for not paying Gwen Dai Tian sooner. Brother hugged me. I'm a little sore. Her voice was soft, reaching out to Jiang Yu, yet she was afraid that the blood on her body would stain him. But soon she couldn't think about it so much, because Wan Cece fell down with a white face. Jiang Yu reached out and hugged her. The girl was very light and her body was all heavy with the smell of blood. "Ha, it's not dead, is it? Killed someone. Ha, it's all bloody. Not this beating, the child can still really kill." Ruan Daitian's mouth is still not clean and cursing. Seeing Wan Cece collapsed and said, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk, it's best to die. If you're not dead, I'll get you killed too." The ambulance came with the police car. The scene was chaotic. Jiang Yu followed the paramedic's stretcher outside when he saw a surveillance camera on the high cabinet next to the TV stand at some point. The direction was facing the direction of Wan Daitian and Wan Cece just now, and something flashed through his mind. By the time he arrived at the hospital, Jiang Yu was all covered in blood, and Wan Cece was pushed in for a checkup. Suyin called while arriving. "I don't care where you are. Now that Cece has been hospitalized after being beaten by Wan Daitian, you're a mother and you're just giving money and not caring about anything? Either you come over now or I'll go to your husband's house to find you." The harshness and disappointment in his voice brought Jiang Yu back to his senses. Shi Han, who was wearing pajama slippers, reflexively stood up when he saw Suyin and called out, "Teacher Su." Suyin's face was as ugly as Jiang Yu's. She pulled out a smile. "Shi Han, thank you." She glanced inside at the examination room where the internal organs were photographed. "Creak Shi, the ribs are fractured. The doctor also said that it might poke the internal organs, so it's being checked. The leg bone is also cracked. There are also impact wounds on the head, and multiple stab wounds on the body." Jiang Yu's voice was shaking. The moment he looked up at Suyin, tears dripped down. "Mom, how much pain is she in?" Suyin's eyes instantly turned red as well. Shi Han, who was on the side, cursed, "What a thing. Now that I think about how I used to bully Wan Cece, I want to give myself 2 pussy pockets." Just now Shi Han was playing a game at home and ran out in such a hurry when he received a call from Jiang Yu. At this time, he also regretted that he had not practiced martial arts properly, or else he would have given Wan Daitian a few punches high and low. Just after the paramedics put Wan Cece on the stretcher, Jiang Yu also rushed over to give Wan Daitian a few punches. If not for Shi Han and the police to stop, that stance looked like it wanted Wan Daitian dead. Suyin walked over and touched Jiang Yu's head. "It's fine. Cece is fine. Only her hands were shaking a little too. Fortunately, there is still good news. Ruan Shishi's head impact has a slight concussion. The body lost a lot of blood to be transfused, but fortunately did not touch any major arteries and so on. Broken bones in the body, but no internal organs were touched. But this injury was already considered serious, and she had a few stitches in the back of her head. Ruan Daitian wasn't much better. He also had multiple fractures on his body, but they weren't as severe as Ruan Cece's. Now the police are going to take Ruan Cece back to the station for investigation because he's underage. They also found cameras in Gwen Dai Tian's house, took them back, and the story quickly became clear. Plus, when Wang Feng and the girls took their statements, they all honestly said that Ruan Daitian beat away his wife and has been beating Ruan Cece since he was a child. He probably won't have much of a chance to fight for custody. These were all Jiang Weiman's words, and because the hospital where he was sent was not the hospital where Jiang Weiman worked, he came late. Been dealing with Suyin on these things. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, waited in the hospital room for Ruan Cece to wake up. Shi Han had already gone back first after making a statement. Chen Hui also finally came, with a bad look on her face. I think it's because the days have been smooth over the years, so she still looks young. Came in and took a look at Ruan Cece without even touching her before telling Suyin to go out. Jiang Yu looked at the dripping bottle and gently helped Ruan Cece pull the covers. The zucchini was still on the side of her pillow. Jiang Yu followed out, walking to the stairwell. I heard Chen Hui's voice. "Sister Su, help me again. I can't. My husband doesn't know I have a child. She'll be an adult in 2 or 3. How can Wan Dadian go in for 2 or 3 years? Are you crazy? Cece almost died. You still want her to be in an account with Wan Dadian, and Wan Dadian's domestic violence is serious this time. I guess there won't be any custody of Cece. If it wasn't for the fact that there's still you, I'd even let her into our family's account." Su Yin's voice was a bit agitated and still a bit incredulous. "Chen Hui, why on earth do you want to see Cece so badly?" Chen Hui was silent for a while, and finally said with a trembling voice, "Sister Su, you guys are good people. You, If it's really not possible for you guys to put her in the orphanage, she'll be an adult in a couple of years. I'll be honest with you. Ruan Cece is Ruan Daitian seed. They're the same at the core. Chen Hui's voice took on fear. At 5 years old she dared to cut her father with a knife. Suyin was silent, and Jiang Yu, who was outside the door, was also silent, his fists placed at his side clenched tightly. Why did she cut Ruan Dadian? Suyin spoke slowly. Because that day Ruan Dadian beat me up. She was probably scared and went to get the knife herself, but she's only 5 years old. Chen Hui's voice was filled with devastation. I've always protected her. I've guarded her like the apple of my eye. But how is she the same as Ruan Dadian? Because she wants to protect you, Jiang Yu said in a cold voice, walking into the stairwell and seeing the ugly and terrified Chen Hui. Su Yin's eyes were also filled with disappointment and disbelief as she looked at Chen Hui. Because of this, you left her and ran away? That little 5-year-old girl who bravely took up the knife that was easier for her to hurt herself with in order to protect her mom, waiting for abandonment. Jiang Yu thought of Ruan Cece lying on the hospital bed, and then looked at Chen Hui, who was obviously terrified of Ruan Cece in front of him, and he thought, by what right? Why should she have to suffer all this? Chapter 48. Besides them, she had no family afterward. Chen Hui's emotions also broke down a bit. Her face was covered in tears. I had no choice. I was too scared. You know? I've been beaten and scolded all the time. Why did I never think of running before? Chen Hui herself was born into a bad family of origin, with her parents dying early and being left in the lurch. It would have sucked, and she wasn't a very smart person. The only thing she had over others was probably a pretty face. But a pretty girl like her who has only beauty and nothing else has to suffer so much. That's why he was tricked back then, because of a few words from Ruan Daitian. But being lied to, at least she could convince herself she had a home, and she still had a daughter. Even if Ruan Daitian was no longer a thing, she didn't want to run away. What would she do with her pretty, cute, princess-like daughter if she ran away? I just thought of letting her grow up in a healthy family, with a mom and dad, without having to be fostered, with her own home. I didn't think of running. Chen Hui's voice trembled and collapsed. But I always thought she needed to be protected just like me. So how much it hurt, I told her it's okay, mommy doesn't hurt. Mommy loves you, and daddy loves you too. You see, he never hits you. Both Jiang Yu and Suyin couldn't help but frown. This kind of thinking from Chen Hui was inherently problematic. She could have taken Ruan Shishi and left, but she suffered all this for the sake of the so-called healthy family. Chen Hui's face makeup was all smudged at this time. She hugged her head all in a mess and squatted down. I told myself I could endure everything, but why isn't she like me? The way she held the knife and slashed at that scum looked like she hated for him to die, but that was her father. Jiang Yu wanted to say something, but Suyin took his hand and shook her head at him. Chen Hui, presumably having never told anyone this before, was emotionally devastated and her speech order was disorganized. But Jiang Yu still understand. Is Chen Hui see Ruan Shishi that look scared? She thinks Ruan Shishi bone is Ruan Daitian seed. Cannot change. She grew up will also become Ruan Daitian look. She cannot accept, so just drop the kid and run. Jiang Yu's heart seemed to be covered by a piece of wet cloth, smothered and unable to breathe. Chen Hui is still crying. I ran away, but I gave money to Ruan Daitian every year. I went to work by myself before. I asked Ruan Daitian to let her go to school. I tried my best. Sister Su, I tried my best. It was hard for me to meet my current husband. I thought, I'm finally going to live a good life, and she came looking for me again. I felt at that time that I couldn't get rid of her for the rest of my life. I was so scared. I've been living a hard life for decades now. I'm really scared. Chen Hui suddenly knelt down and was about to kowtow to Suyin and Jiang Yu. Her voice was choked up and she couldn't speak. I beg you, please don't be like this. I can't let my husband know these things. Suyin and Jiang Yu both reflexively got out of the way. Suyin even rushed to help her up. What are you doing? We are discussing something. What are you doing? Jiang Yu took a deep breath. His voice was very deep. No matter what, Ruan Cece's custody will fall on you. You want to not see her in the future, right? Buy her a house and move her account out separately. She's underage. You're still her nominal guardian, but you can operate these behind your husband's back. It's just a little more troublesome. Can't she just settle into your family? Chen Hui froze and said, she, like you guys a lot. Jiang Yu looked at her with a cold expression. As long as nothing happens to you, her rightful guardian will be you. I don't know why Jiang Yu just doesn't want Ruan Cece's account to fall in his house at the moment. And Ruan Cece is too bitter. Why should they as parents not have to care about anything? Since he didn't want her anymore, it was fine for Jiang Yu to raise her, but he still wanted to get her as much as he could. This house, for example, at least she'll have her own home from now on. Jiang Yu had always known that although Ruan Cece had been living in their home all these years, she had never considered it her home. She can't hide the loneliness in her bones. Is Chen Hui pitiful? Poor, but the heart is biased. Jiang knew as long as the thought of that small Ruan Cece with a knife desperately protect their own mother. But after 2 days she realized her mom didn't want her anymore. And under what circumstances did someone as smart as her go out of her way to find Chen Hui? And Chen Hui avoids her like a snake. Such a small child. In a previous life. How did she grow up without meeting herself? Jiang Yu didn't even dare to think about it. So he didn't sympathize with Chen Hui. He only felt sorry for that little innocent Ruan Cece. Suing glanced at her son and finally looked at Chen Hui. Just do what little fish said. So that Cece's account is independent. And in the future, we'll manage her. Don't see each other if you don't. Su Yin's tone was a bit tired. You haven't seen much of each other over the years. Wait for Cece to wake up. Let her meet with you. Su Yin looked at Chen Hui. That child, 5 years old, she just wanted to protect you. Even she didn't know what she did wrong. Because she didn't do anything wrong per se. Su Yin wiped the corners of her eyes. The tears were wiped away. You, think about it. If you still have the decency to be a mom, let Ruan Daitian go in for a longer period of time. We'll sue Ruan Daitian. This is what Jiang Yu suggested to Su Yin and Jiang Weiman. Since Ruan Cece used all her injuries as a fuse, Jiang Yu let the fire burn. Nguyen Daitian had better just die of old age in there. Chen Hui's face was very bad. After a while she said, I have the report of my previous medical visit. I know what to do, but I can't show my face. I have a husband and a child now, but Ruan Cece is also your child. The bitterness in Jiang Yu's heart started spreading from his heart and reached his throat, making him want to vomit. Chen Hui left soon after saying her son was waiting for her at home. Jiang Yu returned to the single room, quickly rushed into the bathroom, directly vomited. Su Ying followed in, reached out and gently touched Jiang Yu's back. The teenager's back is still very thin, but also already have a bearing. Su Ying's eyes were also red, and tears occasionally fell. It's okay little fish, Cece will have us in the future. Jiang Yu's eyes were held red. The feeling of suffocation at his heart didn't go away. His voice was choked. Mom, I'm in pain here. He's pointing to the location of the heart. Su Yin whispered, Mommy knows. Little fish, Mommy hurts too. My heart aches for that well-behaved and courageous little girl, who is now lying in that pale hospital bed with all her wounds. Besides them, she has no family afterward. Bunny head on his knees, sophomoric version. I actually debated for a long time on whether I should fish or creek out on this one before I wrote it. But in the end, I went with creek out of the gate because it fit their respective characters. Let's put it this way. The small fish is trying to foolproof. He is an adult thinking to consider the Shirley will be a little more. Want to be a hit but also to protect the people around him. After all, before he did not think that his parents and Chen Hui are not dealt with Ruan Daitian. But in this life, he is too young and limited connections have to be arranged, which requires time, or else impulsively, he will leave traces of as long as he did what he wanted to do, will not be 100% safe. The rule of law society but the creek was already somewhat blackened. She could not let Ruan Daitian close to the small fish. This is her bottom line, so she will go out of her way to repel or even jade, because she is now young so also impulsive, is to feel that he sucks a life defying all odds of alone courage, and she arranged everything has been very powerful. All this at least at a glance will not have any let a person suspect traces, and Ruan Daitian will also completely lose her custody, forever. Also forced Chen Hui must also step in. This is the most reasonable way to deal with Ruan Daitian under the premise that the two of them have not violated the law. Anyway, he will not be able to come out later, kneeling down and kowtowing. JPG, from now on, we, little fish, little creek, will always be safe and sound. Cursin just cursing. You cannot curse too dirty Suggest that all go to curse Ruan Daitian. Do not curse me. Chapter 49, Ruan Shishi I won't leave you behind, I promised you. Ruan Cece was in a single room, at Chen Hui's expense. Of course, Jiang Yu emotionally calmed for a long time. Suffocated the entire heart is stuffy pain, but others see when the whole person is looking a lot better. Su Yin and Jiang Weiman is actually quite busy, looking for lawyers, go to the police station plus their own work is also busy. And actually, although there were many wounds on Ruan Cece's body, none of them were considered fatal. Jiang Yu repeatedly assured that he could take care of her, and Su Yin went to contact the lawyers while Jiang Weiman went to the police station. Jiang Yu also sent Su Yin the audio of Ruan Daitian blackmailing him before, or else they are mother and son. Su Yin also recorded the last time she saw Ruan Daitian. That time Ruan Daitian asked her for $30,000, and you can hear in the recording that he keeps asking Chen Hui for money. Chen Hui's current husband's family is a businessman and very rich. It's also very good to her. Chen Hui is estimated to have transferred more than $200,000 to Ruan Daitian before and after. In fact, Jiang Yu feels that Chen Hui is a very contradictory person. She is afraid of Ruan Cece, yet she still keeps giving money to her to go to school and provide for her daily routine. Before she didn't get married, before she had a miserable life herself, she also gave money to Ruan Daitian, begging him to give her children to go to school. But on the contrary, she didn't want to see Ruan Cece, and was even afraid of hearing this person. What Suin said, it's also a bitter person. Her decades have been too hard. She probably doesn't want Cece to be like her, but she's afraid that Cece will be another Ruan Daitian, so torn and afraid and unable to let go. You can't say you hate someone like her, but it was also hard for Jiang Yu to sympathize with her, because he would only have heartache for Ruan Cece. He looked at the back of her hand, red and swollen from the fore, the veins unreadable and blackened. Her wrists were wrapped, where they had once been cut with a knife. Luckily the tendon wasn't broken or she wouldn't be able to hold a pen in her right hand. Jiang Yu gently held her somewhat cold hand, then felt that hand move in his palm. Jiang Yu froze for a moment and looked up to see her long eyelashes move. She didn't have a lot of cuts on her face, or at least it was a lot less in comparison to her body. It was her forehead and the corners of her mouth that were black and purple from the impact. Ruan Cece's eyes were blank when she opened them. She looked like a lifeless doll, looking straight at the white light lamp on top of the hospital room. Her mind spun a lot, and she finally remembered that Jiang Yu had come. The name Jiang Yu made even her body twitch before she felt her hand being held. The hand that held her was warm, with the teenager's temperature penetrating her cold body. Don't move. Jiang Yu stood up and reached out to ring the bell, to wait for the doctors and nurses to check on him. He looked at Ruan Cece's face with mixed emotions, heartache and anger. It's the kind of thing that parents probably feel when their disobedient child gets hurt in a dangerous situation. His eyes were very red at this time, just looking at Ruan Cece. Originally when he didn't wake up it was more of a heartache, but now when he saw that the person had woken up, the fire in his heart was about to get out of control. He took a deep breath, still holding back his anger, and asked, "What's wrong with your body?" The nurse came in at this time, with a new bottle. "Hey, you're awake? What's wrong?" Ruan Cece wanted to shake her head, but as soon as she moved that pain came from her head. Jiang Yu had reached out and gently pressed her head. "Don't move." All bruised up. In fact, the hangnail had pain relief, or she would have died from the pain when she first woke up. When Cece owes and opens her mouth but realizes she sounds awful. But she had always been sensitive to Jiang Yu's emotions, and at this point she knew that he was probably angry, and she didn't dare to disobey his words. Forcing the discomfort in his throat he spoke. "There's nothing wrong with me." Jiang Yu on the side, looking at all the wounds on her body, big and small. "And you call that nothing uncomfortable?" He glared at Ruan Cece. "Don't force yourself to be honest." The nurse sister also laughed. "You little girl is able to endure. Just now your brother has cried several times. Where are you uncomfortable to say? But the medicine to stop the pain has just been used not long ago. Now you can't use it again." Hearing that Jiang Yu just cried a few times, Ruan Cece's gaze secretly fell on Jiang Yu's face, and sure enough, he saw that the eyes were red. Jiang Yu, no, sister nurse, you don't have to say everything. It makes him a little embarrassed. Jiang Yu touched his nose, his gaze not looking at Ruan Cece, instead asked the nurse if she wanted to call a doctor to take a look. What to pay attention to? The nurses all spoke patiently, and finally put on the bottle and went out, and urged, "If there's anything, just ring the bell, and if it hurts too much, you can ring the bell too, and we can help with painkillers on our side if it's enough time." Ruan Cece was beaten into such a domestic violence sent in the hospital, basically no. Looking at the age is still small, and so beautiful little girl is always heartbreaking. That's why the nurse's sister was especially patient. It was hard for the nurse to leave. Jiang Yu poured water for her, took a cotton swab and showed it to her to moisturize her lips, then took a straw. "You can drink water." Ruan Cece originally wanted to say she could sit up by herself, but Jiang Yu said coldly, "You've broken a few bones, so stay in bed for a while." Ruan Cece's hand moved a little nervously. Jiang Yu was angry, and it should be very angry. The Jiang Yu with such a cold tone was the first time she had seen. Ruan Cece spoke after taking a few gulps of water. "Ruan Daitian's house has surveillance. My computer should be able to see it. The police have already taken back to the bureau, and the neighbors' statements also have. My parents are looking for a lawyer. You can rest assured that your account this time completely separated from him." Jiang Yu seems to know what she is going to say, not waiting for her to finish directly coldly interrupted, and then looked up and stared at her. "Satisfied?" Ruan Cece. Ruan Cece's hand pulled on Jiang Yu's wrist somewhat anxiously. "Brother." She even wanted to get up despite her injuries. "I can explain." "Shut up, lie down." Jiang Yu's voice was a bit sharp, glaring at her. "You really don't feel any pain, do you?" Ruan Cece didn't dare to move, lying stiffly on the bed. "I'm actually feeling okay," she whispered. "I broke bones when I was a kid too. I just don't want Ruan Daitian to haunt you guys, especially you." Ruan Cece looked at Jiang Yu with pleading in her eyes. "Brother, I know in my heart, I won't kill him nor will I let him kill me. Don't leave me behind." She probably couldn't use much strength in her injured hand, but she still exerted herself and held Jiang Yu's trembling hand. Jiang Yu's face looked bad. He knew he shouldn't lose his temper, At least it shouldn't be at this time right now. He took a deep breath and gently removed her hand before leaning down and hugging her. Ruan Cc, I won't leave you behind. I promised you. But I'm really angry right now. So you might as well be obedient. Chapter 50. Sure enough, just after 12 o'clock, a scrawny little mouse pawed its way in through the doorway of the room. Jiang Yu's temper is very good and he usually doesn't get angry. But that also means that he's hard to coax when he's angry. Suyin didn't come that night. Jiang Yu accompanied the bed. Fortunately, this side is a single ward. There are beds next to the bed can let the accompanying people rest. It's just that Jiang Yu didn't rest this night either, because Ruan Cc had too many wounds on her body, and by the second half of the night the pain was too much to bear. She is a particularly tolerant, or Jiang Yu himself found out, called the nurse to give her a pain relief bottle. She hard not a grunt. Jiang Yu even more angry. No, in fact, he cannot tell whether he is angry or heartache. It's hard on the heart anyway. So the next day when Suyin came she found the injured Ruan Cc carefully coaxing Jiang Yu. Suyin, reaching out, she patted her unlucky son. Cc is injured and still coaxing you? Where is Cc not feeling well? Suyin said, her eyes reddened again. Ruan Cc is the one she has watched for so many years, watching a little bit of change for the better. But lying on the bed at the moment reminded her of how broken she had been when she had just picked her up. She pacified Ruan Cc. The police on the surveillance side are already going to be there. Ruan Daitian is definitely going to go in. Does Cc hurt? Does he hurt? He's really not a thing. Jiang Yu spoke up at this time. Mom, do you have the surveillance? I want to take a look. Suyin said, yes, I'll send it to you later. Ruan Daitian's thing. Ruan Cc's face turned even whiter. Don't look, right? It's not pretty. The voice that stopped it was also small, looking at Jiang Yu with pleading. She could actually think that Jiang Yu, who had watched the surveillance video, would be even angrier. Jiang Yu didn't care about her and directly let Suyin send it. Suyin didn't think much about it. Cc isn't afraid. It's good to let this kid take a look. This kid isn't even like this. You're like this and you still need to be coaxed. She sent the video to Jiang Yu and added, you'll know how much you've gone overboard once you watch it. Take good care of Cc, okay? Jiang Yu's eyes reddened as he watched. The people in the video were familiar to him, and he could tell that from the beginning it was Ruan Cc who had deliberately provoked Ruan Datian in his words and actions. Ruan Cc didn't fight back at first when he made his move, but those mocking words on his mouth didn't stop. The girls in the video are protecting their heads from being punched, kicked, and verbally abused by drunk and unhinged men. She didn't fight back until Ruan Daitian came out with a knife and scolded her. At 5 years old, you dare to cut your old man with a knife. I'm going to cut you to death today, and then I'm going to go and get that kid from the Zhang family as well. Do you like him? That look in your eyes is the same as the look your stupid mom gave me before. That's when Gwen Cc started to make a move with him. She could actually beat Ruan Daitian. After practicing sparring for so many years, even if she couldn't beat him, she could still dodge, but she still let Ruan Daitian slash a few times before finally picking up the ashtray to fight back. All the way up until Jiang Yu and the others broke in, her ashtray was meant for Ruan Daitian's head. She didn't take a step back until the door opened. Jiang Yu glanced at the pale Ruan Cc on the bed after reading it and pulled the corners of his mouth like he was smiling. Only his eyes were cold. He looked to Suyin. Mom, I'm going back to rest. Seeing his face look bad, Suyin was also heartbroken for her son. You go back. I'll be here. Ruan Cc called out to her brother in a small voice, but Jiang Yu didn't turn around. It wasn't until he walked out of the hospital that Jiang Yu's body couldn't control the trembling. The phone rang for a long time. He slowly picked it up. Boss, the fish ran away. I did not come today. Hooks have been placed for 3 days. Today should be hooked. The voice over there was drippy. Jiang Yu only then snapped back to his senses. It's all right. I guess I can't even go after that. The man there froze. Ha, it's fine. The money is for the brothers to eat. It's been hard work for a while. Jiang Yu's hand holding the cell phone was very hard. That side was very quick to hear that there was no need to refund the money. Then thank you, boss. Next time you have trouble, come back to us. Jiang Yu didn't exhale until the phone hung up. It's just a day or two away. Ruan Cc is hiding it too well. And it's also his fault that he's been too busy to notice her difference for a while. He looked at the blue sky and white clouds. It was a beautiful day, but he was gloomy inside. It took a while to find people. It took a few days to convince them to pay money for the game. And it was clearly only a day away. Today was supposed to be the day he sent Ruan Daitian in. Jiang Yu closed his eyes fiercely. His 2 lives had been very smooth, but the first time he did this kind of thing he still lost because he wasn't as ruthless as Ruan Cc. But he had done everything just to avoid her getting hurt, wanting her to be well protected by himself, and she was always hurting herself. Jiang Yu couldn't tell the emotions in his heart, hating himself for being a step slow and hating her for not knowing how to care for her body. In the end, Jiang Yu finally understood that if you are not strong enough, you can never protect the people you want to protect. In the past, Jiang Yu lived a comfortable life. Everyone around him was living a smooth life. He just needed to be happy with himself. But now Jiang Yu, he thinks he has someone he wants to protect all the time. Only become strong enough, as if you can protect her, because Ruan Cece is really cannot want to live. And what she could do without happened to be what Jiang Yu desperately wanted to protect. The days that followed, until Ruan Shi was discharged from the hospital. Jiang Yu has not scolded her but also did not talk to her too much. He will go to the ward every day, take care of her to eat and check and so on. But not a single superfluous word would be said to Ruan Cece. Nguyen Cece went from apologizing at the beginning to being silent later. Nguyen Dai Tian was arrested because the police also found deep in his house. Now the case is getting pretty complicated. It was a beautiful day when Nguyen Cece came home from the hospital and school was about to start. Chen Hui came once and never came back after talking to Ruan Cece alone in the hospital room. Nguyen Cece also just said that she would be alone from now on. Suyin and the others didn't ask much. Today to pick up Ruan Cece home. Suyin and Jiang Weiman also both free time. After arriving home, Suyin rare superstitious find out a fire pit, and what pomelo leaves water and so on. Mouth read. In the future, we see peace and quiet. Smooth. Ruan Cece's eyes were a little red, carefully glancing at Jiang Yu beside her whose face finally had a little smile on it. Brother, can you help me over? Jiang Yu glanced at her, and against that careful expression in the end he extended one of his own hands. Then it was held tightly by Ruan Cece. There was an additional visible bruise at her wrist, and Jiang Yu glanced at it and turned her face away to take a deep breath. Finally Suyin greeted Ruan Shishi. Your body is still not well. You still need to recuperate. Little fish, take Shishi back to her room to rest. By the way, in the next few days your high school's military training. Shishi won't go. Ruan Cece frowned. I'll go. Want to join Jiang Yu in military training. Jiang Yu took a look at her thin body and miserable face. What are you doing going like this? Ruan Cece looked at him and apologized in a small voice with her eyes downcast. I won't cause any trouble. This bout of time she spoke to Jiang Yu carefully. At this time Jiang Yu was a little annoyed. If you don't want to cause trouble, be good at home. Ruan Cece heard the impatience in his tone, didn't dare to speak. Jiang Weiman opened his mouth at this time. In fact, Cece wants to feel the atmosphere of military training is also good. You can go to see with the teacher to explain the situation. Military training when you do not train, but this estimate to write what military training tips and so on, but also very annoying. Nguyen Cece hurriedly said, I can write. Jiang Yu glanced at her wrists with their new scars and thought to herself, right. But before he could open his mouth, Ruan Cece grabbed his wrist and whispered, I want to join you in military training. Otherwise I won't be able to see you for 7 days if I live in school. Their military training is 7 days all in residence. Jiang Yu looked at her pitiful appearance and finally exhaled. Whatever, go back to your room by yourself. You can even write your insights. Then he turned and went back to his room. Ruan Cece wanted to follow, but Jiang Weiman was still watching, so she finally said, Uncle, I'm going back to my room. Jiang Weiman exhorted, rest well, come out to eat in a while. Your aunt has made your favorite food. Nguyen Cece nodded. Jiang Yu still knew Ruan Shishi very well, so he didn't sleep that night and waited in his room. Sure enough, just after 12 o'clock, a scrawny little mouse pawed its way in through the doorway of the room. Ruan Cece had just carefully closed the door to Jiang Yu's room before seeing the desk lamp in front of the desk light up. Jiang Yu, who was supposed to be sleeping, was currently sitting at his desk watching her. Ruan Cece's entire body instantly stiffened. Chapter 51 Brother, don't leave me alone. Jiang Yu just sat on the chair in front of the table, and also gently turned around. Good evening? The voice was inaudible. Nguyen Cece, her thin back pressed against the door panel, looking at Jiang Yu, who appeared gentle under the table lamp at this time. She inexplicably felt a little scared. You know, Ruan Cece has never felt that Jiang Yu was soft, the tough-talking, soft-hearted kind. Normally, though, he'd get a little mean. And Nguyen Cece was pretty cuddly and showed a lot of fear. But the truth was that she had never been afraid of Jiang Yu. But at this point she was really a little scared. She whispered, Brother. Jiang Yu looked at this careful look of hers. His feelings were complicated, angry and heartbroken. It wasn't that he wasn't heartbroken that Ruan Cece was hospitalized this while, but he was also really angry. She's a phony for what she's been indoctrinating herself with all these years, isn't she? Today she dared to take her own life for Ruan Daitian. Tomorrow will she dare to really not take her life? Thinking this way, Jiang Yu's heart throbbed, and the suffocating feeling made him really not want to easily forgive Ruan Cece. But at this moment, looking at the way she looked at herself carefully and fearfully, he still couldn't control his heart's softness. What are you doing up so late? And how did you get in? Jiang Yu didn't move, just sat on the chair and looked at her. The two men were sitting and standing with a distance between them. Many excuses flashed through Ruan Cece's mind, but she couldn't say anything at this moment when she met Jiang Yu's gaze. It's early in the morning. What excuse should I make for feeling my way in here in the middle of the night? Jongyu is so smart. No excuse can fool him. I'm sorry. Ruan Cece's words of apology came first so that Jongyu would be too embarrassed to scold her. Right? Come here. Jongyu sighed even as he looked at her, unable to speak, and reached out to her. How could he not be heartbroken when he watched her carefully currying favor with himself these days? Ruan Cece glanced at him, clearly sensing that attitude had softened, and carefully walked over. Finally, he stood in front of Jongyu. Jongyu raised his eyes to look at her. The injuries on his face were basically invisible after so long. The wound in the back of his head wasn't too visible with the hair covering it. He opened his hand to her. Want a hug? Ruan Cece's eyes immediately turned red, and as if she couldn't hold back the aggression she had been feeling for a while, she bent down and embraced Jongyu without hesitation. Jongyu's heart softened into a ball, and with a slight push Ruan Cece sat on his lap. She was always like this, like a little hedgehog with thorns all over her body, but the only time she didn't hesitate to show her little thornless belly was when Jongyu was near. The two embraced each other in the quiet of their late-night bedroom. The only light came from the desk lamp on the table. This time of year, it seems like even the air is just moving slowly. Ruan Cece was held in Jongyu's arms. The boy was too thin. Obviously as a child he was a little chubby and soft to hold, but now it's taller and thinner, and it's all bone to the touch, but it still brings her a sense of security. I'm sorry. Jongyu's voice was low and choked with sobs. Ruan Cece was startled and tried to look up, but her head was held down. I'm sorry. I told you. I'll show up when you call me. I missed my appointment. Ruan Cece was still holding the jade gourd he had given her. How many times had she called herself that in her mind? How scared and helpless she was. Jongyu didn't dare to think that these days it was more like being angry with himself than with her. Obviously, I realized something was wrong before I left the house. Why didn't I ask more questions? I shouldn't have thought so much about it before. Ruan Daitian blackmailed him. It's good to send people in first. They won't be locked up for long. At least they're in. Jongyu hadn't thought that Ruan Cece would do that. Over the years Ruan Cece had been so good that Jongyu had somewhat forgotten that she had never been her. I'm just being nice to Jongyu, brother. Ruan Cece's big tears stained Jongyu's clothes. It's nothing to do with you. You don't have to say you're sorry. I'm free, and so are you guys. In the future he won't dare to come here, and probably won't be able to come here either. Ruan Cece's voice trembled. For the first time she spoke to Jongyu about her reason for doing all this. There's no way I'm going to let him threaten you guys. I'm scared. I'm scared that one day Auntie Sue and Uncle Jan will think that I'm trouble. I'm scared that I won't be able to be by your side anymore. There were too few people in the world who were good to her to lose anymore. Especially Jongyu. This is Jongyu. It's her Jongyu. If Ruan Daitian had come to her directly, maybe Ruan Cece could have put up with it, but he shouldn't have approached Jongyu. How dare he? I know it in my heart. Brother, I won't let him beat me to death. We still have to go to school together. Ruan Cece buried that pretty little face in Jongyu's shoulder. I can't bear to die now. The boy sitting in the chair gently hugged the girl sitting across his lap. He was even too strong to use his strength. He was afraid she would hurt. Although Ruan Cece hadn't comforted everyone for a while, saying that she wasn't in pain and that she could endure these injuries. But Jongyu hurt. Looking at her hurt. The little girl who had worked so hard to raise him for so many years ended up collapsing on him in a pool of blood. It became Jongyu Xian's nightmare, mixing with the way the two were covered in blood in his last life. Jongyu's good sleep couldn't cure him. In fact, Jongyu had been losing sleep since Ruan Cece's accident. As soon as he fell asleep it was her covered in blood. Jongyu said in a low voice, Ruan Cece, I want you to promise me that this kind of thing can't happen in the future, and that no matter what you encounter in the future, you will protect yourself. Without thinking, Ruan Cece said, okay, I promise you. I don't believe in such promises. Swear, if you break your promise in the future, you'll be punished that you'll never see me again, or all the injuries on your body I'll experience once. Jongyu's voice was very soft, but it managed to make Ruan Cece's body stiffen. He loosened his hold on her and pushed the man gently away. Met her panicked, terrified eyes. Jongyu pulled the corner of his mouth. Ruan Cece, in the past, I was willing to spoil you. I always thought you were still young, but now I realize that your ideas are too big. Swear. It wasn't that Jongyu hadn't realized before that even though Ruan Cece had tried very hard to integrate herself into the group, she was still young enough that Jongyu could tell that she was different from everyone else. But the old Jongyu never said or interfered, because as long as it was her, it was okay to do anything, as long as she's happy and upward, whatever she looks like. But it's different now. Jongyu can't leave her alone. Brother, don't call your brother. It's useless even if your brother becomes a hen today. Jongyu interrupts the spellcasting every time he gets soft. So he simply stops listening, and asked rhetorically, or don't you want me to take care of it? Yes, brother, don't leave me alone. Explain the plot design one last time, because I really love everyone in it, except for trashy Ruan Daitian and selfish Chen Hui. Chen Hui will go down. But not now. Now to get the account and buy a house for Cici. Useful. Nguyen Dai Tian won't be in their lives later. Completely offline. The first chapter of the demoning or you will go to see it again. The rule of law society male protagonist ordinary people. The plot will have a knife or written. This is a normal daily text. Normal people will not be as ruthless as Creek Creek. Stacked armor so much more than one or was sprayed. I convinced Don't ask what the hero and his family have to offer. Just the fact that they raised Wan Cici to this point, so that she didn't completely blacken so that she grew up healthy and her outlook wasn't completely skewed is better than most. After all, Jiang Yu was killed by Cici in his last life. The first thing you need to do is to get a good understanding of the situation and how it will affect your life. I can understand the heartache of the heroine. I also heartache, but completely denied the hero and his family I cannot strain. Their family never owed the heroine what? To this extent they are more kind than most people. Change you can do it? There is a sense of anger that their own children are denied to be nothing. QAQ broke the big defense. If you keep yelling, Cici will come with a knife. For Wan Cici Jiang Yu's salvation is the only light in her heart. While some people are hurting her light and salvation under the banner of heartache and liking her. This is the last time to explain the design of the plot. And again the last time this is a biased reality daily text is not brainless cool text Characters three-dimensional cannot just write how he is good. So the character is not able to stand no memory point. Said domestic violence did not police go back to read the first few chapters. I have reported to the police. Said domestic violence why not arrest people go to see the reality of the case. Domestic violence is difficult to sue for serious injuries, let alone this kind. Today began to try not to read paragraph reviews and comments. Affecting the mood. Plot discussion can be private chat me. And then scold me I broke the defense I'm not going to be able to get a good look at this. The big knife has been passed. The back will be left to Ga Sweet La. Finally went to high school. I love high school. It's a great age to be in love. Thanks for the gifts and positive comments from the big guys. Break defense rabbit go cry will QAQ. Chapter 52 Then can I sleep with my brother? Ruan Cici said and then jumped back into Jiang Yu's arms and hugged him tightly. I'll really be obedient in the future. I'll protect myself well. This time I'm really wrong. Feeling her thin body shivering in her arms. If it were usual, Jiang Yu would have softened his heart long ago. He's always been like that as a person, prone to being soft with those around him. But at this moment his tone was firm. Then swear. Swear with what I just said. Ruan Xiao Shi, I'll believe you if you swear. Otherwise I'll still ignore you after you leave this door. And when we go to high school, we'll each go our own way. And you won't call me brother. I can't. Can I use myself? I'll be damned if I'm going to do that again. Hush. No. Jiang Yu's tone was firm. He reached out and covered Ruan Cici's mouth. Hospitalized for a while she became thinner. What little fleshiness I had managed to develop is now all gone. Jiang Yu so it directly covered most of her face, can also touch the thin pointed chin. The anger in him couldn't be suppressed again. Only by swearing with what you care about the most will you be willing to abide by it. Jiang Yu's always lazy voice was firm and calm at this time. Ruan Shishi only then will you be in pain. You're a little monster, and only the things you care about most can make you hurt. I know what you care about most, always have. Jiang Yu reborn back has been very with the tide. Kid brother on kid brother, reliving childhood once again. Middle school is middle school, and he'll be tortured again. He'd read novels, and many of the people who came back from their rebirths once had lived a colorful life. But Jiang Yu is still an ordinary whatever age should be like. He'd had a good time in his last life under simple circumstances, so he was still enjoying it all over again. He wasn't a very ambitious person, and the greatest expectation his parents gave him since he was a child was health and safety. Jiang Yu had always been moving towards that goal as well. The only difference in this life is that there's one more Wan Cici around. He's got an extra nurturing mission. Jiang Yu still lives like this. His only thought is to let Ruan Shishi grow up healthy and safe. But he died when he was 26, not 16. Just because he doesn't say a lot of things doesn't mean he doesn't know them. For example, Ruan Cici's possessiveness of him. For example, she seems to be having strange thoughts about him lately. Can't say it's strange. At the age of love, they spend time together and inevitably have some wrong feelings. He came of age too. Jiang Yu was still trying to figure out how to guide it, but she ended up making such a mess. But Jiang Yu knew from the beginning to the end that in Ruan Shishi's world, Jiang Yu was the person she cared about the most. So at this point he was asking Ruan Cici to swear on him. Only then would she take it seriously. It doesn't matter if you're a little monster. I'm willing to wait for you with candy and roses and a sky full of fireworks and wait for you to walk up to me and become a normal little girl. But Ruan Cici didn't dare. She could have sworn on herself. Anyway, in her opinion, her rotten life was worthless. The only thing I can't do is to use Jiang Yu. I can't see her or hurt her. But this time, Jiang Yu, who has always been soft-hearted, reached out and pulled up her hand, saying in a low voice, "Come and swear Ruan Xiaoxi." I'm still your brother if you swear. If you don't. He paused. The gaze was still gentle, but with a calmness that just locked eyes with the crying Ruan Cece. The girl who obviously didn't shed any tears even after being beaten up by Ruan Daitian was in tears at this moment. She was still too young, and Jiang Yu's 1-2 punch was simply too much for her heart to bear. Jiang Yu's heart was also hard and her eyes were red, but he couldn't be soft. If you don't swear, we'll be strangers under the same roof when we leave this room. Talk to me? Nguyen Cece. I don't want. Jiang Yu laughed and gently pushed her away, looking at her standing pathetically in front of him. Then get out. Don't come in from now on. I don't want to be at home and still act like a burglar-proof. Pushed away. Ruan Cece looked pitiful. Her miserable little face was all overwhelmed, and the emotions in her eyes looked like they were so sunken that she couldn't penetrate a single ray of light. Jiang Yu couldn't bear to look at it anymore. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold back his heart, but he couldn't be soft. He couldn't afford the shock of seeing Ruan Cece covered in blood again. Nguyen Cece looked at his averted gaze, the cold side of his face, and the strength with which he had just pushed himself away. For the first time she had the feeling that she would actually be abandoned by him. Jiang Yu doesn't want her anymore. Just thinking about it that way, she couldn't help but clench her hands tightly. Her wounds didn't actually heal all the way even though they seemed to be almost healed. Hers was strong enough that the pain would clear her head a bit. The light inside the bedroom was too dim, so Jiang Yu didn't even notice it for a moment, or else he should have lost his temper again. Just as he was about to give up, Ruan Cece spoke up. Ruan Cece, swear that if I do anything to harm myself in the future, I'll be punished for never seeing Jiang Yu again. Ruan Cece's voice was shaking a little. There was no way she could say the latter sentence. She couldn't say anything to hurt Jiang Yu, not even just a word. She thought about hiding him if she never saw him again. She was the only one who could see it, so the vow wasn't that scary to her. Jiang Yu let out a sharp sigh of relief when he heard her shaky voice finish such a sentence. One could only say that Jiang Yu was still living in too simple of an environment and hadn't thought that for Ruan Cece. There was a way to crack this oath. At this time Jiang Yu stood up and reached out to hug Ruan Cece. Okay Ruan Xiaoxi, don't cry. Are you a crybaby? Was it hard when you swore? His voice was soft, but it sure as hell wasn't as hard as when I broke down the door and saw you covered in blood. I've been losing sleep all night because it's harder on me. So it's harder on you too, so you'll know how much I hurt. Ruan Cece closed her eyes and hugged Jiang Yu tightly. The feeling of being back in his arms made her feel at ease. Ruan Cece cried silently, her tears wetting the pajamas on Jiang Yu's chest. But Jiang Yu didn't interrupt her. Just a gentle, soothing touch on her back, the same way he'd comforted her as a child when he'd realized she was having a nightmare. So brother forgives me, does he? Well, forgiven. So brother will talk to me? Will. So can I sleep with my brother? Can. No. Jiang Yu suddenly felt wrong and looked down at her. Instead, he met those pitiful, crying, red, swollen fawn eyes. Jiang Yu, I can't get the words out of my mouth. Finally deflated like, you sleep on the bed. I'll sleep on the floor. Why? We used to sleep together. Ruan Cece said as if she didn't understand. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth and reached out to pinch her face, somewhat distressed by the feel of the piece of skin that was only left. You also said it was before. How old were you at that time? Do you sleep? Sleep. Chapter 53, Good morning, brother. Did you sleep well? Jiang Yu. He sort of realized that Ruan Cece was more or less unforgiving. It's like the whole sleeping with him thing. She's been pretty adamant about it since she followed them home. If you don't let her in, she'll find a way to do it herself. Jiang Yu sighed, reaching out his hand originally to pat her head, but in the end he just gently touched it. Alright, I'll go find the quilt. Jiang Yu's sleeping position was so bad when he was a child that he often fell to the ground, but the boy's sleep quality was ridiculously good. It's probably the kind of thing where you fall to the ground and roll over and go back to sleep and still sleep through the night. I've even gotten a couple colds from it. That's why Jiang Yu's bedside has been covered with a child's fall-proof mat until now. It's also convenient at this point. Jiang Yu took out the quilt and pillow from the cabinet. Ruan Cece just sat on his bed and watched Jiang Yu hold the quilt, her voice small and muttering, it would be nice to sleep together. It doesn't end up being the same anyway. Jiang Yu looked at her with a smirk. You're thinking quite beautifully. Nguyen Cece gave a good-natured smile. She's good-looking, and when she's being nice and coquettish it makes you soft to look at her. Jiang Yu probably didn't even realize himself that he was actually quite strict with his mouth, but he was always soft and indulgent towards Ruan Cece. It just kind of sticks, but not much. Soon the two were lying one on the bed and one on the cushion beside it. Jiang Yu couldn't sleep. He couldn't sleep for a while. Nguyen Cece lay honestly for a while, mentally anticipating the time. Then it was catty and poked out of the side of the bed. In fact, as soon as she moved Jiang Yu knew. Just at this time he was closed eyes, and did not move so lying. So Ruan Cece didn't know that Jiang Yu was still awake. After all, normally he'd be asleep by this time. First there were big eyes, and slowly the whole face poked out. At the moment, her image is quite suitable for the emoji of probing. Ruan Cece looked around the darkened room for a while before adjusting to the darkness and seeing Jian Yu's blurry silhouette. Jian Yu has lost a lot of weight. She has lost weight in this period of time. Jian Yu has also lost weight. The boys were by now completely unrecognizable from the small, fleshy look they used to have on their faces with the usual baby fat. All that was left was a lean silhouette, and he had just held him as well. Thin on both of them. Nguyen Cece sighed. Jian Yu who heard a sigh with his eyes closed. What's the difference between this and watching a ghost movie? Just as Jian Yu was about to open his eyes he felt Ruan Cece move again. I think I got out of bed by the sound of it. Jian Yu originally wanted to open his eyes, but at this time, he did not move. Then he felt someone close by him. It felt like a crouch? No, sit down. Oh, that's not right either. Lay down. Jian Yu, why don't you sleep in a nice bed? Are you playing with it? At first, Ruan Cece was lying side by side with him, but after a while, as if she felt unsatisfied, she slowly moved a little to his side. Moving around the two of them leaned their shoulders together. Jian Yu probably knew what she was going to do. Sure enough the next second a pair of hands pulled away from his quite disciplined hand and then there was someone else in his own arms. It inexplicably reminded him of the scene when he was a child and every time he woke up, he had Ruan Cece in his arms. Just take a step back? Isn't that really an active component of Nguyen Cece as well? Is it really entirely because of your poor sleeping position? This is obviously something no one can explain. Jian Yu this side has opened his eyes. To get people to the bed. This sleeping mat where there is a sleeping bed comfortable and she's just out of the hospital. Only just as he opened his eyes, Ruan Cece whispered, "Good night brother." Jian Yu. He looked down, and though he couldn't see, he could sense that her eyes were probably closed. The side of his face rested against his heart. Jian Yu was silent. The hand on the other side moved gently, but in the end it was still quiet at his side. After a while, he slowly closed his eyes. The feeling of having Ruan Cece in his arms made him feel secure. Jian Yu thought quite well. When Ruan Cece fell asleep he would carry her up. After all, he was actually quite upset about this bout of temper tantrums, and his heart ached for the little girl he had raised. But Jian Yu had forgotten one thing, which was that he had a good quality of sleep in this body. Before it was insomnia, but now Nguyen Cece had returned to him. Sleep seems to have followed suit. Many years later, Jian Yu summarized, Ruan Cece is a sleeping pill that belongs to me alone. Earth? But really only when she is by my side can I sleep at ease. So the next morning, it was already 10 in the morning when Jian Yu was woken up by a knock on the door. The bed was long gone. Certainly not in his own arms. She even thoughtfully stuffed him with a pillow before she left. Jian Yu woke up clutching a pillow. He looked blankly at his room, and in his ears was Su Yin's voice. What time is it for Jian Yu? And you're still not up? Jian Yu let out a sigh. I'll just get up. And then got up hugging a pillow. He reached up and messed up his hair, and outside was the sound of Su Yin counting him out. There was also the sound of Ruan Cece's whispered persuasion. The corners of Jian Yu's mouth still rose slightly as Ruan Cece returned. It's all in the past. Nguyen Dai Tien. I guess he didn't get out so fast this time. Jian Yu was considered a kind person, but it was the first time he had such thoughts of wishing a person to die inside. But if he was really that lucky to get out again, Jian Yu wouldn't mind getting him back in. He let out a breath and slowly stood up, clutching the pillow and dropping it onto the bed, turned and went into the bathroom. When she came out Su Yin had already changed her clothes, presumably to go out. You're up? I won't be back for lunch. You'll eat at home with Cece. At that she remembered. Do you have any more money? Jian Yu rationalized. No more. Su Yin gave him 200. You cook. Cece's body isn't well yet, said giving him a warning look. Jian Yu thought to himself that he was not so excessive, right? He knows that Ruan Cece isn't well, so how can he really toss her around? It's really pro-mom, but only dared to whisper BB, and her mouth still had to respond. I know mom. Will you come back for dinner tonight? Where am I going to eat if I don't come back? I'm going to pay your tuition fees, and on the way, I'm going to talk to your future homeroom teacher. Su Yin said and went out in a flurry. It wasn't until the sound of the door closing that Ruan Cece cried out in a well-behaved voice. Good morning brother did you sleep well? It was an inquiry as well as a test. Last night, Ruan Cece was too tired, physically and mentally, and even though she was discharged from the hospital, she still had to take her medication, so it wasn't that sharp, but she always felt as if Jian Yu hadn't slept last night. Her heartbeat wasn't right, but leaning on Jian Yu made it too easy for her to relax. Still fast asleep. At this moment, she looked straight at Jian Yu, trying to see something on his face. Jian Yu looked at her and said seriously, not bad, sort of the best night's sleep in a while. Chapter 54, Ruan Cece doesn't like others to touch her things. I'll do it. Jian Yu's expression was just too serious. It even made Ruan Cece freeze. Jian Yu, however, did not care about her. stretched and went to the kitchen to open the refrigerator to find something to eat. Ruan Cece just followed him. Wherever Jiang Yu went she went. Jiang Yu just glanced at her, but didn't kick her out until he got to the sofa and sat down before he spoke. What are you doing, Ruan Xiaoxi? Nguyen Cece blinked. Following you. After last night there was no awkwardness when the two woke up from their sleep. They just got along pretty much the same way as before. It's even as if they've forgotten about the fact that they both cried and slept together last night. Ruan Cece sat down next to Jiang Yu and asked in a low voice, are you going to go to the studio after your first year of high school? The day of Ruan Cece's accident was the day Jiang Yu went to the studio for his assessment. So it turned out that Ruan Cece still heard from Suyin when she was hospitalized. Well, because at that time Jiang Yu was still angry and didn't want to take care of her at all. Anyway, Jiang Yu's decision to take the path of art was finalized. Although Ruan Cece really disliked it, there was nothing she could do about it. After all, she might not really have that talent. She was a little angry inside at the thought. Jiang Yu nodded. Well, probably all weekend. Why? That way you won't have time to play, and I can actually really tutor you. Hearing Ruan Cece's whispered words, Jiang Yu sort of knew that this little girl hadn't given up yet. He reached out and gently patted her little head. Basically no force of the kind. After all, at this time Ruan Cece in the eyes of Jiang Yu was still fragile items. What do you think? I go art this way, my parents have agreed. Ruan Cece let out a soft "oh" and hung her head in a very low mood. Jiang Yu looked at her like this and handed her the unscrewed yogurt. Don't worry, I'll still take classes with you the rest of the time, and on weekends you can follow me to the studio. You just don't mind. Sure enough, Ruan Cece looked up happily at his words and said, I'm going with you. I won't be too annoyed. Watching her dull eyes brighten again, the corners of Jiang Yu's mouth also hooked up slightly. Then a certain thought flashed through his mind, and somewhat he wanted to sigh. He figured he was going to have to channel a little bit of Ruan Cece's attitude towards him. She, it seems, can't tell the difference between dependence and liking. That's a big problem. After the two made up, Suyin felt that the atmosphere in this house was different. Even Jiang Weiman flirted a few times, saying that their family's little fish mood determines the atmosphere at home. Jiang Yu was embarrassed by what was said. Shi Han and the others also came to the house after Ruan Shi was discharged from the hospital. The two girls cried as soon as they arrived, and Shi Han looked guilty. I regret that I wore slippers that day, or I would have gotten in. After all, only Jiang Yu knows that Ruan Cece this is his own make. The thought of it is angry. Anyway, it was after this time Shi Han's original fear of Ruan Shi seemed to have disappeared quite a bit. As far as this environment is concerned, fights are indeed desperate, haha. Anyway, that's it. They're turning around and they're about to start military training. Jiang Yu actually advised Ruan Cece that military training was only a week, so don't get together. Although her body's injuries are said to be healed, but this is not yet fully healed, still need to rest more. Moreover, their military training this time is fully closed. Everyone has to live in the school. Jiang Yu is afraid that Ruan Cece won't get used to it, but fortunately Lu Qi was in the same class with them this time, but someone could take care of it. Anyway, Ruan Cece just looked soft and decided that no one can persuade her to go. Luckily Suyin had also told their homeroom teacher about Ruan Cece in advance, so she went and didn't have to train, just watched from over there, and when the time came she wrote a military training lesson or something. Suyin and the others were also in favor of her going. It's good for Cece to go so that she can integrate into the group. Otherwise you all know each other during military training, and then when she goes at the beginning of the school year, how can she integrate? It's not good. Anyway, 3 against 1. Jiang Yu compromised. It's turning into the day they start school. Things and stuff were packed the day before. Suyin as a junior high school teacher is definitely not available. Jiang Weiman also had a surgery and couldn't make it. Originally, Jiang Yu and Ruan Shi were planning to take a taxi, but it was only when they were about to go downstairs that they received a call from Suyin that Chen Hui was waiting for them at the door to send them there. Jiang Yu, he was now angry at the sight of Chen Hui, but Ruan Cece on the side heard it and said indifferently, let's go. Where's the free car? They have quite a lot of stuff. Still convenient to have a car. Jiang Yu sked and reached out to take the things in her hand and also took the school bag she was carrying over. Alright miss, let's go. Jiang Yu straightened up a bit when he got on the elevator and said in a deep voice, you cannot see her if you don't want to. Ruan Shi locked eyes with Jiang Yu from the reflection of the elevator door. But brother, I still need her to move out my account. She paused, and the house thing. She was so smart that Jiang Yu found it difficult to even comfort her. Instead, Ruan Cece comforted him by saying, it's okay brother, I don't care anymore. From the moment Jiang Yu protected her, she no longer cared about Chen Hui. It was long past the point of caring, and her feelings for herself, no matter how complicated they were, couldn't affect Ruan Cece anymore. She thought that the ones who could influence her now were Jiang Yu, and Aunt Su and the others. As for Chen Hui, it's just a name. Jiang Yu was holding too many things in his hands, but he still put down a bag and reached out to rub Ruan Shi's hair. It's okay, I'm here. Anyway, the current Ruan Cece has long since ceased to be that little girl sitting alone on the stairs looking at her wounds with a look as calm as stagnant water. She's got him behind her. Jiang Yu is not great, but he must protect Ruan Cece. Nguyen Cece smiled at him with arched eyebrows. Looking good and sweet. Nguyen little boy. No, it's Nguyen little wild, isn't it? Jiang Yu grunted and laughed in his heart. This girl just looks well behaved. They had just walked out of the entrance of the neighborhood when they saw Chen Hui standing next to the white Mercedes. Chen Hui stood up a little straighter when she saw them come out, a bit overwhelmed, and took 2 steps forward to take over what Jiang Yu was holding. I'll do it. Jiang Yu dodged. Ruan Xiaoxi doesn't like people touching her things. I'll do it. Jiang Yu's tone was cold, and Chen Hui's outstretched hand stopped in the air somewhat awkwardly. Ruan Cece instead looked at her and said very directly, "Thank you." Chen Hui came back to her senses and helped Jiang Yu open the rear door. "Put it up." "No thanks." She paused. "It's been a long time since I took you to school, too." Jiang Yu's movement of putting things away gave a start and turned his head to look at Ruan Cece, but Ruan Cece's expression was calm as she nodded. "It has indeed been a long time. Open the score, open the score, open the score, but only 6, 9, QAQ. If you haven't rated it yet, please give me a 5-star review. Thank you for the gifts and 5-star reviews. Chapter 55, from now on, it's good that we Cece is safe and sound. Ruan Cece felt Jiang Yu's worried sight and turned her head to smile at him. Chen Hui naturally noticed, but she didn't say anything. They were just told to get in the car, and it was originally thought that Ruan Cece would sit on the passenger side. After all, there were quite a few things put in the back seat as well, but she still chose to go up to the back seat and sit close to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu also had a rare opportunity to not chase her away. If it were usual, Jiang Yu would have pushed him away. At this point just let her lean on her. Chen Hui had looked at them from the rearview mirror a few times now. Seeing that neither of them had the intention to open their mouths, she finally took the initiative to open her mouth herself. "You guys, your feelings are quite good." Jiang Yu looked pale. "Well, that depends on the comparison. Compared to you, auntie, our feelings are definitely good." Ruan Cece glanced at Jiang Yu. This was the first time she'd seen Jiang Yu so barbed against someone. Let's put it this way. Jiang Yu as a person is basically considered temperless. Of course, everyone has a temper, but usually Jiang Yu's tantrums are very direct, rarely so gloomy. This was quite interesting to Ruan Cece, so she didn't hold back to look at it a few more times. Those big bright eyes were really hard to ignore when they were looking so straight at someone. Jiang Yu didn't have the heart to reach out and cover her eyes directly. Ruan Cece didn't hide, just smiled, even deliberately blinking with those long eyelashes sweeping in Jiang Yu's palm. In fact, they're usually like that, and everyone around them is used to it. But Chen Hui somewhat failed to hold back her frown. But having just been nonchalantly returned by Jiang Yu, she couldn't say anything at this point. The car drove in silence to the entrance of the school. Jiang Yu originally thought Chen Hui would drop them off and leave, but she got out of the car and said she wanted to send Ruan Cece to the dormitory. Jiang Yu instinctively refused. "Don't bother, auntie. I'll just send it." It's true that Jiang Yu is not at all kind to Chen Hui. The heart is biased. Jiang Yu did feel sorry for Ruan Cece, although he understood that Chen Hui had gone through a lot over the years. But so what? Jiang Yu just favors Ruan Cece, so he didn't have the slightest trust in Chen Hui at this point. Instead, Ruan Cece could see that it was probably Chen Hui who had something to say to her. She hesitated for a moment and said to Jiang Yu, "Brother, you go back to the dormitory first, we'll see you in the classroom later." In fact, she preferred Jiang Yu to help her move things, but Jiang Yu also have to go back to the dormitory. Too busy, but also tired. She cannot afford to give up. Jiang Yu wanted to say something else, but gave up when he met Ruan Cece's soft eyes. Finally he sighed. "Okay, wait for me in the dormitory in a while. I'll come find you." Finished with a warning glance at Ruan Cece. "Take care of yourself." These words made Chen Hui a bit embarrassed, but she wasn't in a position to say anything, so she just stood there, watching Ruan Cece nodding her head obediently. She obediently agreed to whatever Jiang Yu said. For a moment, it was as if she saw the little girl who softly called out for her mommy again. Chen Hui's heart tugged as she let out a deep breath. In the end, Ruan Cece followed Chen Hui inside, and Jiang Yu watched them from the school gate as they walked towards the girls' dormitory. Someone behind him shouted, "Hey, brother you." Jiang Yu turned his head and saw a giddy Lu Ji walking over. "Alone? Where's our sister?" No one has said anything about Ruan Cece's hospitalization, and not many people know about it, so Lu Ji is unaware of it. Zhou Xianxian and Lu Qi know, or because they are all elementary school classmates. Well, home is in that area. This is not too big or too small. Inquire to know. But Lu Ji was different, living far away and didn't know about this. So at this moment Jiang Yu rolled his eyes, calling who? "That's my sister. Line. You're. Who dares to steal with you? Together go you brother? We two next door class it." The dormitory should also close to the close. Leaning, I heard it is 16 people at dormitory bunks. Jiang Yu worriedly looked at the other side for a few moments, but he was still pulled away by Lu Ji. At this moment, Ruan Cece followed behind Chen Hui. Both of them were silent. They actually looked alike. Both of them were the kind of people who were big beauties at a glance. But the temperament is much different. In general, Chen Hui is the kind of you look at a glance good-tempered soft kind. As for Ruan Cece, her face was basically expressionless, like an exquisite doll, but it was unreal, not like a living person. No, it should feel like one of those AI robots. Other than being around Jiang Yu, this was how Ruan Cece was more often than not. Walking down to the dormitory floor, Chen Hui's footsteps were busy as she held Ruan Cece's luggage in her hands. Cece, her voice shook a little. When Cece stopped to look at her, emotionally stable. However, it made Chen Hui redden her eyes, but she still squeezed out a smile and took out a book from her own bag. Your account book. Went through some connections to get it out. Ruan Cece reached out and took it, and finally the first page on her account book wasn't Ruan Daitian anymore, nor was it Chen Hui. It's a woman named Tam Cinnamon, and the relationship on it says granddaughter. This is Chen Hui's mom. Chen Hui explained, this is your grandmother, but don't worry, she doesn't remember anything now. She was sent in by me to a nursing home. You don't have to care about anything. Wait a few years. You're full of 18. You can move out by yourself. She took a deep breath. I bought you a house. I'll be able to go to the closing in half a month. 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. I don't really know much about all this. I don't know if you'll be staying over here to study in college. And I bought a house near your high school, too. A school district house. Ruan Cece's emotions had been calm. Even though she knew that her account had been moved out and she was about to have a house, still there were few ups and downs. After Chen Hui finished, she just nodded. Thank you. Chen Hui reached out to touch her, but just as she raised her hand, Ruan Cece instinctively dodged it. Chen Hui's hand stiffened for a moment, but she put it down. She lowered her eyes and took out another card from her bag and handed it to Ruan Cece. This is the money that mom used to earn from her part-time job. All of it was earned by me. The password is your birthday. In fact, it's not much. At that time I didn't know that I could meet. I didn't know I could meet my current husband. I could only save a little bit of it, thinking of giving you a college education in the future. The password is your birthday. Gwen Cece lowered her eyes to the card, but didn't take it. Chen Hui simply pulled her hand over and put the card in her hand. This, you take it as pocket money. There's not much. Cece, Mom is leaving the country in 2 months and won't be coming back. Immigration. Chen Hui's voice shook a little. I know I'm not a good mom. I was trying to be, but I'm too scared. Cece, Mom is not qualified to ask you not to hate me. I just want, in the future, we Cece will be safe and sound. And in the future, Mom is really out of the picture. I loved you. I really did. But I was too scared. Cece, I'm sorry. Chapter 56. If you feel sorry for me, can you hug me? Chen Hui felt that her life was quite a failure. The first half of her life had been ruined. She had accomplished nothing. She had nothing. The daughter that I thought I could protect in the beginning didn't either. She looked at her daughter in front of her who had a cold face without any emotional ups and downs. If she hadn't seen her that happy in front of Jiang Yu, she would have thought she looked like a monster. Monsters without emotions. But it's her and Nguyen Dai Tian who made Cece a monster. She knows it. She's selfish and cowardly. But she can't help it. She's just such a person. She's her age. Her personality has been set for a long time. Suin said before that she was ruthless and not ruthless enough. But her heart was soft and not soft enough. Nguyen she became the only victim in their crap marriage. She knew it, and her own selfishness almost ruined her daughter's life. Luckily she met Suin and her family. At this moment, Chen Hui smiled. Alright, Mom will send you up. Ruan Cece's emotions really didn't rise and fall much, and she could tell that Chen Hui was probably really sad. In fact, she didn't understand Chen Hui. Since she decided not to want her, she should have been more ruthless, but I can't let go of it. It's really too contradictory. That's why Ruan Daitian got tangled up and took so much money, and now he has to buy her a house and pay for it. Ruan Cece thought she probably had more of Ruan Daitian's disgusting genes in her. Otherwise she wouldn't just think that Chen Hui was really quite pathetic and useless for her nature. If it were her, she would have chosen to get herself killed as her daughter and Ruan Daitian as her ex-husband. Instead, it's like Chen Hui, infinitely indulgent. This woman is quite pathetic, but what does it have to do with her? From the moment she saw the fear on Chen Hui's face, she was a stranger in her own right. Even if Chen Hui spoke more seriously and emotionally now, it was meaningless to Ruan Cece. She is, in the first place, a monster. Chen Hui didn't hear what Ruan Cece said until she went up to the dormitory to help her make her bed, and she didn't know whether to be sad or relieved. It's really a 16-person dorm over here, and there are a lot of parents, too. But here face Chen Hui and Ruan Shishi are the most conspicuous. Two of my middle school classmates also came to say hello to Ruan Shishi. Ruan Cece greeted them with a light smile on her face. The other party didn't know about Ruan Cece's family and asked if Chen Hui was an aunt or a sister. Said it was pretty to look at. Chen Hui smiled and exchanged pleasantries with them like a normal mom at this time, and asked them to help take care of Ruan Cece, saying that she wasn't well. It was Ruan Cece who interrupted her. It's late. Go back. I'm going to find Jiang Yu too. The two girls looked at each other, didn't quickly smile and said they packed up and went back to their beds. Chen Hui glanced at Ruan Cece and went downstairs with her. When she got downstairs, Ruan Cece stopped walking. She glanced at Chen Hui and said seriously, "You don't have to come to me to do these meaningless things. You're leaving the country. Have a safe trip." She didn't hate Chen Hui much, and she just didn't understand why her mom didn't want her anymore when she was still small. Later, when she grew up a bit, she thought, it's good that Chen Hui left, or she would have been beaten to death by Ruan Daitian, right? She's not afraid of death, but Chen Hui seems to be. Then later, she got a lot of love, and sometimes she even thanked Chen Hui for disappearing and letting her go to Jiang Yu's side, so she meant what she said, but it was a bit solid for Chen Hui. She looked at Ruan Cece and took a deep breath. I'll go then, but she still couldn't help but say one more thing. Cece, you've grown up. With Jiang Yu. Ruan Cece's eyes went cold when she heard Jiang Yu's name, and those big, black eyes fell straight onto Chen Hui's face with a look that didn't look like she was looking at a living person. Ruan Cece's tone was also cold. You don't deserve to mention Jiang Yu's name, and I don't want to hear what you have to say. I've grown up or not, what I want to be. You're in no position to care about that. Do you understand? Chen Hui ended up not even meeting Ruan Cece's eyes, directly leaving a goodbye and leaving. Jiang Yu's side is packing up. 16 people in the dormitory. His bed was arranged in the lower bunk. It was only supposed to live in the military training for a week. Bunk beds are the same for him. So when he saw a classmate with sloping feet, he volunteered to give up his bottom bunk and move to the other guy's top bunk. I didn't expect this roommate to be quite enthusiastic. Hello, you're Jiang Yu, right? Jiang Yu froze for a moment and glanced at the other party, sure that he didn't recognize as for his past life? In his last life he was in the art class as soon as he came in, never spent any time in a regular class, and really didn't know. I don't think the other middle school is their school, right? Otherwise the highs and lows are familiar to the eye. As if he could see his doubts, the boy smiled and said, My name is Li Yu, from the previous annexed middle school. I know Ruan Cece. I participated in the competition with her before, and you went to pick her up every time. Jiang Yu nodded. Hello, I didn't notice. It's okay. Hey, thanks bro. I hurt this leg playing soccer. Wasn't planning on coming. The other guy is still a talker. Because of this, Jiang Yu went downstairs a little later than expected. He planned to go and find Ruan Cece and then go to the classroom with her, just to ask Chen Hui what she said to her. He just didn't expect to see Ruan Cece standing under the shade of a tree just as he came downstairs. The girl was good looking, tall and thin with delicate features too, just standing in the shade, the sunlight falling on her. She looked at the stairway without moving. The moment he saw Jiang Yu, his eyes lit up. Even though Jiang Yu often looked at this face of Ruan Shishi, at this moment, he still felt that the creator was probably really biased. Nguyen Cece is so good looking. Jiang Yu's footsteps paused for a moment. Well, in fact, he was mesmerized by this beauty. Then he saw Ruan Cece trotting over. Jiang Yu frowned and walked over. What are you running for? In his case, Nguyen Cece is still fragile, although the wound healed. Let's just say it was too much of an afterthought for Jiang Yu. Ruan Cece stood in front of Jiang Yu and looked at him with a smile. Seeing that you stood here and did not move, I came over. Packing so long, I should have known I'd go up and help you pack. Jiang Yu scared, reaching for the school bag behind her. Can't use you. Are you done packing yours? Ruan Cece nodded. Chen Hui helped me finish packing before I left. What did she say to you? Jiang Yu couldn't help but frown at the mention of Chen Hui. Didn't say anything, just told me to buy a house. Go to the closing when the time comes. The account book moved out. Oh, and she's going abroad. Ruan Cece simply stated. Jiang Yu's footsteps but stopped. Going abroad? Well, I heard that it's an immigrant who won't be coming back. Ruan Cece stopped after him, then noticed Jiang Yu frowning with a worried look on his face. Nguyen Cece. She blinked, thinking of something, and asked in a small voice, You're heartbroken, brother? If you feel sorry for me, can you hug me? Even though she's really not doing anything, she's all too familiar with playing the snake. Chapter 57, Brother can be a love brother, but can't be misunderstood as a kissing brother. How can I put it? Ruan Shishi has been thinking about her feelings in Jiang Yu since the midterm. Since everyone says there will be an age of love, presumably that's the age at which everyone develops a crush on the opposite sex? Of course she'd googled it and the odds weren't really 100%, but this is not important. She is thinking if she can accept the opposite sex, probably is only Jianyu? Jianyu is very good. She likes him very much and wants to be with Jianyu all the time. As to whether this liking is the kind of liking they say it is, does it matter? Anyway, in Wan Cece's eyes, it was always just a matter of distinguishing between Jianyu and other boys, so none of it matters. Since it was confirmed, then she hoped that Jianyu would also like her and only like her, so the words that come out are whatever comes to mind. This directly made Jianyu speechless. No, what are you thinking in your head? How old are we? How old can we still cuddle? Why not? Wan Cece asked rhetorically as if in disbelief. Jianyu felt that the education of adolescent girls must be kept up. What's all this and why not? They're 16 or 17 years old and they're still cuddling. Can this be right? He looked at Wan Cece who was waiting for an answer with a serious face. Because we've grown up and aren't kids anymore. Men and women are different, understand? Who still cuddles every day? With that, he turned and headed for the school building, where they were to assemble for the afternoon. Wan Cece felt like she got it and didn't get it. What about the fact that you even hugged me before? What I said before was that night when Jianyu forced her to swear. Jianyu's body all stiffened for a moment. Well, awkwardly. It's just something that happens and then it happens and you don't feel anything. But afterwards if someone mentions it and looks back on it, it's embarrassing. Really, it's only embarrassing. So his face was a little unnatural at the moment. Shut up, isn't that comforting? Wan Cece thought actually at that time I didn't seem to need comforting very much. But looking at Jianyu's face which seemed to be a little red, she shut up. Hey. Blushing Gangyu is cute too. A thank you escaped his lips. Thank you brother. Jianyu. It always feels like there's an extra touch of mockery in this thank you. Probably my own fault? He couldn't help but remind him as he remembered something. Don't call me brother in class anymore. Just call me by my first name. By the time you get to high school, calling your brother again will probably easily lead to misunderstandings. Finished. Jianyu went forward, walked for a while to find something wrong, turned his head to look. Good guy. Did not follow. Still standing in place eyeing himself, Jianyu stared at her large eyes, suddenly wanting to measure how big the diameter of her eyes were. Why else could he still see the pitiful emotion in those eyes when they were quite far apart? Of course it could also be because he knew Wan Cece too well. After 3 seconds of staring at each other, Jianyu gave up and walked back in a deflated manner, then pulling her hand up and putting it on her own school bag strap. Let's go. Just don't call it at school. You can still call it at home. It's just that calling it at school is easy for people to misunderstand it. You understand, don't you? Boys and girls of this age, if they heard Wan Cece say brother like this, they could brainstorm tens of thousands of words in a small essay. Who knows if you're calling a brother or a love brother here? Jianyu was suddenly startled. Not how could he have such thoughts anymore? While he was shocked by his own thoughts, he didn't notice Wan Cece pulling the strap of his book bag tighter and muttering in a small voice. It's not exactly a misunderstanding. She just wants the world to know it's her brother. The kind that no one can take away from you. Once again, the two were not on the same channel, but in unexpected harmony. After arriving at the classroom, Lu Qi was quite happy to see the two waving. Jianyu saw it and said to Wan Cece, "You sit with Lu Qi." Then he himself was hitched on the shoulder by the enthusiastic Li Yu. Sit together, Jianyu. Wan Cece was already frowning as she looked at Li Yu's arm that was resting on Jianyu's shoulder. Lu Qi still understands Wan Cece very well, and hurriedly pulled the strap of her school bag to let her sit down. Then said to Jianyu and the others, "Hey, sit behind us." Jianyu originally wanted to shake off Li Yu's arm. This kid may be because of the leg injury. This arm is really heavy. But one look at his still wrapped leg, and he let it go. The two ended up sitting behind Wan Cece and the girls. Li Yu and Lu Qi were both very active in nature and quickly introduced themselves to each other. Li Yu also asked Wan Cece, "Do you remember me? We participated in the competition together before. I sat next to you." Wan Cece said with little expression, "I don't recognize it." Then looking at Jianyu, his tone became light and soft. "Do you want some water? First time I've seen this contrast in Leaf Fable? No? This? It's got automatic heating and cooling?" Jianyu on this side was secretly playing with his cell phone and didn't notice Li Yu's shock. He didn't even look up when he heard Wan Cece's words. "Don't drink." Wan Cece nodded good-naturedly. "Okay, Lu Qi has seen the world in the end." "Oh, what is this?" Wan Cece has no temper or position in front of Jianyu. "Okay?" She also explained in a nice voice. "They are neighbors. They grew up together. Their feelings are similar to those of siblings. You will slowly get used to it. Not brother and sister." Jianyu and Wan Cece spoke at the same time. Jianyu was feeling afraid that people will misunderstand that the two are siblings again and approach Wan Cece through him again. This junior high school will be difficult enough. Wan Cece is cold to anyone. This group of men see Jianyu good temper one by one called brother and brother in the end want to pick up his cabbage. Every time Jianyu have to manually screen friends. Don't ask. To ask is to be really tired. The high school didn't want to do it again. so they clarified decisively that it would definitely be fruitless for them to go to Ruan Xiaoxi to confess anyway. As for Ruan Cici's denial, it was simple. Jiang Yu was her brother alone, but this brother could be a love brother but not be misunderstood as a blood brother. It's that simple. But Jiang Yu thought that Ruan Cici had taken in what he had just said, and at this point, his smile was much kinder. It's great, and it's true that kids listen a little better when they're older. Wen Cici was still smiling dutifully. Li Yu and Lu Qi on the side. No? Why do you feel as if you're a bit redundant? But soon they didn't have the heart to talk about gossip. Their homeroom teacher is here. The class teacher is also their English teacher. A male teacher. Surname Tang. Elegant looking. The kind of guy who has a good temper at first glance. The first day of school is the first issued military uniforms, but also led up to take the uniforms of the students to briefly introduce themselves. In fact, there are quite a few familiar faces. After all, the first school helicopter score is a bit of an advantage. At least half of their class had familiar faces, but there was still an uproar when Ruan Cici went up. Her introduction was also simple. Hi everyone, I'm Wen Cici. Chapter 58. Are you too close to Ruan Cici? Ruan Cici's self-introduction was fine, but the few boys wailing below made the atmosphere awkward. Jiang Yu took a look. Well, none of them were from their old school. No wonder they looked like they hadn't seen the world. Look at their school out are very calm. Mainly because they all understand heard of Ruan Cici, also know her cold temperament. For example, right now it was. She completely ignored the uproar and got off the stage with her military uniform. All that uproar she didn't even give more than a passing glance. Jiang Yu will be next. When Jiang Yu went on stage, the boys from the former first middle school all laughed and coaxed. Brother Yu is mighty. Jiang Yu's popularity has always been quite good. And with his temperament, as long as it doesn't involve Ruan Cici, he can really play with anyone. So although Chihan and the others weren't in the same class as him, the other boys were still familiar with him. Jiang Yu smiled and waved his hand. Lower your profile? You guys are making me embarrassed. Mr. Tang smiled at him from the sidelines. Mr. Su had come to talk to him earlier. A Ruan Cici and a Jiang Yu. Both kids are very unique. At this moment, Ruan Cici stared at Jiang Yu, who was taking the military uniform and then also chatting with the group of boys. Looking at Jiang Yu's gaze was gentle, but the bottom of her eyes carried unhappiness. Jiang Yu is too dazzling. She wants to hide. Ruan Cici, who noticed that she had this kind of mind, lowered her eyelashes. Can't be like this. Can't be like this. Jiang Yu had originally detected a line of sight staring at him. He actually thought it was kinda familiar. Only to take a look at it like this and see that Ruan Cici was lowering her head, not knowing what she was doing? Could it be a delusion of his own? Jiang Yu felt like he was overreacting a bit by Ruan Cici's strange twists and attitudes this while. That's not good. Don't get yourself led into a ditch before you even start guiding Ruan Cici. Seriously. Jiang Yu thought of Ruan Cici that way and felt that it wasn't surprising at all that he was led into a ditch. Smile. JPG. Mostly because Wen Cici is so smart, and she's too good at holding Jiang Yu. Before some of her little mind, Jiang Yu is not unaware, just he is willing to just so spoiled. The little girl can have what bad thoughts it? What kind of bad thoughts can a little girl have? But you can't leave it alone now. The kid's all grown out of shape. Jiang Yu returned to his seat and sat down. The front seats reached over a hand and placed a candy on his desktop. Li Yu on the side watched the way Jiang Yu naturally took that candy and reached out to gently squeeze Ruan Cici's hand. The expression on his face was all over the place. I'm enlightened. The first day of school was with a big melon. After they had received their military uniforms, Mr. Tang talked to them about discipline. Military training is just 1 week, and after that, you have a day off and then school starts. And then there was talk about grooming during military training. The last thing I said was, because of the residential school, I know a lot of people have brought a cell phone. This you have to have in mind. The school is prohibited to bring a cell phone. So if you are caught, review these are inevitable. This is all the monitoring. You look after it. Good. More I do not say. Now dismissed back to change military uniforms. 4 p.m. downstairs in the playground assembly. Do not be late. Each class will have a sign. On the sign side of the assembly is good. Now 3:11. You still have time to go back to change clothes and put your phone. Don't be late. Each class will have a sign. Just gather at the sign side. Now 3:11. You still have time to go back to change clothes and put your cell phone. As soon as Mr. Tang walked out of the classroom, quite a few people dispersed, rushing back to change clothes to put their cell phones off. Just now Mr. Tang said that the military training is going to check the cell phones in a while. Li Yu asked Jiang Yu, going back? Jiang Yu nodded. Of course. He glanced at Ruan Cici, who turned her head to stare at him. You go back with Lu Qi to change. We'll see you at the playground in a while. Lu Qi has long been used to it. And at this time he also laughed and said, Cici little baby, your brother told you to come with me. Ruan Cici let out an oh so submissive cry, still obediently following Lu Qi. Jiang Yu watched her go before walking back with Li Yu. feeling as if this kid was relying on himself. Jiang Yu, whose legs are not convenient, still has to accommodate him. The point is that this Li Yu seems to be a bit colorless and self-acquainted. How come Jiang Yu and the others call you brother Yu? Jiang Yu casually said. They called it blindly. We can't say that someone else used to call him his great uncle, can we? Jiang Yu almost punched them, but more is to follow the wind called. This age of the boys are like this. Usually no great hatred can play to a piece. Li Yu let out an oh. Then you're quite well liked. By the way, you and Ruan Cece are neighbors, right? The words were tinged with temptation. Jiang Yu glanced at him. Yeah, what's the problem? Usually when this kind of chat starts, Jiang Yu can guess the follow-up. This kid isn't trying to provide for his little cabbage, is he? However, unlike what Jiang Yu expected, Li Yu didn't say anything else, but still said, it's really interesting for you two to get along. You just don't seem like ordinary neighbors. Jiang Yu? No buddy, what do you mean by that? Since the end of the midterm, Jiang Yu had heard a lot of similar words. If one or two people said that, Jiang Yu would think they were blind, but if more people said it, Jiang Yu would wonder if there was really a problem with him and Ruan Shishi getting along. He was deep in thought. After they got to the dorm and changed clothes and put their cell phones away, they were going down together. Their dormitory just happened to have Xinyang, who had just nominated himself to be class president, with all the nicknames. Little Xinyang. It was a tall and enthusiastic boy who helped Li Yu to the playground together with Jiang Yu. On the way, I couldn't help but ask, you're like this, why do you still come to military training? Jiang Yu was also curious. Wasn't this asking for trouble? Ruan Xiaoxi is also. Jiang Yu suddenly paused. He seemed too used to hanging Ruan Cece on his lips and in his head. Actually, man is a very complex creature. If no one says anything, you shouldn't be able to notice anything wrong. It's like Jiang Yu and Ruan Shishi are used to it. But if someone mentioned it, Jiang Yu realized that he seemed to be out of place. Wasn't he or she a little too close to Nguyen Cece? I'm afraid that if I don't come to military training I won't be able to integrate at the beginning of the school year. Li Yu's reason was the same as what teacher Su said. Xinyang didn't say anything more. Fine, toss a little bit. Xinyang is also a middle school. Also know Jiang Yu. Before also played together. Finished Li Yu after turning his head and asked, you brother, Ruan Cece also do not military training ah? What's wrong? Jiang Yu said without changing his face. I got sick on vacation before and I'm still not well. This statement was what Jiang Yu had agreed with Ruan Cece and the others before. After all, the fact that Ruan Cece and Ruan Daitian beat each other up is not a good influence when it is told. Mostly, these rotten things Jiang Yu wanted to stop having any effect on Ruan Cece. Xinyang nodded and didn't think much of it. No wonder it looks so much thinner. Jiang Yu gave a distracted Chapter 59. Like Jiang Yu only don't need others to help. She can chase by herself. Jiang Yu. They arrived at the gathering place. Xinyang is the class leader. Always have to maintain discipline. He told Li Yu to stand aside and went over to tell everyone to line up. Jiang Yu was a bit distracted and was about to walk towards the boys who greeted him over. It's all from their old school. This time Ruan Cece trotted over. Wait, lower your head. Jiang Yu reflexively lowered his head, and then watched as the girl in camouflage tiptoed to stick something cool to his back. Jiang Yu let out a sigh. What's this? Cooling post ah, I brought a lot. This weather is too hot. Ruan Cece couldn't help but frown. She even wanted Jiang Yu to rest under the shade of a tree while she went to help him with his military training. Jiang Yu smiled and looked up at her. Go rest on one side. I'm fine. When she saw Ruan Cece's concerned face, she panicked for some reason, and quickly averted her gaze. Okay, I'll go stand in line. Ruan Cece wanted to say something else, but Jiang Yu had already turned around and walked over. Jiang Yu began to reflect on himself in his mind at this time. Perhaps it wasn't just Ruan Cece who needed to be guided, but also himself. It's a little heartbreaking to think of it that way. Just as Jiang Yu approached, a few boys who weren't from their former school followed suit and called out, Brother Yu. Jiang Yu? One of them, Zhang Qi, a boy who used to play soccer together, laughed and said, they just saw you and Ruan Cece being so close, so they were curious and asked me what your relationship was, and when I said it was a brother and sister, they, the boys, thought about pleasing you. Zhang Qi also muttered in a low voice. They also wanted to call their great uncle like we did before. I've rejected them all for you. Hi you. You himself? No, they just met for the first time. He turned his eyes in the direction of Ruan Cece. The girl didn't sit down. She was wearing the same camouflage uniform as everyone else, the kind with a jacket. It was Mr. Don's request to wear a full set. Seriously, the outfit is kind of ugly. About as ugly as a camouflage-colored sack that looks bloated over the body. The kind that doesn't show the body at all. But Ruan Cece was too skinny to look bloated with the camouflage sack on. Not to mention a pair of long legs that looked long even when nothing was exposed. The girl tied up her hair and put on a hat, but the small face that was exposed was very white. Jiang Yu could tell that it was a kind of white after a serious illness, but it still couldn't hide her delicate and beautiful features. At this moment, when she met Jiang Yu's gaze that was looking over, those big eyes blinked, then a very sweet smile appeared on her lips. Jiang Yu heard someone from the boys around him whisper, asterisk 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 asterisk, that's so sweet. Ah, Mom, the first moment I saw her I even thought of what we'd call our child from now on. Jiang Yu had actually heard these words quite a lot, but at this time, he was a bit uncomfortable. He withdrew his gaze to look at the two boys who had spoken. Don't look, our family won't agree to let you in, like a joke or a warning. At the same time, Jiang Yu sighed in his heart. He also told Wan Sisi not to call his brother, but it turned out that on the first day of school, I guess everyone in the class knows that she is his sister. Those boys also withdrew their gazes and looked at Jiang Yu and jokingly said, Brother Yu, my name is Qian Duo. You can call me Qian Duo Duo. I'm not in bad condition. Look at you consider me for a while? Zhang Qi laughed. No, you're asking Brother Yu to consider you? Brother Yu is a straight shooter. Asterisk 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 off. I mean Wan Cc. Not far away the instructor came by blowing his whistle. Jiang Yu would just so happen not to have to answer these topics that inexplicably annoyed him, as he lined up behind Zhong Qi, and there was a Qian Duo behind him. The kid was a little tall and kept introducing himself and talking about his strengths. The main purpose. Can you give me Wan Cc's contact information? It turns out he had already gone to the wall before Jiang Yu arrived. Wan Cc has always just refused when faced with guys hitting on her. Turns out they've just realized she's not like that with all the boys, Jiang Yu being the exception. One of the boys muttered something about these two not being involved, right? It just so happens that Zhang Qi is right next to him and enthusiastically koans the relationship between the two. Jiang Yu, there's no need to be so enthusiastic. But luckily, after the instructor came, Chandler's classmates shut up, because they're about to start their first lesson in military training. Standing at attention. The direction they were standing just happened to be facing the same direction that Wan Cc and the others were resting. Their class alone, Li Yu and Wan Cc, was resting, and one or two of the other classes apart were also resting. This direction Jiang Yu thought was quite good, and he could still see Wan Cc. Wan Cc's gaze had also been resting on Jiang Yu. Without realizing it, he seems to have grown quite a bit. Before, Jiang Yu wasn't very tall among the boys, but he was already standing in the second to last row during military training. There didn't seem to be many boys taller than him in the class. It's been a while since I've lost weight, and the baby fat left over from my once chubby years has disappeared, revealing the clean-cut silhouette of a boy. Wan Cc felt a little lost. To be honest, Jiang Yu was still a little meaty when it was comfortable to cuddle and sleep. He's too skinny now. Wan Cc began to think about what kind of delicious food she should make in order to raise Jiang Yu's meat back. On the side of Li Yu is quite bored. This comes to military training, themselves sitting is indeed quite boring. I was bored, so I looked around, and then I saw, Wan Cc and Jiang Yu both seemed to be looking at each other. Hey, this is going to be fun. He suddenly laughed. Laughter caught Wan Cc's attention. However, she has never had much curiosity, so she might as well keep staring at Jiang Yu if she has the energy to gossip. Until Li Yu whispered, Hey, Wan Cc, do you know what you and Jiang Yu look like? Like a cowherd separated by the Milky Way. What kind of metaphor is that? Wan Cc finally looked at him one more time, her expression cold. I don't know what you're talking about. If he hadn't mentioned Jiang Yu, she wouldn't have bothered with him. Unexpectedly, Li Yu spoke again. His voice also lowered a bit, and the person also moved over a bit, and then he watched as Wan Cc pulled away to the side for another large distance. Li Yu, it doesn't have to be like this. You, no, I just think I have to say this a little quieter. Li Yu's tone was helpless, still suppressing his voice. You like Jiang Yu, right? Wan Cc looked at the little cutie, the look in his eyes. Isn't that nonsense? Can't anyone see that she treats Jiang Yu differently? Li Fable, but does Jiang Yu know? He probably didn't think about it that way, right? Li Yu revealed a bright smile. How about I help you? Can you introduce that friend of yours to me? It's that friend with long hair, curly ends, round eyes and a pretty smile. Wan Cc, no way. She doesn't need help from others to like Jiang Yu Kai. She can catch up on her own. Chapter 60, you can't really be a pervert, can you? Wan Cc's inability to say it was too dry, causing Li Yu's words that were meant to continue to be stuck. No, what's wrong with her? Wan Cc had turned her head away from him and even pulled away from him a little more. This boy is quite inexplicable, and he's helping her chase Jiang Yu? How long has he known Jiang Yu? And he also wanted Zhou Xuanxuan's contact information. Wan Cc had been just playing with Zhou Xianxian and Lu Qi and the others in order to blend in with normal life though, but she also knew that they were being really nice to her and really considered her a friend, so how could she do such a thing? Jiang Yu will be angry if he finds out. So Wan Cc only felt that this boy was inexplicable. Tell Jiang Yu to play less with this kind of people. Maybe one day he'll betray Jiangyu for another girl. Not the good guys. At this point, Liu didn't know that he had been labeled as not a good person. As for Jiangyu, from a distance, he only saw Ruan Cece suddenly stop looking at him, and said something to Liu, who was on the side with a side face. Although the two didn't seem to say two words, this was a relatively rare occurrence for Ruan Cece. Let's put it this way, they've been elementary school classmates with Chihan for a while now, and every time Ruan Cece saw him she would just chat for 2 or 3 sentences and then no more. Although this also had a little bit to do with Chihan's inexplicable fear of her, the general idea was that Ruan Cece was not one to talk much to the opposite sex. Didn't you just meet Liu? How can two people still talk? The first day of military training in the afternoon actually will not have any training content. Is to recognize their instructors, say a little military training content, briefly stand a military posture and so on. Then it was disbanded. Actually, Jiangyu felt fine, but many people could no longer stand it. It doesn't feel like it's a matter of standing in the military position. It's a matter of letting them follow in the sun and get oiled up. Chihan and Lu Ji were in the class next to Jiangyu's, and came straight over when they were dismissed. Brother Yu, let's eat together. It's a shame we're not in the same class. Lu Chi's side had already led a few girls towards Ruan Cece, presumably inviting her to join them for dinner. Jiangyu was a little hesitant, but still felt that Ruan Cece needed to make friends, and simply said to Chihan and the others, "Let's go." Chihan also asked, "Not waiting for your sister?" Since the last time he went to the old house with Jiangyu to look for Ruan Shishi, Chihan was not so afraid of Ruan Shi. Mostly, I felt a little too sorry for the girl, and there was no way that teenagers at that age were always soft-hearted. At this point he had managed to forget about the fact that he had once seemed to be eerily stared at by someone. Jiangyu didn't turn around. No, she needs to make new friends too. With new friends you might not be so dependent on yourself. But Jiangyu couldn't help but stop after taking 2 steps. He turned his head to look, and saw Ruan Cece following not far behind him with a white face, freezing for a moment when she saw him turn around, then squeezing out a smile. It looked pathetic, eyes still red, like an abandoned white rabbit. Jiangyu, it's over. I'll be damned. Ruan Cece had stood up and was ready to walk towards Jiangyu after the dismissal, but Lu Qi walked over with a few girls from the same dormitory. Is Cece going to eat together? Ruan Cece shook her head. No, you guys go ahead. Lu Qi also persuaded 2 sentences. See her insisted and went with those girls. Then Ruan Cece saw Jiangyu leaving with Chihan and the others without waiting for her. She froze for a moment, but chose to follow. She was counting in her mind as she followed Jiangyu when he would turn back. Just counted to 28 and he turned his head. Yes, Ruan Cece knew Jiangyu wouldn't be able to resist turning back. The person in the world who knew Jiangyu best wouldn't be him personally, but Ruan Cece. That's why her slightly reddened eyes, that squeezed out smile, were so appropriate. Can I eat with you guys? Ruan Cece's voice was small. Jiangyu sighed and took 2 steps back, reaching out to gently flick her forehead. Eating is fine. Put away your pathetic aptitude. He laughed a little and seemed relieved. Go eat. In fact, it seemed like it wasn't just Ruan Cece who relied on him. He always seemed to be unable to let go of her as well. Knowing that 9 times out of 10, this look on her face is intentional, she still sheds it. How did you find out about the intentionality? After all these years, if Jiangyu isn't particularly stupid, he'd be able to tell, wouldn't he? When Cece cries except for nightmares and really herself when she gets angry and says mean things. I've basically never cried at other times, but these eyes aren't red. And just as Ruan Cece understood Jiangyu, Jiangyu also understood her well. At this point he was slow on his feet and turned to Chihan and the others and said, "Can we get together? Let's do it together. It just so happens that Zhou Xianxian is also coming, waiting for us in the dining hall." Lu Ji smiled and said, "Wasn't it always like this before?" "Yeah, that's how it was before." Jiangyu felt her reaching out and tugging at the hem of his shirt, and he didn't say anything, letting her tug. It would make her feel safe, and he knew it. Sure enough, Ruan Cece was happy, lagging a small half-step behind Jiangyu and asking, "Let me help you with your clothes?" Just dissolved they all took their jackets off. It's hot as hell. Jiangyu realized that Ruan Cece's cooling patch was quite useful. It was better than nothing. It's still hot though. At that moment he heard her words and looked at her. Smells like sweat. Do you want to take off your jacket? The inside is actually a camouflage t-shirt that can be taken off at any time. But Ruan Cece still shook her head. I'm not hot. Jiangyu looked at the sweat at the corner of her forehead. This kind of weather, even if you don't have to stand in military posture, it's impossible not to be hot. But he didn't say anything. He just reached out and gently wiped the sweat from the corner of her forehead. Alright, let's walk faster. I heard that the cafeteria over here is air-conditioned. The new school is just great. Their movements were natural, and Shihan and Lu Ji on the side had long gotten used to them. But the scene was a little too intimate for others. Quite a few people looked at them. Jiangyu retracted his hand before reacting. This doesn't seem right, ah? Good lord. He told Wan Xiaoxi to keep his distance, but it turns out he can't control it at all. Jiang Yu took 3 seconds to condemn himself, then decisively swung for the fences. Since they couldn't change it, they didn't, and everyone in their class probably knew they were siblings by now anyway, although he knew that Wan Cici was pretending. But looking at her pitiful appearance, Jiang Yu still couldn't let go. But he's going to have to start formally examining what's going on with his mind. One can't really be a pervert, can one? Thinking this way, Jiang Yu was a little emo. No, this really needs to be taken seriously. When Cici is 16 or 17 years old, yes, he is not. Jiang Yu, you're a real-life scum. Jiang Yu scolded himself without any mercy. The whole thing was a bit distracted because of what was on his mind. Shihan called him twice without responding. You. Chapter 61, Zhou Xianxian, am I a part of your play? Jiang Yu snapped back to look at Shihan. What? Screaming so loud scared me. Then Shihan noticed Wan Cici sneakily glaring at him and whispered, calling for souls. Shihan, feeling pretty innocent, but also knowing each other for such a long time. He also knows that Wan Cici's character is that she has no logic or reason when it comes to Jiang Yu, and Jiang Yu is the only reason. So Shihan is not angry, just cheerfully said, I'm sorry but I have called a few times. Is to ask you the dining hall, we are going to the 2nd floor or the 3rd floor. Jiang Yu, their side is a new campus, very large, and there are 2 canteens. No, 1 canteen and 3 floors. No, 2 canteen 2 floors. Today they went to no. 1. Originally Jiang Yu wanted to say whatever, but suddenly remembered that this side of the 3rd floor there is a pot rice is very good. Ruan Cici should like. I just don't know if being reborn back will change it. Go up to the 3rd floor. A few people just arrived at the entrance of the cafeteria and saw Zhou Xianxian. She saw them waving happily, and then jogged over to take Ruan Cici's hand. Aya, hurry up. I'm starving to death, and I have to go back to the evening study in a while. Yes, miserable high schoolers do have late-night study halls. Ruan Cici, who was being held by Zhou Xuanxuan's arm, was forced to let go of the hem of Jiang Yu's shirt, unhappiness written all over her face. But Zhou Xianxian, so long with her at the same table, are used to pulling her is talking about the new class. Said they are not used to. Also said there is no beautiful Cici to her to see the class is estimated to have no spirit. Jiang Yu and the 3 of them felt a little funny as they walked in front listening to Zhou Xuanxuan's flowery words. Jiang Yu turned his head to look at her. You can still look at yourself in the mirror, can't you, pretty sister? That's really just banter between friends. But just after Jiang Yu finished speaking, he felt a sight that could burn him through land on his face, and his body stiffened. Then it met Wan Cici's dark gaze, which still contained condemnation and sadness. Zhou Xianxian also hastily waved her hand. You brother rice, you will eat more in a while. Words you are to say less. Don't praise me. Cici is so pretty. Look at Cici. The words flew fast. If she did not feel too strange, she wanted to jump away from Jiang Yu 3,000 meters. Thank you. Woo woo. She's going to be best friends with Cici for the rest of her life. Jiang Yu, don't praise her. Jiang Yu picked up a bit of Zhou Xuanxuan's overflowing desire for survival as well, raising his eyebrows slightly at Wan Cici. Our Wan Xiao, she is certainly the best looking. Let's go. Let's eat. He said that he was about to gently pull her ponytail as he did before, but then he thought of the injury on her head before, and finally raised his palm without touching her. But Wan Cici, who had just been pacified, took the initiative to gently tiptoe her head over to touch his outstretched hand. Cute and cuddly. Jiang Yu didn't hold back a laugh. You look like Mario with a mushroom top. Zhou Xianxian, who was originally kowtowing to the side with peach hearts in her eyes. She only hated Jiang Yu for being a log, especially with 2 big straight men on the side. Shihan, you play too. You? I play too. Lu Ji was shocked. Not you two still play sewer workers? Ah? Who are you calling a sewer worker? The cheeky crowd ate boiled rice at Jiang Yu's suggestion. Luckily this one is still around. Jiang Yu watched Wan Cici eat most of it, obviously liking it. Suyin has always praised Wan Cici for not being a picky eater, unlike Jiang Yu who doesn't eat this or that. However, Jiang Yu knew that it wasn't that she wasn't a picky eater. She was just afraid of letting people see that she was picky. Even after all this time in his house, she was still careful to play a perfect role. Good looking with good grades and a gentle personality. Too perfect to be true. This was also the Wan Cici and Suyin's in their eyes. After getting along for a long time, Jiang Yu could still find out what she liked and what she hated, but he never broke down her disguise. If this can make her feel safe, then Jiang Yu chose to cooperate. As for her favorite things, their own unintentional to bring her just fine. Good kids are rewarded. Wan Cici felt the sight and looked up to meet Jiang Yu, but saw that he just smiled at her and then moved his gaze away to chat with Shihan and the others. But she was still staring straight at Jiang Yu's clear-eyed face, the little book in her heart taking notes. Jiang Yu complimented me today plus 100 points. Jiang Yu took me to eat boiled rice today. 100 points. Jiang Yu complimented Zhou Xianxian today -1 point, winky face. After eating several people in front of the dining hall separate, boys and girls dormitory direction is not the same. They all have to go back to the dormitory and take a shower or they have to stink. On the way back Zhou Xianxian seriously assured, "CC just brother you blindly said you don't care. I really don't like him like that. I really don't like him like that. And with you around, brother you definitely can't look at a generally pretty girl like me." Well, survival instincts couldn't make her say things like she wasn't pretty either. This is very Zhou Xianxian. Ruan Cici suddenly looked at Zhou Xianxian in front of her with wide eyes very seriously. Her footsteps stopped. Zhou Xianxian stopped after her with a blank look on her face. "What's wrong?" Ruan Cici looked at Zhou Xuanxuan's face. She was indeed good looking. It's also a different type of good looking than Nguyen Cici. Nguyen Cici is pretty and delicate enough to make people sway at a glance. And not quite real. But Zhou Xianxian is the kind of small beauty at a glance, but the more you look at it, the more durable it becomes. "Does Jiang Yu like you like this?" Ruan Cici spoke with a confused tone. Zhou Xianxian looked terrified. "No, where does he seem to like me? Only you are different in his eyes." "Cici, wake up, I really don't. Think carefully, Jiang Yu doesn't treat you differently from everyone else." "You're kidding. Jiang Yu is not bad looking but he's really not her type. She's the ultimate face dog." After getting used to seeing Ruan Cici's divine face she felt like it would be hard for her to find a boyfriend in the future. Ruan Cici heard her words and fell into deep thought. As if she had made a major decision, she took the initiative to pull Zhou Xuanxuan's hand for the first time. Where is it different? She's too used to getting along with Jiang Yu to feel any different at all. Zhou Xuanxuan's eyes lit up. "Hey, Cici is getting the hang of it." At this time Jiang Yu knows nothing. Back to the dormitory most people have already showered. Boys showering gaga fast. And there are talented people who shower and do laundry at the same time. Jiang Yu and Li Yu are considered to be at the back of the queue. Jiang Yu because he came back late and Li Yu because of his leg problem. In the end, although Jiang Yu was late, but because he helped Li Yu came in, Mr. Tang did not say anything. The two of them just sat down. Jiang Yu saw the Wansai milk on his desktop. No need to think to know that Ruan Cici put it there. He laughed a bit, poked it open and drank it. The evening study hall is also the class meeting pretty much, with the class council elected along the way. This kid, Li Yu, is physically handicapped and also elected to the sports committee. Jiang Yu isn't interested in being a class member but Mr. Tang has his eye on Ruan Cici. Study committee this he didn't let anyone nominate themselves. He asked directly by name, "Ruan Cici, is it okay for you to be the study committee?" Chapter 62 How old is not a child still holding hands it. Now everyone's eyes followed Mr. Tang and landed on Ruan Cici. Jiang Yu noticed that her body stiffened for a moment before she raised her head and turned it to look at Jiang Yu. Now all the gazes looked at Jiang Yu together in her direction. "Jiang Yu, no, what are you looking at him for?" Mr. Tang is aware of the relationship between the two. Mr. Su said, "Is brother and sister well?" So at this point he smiled and said, "Mr. Cici is asking you, what are you looking at your brother for?" Jiang Yu, "Well, this is really becoming a brother." Jiang Yu ignored the voices of his classmates whispering and looked at Ruan Cici. "Just decide." Nguyen Cici let out an oh so subtle cry and finally turned her head to the teacher. "Teacher, I'm not doing it." Dry. Ruan Cici was the top student in their midterm here, and even if they hadn't seen it, most people had heard of it. The ones who hadn't heard of it got to know it by the science. Many people look at Ruan Cici's eyes have changed. Good looking and good grades. This is being favored? Nguyen Cici's dryness made Mr. Tang freeze for a moment. "I was just thinking about your good grades." Mr. Tang was a bit regretful. Usually the school board members were the ones with good grades. It was originally thought that Ruan Cici's grades were so good that it would be suitable, but unfortunately she refused. But Mr. Tang didn't make it difficult and quickly ordered another boy. "Then tell the talkers to knock it off and get on with choosing class members." Li Yu glanced at the back of Ruan Cici's head and thought that the way his new classmate got along with his sister was quite funny. He came over and whispered, "Hey, is this how you and Ruan Cici always get along? She listens to everything you say?" Jiang Yu inexplicably thought of the image of him saying a few words to Ruan Cici during military training in the afternoon. His heart was a little upset. At this time, when he heard him asking about Ruan Cici again, he simply didn't want to take care of him, and said, "The teacher told to stop talking. I didn't expect you to listen to your teacher quite well." Li Yu muttered, but the man was really talkative and asked again, "Speaking of which I think we're quite destined to be together. Your name is Jiang Yu and I'm Li Yu." Jiang Yu rolled her eyes and said, "Why don't you say it's quite a coincidence that we're both male?" Li Yu froze for a moment. Why did he feel a bit fierce? Wasn't Jiang Yu quite good-tempered before? But shut up in the end. Jiang Yu just felt that his temper had come to him in an inexplicable way. It's over. So it's not just Ruan Cici who is possessive of him, but he himself is also possessive of her. What can we do about this? Jiang Yu was depressed. so there wasn't much talking until after study hall. Military training starts tomorrow, and all the evening study halls will be in the playground. Once the teacher left after class was over, everyone was buzzing too. Lucci asked Ruan Cece, "Is Cece going back to the dormitory together?" Ruan Cece, however, turned her head to look at Jiangyu. "I'll send him back to the dormitory." Now the gazes of the surrounding people fell on Jiangyu. Jiangyu, no. All night he's going to be looking numb. Straight away he laughed, exasperated. "What are you talking about? I'll take you back just in time to see where your dorm is." He hadn't even been there before. And then Ruan Cece had waited for him downstairs in the boys' dormitory. So Jiangyu really didn't know where her dormitory was. As long as she could spend more time with Jiangyu, Ruan Cece was still happy. Yeah. Lucci also packed his things. "Then I'll trouble brother you." After all, weren't they traveling the same way? She didn't think much of it, but Ruan Cece's face sank a bit, and the corners of her mouth straightened out quite a bit. Jiangyu packed his things and called Ruan Shishi. "Let's go." Then came back. "No trouble, it's on the way, isn't it?" It was the three of them who ended up heading back toward the girls' dormitory together. On the way, they also met other girls from Ruan Cece's dormitory, and then the crowd grew. All new students are curious quite a bit too. Jiangyu is also good-tempered and will answer any questions, except for Ruan Cece, who was very silent, pulling the strap of Jiangyu's school bag without saying anything. Everyone else was quite happy. Ruan Cece was extremely unhappy in her heart at this time. "I think they talk too much. What's so funny? Why is Jiangyu talking to them? Why are you smiling at them?" She couldn't stop her hands from rubbing the straps of her book bag. What to do? What to do? She wanted so badly to hide Jiangyu or get rid of everyone around him. Jiangyu actually had little interest in girl talk. But weren't these all new classmates? Or Ruan Xiaoxi's roommates? He wants her to get along with girls her own age. He felt the strap of his book bag being tugged heavier and heavier, the night becoming the best cover. This side of the street lamp is not very bright, so Jiangyu's head did not turn. Directly reached out to hold the hand tugging on the strap of his bag, pinched, like a warning, and then tugging on his bag to fall off. Ruan Cece only felt her hand being held and squeezed by a warm hand. She looked up at Jiangyu, who didn't turn his head. Just as his hand was about to retract, she suddenly gripped it back hard. She was angry now. If Jiangyu was willing to let her hold her hand, then she's not so angry. Jiangyu's hand froze for a moment when she held it backhandedly and turned his head to look at her, right into her exasperated look. Jiangyu did think it was quite funny. After all, Ruan Cece was more of a well-behaved face in front of himself, and such an exasperated look was rarely directed at him. "I just arrived downstairs at the girls' dormitory." Those girls said goodbye to Jiangyu, who turned her head and smiled. "Bye. I have something to say to Ruan Cece." In this way Lucci also went up with them. For a while it wasn't clear if no one was paying attention or if they were paying attention and no one was saying anything. It's like people can't see them holding hands anyway. This side is the girls' dormitory, and it's time for the evening study session, and there are still people passing by every now and then. Jiangyu walked to the shade of a tree on one side, regarding the posture of holding her hand. Otherwise he was actually quite conspicuous standing downstairs in the girls' dormitory as a guy. Jiangyu looked at her exasperated expression with some amusement. "What's wrong? So angry? Aren't you sending me?" "You were sending them," Ruan Shishi said, holding Jiangyu's hand harder and harder. Jiangyu reacted for a while before understanding what she was saying, somewhat helpless. "Just because of this? Isn't that your roommate? Also our future classmates? Is to send you. By the way, Matt." He flicked his hand. "Let go. How old are you and not a child still holding hands? Give you a small gift." Ruan Cece released her hand somewhat unhappily, secretly reducing Jiangyu's score in her heart. Well, she can't afford to give up more, so let's reduce it by 0.5. Jiangyu pulled his own school bag over, looking bulging from before. In fact, on the evening self-study backpacks are very few people, but Jiangyu is carrying it. At that moment, Ruan Cece watched as he unzipped his book bag. Chapter 63. Jiangyu's voice is in her ears. It is about the same as Jiangyu is at her side. The book bag was unzipped, and then a large gourd doll emerged from inside. When Cece froze, Jiangyu single-handedly ripped out that gourd doll, directly to Ruan Cece's arms. "Afraid you can't sleep in the dormitory? Hold it, new doll." He pointed to the red cord she had hanging around her neck. "All the gourds can protect you." Ruan Cece hugged the soft doll. Her heart was also soft, and her expression that had been sullen finally changed, the corners of her mouth rising slightly. There was a light in those pretty eyes, too. In fact, Jiangyu was worried that she wouldn't sleep at night. Before, when she first moved to her new home, she couldn't even recognize her bed in sleep with a start. It was discovered by Suin when she went to check on them at night. In the end, it was only after rushing Jiangyu to sleep with her for a few days that she slowly became familiar with it. It seemed like Ruan Cece only slept better when she was around Jiangyu. so Jiang Yu was really worried that she could make it through a week. After giving her the gourd doll, Jiang Yu also urged, during the day, to put it, stuffed in the suitcase, or the instructor to check the dormitory for you to confiscate. I only brought one. Ruan Cece whispered. You might as well give me one of your clothes. It's a heartbreaker when you say it. Jiang Yu was silent. No, it's a bit perverted for you to say that. Why are you like an unweaned child? Jiang Yu sighed. I bought and washed this gourd. Ahem. I put it in the closet and on the bed for a few days, so it should have his flavor, right? One could only say that Jiang Yu still understood Ruan Shishi. Jiang Yu thought it was actually a bit perverted, which he had bought before the accident. He was afraid that Ruan Cece couldn't sleep in the dormitory, but the courier arrived when Ruan Cece was hospitalized. I was angry at the time and originally wanted to not send it, but I ended up washing it and putting it away, and it's not like I'm still using it now. Jiang Yu's face was also a little red at this time, and he felt it was hot. He's given Ruan Cece a ton of these dolls, so why is he suddenly embarrassed about it? But this one does look a little different is all. He simply did not want to. From the school bag and then pulled out a Walkman handed to Ruan Shishi. If you cannot sleep again, use this. There is no place to charge the cell phone, and at night you are not allowed to turn off the lights and look at the phone. It is not good for the eyes. He feels like the kind of old dad who worries about his daughter's first time living at school. Jiang Yu instantly felt more vicissitudes. Luckily the girl was still quite obedient. Okay, is it hypnotic music again? I don't feel very useful. Before Jiang Yu also turned a lot of hypnotic music to her, but the effect is not very big. But since it's Jiang Yu's spin, she listens to it all. Jiang Yu gave a vague Okay, you go up. I will go back to the dormitory, or else the lights will be turned off in a while. Jiang Yu sighed and reached out to pinch her face. Be well, dormitory life is only for a week, and we'll be home in a week. Nguyen Cece nodded meekly, then winked. Then can you stop smiling at them from now on? Still haunted by what just happened, Jiang Yu is speechless. No, Missy, I didn't mean to smile at them either. It's etiquette. But against her big dark eyes, Jiang Yu still compromised. Okay, I'll try my best. Is that okay? Nguyen Cece also wanted to say not try, but definitely. But she felt she would be scolded if she said anything. In the end she reluctantly nodded her head. Alright then, I'm going up, so hurry up and go back. Good night Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu smiled and looked at Ruan Cece who was obediently holding the gourd and holding the Walkman. Good night, good dream Ruan Cece. Go up, I'll leave after you go up. Nguyen Cece nodded, took a step and suddenly turned her head, and asked with a bit of an inch to spare, can I have a goodnight kiss? The smile on Jiang Yu's face froze. Then he gritted his teeth and said, get the hell up there. Okay. Ruan Cece immediately ran away. Otherwise Jiang Yu would have to scold. Jiang Yu looked at her back, but felt his face heat up a little. Only when the thin back was out of sight did he turn and head for the boys' dormitory. Ruan Cece went back holding a gourd doll, which was seen as soon as she entered the door of the dormitory. The girl who spoke first was called Shueqingqing, the recreation committee member of their class. Her eyes lit up. Creek, where did you get that doll? It's so cute. They both had lower beds and were so close together that they were about to reach out and touch each other as they spoke. But Nguyen Cece avoids it. She froze. At this time, Lucci just happened to brush his teeth and walked out, and naturally said, it should be from her brother. You guys touch less Cece brother control. The other girls let out a good-natured laugh. Shueqingqing's eyes went wide. No, how can there be someone else's brother control? My brother and I hate to get each other killed. That's right, and my brother. Annoying as hell. But there are also siblings who are very affectionate. Right. No one thought Ruan Cece's behavior was strange. She froze for a moment before saying, my brother is fine. Oh my god. Then I'm so envious. My brother and I both think the other is a dog. Shueqingqing sighed exaggeratedly, but when she saw Ruan Cece's face she added, but you're so good looking. It's only right that you're spoiled. There was an affirmative nod after that. A girl took the opportunity to ask, yeah, Cece, you're so white. What kind of masks do you use? But are you so afraid of the heat? Ice sleeves all the time. It's just that you have a high face value. It's so ugly on me. I look like an ant who farms in my hometown. The little girls' voices were squeaky and full of energy. Ruan Cece hugged the zucchini doll in her arms tighter. They were a little loud, but not really annoying. It would be better if they could stop talking to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu went back to the dormitory and talked to the boys in the dormitory for a while before turning off the lights. He was also relieved, mainly because they were genuinely curious about Ruan Cece. The topic just kept circling around Ruan Cece, but he doesn't want to talk. After lying on the bed and sending Ruan Cece a good night, Jiang Yu turned off his cell phone. There's bound to be a teacher checking in later. Ruan Cece also returned Jiang Yu's good night and then hugged the gourd in her arms tightly. Well, no sleep at all. With a dormitory of 16, there were actually still other voices even if people weren't talking. Some people breathe heavier than others. Ruan Shishi didn't lie. She really couldn't adapt to group life. Her body was all tight. Finally she took out the Walkman that Jiang Yu had given her. It should be somewhat useful. At least she wouldn't hear the sound of someone talking in their sleep. Just as she opened it, a familiar voice rang in her ears. Ruan Xiaoxi, what time is it and you're still up? Alright, I'll tell you a story. This is Jiang Yu's voice. Ruan Xixi's originally tight and uneasy emotions were calmed. The body is slowly relaxing as well. Jiang Yu's voice was right in her ears. It was about the same as Jiang Yu being right next to her. Chapter 64, Ice Watermelon on a Summer Day. Sweet Ruan Xiaoxi. Walkman is what Jiang Yu used to listen to English listening before. It does have his voice recorded in it. It's divided into 7 files, and the file names are still dates. Well, it's really just storytelling. Tell a story, sing a song. Jiang Yu didn't learn much in terms of musical instruments, but he did know how to play the guitar and the violin. Violin gave up after a few years as a kid. He had talent but was really lazy. As for the guitar, he went and learned it on his own after he went to college in his past life. This life is to buy their own, did not enroll in classes. Before the family also think that this kid is a bit talented. Casually self-study are decent. Still awake after the story? Never mind, play you a song. The boy's voice was clean, and the questioning tone was tinged with helplessness in favor. Ruan Sisi hugged the gourd doll in her arms tighter. Indeed, she could smell the smell belonging to Jiang Yu from the top of the doll. Faint, but reassuring to her. If she was at home, she'd have touched Jiang Yu's room by now. What should I do? Such a nice Jiang Yu. I miss him even more. Ruan Sisi blinked but still slowly closed her eyes in the boy's clean voice. After today, there are still 6 more days to go home with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's sleep quality had been very good, and really, he had only been worried that Ruan Sisi couldn't adapt to sleeping well, not thinking about himself at all. But the next morning, he got up with 2 eyes, because there's a dude in the dorm who literally snores like crazy. It's really like thunder. Until last night Jiang Yu thought it was an exaggerated adjective. In fact, he's not the only one who can't sleep well. A whole dormitory just snores. The dude looks refreshed. Everyone else looks like they've lost their souls. So when he got to the playground, it wasn't until Ruan Sisi reached out and touched his face that he came back to his senses and opened his mouth. Ruan Xiaoxi, don't take advantage of me. Lu Qi on the side snorted and laughed. Come on, how many people want Sisi to take advantage of them? Jiang Yu was a bit helpless and looked at Ruan Sisi, naturally taking the buns and soy milk in her hand. You ate? Eat? Why didn't you sleep well? Ruan Sisi asked with some concern. Jiang Yu sighed, nodded and shook his head, and asked rhetorically, did you sleep well last night? Yeah, after listening to Twinkle, Twinkle, Shine and Sell the Girls' Little Match all night. The little girl smiled with her eyebrows arched, her pretty features taking on a happy look. Jiang Yu froze for a moment, then with some amusement reached out and flicked her forehead. That's the little girl who sells matches. You won't be able to hear it tonight if the power goes out in a while. Ruan Sisi saw him finally smile, and the fatigue on his face seemed to dissipate quite a bit, making himself happy. Then explained, I should be able to recharge my batteries later when Mr. Tang asks me to organize things, right? Also, it's not like she has to do military training. Jiang Yu looked at her in a good mood. His own mood followed. Still, he finished the bun quickly at Ruan Sisi's urging. Soon the homeroom teacher came along with the instructors. High school military training content essential. Before the start of the group stand military posture. Jiang Yu saw teacher Tang take Ruan Sisi and Li Yu away, presumably to organize things as Ruan Sisi said. Looking at Ruan Sisi's back side by side with someone, Jiang Yu was quite upset. It's still that feeling of your own cabbage being vaulted over. Although it seems likely Fable hasn't done anything yet, the military training was pretty one-dimensional and not too strict. One after another, people with physical discomfort leave. Instructor also approved, but it was mostly the girls who asked for time off, and the instructor simply called it a break in the back. The instructor of Jiang Yu's class is quite nice and also young, surnamed Lu. With them it's the chief instructor who comes in and just means 1, 2, 1, 1, and then rests in place to chat with them. So actually Jiang Yu didn't suffer much, but it's quite aggravating for Nguyen Cc, because she can't see Jiang Yu every day if she's called to the office by Ms. Tang, and Mr. Tang was probably a little too nice, letting them organize their materials in the air-conditioned office 2 days ago. They were also allowed to continue writing about military training in the air-conditioned office for the next few days. Nguyen creak. What insights can you write without even reading it? Then Ms. Tang was kind enough to find them some example essays from previous years. Anyway, Li Yu is quite happy. Reasonably lazy. Blowing air conditioning in this weather is simply enjoyable. It's the teacher who's also on a no cell phone. But that's nothing. It wasn't until the 5th day that Ruan Sisi finally couldn't help but speak up. Teacher, we haven't even seen military training. I can't write it. She can't stand seeing Jiang Yu in the morning and at night. Teacher Tang froze for a moment, pushed up his glasses to look at Ruan Sisi, who didn't have much of an expression, nodded his head in relief. I didn't expect Cece, you're still a matter-of-fact kid, so go take a look and come back to right after you're done. A side note to Liu. What she wants to see is probably Jiangyu and not military training. Teacher Tang followed suit and stood up. Let's go. Go with you to the supermarket and buy a watermelon for them to eat to beat the heat. He looked to Li Fable. You want to join us? Liu directly waved his hand. Teacher, I'm even. How long will it take for me to walk over with my feet like this? And don't want to get tired. MS. Tang didn't force herself to just take Ruan Cece out of the office. Ruan Cece's face finally eased a bit, showing a little smile. Jiangyu saw Mr. Tang bring Ruan Cece when he was chatting with Chen Duo and Shenyang and a few other girls as well. The main thing is that Shander's mouth is really good at talking. And it's only been a few days since he's gotten acquainted with most of the students in the class. This kid is probably still thinking about Ruan Shishi hard pulling Jiangyu to try to make a good relationship. Although Jiangyu has said many times that Ruan Shishi's refusal is just hopeless. But we can make friends even if he's a mouthful. Then Jiangyu couldn't refute it. That's why Ruan Cece saw a bunch of men and women surrounding Jiangyu at a glance. Instantly the little face fell. Jiangyu even laughed. Someone had already seen Teacher Tang and the others. Shenyang stood up. Teacher, why are you guys here? Very consciously, he went over and took the watermelon in Ruan Cece's hand. Teacher sending a melon for 1,000 miles. Shenyang realized that Ruan Cece had a small bag in her other hand. He reached over but she dodged it. No thank you. Shenyang didn't care either. Teacher Tang had already put down the bag he was holding. One by one. Your noses are quite smart. Come eat watermelon. Where's your instructor? Go to the meeting. We're free to go, ha ha ha. The people in the next class watched enviously as each of them ate watermelon. Jiangyu was slow and didn't rush over. Then he saw Ruan Cece walk over with a taut little face and shove the bag in his hand into his hand. Yours. Jiangyu laughed. Why the unhappy face? Didn't Liu say you guys were fine with the air conditioning? He glanced at the bag, which contained cut-up watermelon. Jiangyu froze. Do not have to think that this is all Ruan Cece cut. Supermarket ants cannot be so patient. The corners of Jiangyu's mouth curved up pleasantly. Ice watermelon on a summer day. Sweetenguin Creek. Chapter 65, Unique and Undisguised Preference. Jiangyu looked at Ruan Cece's little face with I'm angry written all over it. The small, thin-looking face was bulging. Jiangyu knew why as soon as he thought about it. He reached out and tugged on her wrist. Have some together? Ice. You can only have a little. There are a lot of things a little girl who is not very well can't eat. When Cece said sullenly, you eat with them. Jiangyu didn't hold back a snort of laughter. Ruan Cece's eyes were wide, and her already large eyes looked strangely intimidating when they were so wide. Jiangyu explained, Xian Duo is just sitting next to me. That boy? People are very good. Those girls are to chat with him. I just happened to be pulled by him to sit next door only. Did not chat with other girls. Men are also less. Ruan Cece like she didn't expect just Jiangyu will explain. Froze for a moment. The expression on her face fell to look a little twisted. She let out a small oh. I know. Chen Duo greeted Jiangyu over there. Brother Yu. Cece, come sit down together. Brother Yu, I even brought you a piece of watermelon. This kid is a bit of a self-acquaintance. If not for the introduction of Jiangyu just now, Ruan Cece did not even remember this person. He called on Cece. Jiangyu pulled Ruan Cece's wrist towards the crowd. What's your name? Does Ruan Xiaoxi know you? You just called on Cece? Xian Duo's temper was particularly good. Although she had approached Jiangyu before because she wanted Ruan Cece's contact information. But these days contact down is to find Jiangyu's temperament is really good, but also really as a brother. As for the words of chasing Ruan Cece, said even if previously asked for contact information were refused. Contemporary young people to have self-awareness. At this time he smiled and said, Brother Yu, how good is our relationship? Your sister is my sister. My name is Qian Duo. You can call me Qian Duo. How are you, Cece? I'm a good friend of your brother. Shenyang didn't hold back from the side. You're really shameless. It just so happened that Lu Qi and Xueqingqing were also there. So Ruan Cece was pressed by Jiangyu to sit next to Lu Qi. It's definitely about getting in touch with life. Jiangyu sat on the other side of Ruan Cece. Just sat down. Shenyang saw Jiangyu holding a stick to eat cut watermelon. The first bite is still given to Ruan Shishi. Ruan Shishi shook his head, before he stuffed himself into the mouth. Shenyang gave an ah. No brother Yu, you still have cut up ones here? Xian Duo, who was originally about to hand over the watermelon, had a movement in his hand and let out a, no, is it cut? I just saw that it was all in one piece. Lu Qi laughed. Don't look, man, this is a small stove. Xueqingqing on the side had an envious face. Cece, your relationship with your brother is also too good. I want a sister too. Although childish, Jiangyu was indeed quite cool. This unique and unabashed favoritism at all times is quite attractive to both men and women. Jiangyu laughed and said, you guys can't envy this, can you? This was a little girl he had slowly raised on his own. Hey, Ruan Cece, who was on the side, looked at Jiang Yu like this, and the corner of her mouth also slightly rose a little, but also said in his heart, who wants to be brother and sister with you? The more tender Jiang Yu was to her, the more she couldn't control her desire to possess all of his tenderness. This possessiveness is not that of a sister over her brother. Ruan Cece had thought about it before. If another girl appeared beside Jiang Yu, she's already unhappy just seeing him with his classmates, let alone Jiang Yu falling in love one day. The sky is falling just thinking about it. So Ruan Cece had already asked Zhou Xianxian that day, and also determined that what she should have for Jiang Yu was liking. As for Jiang Yu's treatment of her, it didn't matter. He'd just end up liking her, male and female, because Jiang Yu was around to accompany them. Ruan Cece still very much chatted with them for a while, though her words are really few, but soon the instructor returned. Ruan Cece took away Jiang Yu's unfinished watermelon, and Jiang Yu told her to have dinner together tonight. After tomorrow morning they'll be able to go home on vacation in the afternoon. So Ruan Cece was still in a good mood. Ms. Tang took Ruan Cece back to the classroom. As a result, half an hour later Ruan Cece turned in her military training tips. 2 of them. Teacher Tang glanced at her and said with amusement, "You didn't just go to see the military training, did you? It was mainly to see your brother, right? Teacher Su just said that you guys are very close." Wen Cece laughed a little but didn't deny it. Ms. Tang didn't give her a hard time and quickly let them go to dinner. Li Yu asked Ruan Cece if she wanted to eat with him. Ruan Cece shook her head. No need. Then he was gone, and his footsteps were still fast, at least the kind that Li Yu, whose foot was injured, certainly couldn't catch up with. Li Fable. After this military training, Jiang Yu feel that they are sunbathing for a week. The instructor is still strange good. Let them sunshine quite evenly. At the end of military training, they were able to go home for a day and a half because it happened to be Saturday afternoon. They're coming back to class Sunday night, and there's rearranging the seating. This time, finally, Jiang Yu was waiting for Ruan Cece downstairs. She came down quickly, carrying her backpack with her suitcase and clutching her gourd pillow. Jiang Yu saw her and immediately went up to help her with her things. Auntie won't let me go up, saying that boys can't enter the girls' dormitory. Jiang Yu frowned slightly. Are you alright? Ruan Cece waved her hand. I've been fine for a long time. It's not like it's much. The resident aunts don't let them in because the girls who don't live in the school move things around. But there are resident girls who don't have to move things around. So it's kind of inconvenient. Jiang Yu reached out and took her suitcase and school bag. Let's go. It's rare that Mr. Su came to pick us up. There was nothing left in Ruan Cece's hand but a gourd doll. She then reached out to help. I can push the suitcase. Alright, if there's really nothing to do. Jiang Yu pulls the strap of his own school bag and shoves it into her hand. Pull it and go. Wen Cece froze for a moment, still dutifully holding the strap of the school bag that was shoved into her hand. The two walked one after the other. The boy was pushing 2 suitcases, one with a school bag on it, and carrying one behind himself. Behind him followed a girl who was all relaxed just holding a gourd doll. The girl reaching out and pulling the strap of his book bag dutifully behind him. They've been this way since they were tiny little people, and they've traveled through the seasons and through time together, slowly growing up, to the point where they are now little teenagers and pretty flower girls, yet they are still so close. Ruan Cece looked at the shadows of the 2 men at her feet, one after the other, and she carefully stepped to the side a bit. The shadows became entangled, as if their lives were intertwined, inextricably linked. Chapter 66. If you have a favorite girl, aren't you afraid of Ruan Cece standing over your bed with a knife? Jiang Yu and the others had quite a few people looking over at them as they walked out, even met Li Ziwen and the others. After all, this has a new campus and the upper grades are moving in. However, since the last time they were educated by Director Zhu, Li Ziwen and the others just rolled their eyes plus grunted and walked away when they saw Jiang Yu. This time was no exception. As Director Chu had come over to the high school side to be the director of instruction, neither Jiang Yu nor Ruan Cece cared much about other people's gazes. Let's put it this way, Jiang Yu was certified by Ms. Tang in front of the whole class that she and Ruan Cece were brother and sister to begin with. He swung for the fences, so don't care about all the stares. And when Cece didn't care in the first place. As soon as they came out, Suing got out of the car to help Jiang Yu move things. Looking at Jiang Yu, who had darkened a few degrees, he still couldn't help but smile. Yo, our young master doesn't look like a white boy anymore, but like a longtime laborer in the young master's house. Jiang Yu let out a sigh, somewhat helpless. Mom, what's the point of calling the young master? Don't I want to lose face? Suing laughed. Can be happy. Young people should be more exercise. You day after day at home do not move. Look unhealthy. Well, saying that, he reached out and put his arm around Ruan Cece. Are we Cece tired? Then she froze for a moment when she saw the doll in her arms. You still have this with you? Ha? Didn't Fishy just buy this? Ruan Cece was hugged by Suing, behaving like a doll. I'm not tired, Auntie Sue. I'm afraid I can't sleep. Suing didn't think too much about it, reached out and gently rubbed her head. Also, our CC is still small. Well, we'll be able to fall asleep when we get home. Let's go home. I'll make you guys something tasty today. Do you miss the dishes I made? Jiangyu pulls open the car door and lets Ruan Cece sit in before sitting in himself, saying honestly, actually, this side of the dining hall is quite delicious. It just so happened that Ruan Cece said, I want to. Suin Ai fastened her seatbelt then started the car. Or else everyone likes a daughter. That's the difference. Jiangyu was speechless, glancing at Ruan Cece who was innocently looking at him beside him. Ruan Xiaoxi is a horse's ass. Nguyen Shishi just laughed and whispered, I really want to. Jiangyu, well, stick another knife in. Suin smiled and said that she would only make what Cece loved to eat tonight, and that the little fish would have to eat it or not. Jiangyu sighs, nowadays people who tell the truth are so miserable? There was a good atmosphere of joking and laughing between the three. Jiangyu and Ruan Shishi were both relaxed. High school seems to be off to a good start then. Although he said that he was only cooking what Ruan Cece liked to eat, there were also a lot of Jiangyu's favorite dishes on the table when he ate dinner. Mr. Su has been working for an hour and a half. Jiangyu was bursting at the seams after eating, being driven down for a walk by Jiang Weiman. Don't lie on the sofa every day. In the end the reluctant Jiangyu was pulled out by Ruan Cece. Jiangyu was still sighing when he got off the elevator. Actually, being fat is quite good. It's really more of an off-the-cuff comment. I didn't expect Ruan Cece to say seriously. Yeah, chubby is comfortable to hold. Jiangyu? Nguyen Shishi. Going home seems to have gotten a little carried away. It's mostly very relaxing. Just as she was mentally thinking about how to round back, when the elevator reached the first floor, Jiangyu walked out first and grunted with a smile. And you picked on it? Promised to let you hold it? Ruan Cece froze for a moment, then followed quickly. I'm not picky either. So can I hold it? Jiangyu stopped and looked at her. Meeting that blear-eyed, expectant gaze, he stretched out his index finger and wiggled it from side to side. Quite a beautiful thought. Then he turned away again, but the corners of his mouth hooked up and, sure enough, the person behind her whispered unwillingly, it's not even pretty to think about. So what am I thinking about? It was quite reasonable. Jiangyu almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Soon she caught up with her, with a consultative look. So how do I get a hug? Dreaming Jiangyu scared. No, why are you a little girl thinking about hugging boys every day? It's not like I'm hugging someone else. Ruan Cece was so bold that she dared to retort. I just want to hug you. Is there a difference? I'm not a guy, am I? You are a girl is very disadvantaged. Jiangyu sighed. Why are you still acting like a child at this age? Of course there's a difference. You're not someone else. Ruan Cece said with a straight face. Good to be convinced again. Jiangyu looked at her appearance, and finally turned away sullenly. The child is too big to say that he cannot win. And surprisingly, his heart was beating a little faster. Jiangyu felt like this was wrong. He needed to be right. So at night while playing games with Chi-Han and the others, Jiangyu suddenly spoke up. Have you guys ever liked girls? After a few seconds of silence in the voice, Chi-Han ate up. You have a situation. You? No, it can't be military training. You've got your eye on some girl, right? Lu Ji's voice was full of gossip. Another teammate was Xin Yang, who asked curiously, who is it? From our class? Lu Qi, Shui Qingqing or who? Jiangyu Haid. What a mess. I'm just asking. Pure chat It's just a little heartfelt to say it myself. Chi-Han spat. What's the difference between this and the I Have a Friend series you use? It's still pure chat. Jiangyu shouldn't have asked. You're dozens of years old and you're asking a couple of kids? But Jiangyu in his past life, certainly like people, who 26 years old did not like people that is more or less a little bit of a problem but he's a face dog every time. It was the same with Ruan Cece on a blind date. The kind of like that you like at first sight. Just, simply looking at someone good looking and having a good feeling about them kind of thing. But he and Ruan Cece like this obviously doesn't apply to this After all, he had sort of watched Ruan Cece grow up in his life, and although she was still very good looking, Jiangyu really didn't have that feeling of being stunned at a glance and his heart beating faster before After all, Jiangyu didn't think he was this perverted before, but lately his heartbeat seemed to have a mind of its own, and it was always racing without him realizing it. He felt his face swell a little, and chic is really chic. This is Ruan Cece. In his ears was the sound of Chi-Han and their boisterous chatter. In with Xin Yang guessing which girl is the favorite. Chi-Han suddenly came in. No, brother if you have a favorite girl, aren't you afraid of Ruan Cece standing over your bed with a knife? Everyone went quiet at those words. Shenyang didn't know Ruan Cece very well from their different classes before and asked hesitantly, as far as that goes? Chi-Han said firmly, as far as. Lu Ji also added, ultimate brother control isn't just talk, and you is also a sister control. Shenyang sucked in a breath. So exciting? Jiangyu, You guys might as well shut up. Chapter 67. So Ruan Cece's difference to herself is really known to everyone. Jiang Yu told them to shut up, to little effect. Shen Yang in this night's game board, listening to Qi Han and Lu Ji told him a lot, mainly about the excessive behavior of Jiang Yu and Ruan Shishi, the brother and sister controllers. All I can say after hearing it is, sigh. I don't have a sister, but I do have a younger brother, and I want to beat him up every day. So how did you guys manage to have such a good relationship? Shen Yang's voice was full of curiosity. He was genuinely curious, not pretending. At this time Qi Han said quietly, didn't I tell you? Ruan Cece's protection of you is the kind that can fight with people. Although I have complicated feelings for her, I'm also really envious. He actually wanted to say that you was also very protective of Ruan Cece. That day he hit Ruan Daitian with that vigor like he wanted the other side to die. But aren't there 2 other people here who don't know about that day? So he swallowed back that latter sentence. Lu Ji also sighed. I think when I saw Ruan Cece also heart moved. So beautiful girl you brother first do not scold. I just see a beautiful girl like this he's kinda good at stacking his armor. I'm not the only one. Then we all gave up. Shen Yang, do you know why? Shen Yang was particularly cuddly. Why? Because we clearly know that in Ruan Cece's eyes, there's only you and other classmates, male or female, other than you. You know how that feels, right? That's why we joked every day about chasing after the class flower. But not many of us really went for it. We're asking for trouble. Jiang Yu listened to these words of theirs and had a momentary trance. So Ruan Cece's difference to herself is really known to everyone. There were always classmates around who would make jokes. But since Jiang Yu was supposed to be the person in question, and he himself had always treated Ruan Cece as a younger sister before, as one of the people in question, Jiang Yu wouldn't have noticed that anything was wrong. It's like the eye of a typhoon. The self in the middle never knows how much damage this typhoon will bring. But at this moment, while listening to them seriously analyzing and spouting off about how different Ruan Cece was to him and how he was to Ruan Cece, Jiang Yu realized that he hadn't crossed the line as he thought he had. But he really hadn't stood very seriously outside that line between his brother and sister either. He got a panicky feeling, especially when Shen Yang came back with, you siblings have such a good relationship. You're really looking for a date. Can Ruan Cece really say yes? So who the hell is it? Shen Yang was really quite curious. This had just finished military training. At this point, no one of the other 3 would think that person was Ruan Cece. The fact that the 2 were siblings, this seemed to have blinded them to the fact that they weren't actually siblings. Actually, it's not just the 3 of them. Even the other students and even Suyin forgot about it, just instinctively thinking that they were siblings. All the intimacy made sense. It's like a buff. No one mentions their brother-sister relationship. At this time, Jiang Yu, however, was also a bit overwhelmed by this sentence of brother and sister. Hearing Shen Yang's words in a somewhat flustered tone, he said, I'm really just asking. There's really no one. This military training is only a few days off. Qi Han and the others didn't know if they believed it or not. Jiang Yu casually found an excuse and changed the topic. I don't know how to talk about Li Ziwen. Lu Shi said, hey brother you, remember Li Ziwen? Then our older that. His brother seems to be in your class. I tell you this person old grudge. You be careful of his brother to find you trouble. Jiang Yu froze for a moment, inexplicably thinking of the proactive and enthusiastic Li Yu. Li is a big surname. There are at least 7 or 8 people in their class with the surname Li. But Jiang Yu was the first one who did think of him. Qi Han was still curious and asked, who is his brother? I don't know. I just heard about it before. I'll ask him what his brother's name is later. It's not really a deep grudge, is it? Not really, right? You don't know about that. Some people feel that losing face is really killing them. Then Qi Han's cell phone ran out of battery and their game board broke up. Jiang Yu had been a little distracted all night, wondering what was going on between himself and Ruan Cece. In all conscience, he assured himself that he really didn't have anything else in mind before. At first he wanted to save his life and could protect Ruan Cece by the way. Later, to put it mildly, dogs get attached after so many years, not to mention the people. He was really hoping that Ruan Cece would come out on a completely different path from his last life, all the way to the seeing a blood-covered Nguyen Cece, from her hospitalization, from the moment she realizes Wai Chenhui left her behind, from that day-to-day insomnia. Jiang Yu closed her eyes and reached up to cover her face. Asterisk. There was another after a while. The tone was somewhat panicked and angrily impotent. A small head poked in from the doorway, his voice a little hesitant. Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu heard that familiar voice and reflexively said to call my brother. Then he fell back on himself and paused for a moment. Let's not call him brother. It's like you've got something else on your mind all by yourself. It would be inappropriate to call it that again. He took off his hand and half sat up. What for? Nguyen Cece stood in his doorway in his pajamas, holding the large gourd in his hands. Then the door was pushed open a little and Su Yin's face was revealed. Cece's air conditioner is broken. Why don't you sleep on the floor tonight? I'll call someone to take a look tomorrow. It's still hot this September, and you can die of heat at night without air conditioning. When Cece stood obediently in the doorway, a simple smile at the corner of her mouth. She assured me that the air conditioning today was really none of her business. She hadn't even thought of an excuse yet, and suddenly the air conditioner broke down. So at the moment she was bubbling with pleasure. Jiang Yu didn't feel too good, just found a little change in his mind. This person suddenly so watery to sleep with him? Mom, how about you sleep with Ron Xiaoxi and I sleep with my dad? We're both a few years old. It's not appropriate. Jiang Yu opened his mouth, then saw Ron Cece's expression change from a hee-haw to a non-hee-haw. He looked at Jiang Yu like a poor abandoned puppy in his gaze. Jiang Yu, rarely a little vainly darted his eyes away, all the time mentally hypnotizing himself not to be soft. Su Yin, on the other hand, was very righteous. What's wrong with two siblings? It's just one night, and one sleeps on the floor and the other on the bed, and in the past you even cuddled together. In Su Yin's eyes, siblings didn't talk so much, and Creek can't sleep well with me. She sighed, so you guys just make do. Ruan Cece spoke softly at this time. I can sleep on the living room couch. It's okay, said with a fragile smile. Jiang Yu, not good. The tea smell is heavy. It has a murderous odor. Sure enough, the next second mess. Su glared at him. It's fine. Just sleep with your brother tonight. Jiang Yu wanted to say that if it is not possible, I can sleep in the living room. But the thought of sleeping in the living room where she would most likely be crouching by the living room couch in the middle of the night staring at him. The picture. Let's just forget about it. Chapter 68. What kind of girl do you like? Jiang Yu was just thinking about his bold sleeping posture. Not to mention whether he would roll off the sofa. Just think of the image of Ruan Cece's big dark eyes when he opened his eyes. Oddly oozy. Although she was indeed good looking, Jiang Yu really didn't have much guts either. The boldest thing in this life might be picking her up. Jiang Yu looked at the pitiful and moody-looking Ruan Cece inside. Alright, remember to call someone to fix the air conditioner tomorrow. Remember, if it wasn't too late, I would have called Master tonight. You guys are indeed big too. Su Yin muttered, then stroked Ruan Shishi's hair and said with a smile, well, go to bed early and have a good rest. Wen Shishi nodded neatly. Su Yin glanced at her son. The pillows and quilts and everything in your locker have been sunbathed before. Take an early rest. Don't steal and play with your cell phone. Ah. Got it, Mom. Good night, Mom. Good night, Auntie Sue. Good night, my babies. Su Yin said and gently closed the door for them. Jiang Yu got up from the bed and resigned herself to going to the closet to get the quilt and pillow. Ruan Cece held that doll and approached, put the doll on the bed, looked at Jiang Yu and said seriously, or I'll sleep on the floor. In fact, Jiang Yu, this side of the bedside of the mat is a mattress. This kid is going to enjoy. Even if the fall down also cannot affect the quality of sleep, continue to sleep. So actually, technically, there's not much difference between sleeping on the floor and sleeping in a bed. Jiang Yu laughed. No need. My mom can beat me to death tomorrow when she sees it. After all, Ruan Cece said that the wounds on her body were almost healed. But isn't there an old saying that it takes 100 days to injure your bones? The body is still weak, not to mention Su Yin. Even Jiang Yu cannot afford to sleep on the floor. However, after Jiang Yu carried down his own quilt and pillow and replaced them and laid a new one for her, he looked at the person sitting obediently on the edge of the bed and still didn't hold back his words. How did the air conditioner break down? Actually, he wanted to ask if you broke the air conditioner, but it always feels like it's not a good idea to say that. Same as suspecting her too. Although Jiang Yu did doubt that Ruan Shishi could do such a thing. Ruan Cece looked like she froze for a moment, then looked at Jiang Yu. I don't know. It's just that light is on, but that air vent won't open automatically. Her eyes dimmed a little when she finished. Do you suspect I did it? With that he was already on his feet. I'd better go out and sleep in the living room. With that, he headed out the door. Jiang Yu shouted, stop it. I'm just asking. He wasn't particularly persuasive. I'll lock the door if I really go out. Sure enough, Ruan Cece's footsteps stopped. Jiang Yu, take that. Sure enough, you have to use magic to defeat magic. However, looking at her hanging her head down and standing in place without saying anything, she still softened her heart and walked over to take away the doll she was holding in her arms, pulling her wrist with one hand and rubbing her head with the other. Alright, you're not tired of the day. Ruan Cece blinked and looked at Jiang Yu. Is it obvious? Aha, it's just generally obvious, said Jiang Yu smiled. Alright, go up to bed. This time, Ruan Cece obediently do not make a fuss. Lying down after hugging the familiar smell of the quilt without Jiang Yu some discouragement, just now almost told Jiang Yu do not change. She wants him to cover they, but she didn't need to think that she was sure to be told by Jiang Yu, so she didn't say anything. Jiang Yu lay on the side of the bed and returned a few messages when Ruan Cece suddenly appeared. Brother, generally speaking, Nothing good can come from calling a brother. Jiangyu put down his cell phone and raised his eyes to look at her. What's going on? This time, he did get his hair done and didn't scare Jiangyu with his cape. You know I faked it. Ha? Ruan Cece asked dryly. Then before you. I know. What does it matter? It's good that you're happy. Jiangyu said with a smile. Looking at Ruan Shishi's eyes with a smile is also very gentle. If this is your way of expressing your needs, I can accept it. Nguyen Cece is too careful to say anything directly and ask for it directly. If it made it easier for her to express herself, what did it matter if she cooperated a little? Ruan Cece froze. Looking at the gentle smile in Jiangyu's eyes, her heartbeat began to accelerate uncontrollably. Jiangyu's gentleness is in the minutiae. He is not as gentle as Aunt Sue, who cares a lot about her feelings and always puts her feelings first. This actually terrified Ruan Cece, always afraid that the slightest need she had would be infinitely magnified by them. She was afraid of this, of the way they tried their best to satisfy themselves. Jiangyu was different. He was never this careful with himself. In Jiangyu's eyes, when it's time to talk, when it's time to scold, Ruan Cece is just an ordinary person. She suddenly smiled. How could she not like Jiangyu? She's just an ordinary person here in Jiangyu, same as everyone else. Jiangyu's gaze flickered at the smile on her face. How could anyone be in a head-down position and still look good? He reached out and covered Ruan Cece's small face with one hand and pushed it upwards. Your face is congested. Just talk. Don't you get tired like this? If he looked again, he was afraid that his feverish cheeks would turn red. Ruan Cece didn't realize that she might see a blushing Jiangyu if she stared a little longer. Reaching out, he fished out the doll and lay on the bed. The smile at the corner of his mouth was sweet. Jiangyu, okay, you, if there's something you call your brother, if there's nothing you call Jiangyu, right? Jiangyu hummed and laughed. Little chatterbox. Ha, it's hard as hell to get you to say a word to someone at school. Jiangyu was tired when he thought of her that she didn't want to talk to people at school. It's not like she doesn't want to talk. It's one of those things where you ask and she answers back. You can't say she's rude. What about responding to everything, but the kind that just responds and then doesn't say a word more? Well, almost as good as a robot. That's not true either. The delivery robots in people's hotels can be chatty. As Jiangyu rambled on, he heard Ruan Cece whisper, what do I have to talk to them about? So you have a lot to talk about with me? This was a smooth sentence from Jiangyu. Then we'll get Ruan Cece. Cece handed the pillowhead to the bedside, revealing a pair of squinting eyes just like staring at Jiangyu. Her tone is still very grudging. You have nothing to say to me, Jiangyu, reaching out and slapping that pillow. You don't have to be careful when you slap this thing. Yes. How dare you not? So what are you going to say? The tone was one of doting that he hadn't noticed himself, then watched as the cuddly head was slowly retracted. Jiangyu also took the time to think about it. She seems to really like this gourd pillow, The ones before that she wouldn't have come to him cuddling. Just thinking about it he heard what kind of girls do you like? Chapter 69, Jiangyu and I are the best in the world. Jiangyu didn't expect her to ask about this. Froze honestly, beautiful. This is the big truth. He was originally an art student. The pursuit of pretty and beautiful things is instinctive now. Ahem. And who doesn't like a pretty sister? Pretty sister isn't out of the question. It's mostly pretty. Jiangyu is a commoner. Is really like This simple answer made even Ruan Cece freeze. She reached up and touched her face. She should be considered pretty, right? Nguyen Cece had no specific object or concept of reference for being pretty, but she had always known she was pretty. I've known it since I was a kid. And even Juan de Tian has said she looks pretty. When she was a kid she also met strange people who offered to take her out to eat because she was pretty, but the way they looked at her made her sicker than even Juan de Tian's eyes. For a long time, Nguyen Cece was hiding a knife in her school bag. No one cared about her anyway, so naturally no one knew she was carrying a knife at that young age. As long as she meets someone who is unsuspecting, she will run. If she can't run she has a knife in her hand. She doesn't want to die anyway. Those people all looked human, but they got scared when they saw the knife and called her a little crazy. It's all because she's good looking. Then with Jiangyu she wasn't afraid of anything. All those nasty people and nasty things just go away. From the moment Jiangyu appeared, she lived in the sunlight. She had never minded her face, but at this point she was glad for the first time that she was good looking. So do I look good? Ruan Cece's tone took on a gleeful tone. Jiangyu, anyone who can say that Nguyen Cece is unattractive is mostly blind. He honestly said, it looks good. So do you like me? That little face popped up again. Jiangyu, well, rack yourself. What a great guy himself. Give him a round of applause for himself. He looked at the small face in silence and said, there are a lot of pretty people in the world. I can't like them all, right, but I definitely like you. We grew up together, I can't not like you. I like you even if you're not good looking, but taking that one step back, Not looking good in the first place is not so bad as to faint yourself. Knock, so to speak. The face dog is killing me. Jianyu was a little emo. Ruan Cece was obviously not satisfied with this statement. Her pink mouth slightly pouted. Not at all. There are so many people in the world. My favorite is Jianyu. That's something she said with all seriousness. Mother single Jianyu could not control his indisputable heartbeat. He took a deep breath. Okay, got it. What do you know about liking now? There are many kinds of liking. I don't care. Which I like Jianyu the most. Jianyu and I are the best in the world. That was a bit childish to say. The momentary budding in Jianyu's heart instead subsided a bit after her words had just fallen. He reached out and cupped her bubbly little face. Okay, I get it. I'm as good as the world with you too. Just in this instant, he clearly realized that Ruan Cece was still young, and that she might not be able to tell which kind of liking was which at all. He was still confused himself, let alone Ruan Cece. He couldn't mislead her. He should be pulling her out into the sunshine, and he couldn't let himself become the dark cloud that was covering her. At this time, Jianyu didn't even realize that Ruan Cece's way of thinking was different from other people's. After all, there was only Jianyu and others in her world. Jianyu and other things. Jianyu is unique. Ruan Cece here forever the most special existence. Ruan Cece looked at Jianyu and knew he was just coaxing himself. See, he always treats her like a child. When he's only a few months older than her. Ruan Cece wanted to say something else, but she met Jianyu's loving gaze, and finally sighed. Suddenly she thought of something and sat up, then pulled a tube of ointment out of the pants pocket of her pajamas. I forgot to put on the scar remover. She turned her eyes to look at Jianyu. Auntie should be asleep. Jianyu sat up and reached for the ointment in her hand, then stood up. The scars on the front she could apply herself, but the ones on the back of her head and the back of her head were definitely something she would have to have help with. Before, she had looked for Lu Qi in the school dormitory. Lu Qi cried every time while applying it. Actually, Ruan Cece didn't feel much. It didn't even hurt anymore. Going home was the right thing to do was to ask Suin for help, but she had just deliberately not mentioned it. Auntie Sue probably forgot about it too. At this time she beautifully felt Jianyu's fingertips with slightly cool ointment gently applied on that scar. She was in a good mood and didn't forget to ask. The doctor said it would go away if I put it on. There were already a lot of scars, and she didn't think there could be any more. Jianyu likes the pretty ones, but I have a pretty face, and my body is still full of scars. Nguyen Cece was a little deflated. Didn't notice Jianyu's silence. Jianyu's hand shook a little as he looked at the scar on the back of her head and the pink-colored scar next to her neck. The movements were also gentle, as if a point of force would cause her more pain. Ruan Cece finally noticed Jianyu's silence and she turned her head to look, saw Jianyu's reddened eyes. Under the light, Jianyu couldn't even try to hide it. All you can do is say fiercely, "What's all the fidgeting about? Doesn't it hurt?" Though fierce, his tone was all heartache. Nguyen Cece didn't like people's heartfelt sympathy for her, but she wants Jianyu to keep her heart aching for her. So her big watery eyes were looking straight at Jianyu at this moment. Actually it's okay. It's just a little itchy. Can you help me blow on it? Didn't you say it won't hurt if you blow on it? Jianyu said with his mouth that it was a lie to a child, but he still lowered his head and gently blew a few times. The boy's eyes were downcast. His thin eyelids were red. The lines of his face were soft, and even the blowing was light. Just in case she was in pain. Ruan Cece's heart is happy. Jianyu is hurting him. Actually, it would probably be more effective if you kissed. Ruan Cece spoke in a small voice. Fight for it. Maybe Jianyu is obsessed, right? Then Jianyu didn't get carried away and even raised her eyes to glare at her, thinking quite beautiful. Ah, you want to take advantage of me? All of the complicated heartbreaking emotions shattered into crumbs as soon as she snaked out her request. Line. Jianyu took a look at the scar. Actually not all broken, or heartache. He looked at Ruan Cece's face that was ignorant in its innocence and sighed. It can't be said that I'm the one who suffered. This is you who suffered, you know that, right? No loss. Ah. If you're willing to kiss me, it's you who's at a loss, right? I'm taking advantage. Ruan Cece's pretty little face came a little closer. Do you want to try? Jianyu, he said with a leathery smile. Do you want to try and see if I'm willing to beat you up? Turns out she wasn't scared at all, and laughed so hard she said, then I guess you can't afford to give it up. Jianyu directly laughed in anger. Finally, I know why they say raising kids is premature. It's probably not a rumor. It's true. Rabbit heads are the best in the world with you guys. So are you all starting school on September 2nd? Stay rabbit head. So miserable. Po_2038 right arrow curving left dash. Chapter 70. Shall I tell you a story about a yellow-haired prince? What's the main thing? The main thing is that she's actually right. Jianyu really couldn't afford to give up, and that was enough to make him feel bad. Jianyu looked at this smug little face and was disturbed. Reaching out, he covered her face. Okay, finish painting and go to bed. Instead, she turned directly to Jianyu. tilted her head and said, "Help me paint here again. I'm too lazy to go look in the mirror. It also carries scars near the collarbone." Jiang Yu applied the ointment in his hand and gently applied it to the scar. It was really focused at first, but slowly his attention was drawn to the difference in skin color between his hand and Wan Cici's. Although Jiang Yu did not train much in their military training, but this son is real. The skin is indeed tanned, and Wan Cici didn't go to military training. Plus she was supposed to be cold white skin. She was usually so covered up on her body that it was close to just showing her face, so the skin on her body is really white. It looks tender, just lacks blood color. Jiang Yu was attracted by the contrast between the black and white. Eyes couldn't help but fall on her collarbone. The girl's collarbone was obvious, mainly because she was so skinny. Wan Cici's pajamas were conservative. After all, she wore long sleeves in the summer just short of a turtleneck. In fact, Jiang Yu's gaze is also very pure. Just think that she is too thin. From behind the butterfly bone is also very obvious. But Wan Cici noticed his gaze, and her mind began to wonder if her pajamas were too conservative. She's in shape. Actually, she's pretty good, I have to say. Chen Hui gave her great skin and body, even before the bottom is not good. And then by Antsu desperately makeup is also considered to make up a lot. Body development is quite good. When he had chatted with Zhou Xianxian and the others before, he had also talked about private topics. Well, Xianxian and the others said B was already quite okay for their age, but Wan Cici's hand gently touched her own top, as if her own was a bit better than they said. Jiang Yu was already staring at her, so naturally he noticed her movements, and then saw her move. It's really nothing out of the ordinary. It just seems, well, kind of obvious when you touch it like that. Jiang Yu quickly averted his gaze and his hand retracted. Alright, you can apply the rest yourself. Wan Cici was also thinking about whether to change her pajamas or not, and didn't notice that little bit of Jiang Yu's misbehavior. Just an oh so sweet. Okay, then Jiang Yu rolled over and got out of bed, laying down again, and pulled the covers over him for a bit. Ahem, he felt like he was thinking out of the box, guessing that he had indeed been in school for a week or so even during this bout of military training. Jiang Yu hurriedly shouted in his own head to stop. What was he thinking? Wan Cici was also playing with her cell phone on the bed when Jiang Yu tangled and spat on herself. The bedroom did go quiet, until Jiang Yu said, "I turned off the lights." Ha, Nguyen Cici hooned. Jiang Yu stood up and glanced at her. "Stop playing with your cell phone." Only then did Wan Cici place her order decisively, and then obediently put down her cell phone, until the lights were turned off. Jiang Yu suddenly heard Wan Cici speak after lying down. "Brother, I was used to listening to storytelling at school before. Can you tell it now? Otherwise I can't sleep." Jiang Yu let out a sigh. "Who spoiled the stink?" "You ah," Wan Cici said with a straight face. "Can't you spoil it? You don't care, right?" Jiang Yu, there's nothing to say. He rolled his eyes helplessly in the darkness, but there was a smile on his face. "What do you want to hear? I'll tell you a story about a yellow-haired prince." "What's a yellow-haired prince?" Wan Cici's tone was full of shock. The stories Jiang Yu had told her over the years, used to be pretty normal when I was a kid, the extra positive kind. But now that she's grown up, the stories she tells instead are kind of creepy. There's just something familiarly weird and twisted about it that's hard to describe. At this point it's a derivative version of the Frog Prince. Jiang Yu's coughed lightly a few times. "Listen to me first." "Oh," Wan Cici answered obediently. Soon, they heard Jiang Yu speak. "Once upon a time, there was a happy little girl who was very pretty." A familiar plot indeed. The little girl's favorite toy is lost. Here comes a yellow kid who says he can get it back for her. Then the little girl believes it but is abducted by the yellow-haired boy. In the end it was the little girl's brother who came over with a sword and drove the yellow-haired boy away. It's still this familiar and bizarre plot. Finally, Jiang Yu asked, "What does this story tell us?" No matter what, brother will come to my rescue." Nguyen Cici thought for a moment and opened her mouth, but it was denied by Jiang Yu's hateful denial. "Of course not. This story tells us that if something is lost, it's lost. I'll buy it for you when I come back. Don't believe in all those colorful hairs. Got it?" Wan Cici happily raised her smile on the bed. "Got it." Jiang Yu is satisfied that the project of preventing colored hairs can't be left behind at all. "Okay, second question. What should you do when you meet someone like that?" Nguyen Cici thought to herself. "I'll get him killed, or I'll sell him too. Maybe even make a profit." But she knew what Jiang Yu wanted as an answer, so she obediently said, "Find a chance to call the police, and then find a chance to contact you." Jiang Yu is even more satisfied. Look at his childhood education. The root of the seedling read. But then he couldn't avoid thinking of the time when Wan Cici didn't want to die and set up Wan Daitian. Heart pumped, he exhaled. "Anyway, Wan Cici, you remember for me, the first thing to do when there's danger is to protect yourself, okay?" The voices were all a lot more serious. Nguyen Cici immediately said, "I know." Jiang Yu was silent for a moment. Every time she answered so dryly, he felt that she didn't even remember. But what can be done? Finally he sighed. Okay, go to sleep. Good night. Good night, brother. Ruan Cece whispered. Finally, I can get a good night's sleep. It does make for a good night's sleep. In the middle of the night Jiang Yu felt another person beside him. In fact, since Ruan Cece's accident his sleep quality hadn't been as good as before. Before that it was falling asleep. It now takes a long time to fall asleep and wakes up easily. But strangely enough, every time Ruan Cece was near him in turn, he was able to sleep peacefully. It was like this time too. He actually knew that Ruan Cece had fallen asleep against him. He should have been awake and then questioned her about what she was doing. But in the end he was caught up in a boundless dream. He slept well, and when he woke up the next day Jiang Yu was lying still. Ruan Cece should have gotten up and gone back to her room a long time ago. After all, she was still restrained when his parents were home. Jiang Yu was thinking that Ruan Cece wouldn't have given him some kind of ecstasy or something, right? This is too weird. Chapter 71. Are you some kind of cuddle monster? Jiang Yu got up after rambling for a while. Wash up and go out to see Suyin in the living room. See him up, but Rare did not say he got up late. My son just got back from military training, and in the end, he's heartbroken. Breakfast is in the kitchen, go get it yourself. I'll go out with Cece for a bit later. Suyin said, someone will come to fix the air conditioner in a while, you keep an eye on it. Jiang Yu was opening the refrigerator and froze at the words. Where to? To buy groceries? No. Suyin glanced at Ruan Shishi's closed room door. Just went in to change her clothes. She walked a little closer to Jiang Yu. Her voice also lowered a little. Go with her to do that house transfer. Chen Hui is estimated to leave next week. That her husband's business seems to be out of some kind of problem. The specifics are not clear. Anyway, let's first help Shishi to get the house and then say. Jiang Yu frowned slightly. I'll accompany her. Forget it. What do you know as a kid? I'll go with her. You wait at home for us to come back. Should be back soon. No matter how old Jiang Yu is in Suyin's place as a child, how can he not rest assured? Or to go and keep an eye on himself? Jiang Yu had wanted to say something, but she still understood. In her opinion it was impossible to let them two kids go. Simply say, then I'll come along. I don't care. The air conditioner can be fixed in the afternoon. Suyin let out a sigh. You child. Just as Ruan Cece changed her clothes and came out. What's wrong, Auntie Sue? Suyin glanced at Jiang Yu. Your brother is going to follow. Jiang Yu stared at Ruan Shishi, who also stared at him and blinked slowly. Then let's go together. Anyway, it's not just a house transfer, and she knows that Jiang Yu is probably not at ease. Ruan Cece said so. Suyin could only call the air conditioner repairer, and then took the two of them out. Jiang Yu was fine with not eating breakfast, but Ruan Cece still brought him bread and milk. Jiang Yu could only eat while walking away, and asked Ruan Cece, why didn't you say anything last night? I didn't know until this morning. The call I received from Chen Hui when I got up in the morning. Auntie Sue also just rushed back from outside. It wasn't Ruan Cece who looked for Suyin. It was Chen Hui who called her and bothered her to bring Ruan Cece there with her. Jiang Yu also just nodded at his words. Suyin drove straight over with the two kids. When they arrived at the property management place they saw Chen Hui waiting outside. As she approached Jiang Yu, she realized that Chen Hui looked much older than last week's meeting. I don't think what happened to her husband was a trivial matter. She managed to squeeze out a smile when she saw them though. There you are. The eyes fell more on Ruan Cece's body. But Ruan Cece was still the same with little expression. Jiang Yu didn't have much of an expression either. Suyin was the only one who said hello. The last four went in. And the contract was already ready. Chen Hui explained. I wanted to take my time to choose before, but now the time is quite urgent. So I bought a house in the neighborhood next to your Aunt Sue and theirs. Well decorated. If you don't like it then change it later. Ruan Shishi nodded. Okay, got it. Jiang Yu instead took the contract and read it. Just before he could look at it for a few moments, Suyin took it over. Can you read it? Jiang Yu, kids don't have human rights, do they? He could actually read it, having seen it in a previous life. This is a gift contract. Suyin took a picture and sent it over to a lawyer she had contacted earlier. The lawyer actually contacted Suyin back when Wan Daitian found them Suyin. It just came in handy later. It's still useful even now. Chen Hui didn't say anything as she watched from the sidelines. After all, he really wasn't trustworthy in their eyes. Her gaze fell more on Ruan Cece. Ruan Cece, on the other hand, didn't look at her, but instead found the milk that Jiang Yu didn't drink just now from his own bag, poked it open and handed it to him. Jiang Yu actually really doesn't like milk. So frowning, he pushed the milk to Ruan Cece. Drink it yourself. She was so skinny that his mind involuntarily flashed back to the collarbone he'd seen last night. Jiang Yu unnaturally averted his gaze. Ruan Cece didn't force him to drink it, and when he didn't drink it, he drank it himself. Chen Hui, who was watching from the side, thought that Cece would be a good sister. If only I had taken her myself in the first place. but as soon as this thought came out, the image of Ruan Cece stabbing Ruan Daitian with a knife flashed through her mind, as well as the previous image of her and Ruan Daitian lying in the hospital covered in wounds. She's still scared. Chen Hui clenched her hands and turned away her eyes. Jiang Yu noticed the flash of fear in Chen Hui's eyes. He couldn't help but frown, and he wasn't sure if Ruan Cece had noticed, but he reached out and squeezed her hand anyway. Ruan Cece froze for a moment and looked at Jiang Yu. You want it? But I drank it. Jiang Yu. Okay, I guess I didn't notice or I don't care anymore. He didn't have the heart to say, drink it slowly. I'll go back and buy you another case later. Suyin over here also communicating with the lawyer, smiled at Chen Hui, and then looked at Ruan Cece. Cece, come over and sign it. Ruan Cece let out an "oh." Jiang Yu naturally took the milk in her hand. Chen Hui saw Ruan Cece and signed directly without even taking a second look. She had real trust in Suyin's family. That's good. They're a good family. After signing, Chen Hui obviously has something to say to Suyin. Suyin simply called the two to go across the supermarket to buy food. Just at noon to go back to cook. Jiang Yu pushed the car and walked next to Ruan Cece, his tone dissatisfied. What's wrong with Chen Hui? What did she say to my mom if she didn't talk to you? It's not like I have anything to say to her. Ruan Cece didn't care. After all, she really felt that Chen Hui was worse than a stranger in her place. Jiang Yu glanced at her, still heartbroken. What do you want to buy? Brother will buy it for you. Ruan Cece heard the heartache in his tone and blinked, turning her head to look at him. Can I get a hug instead of anything? She added in a whisper. You didn't even hug me last time you said you were heartbroken. Jiang Yu, are you some kind of cuddle monster? Then I'm also the prettiest cuddle monster. Ruan Cece finished and smiled at him. Isn't that right, brother? See? If there's something wrong, it's brother. If there's nothing wrong, it's Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu felt that this stinking problem of his soft heart really needed to change. 2 lifetimes and you're still so soft. He said, change? If you don't change it, you don't really feel sorry for me. Ruan Cece whispered. That's a big hatchet job. Jiang Yu scared. Just a little hug, he said and opened his hands. But Ruan Cece shook her head. Not here for a hug, go back for a hug. Jiang Yu, is there a difference? Had a tight chest this morning and went for a full body checkup. I've been working on this for half a day, and I've come back exhausted, so I'm going to do 2 shifts today, and I'm going to get the report tomorrow. Chapter 72. Cuddling is just cuddling. That's what it is. Given that Ruan Cece seems to have other ideas about him lately, at this time Jiang Yu is still quite vigilant. I tell you cuddle is simply cuddle is vegetarian. I didn't expect Ruan Cece to sniff and come on, asking with a serious face, so what's not vegan? Jiang Yu looked at her small face with curiosity written all over it and had the feeling of lifting a stone and hitting his own foot. Isn't this vegetarian and non-vegetarian well understood? But looking at Ruan Cece, it didn't look like she was acting. She was really asking seriously, even asking what a non-vegetarian cuddle looks like. Well, it's purely awesome. Jiang Yu didn't dare to say, it's nothing, I'm just asking in passing. The main thing is that you picked all the vegetarian dishes. I want to eat meat. Find some meat. Not a brilliant excuse, but because Jiang Yu said it naturally, Ruan Cece was momentarily distracted. But the heart still misses this. What's the meaning of veggie and not so veggie hugs? Until Suyin came to them, Ruan Cece still hadn't figured it out. But it's going back. Chen Hui is gone. She's got a flight tomorrow morning and probably won't be back after that for nothing. After getting into the car, Suyin directly told Ruan Cece what Chen Hui had told her. In fact, she was feeling that Chen Hui did not understand her own daughter at all. Otherwise, how could she not know that Ruan Cece was actually very well behaved and understanding, and that there was really no need to hide a lot of things from her? But on second thought, Chen Hui wouldn't have left her behind in the first place if she understood she. Suyin drove the car, looking at the 2 people in the back seat who were jostling and grabbing for something, and opened her mouth. Cece, your mom is leaving tomorrow. Jiang Yu held up the chocolate to avoid Ruan Cece's movement for a moment. Then Ruan Cece effortlessly took the chocolate and returned in a good mood. Okay, got it. Then unwrapped the chocolate but not eating it himself, and shoved it directly into Jiang Yu's mouth. Jiang Yu was just about to open his mouth to speak when he was stuffed with a chocolate and glanced at her. But she unwrapped one for herself and stuffed it into her mouth. The soft fingertips that had just touched his lips before were now gently pressed against her pink lips. Jiang Yu didn't know if she was doing it on purpose, or if she really had a big problem with her own thoughts. But she actually thought of the 4 words indirect kissing between Jiang. He shifted his gaze to pick up Suyin's words. So soon? Well, her husband's company had a not-so-small problem, so he rushed out. Suyin wanted to speak. After organizing her words, she still said, her husband knew about Cece's existence. It was Chen Hui who said so, but in the end, the other party said that in the future, as long as Chen Hui doesn't see Cece, it's fine. The house was bought with his money, and the card was also credited with an extra 20W. which is the money for Cece's future studies. It's also the money that buys out her relatives. Suyin knew that Chen Hui had agreed, or she wouldn't have stayed to talk to her instead of Cece. So at this time Suyin was a little heartbroken for Ruan Cece. Jiang Yu did the same and reached out to take her hand and squeeze it, but Ruan Cece smiled and said, "I know. In fact, it is not a loss. She gave me life, also gave me at least many years of security in the future. I actually seem to have earned." Her tone was flat. If it was only Jiang Yu at this time it would have been a different story. But when facing Suyin, Ruan Cece had always been well-behaved and understanding. Can't act too desperate yet. It'll make her seem like the odd one out. So at this point, Ruan Cece said, "It's just that in the future, I hope we each have a bright and colorful life." With some mockery she added, "She had enough bad luck in the first half of her life. I hope she has a good one in the next." Suyin and Jiang Yu were both silent. Or Jiang Yu reached out and pinched her face. What's the point of talking about this with a sad face at a young age? His eyes were filled with gentleness. "It doesn't matter. So many people love us, Ruan Xiaoxi, right? In my parents' eyes you're number one and I'm number two." Suyin smiled back and said, "Then if you're as well behaved as Cece, you can be number one too." "Mom, it's useless to call mom. Isn't it Cece? How good is our Cece? How many people envy me? Just forget about you." Ruan Cece did show a genuine smile as she watched the mother and son coaxing themselves to be happy in unison. She really didn't care about Chen Hui. She didn't hate Chen Hui either. After all, it was herself first before she became a mom. What could be wrong with her just protecting herself? She didn't really have many memories from her childhood, but there had been a few years of being protected, because there's no such thing as forgiving or not forgiving without hating nature. She was just glad, too, that she had left herself behind and Auntie Sue and Jiang Yu picked her up. It's a different life. If she hadn't left, probably, she would have rotted in the mud with that family. Ruan Cece didn't care about everything outside of Jiang Yu. Chen Hui hadn't harmed Jiang Yu, so there really wasn't much difference between her and a stranger. Jiang Yu looked at her dazed appearance and reached out to hug the person towards himself. "What are you thinking about? Thinking about what to do with the beef for a while?" Nguyen she asked. Suyin let out a sigh. "I'll cook in a while. You guys just wait and eat." Ruan Cece answered with a smile. "Okay, Auntie Sue." Rarely at noon Jiang Weiman also went home to eat, but also mentioned a mouthful of Ruan Daitian want to see Ruan Cece things. He looked at Ruan Cece, but I rejected it outright. "Cece, do you want to see him?" "I was thinking there was no need. By the way, I made an appointment for you with a psychiatrist. I'll take you there this afternoon." Jiang Weiman is not for anything. The main thing is that the child has experienced so many things. He feels that is the need for psychological guidance, so as not to leave a psychological shadow on the child. Jiang Weiman also took Ruan Cece to a psychiatrist when she first arrived as a child, but at that time she was resistant and scared of doctors. Plus at the time, Jiang Yu also kept saying that she was unwilling to protect her sister, and in the end, it was not settled. But at the time, the co-worker still told Jiang Weiman that the child's psychological state was probably undesirable. Jiang Weiman has indeed been paying attention all these years, but at least it doesn't look like there's anything too wrong with it. After this accident he still wanted to take Ruan Cece to have a look. If there were problems, to solve them early, but not to affect the future. It's a new life after getting rid of Ruan Daitian. But when she heard Jiang Weiman's words, Ruan Cece froze for a moment and then looked at Jiang Yu. Underneath his eyes was a reluctance, but she was already a little afraid of Jiang Weiman, and she didn't dare to say it directly at all. However, what was different from what she expected was that Jiang Yu, who was usually exposed to this look in her eyes, would have helped her reject it, but at this time, Jiang Yu said, "Okay, I'll accompany her too." Jiang Weiman nodded. "What kind of question is that?" Suyin gave them food. "Then I'm just in time at home to ask someone to get the air conditioner working." "Little fish, is the air conditioner in your room still cool?" Ruan Cece, who was on the side, felt their voices become distant, and her mind wondered what would happen if they were found out. Chapter 73, Kissing and Hugging and Raising High. Nguyen Cece is well aware that she does have a problem with her psyche. After all, she never looked at things the same way as anyone else. Even as she struggled to blend in with the crowd, there were a few resemblances over time, but what she had in mind had always been the opposite of what everyone else had. It's something she's kept pretty well hidden. Having seen a therapist once as a child, she was young at that time, and she was indeed afraid, because she had lied about her answers to every question he asked. Normally, no one would even notice that she was lying, but that doctor knew that he wouldn't just say, "You lied." Instead, "We will ask, creak, or maybe what we have in mind will be a different answer. Can you say it?" He can see through himself. All these years Ruan Cece never thought she would go back to see a psychiatrist a second time. "When I was a kid, I could escape by crying, but what do I do now? And why didn't Jiang Yu help her?" "Why don't you help?" "Because Jiang Yu can see that there's something wrong with her." It wasn't a scolding. It was that he also knew that Ruan Cece was capable of doing something like giving Ruan Daitian a game. Something that would entice him with his body. Usually at this age. Let alone this age. It was like Jiang Yu, a man who was in his 30s in both of his lifetimes combined, couldn't do such a thing. Usually people facing a difficult situation choose to save themselves, but Ruan Cece is choosing to self-destruct. Even after the accident she was never worried about herself. Even worrying about Jiang Yu's anger was more than worrying about herself. Can this be right? Seeing a psychiatrist is still something Jiang Yu reminded Jiang Weiman of. So naturally, I won't help her reject it. Jiang Yu could see Ruan Cece's reluctance and was waiting for this little wit to be able to find some kind of reason. But hard as it was, she didn't say a word until the meal was over. But Jiang Yu quickly figured out that Ruan Cece was afraid of Jiang Weiman. Since childhood, how can I put it? It's the kind of thing that instinctively scares you when you see your elders. Jiang Yu had always known that what he said might not be as useful as what Jiang Weiman said. In the afternoon to go out as Jiang Yu knocked on the door and called Ruan Cece. Jiang Weiman first went down to drive, told them to wait at the door in a while. The family bought a parking space in the first place, and there are 2 cars in the house, so one must be parked outside. Jiang Weiman said that today's stop is far away, so just let them wait at the door. Jiang Yu knocked on the door. Ruan Cece's voice came from inside. Come in. As soon as she entered, she could feel the stifling heat of the room. The air conditioning was broken, and it was hard for her to hold it in for so long without coming out. Seeing Jiang Yu come in, Ruan Cece sat on the edge of the bed and said in a rare childish manner, I'm not going to the doctor. Jiang Yu walked over and squatted in front of her, raising his eyes to look at her. What he saw was her face was a little red, presumably hot. There was also sweat on the side of his forehead. Jiang Yu sighed and raised his hand to help her wipe it off. Is that a reason for you to want to smother yourself until you get a heat stroke? Jiang Yu's tone was helpless. Ruan Cece just hung her head looking listless, but her eyelashes fluttered when she felt his fingertips brush the corner of her forehead. I'm not. Well, that sounded hollow. After all, she'd really thought about whether she wouldn't have to go if she had a heat stroke. Jiang Yu saw through it. Jiang Yu just smiled, taking the rare initiative to hold her hand. Just going to take a look. It's okay. Our Ruan Xiaoxi can be healthy. Ruan Daitian is all in the past. We all want you to embrace a new life. You know, after the accident my mom and dad were very worried, and so was I. He looked at Ruan Cece and put on a light tone. I'm starting to lose sleep. Just take pity on me and put me at ease. Will you? Ruan Cece sniffed and really looked at him, pursing her small lips with more hesitation in her eyes. But she's afraid she'll be diagnosed with something serious. She's afraid they'll find out. Jiang Yu smiled and said, have you forgotten? The psychiatrist is just talking to you. If you don't agree, he can't just reveal any information about you. It's confidential. I just want you to go and tell someone about it and then just be happy with yourself. When Cece was going to say, I can talk to you, but she wasn't able to say it out loud because there was a lot of psychology that she probably wouldn't say to Jiang Yu for the rest of her life. Because Jiang Yu and his family are too kind. A lot of their own ideas can be described as a blitzkrieg to them, can't they? In the end Ruan Cece still came out after Jiang Yu when Suyin urged them. It was just a rare addition to that delicate little face whose expression management had always been excellent. A rarely seen expression. If you insist on describing it, probably collapsing a batch face. JPG. Anyway, Jiang Yu thought it was cute. As for Suyin, she didn't see it in the kitchen washing dishes. Otherwise Ruan Cece high and low is going to do an expression management. Jiang Yu pulled Ruan Cece's wrist and shouted to Suyin in the kitchen. Mom, we're going out. Suyin let out a sigh. Be safe. Watch the road. See, in his mom's eyes, they're about as good as elementary school kids. But Jiang Yu still answered, pulling Ruan Cece on the elevator when she looked at her bereaved kitten face and asked in amusement. Well, it's all out the door. What do you have to do to be happier? Ruan Cece gave him a look. You coaxed me? Well, isn't it obvious? Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows and looked at her. It's very rare. So what's the coaxing to do? And a hug? He owes one, and he's not afraid of the debt. I didn't expect Ruan Cece to blink. Then don't hug. There, it's not too much to ask for a kiss, is it? Jiang Yu. No, you call that not excessive? Ruan Cece's eyebrows curved a little, and she explained with a serious face. Kissing and hugging and lifting high. I'm this big, so I don't lift high anymore. She tilted her head slightly to look at Jiang Yu. Wasn't it you who said that it's not fun to fall in love by saying not to look for yellow hair? It's that you're the same. Jiang Yu, did he say that? Jiang Yu really didn't remember much about what he had casually said back then, and I didn't expect the boomerang to be stuck in my body so soon, but the way he looked at Ruan Cece, he probably did say it himself? He glanced at Ruan Cece. Just a kiss? This reaction was different from what Ruan Cece had expected. She had thought that Jiang Yu would reject her outright just like before. Yeah. Ruan Cece rarely stammered a bit. Jiang Yu instead glanced at the elevator. then pulled up Ruan Cece's hand and placed a kiss on the back of her hand. The feel of soft lips touching her skin, even if it was only the back of her hand, made her stiffen instinctively. Jiang Yu moves very quickly. This is not a kiss? Nothing wrong with it. Finished kissing, he said as he looked up at Ruan Cece. Body and update instructions. Yesterday's physical came back with a bunch of minor ailments, but the most serious is the back pain and palpitations insomnia problem. The doctor told me to rest. Do not overwork, do not stress too much and work and rest disorders. I'm afraid I'm going to die suddenly myself. I'll try to keep 2 for 3 lately. 2 chapters anyway, as much as my body will allow. A dog's life is important. P.S. Just don't shake things up today. Please be kind in your urges. I'm in a terrible mood at the moment. I'm going to blow up. Chapter 74 Nonsense. I'm the one taking advantage of you. Jiang Yu's actions were too fast, and the words he said were overly reasonable. So Ruan Cece couldn't even say anything to refute it. The first thought was, how did I not make myself clear? Then just as the elevator arrived, Jiang Yu let go of her hand. Let's go. My dad is waiting outside. After saying that, he turned around in a good mood, and when he turned around, he saw Ruan Cece's somewhat dumbfounded looking expression from the reflection around the elevator. And it seemed like there was still a sense of bewilderment and unbelief inside those slightly widened eyes. But it's really too cute. The corners of Jiang Yu's mouth were almost shoulder to shoulder with the sun. You don't say. Teasing a child is fun, especially one like Nguyen Cece. Well, it's super cute. Soon Ruan Cece followed. Her being kissed, that hand is still holding tight. Jiang Yu's lips' residual feeling on the back of her hand does not seem to fade. Obviously very fast action. Stay do not know whether there are 3 seconds, but Ruan Cece felt a spreading tingling sensation from the back of her hand to her palm to her heart. She walked up quickly and reached for Jiang Yu's hand. Hold hands. Jiang Yu's mouth was disgusted. You've got a lot of demands. You didn't say you wanted to hold hands just now. But it didn't shake off Ruan Cece's hand. In the afternoon, she went out and didn't encounter any people. But when she was almost at the entrance of the neighborhood, her hand consciously let go of Jiang Yu's hand and turned into pulling on the hem of Jiang Yu's coat. Jiang Yu looked at her with a slight sideways glance. Look, she clearly knew that no one was so big to hold hands all the time. But no matter what Jiang Yu said before, she just wouldn't listen. Now is the time to face Jiang Weiman, has been honest and begged to be spared. Goaded. Jiang Yu hummed softly. Then Ruan Cece looked at him. What's wrong? With a look of innocence, Jiang Yu withdrew his gaze, voice drawn out. Nope, just wanted to say that some peoples have a few more faces, don't they? Ruan Cece's lips moved, her last words vague and whispered. Anyway, in front of you it's the one that likes you the most. Jiang Yu felt his heart flutter violently, and for a moment felt that something was wrong with his heart. There's something about this feeling that's not good. It's the same as when he first thought the Ruan Cece he was brought home to was kind of cute. After that feeling appeared in the first place, he really became a sister controller. But this time it's clearly and definitely not going to be a sister. Jiang Yu lightly coughed. What are you talking nonsense about? Quickly go. And don't mess around with Zhou Xianxian reading some strange books. But you told me before that other girls like to read it. So I can read it too. Ruan Cece's voice was filled with disbelief. Jiang Yu. Ah, my dad's car I saw. He fell back on the first time he started to fail to pick up on Ruan Cece's words. Of course it could be because his heartbeat was a little messed up at the moment, so he wasn't as responsive as he was before. Ruan Cece looked at Jiang Yu, not looking at her, but he seemed to have found something. Was his ear a little red? Jiang Weiman's car was parked in front of the door. The two were honest once they got in the car. After all, both were pretty honest in front of their parents. Originally, Ruan Cece briefly forgot about the annoyance of having to go to a psychiatrist because of Jiang Yu's kiss, but at this point, sitting in the car, the annoyance came back. Jiang Yu noticed that her hand had been rubbing the back of the hand she had just kissed, not the hard kind but the gentle kind. Sitting in the back of a car may seem quiet, but it should be unsettling. Those pretty eyes were starting to empty again. Jiang Yu sighed inwardly. It's about a 10-minute trip from home to the hospital without traffic. When they arrived at the parking lot, the two got off first, and Jiang Weiman answered a phone call in the car. Jiang Yu glanced at his dad in the car, who was frowning, not knowing what he was saying to the other side of the phone. He took the other hand that he just didn't kiss and flew in for another kiss. Okay, one left and one right. Keep it safe. Don't be afraid. Ruan Cece froze and watched as Jiang Yu finished kissing her quickly and smiled at her. Ruan Cece's face was a little red, and she quickly reached out and touched Jiang Yu's left hand that he had just kissed again. Not afraid. Jiang Yu sighed in relief and muttered. You know, right. If others saw it they might think it was me taking advantage of you. Jiang Yu paused for a moment. How does it not count? But Ruan Cece didn't have this kind of realization. She slightly tilted her head but said seriously. Nonsense. I'm the one taking advantage of you. There was a serious nod of the head when he finished. Looking at Ruan Cece like this, Jiang Yu laughed and said helplessly, You don't look like a smart kid at all like this, he said, reaching out and gently rubbing her hair, a gesture that both he and Suin liked to do. Instead, Nguyen Cece said, "What's a smart kid? It's not like there's a definition. I don't want to be a smart kid. I want to be protected by you." If Jiang Yu was willing to protect her, it wouldn't be impossible for her to be a stupid child for the rest of her life. Jiang Yu couldn't even say anything when he heard this. The sound of the car door closing came. Both of them were inexplicably weak, and their bodies stood up considerably straighter. Jiang Weiman didn't notice anything wrong and greeted them. "Let's go. Go up." Cece just changed her psychiatrist. "It's an older sister. You should be able to accept it more easily. After all." In contrast, Nguyen Cece would be far more wary of adult males than females. Jiang Weiman did not even consider this before, or just a colleague called to ask him before he remembered. Hearing that it was a female doctor, Ruan Cece's expression didn't change much. She just nodded her head obediently. "Got it, uncle." Jiang Weiman was going to work himself after taking them up. Because of the early arrival time, Ruan Cece was the first. The female doctor's surname is Liu, and Ruan Cece still can't help but look at Jiang Yu before she goes in with her. Jiang Yu just smiled at her. "I'll wait for you to come out," he said and pointed to the back of his hand. Sure enough, Ruan Cece smiled a little, and Dr. Liu couldn't help but look at Jiang Yu a little more. Jiang Yu instead frankly met her eyes. Then Dr. Liu took Ruan Cece inside. Psychological detachment this time is also not fixed, so Jiang Yu waited for a while before taking out his cell phone. At this age it seems like any group can be particularly hilarious. The middle school and high school class groups are 99 plus every time Jiang Yu opens them. Small groups of people as well. Jiang Yu casually clicked on it and scanned it, exiting without any important information, except for Lu Ji and the small group who had instead aired Jiang Yu. "Brother Yu, I got it. That Li Ziwen's brother is called Li Yu." Jiang Yu looked at this message and his heart had a feeling that it was really this kid. Shi Han asked. "No, it's really the same class. Isn't it the one with the sprained foot that doesn't have to go to military training? It looks like people are quite chatty." Zhou Xianxian, "Who can't you talk to?" Rolls eyes. JPG, also, giggle. JPG, Jiang Yu looked back at 6 points. "It's time to say no. Shihan looks like a real bit of a fool." Chapter 75, Brother, Blow. As for Li Yu, so far this kid is no different from ordinary classmates except for being a bit noisy. Jiang Yu was just keeping an eye out. Seriously, the really bad-hearted ones in high school are actually in the minority. Not saying there aren't any, just really few. Jiang Yu left a heart and soul is, more what else? Moreover, Li Ziwen, this person is actually just playing handsome, failed to feel humiliated over here just to do what they have to do long ago. Jiang Yu had even met their group on the street before when he went to pick up Ruan Cece. Each one of them just rolled their eyes when they saw Jiang Yu, and since realizing that Ruan Cece really is reckless sometimes, Jiang Yu enrolled in a class. Well, sparring is actually something he really knows, so he signed up for Muay Thai. The more this thing was played, the more skillful it became, and Jiang Yu felt that he was a bit of a necessity. Jiang Yu chatted with them in the group, and about an hour or so later, Ruan Cece came out. You can't tell from the face. Seeing them come out, Jiang Yu stood up. Dr. Liu glanced at Jiang Yu, then smiled and said to Ruan Cece, "Alright, go back." Jiang Yu was tempted to ask something, but then he saw Ruan Cece politely smile at Dr. Liu. "Thank you, doctor." This was a bit of a surprise to Jiang Yu. Then Dr. Liu winked at Ruan Cece. "No need to thank you. Go back. Feel free to come and talk to me anytime." Then a confused Jiang Yu was pulled away by Ruan Cece. After walking out of the hospital, Jiang Yu asked, "What did you guys talk about?" Nguyen Cece looks like she's in a good mood. Unexpectedly, Ruan Cece gave him a look. "Didn't you say that it's confidential? You cannot say it if you don't want to." Jiang Yu, he sighed. "Okay, got it. You're having a secret with someone else. I get it." Nguyen Cece? Why did she feel something familiar about this move? She also did not expect one-day boomerang. Their own mastery will be Jiang Yu used on their own. Ruan Cece blinked and stared at Jiang Yu carefully. "Angry?" Jiang Yu pulled out a smile, then said, "It's okay. Well, it's a familiar routine." Nguyen Cece can be all too familiar. Jiang Yu realized. Hey, don't use it. It's a really good trick. No wonder Ruan Cece liked it. Seeing as how she was torn at the moment. Knowing that you're faking it still nags at you. Know how he felt before? After all, Jiang Yu just couldn't refuse a bit before. Sure enough, a frowning Ruan Cece reached out and tugged on the hem of his shirt. "Okay, I'll say." Then Jiang Yu couldn't hold back his laughter, which was quite loud. "Nguyen Cece?" Then Jiang Yu laughed while reaching out and pinching her wrist. "It's really too skinny." "Just kidding. Your little secret is well protected. Just tell me this doctor makes you scared and uncomfortable?" Nguyen Cece shook her head good-naturedly. "No, because Dr. Lu just kept talking to her about Jiangyu after asking a few questions at first. At first, Ruan Cece was definitely reluctant to chat about Jiangyu, who was her own, but Lu was gentle. She didn't just talk about Jiangyu, she talked about Ruan Cece and Jiangyu. She liked it, said them, and she liked it, so this Lu she didn't hate. Jiangyu nodded when he heard her answer. That's fine then. Going home. Want to take a taxi or public transportation? There weren't many people on public transportation at this hour, so a taxi would be fine. But Ruan Cece was actually a little carsick. It's just Halo kind of smells like the inside of a car after the chairs have been exposed to the sun. But it's not a problem when you're close. Instead, Nguyen Cece said, let's take the bus. The two then crossed the street to wait for the bus. After getting in the car and sitting down, Ruan Cece still stole a glance at Jiangyu from time to time. Jiangyu was looked at like ignoring wasn't even an option. Turning his head to look at her. What's wrong? No, just wondering if you're really not curious. Ruan Cece said honestly. Jiangyu asked, so are you going to say it? Nguyen Cece thought for a moment and shook her head. Not now. Jiangyu let out an oh. Then it's useless for me to be curious. But if you can't now, when can you? Nguyen Cece said without thinking, I should be able to say that just after you agree to be with me. Her words caught Jiangyu off guard. The aunts across the aisle looked over curiously, their eyes full of gossip. Jiangyu? He wanted to reach out and cover Ruan Cece's mouth, but people weren't talking right now either, so Jiangyu could only squeeze a sentence out of his mouth. What are you talking nonsense about? Then it felt like my face was starting to heat up again. Nguyen Cece said, I'm not making this up. Heart began to agree with what Zhou Xianxian said. Xianxian said, just grow into yourself like this. Straight ball few men can top. Originally, Ruan Cece felt that it shouldn't be right before she also said similar words of confession, and was also flicked on the forehead by Jiangyu. But when she came out of the elevator, she saw Jiangyu's ears were red, so Ruan Cece tried again, and it really worked. That's why her eyes were shining brightly at this moment as she looked at Jiangyu. Then he watched Jiangyu's face getting redder and redder. Jiangyu, how the hell can I control myself from blushing? He reached out and covered Ruan Cece's face, twisting it to the side. Don't stare at me. Ruan Cece didn't pull away from his hands that covered his face and just asked, why? Are you being shy? It seemed like his lips were still touching Jiangyu's palm as he spoke. The breath he exhaled was also sprayed all over Jiangyu's palm. This time there was no need for Ruan Cece to pull away. Jiangyu himself jerked his hand back. Then he met Ruan Cece's eyes that had curiosity written all over them again. Jiangyu, for the first time, I think this journey is not a bit long. Why is this public transportation so difficult? He took a deep breath. Don't you talk nonsense. Any more nonsense and you. Well, after thinking about it for a while, there's nothing to threaten Nguyen Cece. What she really cared about, Jiangyu couldn't afford to use to threaten her. Finally Jiangyu squeezed out a sentence. If you make any more trouble, you won't get your birthday present this year. Ruan Cece let out an ah and said honestly, didn't you say before that you would send me 5 years of college entrance exams and 3 years of simulations? I'm not really looking forward to it. Jiangyu, she really couldn't hold back and reached out and pinched her little face that didn't have much meat on it and pulled it outward, saying with some gnashing of teeth, are you looking for a fight? Auntie on the sidelines sucked in a breath. Jiangyu turned his head to meet his aunt's strange gaze. Jiangyu instantly loosened his hand that was cupping Ruan Cece's small face. Auntie, I'm really not that weird. At this time, Ruan Cece rubbed her small face, which was just a little red, and after it became redder, she violently came to Jiangyu. Brother, blow. Auntie took another breath and added, gee, young people these days. Jiangyu, no, Auntie, are you on oxygen? Chapter 76. The hesitation and wandering uncertainty before the heartbeat of this moment gave him the answer. Jiangyu was a little embarrassed by the unabashed have-talking voice of his aunt. Reaching out, he covered Ruan Cece's face. You're making more of a scene? The voice lowered a little. With a warning, Nguyen Cece was honest, immediately sitting up straight like a good student. I'm sorry, it was just that his gaze was still sweeping over Jiangyu's face recklessly. Well, I don't know if he realized it himself. His face was really red, but she did. Jiangyu didn't dare to look at either side at all, but he could also feel that neither Ruan Cece nor that auntie's gaze had abandoned him. One left and one right were like laser lights, sweeping them directly into his face. It's not even a little bit unadulterated. Alright, he could already feel his face burning, but Jiangyu rigidly had no intention of looking either way. Mostly, I was numbed by the little girl. It's just that when she's teasing people, she's still very normal, so she's not shy or anything, right? It can't be something she just said or teased for fun, can it? Seriously, Jiangyu is really think that Ruan Cece or even don't know that this like is different from her previous like for herself? Nope, maybe I misunderstood. Maybe the two likes are the same. It's that I thought they were different. In the end, Jiangyu managed to wind himself up after getting out of the car, so it was pretty silent all the way. Luckily that auntie got off halfway, otherwise Jiang Yu felt like she was going to see through her face. While walking back Jiang Yu finally glanced at Wan Shishi, and then I saw, why is her face still red? Did you push yourself? Seriously, Jiang Yu hasn't been pinched a lot since she was a kid, so it's not that bad, is it? He couldn't help but stop with a frown. What happened to your face? Wan Shishi let out an ah and reached out to cover her face. What's wrong? Happiness and pleasure flashed in the depths of his eyes, quickly, in a flash. Of course she knew her face should still look red. She had just secretly pinched it herself while Jiang Yu was distracted. Just for what he sees now when he looks back and sees himself now. Sure enough, Jiang Yu, who just now didn't dare to look directly at her, walked over, and now Jiang Yu was already almost half a head taller than Wan Shishi, who Wan Shishi liked to see him walking towards himself of his own accord. Jiang Yu was still unaware that the person in front of him had already started to set off fireworks in his mind. All thoughts disappeared at the sight of the still red face of Wan Shishi. He reached up and lifted her chin, muttering under his breath, "No, did you just eat kiwi at the doctor's?" Wan Shishi is allergic to kiwi fruit, and usually doesn't buy it at home at all. But it doesn't look like an allergy, does it? Jiang Yu came a little closer to stare at the reddened cheeks. Because of her white skin, the redness appeared even more obvious. The corner of Wan Sishi's mouth hooked up. "Just blow on it for me." Jiang Yu ignored her, staring at the reddish face for a while, suddenly sneered, then reached out and pinched it. "Ruan Xiaoxi, you're still playing tricks on me, aren't you? Don't you know that fingerprints are different? And you can't even spare any pressure when you squeeze it yourself. It doesn't leave fingerprints at all." She doesn't feel sorry for herself at all. Ruan Shishi, who was discovered, sighed with some regret. "Hey, how did you get caught? Then you can help me blow on it." The big watery eyes looked pitifully at Jiang Yu, and said in a small and well-behaved voice, "Please, blow me." Jiang Yu looked at this going to dislike his lips' small face. The first feeling, really beautiful just this face is really pretty. But still, he instinctively ducked back. Before the words were finished, presumably because he could see that he was going to refuse again. Ruan Shishi while suddenly came closer violently. Jiang Yu only felt his lips touch something sound soft and warm. It's quite slippery. It's Ruan Sishi's cheeks. Her movements were quick, and after doing this she didn't wait for Jiang Yu to react. She turned around and ran away. Before Jiang Yu could even feel more sensations, that delicate and soft little face had already left. He looked at her and turned around quickly. "Let's go, Jiang Yu." Then for the first time, she ran away without even daring to stay longer, let alone wait for Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu watched her run away and walk into the front door of their building. Only then did he reach up and touch his lips before slowly spitting out a asterisk. What did Ruan Xiaoxi just do? No, just now. Was it a kiss? No, I don't think it counts. Just the face? Jiang Yu reached out to cover his accelerated heartbeat and cursed in a low voice. Not sure if he was cursing his heartbeat or himself. Fight for it. And what had been a blur seemed to lift all at once. Jiang Yu has always been quite emotionally stable. This is due to what his mom and dad instilled in him from a young age. It was as if he had suddenly died in his last life. And apart from his initial inability to accept and fear, he soon became emotionally stable and wondered what would happen to his mom and dad, and whether he would be on the social news. His cell phone and computer will not be made public, right? In his last life, Jiang Yu's mantra was anything goes. Okay, also okay. Just emotionally stable and somewhat of a dummy. But in this life, after getting entangled with Ruan Shishi, Jiang Yu has changed a lot, and most of his mood swings are really because of Ruan Shishi. Being good-tempered and emotionally stable doesn't mean Jiang Yu is stupid. The truth was that he knew very well that he never let himself get entangled in those emotions. When things come up, he can always start to think of the most suitable and also the most suitable solution that won't have any impact on his life, preferably or once and for all. But every time Ruan Shishi managed to disrupt all his plans and intentions in his heart, it was as if Ruan Shishi had never been an accident, the only ripple in his dull-as-water life. At this moment, Jiang Yu let out a breath. The emotions he had just felt were strongly suppressed. Ruan Shishi's liking for him is what she herself distinguished whether or not. This Jiang Yu was not very clear, but he knew just as he had just touched her cheek that he was probably screwed. Is it really the age of love or not? The hesitation and wandering uncertainty he had felt before was answered by the heartbeat of the moment. Wan Shishi was indeed tantamount to being raised by him. He wasn't pretending before either. He really put himself in his brother's place. He always protected Ruan Shishi, but he also wanted her to have a more colorful life, to be surrounded by people that. But I don't know when he became possessive of Ruan Shishi. It should be soon, or because of the excitement of her previous hospitalization. It made Jiang Yu always worry about her getting hurt again and always wanted to hide her. Jiang Yu walked to the elevator. Ruan Shishi guessed that she was afraid of being scolded and had already gone up by herself. This was good. and the time it took to get on the last elevator was enough for Jiang Yu to sort out his changing attitude towards Ruan Cece. Chapter 77, You're kissing now? Jiang Yu wasn't one to procrastinate on things, and since he had already begun to know the changes in his feelings, it's so obvious now. So let's face it, if only, really like, then he's going to have to change the way he gets along with Ruan Cece. He'd still give her the choice. Since he was older than her, he really couldn't do much to keep blurring the relationship between the two so that she wouldn't be able to tell which one she liked. Ruan Cece thought Jiang Yu would find a chance to scold her. It started out as a run-up with the intention of escaping, because there is Suyin at home. Even if Jiang Yu is angry for a while, he won't rush in and beat her up, right? Maybe you won't be angry for a while, right? Besides, I've been kissed by Jiang Yu. Ruan Cece is happy, but until the evening meal, looking at Jiang Yu who was like nothing. When she. I didn't resist stealing a glance at Jiang Yu from time to time while eating. It was a little too obvious. Suyin couldn't even pretend she couldn't see it if she wanted to. This scene was really too much like the way Ruan Cece had upset Jiang Yu before. Suyin gave Jiang Yu a chicken wing. Falling out with Cece again? Why are you acting like a little girl? Jiang Yu? Originally in the middle of thinking, he sniffed and looked up at Suyin, then at Ruan Cece. What did I do? Ruan Cece didn't expect Suyin to misunderstand, and hurriedly said, No it didn't. Ansu, we didn't have a falling out. Suyin didn't say much more when she saw them like this, mainly because the child was also old enough to have his own little mind. In the end she didn't say much. Okay, eat. Tonight you guys rest early. This afternoon went to the hospital. You guys didn't go to the evening study. I was on leave. But tomorrow started to have classes. This vacation is over. Having a teacher in the family just feels like a wave of familiarity every time we talk. It's the kind of thing that you listen to at school and then continue to listen to at home. Ruan Cece still felt something was wrong. Mainly because Jiang Yu was too calm. If she hadn't actually put her own face to it, she would have thought she was overthinking it and hallucinating, but he did, indeed, force Jiang Yu to kiss himself. But Jiang Yu looked no different than usual, as if nothing had happened. Do what you need to do at home. He even said goodnight to Ruan Cece before going to bed and then went into his room. It made Ruan Cece feel what the calm before the storm was. Jiang Yu thought about it for a night and came to the conclusion, was it his destiny to like Ruan Cece? Love at first sight in his last life. Okay, he was just attracted to people because they were good looking. Face dog. In this life, as a rule, look at it every day and keep it with you. But still, I'm drawn to her. Nguyen she is a perfect person, and it's more than just her appearance. It was all Ruan Cece that was perfect. Except of course for that mental state that made Jiang Yu not quite sure for a moment. Anyway, Jiang Yu thought about it all night and didn't find any reason why he could dislike Ruan Cece. People are always attracted to good people, not to mention the fact that they always spend time together. Alright, I'll lay my cards on the table. Ruan Cece is good looking and has a good personality. She understands me too well, and I understand her. I don't think I'll have the patience to understand a girl so well in the future. But isn't it a bit strange that I like her? Jiang Yu was lying on the bed, holding the cell phone in his hand and raising it to his ear. The person on the other side was silent for a long time. If it wasn't for the fact that the phone wasn't hung up and you could still hear breathing, and the breathing was still a little messy, Jiang Yu would have thought that the kid was asleep. No, wait, Shihan's voice trembled a little. My heavenly bodhisattva, I forgot that you two aren't siblings. Your last name is Jiang, her last name is Ruan. You're not in the same account book, right? Jiang Yu. What was the reason Shihan was the one he sought out when he'd been thinking about it for a long time and needed to talk about it so badly? It's because this kid's brain is always extraordinarily clear. See, that even helped him think about it. It wouldn't feel strange at all for Jiang Yu to say it seemed like he liked Ruan Cece. In fact, Jiang Yu was still afraid that people would think of him as a pervert, but it was obvious that Shihan certainly wouldn't. At this time Jiang Yu sighed. We weren't siblings in the first place. We're neighbors. Of course we're not in the same account book. What's there to be bothered about? Liking Ruan Cece isn't unusual. A bunch of people like her, Shihan said with a big grin. What's there to be bothered about? Don't you think that if I'm like this, I'm actually quite perverted? The weirdness in Jiang Yu's heart was still always there. Pervert what? Shihan looked like he didn't understand. You guys are, what's it called? A childhood sweetheart? He giggled a bit as he hemmed and hawed. Seriously though is that I didn't react at first, even trying to find where to find countries where brother and sister couples can live. Jiang Yu. He didn't hold back a smile. Thank you. You're a good man. No need to thank you. You're a big man so don't send me a good guy card. It's weirdly disgusting. Shihan's voice sounded a bit disgusted, but he quickly thought of another key point. So earlier when you were playing the game, you asked, liking someone. It's Ruan Cece. Ha? No. How long has it been? And you're so sure? Shihan was really surprised. Wasn't this still nagging him before? It's confirmed so soon? One night? Is that child's play? Jiang Yu relaxed his body and glanced at the gourd doll beside him. He didn't know if Ruan Cece had forgotten to take it away or left it on purpose, but it was still there anyway. With that being eyes to each other when Jiang Yu's voice had become gentle, well, is very fast. Their own mind does get up actually very quickly, as early as the seedling, but do not want to face up to it. It's not that I don't want to, it's that Jiang Yu couldn't pass the moral barrier in his heart before. Shi-Han wasn't sure if he understood, but he let out an "oh" anyway, then asked, so what's with the sudden desire to square up? Jiang Yu reached out and touched his lips. Well, maybe it's because, when she suddenly took her face and bumped into my lips in the afternoon, my heartbeat couldn't hide it, right? Shi-Han. No, he knows every word and understands it. But, asterisk. It's not you. Shi-Han stuttered in a rare fit of anger and sat up violently from the bed, his voice full of shock. You guys kissed here? The sound was a bit overwhelming. The door of the room was violently pushed open. His father swept a wary glance at Shi-Han's room. What kiss on? Shi-Han let out a sigh. Dad, why don't you knock when you come in? I'm discussing a TV show with my classmates. Jiang Yu listened to the voice of Shi-Han accusing his father over there, and thought in his head, this is not exactly kissing on, is it? Wasn't it just his cheek hitting his lips? Chapter 78, Jiang Yu specially bought it, only for her to eat. Anyway, in Jiang Yu's opinion this is not considered to be a kiss on it was just a collision of cheeks and lips, but talk to Shi-Han is still quite useful. This kid's attitude is very cheerful. Last night before hanging up the phone also happy to say, this is not quite good at you brother. On the two of you to each other that care about the degree. I do not dare to think that you know each other made a male, female, friends when you can nitpick to what extent. Now well, directly internal digestion. Perfect. This attitude cleared up Jiang Yu's still tangled psyche. Yeah, Ruan Cece was raised by him, such a watery cabbage, who he felt unworthy of. It would piss him off even more if he met someone bad, and there's no denying that a child who was brought up by you as a child is going to go in the direction you like. So in Jiang Yu's opinion, Ruan Cece was everywhere to his liking. In that case, it's better to protect someone by her side than to watch her get ripped off by some weasel who came out of nowhere, right? Jiang Yu spent 3 minutes convincing his already not so strong moral fence after calling Shi-Han. But still, you have to take your time to let Ruan Cece know that liking and liking are not the same. That night without the psychological burden Jiang Yu had a good night's sleep. Early in the morning, he was called up by Suyin to go to class. Originally, one person rode to school on a bicycle. After all, Suyin was a junior high school teacher, and she wasn't in the same school district as them anymore, so she definitely couldn't take them along. Public transportation is available, but it's too crowded in the morning. So before Jiang Yu was discussed with Ruan Shishi, cycling to the most convenient, but also not far. But didn't this later hospitalize Ruan Cece? When Ruan Cece came down from upstairs, she was still thinking about what reason she could use to sit in the backseat of Jiang Yu's car, or she could drive him, so that she could find a chance to stick it to him. But she still hadn't found the right excuse even after seeing the car. But it didn't matter, because Jiang Yu took the initiative to speak. It's better for you not to ride a bike for the time being with this body. I'll give you a ride. As soon as the words left her mouth she saw her eyes light up. Yes, there's no point in hesitating at all. Jiang Yu was a bit amused. But to pretend a bit. Not pretending, said Ruan Cece, already sitting on the back seat of his car, looking up and smiling at Jiang Yu. I'm done. Jiang Yu, watching her happy, put himself in a good mood. Okay, when you're in better shape to ride your own bike. That's what came out of his mouth. And that's what they're used to talking about. But Jiang Yu had some regrets. Well, it felt like he had to change his attitude towards Ruan Shishi as well. Used to look at the sister, that is, the family has a sister and brother, understand it? On the attitude is that way. I'll protect them on the outside, but on the inside, I'll bully them when I'm bored. Ahem, but you can't do that now. You like her, you have to have an attitude, don't you? It was actually a 10-minute bike ride from their neighborhood to the schools, even waiting for a stoplight. So it was really fast. It was rare for Jiang Yu to be a little unnatural on this journey. It's mostly some of the unnaturalness of the identity shift, and more or less unnatural because my own little mind has changed. This led to a rare silence for both of them along the way. As for the reason why Nguyen Cece is quiet, well, she's taking advantage of Jiang Yu's inattention, first pulling her clothes, then her forehead close, and finally her whole face is on Jiang Yu's back, and she wondered if Jiang Yu hadn't woken up today. How come none of them are talking about her? Let's just say that the two men have their own agenda. Just to the school door Jiang Yu, but after parking the car went to buy pancake fruit, or added 3 eggs kind. Nguyen Cece asked, didn't you get enough to eat? Jiang Yu let out an ah. No, bought it for Chi-Han. How can I say thank you for this? Last night, because Chi-Han himself really slept well. It's straight up clear. Nguyen Cece, staring at the pancake fruit with 3 eggs and 2 sausages. The eyes were so sultry that if the pancakes could move, they'd probably run away. Jianyu sensed her silence and looked at her sideways. Seeing her staring at the pancake fruit, she asked, "You want some too?" Ruan Sisi shook her head. No need. No matter how much Jianyu thought about it, he wouldn't have thought that Ruan Sisi would be angry with her because he just bought a pancake fruit for Chihan, right? Jianyu and Chihan were in the next class, so Jianyu called Chihan out directly at the door. Chihan was quite happy to see the pancake fruit at first. "Hey, you're my real brother. How did you know I didn't have breakfast?" I was about to reach for it when I felt something was wrong. He looked up and around and saw Ruan Sisi standing not far away staring at him. "Chihan, it's over. There's killing." Jianyu was still saying, "I have to thank you for last night, otherwise I would have lost sleep." Ruan Sisi suddenly spoke up at this time. "What did you guys do last night?" Jianyu gave a and turned his head to look at Ruan Sisi. Why haven't you gone in yet?" "Scared me." Nguyen Shishi blinked. "I waited for you. So what did you guys do last night?" Jianyu a sound. "R to the class door, do not have to wait. Did not do anything, chat for a while." Chihan, as someone who had been stared at for so many years, although his reaction was indeed a bit slow normally, he had known Ruan Shishi for so many years. The hand that was originally stretched out immediately retracted. "Brother I remembered. I asked Luji to pack it for me. Pancake fruit you guys eat." With that, he gave Jianyu a wink. Jianyu originally did not understand, but froze for a moment when he gestured to Ruan Sisi's dark eyes, and then laughed a little. "No, you're jealous? Just asked you if you want it and you said no." Ruan Sisi didn't deny the claim of jealousy. She just glanced also at the pancake fruit in Jianyu's hand and then at Chihan. Chihan took a wary step back. "You didn't ask him if he wanted it, you still bought it for him." Ruan Sisi's voice was not too loud. Jianyu laughed better when he heard it clearly. Reaching out, he gently patted her on the head. At this time a head emerged from the window and Xinyang reminded them. "It's time for morning study." Chihan let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you brother I'm leaving. Next time don't buy anything for me alone." Alone 2 words aggravated accent. Who understands When Xieshi want to knife a person's eyes cannot be hidden. Jianyu just watched him like there is something scary behind him as fast as he ran in. He looked down at the pancake cone he was holding. "What about this?" A little hand reached up and took it. "I'll eat it." "Humph. Jianyu bought it on purpose, only for her to eat." "Jianyu, I thought you weren't hungry." "I'll be hungry in a minute." Ruan Xiaoshiyu. Chapter 79. They obviously weren't holding hands, but it seemed like they were more intimate than holding hands. Jianyu was a bit speechless, but chanting was still useless. Nguyen Sisi was still determined to take the deluxe version of the pancake nuts he had bought. Seriously, that amount. Jianyu might be able to finish it before she didn't have breakfast, but with that little bird stomach of Ruan Sisi's, she wouldn't be able to finish it even if she didn't have breakfast, not to mention the fact that she went out for breakfast. That's why Jianyu's first 2 classes in the morning saw her with her head down eating a few bites between classes. Jianyu, not what's wrong with this little girl? After military training, in fact most of the people in the class are familiar with each other. The seats haven't changed much. Jianyu was still sitting with Li Yu, and Ruan Sisi and Lu Qi were sitting in the seats in front of them. Xinyang was at the same table as the secretary of their class, across the aisle from Jianyu. Jianyu still couldn't hold back in between classes and reached out to take the pancake fruit from Ruan Sisi's hand. His hand was reaching from the aisle side, then half his body stood up and leaned forward. Ruan Sisi froze for a moment. This position when she looked up at him would make the 2 of them lean in close, like Ruan Sisi was snuggled in Jianyu's arms, but Nguyen Sisi's focus was now on the pancake fruit. "What are you doing?" Jianyu also lowered his eyes to look at her. "Can't eat, don't eat. I'll eat, okay? Not for others." Both of their focus was on the pancake fruit, but Li Yu was all wow. If it wasn't for the fact that there was a surveillance camera here, he would have wanted to pull out his cell phone and take a picture of it. In fact, Jianyu was also looking down at her when he realized that the 2 of them were in a somewhat ambiguous position, and were leaning a bit closer. It was like I could see the little bit of fluff on her face myself. Jianyu has always had good eyesight. It's not like I haven't stared at her face before and savored it. Who doesn't love looking at beautiful women? But for the first time in his life he was staring at Ruan Sisi's face. His heart was beating so fast that he even felt his ears starting to burn. Jianyu quickly averted his gaze and also retracted his hand, holding the pancake fruit in his hand. "Is it okay if I eat?" The voice was a little more dry than its usual crispness. Ruan Shishi noticed, nodding, "Okay, but it's already cold. So if you're hungry I'll go get you some rice balls?" Lu Qi, who was reading a novel, didn't hold back. "Hey, CCU." Before he could finish his words, he saw Ruan Sisi hand Jianyu his thermos cup. "Drink water." Lu Qi, "Forget it, just shut up yourself. You really can't reason with brother control." Li Yu watched the play to see Jianyu's ears reddened. "No need to buy. I'll eat this." or else you'll finish eating it yourself in a while, and you know it's cold. With that said, I took a bite, and seriously, these pancake nuts really don't taste good when they're cold, but Ruan Cece said, you bought it. When it's cold, it's cold. I can eat cold. You can't. Watching the show, Liu felt like a roadside dog, originally eating dog food, but he was also kicked in the face. He was suddenly sour. Jianyu coughed lightly. Got it, class is over, he said, pulling out a candy from his school bag and stuffing it into Ruan Cece's hand. They moved naturally. The only one who didn't feel too comfortable with himself was Liu. It's too lemony. So after Ruan Cece turned around, Liu whispered, dude, your ears are red through and through. Real brother and sister? Jianyu, turning his head to look at Liu, he said seriously, regardless of whether Ruan Cece and I are siblings, but you and Li Ziwan are brothers, right? Liu froze for a moment. What does it have to do with that idiot? His face was all bewildered, and then he became more wary. You're not one of his enemies, are you? No, I don't know him well. It's not like we're blood brothers. You guys go take revenge on him. Don't mess with me, okay? Jianyu is sure. This kid and Li Ziwan is indeed a little relationship, but look at this reaction. Relationship is probably not good. Jianyu sighed. What are you nervous about? I just heard about it and asked. Asterisk 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 asterisk. If you were me, you'd be like that too. You don't know about this idiot. I don't know where he learned what kind of cooks and whatnot. He doesn't learn. He causes trouble every day. Liu heart bitter. Obviously he is not even the same school with Li Ziwan. I don't know what those people think. They heard that he is his cousin and they don't go to Li Ziwan when Li Ziwan offended them. Come to see his nerdy brother, Li Fable. Anyway, he'd encountered so many of them that he'd become numb. He revealed a bitter smile. I wasn't actually this strong before. That's why those people came to me. And in order to protect myself, I have no problem fighting 3-in-1 now. Jianyu, kind of inspirational. So he gave Liu a thumbs up. Awesome. Liu carefully confirmed. You don't have any problems with him, right? If you do, let me correct you. My relationship with him is really quite normal. I can help you with the sack if you need it. I've been putting up with him for a long time. The latter sentence was hard enough for Jianyu to hear the gnashing of teeth. Jianyu hurriedly said, not so much, and there is a fault. Will not be angry with you. Just talking about the teacher came. Jianyu saw Liu relieved. That's good. There is a need to set the sack. Really can call me. Jianyu, 6. Anyway, by the end of the morning's lesson, Liu didn't even remember eating the lemon. The flirting and whatnot will naturally go away. Jianyu ended up not finishing the pancake fruit. There were too many. At noon, Chihan and the others were waiting at the gate for them to go to dinner together. Zhou Xuanxuan's class was downstairs, so she waited on the first floor. Lucci reached out and took Ruan Cece's hand. Go. We haven't eaten together for a long time. Ruan Cece was a little upset looking at her hand being held, but held it back. Then just out of the door entrance, Chihan reached out and pulled Lucci directly. What are you doing? Pulling and tugging. Then even gestured to Jianyu when he finished. Jianyu, this kid is a little smart, but not much. And what is this? Chihan still thinks he knows how to do this, doesn't he? Isn't this a chance for you? Jianyu didn't feel the opportunity, but it was Ruan Cece's own that pulled on the hem of Jianyu's clothes. This is a summer school uniform. Jianyu felt a little funny. What are you doing? The clothes are going to be torn out of shape. Ruan Cece thought it meant not to give a rip, beamed and let go of her hand. Oh, Jianyu sighed and looked away, pulling a pen from her pants pocket and handing it over. Take it. As for Wangwen, Cece always has a pen on her. Jianyu only knew that it was her habit. From the time he didn't let her carry a knife on her at all times, she always carried a pen. At this point, Ruan Cece reached out somewhat unresponsively and pulled on one end of the pen. Then Jianyu didn't let go on the other side either. Just shook it. Let's go. They obviously weren't holding hands, but it seemed like they were closer than that. Chapter 80. What about him if he doesn't fall in love early? A few of the others were already fighting and talking about other things, and the two were pulling away from each other across a pen. There are definitely people who will find them strange and can't help but look. A lot of people know Nguyen Cece. She's good looking. Her grades are okay. She was the one who was still on stage at the end of military training earlier. The girl is pretty and has a lot of aura about her, so naturally she can be easily remembered. As for Jianyu, well, I'm sure more people will be able to recognize him soon too. After all, his reputation as Ruan Shishi's brother was outstanding in middle school. There's probably not much wrong with it by now. Plus a lot of them came straight from middle school to high school, and there were a lot of people who knew them. The occasional passerby even says hello. They were a group of 6, and together they headed for the cafeteria. Zhou Xinxian even froze for a moment when she saw the two in this awkward hand-holding position. With that, he held up a thumbs up. Cows, creak. She thought it was Cece's idea. Didn't she say she liked Jianyu? It makes sense to come up with this, but Ruan Cece blinked a little confused. On the contrary, Jiang Yu was inexplicably a little embarrassed when he looked at Zhou Xuanchuan's expression of I get it, shook his pen, and let go of his hand. Isn't this going to the dining hall? For Chihan and the others, a new school and a new cafeteria. They said they would eat everything. Jiang Yu didn't stop it, although he remembered that there were only a few good ones, but it's not a sure thing? Maybe the stalls in this dining hall are different from the ones in my last life. They were all freshmen, fresh out of military training, and everyone's complexion looked quite dark and shiny. In contrast, the only white one among them, Nguyen Cece, looked brighter. In the words of Zhou Xianxian, we are all black leaves, but we, Cece, are the only flowers. The tone was one of admiration and exclamation. Straight away, Ruan Cece was embarrassed by the compliment and whispered, "Don't you say that." Instead, her eyes couldn't help but look towards Jiang Yu. Well, would Jiang Yu also find her good-looking? Unfortunately, Jiang Yu wasn't even paying attention at this point. He was picking out the fish spines for Ruan Cece, and to say that the only thing Ruan Cece had shown she didn't like to eat was probably fish. I can't really say I don't like the food. It's that she's more than a prick. She hates picking at it and hates the hassle, so she simply doesn't eat it. She was told off a few times by Jiang Yu, and every time she was told off she grudgingly ate a little. Then Jiang Yu doesn't eat without saying so. Before Jiang Yu was thinking that this thing cannot be touched at all, so we'll tell her to eat. But it was still rare to be so forthcoming in picking her brains. That's why Ruan Cece was still frozen for a moment when she saw Jiang Yu chucking the picked fish into her bowl. She looked up to Jiang Yu, who was wiping his hands and still trying to stop Lu Ji from taking the chicken from his bowl. "Do you believe I'll beat you up?" Sensing Ruan Cece's sight, he looked over. "What are you doing? Fish should be eaten hot." Lu Ji is still on the side saying, "Brother Yu, I want to eat the fish with the thorns picked out too, and I want to eat it while it's still hot." The words were not finished when Chihan, who was on the side, took his spoon and stuffed him with a mouthful of rice. "No, buddy, are you really not realizing that Ruan Cece is looking at you dangerously?" Lu Ji, Ooh-hoo, eat. Chihan grinned gleefully. Zhou Xianxian looked at Chihan with a yo-yo in her heart. This kid also found out? Chihan didn't actually realize that he was the one who initiated the conversation from the person in question. "You're going to die." Chihan, "Hey, what's going on?" Their noisy voices Jiang Yu directly pretend not to hear, but this direct gaze of Ruan Cece falling on her face, it's really hard to pawn off as not feeling it. He looked at Ruan Cece. "What for?" Unexpectedly, Ruan Cece gave him a sweet smile. "Thank you, brother." Then Ruan Cece saw Jiang Yu's face. Red. Nguyen Cece smiled, a sweet smile at the corners of her mouth. It was the original still jostling Lu Ji and Chihan who saw it. Originally they were both sitting face to face, so they could see it at a glance. At this point both of them froze. I knew she was pretty though, but looking at Ruan Cece who was smiling so sweetly at this moment they would still be shaken to their senses. Jiang Yu listened to their original noises suddenly quiet, looked up, scatter each one side pushed away their faces. What to do? Eat properly. Then he looked to Ruan Cece himself. I don't know where this guy learned to do that, but he also wins on him. Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's throat knots moved up and down for a moment, then he lowered his eyes and gave her the chicken wings in his bowl. You too, eat well. It's just that the fierceness in his voice that he had just directed at Lu Ji and the others was gone. Zhou Xianxian and Chihan, anti-smile. Lu Ji and Lu Ji, I feel like Jiang Yu is weird today. After dinner the three girls are going to get milk tea. It was too hot for Jiang Yu and the three boys to go. Jiang Yu originally wanted to accompany Ruan Shishi, but Lu Qi said that the three of them girls would go, so Jiang Yu could only go back with Chihan and the others. Ruan Shishi flew on her tiptoes to get close to Jiang Yu before they went and said, "Brother, wait for me. Oh, I'll buy it for you. I don't smile at others, I smile at you." Jiang Yu froze for a moment at her words, then saw Ruan Cece being pulled away by Zhou Xianxian and the girls, still turning his head to stare at himself. That brow arched beautifully. Jiang Yu's lips moved. When Cece looked at the mouth because she didn't see it clearly and frowned slightly. What did her brother say? What Jiang Yu is saying is, "Don't tease me, ah." Lu Ji and Chihan over here are still shouting, "Yu's gone. It's hot. How can you live without air conditioning in this weather?" Jiang Yu came back to her senses and followed Chihan as they headed towards the classroom. Mentally, I'm still reviewing how I'm always the one being passively teased. It's true that I had little experience in relationships in my last life. But how does Ruan Cece know so much at her age? Jiang Yu thought that maybe he still read too few novels. Hey, brother Yu. I just met a boy from our class who also wants to chase after Ruan Shishi. Lu Ji's voice suddenly came out. Chihan, who was too late to stop. Why does this kid keep popping up in Yu's minefield today? Jiang Yu finally looked at Lu Ji. Jiang Yu was a little shorter than Lu Ji in junior high school, but now he's already taller than him. But it's still not as good as Chihan. This kid is like he grew up on hormones. Jiang Yu asked, What does it mean when the other side does it? Just look at Ruan Cece. Who doesn't think Ruan Cece looks good? But I feel like this kid should be rich. His whole body is branded. Jiang Yu frowned. Didn't tell him that Ruan Cece doesn't fall in love early? It doesn't feel right to say that, huh? What about him if he doesn't fall in love early? Chi Han also looked at the little cutie. Like looking at Jiang Yu. Chapter 81, labeled as his. Being looked at by Chi Han with that look, Jiang Yu felt insulted. After all, this kid Chi Han just wasn't very smart. The way he looked at himself made him feel like he wasn't too smart as all. Only Lu Ji was still out of the situation. I said it, but it looks like he doesn't believe it. Jiang Yu laughed, then let him bump into the iceberg. Previously, Jiang Yu actually generally held a wait-and-see attitude towards those boys who went directly to Ruan Cece to confess their love. Because he knew Ruan Cece would definitely refuse. And he just felt like he could tell Ruan Cece not to fall in love early and study hard at that time. But you can't say you're going to keep her from getting a peach blossom, can you? Isn't that crossing the line? But it's different now. Isn't he having other thoughts about Ruan Cece? So much so that hearing that someone was trying to chase after Ruan Cece was even more upsetting. So Jiang Yu went back to the road is thinking, how should I chase Yes, Jiang Yu has never chased a girl. And this situation between himself and Ruan Cece is not quite the same as others. Let's put it this way. In Jiang Yu's opinion, this change from a brother to a suitor is weird. Instinctively Jiang Yu wanted to buy Edu, then remembered that this is in school. So he simply asked, have any of you ever chased a girl? How do you chase them? Lu Ji and Chi Han. On the other side Ruan Cece, who went to buy milk tea. The three of them were waiting for the milk tea to be ready. Zhou Xianxian was really curious. How's your progress? She looked at Ruan Cece curiously with her round eyes. The original Ruan Cece was dismissive of Zhou Xuanxuan's so-called teasing methods. Later after realizing that Jiang Yu blushed she was really looking at Zhou Xianxian differently. She really will. So at this point, Ruan Cece said seriously, it's a bit effective. Teasing him to blush? Lu Chi on the side? Wait, what are you guys talking about? Flirting with who? Blushing? Lu Chi's voice was filled with shock. No wonder she was so shocked. This combination of words always made her feel that it was Ruan Cece went to flirt. Is that even possible? Creek, you teased someone? Male or female? Lu Chi asked seriously. No, it seems like there's no one else around you. The guys are Jiang Yu, Chi Han and Lu Ji. The girls are just the two of us. She looked at Ruan Cece. Chi Han and Lu Ji? Them? I was going to say do they deserve it? But it feels as if there's malice in that statement, Actually, she didn't mean that, but mainly, it's just that in your heart you'll think, that's Ruan Cece, hey? What kind of boy is worth flirting with? You're blushing? How can you not blush? She can blush even if Cece smiles at her. Lu Chi was truly shocked. Zhou Xianxian then remembered that Lu Chi didn't seem to know, She didn't know if she could say anything, so she could only look at Ruan Cece. Luckily Ruan Cece blinked and said it herself. It's not them, it's Jiang Yu. In Ruan Cece's opinion, why can't she say she likes Jiang Yu? She just really likes Jiang Yu, and she can't wait to tell the whole world that she likes him. Let none of those people steal from her. Lu Chi, epsilon. Hashtag, her entire being was completely confused. Jiang Yu, isn't Jiang Yu your brother? She had even thought that Ruan Cece would like a girl. She hadn't even thought that the person was Jiang Yu. That's Jiang Yu? Cece grew up calling her brother after her. Ruan Cece and Zhou Xianxian just watched her expression crack. The whole thing went into a trance. When Cece just said, it's not like he's my real brother. He's the neighbor's brother. Lu Chi, feeling like I need a reprieve. Until it was time to go back to class anyway. Jiang Yu was still surprised when he saw Lu Chi and asked, what happened to her? Ruan Cece, who was in the process of putting milk tea on his desktop, paused in her movements before looking at Jiang Yu. You really care about her. Jiang Yu hands of paper towels just handed Ruan Cece, sniffed helplessly looked at her, and not handed over, directly to the paper towels to her face, gently pressed a few times. This weather out can be a sweat. I just casually asked, how do you still count on it? The voice was helpless. The movement seemed casual, but the action of wiping Ruan Cece's sweat was light. Ruan Cece didn't mean to do it herself, so she tilted her face up and let Jiang Yu wipe her sweat, and muttered, I'm just saying it casually and you're still nervous? Lu Chi, who was already in a trance on the side, watched their natural movements and became even more trance-like. Is she part of their play? If Zhou Xianxian were there at this moment she would definitely nod her head and say, it's okay, I've done this loop too. On the contrary, it was Li Yu who was contentedly eating melon on the side. Only when the teacher came did Jiang Yu let go and let her wipe her own face. Also heard a side of Xinyang cheerfully said, you two feelings are really good. My brother is now in the 4th grade. I'm not willing to help him wipe his face. It is true that it is still a sister. Jiang Yu, along with Li Yu and Lu Chi, turned their heads to look at him. Shenyang? Why are you all staring at me? say something wrong? He asked cautiously. Chen Duo sat behind Xinyang, feeling that he had discovered something extraordinary. Just say it. Before, he said he wanted to go after Ruan Cece. His brother Yu has such an attitude. Now it's clear. Chen Duo reached out and fished Xinyang's neck. Listen to me. Don't think or talk nonsense. Xinyang? Alright. Students who are still messing around look over. Open your books. Teacher Tang on the podium smiled and said, Chen Duo, Xinyang, you two read me all the dialogues from Unit 3. Teacher, I can't speak English. Chen Duo's voice was filled with despair. Straight away, laughter came out of the otherwise dimly lit classroom. Speaking is all about reading out loud. Your teacher believes you can do it. Come on. Jiang Yu listened to the sound of the stumbling conversation between the coming two, but his gaze couldn't help but fall on the back of Ruan Cece's head. The old him wouldn't have done this kind of action in front of so many people. He always intentionally kept his distance from Ruan Cece, but not anymore. He's got a little mind of his own, and he wants the whole world to know that. He's not the same as Nguyen Cece. Love is selfish and possessive. Being the brotherly love that he is, he wants Ruan Cece to have a lot of friends around him. Even when he saw the suitors, he had a sense of, look at these boys, they've got a good eye. But still, it was different now, and there was something about him that wanted to hide the excellent and dazzling Ruan Cece, or, tagged as belonging to him. It was a very unfamiliar emotion, even for Jiang Yu, who had lived 2 lifetimes. It's also the first time I've felt it, so it's a little disconcerting. Luckily, it felt pretty good. Chapter 82, Am I blind? Aren't you guys being a little too blatant? Jiang Yu's a thoughtless move, so that many people began to finally remember a thing. In fact, although everyone is so-called Jiang Yu and Ruan Shishi is brother and sister, but the truth is they're not really siblings. So Lu Qi figured it out in one lesson. Li Yu never thought of them as siblings from the beginning, so he understood. Chen Duo also understand. Only Shen Yang, a victim who knew they were brother and sister since junior high school, could not understand a little. I just know that you and Ruan Cece are pretty close anyway, right? And it always feels like it's getting closer. It's hard to say. Look again. Jiang Yu knew that his little mind was somewhat useful for now. The life of a high school student is actually pretty boring, and probably the biggest difference in comparison to middle school is that you're busier than you were in middle school, especially since they're a major high school and studying is actually quite a role. No one who gets into their school has bad grades. Of course, there are also special students, like Lu Ji and Li Yu are sports specialists, and Chandler turned out to be an art student. Junior high school was on the basis of extra credit for art specialties. He'll probably be in the same class as Jiang Yu in the second year of high school, but Jiang Yu remembered that he didn't have this person in his class in his last life, because the first high school is a key high school. So that is the special student recruitment is not a lot. More degrees are reserved for students with good grades. There are just 2 specialty classes, physical education and art, music and dance. In fact, many schools also have special needs students who are not in separate classes, but the special students have to train and practice kind of with ordinary students or have a difference. So the first middle school is the sophomore year of high school when they are divided into classes. It's like Jiang Yu and their art students. When they reach their senior year of high school, many of them go directly to the art studio to close the study, and they don't have much time to go back to school. So the school felt that it would still have an impact on the average student, and that it would be better to separate them from the start. Of course this wasn't something Jiang Yu should be thinking about right now. All he knew was that his rebirth had still changed quite a bit, as evidenced by the fact that Nguyen Dai Tian inexplicably went in for a trip to this when they were kids earlier. There was no such thing in a previous life. The people around him have changed too. Before, they were just ordinary classmates with Chihan, but now they've become good friends. So the appearance of Shander, a classmate who didn't seem to be in their class before, seemed to make sense. Although Jiang Yu intended to study art, she didn't fall behind in her studies. After all, he has an exclusive little teacher. Evening study in the first grade is very quiet, but the teachers do allow you to pass notes, ask questions and whatnot, and of course you can go to the podium and ask the teacher sitting in the class. But let's just say that the teacher sitting at the podium was never idle. Nguyen Cece and the school committee of their class were considered to be the ones who received the most notes every day. It's been 3 days since school started, and at first there were people who weren't quite brave enough to pass notes to Ruan Cece to ask questions, because she didn't tag along during military training and didn't seem too approachable in person, especially since none of the boys' side were familiar with her. Naturally they were afraid to ask, but sometimes there are always people who have a desire to explore learning above all else. A boy dropped a note over. Nguyen Cece read and wrote him 3 solutions to the problem. At the end of the class the boy came to thank Ruan Shishi happily. Since then, Ruan Cece has received many notes every night. She took some of the difficult ones from which she would answer. Simple to just write a page number for people. Let them go over the textbook. It's cool, but it's also fascinating. Jiang Yu just sat behind her, propping up his face as he watched his exclusive little teacher coldly lowering his head to write answers for someone, a detailed notebook with clear handwriting in his hand. Well, this is Ruan Cici's notebook, but it's Ruan Cici's for Jiang Yu. Ruan Cici didn't even need to be this detailed to take notes herself. After all, she was smart. This one note is way more detailed than anything the teacher said. It's just that it's Jiang Yu's alone. He didn't care when he was in junior high school. Someone asked him to borrow his notes, and he said yes at that time, and it turned out that Ruan Cici knew about it later. Sad to cry. The kind of tears that literally fall instantly. It scared the hell out of Jiang Yu. Since then, Jiang Yu would copy Ruan Cici's notes once every time, so that he could just review them himself, and if someone came to borrow them, he would lend out the one he had copied. But in the end, every time at the end of the semester, the notes Jiang Yu copied would end up being taken away by Ruan Cici. It's like they have some weird note exchange ritual. Jiang Yu didn't hold back a laugh at the thought. Pull out a note yourself. Scribbling on it, he then dropped it onto Ruan Cici's desk, who had finally finished returning the note. Seriously, Ruan Cici was angry at this point. Let's just say she's not a particularly helpful person, and she doesn't even bother to talk to people. But Jiang Yu is sitting right behind her, so even if you don't like it, you'll just have to force yourself to reply one by one. It's so hard to get back to the end. Why is there another one? Looking at the note that had just been dropped on the table, Ruan Cici's face was cold before opening. Amo angry, amo angry, amo angry, amo angry. Ruan Cici's eyebrows curved as she opened the door. It's your brother. Jiang Yu's handwriting Ruan Cici could be too familiar. Other than that, Jiang Yu's grades are good or not, but his handwriting is very good. In the beginning, Suyin had stared at him every day as he wrote word posters, so Ruan Cici was the one who saw at a glance that it was Jiang Yu's writing. It reads, "School bully, want to have a snack tonight?" Nguyen Cici looked behind her with a slight sideways glance. Jiang Yu was smiling at her. Nguyen Cici smiled back, the corners of her mouth turning up nicely. She turned back around and wrote something on it, backhanding the note in his hand. He placed it on Jiang Yu's desktop. Jiang Yu looked at that hand and deliberately reached for the note before she withdrew her hand, so that it directly touched her hand. Ruan Cici's movement to retract her hand paused for a moment, and Jiang Yu thought that she had discovered it and was shy. It turns out that people aren't, and they really don't take their hands back, only to see her directly extend an index finger and gently hook it. Jiang Yu froze for a moment, then smiled, reached out and gently pulled her index finger, then took out a candy from his other hand, pulled her palm open and stuffed it in. Nguyen Cici was a little disgruntled and held his fingers as he put the candy away and didn't take it back. Li Yu on the side, am I blind? Aren't you guys being a little too blatant? In fact, these small actions may add up to a couple dozen seconds. No one but Li Fable probably noticed, but Li Yu still wants to say, my life is also my life. When is dog abuse considered illegal? I want to sue them. Really? Chapter 83, then can you consider liking me a little? No one cared about what was in Li Yu's heart. Jiang Yu opened the note after retrieving his hand. It read, what do you want to eat? I'll go back and make it for you. Jiang Yu laughed outright. He actually thought that Ruan Cici would be hungry, mainly because they stepped on a really bad stall when they went to the cafeteria for dinner in the evening, so no one was very full, although Ruan Cici looked thin, but this might be due to her physique. Anyway, she didn't specifically go on a diet or anything. Even meal sizes may be a bit larger than the average girl, because she is usually too tired to study. In fact, studying consumes a lot of especially easy to be hungry. Jiang Yu did not return the note again, thinking that in a while, he would simply go to the nearby food court to take a look. I've heard there are a couple of stalls over there that are pretty good. Shihan and the others went to eat. Normally, Mr. Su and Dr. Zhang were not allowed to eat these, but tonight they were not expected to come back so early. Jiang Yu was going to take Ruan Cici to check it out. What kind of person doesn't like junk food, right? The quiet classroom instantly came alive when the bell rang. And no one cares that the sitting teacher isn't out yet. The teacher was still talking to someone and just looked at them and left them alone. Shen Yang and Shen Duo, they asked, is you going with us? Jiang Yu shook his head. No, you guys go. I'll wait for Ruan Xiaoxi. Okay. Several boys pushed and bumped to go out. Ruan Cici was still doing the math, so naturally she heard Jiang Yu's voice, but there was no turning back. She had just heard it. Jiang Yu said he was waiting for her. Jiang Yu wasn't a very patient person, but he was very patient when it came to waiting for Ruan Cici. He wasn't idle while Ruan Cici was working on the problem, holding a pen and sketching something on the drawing paper. Lu Qi greeted them as he walked away. Let's go 1111 you brother. Then he saw that Jiang Yu was drawing the side of Ruan Cici's face. He casually waved his hand at Lu Qi. Then the pen in his hand did not stop. Lu Qi, known, Cici likes you. You is different to Cici. So there is still a need to have the process of pursuing? She couldn't figure it out and felt like her brain was bad for the rest of the day. At this point, he glanced at the two men lustfully, but finally walked away. One after another, a number of students left. Ruan Sisi finally figured out the answer and turned her head happily. I'm done, let's go back. Then instead of seeing Jiang Yu's face, he saw a piece of paper he held up with a sketch of a girl's side face. Ruan Sisi froze for a moment and reached for the piece of paper. This is me. The tone brought surprise and laughter. When the paper was removed, Jiang Yu saw her face and could see the smile on her face, and couldn't help but laugh and say, yeah, if you don't turn around, I'm going to lose my hand. Ruan Sisi hugged the piece of paper happily. This is the first time you've drawn me. It seems like she doesn't know much about painting and drawing, so she can't say whether Jiang Yu's painting is good or not, but she can tell if it's like it or not. Jiang Yu said without thinking, it's not the first time I've drawn. Ruan Sisi looked up at him, her eyes shining. You even drew me? Ha! Jiang Yu didn't deny it. Painted it. I've drawn quite a few more. I just haven't shown them to Ruan Sisi. How it works is that everyone has a casual habit of drawing things. In his last life, Jiang Yu had enjoyed drawing all kinds of sheep. Well, just sheep, on the fly. But in this life when he noticed it himself he realized that he always used to draw Ruan Sisi, from childhood to adulthood, front and side faces, and the occasional cue drawing. But all these manuscripts are just rarely shown to Ruan Sisi. At that moment he reached out to take away the drawing. Well, pack it back up. But Ruan Sisi carefully dodged Jiang Yu's hand and clipped the picture into her book. If you give it to me, it's mine. She smiled a little smugly, and winked at Jiang Yu. You've been drawing me for so long. Think of it as a collected fee, and a self-affirming nod after that. Fair enough. Directly let Jiang Yu laughed. Can Ruan Sisi has also let you talk to me on the cost? Although he said that, Jiang Yu had no intention of reaching out for the painting again. Ruan Sisi also beautifully put away. Just collect so well. This is Jiang Yu's drawing of her. Jiang Yu watched her pack her school bag, reached out and naturally helped her pick it up. Ruan Sisi felt that there seemed to be something wrong with Jiang Yu today, giving her the painting, although he grabbed it himself. But in Ruan Sisi's case it was Jiang Yu who gave it to her, and helping her with her school bag. Well, a little tender. Jiang Yu carried his own school bag and held Ruan Sisi's in his hand as he headed out. Let's go. Tonight you'll take you to the food court. Ruan Sisi followed, pulling on the strap of his school bag just like before. Ansu won't let us eat, so we're going in secret and not telling her, Jiang Yu said with a smile. Since it was rather late, there weren't many people in the hallway. Jiang Yu felt the strength of her tugging on the strap of her school bag, not too lightly. As he descended the stairs Jiang heard Ruan Sisi ask, why did you secretly draw me before? Jiang Yu let out a sigh. How can painting be called sneaking? He turned his head to look at Ruan Sisi. His brows and eyes were tinged with a smile. Because you're good looking. So draw you. The lights in the stairwell are sound activated, or the dim kind. At this moment it fell on Jiang Yu's face. It was a face that made Ruan Sisi's heart flutter because of the gentleness on his face no matter how many times she saw it. Nguyen Sisi heard her heartbeat. Loud. As loud as if it could keep the sound activated lights on. But the voice activated lights are still dark. Jiang Yu let out a sigh. Complimenting you, how come you suddenly stopped talking? The voice activated light lit up again, and Jiang Yu saw her reddened face. This made Jiang Yu freeze. Why are you still blushing? Isn't it recognized that Nguyen Sisi is good looking? There were so many compliments on her good looks. It wasn't as if she blushed like that just because of one of her own compliments, was it? At this moment, Ruan Sisi stood on a step higher than Jiang Yu, and she looked at the way Jiang Yu slightly raised his head to look at her. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I'm good looking? Do you think I'm good looking too? Yeah, you've always looked good. Didn't I compliment you? Jiang Yu asked strangely. I didn't expect Ruan Sisi to seriously analyze. You also think I'm good looking. You said before that you like good looking, so can you consider liking me a bit? The straight ball came in off guard. Jiang Yu felt as if his face was starting to heat up as well. They couldn't just blush face to face in the stairwell, could they? Chapter 84, After I don't have the status of a brother. I'm just a boy and I like you too. Jiang Yu's freeze could be 1 second, 2 seconds or 3 seconds, but it really wasn't that long. He smiled, and it was a smile that Ruan Sisi felt counted as strange. Jiang Yu's smile has always been in no shape, either careless, or the kind of warm and gentle. That is, Lucci, they said, have not seen Jiang Yu angry over the kind of gentle smile. But this smile, how should I put it, gave Ruan Sisi a. He seemed to sigh with relief at the sentiment. Then she heard Jiang Yu say, yeah, I like you, not this kind of like. Ruan Sisi's eyes first lit up, then thinking of Jiang Yu's kind of attitude of treating her like a brat every time, she got a little anxious. As he was about to correct it, there was a sound of footsteps coming from above them and the voices of a couple of boys. Hurry up and get going. Still have to go to the night market. You watch out for pouncing. Off. The voices of a few boys were playful and flirtatious. They must have just gotten out of class as well. The atmosphere that had been like a movie in slow motion was just broken. Ruan Cece's eyes flashed with chagrin, and Jiang Yu saw the expression on her face. Smiled. Let's go. As we were talking, the boys came running down. There were also boys from the former first middle school who had played with Jiang Yu and the others who greeted them with smiles. Hey, you. Hey Ruan Cece. Going home? Hi. Going home. Jiang Yu smiled and waved to them. The boys said goodbye and ran down the stairs, completely unaware of what he had just interrupted. He also didn't notice that Ruan Cece wanted to knife them. Eyes were undisguised. They didn't notice, but Jiang Yu did, and after noticing her eyes, just as the voice-activated lights dimmed, Jiang Yu reached out and pulled her wrist. Let's go. Let's go eat. When Cece was brought back to her senses by the warm handshake, along with Jiang Yu's voice, the sound-activated lights also lit up. Ruan Cece was pulled forward by Jiang Yu's wrist, still unwilling to give up the topic she just talked about. The liking I'm talking about isn't this kind of liking, Jiang Yu hummed and asked rhetorically. So which kind of like? It's the kind of liking that boys have for girls. Ruan Cece looked like she was in a bit of a hurry and backhanded Jiang Yu's hand herself. Unlike Jiang Yu's action of reaching out and pulling her wrist, she was directly pulling on Jiang Yu's palm, quickly jumping down the stairs, side by side with him, her hand slightly exerting the same force as if she had taken Jiang Yu's arm. The upper half of his body was basically leaning on Jiang Yu's arm. Jiang Yu followed her intensity and met her beautiful fawn eyes. Ruan Cece's eyes would always give off a feeling of pure innocence if she just looked at you. Only at this time the emotions in his eyes were anxious and at a loss for words. It's the kind of liking that boys have when they like girls, not the kind of liking that a brother has when he likes his sister. Her tone was urgent. Actually, it should be more than just the tone of voice that's urgent. It's the whole person. They had forgotten that there was surveillance over here and how ambiguous this close position of the two of them was at this moment. By now they were out of the stairs and standing in the hallway on the first floor. Ruan Cece just looked at Jiang Yu. She was ready to be told off by Jiang Yu, but Jiang Yu said, I know, but do you know what's different between your two likes, Ruan Xiaoxi? He looked at Ruan Cece. Ruan Cece's world was small. As far as he knew, it contained their family, maybe a few more friends, and possibly even those friends couldn't get in. And in this world, Jiang Yu is probably the most unique. Jiang Yu knew all of this. It was as if Ruan Cece was different in his heart as well. The goal of trying so hard to teach her the right way of looking at things from the beginning was clear. To change the way she ended up in her last life, just to save her life. Then it felt like family and friends and very close people, to the point where I now realize that I feel differently about her. In words it's just a few short sentences. It's as if Chihan doesn't understand where there's such a tangle in liking just to like. That's because Chihan didn't know that Ruan Cece was Jiang Yu's nightmare for a long time. Even if he did see the color in his last life, he was later made to feel nothing at all by the blood all over the bed. Sick girl. It's pretty cool to look at, but if you really encounter it, it could cost you your life. Liking Ruan Cece in this situation was not easy for Jiang Yu, so he was cautious and a little abrasive. In this life, Ruan Cece couldn't be considered a sickly girl, right? After all, she didn't have any major problems except for a little bit of a pet peeve that liked to feel her way into her room. At least you won't try to hide yourself away like you did in your last life, right? So Jiang Yu still wanted to try. How bold is a man? How beautiful is his wife, Bushi? At this moment, Jiang Yu looked at Ruan Cece seriously. When did you start liking me? Can you tell which kind of favorite you are? How can you be sure that your liking me isn't the kind of liking a sister has for her brother? Ruan Cece's eyes flashed blankly. I just like you all. Whether it's a sister liking her brother, or a girl liking a boy, I like you all. Jiang Yu, it's over. The heart is half cold. But he still patiently said, but Cece, let's be fair. You're the one who said that me liking you can't be a brother liking his sister's liking. It's a boy liking a girl's liking. So if you're the same, you need to differentiate and make sure that you're liking me as a girl liking a boy's kind of liking. Do you know what I mean? It's like I'm your brother and I'll always like you. After I don't have my brother status, I'm just a boy and I like you too. I'm clearly and definitely sure of my feelings, and I hope you are too. Jiang Yu said this in a gentle tone, the same tone as every time he reasoned with Ruan Cece in the past. Many people probably won't like to be reasoned with and find it too annoying. If it was another person, Ruan Cece wouldn't like it either. But this person is Jiang Yu, and she does like it. This was also the only time she had ever heard Jiang Yu reasoning with feelings of annoyance and panic, because she can't say what she likes as firmly as Jiang Yu at this time. She just knows that there won't be any other boys in her world except Jiang Yu. It's that if people must fall in love, she will only choose Jiang Yu. Other boys she wouldn't even consider. But is this really the equal like Jiang Yu said? Jiang Yu's statement sounds the same as what she said before. Whether it's a brother or a boy, she'll only like Jiang Yu. That statement sounds the same. In fact it is not. Jiang Yu can distinguish between what he is and what he likes. but Ruan Cc. She found herself unable to tell the difference. Chapter 85 is a bit soft. Ruan Cc's knowledge of feelings before she was picked back up by Suin and the others was very scarce. It's loathing, hatred as well as depression and disappointment. Later all her normal emotions including love were taught by Suin and Jianyu little by little. So at this moment, the way she was blankly looking at Jianyu made him sigh. He reached out and covered Ruan Cec's eyes. Alright, take your time to think it through. We still have a lot of time. A lot of things don't need to be rushed to be done in one day. In fact, this sentence is just no chance. Otherwise Jianyu still want to say to Ruan Cc in his last life. There's really no need to drug him. Just that appearance and that emotional intelligence of Ruan Cc in his last life, and the extent to which they hit it off. Sooner or later, Ruan Cc will have to fish Jianyu into a warped mouth, won't she? And drugged? It's really not necessary. However, what he didn't get a chance to say to her in his last life, he kind of did in this one. Ruan Cec's eyes were covered and her lashes blinked as she swept them across his palm. So, then do you still like me when I'm thinking about it? Like, always like you. Jianyu's voice was gentle. Even though Ruan Cc couldn't see his expression, but he knew that his expression must be gentle as well. The corners of her taut mouth rose a little. So what if I can't tell the difference? Then I will teach you. Jianyu said, just like before. Teach you to like someone, teach you to like life, teach you how to get along with people. Jianyu's voice was firm. It turned out that without realizing it he had also taught Ruan Cc a lot of things. I used to think raising kids was a pain in the ass, and I still do. But Ruan Cc doesn't seem to have been raised very badly by him. So, are we boyfriend and girlfriend now? Ruan Cec's voice sounded quite excited. Jianyu? He laughed outright in exasperation and reached up to pinch her little face, releasing the hand covering her eyes as well. People are hitting the snakes. You're just plopping right on top, aren't you? Ruan Cec's cheeks were torn out of shape, but she still persistently spat out a sentence from her small mouth. You've said you like me, but not now. Jianyu loosened his grip, his tone serious. Not until you're separated. He reached out and touched Ruan Cec's pinched red face. I don't want to get to the end where you realize that in fact, your liking isn't the kind you thought it was, and looking back later, you'll feel disgusted that your own first love was with Jianyu. If this kind of liking was actually a misunderstanding by Ruan Cc, she was disgusted that she was a younger sister liking her older brother. So in the future when she really understands what liking is, she might feel disgusted that her first love was Jianyu. Once again, Jianyu wished Ruan Cc well. Either way it's over the top. She had probably suffered more in her last life than in this one, and Jianyu in her last life couldn't change anything. She's also had many years of hard times in this life. When Jianyu told Ruan Cc that all her days would be smooth and sweet in the future, the words remained what he wished for now. It's not disgusting. I won't. Ruan Cc hugged Jianyu's hand and wouldn't let go. This is very scummy of you to say you like me and not be with me. Jianyu rolled his eyes and dragged her forward. You let go of me and shut up. If I'm a real scumbag, just don't be human. Jianyu didn't say the latter sentence because he felt that as long as he dared to say it, Ruan Cc would ask him how he didn't behave. This is something that Ruan Cc really did. That's why Jianyu didn't say anything. Wen Cc was still trying to dilly-dally and tangle when a flashlight shone in the distance and she let go quickly. Sure enough, Director Chu's voice came from over there. Who's there? Along with the voices, the people came closer and closer. Jianyu and Ruan Cc pulled back a bit, and both called out to Director Zhu as a matter of course. Director Zhu approached and was relieved to see it was them. Jianyu and Cc, why haven't you gone back yet? Just finished my paper, now I'm going back. Director, Jianyu said with a smile. Director Zhu nodded without much thought. Hurry back. They both answered and headed for the school's entrance, one after the other. Director Zhu felt that something was wrong. Had the two of them just gotten a little too close? But it's brother and sister. Maybe they're taking something? Jianyu was actually still a bit nervous. After all, Ruan Cc had just plastered herself. He took a few steps and turned his head to look. Director Zhu had already started to walk forward and wasn't paying attention to them. Ruan Cc noticed Jianyu's movements and followed him as he turned his head to look over. Then he laughed. What are you so nervous about? Director Zhu only catches early love, not siblings. After saying that she suddenly stopped, Jianyu just looked at her and felt her come closer. Jianyu, if you really like me, how come you're still willing to treat me as your sister? Isn't liking always about wanting to possess? Ruan Cc just looked at Jianyu with a smile on her face. If I liked it so much and so much that I'd be angry if you looked at someone else even one more time. Jianyu looked at her with his eyelids hanging down. Wait, but you've been angry since you were a kid when I took one more look at someone else and you were less than 10 years old at that time. So don't try to brainwash him, thanks. The smile on Ruan Cec's face stiffened for a moment. Then she justified herself by saying, so what, right? Doesn't that mean I started liking you at a very young age? JY, if you say so, what can I say? Pull back you. Don't poo on me. You just grew up possessive. Jiang Yu doesn't fall for it and directly pushes her little face away. When CC, grunt face. JPG. Jiang Yu walked forward at a slow pace and had to wait for her. She waited for her to finally follow before continuing on to the school's entrance. At this point in time, there aren't too many students left. Jiang Yu counted in his heart, and sure enough, soon Wan Cici had opened her mouth. So you said you're going to teach me what it means for a boy to like a girl? When will you start? Jiang Yu turned his head to look at her and held out his hand to her. Now, Wen Cici looked at his outstretched palm, clean and much bigger than hers. From a young age, Jiang Yu was more accustomed to reaching out and pulling her wrist, like this hand-holding time was really rare. So at this moment, Wan Cici froze for a moment, then quickly reached out and clasped her fingers with Jiang Yu. Well, read, that's what they say, 10 fingers are closest. Jiang Yu didn't shake her off, but just said, holding hands, would it feel wrong? Wen Cici looked like she was seriously thinking back, then nodded her head. Jiang Yu, row, half cool again. Then before he could say anything, the man who had just nodded violently pressed the hand he was holding with her toward his chest. Jiang Yu didn't have the slightest defense. So, it's a little soft. Chapter 86, what is the innate titillating holy body? Wan Cici is. Jiang Yu's hand was pressed against her chest. Wen Cixi's voice was serious. Something's wrong. My heart is beating fast. Jiang Yu, no, you're not. My heart is beating fast too. Jiang Yu also felt his face heat up. He looked at Wan Cici's innocent face, his own hand pressed against her chest, and the way she was staring straight into his eyes. Jiang Yu sucked in a breath. No, you this, just talk, don't make a move. Jiang Yu thought to himself, if this is the organization to give him a test, then he can only say that he cannot afford to experience any test. Jiang Yu was about to withdraw his hand as he spoke, but Wan Cici seemed to have discovered his intentions, holding his hand in a death grip and not letting go, but took his hand off his chest. Why are you so shy? You're blushing, Jiang Yu. JY, new skin. Still pretty thin-skinned. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth a little. That's something for a brother to say to you as an older brother. You're at a disadvantage to yourself with this behavior. Don't ever do that again. This little girl has no sense at all, does she? Wan Cici's face showed a surprised expression. You, still 2 roles switching off? She added in a small voice. You play so fancy. What is the innate titillating holy body? Wan Cici is. It's always a shocking statement, and you can't find anything to say in rebuttal. In the end, Jiang Yu dryly used the excuse of having to ride a bike, then finally let her loose. The two still didn't make it to the food court because it wasn't open today when the city police came, so they are going straight back. On the way back, Wan Cici still didn't resist reaching out and hugging Jiang Yu's waist. Her voice was small but much more serious. You let me think about what I like. It won't be long, but I feel like I really like you, Jiang Yu. She hasn't liked anyone. No, she had probably liked Chun Hui, and Su Yin, and Jiang Yu. Well, sort of liked Uncle Jiang? Uncle Jiang doesn't count. Uncle Jiang is the one she feels respect for. Wan Cici had originally thought of Mo to muddle through. Jiang Yu had always been tolerant of her, but Jiang Yu spoke seriously and looked at her with a gentle expression. Suddenly she couldn't let go of it. It wasn't just her first love. It was also Jiang Yu's first love, wasn't it? So she has to think it over. Even though no matter what, the result is that Jiang Yu can only be hers. Smile. JPG. Jiang Yu looked at her hands holding her waist. His eyes were gentle. Well, okay, but before that, can you not take advantage of me? Then I felt her hug a little tighter. No, I want a hug. Wan Cici, you're so. Even while I'm thinking about it, you can only like mine, and rounding up your mine. Wen Cici sounded justified and hugged tighter. JY, rounding up is good. Next time it's better not to. But surprisingly he felt happy too. Jiang Yu sighed as if he didn't care anymore about the strength of her hold. The summer wind felt warm on my face, and the original cyclist was more or less annoyed. But at this moment, Jiang Yu felt that his heartbeat and his heart were shaken by the wind, and then had a mind of his own as much as posting up to the one behind him. It's obviously your own heart, but it doesn't belong to you anymore. All the favorites at this age seem to dissipate in the wind. The shadow of the bike on the ground could be seen as two sticking together, so intimate yet so natural. The shadows of the trees become accents, and the moon and stars become bystanders to this secretive and tender relationship. They secretly scattered gentle light, gently enveloping the ambiguous budding emotions. This age of feelings cannot afford to go through too much wind and frost, so do not be afraid, do not be too anxious, slowly grow it. One day it will become a tree that will gather the people you want to care for in your arms. It's a good thing they didn't go to the food court, because by the time they arrived home, Suyin had already gone home and made them some sugar water. You guys are back? The meeting was originally said to be tonight, but it was changed to tomorrow. Hey, why is little fish's face so red? Tired from biking? Jiang Yu somewhat unnaturally swept a glance at Ruan Shishi. This person just did more than just hug Ah, but also touched his waist and abdomen a few times. Little rascal. But that can't be said. Right, Jiang Yu. Oh, bicycle heat. Suyin didn't think much of it and glanced at the smiling Ruan Cici. Cici is in a good mood today. Ha, alright, wash your hands, I've cooked sugar water. It's been hard studying. Jiang Yu watched Suyin turn around and go into the kitchen, and gave Ruan Cici a warning glance. When Cici smiled wider and wider at him. Jiang Yu didn't hold back her anger and laughed. You guys come over and wash your hands and drink some sugar water. Suyin called out again before the two withdrew their gaze from each other and walked over. After eating the sugar water, Ruan Cici had to clean up, being driven by Suyin to take a bath and rest. Tired enough of classes day after day. Go to bed. Suyin also glanced at Jiang Yu. Little fish is not allowed to play with the computer. Go to bed early. Jiang Yu answered sheepishly. Once before in the middle of the night Suyin found him drawing a picture. Nope. It was finding the light on in his room and realizing he was on the computer and thinking he was playing a game. No, it's not. It's Jiang Yu who's trying to make money. All that money from the previous finders is pretty much spent. Ended up not using those guys. Heartbreaker. As for why Jiang Yu didn't ask them for the money back, it's inappropriate. Not to mention whether or not people are willing in their hearts to give it back. Anyway, if you ask, you'll have a lot more trouble trying to find someone later. Money can be made again. Anyway, now his charts are selling for a higher price than before. It's kind of a small fortune, and you'll earn it back soon enough. He's saving up to prepare a birthday surprise for Ruan Cici. If she liked herself, it would be his confession ceremony. If she doesn't like herself, it's a gift from a brother to a sister. What Jiang Yu had said. He loved Ruan Cici no matter which identity he was in. What everyone else has, she has. No one else does. But if she wants to, Jiang Yu can make an effort. Even if he is essentially a salted fish. Ruan Cici had originally thought of feeling her way into Jiang Yu's room tonight. But Suyin was supposed to be waiting for Jiang Weiman today, and sat in the living room all night. In the end, Ruan Cici could only touch out her cell phone and send a message to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu had just sold the latest figure when he saw the message. The mood is good. He tapped on Ruan Cici's message. I wanted to go in there and get in touch with you, but Auntie is in the living room. Jiang Yu. He looked at the message and slowly replied back. Do you have some misconception about cultivating relationships? Chapter 87. I'm only flirting with you. Don't worry, it all belongs to you. A video call was sent directly from Ruan Cici's side. Seriously, the two of you are separated by a wall. If usually also Jiang Yu are lazy to take care of her, think she is not sleeping in the middle of the night, why? But it seems like people become different with a change of heart. For example, the current Jiang Yu's first reaction to seeing this dialed video call was to hook his lips. Just, kinda happy. The second step is to connect there. There revealed a snow-white delicate face, small mouth, slightly open mouth is. I did not misunderstand. According to your logic tonight, holding hands, hugging, sticking, kissing. If I'll do it again I still feel heartbeat acceleration. No other disgusting feeling. If you do it all over again I still feel the heartbeat accelerated. There is no other aversion to the feeling. Is not it can prove that I like you? If you don't say people are good students. This ability to learn by example. It's really strong, isn't it? But Jiang Yu at this time blocked speechless, silent for a moment, looking at the small face across the screen, slowly opened his mouth. So you mean to do it all tonight? Ruan Cici revealed a small expression of some surprise. Is it so urgent? Didn't you say you don't need to do it all in one day? But if that's what you think, I'm willing to cooperate. Jiang Yu laughed at her exasperation. Teasing me for fun? His own little mind being poked and prodded. Ruan Cici wasn't surprised at all. He just smiled and hooked his lips. Being found out. Fun. You're easier to blush than I am. It's a declarative sentence. Jiang Yu looked at her smug little expression and said, you wait for me. With that, he hung up the video. Ruan Cici on the other side? Angry? Why did you hang up? She blinked. Is it true that boys don't like to be told to blush? Ruan Cici stood up with the intention of going to apologize when she heard the sound of talking outside the door. You're still awake? Suyin asked. Jiang Yu's voice was closer. Take something to Ruan Xiaoxi. At this moment, Jiang Yu was carrying that gourd doll that Ruan Cici had left on his bed. Suyin saw it too. She was aware of the fact that Ruan Cici hadn't been very secure about having to sleep in a pile of dolls. At this point, he also just nodded. Then you and Cici both go to bed early. With that, he stood up and ripped a mask off his face. Scared Jiang Yu a jump. Originally the distance is not close. Coupled with that mask paper is very thin. Jiang Yu simply do not know his mother in the masket. So a little directly let him think that it is tearing something. At this time cannot help but spit. Mom, you saw my father just entered the door, shall not be scared to death. Suyin ignored him. You think your father is you. he is not as timid as you are. I'm going in. I'm going in. You go to bed early. Jang Yu just watched their teacher Su turn around and enter the room. He happened to be looking for someone to settle the score himself, and Jang Yu just turned around to knock on the door. Instead, he saw that the door in front of him had opened on its own, revealing a pair of large eyes staring straight at him. Jang Yu, the effect. He was a little amused. What? Not giving in? He held up the gourd pillow he was carrying in one hand and shook it. You don't want this one either? Then the door in front of him was opened, and Wan Cece's entire face was revealed. I'm not the one who's not letting in, he said and reached for his pillow and buried his little face in it. Well, it's true that I haven't stayed long enough for there to be much flavor belonging to Jang Yu up here. Wan Cece's heart was disappointed, but from Jang Yu's point of view, her little action of hugging the pillow and burying her little face up there was adorable. It's very much like the one the little kitten has when she rubs up against her mommy cat. Well, looking at it this way, there Wan Xiao she is still a child. Jang Yu had almost forgotten what he was coming over for. Reaching out, he rubbed her head. Well, go to bed early. Wan Cece froze for a moment. You just came to tell me to go to bed early? Not coming in? Not going to clean me up? Jang Yu laughed. He slightly lowered his head to meet Wan Shishi's eyes. If it was my brother I would have just gone in. But aren't you going to talk about the way normal boys and girls get along? Then I shouldn't go in at this point in time. Well, I just came to say goodnight to you. Jang Yu's voice was gentle. Good night, Wan Xiaoxi. Wan Cece just couldn't stand the way Jang Yu was being gentle. If you say that Wan Cece's pretty and innocent look could charm Jang Yu into a retard, then Jang Yu's gentle and doting look can also charm Wan Cece into a retard, which at this point is. Her face was surprisingly red, but it didn't affect Wan Cece's thinking. Good night, but doesn't good night come with a good night kiss? After saying that, he also looked at Jang Yu with expectation in his eyes. After all, Aunt Su had gone back to her room, and she was still bold. Jang Yu let out a sigh. Little friend Wan Xiaoxi, there's no goodnight kiss between a normal man and woman. Ha, but aren't there boyfriends and girlfriends? She said defiantly. Jang Yu looked at her this little expression. The original like a person. Is how to look at her feel good looking and cute but Jang Yu still shook his head. No, it's not boyfriend and girlfriend yet. But then he softened as he watched her lose it. And, ahem, he was actually expecting a goodnight kiss, wasn't he? Jang Yu hooked his index finger at her. Sure enough, Wan Cece came over a little higher. Jang Yu reached out and gently covered her forehead, moving himself over and kissing the back of his hand. They were separated by Jang Yu's palm, and the kiss was landing on Wan Cece's forehead position. Obviously it didn't fall directly on her forehead, but it gave Wan Cece the impression that the kiss fell directly on her heart. It was over her heart started to beat fast again. This one actually moves pretty quickly. Jang Yu quickly left also loosened his hand, lowered his eyes to look at her, his voice with a smile. Wan Xiaoxi, this is what we call the ambiguous period. I've seen a lot of people say before that the ambiguous period is what's most unforgettable. I haven't tried it, but I feel like we can give it a try. Meeting her dazed eyes, Jang Yu said seriously, I'm only flirting with you. Don't worry, it all belongs to you. A little smile slowly bloomed in Wan Cece's eyes, and then this smile began to spread in those large eyes. Her whole smiling face was bright and beautiful. What to do? Jang Yu, my heart is beating fast. I seem to be able to understand what you say is different. It turns out that liking and liking are really different. Gwen she is a good student. She learns everything quickly. Jang Yu believes that she learns to like quickly as well. For example, now she whispered with a little red face, so tomorrow night, can you kiss the back of my hand? Jang Yu looked at that face as if he heard himself softly. Okay, tomorrow I'll kiss the back of your hand. The girl's red-faced smile at him appeared in Jang Yu's dream that night. Chapter 88, No, not unless you kiss me. The dream was a proper dream. I just don't remember much about the specifics when I wake up. Just remember it was the two of them sitting at their desks working on their papers as usual. The curtains were undrawn and the light coming in from outside was a little too glittery for their eyes. Wan Cece spoke up. Is it okay if brother pulls the curtains? At this point she was working on the last question, so she didn't look up even as she spoke. Jang Yu, however, said, No, unless you give me a kiss. The girl who was originally writing a paper with her head down slowly looked up at the words and suddenly flew over. Anyway, when Jang Yu woke up in the end, palm was covering her mouth. Jang Yu, well, it's a shot in the dark. So the next morning when he woke up for breakfast it was rare for Jang Yu to see Wan Cece a little unnatural. Wan Shishi slept quite well last night holding the pillow she had just taken back from Jang Yu's room. The whole person seems to be in good spirits. See, Jang Yu also sweetly called out, Brother, good morning. Jang Yu gave a lazy hum and reached out to gently pull her ponytail as usual. Jiang Yu pulling Ruan Shishi's ponytail was actually a movement. More like touching the ends of her hair with a slight bit of strength to tell her she was in. It's a habit I picked up as a kid. Earlier, Ruan Sisi had just been brought back and had always followed Jiang Yu even at school. But sometimes it's not about lining up for morning exercises or anything. Most of the time it's Ruan Sisi in front and Jiang Yu in the back. She kept turning her head to look back uncontrollably. The teacher said it several times to no avail. She just wanted to turn her head and look. Finally watching her stand there expressionless as the teacher said, Jiang Yu still had a soft heart. When we went back that day Jiang Yu said, don't keep turning your head to look at me. At that time, Ruan Sisi just hung her eyes and didn't say anything. Jiang Yu knew she wasn't saying yes. Simply sighed. Fine. You just want to make sure I'm in the back aren't you? He'd reached out to tug on his shirt, but it always felt like hooliganism. Finally he touched Ruan Sisi's ponytail and pulled gently, and Ruan Sisi's eyes lit up. The tiny human said happily, it's the first time you've been so active and willing to touch me. Brother. Jiang Yu at the time? Anyway, from the next day, it became Jiang Yu who was being talked about. The teacher told him to stop pulling the hair of his female classmates all the time. The teacher thought it was a naughty boy at that age. Jiang Yu thought to himself, I'm not just pulling the hair of female students. I don't have any strange hobbies. When you're that old, you just run into Ruan Sisi's hair all the time. Anyway, the two kept their little habit. As long as Jiang Yu gently tugged her ponytail from behind, feeling it directly from the strength, Ruan Sisi knew that the other party was Jiang Yu. It was a unique habit and understanding between them. Ruan Sisi, who was tugged on her ponytail a bit at this moment, just looked up and smiled at Jiang Yu. Jiang Weiman just happened to come out and saw Jiang Yu's actions. He didn't hold back and said, little fish, the back of my sister's head is injured. What are you pulling her for? Ruan Sisi's head was also stitched up a few times before, though it's nothing serious now. But Jiang Weiman still couldn't help but remind his son when he saw his movements. After the last time Ruan Daitian happened, Jiang Weiman cared more about Ruan Sisi. It's not that I didn't care before, but it was a care at a distance. It's different now. They're all adults. Seeing the cameras in Ruan Daitian's house, and based on all those experiences Suyin and Jiang Yu said Ruan Daitian had sought them out. Jiang Weiman, as long as he is not a cutie, could all see what Ruan Sisi was doing to provoke Ruan Daitian so impulsively. People's hearts are made of flesh, and he did worry about his wife and son bringing back a little girl before, but it's hard to say if this little girl can be raised. It's not that Jiang Weiman is cruel, it's because Ruan Daitian's family is sick. Nguyen is just cranky and irritable, and back in the day, Nguyen's mom was. She saved Jiang Weiman though, and was quite nice to the outside world, but at first, they didn't scold Chen Hui and Ruan Daitian at home, and they would even get physical. The genes of such a family and the fact that Nguyen Sisi was raised in that kind of family environment. Jiang Weiman had always admitted that he was selfish and that he wanted to protect his family more than anything else. You can't protect your own family let alone the rest. But he treated Ruan Sisi with nothing more than the defensiveness he should have, but hadn't objected to his wife and son's move to raise her either. It wasn't until after the Nguyen Dai Tien thing. Jiang Weiman felt that it was he who thought too badly of humanity. She was not quite like her father or grandmother, nor was she like her cowardly mother. Nguyen Sisi struggled to grow a different flower on her own in that environment. It took 8 or 9 years to go from distance to full acceptance. So at this time Jiang Weiman is really treating Ruan Sisi as his own daughter just like Suyin. I didn't expect that. Just after finishing, Jiang Yu gave a sigh of relief. Who is the sister? Suyin just happened to come out with their father and son's kanji, sniffing and about to smack him. Who else could it be if not Sisi? He said and glared at Jiang Yu. What's this kid doing? Jiang Yu just smiled, thinking that this is not my sister. Although they are all family, this role cannot be messed up. Although it was in my heart, I didn't dare to say it myself. His mom and dad's mixed doubles might be coming. Ruan Sisi glanced at Jiang Yu and opened her mouth at this time. Auntie, sit down and eat breakfast. Suyin was still chanting, little fish, why don't you know better? Sisi knows better than you. Jiang Weiman sat down and raised his eyebrows at Jiang Yu. See, it was said. Jiang Yu still had that jovial look. Ruan Sisi was in a good mood and hooked up the corners of her mouth. She just loved the feeling of Jiang Yu's family. It's cozy and comfortable. She used to hide behind the door and watch the family when she was a kid. Occasionally, only a little sound can be heard without the door open. The chickens are coming home to roost. But still, they're really happy. It's out of place with the whole neighborhood over there. As she was thinking about it, Jiang Yu gave her a donut. What are you thinking about? What are you thinking about? Hurry up and eat. You'll be late for class. Nguyen Sisi snapped back. Well, I'll eat quickly. Now she was part of that happiness. Thinking about it like that, Ruan Sisi is the happiest girl in the world. It was the only place where she could relax herself into thinking of herself as a little girl. Out of this door, she's just Ruan Sisi. But in here, she was the younger sister. Ruan Xiaoxi, Sisi. It's part of the Zhang family. When Jiang Yu took Ruan Cece out, he noticed that she seemed to be in a good mood. Right? What's on your mind? Laughing so hard? Chapter 89. Just enjoy my pursuit of you. But Ruan Cece just looked at him and then smiled and said, I won't tell you. After saying that, he also said, as if he were Sister Lin, brother won't blame me for having my own little secret, will he? There was still a hint of softness and innocence in his tone. Jiang Yu said, okay, Sister Ruan, let's go. Jiang Yu did not force her to say anything. Who does not have a little secret? And with Ruan Cece's appearance, there's no secret she can't hold back from telling him. Her character can't hide anything at all. Just as he was thinking that, the strap of his school bag was tugged behind him. The corners of Jiang Yu's mouth had just hooked up, but he realized that he was too happy too soon, because Nguyen Cece pulled on his book bag strap but said nothing. It was just a slight wiggle, following him as usual. The people in the neighborhood are familiar with them from all the years they've lived there. Some of the aunts who get up early to drop off their kids or go grocery shopping greet them with a smile when they see them go out. Going to school? Yeah, auntie dropping off the kids. Ha, auntie's back from grocery shopping so early? Uncle's going for a morning walk so early? Ruan Cece just watched Jiang Yu skillfully greet all the neighbors, and she just needed to pretend to be a mascot on the side. She realized that Jiang Yu was really good at interpersonal relations, not to mention anything else. It's like he carries a weird aura of just being able to get along with everyone. Junior high school was the same way. Not everyone liked him at first, but later on, Ruan Cece realized that everywhere he went, people would call him Brother Yu. It's really weird, but such Jiang Yu really attracted him too. A completely different life than hers. Jiang Yu walked over to the bike and saw her fidgeting and called out, not awake? Let's go. Nguyen Cece meaningfully let go of the small hand tugging at the strap of his book bag, her gaze sweeping over the pink car side by side with the blue bike. Do you want me to ride there by myself? Even though he asked, the look in his eyes was so close to plainly writing, don't leave me behind. Jiang Yu grunted and laughed, no need for you to ride. I'll give you a ride. He looked at the small expression on Ruan Cece's face and moved a little closer. To give you a normal feel of what it's like for a guy to court a girl and offer her love? His voice held a smile. I haven't tried either. I'll try to do a little better. Jiang Yu looked at the surprise on Ruan Cece's face. As I said before, what others want to have, little friend Ruan Xiaoxi wants to have as well. Just enjoy my pursuit of you before you think about it. Just enjoy my pursuit of you. It was a phrase that could again make Ruan Cece's heart flutter immensely. Just tell me your answer on your birthday. There is still more than a month. This more than a month is enough for you to think about it, right? Jiang Yu didn't let her finish. This time interrupted her with a smile. In fact, Jiang Yu also knew that if Ruan Cece might not need a month, a week would be almost enough. She was either very fond of her feelings or particularly fond of them. It shouldn't be particularly hard for Ruan Cece to sort out whether it's a brother or a man or woman for her. But Jiang Yu still wants to give more time for her to think about it, and more time for him to try to pursue her. Don't enjoy Ruan Cece's liking and kindness to him without doing anything just because this person is Jiang Yu. Nguyen Creek deserves all the best of everything. Jiang Yu didn't know if what he gave was considered the best, but it would be the best he could get out right now. The process of wooing is a way of letting her feel what she likes and giving her more time to think about it. After all, if she agreed to his pursuit, Jiang Yu thought, this is his. No chance of regret. Generally, people like him, who can do whatever they want, really recognize one thing, one person. Then that person can only be his. So although Jiang Yu was in a hurry, he was also patient. In the afternoon, the physical education class was with Zhou Xianxian and their class. So Jiang Yu watched Zhou Xianxian pull Ruan Cece and Lu Qi away. Ruan Cece was originally watching Jiang Yu play when he was pulled away, so he was also a bit disgruntled at this point. Frowning slightly, she looked at Zhou Xianxian. What for? Lu Qi said from the side. Cece is watching Jiang Yu play soccer. Lu Qi was now in a complicated mood but had accepted it. Let's just say it's at least Jiang Yu, right? Just, quite acceptable. After all, the two of them have always had a good relationship. If it was said that Ruan Cece liked another boy, there would be a sense of unreality. But knowing that the boy was Jiang Yu would give you a feeling that, sure enough, no, I thought of it. Haven't you always wondered how to let Jiang Yu know that you have a crush on him? Zhou Xianxian pulled the two to sit to the side. This side of the are not many people, just under the tree. Away from the crowd of noisy activities, it is very suitable for whispering. I went back last night to look through a lot of treasures. Love treasure? Lu Qi asked curiously. Zhou Xianxian waved her hand. Don't interrupt me, it's just a romance novel la. I'm telling you guys, I have an idea, but I already asked directly last night. Ruan Cece's tone was calm, but the words that came out made both Zhou Xianxian and Lu Qi freeze. What? What did you ask? Zhou Xuanxuan's eyes went wide. You directly asked him if he likes you? I asked if he could like me. Ruan Cece corrected. and then Jianyu said he liked me. Zhou Xianxian and Lu Qi. No, wait, just watered down together? Just like that casually? Lu Qi's voice was filled with incredulity. Just one person asking if they can like me? One person says I like you. Just casually? No, it's not casual. But it's really random. It's not like any of the romantic scenarios they expected. No, we are not together. Jianyu told me to distinguish whether my liking for him is a brother's liking or a liking between a man and a woman. And both girls' eyes lit up. After all, they would have been at an age where they were hazy about things like liking. If you don't, isn't there someone around here who does? So they were genuinely curious about how things were going to turn out. Nguyen Shishi, meeting their bright and curious and expectant gazes, she actually didn't really like sharing everything about Jianyu with anyone. This is Jianyu. But then again, Xianxian really seems to know a lot, she said hesitantly. Then Jianyu told me to think about it, tell him after my birthday, and gave me a kiss last night before I went to bed. If Jianyu heard that, he would definitely have a question mark on his face? No, although knowing that she was simply describing it, it seemed right, but it's easy to misunderstand when you say that. Sure enough, Zhou Xianxian and Lu Qi stared wide-eyed with dismay. Scum? Chapter 90, I should have said no. Jianyu is really good at teasing. Today's victim, Jianyu. At this point he was ignorant of the fact that he had already been victimized for his reputation. Ruan Cece was already starting to get upset when she heard them say scum in unison. Don't you guys talk about Jianyu like that. He's not. But Cece, you can't be so blind. He's telling you to separate while he's still kissing you. Isn't that scum? It's not like you guys are together. Zhou Xuanxuan's rare tone was a bit more serious. You're a girl. You have to protect yourself. This is hooliganism. Hesitation flashed across Nguyen Cece's face. Was it a trick? No wonder he pushed himself away every time he asked Jianyu for a kiss. But Lu Qi always feels not quite right. It's not quite like something Jianyu would do? Of course it doesn't exclude Jianyu, this person's human face and animal heart, but she still decided to ask clearly. He kissed you after he finished asking you to think about it? Not really. Ruan Shishi knew they were probably misunderstanding something. Although they don't really want to share the details with Jianyu, they are also considered to be in the circle of friends by Jianyu. Nguyen Cece considered it for a moment, but still forced herself to hold back her discomfort and probably retold the events of last night. In terms of not really being very detailed, but not as brief as just now either. But it's enough to prove that Jianyu is not a scumbag. Zhou Xianxian and Lu Qi revealed expressions that were hard to describe. Zhou Xianxian honestly said, Cece, just kidding, if you like this sitting at the village entrance for half a day, Jianyu's reputation can't be wanted. But it should be said not to say. Jianyu is really good at teasing kissing across the palm of the hand or something. My god, there's a picture. Lu Qi, however, objectively said, it's not quite right. Not to mention whether Cece would sit at the village entrance. Even if she did, I feel that she wouldn't chat with anyone. Zhou Xianxian thought about it for a while, as if it was so, and nodded pertinently. When Cece just watched them all laugh, though she didn't know what the punchline was. But still, he pulled a smile along with it. The mood doesn't seem to be all that bad. At this time, Jianyu had just finished playing, and the people who had just said they would bring water to themselves were pulled away. He sighed and followed Xinyang as they walked to the side, where Ruan Cece's water cup was still sitting. Before he could walk over, one of the girls in the class was passing by with a couple bottles of water for the boys who had just played. The boys smiled and said thank you. Then all took it. Jianyu's is the last bottle. The girl is their study committee. Yes, as before, Ruan Cece refused after Mr. Tang elected, as if the midterm results in their class ranked second. Then Ruan Cece almost, but also ranked in the city's top 10. A very clean girl, seems to be called Dai Keisai? At this time, Dai Keisai handed water to Jianyu. Compared to the other boys she handed to in front of her, she was obviously a lot more nervous. Jianyu, drink water. Jianyu froze for a moment and nodded with a smile. Thanks, but no, I have water. He pointed to the thermos cup that Ruan Cece had placed over there. Pink in color, with a large capacity, not really pretty, but practical. Since Jianyu had bought it, he wasn't going to admit that the cup was actually a bit ugly. When I first bought it before, Zhou Xianxian said how to buy such an ugly one. Jianyu's reason is simple. This cup is big, you don't have to go out for a day to get water. At that time, however, Ruan Cece said it was very pretty and liked it. Now Jianyu is thinking of buying her a new one. Right, if she does not have time to go to the fight to go to the water themselves. Well, mustn't that put you in your place as a suitor? Jianyu was about to walk around her to the side after rejecting Dai Keisai, but Daikos just froze for a moment. But isn't that Ruan Cece's water cup? Even though they're brother and sister, it's not good to drink from the same thermos, is it? And ice water is more comfortable in this weather, right? She said as she passed the mineral water she was holding back over. I guess they had been standing on their side for too long, and the boys who had already sat down and rested on the side noticed. One of the boys let out a laugh. "You took it, and you didn't want it? Our Kasai gave us all water, and only gave it to you last. That's a bit ambiguous. Why does it sound like the kind of thing that gives away all the boys who play basketball in order to give water to someone? And Jiang Yu because he refused, but Dai Kasi kept insisting on giving it. This certain person would be easy to latch on to Jiang Yu. At this point the boys were yo-yo-yo-yo-yo-yo-yo-yo-yo-yo-yo-yo-yo-yoing. Dax's face reddened, and she reached up a little helplessly and pushed her glasses up. Even the hand holding the water was shaking a little. Jiang Yu wasn't the type of nature that would watch a girl be embarrassed, but he was also probably able to see Dai Kasi's little heart. To say that it is like should not be, but maybe it is a little good feeling. It was impossible for him to take this water, but she should be a little embarrassed if he didn't. Jiang Yu sighed. This was putting him on the shelf. It was just at this time that Ruan Sisi and the girls came over. Jiang Yu could see the corners of Ruan Sisi's mouth pulling down. He waved his hand. Ruan Sisi, come here. Nguyen Sisi, collapsed kitty face, JPG, but came over anyway, and she had water in her hand as well. It's because of the delay for a while. There are people bringing water to Jiang Yu. Seeing Ruan Sisi come over, Shen Yang, who had been watching the show, let out a sigh. Everyone stop. If Ruan Sisi goes back and tells her family, what if brother Yu gets beaten up? Chen Duo, who was drinking water, almost choked and looked at Shen Yang, who had a happy face. Wasn't it this dude, or did he still think they were pure siblings? Jiang Yu took the water she bought from Ruan Sisi at this time, then took Dai Kasi's water and put it in Ruan Sisi's hand. Ruan Xiao, she will remember to transfer the money to the school committee in a while. Then he unscrewed the water that Ruan Sisi had bought and took a big gulp. Seriously thirsty he was. Daiko still blushed a bit awkwardly. Ruan Sisi had already looked at Dai Kasi with a cold face. I'll transfer it to you later. Dai Kasi quickly waved her hand. No, it's only a few dollars. Ruan Sisi, however, looked serious. Yes. Dai Kasi met her icy gaze, and the words of refusal that were originally on her lips somehow spun around into, that'll work too. It's kind of fun to watch and see what's going on here. There were also boys whispering. I now believe that what Zhongqi and Shenyang said is true. Ruan Shishi is really a brother controller. Wow, can my sister grow up to be like Ruan Sisi to control me? Are you a pervert? On the side, Chandler was like. On the other side with Ruan Sisi back, Lucci looked at this scene. I do not know if it is an illusion. Always feel Sisi body how seems to have a murderous aura? Not sure, then look again. Chapter 91, what's going on? Is this a wallop? Ruan Sisi really wasn't in a very good mood at the moment. Hands unconsciously rubbed his pants pockets. It wasn't like no one had ever shown favor to Jiang Yu before, but at that time, she just felt that Jiang Yu was hers, possessive, and also cold-faced and wanted to do something, but it was also within the controllable range. But now it feels a little different. Jiang Yu is hers. Jiang Yu admitted to like herself. It can only be hers. Why are there still girls coming up? Ruan Sisi's eyes, Lu Chi could feel the murderous aura even from a distance, let alone Dai Kasi, who was standing right in front of her. I don't know why she felt like she was going to break out in a cold sweat on such a hot day. So at this point, stuttering a bit, I said, I'll go first then. Then he turned and darted to his table. Jiang Yu drank half a bottle of water in one gulp when he saw that Dai Kasi had turned and ran away. He couldn't see Ruan Sisi's expression because her back was to him, but it didn't stop him from feeling her low air pressure anymore. Jiang Yu reached out and wrapped his hand around her shoulders. Just a very light movement quickly loosened. Intimacy a touch away from the kind. Well, go away. I'm going to wash my face. A moment to class. I did not pick up her water, but our class boys in the uproar, so I took it to you. You remember to transfer money to her. A moment to buy you good food. The teenager's voice lowered a bit, much like coaxing a child, and sort of explained. Strangely enough, Ruan Sisi's originally very upset mood seemed to be really calmed down a little by him. Her hand relaxed a bit and she looked sideways at him. The boys who just finished exercising can't avoid sweating with sweaty odor on their bodies. Jiang Yu didn't lean very close, but still didn't hold back from reaching out and lightly pulling her ponytail when she looked over. Okay, go. The bell rang. The feet just cannot still be strenuous exercise, Liu shouted over there. Come a few people over to help clean up the sports equipment. Jiang Yu glanced at a few boys who had walked past. Jiang Yu finished the rest of the water. I'm going to wash my hands and face. Nguyen Sisi let out an O to indicate that she had heard. Jiang Yu laughed a little, intending to go wash his face and come back to coax it. Every time Nguyen Xieshi saw a girl approaching her, she would get upset, but it's also very coaxing. Just as Jiang Yu went over to the other side to wash his hands and face, his mind was still thinking about what to buy for her to eat later. Cajoling is still necessary, even though you haven't done anything yourself. But since he was a child, Ruan Sisi has been horribly possessive of himself, and isn't he chasing after someone? He has to have a proper attitude. It was obvious that she could be coaxed with a word or two. Jiang Yu had no intention of making her angry, because he was so involved in his thoughts, he didn't realize that there was a small tail following behind him. Jiang Yu originally wanted to think of the playground next to wash a little. There is a row of faucets as for them to wash their hands and faces after exercise, but there are so many people now. So Jiang Yu turned his feet and headed over to the school nurse's office. The school nurse's office side is closer to the teacher's dormitory, and few people go there. There are also a couple of faucets. Sure enough, just turned over to the school nurse's office and there was no one in sight. Because of the small crowd, he heard footsteps behind him. Jiang Yu turned around to see Ruan Cece, who was following him with a thermos cup, and sighed in relief. How come you followed and didn't say anything? Jiang Yu realized that there was only the thermos cup left in her hand, and she didn't know whether she threw the bottle of water or gave it to someone else. Nguyen Cece blinked and looked at him. Weren't there footsteps? How did he find himself without a sound? JY, it's justified. He was a little amused. What are you following me here for when I wash my hands? Watch you wash your hands or someone will come by later to hand you water and hand out paper towels again. Ruan Cece said dryly. Jiang Yu laughed. That was too sour. He raised his eyebrows slightly. Jealous? I really didn't answer it. You saw it, right? With that he turned around and turned on the faucet and washed his hands, and his face in the process. Of course Ruan Cece saw it. Jiang Yu was not picking it up, and she heard the boys cooing. Although, this uproar doesn't seem to have anything to do with Jiang Yu. But hearing someone uproar about Jiang Yu and the other girls, she just wasn't happy. It wasn't like she had any control over it. So Nguyen Cece walked a little closer without saying a word. So Jiang Yu this side just finished washing his face and lifted it up to see Ruan Cece handing over a paper towel. Jiang Yu took it and wiped it. Luckily class will be over in a while so I can go back to take a shower and change clothes. Do you want to stay at school or go back with me? Jiang Yu asked while wiping his face. A little while later in another class in the afternoon they were out of school. Having played today, Jiang Yu definitely had to go back to take a shower and change clothes. Usually they didn't go back after school in the afternoon. So at this point he asked Ruan Cece anyway. Without thinking, Ruan Cece said, I'll go back with you. Why don't you go home and cook noodles? Jiang Yu has no opinion. Anyway, not far from home, the child is willing to go back. Jiang Yu turned around and got ready to go back after drying her hands. Alright, let's go. Class will start in a while. This side is really less crowded, because this is a new campus. A lot of people don't know there's a tap here yet. Jiang Yu would know about this place because of memories from his past life. So it was just the two of them over here at the moment. And the door to the school nurse's office was closed, so it looked like no one was there either. Ruan Cece used 3 seconds to think or reached out and pulled Jiang Yu's wrist. Jiang Yu froze for a moment. What's wrong? He was next to the wall, and just after asking his question, his whole body was disliked by Ruan Cece on wall. She was quite strong, and Jiang Yu, such a big boy, was pressed against the wall with her hands. Of course it was also because Jiang Yu then didn't try to resist. Following her strength he leaned against the wall and then watched her. Walloped himself? Jiang Yu looked a little cute at the way she reached out to block her from leaving. The thermos had already been put aside by her. She was bracing her arms on both sides of Jiang Yu. But since the two of them now also have a height difference, this pose, anyway, Jiang Yu saw is quite cute. He was a little amused. What? Is that a wallop for me? Ruan Cece tensed her little face and looked at him with a serious face. Count. It's the tone of voice that sounds firm like you're joining the party. The original atmosphere because it was ambiguous but it made Jiang Yu want to laugh. Forcing a laugh, he reached up and cupped her face, reminding, actually, with wall to wall maybe the distance between us should be closer. Put it this way, the distance between them now could fit 1.5 Chihan. That's why the pose looks so funny. Nguyen Cece let out a somewhat confused oh, and then moved really close to the. She was now simply pressing her entire body onto Jiang Yu, literally pressing. Then lifting his snowy little face he asked, is this close enough? Jiang Yu, Chapter 92 Not buddy, why did you come to learn painting and bring your family? The school district is new, so the trees are definitely not dense. The sun jumped and touched her face with reckless abandon. It looked even more translucent and snowy on her already pale skin, and the sun couldn't bend her curled eyelashes. There was also a little smile in the ignorance of her eyes. It wasn't obvious, but Jiang Yu could see it clearly because he was so close. Jiang Yu did not hold back laughter. The scene in front of anyone who saw it will feel that the boys are forced to be the one. The boy in the school uniform was pinned against the wall behind him by the entirety of the skinny girl in front of him. His hands hung naturally at his sides, but the girl's hands were braced on either side of his body like she was trying to stop him from escaping. The boy bowed his head slightly. His bangs, which seemed to be slightly long, blocked his eyes, but they could not block the doting smile at the corner of his mouth. The girl's small face tilted up had mischievous sunlight jumping on it, her eyes just looking straight at the boy she had trapped. Her small mouth puckered up slightly as if she had said something. Not far away came the sounds of other students playing on the playground, And footsteps. It's really not that far away, and they're not exactly hidden here. It seems like it could be discovered at any moment, but at this point the two seem to care nothing. In the corners of their youth, this scene left a not-so-faint one. Other people couldn't see Jiang Yu's eyes, but at this moment, Ruan Cece could see it clearly. The smile in his eyes was gentle but also seemed to carry the helplessness of watching a child. The smile at the corner of his mouth was doting. His whole expression like he was watching a child who was fooling around. Ruan Xiaoxi, you're too skinny. All bones. Jiang Yu said and raised his hand that was resting on his side. Just washed and dried, but it would still be a little cooler than Ruan Cece's face. The palm of that hand just covered her face and pushed outward slightly harder. Watching as she reluctantly released the arms braced on her sides and the person was obediently pushed away. Jiang Yu carefully let out a sigh of relief. It should be too late for her to realize that her heart is beating fast. What's wrong with me being thin? Ruan Cece said defiantly, reaching out and pulling down Jiang Yu's hand. Jiang Yu's hands were beautiful, long and clean and well-boned. A pair of hands that looked like an artist's hands. It's not quite the same as Nguyen Cece's, and she loves it. So Ruan Cece looked at Jiang Yu's hand for a few moments after pulling it down, and then suddenly her palms faced each other and clasped her fingers with him. Jiang Yu watched her movements and smiled as he also clasped his hand. This time it was a real 10-finger clasp. Looking at the happily raised corners of Ruan Cece's mouth, Jiang Yu also laughed. His other hand reached out and pasted her small face. Alright, happy? Like a child. Let's go. Back to class. Ruan Cece then realized that she did seem to be less angry than she had just been. Especially now with Jiang Yu's 10-fingered hand. One look and the anger subsides. She shook both of their hands. Can we go back like this? Jiang Yu gave her a silent look, as if he was angry and laughing. What do you think? She grated and let go of Jiang Yu's hand as the class bell rang, accompanied by her little mutter. I think it's fine, don't you think? Go. Jiang Yu reached out and pulled her wrist forward. The last section is Mr. Tang's class. I don't want to do the English situational conversation. Mr. Tang seems to be very gentle in person and is indeed quite gentle. Doesn't lose his temper much, but he has a way of controlling his students. For example, he doesn't physically punish or scold you, and if you have any questions you stand up and do situational conversations directly in class. The English one. The situational dialogue hasn't always been from the books. Some of it is from scripts he's brought with him. Anyway, Jiang Yu was thinking that the grades in other subjects in their class weren't necessarily good, but the English grades would probably be really good. Nobody walks out of class late or early or anything, because you're about to face a situational conversation with Mr. Don. The boys are saying behind their backs. Old Don is all smiles, but you can't get mad at him yet, because people don't lose their temper or scold students or say anything either. You've got something to lose your temper about, don't you? So it's just, like, a punch in the cotton. Might as well just listen to the lesson and listen to the words. At least it won't be difficult for you. Luckily they came in so many seconds before Mr. Don. That wouldn't be considered late. Mr. Tang sighed. No wonder all the teachers don't want to line up behind your gym class. It's the smell of youth. Instantly everyone was amused. Teacher Tang looked at them and laughed, and followed suit himself. Well, some regrets that you're all so punctual today. I've prepared a very interesting situational conversation here. It's a pity. The crowd below wailed. You're kinda sorry, Mr. Tang. Regrets. Don't you guys think this is a good thing for you too? Let me just ask if your speaking has improved, right? How many of you secretly practiced at home so as not to be embarrassed? Amidst everyone's laughter, Ruan Cece turned her head and smiled brightly at Jiang Yu. See, not late. Jiang Yu also just laughed. Doesn't the good mood come from looking at the bright smile on her face? Mr. Tang never dragged his feet in class and called it off as soon as the bell rang. Lu Qi asked, Cece, what are we going to eat tonight? Shen Yang also ventured aside. Brother, you brought me along. Chen Duo said he wanted to go back and take a bath. Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece both said in unison, no, we'll go back and eat. Lu Qi and Shen Yang? Oh, Shen Yang even laughed. You guys are pretty much in sync. Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece looked at each other and said with a smile, okay, let's go. All sweaty, I'm having a hard time. With that, he picked up Ruan Cece's school bag. Keep up. Ruan Cece nodded at them to follow Jiang Yu. Shen Yang scared. How could there be siblings with such a good relationship? Lu Qi on the side, it's rare for siblings to have such a good relationship, but if they were ambiguous, it would all seem natural, right? Can't say. Though, Lu Qi sighed and looked at Shen Yang. Junior, there are still a lot of things that you don't know. Let's go. Saying that, he waved his hand at him and went to find Xueqingqing and the girls to eat together. Shen Yang, who stayed put? Why does it feel like everyone is talking a little weird lately? It feels like Chandler said something similar before. Jiang Yu was thinking that the two of them were kind of obvious. Himself and Ruan Cece never avoided anything in particular. More or less everyone around you can see that a little bit anyway. For example, Li Yu for example, Chandos. He was to go to the drawing room on Saturday. He was not to see Qian Duo Duoa during the previous examination, but I didn't expect to see him in the studio on Saturday. Jiang Yu? Shander, what? No buddy, why did you come to learn painting and bring your family with you? Chapter 93, Ruan Xiaoxi, the Clingy One. Ruan Cixi also froze for a moment when she saw Chandos. Mr. Qi is almost here already. There were only 8 students in their studio, and 4 others who were sophomores 1 year ahead of them. It doesn't always have to be the first school. After all, Mr. Qi had a strange temper and wanted students who passed his test. One of the boys named Goldman Sachs is still in technical school, but he was drawing really well. Even though he said he might not be able to take the entrance exams or something, Mr. Qi kept him. But where did Chandler come from? Jiang Yu looked at Qian Duo Duo. I didn't see you before the test either. Qian Duo Duo's face was not surprising. I just didn't show up for any examination. He lowered his voice a bit. Your teacher Qi, my uncle. Jiang Yu, okay, still a relation. This cannot spray. There is this relationship who do not use hua. Nguyen Cixi had been making a passable backdrop. Although because of her, the 3 of them standing together made the students who had just entered the door couldn't help but look at them a little more. There's a girl who just came in who's supposed to be in the 1st grade, too. Seeing Ruan Cixi, she even let out a cry. You're Ruan Cixi, aren't you? The senior high school bully. How come you're also walking in art? Nguyen Cixi looked at the other party and didn't recognize them, just as she was planning to ignore it. Chen Duo Duo was already laughing on the side and said, Sister Chow, people are accompanying people. He said and scowled at Jiang Yu who was on the side. It wasn't just the girl called Coquette who got all this. Everyone got what it meant. Neither Jiang Yu nor Ruan Shishi denied it. Instead, the girl who was called Sister Coquette muttered, I thought schoolteachers just love to study, said also seriously measured Jiang Yu. This action made Ruan Cixi a little unhappy. Pulling the hem of Jiang Yu's clothes back, Coquette laughed a little. Not bad looking indeed. Then it's back to its place. Qian Duo Duo introduced Zhou Qiao, known as Sister Qiao, from the 1st middle school, 1 year older than us, the 1st place in art in their session of the midterm exam. Jiang Yu gave an slight sound and asked in passing, who's the 1st place winner in our class? Chandler pointed to himself. Me. JY, I'm sorry for the disrespect. They were chatting on their side when Mr. Qi arrived. Jiang Yu was talking to Mr. Qi before about bringing his sister from home. Mr. Qi thought it was a child. No one at home to take care of. And Jiang Yu also repeatedly assured that the other will be very good, will also be very obedient. So he said, bring it on then. As a result, looking at the watery little girl in front of me, Mr. Qi, no, what's wrong with this kid? Jiang Yu was glared at some vein touched his nose. In fact, he did not lie also directly with Mr. Qi said how he still glared at people now that they're here. What else can Mr. Keenan do? Alright, take your seats. Sister, right, you go to the side. There's a desk and a stool over here. Jiang Yu spoke up at this time. Teacher, her name is Ruan Cixi. Then another glare. Jiang Yu shut up. Okay. Ruan Cixi glanced at Jiang Yu, who reached out and squeezed her hand. Go. Only then did Ruan Cixi walk over, and even whispered to Mr. Qi, thank you, teacher. In fact, in the morning, Jiang Yu even asked Ruan Cixi if she wanted to forget about it. After all, he had come over here to study, and the content should be quite boring to Ruan Cixi. Let's put it this way. Ruan Shishi has little interest in art, and her grades in art class as a child were average. Jiang Yu also saw that she secretly went to watch some videos on learning art on her own. Frowning at it, she seemed to give up in the end, and when Jiang Yu passed by half an hour apart she had already begun to write the paper. There is nothing difficult in the world, if you are willing to give up. Originally Jiang Yu thought she knew she was not interested at all, might as well be comfortable at home, but Ruan Cixi still insisted on accompanying him, so Jiang Yu brought her over. Don't say it's still good. Ruan Cixi's desk was right in front of her, and when Jiang Yu looked up from this position, he could see the side of her face as she carefully worked on her papers. The mood is really good. Mr. Qi was a very strict teacher, even though Jiang Yu's grades were very good in his last life. This good grade is in art, he's considered a gifted type of student. In fact, Jiang Yu's best painting is Chinese painting. Well, it's hard to describe. He was a halfway decent artist back in the day, but he was the best at Chinese painting, though it doesn't seem to have much to do with what they'll be tested on then, because the 3 main subjects they have to take in the college entrance exam include drawing, color and sketching. Chinese painting was Jiang Yu's interest at first, but then it was one of Jiang Yu's skills to settle down. In his last life, his tattoos sold for a high price because he mainly just combined Chinese painting with tattoos, or like what people later said about Chinese style, but his was a bit more advanced, I guess. After all, He was the first one to break the circle in the first place, and Jiang Yu was more than just a tattoo parlor owner in the first place, or else he'd have been kicked out of the house by his parents. At this point he was still attentive as he sat in his chair re-listening to the lesson. Time passes quickly as soon as one is serious. When Jiang Yu heard Mr. She say that the class was over, the last stroke of the sketch in his hand fell. On the drawing paper is a big apple. Ruan Cece had long ago finished her paper and was waiting obediently for Jiang Yu in her seat. Seeing everyone else leaving one after another, Ruan Cece she only walked over to Jiang Yu, looked at the one apple and blinked. Good looking. Jiang Yu was packing up her things. You know how to look at it? Just think it looks good? The voice was tinged with laughter. Not questioning, just inquiring. After all, Ruan Cece herself had admitted that she couldn't quite tell why some artworks could sell for so much. She can only distinguish between what looks good and what doesn't in line with traditional aesthetics. At this time, she nodded when she heard Jiang Yu's words. Anyway, your drawings are just nice. That can only be said with no skill. It's all emotion. Jiang Yu could only look at her with a smile. Nguyen Cece pointed to the drawing paper. Can I take it away? Jiang Yu knew what she wanted to do and gave a sigh. I can't. The teacher wants to see it. Sort of homework. Nguyen Cece let out a somewhat regretful oh. Okay. Finally Jiang Yu finished cleaning up. Wait for me to wash my hands. The drawing room is actually quite large, and next to it is the place to wash your hands. Jiang Yu went to wash his hands quickly. They're going to eat together after the shower, and then they're going to the studio in the afternoon. It's going to be a full day of classes. Ruan Cece looked at Jiang Yu's pleasant side face. Like coming to the drawing room so much? Jiang Yu asked back. Isn't it a bit boring? A little bit, but all I have to do is turn my head and see you and I feel okay, I guess. And I have a lot of roles. Nguyen she was honest. Jiang Yu laughed. Ruan Xiaoxi, the stickler. Aren't we cultivating a relationship? How can you call something nurturing a relationship clingy? She just said it so watery and direct. Today's no prize quiz. What would be another job for Fishy? FYI, it's a well-known fact that the reborn protagonists in Rabbit-Head books actually all have one thing in common. Ahem. Guess what? Chapter 94 Bullying Sister Forced Love? Good guy. Straight up good guy. Jiang Yu looked at her. This justified words directly laughed. Line. You say all reasonable line. Neither of them went home at noon, and it really wasn't that close to home from here, and biking back in this 30-degree weather really wasn't necessary. 2 more hours in the afternoon and I'll be able to go home. So the two were having lunch at a nearby mall. Nguyen Cece loves cold noodles in the summer. Actually, Jiang Yu doesn't really like this stuff. Personally he wasn't too fond of the flavor, but Nguyen Cece hasn't eaten since she was injured. Passing by at this point simply doesn't go anywhere. That blear-eyed little look. Jiang Yu surrendered straight away and took her into the noodle shop. Not to mention, there are quite a lot of people eating noodles in this weather. The design of the noodle shop over here is also interesting. It's the kind of lattice design that you'd find in Sakura Land for ramen. And it doesn't matter if you all come together. It's 1 carrot and 1 cubbyhole for each of you. Even if you know each other, you're in the next compartment and separated by the middle. I guess it's also because of this design that the place is particularly crowded. At least it means that you can eat your noodles and swipe your phone at the same time. And you don't have to make a point of socializing. Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece ordered after they sat and chose their seats. Before the noodles were served, Ruan Cece revealed a small face with unhappiness written all over it from next door. I should have known not to eat the noodles. You can't even see Jiang Yu's face. Jiang Yu, who was looking at the information on Chando's inexplicably vain. He withdrew his cell phone and looked at the probing Ruan Cece. Wasn't it you who said you wanted to eat? Seeing this exquisite little face of hers made me think of the message that Qian Duo had just sent. You brother while there are fewer people. Tell me honestly, are you guys a good brother and a good sister? Or a love brother and a love sister? I am really curious. Don't make me beg. Kneeling. JPG, he asked bluntly. Jiang Yu, however, didn't know how to answer him for a moment. At this moment, when he saw that face of Ruan Cece, he thought to himself, of course this is a love sister. But what he said out loud was for her to answer himself on her birthday. So, now, Jiang Yu, there's a billion points of regret. But the words were out of his mouth, so he could only sigh and take the time to send a smiling emoji back to Chandler. Chandler? No, what does this smile mean? Do you mean pin your own? Then he will have to rumor Bushy, this look is love brother and love sister Is this a special kind of fling? He thought he might be enlightened. Ruan Cece on this side looked sensitively at the movement of his hand. Who are you messaging? Ruan Cece seems to have less of the usual tea atmosphere and more directness since she has determined Jiang Yu's intentions. In terms of the possessiveness piece at least that's what someone with a heart could quickly feel once they heard her words. It's still different than it used to be. Such direct words. If anyone heard them they might think, why is this girl so bossy? But Jiang Yu loved it. He liked the way Ruan Cece expressed his emotions directly without the need to be careful about the tentativeness of the T in the T. Qian Duo's message. Jiang Yu didn't hide it, reaching out and handing over his cell phone. Or you can take a look? Nguyen Cece's mouth said no good, and her hand was already outstretched. Jiang Yu found it funny, but she didn't flip through it, just glanced at the now open screen. Naturally, he saw Qian Duo's message and the smiling emoticon Jiang Yu replied with. Chandler replied, then I'm going to enlighten myself. I'm going to start a rumor. It took Ruan Cece a second to understand that it was probably because Chandos felt that they were a love brother and love sister. At this moment, Qian Duo finally had an impression in Ruang Cece's heart. This person's vision was good. Ruan Cece looked up at Jiang Yu. Can I reply? After saying that, he just looked at Jiang Yu with such bated breath, like he was afraid that Jiang Yu wouldn't agree. Jiang Yu was also curious about what she wanted to reply. You reply. Then Nguyen Cece literally bowed her head and returned. Just as the noodles came up, Ruan Cece returned her cell phone to Jiang Yu. Here. Jiang Yu didn't look at it right away, just took it and said, eat the noodles. Nguyen Cece looked in a good mood as she nodded her head, then literally turned around and ate her noodles. Jiang Yu noticed some redness behind her ears when she turned her face. Aha! Now he was curious what Ruan Cece had returned. He also turned back. Tapping on his phone was the line. It's not exactly a rumor. It's what you think it is. Below that was a row of shocked emojis that Chandler replied with. Jiang Yu looked at the words Ruan Cece returned and smiled. This is one of the party's back It's none of his business Jiang Yu put down his cell phone and ate his noodles at ease, and was in a good mood. After all, the choice was with Ruan Cece, so it made sense that this declaration of sovereignty would be with her as well. Here in Jiang Yu, Ruan Cece has absolute control over their emotional relationship. This also led to Chandler being scolded in the afternoon class, because he kept staring at Jiang Yu with shocked eyes. As Jiang Yu had said before, Mr. She was a very short-tempered person who was very strict about his studies, so even though Shander is his relative, it's time to curse and swear. The scolded Qian Duo could only obediently listen to himself being scolded, not daring to say anything. Luckily it's just 2 hours in the afternoon. He has been scolded for 5 or 6 times. Ha ha ha, it's not bad. QAQ. Finally it was the end of class, and Mr. She was still cursing. Shander, you turn in double homework for me tonight. Tonight. Everyone else pays tomorrow. Qian Duo hung his head. Got it, Mr. She. I'll definitely hand it in before 12. Only then did Mr. Keith leave, cursing. As soon as teacher Chi left, Jiang Yu felt a person scurry over beside him. Qian Duo's voice was pressed very low. Brother Yu, I was not expecting you to be so wild just admit it? Jiang Yu, who was packing her things, was shocked by his wild words. He looked sideways at Chandler. Wild? That's not the point. The point is this melon keep ripe? A gossipy, wise light flashed in his eyes. The corners of Jiang Yu's mouth rose slightly. Well, it should be. After all, this is what the other party replied to, he said, looking up at Ruan Cece, who was standing behind the crouching Chandos. Chandler froze for a moment and followed his gaze backward. It met Ruan Cece's expressionless face. He gave a somewhat stiff hi and the words that came out of his mouth didn't cross his mind. Hey, wow. I didn't realize the wild one was Creek. Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece? Not what he's talking about? Ruan Cece slightly bent down and stretched out the book she was holding, gently resting it against his chest that was all the way up to Jiang Yu's knees. Leaning too close, Jiang Yu heard the dissatisfaction in her tone. The light in Qian Duo's eyes was slightly bright. Overbearing sister, mandatory love? Good guy. Straight up good guy. Chapter 95 seems to hold that warm sunshine. Some of them look quite normal, but in reality, they have already brainstormed tens of thousands of words of mini-essays in their heads. Jiang Yu rode Ruan Cece back when he heard her say seriously behind him, you'd better play less with Qian Duo. He looks weird, and that Li Yu at your table. Before he even said he'd help me chase you for Xian's information, and he's not a good person. Neither are they good people. So don't play with them, just play with me. I can pretend to be whatever personality you like. Of course Ruan Cece didn't dare to say the latter. Jiang Yu, however, seemed to be able to understand her strings. Then do you think there are good people around me? The same thing she said before about Chihan and Lu Ji. Of course the reasons are different, but Jiang Yu just felt that regardless of gender, Ruan Cece looked like she didn't want him to have other friends around at all. But all said and done, she never stopped Jiang Yu from making friends. It's one thing to be unhappy, but every time Jiang Yu coaxes her, she's fine. But at this time, he had a rare moment to agree in his heart with Ruan Cece phone call. Qian Duo really did not seem to have a good brain. As for Li Yu, although he was at the same table, his relationship wasn't as good as he was with Qian Duo and Shenyang. It's hard to say, even if some of them already have a bad vibe when they meet and it's hard to play together. But that doesn't mean the two will clash or anything like that. It just simply doesn't play well together. There are good people said the little face also pressed on Jiang Yu's body, rubbed a few times. Jiang only felt that warm little face rubbing against his back through his clothes, and the piece of skin that was rubbed against seemed to be starting to heat up. Sure enough, the change in his feelings and attitude made it seem as if his body had become much more sensitive as well. It wasn't obviously anything out of the ordinary, but it always made him a little unnatural. You don't mind getting dirty either. I'm sweating. Jiang Yu's voice was helpless. Ruan Cici's voice, however, was still quite happy. So what? I even washed your jersey for you. It's got an accent. Jiang Yu directly laughed. How do you still how to pull on? With Zhou Xianxian they learn? Ruan Cici froze for a moment. Hey, it seems like it. Sure enough, spending a lot of time together will be affected. Nonsense. I don't see me falling in love with studying even when I spend time with you every day. But you fell in love with me who loves to learn, so you must have felt my fondness for you. See, if not to say that she is the innate provocative holy bodyet. This provocative word she said very naturally, even very harmonious and natural, but provoked Jiang Yu's heart jumping about. Finally arrived at the home neighborhood flower store opposite. Jiang Yu parked. He told Ruan Shishi to stand and wait. Wait for me for a while. Wen Cici gave an oh-so-subtle cry and stood next to the bike. Waiting. Suyin is in the habit of ordering flowers. In fact, Suyin's living habits were quite frugal. After all, the couple's income was considered quite acceptable though, but they still have to save money to give their 2 kids a better life, don't they? But Suyin's habit of ordering flowers is from before in the old neighborhood. 2 bouquets a week. Before Jiang Yu also asked Jiang Weiman. Think spend this thing to buy a fake can also put a few months at save. But Jiang Weiman was just silent for a while, and finally popped him on the head. Son, have a little pursuit of life, okay? The family can still afford to buy 2 bouquets of flowers. Jiang Yu came out with a large bouquet of flowers in his hand. Today's was surprisingly an orchid. It's kinda nice. Ruan Cici stood right next to the bike, the girl's little face white, standing obediently and coquettishly, carrying her own little school bag. Small hands were playing with the straps of her book bag, staring at the shadows of her feet, and occasionally a leaf would fall and she would reach out her foot to step on it gently. The ponytail behind her followed with a slight sway. Jiang Yu didn't know if the leaves hurt or not, but anyway, that light kick made his heart wobble a bit as it was stepped on. The knot in his throat moved up and down. Ruan Cici seems to have a kind of radar that belongs exclusively to Jiang Yu. At this time just so suddenly looked up at Jiang Yu, showing him a good-natured smile. Jiang Yu also laughed, striding out over, taking out a smaller bunch of flowers behind a large bouquet and handing it to Ruan Cici. Here. Ruan Cici looked at the flowers handed to her. A bunch of sunflowers and eustomas mixed together and wrapped up. Compared to the bouquet of Phalaenopsis orchids that Jiang Yu was holding, it looked much smaller than the bouquet of Phalaenopsis orchids that would be inserted in the living room later. But it also left Ruan Cici a little overwhelmed, and she froze for a moment before reaching for it. Jiang Yu explained, I just asked the shopkeeper and said that today's sunflowers and frangipani had just arrived, and they look good together. He looked at Ruan Cici, who was holding the flowers, and nodded seriously. It does look good. The image of the boy walking towards her in the sunlight on that summer day, holding a sunflower, was one that Ruan Cici remembered for the rest of her life. The heartbeat in that moment was a heartbeat unlike any other. It was as if she could understand Zhou Xianshan and the others when they said that if she could receive flowers from the boy she liked, her heartbeat would surely jump out of her throat at that moment. That's a very different feeling than the one sent by family. Ruan Cici couldn't help but hug the flower in her arms tightly, as if she was hugging the warm sunshine, holding hands and hugs, goodnight kisses and flowers. Turns out this favorite is really different. She thought she would be indistinguishable and just let it go. She wouldn't let go of Jiang Yu anyway, but now, it seems like Jiang Yu is really seriously telling her that the two feelings are completely different. It's like if Ruan Cici had said she wanted a flower. Jiang Yu would have pulled one out of that huge bunch of Phalaenopsis orchids and given it to Ruan Cici. But a boy who liked her would have made serious inquiries, hand-picked the flowers he thought looked good, and walked toward her with them in his arms. Is that the difference? Then Wen Cici thought to himself, as if he had begun to understand. Jiang Yu looked at her staring at the flowers in her arms and was a little worried. It's not because I've been gone too long and you're standing here suffering from heatstroke, is it? Why are you dumbfounded? Ruan Cici blinked. No, it's not. I love it. It's the first time you've ever given me flowers specifically. The paper flowers you folded out in craft class when you were a kid don't count. That's what I grabbed for myself. Jiang Yu is a bit funny. You also know that you robbed Go home. If you like I often send you later. The boy drove the girl with two bouquets of flowers in her arms through the rows of shade trees, his voice carrying an elemental tone. What kind of flowers do you like? The girl's voice was audibly pleasant. I like everything you send. They look like they ran out of a teen movie pictorial. The boy's dark hair, the wind-blown hem of his white t-shirt brushing against the girl's arm, the flowers held tight in the girl's arms, and the smile on her delicate little face. Everything was beautiful. Beautiful and true. It's a small fragment of the image that seems to peek through each of our youth. Chapter 96 A collection of water from the mouth of Ngwin Creek. The two carried the flowers back to the district. The road met the neighbors but no one cared too much. Let's just say that their brother-sister relationship is a good cover. When we arrived home even Suin saw the sunflowers and just complimented. These sunflowers are quite pretty today. Jianyu was still a bit smug. It looks good, doesn't it? I picked it out. Actually, originally, Ruan Cece was a bit nervous. She was actually afraid that Suin would see something. She was afraid that Auntie Sue would be angry and disappointed if she knew. Although Suin was nice to them. Usually they were accommodating. But back in their junior year after the class discovered a pair of male and female classmates who were too close to each other, Suin then made it a point to talk to them. After all, you are a teacher and talk about feelings. The main idea is that they're young and it's true that some of them won't affect their grades or anything. But it's a minority. And it's true that people are very susceptible to their emotions. Suin meant that she was fine with everything else. But if they dared to have some kind of relationship that went beyond the friendship of classmates, it would have to be weighed. Of course, when saying this it wasn't primarily directed at the relationship between the two of them. It was in fear of them being influenced by other boys and girls. After all, in terms of Ruan Cece's appearance, and Jian Yu's popularity, her fears really weren't unwarranted. That's why Suin made it clear in the first place. She's going to blow up if she finds out. Because she cared so Ruan Cece had the feeling of weakness. After all, it was an easy promise for the two to make at the time. Now, even though we're not together yet, it seems that we've failed Auntie Sue. In contrast Jian Yu was much more relaxed, shouting about the heat as soon as he entered and asking what he was going to eat in the evening. It's no different than usual. Suin also just glanced at the sunflower in Ruan Cece's arms and complimented how nice it looked before holding the orchid and going to find a vase to put it in. Also answered Jian Yu's question by the way, what to eat at night, and then told them, hot you do not blow against the air conditioning and do not be all sweaty directly to the bath, and do not wash the cold water. He said and turned his head to look at Ruan Cece, especially Cece, no cold showers, Ngwin CCOs. I know. Then he saw that Jiang Yu had already found an empty vase. Here Ruan Xiao Shi, take it and stick it up. I need a bath. I feel like I stink. How else can I say you're a brat? Suin laughed at him. Ruan Cece's nervousness was calmed. And look, everything was still the same as before. Jiang Yu waited for Ruan Cece to reach for the vase as if he could see the worry in her eyes, reached out and gently pressed her head, saying in a low voice, what are you nervous about? If you're found out, there's still me. Go take a shower, he said and smiled at her. Looking at the smile on Jiang Yu's face, Ruan Cece seemed to slowly breathe a sigh of relief and gave a small hugged the flowers and took the vase and went back to her room. Jiang Yu also went back to his room, and Suin, who was arranging flowers, didn't even have time to pay attention to them. Jiang Yu went back to his room and then sent the buyer again after modifying the picture he made last night as required. By the way, I blew the air conditioning for a while before going in to take a shower, so Jiang Yu went in later than Ruan Cece. Ruan Cece saw Suin cooking in the kitchen after she came out of the shower and walked over to ask, does Auntie Sue want to help? Suin waved her hand. No, just go out and wait. She took a look at Ruan Cece wearing long sleeves and sighed, whispering, Cece, do you want to go do some scar repair? I told your uncle to ask. Let's go do one and there's a family member price for your uncle's employees. As she spoke she carefully noted Ruan Cece's emotions. These shouldn't be hard for you, but of course it's mostly up to you. After all, how hot is it to watch your child always wrapped up all over on such a hot day? It hurts to watch. Ngwin Cece froze for a moment. She'd actually been looking at scar revision lately. She seems to, want to wear nice clothes now. Most of the scars on her body were from before she was 8 years old, and the deep ones weren't a lot. It shouldn't be that hard, right? Suin saw that she didn't speak warmly comforted her. Don't worry about the money. Your uncle and I will prepare. Auntie Sue, I have money. Ruan Cece interrupted Suin in a small voice. She left me a lot of money. Shenhui people although gone, but she left behind a lot of money is really quite a lot of money. At least as Ruan Shishi to college graduation. Should not be short of money, and also can live a good kind of life. Suin gave a sigh. Keep your money. It will be useful later. Think about it. If you want to go for it, I'll make an appointment with your uncle. Ruan Cece pursed her lips and nodded. I'll ask my brother. Suin is used to Ruan Cece asking Jiang Yu about her decisions. Strangely enough, this child has been particularly obedient to Jiang Yu since he was a child. At this time Suin also said, okay, you go ask your brother to go. And by the way ask him whether he eats savory or sweet ribs. Ruan Cece looked at the ribs that hadn't even begun to be made yet, and let out an oh. I'll go ask then. Then he turned around and walked towards Jiang Yu's room. Jiang Yu had already finished washing out, just to pull the door out, but the end of the juice because he was playing with the phone while walking touched the clothes. So can only quickly clean up the ground after turning back to wipe the body by the way to wash the clothes, otherwise to wash out. So Ruan Cece knocked on the door politely this time, but the door opened by itself after 2 knocks. Ruan Cece instinctively walked in along with the open door. Brother? She watched the shirtless Jiang Yu walk out of the bathroom, holding the t-shirt she had washed and intended to take out to dry. The boy was on the thin side, with abs, but because he hadn't purposely worked on them, the lines were shallow and not particularly noticeable. The skin on the body is whiter than the skin on the hands and above the neck. Ruan Cece mentally backed up and watched the water droplets on his abdomen sliding downward all at once, and her gaze followed the droplets downward. And then with some regret, he watched the little droplets of water disappear into his pants. Well, the ones with pants on, the neat kind. Jiang Yu just watched as her gaze traveled from her chest, all the way down, sweeping across her abdomen and back down again, and then a look of regret? Jiang Yu? No, it's not. Why did he get the feeling that he was being molested? Ruan Cece slobber collect. Jiang Yu's voice squeezed out from between his teeth, then walked towards his closet to get his clothes. Nguyen Cece let out an oh-so-subtle cry, and reached out to touch the corner of her mouth. No drool. Jiang Yu gasped and laughed. You're quite justified in coming in without knocking. Ruan Cece looked at him as he put on his clothes and said with a straight face, You just slandered me. I'm at a disadvantage. All were said to drool, I didn't drool so. She smirked and blew a rogue whistle at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, Chapter 97, The Setting Sun Glitters. But you're more romantic than the setting sun. Speaking of which, this rogue whistle was something Ruan Cece learned from Jiang Yu. In junior high school their group of boys were learning this stuff. It wasn't a coincidence that Jiang Yu learned it as soon as he did. Although it seemed like it was useless to learn, Jiang Yu will be able to do it, and did not take it to heart. But I don't know how this thing attracted Ruan Cece. She was rarely interested in these things. The favorite seemed to find the rogue whistle amusing and pestered Jiang Yu to learn it. Jiang Yu also taught, but this is something that seems to be about a bit of talent. When Ruan Cece shushed him for half a month, he finally learned. Jiang Yu asked her, What are you learning this for? At the time, Nguyen Cece said, Maybe it'll work? Well, it turned out to be used on him now, didn't it? Well, great. Jiang Yu reached out and pinched her little mouth, and her pink little mouth just pouted. Jiang Yu's voice gritted his teeth a bit. What are you doing? Blowing a rogue whistle at me, right? Didn't you say I'm a little rascal? I'll sit down a bit. She reached out and pulled down Jiang Yu's hand. She also darted a glance in the direction of the kitchen. The sounds coming from there could still be heard. Suyin should still be in the kitchen. Only then did Ruan Cece dare to take Jiang Yu's hand in hers. Jiang Yu noticed her small action but felt funny. How to be wimpy and brave. Obviously afraid of his mom finding out, he had the courage to blow a rogue whistle on him. Jiang Yu shook her hand. Called me for dinner? Shouldn't be that soon? Only then did Ruan Cece remember that she had come with a mission. Ansu told me to ask you if you want your ribs to be sweet or savory? Jiang Yu said without thinking. Salty. It's too hot to eat sweet. Nguyen Cece nodded, then pointed to the clothes he had set aside. Want help drying them? No need. Jiang Yu sighed. You don't feel wet holding my hand? Ruan Cece released Jiang Yu's hand and said with a serious face. It's not like I don't mind. I'm going to talk to Auntie Sue. Took 2 steps outside, suddenly turned his head again and smiled like a fishy kitten, whispering, Sure enough, there are abs. I touched them before. Jiang Yu. By the time he reacted, the person had already run away. Good. Now you're letting yourself go, aren't you? It's kinda handy. Actually, Shander may be right. Ruan Cece is indeed quite wild. Jiang Yu shook his head. He had been brainwashed by Chen Duoduo's wild use of words, hadn't he? Soon he took his clothes and went to the balcony to dry them. Tomorrow is Sunday. Closed. Jiang Yu's studio for them is a Saturday class, so it's one day on. Sunday is closed. It was good that he still had time to be able to do something of his own. It's the 3 of them at dinner. Dr. Zhang's working the night shift tonight. Mr. Su is going out to help people with their tutoring after dinner. Now at this point in time there was nothing that said you couldn't tutor someone, but Jiang Yu knew that by the 2nd semester of their sophomore year of high school, rules will come out on the school side that teachers at school can't privately tutor people. It's something, I guess, that basically all teachers made a little extra money before there were hard and fast rules. Even if the rules came out later, there is a policy at the top and a policy at the bottom. But Jiang Yu remembers that their teacher Su later complied and didn't go back to tutoring. As for now, the rules haven't come down yet and it's not impossible to make some extra money. So Suyin went back to change her clothes first after eating and went out with the information. Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece were left at home. After the two finished eating, Jiang Yu stopped Ruan Cece's movement to clean up. You go aside. I'll do it. Ruan Cece froze for a moment. But I was the one who cleaned up before. I'm quick. Jiang Yu reached out and held her wrist. But I'm chasing you now. I'm chasing you now. Ruan Cece blinked. So you were before. It was a sister before. So isn't it normal for us to take turns cleaning up? You clean up and I do the dishes. I clean up and you do the dishes. He stared at Ron Cece and smiled gently. But I'm chasing you now. Ah, so it's just that I definitely don't want to let you do all this. You see, the difference in my favorites is obvious. Ron Cece knew that John Yu was teaching her what boys and girls liked. She nodded. But I want to help you. It was a bit uncomfortable to watch John Yu work. She did nothing. Ahem. John Yu was a little vain. He used to slave Ron Xiaoxi. This is not a brother slaving his sister. To say that grew up together, that is, you want to pretend to be a little bit of a human model will be able to be a glance through. Have been playing together since childhood. Still do not know what you are like. So John Yu was a little embarrassed at this point, and could only say, is it okay if you pour a cup of yogurt for me then? Don't go into the kitchen. I'll be out in a while. Nguyen Cece nodded. Good. Sure enough, I dutifully turned around and went to pour the yogurt. John Yu sighed in relief and lowered his head to gather the dishes, then went to wash them. In their house they all take turns washing dishes, so it moves fast. When he finished washing and wiping his hands clean and walked out of the kitchen, he saw Ron Cece sitting on the sofa in the living room, staring blearily in his direction. I guess he was obediently listening to Jiang Yu's words about not being able to enter the kitchen, so he just waited obediently. When she saw Jiang Yu come out, she gave a good-natured smile, pointing to the yogurt on the table. Yogurt, brother. Jiang Yu didn't hold back a smile. Keeping Nguyen Creek is just too well behaved to recommend having one. Oh no, Nguyen Creek is unique. No one else is. Jiang Yu was in a better mood when he thought about it that way. He walked over to it only to realize that there was also a piece of paper taped to the cup. It's Ron Cece's handwriting. Her handwriting has been clear and beautiful since she was a child. It wasn't the same as being forced to practice like Jiang Yu. Anyway, when Jiang Yu first saw her writing, she wrote very well. At this point the paper reads, the setting sun glitters, but you are more romantic than the sunset. Jiang Yu looked at the line and turned his head to the person beside him. She smiled brightly at Jiang Yu. When you walked towards me with the flowers in your arms, I felt like you were brighter than the sun. Brother, it's like I'm starting to understand what you're saying about liking what turns out to be really different. She pointed to the spot where her heart was. It's not just the heartbeat that's different. It's a lot more. She wanted to monopolize Jiang Yu's one-of-a-kind affection for her lover, and she thought that being a younger sister might actually be different. Ron Cece didn't want to be Jiang Yu's sister for the rest of her life. Jiang Yu smiled, cherishing the piece of paper. It's good to find out. I'm actually afraid. You can't tell the difference. He looked at Ron Cece seriously. I will take you a little bit to distinguish clearly. My feelings for you, your feelings for me are different from both before. We are meant to be more intimate than others, but intimacy and closeness are not the same. Ron Xiaoxi, I am never short of patience. Chapter 98. Thank you. I'm selling my art, not my body. The two were home alone, but they didn't do anything they couldn't do, because they're making roles. Jiang Yu actually reads art doesn't mean that the culture class can swing it. Ron Cece remained the same as before, with a thick collection of wrong questions and detailed notes. And then there's that example problem she picked out herself. Jiang Yu's grades used to be average. Really a lot of times it's not that you have great results just because you work hard. Learning this stuff also depends on talent. Unfortunately, Jiang Yu is the untalented one. You can only be diligent and do more questions. With Ron Cece in this life, it's twice the work for half the effort. Jiang Yu's grades are middle of the road. It's just that these are the study programs that Ron Cece spent a lot of time getting out specifically for Jiang Yu. So can this be a bad result? At first, Ron Cece had also suggested that she could always tutor Jiang Yu, so that his grades could run up a bit more. But it was too much of a waste of her own time for Ron Cece. Jiang Yu knew that with Ron Cece's score, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that the top spot wasn't impossible. He didn't need to be a drag himself, and he couldn't find a major he liked even if he was hanging on to a key. But he couldn't find one. It didn't mean much to him either. At this point the two were sitting at their desks working on a problem. Jiang Yu flipped through his notes as he worked on the questions. Ron Cece, on the other hand, was doing the Huanggang test questions that Suyin had bought. The contrast is indeed stark enough. Anyway, every time Suyin saw it, she was heartbroken. Jiang Yu and Ron Cece were used to it. It's just that this time Jiang Yu's customers are too troublesome and keep picking at them. The previous draft was changed twice. Now the phone is back on, vibrating all the time. Jiang Yu originally didn't want to talk to him, but the other party seemed to want him to reply immediately. Ron Cece had looked at his cell phone a few times and even took the initiative to speak. Brother, your cell phone keeps ringing. Jiang Yu sighed and still took the phone. I'll go out and call someone back, said he was about to stand up when he was pulled by the hem of his shirt. Jiang Yu, looking down at the small hand tugging at the hem of his shirt, he looked again at the owner of the hand. The owner of the hand had no intention of letting go and just looked up at him with wide eyes. Jiang Yu, he sighed again and sat down again, reaching out as he did and pulling her hand away from tugging at the hem of his shirt and squeezing it in his hand before letting go. The other hand was already on the phone. Hello. Ruan Cece just watched Jiang Yu lean back in his chair and pick up the phone while casually pulling over a piece of paper to write and draw on it. What they said about light lines in 3 dimensions or something. Ruan Cece didn't understand, but that didn't stop her from staring at Jiang Yu, who looked like he was serious. And it was a man's voice across the room. Ruan Cece also heard about selling pictures, prices, cheaper and whatnot. Jiang Yu's voice is very light. This figure on this price. This is already a cheap sale. Not even if it is not possible. That side said no such thing again. Little brother. Anyway, it means he's young and doesn't understand that the market doesn't eat this kind of thing. The price is too high. Jiang Yu's voice actually did sound young. The other party is probably trying to bully him into being young and unknowledgeable or something, and the rewrite is mainly to press the price. Jiang Yu glanced at Ruan Cece who was staring at him. The girl was lying on her back on the desktop, which had deformed her small face a little, but it wasn't noticeable, mainly because she didn't have much flesh left to press. Those big eyes looked like they were carrying a smile or some other emotion. Anyway, they were just looking so straight at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's original somewhat irritated mood was appeased. He exhaled a breath. If you want it, don't want it, forget it, think about it. After that, he hung up. Kidding aside, that price wouldn't have been enough to pay for an hour of his work back in the day. So much for the B thing. Seeing that he finally hung up the phone, Ruan Cece opened her mouth and asked, "What's wrong? It looks like you're a bit angry." Jiang Yu reached out and rubbed her head. "It's okay, it's noisy for you to study. Cut you a fruit?" Nguyen Cece went to top herself and rubbed her head against his palm. "No fruit. Are you selling your paintings?" Her voice was soft. "Are you short of money, Jiang Yu?" She couldn't understand exactly what they were talking about, but she could guess that it had something to do with the painting, and it had to be changed or something. In fact, Ruan Cece doesn't understand whether Jiang Yu's painting is good or bad. If she were to say that it must be good, Jiang Yu is just casually drawing a line that she would think is really nice. So in Ruan Cece's opinion, it's not impossible for Jiang Yu to sell his paintings. Does selling paintings mean he's broke? So at this moment, she looked like she was smiling a bit naively. "I have money." Jiang Yu looked at her eyes with a smile to look at their own appearance. How is so stupid it? She has money. Jiang Yu of course is aware of seriously, Ruan Cece is now estimated to be the richest person in the family, not to mention the fact that the house is hers alone, as well as the money that Chen Hui left behind for her really isn't that small. All this is known, but no one in the family makes a point of discussing it, because it's Ruan Cece's money. But at this time, she is her own. Baba just said so. To Jiang Yu smiled naively. "If you need money, I give you your paintings sold to me." She thought about it for a moment. Also feasible. This is Jiang Yu painting. Hey, although I do not know if there will be any value in the future, but just Jiang Yu painting such a condition. In Ruan Cece here, even if it is a very powerful painting. Jiang Yu bent down in amusement to stare into her eyes. "You know what I'm selling? You just buy it. Buy it, why don't you?" Ruan Cece had a straight face. "You can't be punking me, can you? You have not heard of marketing are looking for acquaintances," said reached out and gently flicked her forehead. "What do you think in your head day after day? Don't know anything to sell you Ruan Cece reached out to cover her forehead that he had bounced, and looked at him with puffed up cheeks. "Why not? It's okay to sell it to someone else, but not to me?" In fact, there was nothing wrong with this conversation, but why did Jiang Yu feel that something was wrong? He frowned slightly. "You're selling yourself in this bite. I always feel like I'm selling myself if I don't know. Can it?" Ruan Cece, forehead also not covered, reached out and hugged Jiang Yu's arm. The corners of her mouth showed an expectant expression. The whole person looked bright. Her eyes also flashed buling light. "Jiang Yu?" He reached out to cover the expectant little face and said with a leathery smile, "Thank you. I'm selling my art, not my body." "I don't want you to sell your body for anything. You really don't want to think about it?" Ruan Cece didn't use her hands either, and purposely raised her mouth and kissed his palm. "Please, just think about it." Jiang Yu just felt his palm being touched by those soft lips. He jerked his hand back. "Are you a puppy? Dirty hands." Chapter 99, Don't like dogs or cats. Like you. After listening to Jiang Yu's words, Ruan Cece froze for a moment, then smiled and barked twice like a puppy. If brother likes puppies, Ruan Cece just looked at Jiang Yu with a bright smile in her eyes. "Then do you like puppies or kittens?" Jiang Yu heard the sound of his heartbeat bouncing hard. Ask anyone who can stand such a pretty girl smiling and saying such things. Anyway, Jiang Yu was a little too much to handle. "My throat wasn't even dry from talking on the phone just now." Jiang Yu took a deep breath, reached out and gently pressed her forehead. "Ruan Xiaoban doesn't like dogs or cats, likes you," said with a helpless smile. "Just be yourself, whatever you like." Looking at Jiang Yu's gentle smile, Ruan Cece thought in her heart, not always like it, right? From a young age he wanted to be a law-abiding and obedient child himself. Ruan Cece thought that carefully. crossing out all kinds of dark thoughts in her mind that hadn't come to be implemented. Well, how was it not considered compliance with the law? The way she obediently tilted her head and looked at Jiang Yu was the well-behaved look that Jiang Yu was used to seeing. What goes on in a relationship isn't called cheating. It's called pandering, right? Ruan Cc thought that she could be all that Jiang Yu liked. Jiang Yu lost his temper when he looked at her soft and obedient appearance. Reaching out, I rubbed her head. Keep your money. It'll be useful later. Me, this is kind of a little secret, okay? Don't tell my parents. And don't ask. You'll find out in a while, he said, putting his finger to his mouth and shushing. Ruan Cc first nodded, then somewhat reluctantly. Can't I ask too? Jiang Yu nodded. For the time being, I can't. You'll know later. Is that okay? Not really, but Jiang Yu had said so. Ruan Cc still nodded and said, okay, but you have to tell me if you're short of money. Jiang Yu thought to himself, I am actually not very short of money, because Jiang Yu's entire materialistic needs are not very high. He just, needs a little more money these days to prepare a surprise from Gwen Cc. But at this time Jiang Yu was nodding in agreement, then turned around and said, I'll go cut you a fruit. Everything looks like it's in the past. Ruan Cc, however, took out her own cell phone after Jiang Yu turned around and went out to record the keywords from his chat just now. Brother won't let her ask. She won't ask. She can find out herself, right? Hey, anyway, she's kind of obedient, or brother's little good boy. Jiang Yu knew nothing about it. After cutting up the fruit, the two of them ate it and worked on their roles for a while. Jiang Yu's cell phone received a collection message. The phone has just been muted by him. The other party sent a message one did not read. I guess I can see Jiang Yu's attitude, which is not to give money very quickly. Jiang Yu grunted and laughed. Bullying is all human instinct. He looked at the $2,000 or so that had just arrived. It should be enough, right? Lately he's been puking on his drawings and decides it's best to take a break. Jiang Yu was in a better mood for thinking so. He glanced at the clock. Well, it's time to go to bed. Ruan Shishi. Ngwen Cc. Last question. Jiang Yu looked at her, and sure enough, she was still seriously calculating her questions. Although he had answered Jiang Yu, he probably didn't even notice what he had promised. Jiang Yu didn't rush her, so he sat next to her and played with his cell phone. After going back to the buyer's information, went up to the platform and posted a moratorium on receiving articles. Then it was time to tap into WeChat and see the message from Chandler. This kid probably didn't have enough homework to swipe a screen full of shocked emoticons. Jiang Yu casually slid a bit and then lazy to see, directly back to a sentence. You are too little homework? Have you finished the drawing? Isn't it due tonight? There was probably a cell phone there in the first place, and I don't know what I was doing, but the reply came back 6 points quickly anyway. Devil, the devil, I'm going to draw. Jiang Yu was comfortable with this. He pressed out his cell phone to raise his eyes when he felt a shadow fall before him. Sure enough, Ruan Cc stood up and stretched after finishing the question. The girl was well built, but on the thin side. At home, she also wears long-sleeved pajamas, so the air conditioning in her room is usually on pretty low. At this moment, with the movement of her stretching, the hem of the pajama dress was slightly pulled upward quite a bit, revealing a small section of her thin white waistline. Jiang Yu eyeballed it and felt like he could hold her waist with just 2 hands. Too thin? And with this movement, you can still vaguely see some body curves. Jiang Yu was sitting, so raise your eyes to see from the bottom to look up. Well, the scenery is very beautiful. Ruan Cc stretched, suddenly thought of something and turned her head to look at Jiang Yu, just in time to see the boy leaning back in his chair, stretching out his long legs lazily and staring up at her. Boys seem to really to a certain age on the draw. Obviously junior high school. Ruan Cc is really do not think Jiang Yu how tall at this time, but feel that he legs really long, and he was wearing a white t-shirt, because it was worn as a pajama, so the clothes were old. The collar was a little loose. Ruan Shishi felt that he could not say that the male was horny. She, a female staring at Jiang Yu's exposed collarbone, thought, well, how can a person not be horny? Especially Jiang Yu's undisguised gaze that fell on her made her feel like a seduction. So Ruan Cc blinked and lowered her stretched hand. Turning, he called out, brother. Jiang Yu looked at the thin waist was covered by the clothes, some regret in his heart, still upwards to her eyes. What's wrong? Ruan Cc smiled sweetly at him. I just promised to keep a secret, so is it possible to make a small request? Jiang Yu's instincts told him that Ruan Cc's small request shouldn't be simple, but he was curious as to what she was asking for, so after a few seconds of hesitation, I asked, so tell me. Ruan Cc's eyes lit up for a moment as she took 2 steps closer to Jiang Yu and suddenly straddled Jiang Yu's lap. She had sat face to face like this before when she felt her way into Jiang Yu's room the night she was just discharged from the hospital, but it was a time when you couldn't see anything in the dark, and it was a different mindset. At this moment, Jiang Yu was frozen by her sudden bold movements, and hastily reached out to protect her back, and his own straightened legs flexed up to sit back down. What are you doing? Didn't I say I sell my art, not my body? Although he said that, smelling the scent of her body's body wash, Jiang Yu still couldn't avoid his heartbeat speeding up quite a bit. Besides, Ruan Cece is too skinny. It didn't even weigh much sitting on his lap. Jiang Yu couldn't help but frown slightly. Ruan Cece, however, misunderstood. She thought Jiang Yu was unhappy that she was like this, so she explained seriously, "Brother, I'm not doing anything, just hugging." Chapter 100, Who chases you like this doesn't allow you to say yes. Jiang Yu froze for a moment. That's not what I meant. And what can you do? His voice was tinged with helpless laughter. What would a little girl whose feelings were still confused dare to do? It can only be said that Jiang Yu understands Ruan Cece, but the understanding is not deep enough. She dared to do a lot of things, but at this moment, she did do as she said, and just sat across Jiang Yu's lap, reached out and hugged him, resting her head gently against Jiang Yu's chest. That way she could hear Jiang Yu's heartbeat. The room was quiet. Jiang Yu leaned back in a chair and let her listen to her heartbeat. In fact, Jiang Yu seemed to have heard it too. It was urgent and chaotic. He's not as calm and self-possessed as he makes himself out to be. After all, it was his favorite girl in his arms. If he could keep his cool, he could become a monk. Jiang Yu could see her soft, dark hair when he lowered his eyes. Although it looked thick, Jiang Yu knew that he could have touched the scar on the back of her head if he reached out. At this moment, Jiang Yu's hand was gently placed on the spot where she had once been injured. Nguyen Cece felt it and moved his head. His hair brushed against his hand and his small face brushed against Jiang Yu's chest. Jiang Yu said with amusement, "A real puppy. I've said I'm willing to be your puppy," she added with a straight face. Jiang Yu laughed helplessly, pinched her earlobe and watched as the alabaster earlobe turned pink at the touch. "It's cute. Are you done hugging?" "No, brother, your heart is beating so fast." Ruan Cece's voice was as soft as her person. Jiang Yu hummed but admitted it readily. "I also feel that my heart is beating fast." Nguyen Cece just laughed happily in his arms, then suddenly sat up a little straighter, reached out and pulled over Jiang Yu's hand, pulling up her own sleeve a little bit, leaving some deep and shallow marks on it, all marks left by the injuries she sustained when she was a child. "Brother, today, Auntie Sue asked me if I wanted to go to surgery to get rid of these. In fact, over the years, Jiang Yu has bought a lot of scar removal creams for Ruan Cece to use. Otherwise these scars would be more obvious, and compared to her extremities, her back was actually the worst hit." At this time Jiang Yu's hand gently touched those traces. Because of wearing long sleeves all year round, her skin was white and tender, but the NCS scars were as if the beautiful jade was flawed, affecting that beautiful skin. Jiang Yu looked at these wounds heart too late to regret anything, just heartbroken that these wounds will appear here for a reason. "Then do you want to go?" Jiang Yu looked up at her and stared into her bright eyes. "I'll accompany you if you want to go. I'll make money to give you the surgery. Just delete the announcement that was just posted straight away." Ruan Cece looked at Jiang Yu and suddenly smiled. "I want to go and do it. Brother, I want to wear pretty dresses like other girls." Ruan Cece's tone was serious. The saying that a woman is a woman's delight turns out to be true. The former Ruan Cece felt as if these ugly scars were witnesses to her once ugly life. Keeping it is keeping it. It's as if her birth wasn't changed by Ruan Daitian going in and Chen Hui leaving. The presence of these scars was more than enough to keep her staring at them every day, to make her tell herself to try harder, and that only by trying harder would she be able to go farther. Farther than that awful, raggedy family of origin could ever find her. But not anymore. Ruan Cece wanted to be a normal, ordinary little girl. Only such a little girl is worthy of her Jiang Yu. "Brother, I want to become a little more beautiful, a little more complete," she whispered, reaching out and hugging Jiang Yu tightly, placing her small face on Jiang Yu's shoulder. "It's the only way to be a little more compatible with you." Jiang Yu only said, "Ruan Xiaoxi is a good match for me anytime." But he didn't stop her from saying what she said, wanting to be more beautiful and complete. Though here in Jiang Yu Ruan Shi was always perfect and beautiful, but he also knew it wasn't like that in Ruan Cece's eyes. In her eyes she's always been bad. Bad. Bad everywhere. Jiang Yu also knows that salvation can't be all about other people. They can give Ruan Shi lots and lots of love, but it's more important that she loves herself. It's obvious that Ruan Cece didn't love herself at all in the past, so she always managed to do things that hurt the enemy 1,000 times and hurt herself 800 times. Impulsive and paranoid and reckless. Self-salvation is never helped by others. Jiang Yu was rejoicing at this point that Ruan Shi seemed to be coming out on her own. That's what he always wanted to see. He hugged Ruan Cece and a soft kiss landed on the side of her face. "We, Ruan Cece, are really, really good, and I'll respect you in all the decisions you make." The person who had been leaning on his shoulder with a blank look on her face suddenly brightened up when his kiss landed on that white side of her face. To describe it, it's like a robot that's about to run out of batteries suddenly gets a charge, and its eyes immediately light up. That's what happened to Nguyen Cece at this point. She reached out and touched the cheek on which Jiang Yu had just gently dropped a kiss, her eyes blinking and blinking. looking pretty and inviting. Can I get another kiss then? The eyes were bright with anticipation. Jiang Yu, dare he think of inciting others to think of how to be kissed again? He was a little helpless and amused. No, already kissed. Oops, you're kissing. One mouthful is also a kiss. 2 mouthfuls is also a kiss. It doesn't really make a difference, right? Ruan Cece tried to fight for it. Then otherwise it's okay for me to kiss you. After saying that, her little face was still slightly red, staring expectantly at Jiang Yu's lips. Jiang Yu's skin smile me not smile reached out and gently patted her waist. Up, take advantage of the advantage has not degree I am very abide by the male moral my cheap only my girlfriend can take advantage of. The voice was laced with laughter and the force was light. Nguyen Cece, exasperated. JPG, little tits punching. JPG, finally, I couldn't hold back. You don't have a girlfriend, don't you? Examine yourself? The one who didn't ask for a kiss looked exasperated and sat on Jiang Yu's lap with a bulging face. Jiang Yu smiled and looked at her. I review I'm not chasing it? Who chases people like that doesn't allow them to say yes? Nguyen Cece just muttered in a disgruntled little voice. Jiang Yu smiled and pinched her face. Do not be anxious, only just sent you flowers. This chaste? No way, my Jiang Yu's sister just so cannot chase. The words are all yours, said Ruan Cece, who glared at him, but a smile appeared on her face. This is the ritual Jiang Yu gave her. She was actually happy, and all that aside, Ruan Cece was just one of all the ordinary girls who were looking forward to being courted by someone she liked. Looking forward to the surprise he had in store for her. Jiang Yu was about to speak when the sound of the door opening came from the doorway outside. It should be Suyin coming back. The girl who had been clinging to his lap jumped away as if her ass was on springs. Jiang Yu, the warrior woman is so bouncy. Chapter 101, Good Night Kisses. Kisses. Jiang Yu laughed outright at the way she popped away like a hot ass. Where's the dry run you just sat up in? It didn't even make Jiang Yu come back to his senses. Now you're scared? Before Ruan Cece could open her mouth to retort, she heard Su Yin's voice. She should have seen the light coming through the door of Ruan Cece's room, and the person had already walked over. Little fish, Cece, you're still awake? As her voice rang out, the hidden door was pushed open. Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece both looked at Su Yin. One called out to Aunt Su and the other to Mom. Su Yin let out a sigh of relief. It's more than 11 o'clock, and you guys are still working on your papers? Rest more, don't work too hard. Although her mouth was like this, Su Yin was still happy to see the notes and papers sitting on their desktops. What parent doesn't like their child to love learning? Not to mention Su Yin is a teacher. More like, Jiang Yu found it amusing to watch Ruan Cece, who was bold in front of herself, behave herself in front of Su Yin and didn't dare to speak loudly. At this time also stood up, walked to Su Yin's side and put his arm around her shoulders and walked out. You came back just after you finished writing the paper. It seems like it's rather late tonight. No longer walk and see just sat on his lap to tease their own people to blush. This is the heart of the week? Oddly cute and can't let her get too torn up about it. Jiang Yu took the initiative to change the topic, and sure enough Sui nodded and was carried outside with his arm around her. He also didn't forget to urge Ruan Cece. Cece, rest early. Ruan Cece withdrew her hand that was staring at Jiang Yu's arm around Suyin and said obediently, I know Auntie Sue. Good night Auntie Sue. Then that gaze turned and landed on Jiang Yu's face. Good night, brother. Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled at her. Good night Ruan Xiaoxi. Then he saw Ruan Cece say something wordlessly, and from the shape of her mouth, he could tell that she said, good night kiss. Jiang Yu felt that this person was really a thief. It's probably just that. Although I'm a little scared, I don't feel like I can do without my perks. Jiang Yu ignored her and turned his head to answer Su Yin's question about how he felt about the teacher when he went to the studio today. Ruan Cece looked at their backs with a feeling of relief. Just now when Aunt Su suddenly came back, she was just inexplicably a little flustered. Even though they didn't do anything, but it was her current state of mind. Whether she was discovered by Su Yin or Jiang Weiman, she was panicking. Jiang Yu and Su Yin's voices came from the living room, and Ruan Cece turned around to start clearing the table, then saw a sticky note. On it was the side of a girl's face sketched in ballpoint pen, the kind that you could tell at a glance that it was Ruan Cece. That eye painting is especially nice. Ruan Cece froze for a moment, then got a little happy. When did Jiang Yu draw it? She reached for the sticky note and found words on the back, written by Jiang Yu. Ruan Xiaoxi, who was silent and studying, and Jiang Yu, who was obsessed with Ruan Xiaoxi's beauty. Today's little gift. Today's Ruan Xiaoxi is also full of beauty value. The handwriting is casual, with a cute little emoji drawing of a simple win on the back. Nguyen Cece loved it. She held the sticky note for a moment before opening her own drawer and pulling out a book, opened to the newest page and put the sticky note on it. Glancing in the direction of the living room, there was still talking over there. Ruan Cece took out a pen and wrote on the latest page. Today's Jiang Yu, too, glows in my eyes and heart. It's like, more and more like him. The idea of hiding him is going to be overwhelming, but I know that I have to control it, because Jongyu likes good kids, and I like him. When I wrote the words like him, the tip of the pen paused for a moment, and then added a sentence after it. It's a different kind of liking from a sister liking her brother, the kind of liking a girl has for a boy, and it's as if Jongyu has taught me what liking is again. Finally Ron Cece put down her pen, reached out and gently touched the sticky note, then carefully covered the notebook. Jongyu in the living room didn't know that he was almost locked up again. At this moment he was asking Suin a question he had always been quite curious about. Mom, speaking of which, my dad really doesn't have much artistic skills, and neither do you? So I'm gifted then? Jongyu actually said this more in jest. After all, Suin had just mentioned that Mr. She had said that Jongyu's talent was good. That's why Jongyu was really curious. In his last life he also went to study art in his first year of high school. He was so quick to catch on that the teacher at the beginning thought he had learned it before, and after realizing that he hadn't, he asked if someone in their family was just very good at it, and had that kind of talent now? At that time Jongyu thought as their family personnel is really simple, just the three of them. In retrospect, it is not an exaggeration to say that besides watching his mom draw geometric shapes, Jongyu has not seen anyone who has drawn a picture at home. Suin heard this but gave him a sideways glance. Oh, maybe you're gifted? And your father's side may have some kind of gene, intergenerational inheritance or something. Okay, I'm going to take a bath and go to bed. You also have an early rest. Fortunately, you don't have to go to the drawing room tomorrow. With that she had gotten up and walked to the room. Jongyu looked at her back and raised his eyebrows slightly. There was something wrong with his mom. Sue herself probably doesn't know that she sometimes lies when she says a particularly long sentence. Of course it wasn't necessarily a lie, was it? But Jongyu felt something was wrong. To think that one thing he had actually suspected in his last life was that in B City, where he went to college and worked, he had once met an old woman who looked a lot like his mother, and the guy who taught him when he was studying seemed to know him well. Jongyu lowered his eyes. His mom had secrets. I found out about it in my last life. I just didn't get to try it out either. I just got back to my hometown and was set up on a blind date, and then Thinking of this, Jongyu glanced in the direction of Ron Cece's room. Is he counting himself as sending someone's head 1,000 miles? Then just as he looked over he saw Ron Cece pull open the door to his room and emerge with a small head. Seeing that Jongyu was the only one in the living room smiling at him and waving his hand to come over, Jongyu, gathering his mixed emotions, he stood up, and after walking over he was about to open his mouth to ask what was wrong. Ron Cece shushed herself instead, her voice lowered. Keep your voice down. Jongyu was a bit amused. We're in our own home, Ron Cece, and my mom went to take a bath. There should be the sound of water, can't hear what we're saying. How do you have any little secrets to tell me? When Ron Cece heard Suin go in to take a bath, she lowered her own fingers this time, covered her mouth with her backhand, and tilted her head to look at Jongyu. A muffled voice came out of the muffled little mouth. Goodnight kisses, kisses. She nodded the back of her hand. Chapter 102, Sticky rice paper melts when it touches water. Jongyu watched as she covered the lower half of her face herself, revealing a pair of bright and expectant deer eyes that still had a smile when looked at closely. Before actually Jongyu had promised her that the next goodnight kiss was going to be on the back of her hand. The truth is that Jongyu was also kissed. Last time, she also covered her forehead. That is, Jong used that action. A different person to cover just. Now it's good. Now she's all progressive. Now covering her mouth. And look at the look of anticipation on her face. Jongyu had a strange feeling, as well as what she said today. Kissing once is also kissing. Kissing many times is also kissing. Let's just say that sometimes Jongyu's sensitivity net be used in places where it's not necessary. Right now, for example, he doubted Ron Cece would let go when he kissed down. Don't ask. Asking is a man's sixth sense. But Jongyu reached out and pulled her hand down. Ron Cece looked at him with a surprised and innocent face. Can't we have a kiss? Isn't there a goodnight kiss? Jongyu hummed and laughed. There is definitely. With that he darted in and pulled her palm up for a kiss. Good night, Ngwin Cece? Her eyes widened. How did it regress? It was at least on the face before. Hands on now? Jongyu, as if he had known she would say this, pulled up the small hand that he had just kissed and quickly put it on her lips. Boo. His voice took on a laugh-dubbed boop look. It made Ron Cece inexplicably blush a little. In the end, she was a teenage girl, young and sensitive. It was obvious that the other party hadn't done anything yet, but he himself was already red in the face and didn't know what to do. Jongyu smiled after booing, looking at her eyes flickering but also has not dared to meet his eyes. How to see, how to like, and a little glad that it still ruffles blushes. Or how mind-numbing would it be? She can't be the only one to tease herself, can she? Then he seems to be a bit of a failure at chasing people. At this time Jongyu was in a good mood, reaching out and rubbing her head. Alright, good night, go back and sleep well. I'm going back too. Then he pushed Ron Cece, who hadn't come back to her senses and was just blushing, into the room, and turned around and entered the room himself. Just a little regret in my heart. I should have kissed my own palm and then pressed it on her lips. Ahem. That would be considered to have a goodnight kiss for myself as well, wouldn't it? Oops. Misstep. Jiang Yu's side went in with regret to wash up and came out with his cell phone to look at it. The top docketed docket with a creak pattern sent him a message. Jiang Yu clicked open. Is this called indirect kissing? I think next time we can try it through a tissue. What do you think? Looking forward. JPG, Jiang Yu? No, it's a nice thought. The image didn't come out all at once, through a thin paper towel. Just a little bit of wetness is basically the same as nothing. The picture. Jiang Yu couldn't help but purse his lips. Back up 6 points. She reacted too quickly. Hadn't she just blushed with embarrassment? You're thinking of advanced versions now? Really? It's not bad for Nguyen Cece. Ruan Cece's face was still red at this point, and her entire body was lying on the bed. All around, Jiang Yu bought her some various dolls. She was also holding a gourd doll in her arms, the one Jiang Yu carried over to her. Looking at the 6 points that Jiang Yu returned to her, she made a further effort. Is it good, brother? Sugar paper is fine, I'll get ready, I'm not a hooligan and I'm not asking you to kiss me directly, behave yourself and sit down. JPG, Jiang Yu, the candy paper you're talking about wouldn't be sticky rice paper, would it? A surprised expression was sent over there. You know, so, I'll think of something else. Disappointment. JPG, Jiang Yu was already lying on the bed by now. Looking at the message she sent, the smile at the corner of his mouth could not be suppressed. He could basically imagine Wan Cece lying on the bed with a doll in her arms at this moment, sending him a message, realizing that he had pierced her well-behaved facade, and at this moment must be muttering her little mouth thinking about how to continue to round back. Jiang Yu used to think that messaging with people was actually quite a waste of time. Isn't it faster to call if something happens? There's time to send a message. Maybe things have been resolved. Now he was thinking, it's good to send messages, anywhere. Of course the best ones are mainly the ones who message with themselves. In the end, the two of them did not say anything nutritious topic. Was Jiang Yu forced to say goodnight before the opposite side reluctantly said goodnight and went to bed? Jiang Yu had a good night's sleep. Well, a good dream. In the dream they were at home one afternoon with just 2 people, originally reading in one and playing on their cell phones in the other. Somehow, Ruan Cece suddenly straddled him, holding something in both hands, and asked Jiang Yu, brother, left or right hand? Jiang Yu curiously looked at her 2 hands, putting down the cell phone at the same time he self-consciously reached out and wrapped his arm around her waist. What's this? You'll know when you pick one. Ruan Cece, however, didn't answer and just looked at him with anticipation. Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment and picked his right hand. Then the pale hand opened in front of him and inside was a candy? White rabbit milk duds? Jiang Yu was uncertain. Nguyen Cece opened another hand, this one with tissues on top. Something flashed through Jiang Yu's mind, but it seemed like he couldn't remember it for a moment in the dream. Then he saw that Ruan Cece had carefully opened the candy, carefully took out the great white rabbit milk candy and raised it to Jiang Yu's lips. Ah! Jiang Yu obediently opened his mouth. The milk candy just fell gently into his mouth, creamy and sweet. Then the rest of the candy paper, and glutinous rice paper wrapped in milk candy. Ruan Cece slightly tilted her head and looked at Jiang Yu. Brother, can I have a good afternoon kiss? Jiang Yu, who couldn't speak in his dream, saw Ruan Cece, who had already put the glutinous rice paper on her lips. Come over. Sticky paper, more fragile than paper towels. It's basically nothing that exists. The lips touched together and that thin sticky paper sticks, wrapped around the girl's pink, soft lips, though the touch was still somewhat nuanced. But that difference seemed to disappear after their lips met. Jiang Yu thought, really strange. Obviously eat milk candy is himself. How to feel Ruan Cece than he is sweeter? The sunlight fell on the couch, and the girl sat across the boy's lap in the quiet living room. Lowering his head, he quietly dropped a kiss to his lips. The moment the two touched, it was as if the sticky paper disappeared. Maybe it's not as if, it's unintentionally touching some water. Glutinous rice paper melts when it touches water. Chapter 103, the girl's soft lips fell on the corner of his lips. Even in the dream, Jiang Yu's mind had a vague idea that their first kiss should be milky candy flavored. It was as if the first candy he handed over to her was milk candy, Wan Xiaoxi told him later. Jiang Yu had no recollection of it, but this was supposed to be a beautiful dream. But unfortunately the sticky paper hadn't completely melted when the door opened. Jiang Yu opened his eyes violently, froze for a moment, then looked down. Asterisk. Jiang Yu was speechless. It must have affected him because Ruan Cece reacted too much last night. Why else would you have a nice dream about the sound of a door opening before it could unfold a bit? No need to think. It should be Suin's return. Jiang Yu, the first person to create anxiety and internal conflict in Ruan Shishi. He laughed helplessly and touched his phone to see that it was past 10. time to get up and wash and pants. Jiangyu didn't see Wan Cece in the living room when he came out with his own clothes and pants. It's kind of nice, otherwise it's inexplicably a bit awkward. Just this side he had just dried his pants. Clothes were about to turn around to get them when he saw Wan Cece, who was standing noiselessly behind him, leaning on the edge of the balcony. She walks like a kitten. Why doesn't she make any noise? Seeing Jiangyu turn around, her gaze staring at Jiangyu's pants only retracted, revealing a bright smile to Jiangyu. Brother, good morning ah. Jiangyu nodded in a still good mood. Good morning. Then the clothes were hung up to dry. As a result, I heard Wan Cece come up with, don't you tan your underwear? Jiangyu's hand that was holding up shook and almost didn't drop her clothes. It's not you. He felt his face go red. What are you doing? Being a hooligan early in the morning. But Wan Cece said innocently, no, isn't changing clothes a set? Jiangyu, it seems like it's right, but it doesn't seem right. He put down the drying fork in his hand after hanging up the laundry and reached out to pinch her face. You almost got it. On purpose, didn't you? Wan Cece, however, stared at Jiangyu's hand and said, right hand ah, sometimes really hates seconds to understand. For example, now Jiangyu also do not know why they want seconds to understand ah. Who understands ah family? It was like he suddenly felt Wan Cece's face was a little hot. He jerked his hand back. You? What do you mean? A weak heart? Why a weak heart? Jiangyu felt that this weakness of heart should not be. Obviously he did not do anything, and his hands clean and dry. Ahem. The main thing is that I dreamt of kissing someone, and if it wasn't for the sound of the door opening, it's really hard to say what the content of this latter dream was. Wan Cece, however, had already brainstormed an entire scenario from Jiangyu's slightly sheepish expression. Then his own face inexplicably began to redden. The two were oddly shy on facing each other, and also both of their faces were red. It's just as well that no one is home at this point, otherwise this would be really hard to explain. Wan Cece's hands were behind her own back, whispering, Actually, I know. I have classes too. Understanding. Proper release of pressure. No, you probably don't. Jiangyu's entire body went numb. He hurriedly stopped Wan Cece from those outrageous words of comfort. You stop saying that. I don't have it. My hands are clean and dry. Wan Cece didn't retort, just glanced at the clothes he had just hung up. Their clothes from yesterday had been hung up last night. This isn't what Jiangyu changed out of yesterday. And looking at that dress, Wan Cece could tell at a glance that it was the pajama top and pajama pants he wore last night. Ah, she's just curious. Where are the panties? Besides, you can't just take off your underwear, can you? Thinking so made her face even hotter. Jiangyu just watched as her face turned even redder after glancing at her dress pants. Jiangyu, it's really not like that. No, how is he supposed to explain that? I'm not. I wouldn't be wearing dress pants even if I were. This is sweat. Jiangyu finished feeling like his new brain wasn't working well. Why should I explain this kind of thing? But without explaining it, he always felt that the way Wan Cece looked at him was subtle. It turned out that after his awkward explanation, Wan Cece's focus was, you don't wear underwear to bed? Jiangyu directly laughed in anger, reached out and violently flicked her forehead. Wash your brain. What are you thinking? Wan Cece let out an ouch and violently reached out to cover her forehead. The blow was a bit of force, and the eyes seemed to be reddening on the forehead. Jiangyu was a little heartbroken, and he himself was confused by his anger. At this moment, he met Wan Cece's pitiful fawn eyes and became even more vain. Reaching out, he pulled her hand down and exhaled gently a few times. I'm sorry, does it hurt? I wasn't paying attention just now. Looking at the red, he made himself even more vain. And some heartache. Wan Cece nodded. It hurts. You blow again. Jiangyu obediently blew a few more times, still not forgetting to teach a lesson. Why are you discussing with the opposite sex whether or not people wear underwear to bed? Is that appropriate? Even if it's me, it's not appropriate. That's a weird topic to talk about anyhow. Wan Cece gave a small, oh so quiet, I won't dare next time. And then there was a pathetic rubbing of his forehead. Jiangyu looked at her this way and could see her lowered eyelashes covering those beautiful eyes. Her whole person looked pitiful, going soft. But if Jiangyu didn't go soft, he wouldn't be so easily taken. He reached up and gently pressed his hand to the forehead that had been reddened by his own flick. The intensity was light. Does it still hurt? Wan Cece's eyelashes fluttered twice and she looked up a little pitifully. So, then can I have another blow? She added. The closer kind. The girl looks good. As if she has a natural advantage. The sunlight outside falls on that bright little face. The skin seems to look a little transparent. At this time she is just so pitifully looking at people's appearance. Simply let a person cannot refuse a little. Jiangyu was no exception. He finally lowered his head and moved a little closer. Blow on it, it won't hurt anymore. If not, I'll let you pop it back in. Okay. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Wan Cece's movements. Originally Jiang Yu was just slightly bending a little closer to. The height difference was also brought a little closer. There wouldn't have been much distance between the two. Ruan Cici's original expression with some pity but suddenly changed when Jiang Yu approached, revealing a bright and cute smile. She approached very quickly. Jiang Yu was originally talking. There was no time to react. The girl's soft lips landed on the corner of his. Happy mid-autumn reunion everyone, have you eaten your mooncakes yet? These 2 days sleep, I don't know what night is this night. Every day 24 hours to sleep more than 10 hours. Happy launch by Yubi. I've gotten too caught up in the turtle demolition obsession lately. I want to dismantle turtles live. Bushi. Chapter 104. But now that you've said it, I'll be happy all day. The sun is still warm and bright in September. It's already kind of hot at 10 o'clock in the morning. The sun just hung in the sky with a big grin, looking brightly at the boy and girl on the balcony. The boy who had just been close was kissed by the girl who flew over to him. The girl didn't get attached, and after kissing her, she turned around quickly and ran away. There was the sound of the door slamming shut. Jiang Yu thought it was the soul that had returned to its place only at this moment. He opened one eye somewhat blankly and reached up to touch the corner of his lips where he had just been kissed, then looked up at the door that had just closed. She closed the door with a serious and swift movement, a genuine lack of hesitation. It was like she could predict that Jiang Yu would curse, but Jiang Yu didn't. Jiang Yu stood still, his ears red, her lips, so soft, and this light minty flavor. Too bad it wasn't milk candy, but she doesn't like milk candy in this heat. Jiang Yu stood in place for a while, as if she hadn't returned to her senses, and as if she was savoring the kiss she had just received. It's not a long time anyway, but some people are taking seconds. At this time Ruan Cici, who had locked herself in her room, carefully leaned against the doorway, and she was a little anxious when she never heard footsteps. His heart was beating fast, but he couldn't help but reach up and touch his lips. Just now, I kissed you. In the end is still afraid of Jiang Yu, angry, did not dare to direct to the lips on the kiss. If he was angry they can still argue that they are not on purpose. Originally wanted to kiss the cheeks. This is not accidental. Well, if it is really on purpose on the kiss on the lips, the reasons are all thought out perfectly. Unfortunately, some things are etched in the bone. Just like Ruan Cici is afraid of Jiang Yu. How do you say this fear? It's how she thinks in her mind, okay, and her heart is dark, okay. But none of this can be discovered by Jiang Yu. She only needed her image in front of Jiang Yu to be Ruan Xiao, obedient and understanding but also simple. So at this point, she's deflated, especially since no footsteps have been heard. After waiting a while she couldn't help herself and peeked open the door. Jiang Yu took off his shoes and came in, standing in front of Ruan Cici's room, counting in his heart to see when she would not be able to resist opening the door. Guard the cat. He's good at it. See, it's open, isn't it? As soon as Ruan Cici opened the door and just poked her head out, she was pressed on her little neck. What are you looking at? See if the victim is still there? Jiang Yu's voice carried a bit of indescribable emotion, but it also carried an obvious smirk. Ruan Cici's was pinched small neck body instinctively stiffened for a moment. Then trembling, she looked up at this Jiang Yu who was staring at her with downcast eyes. For a moment, she felt that Jiang Yu was like a cat, and she herself was like a little mouse being caught. Ruan Cici spoke in a low voice. Brother, why don't you say anything? What she was going to ask was how come you walk without a sound, but it always felt wrong to ask that. Jiang Yu grunted and laughed. If I had a voice, wouldn't this mean I couldn't catch you? When Cici was weak. Indeed, if there had been a noise, she most likely wouldn't have opened the door. Jiang Yu looked at her vain appearance and pinched her neck. Not talking now? Where did the aura of the loved ones just now go? Gaslighting. The chi is off duty. Disposable. Ruan Cici simply reached out and hugged the arm of the hand that Jiang Yu was pinching her neck with, trying to solve it with pampering. Brother, I really didn't mean to do it just now. It was just for a moment. You were close. It was backlit, you know? Just me looking like your whole person is glowing. I just wanted to kiss your cheek. I didn't expect to miss. After saying that she also looked at Jiang Yu carefully. Do you believe me when I say this much? Jiang Yu looked at her seriously. Originally if you hadn't asked me if I believed I would have convinced myself to believe. But if you had asked me if I believed, you know, it would have made you look weak. With that, he drew back and pinched her tiny nose. Now that was measured, not hard. And Jiang Yu felt that maybe it was the dream last night or maybe it was because she had just stolen a kiss from her. He never cared about this before when Ruan Cici held his arm, but today he clearly felt the difference in stature between men and women. Although Ruan Cici was thin, but, her figure was still quite good. Just, very soft. The light pressure on his arm was a little too obvious, so Jiang Yu drew back his hand. Otherwise he was afraid that he would be embarrassed. Ruan Cici wouldn't have known what was going on in his mind, or else at this point it would have been the whole person sticking up. At this moment, being pinched by someone's little nose only dares to obediently look at Jiang Yu, dare not have an opinion. Jiang Yu still let go of her nose and sighed as he looked at this goony look on her face. Such a good opportunity for you to just kiss the corner of your mouth. Ha, this heart is more or less lost. You say this? A kiss on the corner of the mouth. A little past that is the lips, alright? Hey, Nguyen Cece's eyes glowed. Then how about I re-kiss? Think beautiful, Jiang Yu said with a smile, turning around to go to the kitchen to find food. The opportunity is not to be missed. Now the expiration date is over. Tails followed. I just didn't play well. Trust me. Give me another chance. Jiang Yu gave an oh so unmoved sound. Knowing that you've just wimped out. The opportunity is gone. Jiang Yu, how is this like me chasing you? Ruan Cece was not happy. Jiang Yu's footsteps slowed down. He turned to Ruan Shishi and smiled. No it's me chasing after you I'll work hard today as well, and I like you today as well. It's because he's the one chasing Ruan Cece that he's not allowed to be reckless. A lot of things Ruan Cece did, and he was happy. But if the tables were turned and he did, well, go rogue on Ruan Cece during his courtship. Jiang Yu wasn't exactly a gentleman, but he still had his own set of guidelines. And, how to put it, wouldn't tempting Ruan Xiaoxi to take the initiative smell better than him taking the initiative himself? If you can't feel it, find yourself a girl you like. Anyway, Jiang Yu was enjoying the process. The sudden confession made the small tail that was originally following Jiang Yu didn't react, and then crashed straight into the arms of Jiang Yu, who had just stopped and turned around. Jiang Yu instinctively reached out and wrapped his arms around her. Ruan Cece bumped her little nose a bit, but still insisted on looking up at Jiang Yu. Is this your confession? Does that make it a yes? Jiang Yu smiled and nodded. Doesn't she say she likes you every day? In my case, Ruan Xiao, she is cute every day. With that he sighed a little regretfully. I should have said my like later today. At least let me get my gift ready before I said it. But you say it now. I can be happy all day, hey. The smile at the corner of Ruan Cece's mouth was sweet. I also like you, Jiang Yu. Chapter 105. I'm just interested in my little girl. Don't you think? Little girl. Swoosh. Jiang Yu felt his heart was hit by the sweet smile on her face or her sweet words. It's not an illusion. Jiang Yu really felt that after he admitted that he liked Ruan Cece, her whole person became very sweet. Of course it could be because of the lover's eye, but does it matter? Doesn't matter. The point is that Nguyen Creek is sweet, and that's all that matters. Jiang Yu woke up late and simply didn't eat breakfast, because they had a lunch date with Chi Han and the others and then went to the newly opened escape room to play. The two of them flirted with each other in a reckless and similarly flirtatious manner at home before going back to their respective homes to change and head out the door. Went out and didn't ride my bike, mainly because it was really quite hot. The two took a cab, just a big mall nearby. Lu Chi was not available today, so there were only two girls, Zhou Xianxian and Ruan Cece. Everyone else was there when Jiang Yu and the others arrived. Zhou Xianxian cheerfully came up and took Ruan Cece's arm. Cece, brother Yu. Nguyen Cece looked at her arm that was being held. Today she went out without ice sleeves, exposing both armpits. In fact, before because Jiang Yu has been to Ruan Shishi by scar cream. So in fact, in addition to some very deep scars, some lighter actually is not close to see already cannot see. Her hands weren't as ugly as she thought they were. At this time Zhou Xianxian is habitually on the hand of Ruan Cece before reacting to the touch is not the same how? She glanced down, still able to see some much fainter overlapping bruises, and a few very deep ones as well. In the end, she was still young. Her eyes were a little red, but she still held back her emotions and reached out to touch Ruan Cece's arm a few times, exclaiming exaggeratedly, "Hey, everyone is a little girl. How come your skin is so good? Totally didn't ask her why she wasn't wearing ice sleeves or what those scars were about. After all, they all actually knew more or less what was going on. Ruan Cece heard Zhou Xianxian's words and slightly looked sideways at her. She was taller than Zhou Xianxian, so she could see the heartache on her face that she hadn't hidden because of her unskillfulness, and her slightly red eyes. When Cece's heart produced some small changes, she seems to be slowly understanding what a friend is. Jiang Yu might be right. It's actually nice to have friends. Boy's side is not so sensitive. Chi Han and Lu Ji just looked and said, "Hey, Cece did not have military training. Xian you so contrast good black ah." Chi Han stretched out his hand with Lu Ji when he finished, but we're darker. Zhou Xianxian rolled her eyes at them. Get lost you guys. A few people laughed, and Ruan Cece laughed as well. Jiang Yu watched from the sidelines. The ice sleeve in his pocket was probably not going to be used. Today when he went out it was Jiang Yu who asked Ruan Shishi to try to show her arms. He told Ruan Shishi that her hands were beautiful. Really, she was also hesitant and uneasy, yet she wouldn't reject Jiang Yu. Finally took off the ice sleeves, just before he left the house. Jiang Yu still brought it with him, and if Ruan Cece wasn't used to it, he'd put it on her. He couldn't keep her upset. Nguyen Cece is like a little snail trying to reach out to the world, carefully probing his tentacles. He retracted decisively if he didn't feel any goodwill. Fortunately, Jiang Yu still felt that there would always be more kindness than malice around him. Let's go. it's hot as hell. What are we going to eat today? Jiang Yu said and walked to the other side of Ruan Cece, stretching out his finger to hook her finger quickly. Nguyen Cece turned her head to look at him and smiled at him. Behind me, Chi-Han? Is it that blatant? Ignorant Lu Ji, oh. It's so much fun to come out and play. The last 5 people ate skewers because Chi-Han said the restaurant was new and really good. And it's nice to eat skewers with beer in the air conditioning on a hot day. But in the end all they dispensed was Coke. There's an escape room to go to in a little while. Even though Chi-Han and the others say they're really good drinkers. But Jiang Yu and the others didn't believe it. At this age everyone seems to have a lot to talk about. School, teachers, classmates, whatever. Lu Ji or their class sports committee. At this time also said, by the way, a few days after the National Day. The National Day holiday back is the school games. We are not the first one. The new campus. The school games I heard to engage in 3 or 4 days it? Asterisk 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 asterisk? 3 or 4 days? Chi-Han was shocked. Race for what? For the time being is not very clear. But there are swimming competitions. Brother you to the times 1. Hey, to that station. Shall not fascinate how many little girls ah. Lu Ji scowled at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu eating skewers. What's wrong with your eyes? He glanced at Ruan Cece. And sure enough, Ruan Cece's dark, beady eyes were staring at him. Jiang Yu felt so innocent. It's not like he even said that? Chi-Han and Zhou Xianxian? No. Is Lu Ji's brain the same spicy brain they just ate? How else could you say such a thing? Only Lu Ji is still cheerfully saying, brother you I really think you can do it. You started practicing swimming in elementary school ah. Jiang Yu could not top that eye attack power. Raised his hand to stop Lu Ji to continue hand. Picked up 2 skewers and put them to his mouth. Eat more and talk less. I do not participate in ah. Lu Ji also did not polite. Reached out and took the skewer also did not forget to ask. Why ah? It's not like I'm a peacock with an open screen courting. I have little interest in mesmerizing little girls. Jiang Yu said helplessly, then secretly winked at Ruan Cece. There's just one little girl who wants to be a fan. And she's sitting right next to her. So let's forget about the other little girls. Chi-Han also hurriedly said, that's right, our brother Yu doesn't need a little girl. You eat more. Lu Shi still wanted to say. Even Zhou Xianxian handed him a few skewers. You eat. Lu Shi. Everyone's still weirdly enthusiastic today. Jiang Yu saw that the topic had finally changed. Thought it was over. It's just that after eating he goes over here to the bathroom to wash his hands. As a result, when he turned around, he saw Ruan Cece who was waiting. This side of the hand washing place is public. Jiang Yu moved aside a little bit. Wash your hands? Ruan Cece walked over and stood beside Jiang Yu. Her voice thin. It's not washing her hands. Coming to find you. Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows slightly, which guessed why she probably came to find herself. First of all, let me make it clear that I'm not responsible for what Lu Ji said ah. Jiang Yu preempted. He smiled and lowered his head slightly to get a little closer to Ruan Cece. I'm not interested in attracting other little girls either. I'm just interested in my little girl. Don't you think so? Little girl. A little girl with 3 or 4 sentences in a sentence is like a tongue twister. But Ruan Cece understood. Not far away. Lu Ji's eyes went wide. Chapter 106. What did I say? Are you two together yet? Lu Ji's expression was twisted. He just came to use the restroom. But what did he see? Saw what? Not far away from Inu. Lowered his head and came close to Ruan Cece before whispering something. Even the side face can see the smile on his face with flirting and doting. As for the always cold-faced Ruan Cece, you're blushing? Who understands? No, Lu Ji felt like he didn't really want to pee now either. Let's put it this way. He's unresponsive not ah. With such an ambiguous atmosphere, it's no exaggeration to say that if this scene was in a manga, pink bubbles would be popping up. Lu Ji's eyes were lax as he slowly turned around and walked back. He probably had too much coke and was a little drunk. That must be it. Well, that's it. Jiang Yu at this time looked at his own sentence amused by a full face instantly on the red Ruan Shishi, but is a little surprised. Not, call a little girl on the blush? It was something he really didn't expect. I can only say that there is still a gap between the understanding of men and women. At this time Ruan Cece will blush because Jiang Yu said, my little girl, the focus is on my home. The word my family is all it takes to make Ruan Cece feel secure. At this point it didn't seem to matter what she was going to ask. Jiang Yu predicted her prediction and managed to stop an unnecessary argument. Finally Jiang Yu still remembered that this is the door of the toilet. It reached out and rubbed her head. If you don't go to the toilet, go back. A moment to go to the escape room. It better get going. In fact, Jiang Yu personally do not like to play this kind of escape room or something. Well, although it is a big man, he himself has died, but afraid of ghosts this thing. Not that you have done ghosts are not afraid of it, right? But Nguyen Cece is very fond of deduction games. Jiang Yu just knew she'd like it so she agreed to Chi-Han and the others. If not Ruan Cece? Thanks for not playing. Ruan Cece glanced at the mirror next to her just in time to see herself blushing. and then there was, that back looks like Lu Ji. Jiang Yu raised his eyes and saw a back. Well, the same hand and foot kind. JY. It's so stupid. It shouldn't be a likeness. It should be the man himself. Jiang Yu felt funny. It should be him. What should we do? Our little secret is going to be discovered? Jiang Yu looked at her and deliberately teased her. Unexpectedly, Ruan Cece was silent for a moment. Is this a secret? But Xian Xian and Lu Qi both know about it. She even looked at Jiang Yu with an innocent face when she finished. Is it something you can't say? It's not that it can't be said. Jiang Yu thought for a moment. If Ruan Cece also told Lu Qi and Zhou Xianxian, then this said, before, in addition to Lu Ji, in fact, the closest relationship around a few people, everyone knows. Jiang Yu clapped his hands. It's okay now, everyone knows, it's fine. When Cece let out an oh-so-subtle sound and didn't take it to heart. After all, she didn't intend to hide the fact that she liked Jiang Yu, and had been acting quite obviously, right? Though she also knew that many people would take their closeness to be that of a close brother and sister. Ruan Cece had found out before that many times new students would also be curious about her relationship with Jiang Yu, but usually as soon as they open their mouths to ask, there's a former classmate around who's eager to answer. How to put it? It gives Ruan Cece the illusion that they are ambiguously developing their relationship under the cover of everyone. It is worth mentioning that this cover includes Mr. Tang and Director Zhu. It's kinda an amazing feeling. The two over here returned to their positions after washing their hands. What they saw was the speechless Zhou Xianxian and Shihan, as well as the bewildered Lu Ji. Lu Ji saw Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece sitting in front of him still couldn't help but open his mouth. You guys? Yeah, you guys aren't brother and sister Jiang Yu looked at him in this trance and couldn't help but remind. Did you just want to go to the restroom? Why don't you go now? Sometimes when you want to go to the restroom, it's better if no one mentions it, but if someone does, you can't hold it in at all. Lu Ji left a sentence. You guys wait. Then it was off to the bathroom in a flash. Shi Han sighed. Just now he said that he saw you guys doing some ambiguous just moves in front of the restroom, and then came back to tell us if we had noticed any strange behavior before, and if we should help cover it up. And by the way, remind you guys of it, Zhou Xianxian said with some amusement. Then we both told him that you guys aren't siblings, and only then did he respond. Jiang Yu listened as they roughly talked about Lu Ji's reaction. The heart cannot avoid some sighs. No wonder they say that the good friends you meet when you study are likely to be good friends for life, because at this time they are really all for you without selfishness. Of course fake friends are not part of this. Before, Jihan's reaction was similar to Lu Ji's reaction now, shocked, but their first reaction was to help them consider what to do in the future. No one would offer a condemnation, even if at that time their subconscious hadn't reacted to the fact that he and Gwen Cece weren't siblings, they were just neighbors. It could also be argued that they are wrong in this mode of behavior and thinking. After all, how do you subconsciously think they're brother and sister without being persuaded not to feel disgusted? But to put it another way, in their hearts there probably won't be disgust, only worry. A young man's passion for his friends. Jiang Yu knew that the more she grew up, the fewer chances she had to meet such a friend. It may even be true that you won't meet them. That's why people start to miss the old days when they reach a certain age. To use a phrase that doesn't quite fit, but Jiang Yu also thinks it will work. You can't meet someone too amazing when you're young. This awesomeness can't be generalized in a shell in terms of how good looking or good the other person is, and it shouldn't just refer to someone you like with a good sense of. As if at this time to start over once again Jiang Yu think he met this group of friends is enough to let him amazing. Regardless of everything for your sake of the people, really will not be there again. Of course, Ruan Cece is probably his little blessing, not only bringing himself to him, but also bringing a group of friends to him. Shihan glanced at Ruan Cece after he finished summarizing, and then glanced at Jiang Yu to say something. The expression was really obvious, so obvious that Ruan Cece couldn't look away. Why don't you just ask if there's anything? Her voice was as nonchalant as ever. However, since Shihan knew that her childhood was so miserable, he automatically put on a poor little filter for her, and didn't seem to be afraid of her anymore. Hearing her words at this point, he immediately followed up with one of his own. So I said that is, you two are together no Zhou Xianxian said in her heart. 6. Then turned his head to them as well. Chapter 107, Cow. Top understanding. Instead, you don't have to be so overly direct. Jiang Yu felt like he was looking at a hole in his face by them. He was a little amused, and before he could speak he felt Ruan Cece's gaze fall on his face at the same time that sultry voice rang out. Not yet. He's not allowing me to say yes. Jiang Yu, that's true, but can you not talk in such a pinched manner? It's easy to misunderstand. Lu Shi, who had just returned, had managed to finish digesting the fact that his brother Yu might have internally digested this fact for a bit, only to be confused by Ruan Cece's words again. Wait, are you guys playing something really new? Lu Shi's tone was shocked. I feel like, I've been online a lot myself. more than often. I've been sharing funny videos in the middle of the night. If it wasn't for school, Jiang Yu would have suspected that this kid was online 24 hours a day. At that moment 4 pairs of eyes landed on his face in unison. Jiang Yu, no, I just want to be a little more ceremonial. Jiang Yu sighed. Besides, how can I say this thing about liking? 4 pairs of big, beady eyes were still staring at him. Jiang Yu himself could not say clearly, simply AI. With you also cannot say. Anyway, we are not yet together. I don't know how Jiang Yu's helpless words poked Wan Xixi point, but she suddenly laughed heartily. Zhou Xianxian, who was on the side, also suddenly wowed and raised a thumb in praise. Brother you are really good at this. Qi Han and Lu Ji? No? What's wrong? Jiang Yu was actually a bit confused. What's going on? Zhou Xianxian, maybe to see Qi Han their expression is really too stupid. Kindly answer. With us cannot say. People you brother and Cici can say you understand it? Qi Han and Lu Ji, sudden realization. JPG. The eyes that looked at Jiang Yu were filled with admiration. Ruan Cici was also looking at Jiang Yu with a smile in her eyes, and there seemed to be an extra layer of powder on her fair skin. Jiang Yu, who was driven to the shelf entirely just because he didn't know how to explain it. This has been said to this point. He can't retort he can only haughtily show a smile. Okay, you guys just know. In fact, in his heart, he had a look of realization, so that could be interpreted in this way. Zhou Xianxian, Niu Boi. Jiang Yu just solved a problem that he found embarrassing and hard to explain. Let's just say it was just as well that they were on good terms, and a few of them didn't press the issue even though they had been muttering for a long time. Mainly this is the first time they can openly and honestly talk about Jiang Yu and Ruan Xixi. Finally, not only the intention. Mostly, of course, I marveled at how they suddenly saw eye to eye. After all, they've been together before. It's been so long, how did they suddenly see eye to eye? Jiang Yu smiled and didn't say anything. Rather, Ruan Xixi was straightforward. I've always liked my brother. Lu Ji said grudgingly. We know that is not like brother? We cannot say a lot of people behind the back of the two a brother control, a sister control Qi Han suddenly interjected. I've said before that this kid you was playing with nurturing, said also slapped his thighs to look excited. Feeling like a prophet now, even though he said it in jest before, how does it not count as being right? Jiang Yu, however, frowned slightly. Hey, you can't say this nonsense. Our family didn't think this way when Ruan Xiaoxi came to my house. After all, it was actually quite easy to cause misunderstandings if this was told. Jiang Yu himself is indifferent, but his parents are a doctor and a teacher. It wouldn't be appropriate to be told that. Qi Han also reacted and reached out to cover his mouth. I'm sorry, I'm just casually BB. Ruan Xixi also opened her mouth at this time. Aunt Su and the others don't know it yet. I just found out about Jiang Yu's male and female love not long ago. He's not that kind of person. What with the nurturing and all? She frowned slightly, her tone cold. Don't talk about him like that. It will look like Jiang Yu's everything as if there is a purpose. She knows it is not. Jiang Yu's family are all very good and soft-hearted people only. Qi Han actually said this without much thought, and at this time also felt inappropriate, quickly apologized and said that this meal is his treat. In the end, Jiang Yu paid the bill. This meal is on me. Let's go. Go have fun. Friends don't have to be too serious with each other or it feels stale. Since Jiang Yu had said so, everyone didn't mention it again. The escape room is on the 5th floor of the mall. Several people were starting to discuss the rundown they saw as they went up. Jiang Yu and Ruan Xixi walked at the very back, and the three in front of them were, somewhat deliberately, left alone time for them. Jiang Yu thought it was quite funny how it looked so much like isolating them. It didn't really have to be like this. He actually had quite a lot of alone time with Ruan Xixi. As he was thinking about it, he suddenly felt his tail finger being gently hooked. Unlike when Jiang Yu had just gently hooked and released, this time she hooked Jiang Yu's finger and didn't let go. Jiang Yu's gaze, which was originally staring at the three people in front of him, looked at the person beside him. Ruan Xixi was staring at Jiang Yu and when she saw him looking over she whispered, I know you're not that kind of person. If Jiang Yu was really nurturing and had other thoughts about herself long ago, Wen Xixi wouldn't be talked about every day. Jiang Yu froze for a moment. This matter really isn't a matter of concern in his case. I guess Qi Han has forgotten all about it. But Ruan Xixi remembered. At this moment, he was looking at Jiang Yu seriously. Originally hooking his fingers, Jiang Yu moved his hand, reached out and held her hand, squeezing it a little. I know, Qi Han didn't mean any harm. He was just joking. I also know that you won't think that way is enough. After all, if they were to get together publicly in the future, the ones who thought they were brother and sister would probably be more or less joking about it. Jiang Yu could basically foresee it all, so was really not very concerned. But he was still a bit touched when he looked at Ruan Xixi saying so seriously that he believed in his words. Jiang Yu pinched her hand and let go. Don't think too much. I know what's in your heart. If you don't believe me, I'll whip you. That was said in jest, but Ruan Cece's focus was skewed again. So you really know what's going on in my mind? Intuition told Jiang Yu something was wrong, but he nodded anyway. Sure enough, the next second Ruan Cece asked, you can't talk to them, so you can talk to me, right? Let's talk about it. Jiang Yu, what are you talking about? This topic isn't over, is it? And this top-level understanding is your and Zhou Xuanxuan's own brainchild. What does it have to do with him? Jiang Yu? Chapter 108 Know You're Sick. Jumping into someone's boyfriend's arms. Although this was what he thought in his heart, Jiang Yu definitely couldn't say this. He said, somewhat vaguely at this point, no, so many people, and haven't you heard? I've given many reasons why I won't let you say yes. Ruan Cece was unhappy and was about to say something when Shihan in front of her, who were already standing next to the escalator, turned her head and shouted to Jiang Yu and the others, Brother Yu, Cece, hurry up. Jiang Yu answered and just held Ruan Cece's hand and quickly walked over. When Cece's unhappiness seemed to be okay again at the sight of her hand being held. It's not really very upsetting, is it? The corners of her mouth turned up slightly as she looked at the side of the boy's face. And well, she was in a better mood. Unfortunately, this good mood was spoiled while playing escape room, a copy of the hospital they're going into. 5 is the basic number of people, and they're actually just enough people. But this time 3 girls said they wanted to play this too. Could they join in? Just the right amount of copies for more than 5 people, capped at 8. Lu Ji and Shihan are both of this, well, age where they want to perform in front of the girls and basically say yes without thinking when people come to ask. Jiang Yu was fine with that. The 2 girls didn't say anything. When the owner saw that they had talked it over, he gave them the walkie-talkies and told them the rules and the length of time. Knowing that they had all played, they didn't over-account for it, waiting for the last batch to come out with white faces before taking them in. Seriously, Jiang Yu's hanging heart finally died when he saw that the last batch of people came out with white faces. Just like that. Will you be scared to death yourself? Jiang Yu is considering whether he should just forget about it. There are so many of them anyway. It's enough. But glancing at Ruan Cece, whose eyes were glittering with a leaping light, Jiang Yu sighed in his heart. Forget it. If he stopped playing, Ruan Cece probably didn't want to play either. Little slime ball. Thinking of this, the corners of Jiang Yu's mouth slightly hooked up, and his mood seemed to have relaxed a lot. The theme was hospitals, so the place where the owner brought them in was the registration area. Then the boss went out. As he went out, the lights inside, which had been somewhat normal, completely dimmed. All that was left was the darkness and the flickering lights of the hallway in the distance. And the music was starting to play. What can I say? The vibe piece is given enough. Their first hurdle was to get through this corridor. Jiang Yu was nervous. Suddenly, he felt his hand being reached out and held. The skin on the palm of the hand holding his hand wasn't particularly delicate, but Jiang Yu knew it was Ruan Shishi's hand. Without the light, this dimness allowed them to hold hands with impunity. It doesn't draw attention to itself, because Zhou Xinxian and the others had read a little bit of the guide. They knew the background of the story of this hospital copy. Those 3 girls should have seen it as well, so it was actually pretty easy at first. The division of labor. Jiang Yu had always been in a group with Ruan Cece. Ruan Shishi is aware that Jiang Yu was afraid of ghosts. Before Suyin said, before Ruan Shishi came to the house, Jiang Yu was always sleeping with the lights on. Later in the old house 2 people sleep in a room. Jiang Yu only turned off the light to sleep. And later in school, a lot of the boys like to get together and watch movies during lunch break. Of course it's a serious movie. A lot of times it's a ghost movie. But Jiang Yu showed no interest every time and plopped down on the side. But other movies he does watch. Even though Jiang Yu hadn't said it, Ruan Cece still guessed it herself. So from the moment she came in, she had been holding Jiang Yu's hand tightly. Even when you're looking for clues you'll say, brother, lean on me and touch me kind of thing or I'll get scared. Jiang Yu could still hear this obvious excuse. When Cece wasn't afraid, the first level encountered a scary staff. If not Jiang Yu pulling her, may want to go over to see it. Can this be fear? But Jiang Yu still did as she said and came closer to her side. Their bodies would always touch, because that's how Jiang Yu feels safe. Just like that, they walked through the corridors and by the time they got to the big operating room all 8 of them were inside. This operating room is really big, and Zihan and the others discuss looking for clues. Jiang Yu was still playing up his mascot nature, leaning against Ruan Cece and standing aside to watch her look for clues. Next to them were 2 other girls. The accident came as a surprise. The originally dimmed lights went out completely. Nothing could be seen in the operating room for an instant. Jiang Yu was startled, gave a cry, and Ruan Cece immediately reached out and held his hand. There was also a cursing sound from Chihan to his right. No, did you guys hear the noise? Ha? What? Where's the sound? This is an operating room. There's no place to hide an NPC. The words just fell. The lights flashed. 2 NPCs with horrible makeup effects came out of nowhere. One on Zhou Xuanxuan's side to the 2 girls pounced over. The other lunged at the two girls not far to John Yu's left of them. Kinda good at picking the soft ones. Seriously, the makeup on them did look good. The rotting flesh even reeked of stench and blood. Those two girls instinctively screamed. John Yu also had to do it. And Ruan Cece was calm. If it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't hit the NPC, she was going to do it. So she calmly had to pull John Yu and run at this moment. But obviously the person next to him was faster. One of the girls was probably really scared, and violently lunged towards John Yu and their side. Then he jumped directly into John Yu's arms. Being pounced on by this girl, John Yu's even louder. Nervous to the point of exploding in his head, thinking that this is not as good as being pounced on by that NPC. He reached out to try and peel the girl out of his arms, and the NPC twisted and came over now. But the girl was holding on tight and screaming the whole time. And no one noticed. Everyone was too busy screaming. Or else someone would have seen Ruan Cece's instantly sunken gaze and the murderous intent in her eyes. She suddenly reached out and ripped the girl out of John Yu's arms. Yes, rip. Because the action was really rough. The girl's scream turned into a cry of pain. John Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. The girl looked like she was coming back to her senses, eyeing the NPC as she approached, cursing as she ran. You're sick. Ruan Cece did not spoil her. Pulling with a toolman like John Yu also ran. No, you have a disease. To the arms of other people's boyfriends to jump. There was unabashed anger and coldness in his tone, probably because it wasn't very brightly lit. John Yu, who was dragged along, didn't hold back a laugh, glancing behind him at the NPCs in hot pursuit, and in front of him the others who were frantically running away. John Yu backhanded Ruan Cece and ran towards the nearby fork in the road. Fried hair Ruan Cece, not angry. The two ran into an empty house. It was very empty and large inside, with chairs and cabinets. John Yu pulled one shishi and then opened the cabinet. It was really empty and they hid in it. Chapter 109. Brother, don't touch my waist. Somewhat sensitive. John Yu first stuffed Ruan Cece in and ran in himself, then closed the cabinet door. Though still angry, Ruan Cece couldn't help but remind, what if they open the door? Ghosts don't open doors. John Yu had a straight face. Nguyen Cece was puzzled. Why? The lighting was already dim throughout the replica. And in the closet it was even darker to the point where it was basically impossible to see faces. But the puzzlement and doubt in Ruan Cece's tone too obvious. The cabinet space was limited, and they were actually close together, face to face opposite each other, the kind where you could feel your breath when you spoke. For example, John Yu could smell a lemony odor at this moment. It should be because of the smell left over after she just drank lemon tea. John Yu's voice was tinged with laughter and hiding nervousness. Anyway, they can't open the door or they'll scare me to death. How unfounded words he hardens. It's as if ghosts don't burrow under the covers. When Cece blinked in the darkness, wasn't that coaxing a child? She couldn't help but speak in a whisper. Have you ever seen Gakko? She actually drills. Before she could finish her words, John Yu reached out and covered her mouth. But because it's unreadable and space is limited, John Yu felt her palm cover her entire face. Shallow breath sprayed gently into his palm, and the person whose mouth was covered whispered, I'll stop. Only then did John Yu withdraw his hand and whispered, It's okay, even though I'm scared. I'll protect you, Ruan Xiaoxi. Ruan Cece smiled in the darkness. Her heart just faded at the thought of doing something about the girl who had jumped into John Yu's arms. She adjusted to the darkness and slowly made out the outline of John Yu's face. In fact, she thought the NPC would have run after the others already, though she could still hear the occasional scream from the others. There was no way this place was that big. But at this time, Ruan Cece clearly had little interest in going out, and just whispered, Brother, it's not comfortable for my legs to face each other like this. In fact, John Yu is also quite difficult. Their legs are long. At this moment, he hesitated. Then let's change places to hide. They'll go back out when those NPCs get tired of running. Ruan Cece, however, shook her head. It's safe here. Can I change directions? Change directions? It's this big here. They're facing each other now. Wouldn't it be sitting in his arms in the other direction? John Yu understood almost immediately that this was very Ruan Cece, but he only hesitated for a second before saying yes. Soon Nguyen Cece catapulted her body and changed directions with difficulty. As expected, she sat in John Yu's arms so that both of them could stretch their feet out a bit. But this also turned into a situation where John Yu was leaning on the cabinet and Ruan Cece was leaning on his arms. Just too close. So close that John Yu could smell her shampoo and body wash on her. It's actually weird that they buy all their household items together. Obviously the brand tastes the same, but John Yu just felt that hers smelled much better than his. At this time also, even because of the warm and soft body in his arms and that familiar good smell can make him forget the environment they are in. Originally there is still Chi-Han in his ears and their cursing voice. The sound of his own heartbeat was all that was left now. It's really fast. Can't control it fast enough. They were in a dark and narrow cabinet, but John Yu could see her delicate and pretty little face because they were too close. so close that it seemed like he could land a kiss on her face if he looked down, or maybe on her lips too. Ruan Cece leaned back in Jiang Yu's arms, contented. She was still muttering when she stuck to Jiang Yu's yes, she's sick, hugging you. The killing spirit could still be heard in her tone, and vaguely Jiang Yu always felt as if she didn't seem to be pretending. Thinking about the strength with which she just tore the girl apart, Jiang Yu hurriedly looped around her. She shouldn't have done it on purpose, and I just wanted to tear her apart, not touch her. It certainly wasn't about how fast and gentlemanly Jiang Yu's reaction was. His first reaction at that time was, she is sick I don't run and hug him to do what? He can't run ghosts are coming. But Jiang Yu, because he is not familiar with her and the other party is a girl, he really can't reach out and squeeze through the chest like Ruan Cece so cleanly and directly tear the other party apart. At this point he looked like he was calming his fried kitten. I don't smell like her. We all smell the same. I only smell like you. The words could be translated directly in Ruan Cice's head. She was originally leaning her back against Jiang Yu's arms, when she suddenly sat up on her half knees and turned around with difficulty. Jiang Yu could only fork his legs in order to facilitate her turning movements. Ruan Cece just reached out and hugged Jiang Yu. Normal hugging position. Waist she hugged too. I want to chop her hands off. Jiang Yu. No, it's not necessary to chop off your hands. He reached down in a hurry and held the person a little tighter, his leg recoiling back so that her knee was in his lap, not so much as to kneel directly on the board of the cabinet. Just this posture is also destined to be a bit twisted. Jiang Yu is a bit helpless. Or let's go back and hug it. How about letting you sterilize it? Hold it as long as you want. What about cuddling and sleeping? Nguyen Cece asked immediately. Jiang Yu, sleeping is not an option. What if my parents see it? I can go back in the wee hours. No, don't keep thinking about sleeping with me at a young age. Jiang Yu's voice is a little helpless, mainly because it was okay in the past, and now his own heart for her is not pure, so holding sleep is very easy to go wrong. He's a bloodthirsty teenager who can hardly stand the test. Okay. Perhaps the helplessness in Jiang Yu's tone was too obvious. Ruan Cece, who was hugging him and sitting against him when he had already adjusted his position to sit across Jiang Yu's arms. Suddenly, is it because you might not be able to help it? Jiang Yu froze for a moment. What can't help it? But soon he was embarrassed. The teenagers everyone knows are bloodthirsty. Just like Jiang Yu's new skin that blushes easily. His body is new too. The girl he liked was sitting so close to him in his arms, and then the two of them were still in a confined space. It's something, isn't it? Just a little out of control. Jiang Yu was silent to the point that he reached out and circled Ruan Cece's waist, trying to move the person farther away so that she wouldn't lean so close. Really? But his first thought upon touching him was that it was so thin. It felt thinner than he had ever seen it. Summer clothes are too light. Although it was through a layer of clothes, Jiang Yu felt like he was no different from being directly on her skin. The person who had been leaning into his arms reaching out to hug herself stiffened her body for a moment when his hands touched her waist. Then it seemed as if the whole thing went limp. Brother, don't touch my waist. It's a bit sensitive. Chapter 110. Jiang Yu. This is still not a little rascal? The young girl's voice was soft with a slight tremor. Jiang Yu's body and hands also froze. Mentally, his spirit tensed at the sound of a brother, as well as his waist and sensitivity. In fact, there is nothing wrong with people's words, and of course the people who speak them are not, but they cannot resist the people who hear these words. Some cannot control their own thoughts. There was already limited space here. Jiang Yu was thinking of pulling a little distance between the two of them before making this move. As a result, now it's good. The distance isn't closed, and he's frozen himself. Most importantly, he knew that Ruan Cece should have noticed and frozen. The atmosphere in the tiny closet became awkward, as if even the air on this side of the room had become insufficient. Although he couldn't see his face, Jiang Yu could feel Ruan Cece's hand on his shoulder trembling a bit, and was afraid that he was blushing as much as he was right now. Wasn't he? At this moment, Jiang Yu felt that it wasn't impossible for him to go out and face that NPC now. Perhaps the two were too quiet. The door of the cabinet was suddenly eased open and light was let in. Seriously, this scene is actually a little scary. However, because the female ghost NPC's eyes were a bit complicated, and because of that it nicely eased Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece's embarrassment. Jiang Yu suddenly felt that in fact this female ghost was not very scary. He moved his but a few times to the side of the cabinet door in a quick motion of holding Ruan Cece, then took a quick glance at the red-faced man and just watered down the hold. Turning to the NPC, he said, "Thank you," and then, "Just run away." The female ghost NPC even reflexively said "You're welcome" when he said thank you, and then just watch people run away. The expression on her face remained complex. Originally, she was just slouching over here, and truth be told, there was supposed to be one of her standing inside this cabinet. I just went to use the restroom and came back to find a young couple yakking away in there. Was thinking of coming out and scaring them when the favors were up, and then I was afraid of scaring the customers out of something. Just hesitantly stood still. Outside there was a lot of cursing and howling. and here they were in the quiet of the year. If they hadn't seen their conversation, it was getting excessive and progressively silent. The NPC wouldn't even have opened this cabinet door yet. At this time she looked at the back of the two. The boy is quite responsible, and has been holding the girl to run, huh? Oh, she has to work. The NPC darted out with a strange noise, his form twisting as he chased after them. Jiang Yu held Wan Cece and ran for a while before she struggled and came down. It won't run fast like this. Both men's eyes flickered, not daring to meet the others. Jiang Yu, red-faced, put the person down. Just reached out to take her hand when he saw her, lowered her head and swept down quickly. Jiang Yu, this is still not a little rascal? But the two came out without posting much of anything, because Naya, this copy has a real lot of NPCs. Jiang Yu also saw two NPCs rushing over carrying Lu Ji. Lu Ji's ghostly, cursing. Jiang Yu, I don't know why, but suddenly I'm not very scared anymore. And finally, I know what the reason is for this copy being claimed to be the hardest to pass. It's not how hard it is to decipher or how scary it is in here. The main thing is that this NPC is really many. Just so dense NPC. How can this still have a chance to find clues? Ruan Cece was also attracted. Then Jiang Yu pulled her and ran away. Ruan Cece couldn't help but ask, is it true that you can't fight NPCs? Jiang Yu, forget it. They're just part-time workers. So we're just paying money to come in and get chased around? The dissatisfaction and doubt in Ruan Cece's tone caused Jiang Yu's steps to slow down. Right, why are we running? Anyway, the final image is that Jiang Yu, who is afraid of ghosts, solves the problem, and Ruan Cece stands aside to prevent the NPC from harassing him. Actually, seriously, they can't hit NPCs, and NPCs can't hit them. Ruan Cece was still practiced. They wanted to lift her the same way they lifted Lu Ji, in the moment they met those icy eyes. Suddenly they didn't dare. Even if they did dare, they would be blocked back by Ruan Cece. So while Chi Han and the others were being chased around, Jiang Yu was solving problems. While they were running out of breath and blushing, Jiang Yu was cursing and solving puzzles. Eventually they came out, solved the problem out. This was a bit of a surprise to even the owner. It's written here, that is, if you come out within the specified time, you're free. So the owner gave them a refund. There were 8 people in the group, and 7 of them were pale. Chi Han, Liuji and the others were running. Jiang Yu was startled by the look and sudden appearance of some NPCs. Only Ruan Cece blushed. Still thinking, I must not come here next time. It's not fun at all to play so much. The owner was still bragging about how great they were and said they were welcome to come back next time. Chi Han pointed at the boss. Boss, you don't speak of martial virtues. The owner smiled and gave them drinks. The people who just came in looked at them with white faces and asked curiously what the copies were, and the owner enthusiastically began to introduce them. Naturally, they were not in a good position to interrupt people pushing to do business. Now it's kind of clear how this copy caught fire. Let's just say the owner knows how to do business. Zhou Xianxian leaned against Ruan Cece's side and said breathlessly, I finally know what the smiling emoticons at the back of those tips mean. Toxic. The crowd rested for a while in a rest area off to the side. It was just as well that they were too tired. Otherwise they would have realized that something was wrong with Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece, mainly in the form of being too embarrassed to look at each other. Jiang Yu was embarrassed. Your own reaction just now was kinda rogue. Although this one was unexpected. But isn't it still a rogue? So naturally, I'm embarrassed. On this side, Ruan Cece was shy, but her gaze still swept over a certain place from time to time. Just now it seemed pretty obvious. They didn't slow down until the 3 girls they were hanging out with whispered something and then came over to thank them. One of the girls who just hugged Jiang Yu first apologized to Ruan Cece. I'm sorry, I was just really scared. I didn't mean to hug your boyfriend and say that. I was really scared to death. I'm really sorry. Then he embarrassedly turned his head again and bowed to Jiang Yu to apologize. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. Her friend chimed in. Yeah, she's hugged NPCs before, and she's vegetable and fun-loving, and she really didn't mean it. The other friend also said she would like to buy them a cup of milk tea as well as thank them for bringing the 3 of them along. What can they say when people have said so? Though Ruan Cece's looked at the girl's arm a little coldly, he still didn't say anything. Jiang Yu said it's okay, milk tea is not necessary. The last 3 girls ran fast. Jiang Yu also heard the girl who had just unintentionally hugged her say to her best friend, her eyes are so scary. Chapter 111, Ruan Cece. You touched my room in the middle of the night again. Jiang Yu was sitting in the direction of the exit. Because of what just happened, Ruan Cece should be embarrassed. At this time it is rare Zhou Xianxian pulled to Jiang Yu's opposite side of the seat. I don't think she heard what those 3 girls said, but Jiang Yu heard it so he couldn't help but look at Ruan Cece. Ruan Cece, who originally had her eyes hanging down and didn't know what she was thinking about, sensed Jiang Yu's line of sight and raised her eyes to look over. Then the little face blushed slightly, giving a good-natured smile. Anyway, it might be that Jiang Yu has a self-filter on Ruan Cece. Where is the horror in the eyes of such a cute and pretty little girl? she's just making it up. Convinced. JPG, a few people didn't stay long, and when the three who had nearly died from running were rested, they left. Screams could be heard coming from the chamber before they left. It makes the uninformed genuinely curious as to what's inside. It's actually a couple of NPCs with particularly good stamina, and they'll go for a costume change, and each time they chase you it's a new ghost. It's not easy to work part-time. Actually, Jiang Yu wasn't very hungry, but Chi Han and the others were probably too tired from the run they just did, and they actually said they were hungry. Just kept talking about being tired of running and not going back until after dinner later. Mostly, I don't want to go home for dinner. Young people this age might actually prefer to eat out. Jiang Yu didn't feel anything, and when he saw that Wan Cece didn't refuse, he directly agreed. Also sent a message to Suyin about not going back for dinner. Suyin returned a 1. Jiang Yu, Mr. Su is still a social animal, but it was still too early to eat, and a few people discussed the arcade they were going to. Boys do seem to get a little more physical than girls. Anyway, Zhou Xianxian was not yet recovered, and the 3 boys were already playing. Ruan Cece accompanied Zhou Xianxian and sat next to them watching them play. Zhou Xianxian is still recovering, then quickly noticed Ruan Xixi distraction. How can I say this? Even though Ruan Cece usually seems to be cold, but this is just absent-mindedness on her part right now. She couldn't help but look at Ruan Cece curiously. Cece, what's wrong with you? Ruan Cece snapped back to her senses. Her gaze towards Jiang Yu retracted and landed on Zhou Xuanxuan's curious face. What? You? Behind your ears are all red. Zhou Xianxian pointed behind her ears and said seriously. And you are watching Jiang Yu getting redder and redder. Didn't you just go to play an escape room? How come you're still in the red? There was a very obvious gleam of gossip in her eyes. Ruan Cece reached out and touched the back of her ear. It seemed like it was really burning. It's nothing. It's just that I probably didn't come back to my senses. Didn't you do the same thing? Ruan Cece felt that this was a very private matter, so she should not talk about it. Zhou Xianxian let out an "oh," always feeling that she wasn't telling the truth. I thought you were angry at the thought that someone just hugged Jiang Yu? That's why the red warmth. Nguyen Cece was already trying to forget. Thanks for reminding me. Her gaze once again fell on Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, who was shooting with Chi Han, suddenly felt a chill on his back. As soon as he was distracted, the last sliver of his game character's bloodstain was knocked out. At this time, Jiang Yu hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter. Because of Zhou Xuanxuan's words, Jiang Yu, dangerous. A few people played until 6 o'clock before going to dinner. It's hard to say what's fun about hanging out, and it's really not much fun, but it's still a great way to enjoy the feeling of being together. It was already 8 o'clock when Jiang Yu and Wan Cece went back, took the bus back. The two also found a seat in the back. Do sit down on the bus today. That's rare. Jiang Yu took his cell phone and returned a message, an appointment for a manuscript. The other guy knows he's on break but still wants to make a single date. Jiang Yu didn't agree right away, but the other party was raising the price all the time. Jiang Yu's heart moved. Seeing that the other party wasn't online, he returned a message before looking at Ruan Cece on the side. Ruan Cece felt his gaze look to see him. What's wrong? No, you're a bit silent today. Tired? Jiang Yu reached out and rubbed her head. It was strange. In the past he wouldn't have been tempted to do anything to move his hands, but after realizing that he liked Ruan Cece, it seemed like he just couldn't help but reach out and touch her. Nguyen Cece blinked. Nope, a little tired too, I guess. Actually, she was thinking about the fact that Jiang Yu was hugged today. Trying to control watching Jiang Yu playing ball hooking up with the group of boys was already her limit. Sometimes she just couldn't control herself anymore and would sneak into Jiang Yu's room, but this was clearly pushing her limits today. Ruan Cece suddenly reached out and pulled Jiang Yu's hand that was just about to drop. Clasped fingers with him. Jiang Yu froze for a moment, then laughed. Little clingy bastard. Nguyen Cece just laughed back. After arriving home, Suyin told them to go to bed early because they had classes tomorrow. In fact, ICHS was actually starting go back to night study on Sunday night. Then it was reported, so Sunday night study was cancelled. Jiang Yu and Ruan Xixi both obediently answered and went back to take a bath. Everything is quite normal. Jiang Yu even said goodnight to Ruan Cece on WeChat at night. It would have been all very normal for things to come to this point, until Jiang Yu fell asleep and had a dream in which he was crushed by a stone slab. Well, the slate. It's not heavy, but it feels really bad to be pressed against it. And after what happened with Ruan Cece, actually Jiang Yu's sleep quality wasn't as good as it was before. So Jiang Yu woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Ruan Cece lying on top of him, and for a moment, Jiang Yu thought he hadn't woken up. He froze for a moment and reached up to rub her hair, his voice carrying the low rasp of a freshly awakened sleeper. Why are you on top of me today? Ruan Cece, who had just touched in, saw the bewilderment in Jiang Yu's eyes and had a thought. Then where am I usually? In. Jiang Yu was about to answer. Suddenly felt wrong. The feeling of being pressed against someone was somewhat real. That soft body with warmth and the realness of her against her skin. Jiangyu, *******. He sat up violently, and Ruan Cece was about to fall with him. She immediately reached out and hugged Jiangyu's neck. Jiangyu also hurriedly reached out and wrapped his arm around her waist. This is now completely awake. This is real, not a dream. Ruan Cece, you touched my room in the middle of the night again. Jiangyu's voice was a bit wolfish with gritted teeth. Both were sitting on the bed at this point. No, it should be Jiangyu sitting on the bed with Ruan Cece sitting across his lap. At this moment, he looked at Jiangyu with an innocent face. Jiangyu, Chapter 112, Good night, brother. I'm in your dreams. The greatest fear, the sudden quietness of the air. Jiangyu went to the escape room today, so he slept with the table lamp on. So at this moment, the bright interior could take a glance at Ruan Cece's feigned expression of pure innocence. He took a deep breath, his gaze falling from her face all the way down to her long legs straddling his waist and stomach. Jiangyu, not getting up yet? His voice was lowered. The main reason was that I was afraid of making noise to Suyin and the others, and being found out was really jumping into the Yellow River couldn't be washed away. Jiangyu remembered the last time Jiang Weiman had laughed at their grown-up words, like a chat more like a warning. There's no need to create any obstacles across the board now that one of your own is still in pursuit. Is there? It's different if you do catch up. Ruan Cece saw that his eyes had come to his senses, and in his heart there was some regret. Well, this is not being able to fish in troubled waters. She left a heart and soul. From Jiangyu body down went down the direction of the bed against the inside, so that Jiangyu will be very difficult to get her off the bed. Jiangyu naturally noticed, mainly because he was so shocked and completely awake. He sighed and sat up, pulling the covers over himself and adjusting his movements. At this point he looked at Ruan Cece. What's wrong with you? Jiangyu touched his cell phone and glanced at it. It was almost 2 in the morning. Was she not sleeping? Nguyen Cece whispered. In the escape room, you said you'd wait to come back and be held by me for as long as you wanted. Sanitized, he said and looked at Jiangyu. He wouldn't deny it, would he? JY, okay, there is such a thing. But, couldn't you have come earlier? Jiangyu's tone was helpless. Are you practicing immortality? Not sleeping at night. Early Auntie Sue is still up? Besides, I just finished my paper. That was true, and Ruan Cece had been working on her papers all night, trying to quiet her mind, but obviously it didn't work well. She rolls are done. As the night progressed, it became quieter and quieter around them. The latest 2 pages of her book are filled with, hide him, cross out, 2 full pages. In the end, it was Ruan Cece who couldn't take it anymore. Just simply touch over. Actually, you can just sleep yours. I can go back after hugging myself. Ruan Cece smiled in a good-natured way and asked in passing, do you often dream about me? What's it all like? Saying that her own little face heated up a bit, and her mind couldn't help but flash back to the afternoon when the two of them had embraced in the closet of the escape room. Feelings. It's, really, not her human heart yellow. Rather, it was just this afternoon. Contacted. It's hard not to want to be crooked. Jiangyu. He scratched his hair a few times with some annoyance. What kind of crap questions were these? He couldn't answer any of them. Mainly, these questions. Either one is an embarrassment that could kill him. He looked at Ruan Cece, who was sitting next to him, the girl blushing slightly, the slightest hint of embarrassment missing from her larger than don't believe eyes. Certainly not sleepy, and really staring at him with a gleam in his eye. Jiangyu. Jiangyu took a deep breath and turned up the air conditioner a little. He was still covered, but Ruan Cece was all dressed up in short sleeves and long pants today. 16 degrees is too cold, but it's time to say no to the fact that it's really cozy to turn it up to 16 degrees and then sleep under the covers. You stayed up all night just to try and sterilize it? As for dreaming about this topic, manually skip it. Ruan Cece gave a serious I really can't sleep. Or why don't you go back to sleep? I'll go back when I feel almost done cuddling by myself. Before he could finish his words, Jiangyu, who was on his side, reached out and wrapped his arms around him. Jiangyu also touched her exposed arm, and sure enough it was all cold. Ruan Cece was suddenly taken into the arms of Jiangyu, who took the initiative. Obviously some did not return to God. The smell of the boy's body was very comfortable and clean, similar to the one on her, and his embrace was also very warm. The palm with warmth rubbed her arm the same way as when he rubbed her palm in winter when she was a child. And he mumbled, you won't adjust the air conditioner by yourself when you're cold? There was none of the rejection and preaching that was thought to be going on. Ruan Cece's tense body just melted loosely into Jiangyu's arms. His own arms along with that heart seemed to be rubbed away by him. Truly, for such a moment, Ruan Cece felt that she was reconcilable with anyone and everything in this world, as long as Jiangyu hugged her. Jiangyu saw her quietly leaning in his arms, sighed and said, also I continue to sleep, you cuddle just fine. Just now that position I suddenly rolled over will flatten you. Ruan Cece said without thinking, no way. You're so skinny, Jiang Yu said with amusement. I'm pretty heavy no matter how thin I am plus my bones, right? When I was a kid, I almost flattened you. Both of them thought of the day after Ruan Cece came to Jiang Yu's house and slept with him for the first time. The little fat Jiang Yu almost crushed Ruan Cece. Then they both looked at each other, neither of them could hold back a laugh. Ruan Cece hugged Jiang Yu tightly, knowing in her heart that if Jiang Yu hadn't suddenly woken up, she really wouldn't have been able to get by with just a hug. The jealousy and possessiveness in her was going crazy. Even thought about doing something to the girl who hugged Jiang Yu. And then what to do with Jiang Yu. The sickness and possessiveness in her bones was there before she met Jiang Yu's redemption. It doesn't go away. It's just that in normal times she can control it well because Jiang Yu is always there. But today's accident made the well-controlled and repressed things in her heart almost go right out of control. She hugged Jiang Yu, but her gaze had fallen to the bedside. Next to Jiang Yu's bed was another much shorter mattress. And if Jiang Yu looked that way at this time, he could see the familiar tie. Of course there's a rope next to it. But at this time, Jiang Yu still knows nothing about it. And still thinks that Ruan Cece is just a possessive cute little girl who doesn't sleep in the middle of the night to ask for a hug. This is indeed a promise to myself. So let's hug it out. The two held each other quietly for 10 minutes or so. Jiang Yu still couldn't help but say, well, go back to bed. It'll be dawn in a while. Ruan Cece opened her mouth to say something before Jiang Yu interrupted. You can't sleep here. My mom will push the door to wake me up. You want to be found out. Ruan Cece shut up and unwillingly got up off Jiang Yu's body. Slowly, he crawled past him, mouthing, I have a feeling I'm going to need to be sterilized tomorrow night. No, tonight, Jiang Yu said with amusement. Let's talk about it at night. You hurry back to rest. The smile at the corner of his mouth froze after he saw her bend down to pick up the tie and rope from the floor after getting out of bed. Jiang Yu? No, what is it? Ruan Cece hid the rope back as if she was shy, her voice soft. Good night, brother. I'm in your dreams. Oh, take one shift off today. The reason is as follows. QAQ. Today is the crispy rabbit head, crunchy flavor, bushy. Chapter 113. Well, now we're left to talk. Dreaming of me. Oh. These words inexplicably made Jiang Yu a little weak. The first thought was what she had just been asking after, what she was like in her own dreams. Jiang Yu, but his attention still fell on the rope she was trying to hide back. The material doesn't look out of place, but compared to the soft tie next to it, it's hard to ignore it. Jiang Yu. He looked up at Ruan Cece, who was backing up to head for the door. Wait, come here. Ruan Cece. I should have known to put it away first and come get it when he was asleep. But Jiang Yu isn't like she used to be. She sleeps like she's in a coma. Now Ruan Cece always felt like he'd wake up if he moved a little. So don't dare. But if we don't take this rope away, what if Auntie Sue comes in tomorrow and sees it? Ruan Cece hesitated for a second. Being found out by Jiang Yu was just taking a telling off. Being found out by Suyin, that's not good. But at this moment, hearing Jiang Yu call her over, Ruan Cece hesitated for a second. Turn and run. Yeah, just run away. She hadn't worn shoes when she came over, so she was running barefoot at this point. There's not much sound. It was late at night, and although Jiang Yu sat up from his bed, it was really not good enough to go after him. How can we go after this? Most of the night. So in the end, Jiang Yu could only grit his teeth and cursed in a low voice, then pulled out his cell phone to gift her. Ruan Cece was about to send a smile emoticon. It turned out that people sent him a goodnight bunny emoji first. Or is it cover up and turn off the lights? Jiang Yu. Good. In the end, Jiang Yu dreamed of being tied up again when he slept. Ruan Cece was still lying on top of him and asked, Brother, what was I like in the dream? Jiang Yu woke up the next day and realized that it seemed as if the nightmare that plagued him about being tied up wasn't so scary now. Good. Desensitized. Mondays are always a rush. Even if Jiang Yu didn't feel the need to be so busy. But with Mr. Su's urging, he always felt like he'd be late if he left the house a second later. So until riding on the road, Jiang Yu did not find the opportunity to ask Ruan Cece about that rope. Because Nguyen Xieshi is riding by herself today in her weakness. A dog's life is more important than a sticker. Ruan Cece was truly afraid that Jiang Yu would whip her. Although Ruan Cece felt that Jiang Yu might not necessarily be able to beat her yet. After all, she didn't want to die. But the problem was, she wouldn't even make a move against Jiang Yu. I'm sure I shouldn't be thinking about this late at night. Isn't this impulsive exposure? Nguyen Cece, let your brother calm down first. Jiang Yu, okay. She's weak-minded. She really does want to do something to me. The two didn't get a chance to talk all the way to school. No, there was no chance to talk about last night's rope. You can't question it out loud in public. Can you? This side just parked the car. Qian Duo appeared out of nowhere, and reached out to grab Jiang Yu's shoulder. Brother Yu, who understands our family members? Is gossip a half-knowledge? It is very difficult. Fortunately, finally to Monday. Sunday's own message to Jiang Yu sent directly to the Sea of Stone. At this moment, Qian Duo's eyes lit up when he looked at Jiang Yu. Ruan Cece's gaze fell on Chen Duoduo's arm on Jiang Yu's shoulder. Good. Someone else is touching her Jiang Yu again. This side of the Jiang Yu has reached out to take away his arm. Big brother. Very heavy. I call you Qian brother, okay? What are you doing early in the morning? Just talking about riding a car. Shenyang also came. Wait for me, you brother Qian brother. Seeing that Qian Duoduo's distance from Jiang Yu was now normal, Ruan Cece was finally satisfied a little. Jiang Yu just looked at her, and Ruan Cece said quickly with a jolt, I'll go back to the classroom first. Turn and run. Shenyang, who had just put the car away, said, Brother Yu, why did Cece leave? In a hurry to go to the restroom? Don't you usually wait for you? Jiang Yu glanced at Shenyang with a long speech. I heard that you liked a girl in the next class before? At the mention of this, Shenyang's face turned a little red and reached out to pull her hair. Hey, people don't like me. Jiang Yu nodded. Normal and reasonable. People say it's an emergency and he gives them a line every now and then. Do you have to go to the bathroom in a hurry? Shenyang? He then watched as his brother Yu moved forward and Shander followed. Shenyang also hurriedly followed up. No, what do you mean brother Yu? Savor it for yourself. Your emotional intelligence. No, what's wrong with emotional intelligence? I have a high IQ. I don't know about high IQ, but there really isn't much emotional intelligence anyway. The sound of the boys scuffling around, accompanied by the sound of the class bell, and the teachers telling them to walk 2 steps faster to be late, rang out. It's a familiar scene tinged with youth. Then it was. Jiang Yu didn't find a chance to ask Ruan Shishi all morning. The main thing is, how can I ask for this rope? With so many people in the classroom there will be few quiet moments around them. The notes are not even passed securely, and someone is always fishing for them in passing. It's just kind of a pain in the ass anyway. Jiang Yu intended to ask at noon. Jiang Yu did not ask. Ruan Cece was quite worried at first, but slowly but surely put her heart down. The main thing was that Jiang Yu didn't look any different than usual. Put snacks on her desktop. Get her water. Jiang Yu also gave her a smaller, pinkish-yellow good-looking thermos. It's the kind that's girly at first glance, but to be honest, Ruan Cece felt that this capacity was too small and not as practical as the previous one. Jiang Yu, however, said that this is good, and that the matter of fetching water will be left to him. That's why when he saw Jiang Yu walking out with a group of boys between classes with that girly thermos cup, in that scene, Ruan Cece felt that this was the original sweet feeling in her heart. Except for the beginning when someone asked Jiang Yu how he got such a girly thermos and was ready to mock him. Shenyang knows, it's his sisters. The other boys also quietly stopped scoffing. Chandos, Yu's comment is reasonable and fair. Shenyang has no emotional intelligence. Jiang Yu didn't bother to explain when he saw that they looked like they understood everything. The morning just went by. School is boring even if you come back to life once more. It's not going to be all that exciting, especially since they're a first major high school. Even smart as Nguyen Cece seldom wandered off in class. Jiang Yu felt like her entire body was numb after attending classes all morning. It was hard to make it to lunch. Shander and the others asked if they wanted to eat together. Lu Qi also asked. And before Ruan Cece could say anything on her side, Jiang Yu said, No, we're going out to eat alone. Nguyen Cece. Danger. But she had never been one to disobey Jiang Yu, and at this time she nodded. You guys go. After a few people left, Jiang Yu smiled gently at Ruan Cece who was too vain to look at him. Well, now that we're left, we can talk about ropes. Chapter 114, why else are you still on top of him? Is that reasonable? Jiang Yu's leathery expression was too obvious. 2 words flashed in Ruan Cece's head, it's over. She looked at Jiang Yu and revealed a good-natured smile. Brother, where are we going to eat lunch? The girl looked good and innocent, blinking her eyes at people in a way that could melt their hearts. But today Jiang Yu's heart is like iron. There's no way around it. It's an afterthought. That rope he wasn't quite sure of yet though he'd only had a few glances at it. But, that rope, it made him feel so much like the rope he tied himself with in his last life. It's a lot like that SML, yardage, on special hobbies. Rope. He even went on the internet to look it up and figured it was still customized. It sends chills down one's back. What made him feel the chill down his back the most was that even if she was jealous, what did it mean that she took out the rope that needed to be customized so quickly? It means she was ready for it. How scary is that? Although Jiang Yu was usually comfortable going in and out of Ruan Cece's room, surely he wouldn't go rummaging through her room, right? It's all in their family. They were getting older, and Suyin was letting them clean up their own rooms. Everyone is given plenty of personal space. The last time Jiang Yu looked for something in Ruan Cece's room was when she was hospitalized and Jiang Yu brought her clothes over. That time also forgot to bring underwear, or Suyin went home to look for it. But he and his mom didn't even notice it at that time. Hidden deep enough. In the morning, in addition to being tormented by the lessons, Jiang Yu is also tormented by the occasional nightmare of whether he will be tied up. What a listless life. At this moment, looking at the well-behaved Ruan Cece, Jiang Yu took a deep breath. Go, take you out to eat. When Cece's expression of relief was visible to the naked eye, Jiang Yu grunted in his heart. It was indeed better to talk in a different place. This is a classroom after all, and even though there are fewer people now, it doesn't mean there's no one there. Don't even dare to speak very loudly. Saying that they were taking Wan Cece out to eat, they were heading straight out of the back school and met Zhou Xianxian, who was going out to eat with her classmates. Although Zhou Xianxian and Wan Cece were on the best relationship in the world, but after all, they were in different classes, so they were all sure to make new friends. Fortunately, Wan Cece is not very possessive of her friends except for Jiang Yu. Beside Zhou Xianxian was her tablemate. Looking ahead at the boy and girl walking side by side, also saw the girl reaching for the boy's finger to hook it. It's the kind that hooks up and loosens up. The kind that hooks up and then loosens up. There was an inexplicable intimacy in the atmosphere between them. The same table asked Zhou Xianxian with a gossipy face. That's Wan Cece and her brother. Ha, Zhou Xianxian, you is so miserable. Doesn't he even deserve a name? But she still nodded, then shook her head. No, it should be Wan Cece and her neighboring brother. The table didn't feel any difference. I heard before that they are very close. Wan Cece is very pretty, but her brother is also very handsome. The same table originally junior high school is not their school. At this time some sigh, and thought of what to ask in a whisper. Jiang Yu single, right? It may not be that she really has any interest in Jiang Yu, but she always can't help but inquire a little more about handsome boys. Who doesn't like to look at handsome boys at this age? Little girls. Xian Zhou. She looked over at her table and said seriously, not single. People are playing you play me chase with their girlfriends, and besides, the brother next door isn't the real brother. Remember, don't mess this thing up. The same table didn't react for a moment and said, ah, neighborhood brother. He has a date and still with Wan Cece like this is not a little intimate, but she got stuck before the latter could be said. Watching Zhou Xuanxuan's eyes slowly widen a little. That's why the two of them can be good friends. It's that one look that understands the depth of meaning in each other's eyes. The table reached up and covered his mouth. Ah, how exciting. At this time, Jiang Yu does not know that his relationship with Wan Cece is changing, and the first group of people who are knocking on the CP is also growing step by step. Jiang Yu led Wan Cece towards the alley next to the school. This side of the road is obviously not as crowded as the main road outside. Wan Cece was half a step behind him, reaching out and hooking his finger. After coming out, the two of them weren't as wary as they were at school, not daring to touch each other at all. However, due to their school uniforms, they didn't dare to blatantly hold hands or anything, but Jiang Yu felt that this hooking of fingers was also about as effective as holding hands. But Wan Cece liked that he naturally cooperated. At this moment, Wan Cece could not help but speak when she saw that the alley was deserted. Brother, you're not going to drag me into the alley and beat me up, are you? This, as far as I'm concerned? Wan Cece's eyes were watery as she looked at Jiang Yu, who was turning his head to look at her. Jiang Yu is somewhat speechless. When he hit her, the time of the fight does not count. In favor of seeing him look over, Wan Cece still softly opened her mouth. If brother is angry, I will punish myself or not. Brother, don't get angry and break your body. It's all my fault. Jiang Yu, reaching out, he covered her mouth. In the future, you're not allowed to accompany Ms. Su to watch Dream of the Red Chamber. Wan Cece stared with wide eyes, and from her muffled mouth, a slurred voice was asking why. The hot breath tickled Jiang Yu's palm. Well, the heart is soft too. He withdrew his hand and looked at Wan Cece, who was still pretending to be innocent. His fingers didn't hook anymore. He directly reached out and pulled her wrist. Pretending to be pathetic and cha-cha-cha doesn't work. You have to know that I just happened to see you last night with a rope and a tie groping your way into my room while I was asleep. How stupid would I be to think that you're innocent? Even if Jiang Yu wants to be blind for love for a bit, pretend, but really cannot pretend. Wan Cece countered as if she was relieved to hear his words. Well, saying it so naturally, Jiang Yu shouldn't be very angry. Jiang Yu was really not very angry. He could also tell that Wan Cece was probably a little apprehensive and scared inside. Every time this happened, Wan Cha-Cha would come out to coax Jiang Yu. Although Jiang Yu's back was cold, he couldn't help but pacify her first. At this moment, looking at her face relaxing quite a bit, the corners of Jiang Yu's mouth also slightly hooked up. Wan Cece still didn't forget to retort in a small voice. What bad thoughts could I have? I was just passing by with something, and stopped in to see if you'd covered up. Well, that's a reason that didn't take a lot of thought at first glance. It's mainly not that Wan Cece didn't bother. It's that she thought about it and couldn't find the right one. Sure enough, Jiang Yu laughed. Okay, you are coming in to look at me. Did not cover the quilt simply do their own quilt, right? Why else is it still on top of him? Does that make sense? Chapter 115, Small Ravioli. Jiang Yu spoke with a smile in his voice, because in the alley so the voice was not much suppressed. The sound can be heard not far around the corner. Wan Cece saw a small stall with a few tables sitting over there and smelled the aroma as well. It's not quite clear what this is, but it smells delicious. Ruan Cece looked away, then didn't forget to retort to Jiang Yu, why not? There was some heartbreak in the end. Instead, his eyes flickered and he didn't dare to meet Jiang Yu's eyes. Actually, she hadn't originally thought of such a statement as making her own quilt, but Jiang Yu had said so he naturally went along with it. Jiang Yu heard her words to laugh or not. Do you want to hear what you said? Go away. Eat your fill before you continue asking. After all, you don't have much time for a lunch break. Jiang Yu was afraid that the two of them hadn't been clear in their arm wrestling, and this would leave no time to eat, because she ate irregularly when she was small. Ruan Cece had a bad stomach. Jiang Yu would usually keep an eye on her to eat on time, because when Ruan Cece has other things going on usually she doesn't want to eat. In her defense, starving for a meal or two won't kill you. As for physical discomfort, she could completely ignore it herself. So Jiang Yu now just has to keep an eye on her to eat on time every day. Wen Cece froze for a moment and awed at his sudden change of subject. That's it? No more questions? Jiang Yu looked like he knew what she was thinking and smiled slightly. After eating we'll talk about what's going on with the covers and the rope. Sure enough, Ruan Cece wilted again. Jiang Yu just did it on purpose. How can he still eat now? Although Ruan Cece was thinking that she couldn't eat, but when she got close to the stall and smelled the fragrance, she realized that she actually wasn't unable to eat. At this point she was just hungry. It's easy to get hungry when you're already studying, and this spread just smells so good too. Get the ravioli here. It smells great and it's cheap. The most expensive was only $12. The stand was set up in the alley and quite a few people came, but not many wear school uniforms. This made Ruan Cece think of the saying, wine is not afraid of the deep alley. But how did Jiang Yu find this place? The two sat down. Jiang Yu ordered a signature wontons, a large bowl, a medium bowl, which the medium bowl with eggs. Well, the one with the egg is for Nguyen Cece. As the two sat at a small table and waited, Ruan Cece asked curiously, how did you know about this place? She thought the alley was too deep, and it doesn't seem like they've been here before. Jiang Yu did not change his color and said, oh, I heard it from someone, so I brought you here to try your luck. Anyhow, in his last life, he had been in high school over here for 3 years, so he still knew about this kind of stall. The ravioli place over here is really good and really crowded. The people who come are regular customers, and there really aren't that many students. Most of them seem to be people who come over here to work and have a little ravioli for lunch. It was a bit surprising that Jiang Yu would meet Zhao Lin, but it didn't seem to be very surprising. Zhao Lin was the punk that Jiang Yu had gotten to do the job earlier. In her last life, Jiang Yu worked in B City and didn't know some of the local gangsters or whatever on this side of the family at all. Finding Zhao Lin before was still something he had squatted for a long time before finding. After all, the Jiang Yu of his previous life was an honest child at this time of his life and really didn't know any punks. Zhao Lin obviously recognized Jiang Yu, slightly raised his eyebrows, saw a girl sitting opposite him but did not go over to greet him, just a slight nod. Jiang Yu also nodded. The two last time it was Jiang Yu who took the initiative to find the door, looking for a few times, just to find Zhao Lin to make a game. At first, Zhao Lin was reluctant to take care of Jiang Yu. This person seems to be a good student at first glance, and I do not know what he is thinking. Later is Zhao Lin in a tattoo store to get a tattoo when Jiang Yu came over and handed the tattoo store guy a picture. Said this is suitable for Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin took a look at it and it was pretty cool. Unfortunately the guy at the tattoo parlor said he couldn't do it and wasn't skilled. In the end it was Jiang Yu who helped him get the tattoo. It was also so that Zhao Lin was finally willing to listen to Jiang Yu about what exactly he was looking for him for. Jiang Yu told the story of his neighbor's sister being abused by that scum of the family and gave him a sum of money. He promised Zhao Lin that he would give him the rest of the money after the matter was over. Zhao Lin cannot say why he agreed to a brat, but also asked Jiang Yu was not afraid to just give him up. At the time this young-looking boy but smiled and said, I'm not afraid. Although things didn't work out later, Zhao Lin still felt that this kid had something, especially since things didn't work out afterward and Jiang Yu didn't ask for the money back. So his impression of Jiang Yu was not bad. At this time, looking at the girl sitting opposite him, the front is not too clear, but from the side face seems to be able to tell that it is a very beautiful girl. Zhao Lin led the way and sat not far from Jiang Yu. Both of them tacitly pretended not to recognize each other. Jiang Yu retracted his gaze also. Across the just on the still smoking wontons looked to Ruan Shishi. Ruan Shishi she was about to turn back. What are you looking at? Jiang Yu laughed a little. Didn't see anything. You hurry up and eat, he said and offered her 2 ravioli. Ruan Cece, who was about to turn her head, made a move and didn't turn her head again, but just split her own egg into 2 halves and divided it into Jiang Yu's half as well. Jiang Yu was a bit amused. It doesn't have to be like this. Our family isn't in such a difficult situation. I simply don't like eggs. Okay then, I'll eat it myself. Jiang Yu didn't look at Zhao Lin anymore. In fact, He would look for Zhao Lin because he remembered paying attention to a news about his side of the family in his last life when he went out to college. Zhao Lin was in the news at that time when he mistakenly killed someone to help a girl who was being domestically abused. When he was interviewed, he said that because he was also a frequent victim of domestic violence as a child, his mom was killed by his dad's domestic violence, but because the grandparents signed a letter of understanding, his dad ended up getting out quickly. It's not that he really doesn't want to go to school, he doesn't have the money. What can he do? So when Jiang Yu saw Zhao Lin after squatting for a few days, he knew he had his chance to find the person he was looking for. As for that money, it should be enough for him to continue his education for the time being, even though it's only a technical school. After all, he's going to make money himself. Jiang Yu is not as great as he is. He also wanted to use Zhao Lin before, and that money is considered compensation. Otherwise you have a bad conscience. After eating the wontons, Jiang Yu went to pay the boss but said that a few boys just gave money. Jiang Yu glanced at where Zhao Lin and the others had just sat, and by now there was no one there. Jiang Yu took out his cell phone and sent Zhao Lin a thank you emoji. There was an okay emoticon back there. The two didn't say much. Jiang Yu walked back to Ruan Cici, who was holding her school bag, and said, "Let's go. Go back." Nguyen Cici clicked off her cell phone and oh so quietly said, "I'd like some milk tea." Jiang Yu hummed, "Then go buy it." Chapter 116. Then tell me honestly, are you tying up your clothes or are you planning to tie me up? Although Jiang Yu promised to buy milk tea, he bought de-iced and less sugared. Ruan Cici took the milk tea that wasn't cold in her hand and glanced at the lemon tea that he had added a lot of ice to. Nguyen Cici, pathetic. JPG, doggy lightwave launch. JPG. Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu looked at her. Don't look. Aren't you going to see a Chinese doctor this week? Nguyen Cici still needs to get in shape. It's better to drink less of the cold stuff. At this moment, the two of them were blowing the air conditioner inside the milk tea store. I was able to sit down for a while before class started in 40 minutes or so. The location of this side of the milk tea store is one of those card seats, the kind of sofa where the chairs are very high and big, blocking the front and back. It seemed like a pretty private space, relatively speaking. Anyway, Jiang Yu felt that this meal was also eaten, and milk tea was also drunk. It's time to talk. So he watched as Ruan Cici obediently drank 2 sips of room temperature milk tea despite her unhappiness before speaking. Come on, enough about the quilt. Let's talk about that rope. You said you didn't mean to bring it with you when you came to see me. May I ask what Ruan Cici-san is going to do with that rope? Ruan Cici, who was staring at Jiang Yu's iced lemon tea and thinking about the chances of success if she tried to take a sip. Why are you suddenly talking so directly? She blinked and raised her eyes to Jiang Yu. Of course the rope is for tying things. For example, Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's face didn't change as he nodded in agreement. Indeed. So what do you want to tie up? I guess. Ruan Cici ignored the attempt to control her expression. I was just tying up some old clothes or something. Jiang Yu let out an "oh," took out his cell phone and casually typed a few words, and put it in front of Ruan Cici after the page loaded out. This is it? Ruan Cici glanced at it. Every word written on it was recognizable, but they all inexplicably made people blush. And the accompanying picture? Although it wasn't a real person, it was. Ruan Cici averted her gaze in some panic. I don't know. I just bought it online. Well, the search was for words like tying someone up doesn't hurt and won't hurt. What came out was the link to that rope. Ruan Cici didn't think there was such a thing. Bondage and all that. Ahem. Sounds oddly embarrassing. Jiang Yu at this time looked at her somewhat flustered and shy expression or believed that Ruan Cici words, in the end, as a young girl may not be exposed to these. Should I say no? The people around Ruan Cici are still quite innocent now. Her own life circumstances were simple, and there were very few people who could get close to Ruan Cici other than herself and those few friends. Naturally there shouldn't be much access to them either. At this time, Jiang Yu did not know that Ruan Cici had a Zhou Xianxian who had read 10,000 books by her side. The book has its own golden house. Zhou Xianxian was the standard one who had never eaten pork, but she had seen pigs running in any position. Nguyen Shishi has learned a lot from her, but at this time, Jiang Yu knew nothing about this. He moved a little closer to Ruan Cici. There was a table between the two of them, so even if they moved any closer they wouldn't be really close. Jiang Yu looked at Ruan Shishi carefully and asked, then tell me honestly, are you tying up your clothes or are you planning to tie me up? Before Nguyen Cici could say anything, an intake of breath sounded. A head suddenly emerged from the chair behind Jiang Yu. Zhou Xianxian lowered her voice. This isn't no man's land? Why don't you guys go back and talk? Jiang Yu was startled and turned his head violently to look behind himself, looking with Ruan Cici at Zhou Xianxian who had suddenly appeared. She let out a hi. Didn't scare you guys, did I? Jiang Yu thought to himself. Frightened. Why are you here? Jiang Yu asked. Zhou Xianxian said seriously. Actually, I've been there all along. This greenery is a bit high. It might be blocking me. At first, Zhou Xianxian didn't notice that it was Jiang Yu and the others just listened to the voice somewhat familiar. and then the more I heard this the more familiar it became. Mainly because the topics they were chatting about were some really exciting ones. That's not appropriate for a public meeting, is it? Zhou Xianxian was sitting on her knees on the sofa at this point, relatively high, and didn't forget to look around for a bit before lowering her voice and saying, "Luckily, it's just the two of us here at the table, or what if this is overheard?" Zhang Yu, who originally felt that his words were not too revealing, was made to feel as if she had said something that could not be seen. Besides, he was clearly looking for a fight to question, right? But to last week Xuanxuan's press disapproving gaze, Zhang Yu, Ruan Cece also retorted with rare seriousness, "We didn't say anything either. Y'all talking on about kidnapping people? What else do you want to say?" Zhou Xuanxuan's voice was filled with shock. Zhang Yu and Ruan Cece, although it's true, but it seems like something is wrong. How does it seem so ambiguous? Zhou Xianxian, who has been nurtured by the precious book, has her own brain, so in the end, Zhang Yu still couldn't ask anything. On the way back, she heard Zhou Xianxian explaining to her trance-like deskmate that Zhang Yu and the others were just fooling around, but the more she explains, the more her deskmate looks in a trance. But when she sees Zhang Yu and Ruan Cece side by side, she always feels that there is a light of surprise in her eyes. Well, Zhang Yu felt that this was probably knocking CP's light. It's hard to say because I don't recognize it. Anyway, the conversation went on and on until we got home in the evening. Zhang Yu wanted to simply stop asking, no matter what Ruan Cece's reasons were. Anyway, Zhang Yu felt quite dangerous when he saw that rope, so after getting off the evening study hall and taking a shower at home, Zhang Yu went and knocked on Ruan Cece's door. "Mr. Su is at home, but he's in his room at the moment. She also just got back from sitting in on a late study session tonight not too long ago." Ruan Cece heard the knock on the door and opened it to see Zhang Yu standing in the doorway, a little surprised. "Came to say goodnight to me?" Zhang Yu nodded. "Sort of. I mainly came to get the rope you tied your clothes with. I need to tie my clothes too." Nguyen creak creak. She glanced at Zhang Yu. The smile at the corner of her mouth froze a bit. "You, what clothes do you have to tie?" Zhang Yu just looked at her. "I have it anyway. Didn't you say it was for tying clothes?" With that said, he looked at Ruan Cece in a good way. Nguyen Cece hesitated for a few seconds. "Oh, you wait." He really turned his head and went to get it, and Zhang Yu didn't follow him in and just stood in the doorway and waited for her to take it out. You can still hear her moving things around. Zhang Yu waited for a while, then saw the person grinding his hands behind his back and slowly walking out. But this distance is not far. How to Dawdle will also walk to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu reached out and watched as her hand behind her back took out a small tie of rope and put it into Zhang Yu's hand. "Here you go." Zhang Yu pupils earthquake. This is not the one last night. Chapter 117. Big breasts, long legs, white skin. Who wouldn't like that? Zhang Yu looked at the rope in her hand. This was clearly not the same rope from before. Zhang Yu had only taken a quick look at the rope, but he still remembered that it was the color of hemp rope, and at this moment, the rope in Ruan Cece's hand was clearly with a red color. Zhang Yu felt his outstretched hand shaking a little. "This rope, how much do you have?" In fact, Nguyen Cece couldn't remember what color rope she was holding. At this point it's just a surprised face that says, "No." Her eyes are innocent. She's looking at Zhang Yu like this. She's lying without a guilty conscience. Zhang Yu took away the rope in her hand in silence, his gaze looking to the room behind her. The eyes were complicated. Ruan Cece was still a little unsure. She seemed to know to react when she saw his eyes looking behind her. It wouldn't have been false to not react before, and now her mind raced. Then stepping aside slightly, "Would brother like to come in and take a look?" JY politely refused. He glanced at Ruan Cece, though he felt like a mess. Su was at home, so he figured she wouldn't do anything. But just thinking about the amount of rope she's hiding, I don't know how much, makes me feel like I'm getting goosebumps. "No more going in. Go to sleep," said, taking a few steps back. Ruan Cece still wants a good night kiss, is a step forward in hearing Suin open the door sound and backward. As soon as Suin went out, she saw Zhang Yu standing in front of Ruan Cece's room, holding a tie of rope. "What are you doing, little fish?" Teacher Su asked, rubbing her hair. "Still not sleeping, Mr. Su didn't overthink it, and in fact very few people would overthink it if they saw the rope. If Zhang Yu hadn't seen it in the middle of the night by the bedside, or even been tied up, he wouldn't have thought much of it. At this point he let out an "oh so quiet." "Nope, grabbing some rope to tie things up later." Teacher Su walked towards the living room to drink some water. "What's tied up? We'll get it on the weekend break. Go to bed early." Cece goes to bed early too. "Got it, Mom," Zhang Yu said. "Good night, Mom." "Good night, Ruan Xiaoxi." Ruan Cece, who didn't succeed in asking for a kiss, had an unhappy face, but still obediently said, "Good night, Aunt Su." "Good night, Zhang Yu," called Zhang Yu's voice is small. Did not call brother yet, is to say good night to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu laughed a little, as if he didn't notice her small mind, and turned around to go back to his room. The rope was casually tossed into a drawer, and it was annoying to look at. Mostly he had to find a way to get in there and see what Ruan Cece was hiding in her room. The opportunity is not found, but 11 is here. Shihan and the others had been discussing where to go for the past few days. They thought about traveling when they were in middle school, when they were young and their families were unsure. By now they are not too old, but they are still able to travel around the neighborhood. Jianyu for travel is not too big feeling. Not just to go to the farm barbecue vegetables, bushy, or go to the beach they want to go, but Jianyu still said in the group. In fact, 11 to the beach, may see only people, colorful people who still may not be able to get a ticket. After all, this beach is a bit far from them. Zihan, who wanted to see the bikini girls the most, wilted, but there are 7 days in the National Day holiday. Is there a ticket for taking the slow train? Jianyu saw that this person is a FIFA. Private chat sent him a few swimsuit photos. Of course, is a random search on the internet, see, bikini, then say in the group, I'm not available for the 3 days behind Ruan Xiaoxi, because he had to take Ruan Cece to the hospital for scar removal surgery. He was really unavailable. Originally, Jiang Weiman said it would be fine to wait for the winter vacation to do it, but Nguyen Cece chose to go on the National Day, and by the time winter vacation rolled around she was well recovered, whereas before it hadn't occurred to her to do it. Now Ruan Cece was just as desperate as any young girl of her age to give her lover a glimpse of her best. Seeing her insistence, Jiang Weiman didn't say anything. Luckily, Jiang Yu said in the group is not available. Other people did not think much. After all, the National Day they also have homework. Wouldn't have been able to stay together every day. This side of the private chat Shihan fell back with Jiang Yu. You brother original you like this. Bad smile. JPG, Jiang Yu, what does he like? Jiang Yu curiously opened the chat box and looked at the pictures that were sent to Shihan. It doesn't look like much at first glance, does it? He zoomed in. Ruan Cece didn't mean to look away. She really didn't make much noise when she walked. After all, a habit developed as a child. The drunken Ruan Daitian fell asleep. If she was woken up by the sound of her voice, inevitably a beating. So walking is literally silent. She would have walked behind Jiang Yu with her glass of water in her hand and would have glanced at it out of habit. Just see him click on a picture of a beautiful woman in a bikini? The brightly colored bikini looked like that girl's skin was white. Nguyen Cece? Jiang Yu continuously slipped a few. Hard not to see this is which way. Big boobs, long legs and white skin? Who wouldn't like that? He backed out just before sending a line to Shihan. How's this? As a result, before the words were sent over, he suddenly heard Ruan Cece's voice from behind him. Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu gave a bang, and the cell phone almost fell. He jerked his head around to look at Ruan Cece behind him. Ruan Cece had a rare face with little expression, just looking at Jiang Yu quietly. Jiang Yu? What's wrong? Jiang Yu's tone was natural, making Ruan Cece a little depressed. In fact, of course she was aware that there were times when the boys' private conversations were quite revealing. Actually it's not just guys either. Sometimes girls are very loose with their private conversations. For example, occasionally Zhou Xianxian would recommend books that were, well, more explicit and open. But it's one thing to know, but it's another to see Jiang Yu looking at the photos in person. At this moment, Ruan Cece spoke with a calm face. You like this? With these words, Jiang Yu knew that she probably saw that he was just looking at those pictures. At this time, Jiang Yu sighed. What kind of such are you guys talking about? He picked up his cell phone. I like you like that. The tone of his voice naturally still had a smile on it. I didn't expect Ruan Cece to come up with. It's not like I can wear a bikini. After that the water stopped pouring and he turned around and went back to his room, leaving Jiang Yu sitting on the sofa frozen for a while. No, he didn't really like bikinis either. Of course if you say you don't like it at all that's just pretending. We're all men and we know a little something. But that's really not true if I'm talking about how much I like it. Jiang Yu reacted. This is calmly angry? Isn't that harder to coax than showing anger? This was the first time he'd seen Ruan Cece show this kind of anger. Jiang Yu felt like a bit of a pervert, as he was actually a bit happy at this point. Chapter 118, Jiang Yu, how cute. Happy about what? Happy that Ruan Cece is now all about expressing her joys and sorrows in a straightforward manner. Before, even if she was angry she had coaxed herself into it and then acted cha-cha to come and pout at herself. But now it seems like it won't. And when you're not happy you don't even give a about maintaining a smile on your face. Favored children can do without understanding. Jiang Yu hoped that Ruan Cece was the one who was favored not to have to know anything. So Jiang Yu stood up, took a cup and poured water in the kitchen and went to knock on the door. She had just come out with a cup, presumably out to pour water. Knocking on the door opened to reveal a pair of large eyes. Seeing Jiang Yu blinking, then looking at the cup in his hand, he reached out a hand to take it away. Jiang Yu was just about to open his mouth. Then the door closed. Jiang Yu, is this a closed door? This was the first time he was also a shut-in at Ruan Cece's place? It's a bit of a mixed bag of emotions. Jiang Yu still wanted to knock on the door, But Ruan Sisi had already spoken. I'm going to take a shower. Jian Yu glanced at the time. It's 10:30 p.m., okay, wash up and go to bed early. That photo was sent to Chihan from a casual search. I don't like that. He also added, like Ruan Sisi like this, looks good everywhere. Gwen Shishu was silent for a moment and just said oh, good night. When she heard Jian Yu's footsteps walking away, she put down her glass of water and walked into the bathroom. Looking at herself in the mirror after undressing, the girl was actually pretty well developed, as she should be. The waist is also very thin, but the scars do stand out. You can see some of it on the front, and it's even more obvious when you turn around and look at the back. In fact, when she was a child, many times Ruan Sisi felt that Ruan Daitian wasn't drunk and hitting her, but simply wanted to hit her, because only a very few times he can't control it he will beat violently. More often than not the beating hurts so much that it will leave scars, but when you go to check it out it won't hurt the inside of your internal organs. It's all just skin wounds. In the past, some people called the police and had their wounds examined, but the results were just superficial wounds. So Ruan Daitian said, I can't beat up my daughter, can I? It's not because she doesn't listen. If I really wanted to beat her to death, would this be the only wound? Call Chen Hui. 9 times out of 10 is not reachable. Call and ask her if she knows that her ex-husband beat her daughter. She asked her if she knew that her ex-husband had beaten her daughter. When I heard it was a superficial injury, I just said, maybe the child didn't listen. You guys also help persuade her father. The child is still small. In the end all the calls to the police resulted in nothing. Later on, Nguyen Sisi didn't expect the police to be of any use. After all, a superficial wound in a line about an old man beating his own daughter seems invincible. Before being brought home by Jian Yu's mother and son, Ruan Sisi was thinking that she couldn't be saved for the rest of her life, but now she's having a good time. Starting with a quivering handful of marshmallows. It was just that these scars on her body kept reminding her of how miserable she used to be. Ruan Sisi didn't care about this, but at this moment, she was looking at her fair but not perfect skin with some disgust. Unlike other girls who have smooth, beautiful skin all over their bodies, Ruan Sisi's long eyelashes drooped, then pursed her lips and turned around and walked to the shower to take a bath. That night the latest page of the fish-keeping diary had a line written on it. Little fish brother ×1 I can be imperfect, but little fish can't be separated from water, can they? When the count goes to 9, she hides him. Seeing only himself he won't get a chance to look at anyone else. Jian Yu didn't know anything about it yet. The next day is the last day of classes, and after that, you get a vacation. Originally, Jian Yu was still thinking about continuing to coax Ruan Shishi the next day, but it turned out that she was like nothing, and didn't mention last night's incident at all, and naturally got in the back seat of his car. Jian Yu still thinks it's because his words last night were useful? Then she's too easy to coax. It's inevitable that everyone will be a little restless the day before vacation classes. By the last class of the afternoon it was even more obvious. It's not a coincidence that it's still Mr. Don's class. Probably sensing their lethargy, Mr. Tang stopped lecturing for the last 10 minutes. Tell you guys about some of the do's and don'ts of vacation. It was another cliché, but the crowd was still up for it. And as long as there were no classes and they said they were on vacation, they were all in good spirits. Jian Yu listened to Mr. Tang speaking from the podium above, while the other students sat and whispered below. He was a little sleepy as he lay on the table, but he thought that Li Yu was a little silent today. You know, before, Li Fable and Chandler were really able to talk. The two of them together could do comedy. It's still possible to hear Chandler's voice talking to someone next to him. On the contrary, Li Yu didn't know what he was thinking and was very quiet. Jian Yu's relationship with Li Yu wasn't particularly good, so he didn't want to say anything at this time. It was just that Li Yu might have sensed his gaze and turned his face sideways. Seeing Jiang Yu wanting to speak again, Jiang Yu looked at this expression hard a thump. Not good. This kid is not to find him something? Jiang Yu decisively closed his eyes and turned his head. Li Yu saw it. He hesitated for a moment or came over to speak. Brother Yu, I know you haven't slept. Jiang Yu. He sat up and looked at Li Fable, his tone sincere. It's pretty obvious that I don't want to have a conversation, isn't it? Fable nodded. It's pretty obvious, but I'd still like to ask. Jiang Yu, go ahead then. As it was, if he wanted him not to say anything he would probably find an opportunity to do so. Sure enough, Li Yu glanced at Ruan Shishi's back and asked in a low voice. That's right, you guys have a friend named Zhou Xianxian, right? She's in the first class. Oh man. Jiang Yu heard Ruan Shishi say that Li Yu was interested in Zhou Xianxian before, but I didn't think it was true. That's what you're asking about? Jiang Yu spoke. Yes, there is right, but there's no way from my side. If you like it you can ask yourself. This kind of help people pulling the strings. Who bad luck. The feelings of the matter how good friends are not good to interfere and their own and Li Yu is not very familiar. Jiang Yu is not going to do this. Li Yu didn't seem surprised that he was rejected. He just sighed. Hey, Jiang Yu was unmoved, but it was Ruan Cece sitting in front of him who presumably heard it, turned her head to look at Li Yu and said seriously, Xian Xian likes good-looking ones. Li Yu froze, then was exasperated and laughed. Alright, I know I don't look good. In fact, Li Yu looks okay, tall, and his facial features are at the level of ordinary people, at least not ugly, but at that moment, Ruan Cece nodded and turned away again. Li Fable. He looked at Jiang Yu with a confused expression. She's so toxic. Jiang Yu, however, looked at him with a smile on her face. You admitted it yourself. And how cute. Li Yu, what's wrong with you? Dog couple. Chapter 119. Seems like you're really starting to notice some of the energy and beauty around you. Li Fable felt like he was just asking redundantly. This little couple just isn't normal. It just so happened that Lu Qi called Ruan Cece, and Ruan Cece hadn't really heard that cute line. Otherwise it's time to be happy again. 10 or so minutes passed very quickly. The bell rang. Everyone's cheers accompanied by Mr. Tang's increased voice said, well, vacation. Happy National Day everyone. Remember to do the paper go out to play to pay attention to safety. Got it. Happy National Day, Mr. Tang. Farewell my dear classmates. Jiang Yu was also infected by their emotions, and a few more smiles were added to their faces. Shen Yang and Xian Duo already backpacks. Li Yu also stood up, ball in hand. Let's go. Play ball. Just now Jiang Qi ran off as soon as the bell rang to grab the court. Jiang Yu responded, you guys go down first, I'll go down in a while. Shen Yang still wanted to say something, but Li Yu and Xian Duo had already pulled him away. Alright, let's go down first. Compared to the lively crowd, Ruan Cece was moving slowly, still looking at the rolls. It was as if the boisterous crowd had nothing to do with him. Instead, he turned his head at the sound of Jiang Yu's voice. Jiang Yu's rolls and books are stuffed into the book bag. See her turn her head to put his own book bag into his arms. I'm going to play ball. You in the classroom to write papers or go down? Ruan Cece is a little hesitant. Now more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Yu played more than an hour. If she is fast enough to write 2 papers. But I want to see Jiang Yu play. Jiang Yu read her hesitation and smiled a little, reaching out to rub her hair, seeing that she didn't hide even after being messed up by herself. You write for a while before going down. Ruan Cece nodded. Seeing that Jiang Yu was about to leave, she suddenly remembered something, reached out and pulled the hem of his coat, then handed Jiang Yu her girlish water cup. Drink water. Jiang Yu looked at this girly water cup he had bought and was silent for a moment before finally reaching out and taking it. It didn't take much thought to realize that Ruan Cece was still thinking about someone bringing her water. Since the last stadium water delivery thing, Dai Kasi is now bowing her head when she sees Jiang Yu. I don't know if it's because of Jiang Yu or because of Ruan Cece. Anyway, no matter who it was, because of who. Right now Jiang Yu felt pretty good. In the end, Jiang Yu went down with that girlish thermos and went to fetch water herself. In fact, not many people drink hot water in this kind of weather now. Warm water is less. Everyone is to buy the ice of the mineral water, put it aside, and wait to hit the break to become room temperature, and then also a little cold. It's very comfortable. So Jiang Yu took the cup down when the ignorant Shen Yang also yoho. You brother, you still bring insulation cup Zhong Qi also said cheerfully. Isn't this Ruan Cece's? Did you take it down because you forgot to give it to someone else? Warming up. Li Yu laughed. This group of people are all blind Chandler waved from the other side. Has it started yet? Because of the vacation, all the basketball courts were occupied, and Zhong Qi said that if he hadn't come down quickly, he probably wouldn't have been able to occupy them. The people who played together were all from their class. Shihan and Lu Ji and their class also played with Jiang Yu, and their class separated by 2 courts. Their side is 2 classes played. Shihan and Lu Ji also greeted Jiang Yu with, well, a whistle. Jiang Yu casually waved his hand with them. Hearing them whistle was a reminder of the way Ruan Cece whistled at herself as a rogue. The smile on his face couldn't be suppressed. Playing in your own class is just comfortable. Boys actually lose track of time a bit when they play ball. When Cece was done with the paper before she started to pack it up, Lu Qi beside him hadn't left yet either, and was chatting with Shuiqingqing and a few of their girls about cosmetics and whatnot. Ruan Cece hadn't paid much attention to it, but girls at that age loved beauty. A recreation member like Shuiqingqing, who also grew up dancing, was quite knowledgeable about this, so the chat was all pretty lively. Ugwin Shishi listened a little bit while doing her rolls and thought that they were talking about a real lot of cards. She does recognize some of them, and skincare products, and those she knows a little bit about, because Suwin would buy her skincare products, and sometimes she would take her shopping in the cosmetics section, so she recognizes a little bit of it, but they all say it contains some kind of camellia flower essence or something like that, which she doesn't really understand. Seeing Ruan Cece starting to pack up her things at this moment, Lu Qi noticed. Cece is leaving? Going down to watch Jiang Yu play soccer. Ruan Cece said, turning her head to look at Jiang Yu's book bag that she had stuffed into her own desk pocket. Her own was hanging casually next to her desk. Then I'll go with you too, said Lucci and started packing up his things. Ruan Cece's packing action stopped for a moment, but she didn't say anything. On the other side, Shuqingqing, a few girls heard it and also smiled and said, then we are also leaving. Do you want to go eat together, Chichi? Cece? Ruan Cece shook her head. No need. You guys go ahead. I'm going to watch Jiangyu play. Lucci also waved his hand. I'll go with Cece. The girls didn't say anything in the end, and after saying goodbye to them they left with their own backpacks. When Cece glanced at the backs of the teenage girls with their backpacks, their swaying hair, the sunlight casting in through the windows and doorways, stretching their shadows. Actually, the squeaky girls are pretty loud, but Ruan Cece didn't feel annoyed anymore. She had lived for more than 10 years and it seemed like she had really started to be able to find some vitality and beauty around her, instead of endless loathing. From their backs, Ruan Cece seemed to see her usual back pulling the strap of Jiangyu's school bag to follow him. The school uniforms they were wearing were all very clean white. This is the youth in campus she couldn't even dare to think about before. Ruan Cece's expression became soft. Finally, bring your book bag up to stuff your stuff in it. Picking up his own school bag then carrying Jiangyu's book bag he stood up. Lucci waited for her on the side, and the two of them walked out together. There were a few other students in the class who were looking down and writing papers. It seems like every class has one of these students that rolls over your head. Lucci whispered to Ruan Cece. I've been trying to tell my parents that I'm going to go to art school. My grades were close to the line in the first middle school. I feel like it's only been a month since I started school, and I can't even keep up. She sighed when she finished. When Cece gave her a look. So what do you want to read? Of course it's painting. I don't have the foundation for this dance either. Lucci said without thinking. I don't know what kind of studio Jiangyu went to. Is it still accepting people? Ruan Cece was a little uncomfortable in her heart. Her eyes towards Lucci changed a little. Was she overthinking it? It always felt a little uncomfortable. She was silent for a moment. Jiangyu's studio has an exam. You shouldn't be able to do it without a foundation. Chapter 120, it was supposed to be delivered to Jiangyu. What does anyone else have to do with her? Lucci sniffed with some disappointment. So. She sighed. I'll think about it then. I don't know what to tell my parents yet. Nguyen Cece nodded, but didn't say anything. Passing by the mini-mart, Lucci walked over. Buy water, right? Nguyen Cece hummed and walked over to get some water. Lucci also bought. Take a big bag loaded a lot. You also give others in the class also buy or else just buy Jiangyu's Ruan Cece thought to herself. It was supposed to go to Jiangyu. What did the others have to do with her? Lucci also took ice cream. When I finally paid, I wanted to pay for it along with Ruan Cece's. Ruan Cece shook her head. It's better if I give it. This was bought for Jiangyu. It's fine if she gives it. Lucci looked at her and didn't say anything. When I got to the stadium it wasn't too crowded because it was on vacation and it was 5 or 6 o'clock. They hadn't been here long when the boys stopped. The crowd walked over and Lucci shook with the water and ice cream he bought. Bought you guys water and ice cream. Zhongqi and Shenyang they walked over with smiles. Thank you sister Lucci. Ha ha ha. Shenyang you're shameless. You even called on your sister. Call Lucci beauty. Lucci let them flirt and watched Jiangyu walk up to Ruan Cece. Ruan Cece handed him paper towels. He took them and wiped them haphazardly. It's too hot. It's still running after wiping. I'll go wash my face later. With that, he reached for the water. And the one Ruan Cece was holding was not ice cold. Nguyen Cece said, I thought I'd come over and you guys would be done playing too, so I didn't get any ice. Jiangyu sighed. I just want to drink something cold. Lucci, a bystander, said, there's ice over here. Jiangyu, however, had already unscrewed the water Ruan Cece had brought. No, I'll drink this and think. Lucci just smiled and handed Ruan Cece an ice cream. Cece come. Ruan Cece did want to eat, but she still looked at Jiangyu first. Jiangyu has been controlling her from eating ice very strictly lately. This look Lucci noticed and so did Jiangyu. Jiangyu sighed. Eat. Nguyen Cece then took it happily. Lucci handed Jiangyu another one, but Jiangyu didn't want it. I'm not eating, thanks. Lucci nodded. A group of boys said goodbye to their classmates in 2s and 3s to leave after drinking water and eating ice cream. Shander and the others are leaving too. Asked Jiangyu if they want to go to dinner together. Jiangyu glanced at Ruan Cece, knowing that she probably didn't like it. A group of big boys just finished playing ball all smelling of sweat. Don't smoke there Ruan Xiaoxi. We're not going. You guys go. Finally Jiangyu said goodbye to them and watched them walk away. Lucci asked, are you going out to eat tonight or eating at home? In fact, Jiangyu didn't think about it, but seeing her like this how she looked like she was planning to eat with them. So Jiangyu glanced at Ruan Xishi. Ruan Xiaoxi go back or go out? Ruan Cece also glanced at Lucci and said, go out to eat. Finally the three decided to go out to eat. Jiangyu told them to wait and went to wash his face himself. Ruan Cece didn't follow this time. sitting in place with Lu Qi. She was still holding Jiang Yu's school bag in her arms. Lu Qi is playing with his cell phone. Ruan Cece suddenly spoke. Lu Qi, you like Jiang Yu. It's an affirmation, not a question. Lu Qi's movements lurched as if he froze, and after a while he looked at Ruan Cece with a surprised face. What are you saying? Cece? Ruan Cece's eyes were emotionless as she just stared at Lu Qi. Her eyes were huge, and when she looked so straight at someone it gave them the urge to dodge. Lu Qi stared for a while, finally exhaled a breath. Face appeared a somewhat embarrassed look. I'll explain first. I did have some good feelings before. Really only a little. I later know that you guys seem to be different to start me that little bit of small-mindedness on the retraction. I also did not know at that time that you guys are just going to look at the right eye. What Lu Qi said was true. She did pay some attention to Jiang Yu in the past. After all, they all played together at that time, and compared to Lu Ji and Qihan, Jiang Yu was good-looking and had a good temper, and he favors his sister. At the age of love, it is always easy to have a crush on the better opposite sex. It wasn't like Lu Qi was a heavy face controller like Zhou Xianxian. Actually, Jiang Yu is the type of handsome guy who was very good-looking. Lu Qi did get along with some ideas, but didn't this learn about Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece before it had a chance to develop a bit? It also took her a long time to digest after she found out, and she didn't hang out with them last time. Mostly, she's still a little sad. At this time to say it out instead of a feeling of relief. She looked at Ruan Cece. Cece, I did like Jiang Yu, and do not dare to say that I do not like it at all now. But I'm working on it. After all, it's the first time I've ever liked someone, and it's hard not to like them just because they don't like them. She spoke frankly, and Ruan Cece locked eyes with her for a moment, slowly averting her gaze, the displeasure in her heart not becoming any less because of her candor. She didn't like everyone staring at her. Jiang Yu. When Cece gave a low there was something strange about the vibe between the two. Jiang Yu, who had returned from washing his face, noticed it, looking at the two men with a slight raised eyebrow. What was going on? Then naturally, he took his own school bag and lifted Ruan Cece's in passing, signaling her to let go and help himself. What's to eat? Lu Qi watched Jiang Yu's movements and suddenly smiled. I won't eat with you guys. I've got an appointment. I'll leave first. After saying that, he didn't wait for the two to react to turn around and run away. Jiang Yu let out a sigh, then looked at Ruan Cece. You guys had a fight, huh? The tone of his voice was still a little surprised. After all, to know that Ruan Cece would argue with someone? It's pretty rare to think about that image. Ruan Cece glanced at Jiang Yu who knew nothing. No, let's go. What are we going to eat tonight? She wouldn't tell Jiang Yu that Lu Qi liked him. How can I let Jiang Yu know that I'm very attractive? All Jiang Yu needed to know was that she liked him a lot. Jiang Yu felt that today's Ruan Cece was also a bit strange, but ask her and she won't say anything. Kids are old enough to have their own little secrets. Jiang Yu didn't ask much and took Ruan Cece to dinner. The two ate dinner and came back just as Ms. Su was going out to make up for the lesson, and urged them to cook sugar water and remember to eat it in a while. Finally it was hurried away. It was a rare day when Jiang Weiman was at home. So when Cece is honest, Jiang Weiman just happened to change the light bulb in the house at home, and Jiang Yu was helping. The sound of father and son chatting carried into the room. Ruan Cece's open notes were filled with Jiang Yu's name. From the increasingly messy handwriting can be seen that the person who wrote it was not in a calm mood. Chapter 121. It's okay, your life will be over soon. Jiang Yu helped Jiang Weiman change all the lights in the house once. This habit was picked up by Jiang Weiman after Mr. Su fell on his back once when Jiang Yu was 3 years old changing a light bulb all by himself. He took the time to change the light bulb once every 6 months, and definitely didn't let Mr. Su have a chance to do it. Mr. Su's back isn't very good now because of that fall. Speaking of which, you were only a little over 3 years old at that time, or Chen Hui helped take care of you. Jiang Weiman's voice was very soft, and he also glanced at Ruan Cece's room, seeing that it wasn't open before he was relieved. In fact, just Ruan Daddy and So family, who married into the bad luck. Chen Hui this person in fact, really not bad. Jiang Weiman's voice was low. It's just that both she and Cece have bad destinies. Ruan Xiaoxi's life will be fine in the future. Jiang Yu interrupted Jiang Weiman with a firm tone. Jiang Weiman nodded. Yes, that's all I'm saying, idle chatter. If you don't like it, you don't have to say anything, but at that time you still kept hugging Cece and said to bring it home as a younger sister, and snatched the child from someone. Jiang Weiman's voice was laced with laughter as he talked about things Jiang Yu didn't remember from his childhood. Jiang Yu was quite interesting to listen to. A lot of things he had forgotten before were brought up by Jiang Weiman. He remembered a little bit. It turned out that his bond with Ruan Cece had started from a very young age. It turned out that his own Yen dog had also started from a very young age. Or else he wouldn't have kept pulling for Suyin to bring Ruan Cece home in the first place. How so? Even though he didn't bring it back at the time, it ended up at his house, didn't it? Thinking of this, Jiang Yu looked towards the door of Ruan Shishi's room. It was a little too quiet tonight, and Jiang Yu was getting used to it. But when he thought of how quiet and well-behaved Ruan Sisi was when she was facing Jiang Weiman, it seemed understandable. Jiang Yu helped Jiang Weiman change the light bulb after Jiang Weiman said to take a shower and went out to pick up Mr. Su, but also asked if you want to pack some snacks for them. Jiang Yu knocked on the door and asked if Ruan Sisi wanted a snack. Ruan Sisi shook her head. I'm not hungry. Jiang Yu glanced at Jiang Weiman's back as he walked into the bedroom. Dad, we're not eating. Jiang Weiman let out a sigh. It's good if you don't eat. It's not a good habit to have a late-night snack. Jiang Yu laughed. Then you're still asking. Jiang Weiman's laughter came and became a bit far away, presumably going in. Only then did Jiang Yu look at Ruan Sisi, who just popped her head out. I can't go in? Why just put a head out? He said and reached out to rub her hair. Win CCAHS. I'm going to take a shower. Do you want to come in and wait for me? Jiang Yu had wanted to say no. After all, he didn't really have anything to do, but he suddenly thought of the last rope. Jiang Yu hesitated for a second. Then I'll go in and wait for you? Win Sisi looked like she hadn't thought he was going to come in, and still moved her body out of the way. Jiang Yu just walked in without changing his face, then sat in his seat as usual. You go take a shower, said, spinning her chair around to look at the dolls piled up on her bed. So far, gourds are still the most favored. Hasn't this been lying nicely on the bed? Everything else is on the side of the bed. It was the first time Jiang Yu had seen Ruan Sisi like a doll so much. Ruan Sisi felt a bit strange, but still didn't say anything. Then wait for me for a while. I've done some of the papers. If you want to look at them, there are quite a lot of them. You suspect Jiang Yu is here to copy the papers? Jiang Yu. In fact, if Jiang Yu has not copied Ruan Sisi's paper, that is certainly a lie. When I was a child, sometimes forget to write homework papers or Ruan Sisi wrote for him it. Isn't this a normal means of oppressing a younger sibling? But this time Jiang Yu really didn't mean it. It wasn't easy to explain yet, so all I could do was give a vague "oh" and let her in for a shower. Seeing him acquiesce, Ruan Sisi thought he was really after the rolls. Quickly grabbing his pajamas, he went inside, until the sound of water came from the bathroom. Jiang Yu was still hesitant about whether he was being a bit impolite by looking for the rope so much, but the thought that all that rope might end up being used on you can go to his bad manners. Jiang Yu stood up and took the lead towards the closet where he was most likely to hide a lot of rope. Ruan Sisi's closet is the same as Jiang Yu's. After all, they bought it together. Jiang Yu opened it and saw a lot of clothes and pants. Suyin bought most of Ruan Sisi's clothes. She didn't seem to have much worldly desire for them herself. Jiang Yu thought it was just her good looks, or else it would be inconspicuous for a girl like her who didn't know how to dress up. And Jiang Yu realized at this time that Ruan Sisi didn't have a skirt in her closet. It's all long pants and very little shorts, because he was usually used to seeing it. Jiang Yu didn't think there was anything wrong with it. It was at this point that it snapped back to me. Don't all little girls at this age have to have a few dresses? When Ruan Sisi's scar removal surgery is done, he will buy it for her himself. With that thought, Jiang Yu squatted down and tried to pull open the drawer below to take a look. It wasn't as if he was going to do anything but determine what colorful ropes he might be facing. Don't ask. Ask as you is now in a stable state of mind. Even some Buddha. After all, what else can you do with your own sister? The one you love? A bit of proper guidance. Except he hadn't even seen the rope yet. He saw the colorful girl's intimate apparel. It wasn't really messy. It was even neatly stacked. I think she had just taken it in to take a shower and didn't close it by hand. The drawer just opened with a big grin, and Jiang Yu, who had just squatted down, felt like he must be moving like a pervert at this point. Normally, though, you definitely see it when you're hanging out your clothes, but that's not as embarrassing as looking at the colorfulness with a straight face. Jiang Yu coughed lightly and was about to reach out and push the drawer back, but Ruan Sisi, who had just gone in, suddenly came out, and with the sound of the bathroom door opening there was still her hesitant voice. Jiang Yu. The doubt in his voice was a little too obvious. Jiang Yu's back was turned in the direction of the bathroom and his body stiffened. What flashes through my head at this point is, it's okay D. A lifetime passes quickly D. Big deal. Reopen it one more time, right? But while he didn't move, footsteps approached behind him. The sound of water just now was Ruan Sisi washing her hair, and she came out after washing her hair only to realize that she had only taken her pajama pants and not her pajamas. As soon as she came out, she ended up seeing Jiang Yu squatting in front of her closet. In front of her was the drawer that usually contained her intimate apparel. Opened. At this moment, Ruan Sisi had some complicated feelings. She walked up behind Jiang Yu and saw her colorful close-up clothes, a little unsure of what to say. Chapter 122, If I move around, how will you punish me? The air is quiet. Jiang Yu could hear the footsteps stop not far behind him, and he took a deep breath as something flashed through his mind. I didn't have time to do anything. I just opened a closet door and squatted down. Why can people be so embarrassing? He took a deep breath and turned his head to Ruan Sisi. who was standing behind him. Did you sneak a snack in your room? I just saw some bugs, like cockroaches? As soon as the cockroach came out, Ruan Sisi Shekai's face changed, and also took 2 steps back. Really? Where did it go? Yes, Nguyen Sisi is afraid of cockroaches. To say that this little girl is so bold that even in the face of being beaten to death she cannot change her face, but she's afraid of cockroaches. It's just getting there. The kind where you can't help but cringe in disgust when you see the pictures. So at this moment, Ruan Sisi's fear was an instinctive reaction. Jiang Yu sighed in relief and continued to make things up. I just saw coming this way, so I came over to take a look. Next time you take something, pull the drawer well, he said, smoothly pushing the colorful drawer back, and then looked at her. Didn't you take a shower? So soon? Nguyen Sisi was still staring at her closet, afraid that a cockroach would suddenly appear. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, she said somewhat mechanically, I forgot to take my pajamas. Jiang Yu let out an oh so quiet sound and stood up, stepping aside a little. You take it then. But Ruan Sisi didn't move, probably still afraid that the cockroaches would suddenly come out. She stood still and said, Brother, get it for me. Just the beige one that's hanging. What flashed through Jiang Yu's mind was that what she had just seen seemed to have a beige color as well. Jiang Yu cursed her own shamelessness in her heart quickly, then got Ruan Sisi her beige pajamas. Nguyen Sisi whispered after taking it, Brother, you'll help me catch that cockroach, right? At this moment, Ruan Sisi's mind was full of cockroaches, and she wouldn't doubt Jiang Yu's words at all. Casually lied Jiang Yu some conscience. Still, compared to embarrassment, a lying is nothing. I will. You go take a shower. Ruan Sisi then turned around with relief, but also could not help but turn his head to make sure. Really want to take away Seeing Jiang Yu nodded seriously. Only then did Nguyen Sisi re-enter the bathroom. Jiang Yu looked at the door that closed again. The door to Ruan Sisi's room was left open. Jiang Weiman passed by to see that he was in Ruan Sisi's room, was not surprised. Just said, I'm going to pick up your mom. We'll both have a snack and then come back. You guys go to bed early, said and walked away. Jiang Yu, weren't you the one who said it's unhealthy to have a late night snack? It's all going to be pissed off, but the heartbeat is finally slowing down. Nguyen Sisi's room is clean. Where are the cockroaches? Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment or didn't look at it anymore. Mostly because I'm afraid that if I see anything else that I shouldn't, it'll be quite embarrassing. It's not like you're advocating this kind of behavior yourself. Anyway, Ruan Sisi couldn't really kidnap him in the middle of the night, could she? Now that you're waking up on your own, you should be fine. Jiang Yu hard this way to find 800 excuses for himself. Anyway, when Ruan Sisi finally came out again, he was already sitting at his desk and started to just write the paper. The first words out of Nguyen Sisi's mouth were, Did you catch that cockroach? Jiang Yu hummed. I killed and left it outside. Otherwise it could scare the girl to death. Sure enough, Ruan Sisi's tense body breathed a sigh of relief, and then happily walked over and hugged Jiang Yu from behind. His little face also rubbed a few times on his face. Thank you, brother. The girl's body carried the fresh scent of a shower, and the warmth of her body just pressed softly against him. It left Jiang Yu a bit lost in thought for a moment. After coming back to his senses, he reached back and gave her a hand. What's the fuss? I haven't even showered yet. Rubbing oil all over your face. Although he said that, he couldn't hide the laughter in his eyes and voice, and no plans to hide. She just loved watching him blush at his own amusement. It was now slowly staining red a little from where it had rubbed against itself. It's really cute. So Ruan Sisi suddenly reached out and rubbed Jiang Yu's face. Brother, your face is red. Jiang Yu was already not clean in his heart, and now he was teased so much that he could bear it. Ruan Sisi didn't even react. She was obviously lying on Jiang Yu's back. How was she suddenly turned around and lifted and pressed onto the bed? And Jiang Yu pressed her hand and leaned down to look at her. Don't move. The boy's hair was probably going to be cut, with slightly longer bangs covering half of his eyes. At this moment, Ruan Sisi looked from the bottom up, always feeling as if he had less of the previous gentleness and the feeling of being very safe. Instead, it has an extra flavor of danger. It made her eyes glaze over a bit, and the words in her mind came right out. How will you punish me if I move? It's just like the ones in those books, Shen said. Ahem, can't get out of bed? Isn't that too soon? Jiang Yu, why are your eyes so bright when it comes to punishment? He always thought Ruan Sisi was What was up with her looking forward to punishment so much? Jiang Yu gasped and laughed, directly let go of his hand and stood up straight, thinking quite beautifully. I'm afraid you're getting off on it. Nguyen Sisi wasn't angry at being told off, and did secretly feel good for a bit. She got up from the bed with a puzzled tone. You just moved so fast. Jiang Yu glanced at her. No, soon. You're the one who wandered off. Brother, you obviously haven't practiced. Why do I feel like I can't beat you? Ruan Sisi still didn't give up. Your illusion. I'm crunchy, Jiang Yu said. The truth was, as long as Ruan Sisi wasn't drugging him, it really wasn't a sure thing that he could get to the point where he could beat him. It's true that Jiang Yu hadn't practiced in all those years of laziness before. Then something happened to Nguyen Cc. It's better to practice on your own if you're okay, just to be prepared. But not much practice is all. Ruan Cc looked at Jiang Yu still wearing his school uniform. The boy was tall and thin. Well, it did seem like he wasn't very capable of fighting. Thinking I might actually be overthinking this. It was Jiang Yu who thought of something. What's with that punishment of yours? What kind of mess did you read? Jiang Yu is quite nervous, so to speak. Originally Ruan Cc seems to be a little bit of that sickly tendency. He is really afraid that she accidentally contacted what books or movies. Successfully turned on the strange switch off. He didn't want to experience a sickly love, did he? So Jiang Yu just looked at Ruan Shishi. Ruan Shishi sat down obediently on the bed. I didn't watch it. I just heard a little bit about it when I was listening to them talk. After saying that, he also asked Jiang Yu rhetorically, so brother, are you misunderstanding something? Jiang Yu, chapter 123, but you two are so close. What else could Jiang Yu misunderstand? It's not even a misunderstanding. She's just being influenced by something outside. At this moment, Jiang Yu took a deep breath. You listen less to the nonsense they say. Nguyen Cc let out an slight sigh. Actually she didn't think it was a mess, did she? Although some of it did sound outrageous. Ever since Ruan Cc heard some of Zhou Xuanxuan's words that had teased Jiang Yu into blushing, she felt that existence was justified. It's a bit of an outrageous compliment, but it works. Jiang Yu looked at the way she seriously agreed, and had the feeling of a fist hitting cotton. If you mess with Ruan Cc, you're messing with cotton. There was a sense of powerlessness, yet he was too gagged to speak. Heart-stuffing. It's also been a bad day. I haven't found anything. And discovering the rest of her hidden mind. This made Jiang Yu a little distracted from writing his paper. In the end, it was Ruan Cc who saw it. Brother is tired? Go back and rest if you're tired. Jiang Yu glanced at her, and since he didn't have much heart to write a paper anyway, he simply let out an "oh." Gathering up the rolls he had brought over, he was about to go back, not forgetting to remind her, remember to rest early, but there's nothing to do if you don't have to go out tomorrow. Their finalized activity for their 4th of July vacation was to go hiking up a mountain. It's not far. It's in a neighboring city. There's a campground over there, halfway up the mountain. A few people were planning to climb up and spend the night there. Spring break enhanced overnight edition. Jiang Yu wasn't too interested, but they were, and that we're going shopping tomorrow. Shihan and Zhou Xianxian have done their homework. Nguyen Cc let out an "oh." Okay brother, good night brother. Saying that, he also raised his little face to look at Jiang Yu with an expectant face. It's like it's written in your eyes. Good night kisses, good night kisses, good night kisses, good night kisses. Jiang Yu looked at her like this and thought it was kinda cute, quickly pulling up her hand and landing a kiss on her palm before disliking it on her lips. Good night, then turned around and walked away. Ruan Cc. Why does it feel like her brother is getting more and more perfunctory? Now at this level he seems to be all with teasing himself. Jiang Yu is indeed like teasing a child. When he got back to his room he took out his cell phone and logged into his account. Oddly enough, with his new client, the two staggered every time they went online. Now that the price has been negotiated, Jiang Yu is ready to paint. Although I did not intend to take orders in the beginning, but this is not money not to earn. You can still buy things for Ruan Cc with the money you earn. Jiang Yu turned on the computer and started drawing. The doors to their rooms were closed, separated by a wall, but both rooms were lit. Until they heard the door open from the doorway and the lights in both rooms went dark at the same time. Jiang Yu turned off the computer and stretched in the darkness. Somewhat dazedly, he stared at the blackened wall in front of him, finally turned and threw himself on the bed. It's strange, Ruan Cc doesn't climb his bed very often now, but how can he feel that he can smell the smell belonging to Ruan Cc in his own bed? Thinking this way, the corners of Jiang Yu's mouth rose slightly. It was a good night's sleep. The next day he got up and both Dr. Jiang and Mr. Su went out. Work. Mr. Su is now going to give tutoring on her vacation. After all, it's all about money when your own good oldest child wants to learn art. Studying art costs money at all times. Jiang Yu actually seldom took the initiative to ask Suyin and the others for money, but they still gave him pocket money on time, and now there were some other expenses on top of the pocket money. It's basically kind of doubled. Jiang Yu seems to be a bit rich now. Jiang Yu had to go to painting school today, so she couldn't go shopping with them. Originally, Ruan Cc was going to accompany Jiang Yu to the studio, but Jiang Yu said, you go to play with your friends more. Sitting in the studio just sit all day, can only do the paper? How tired. I won't take you there today, but I'll take you there next time. I'm not going to take you there today. I'll take you there next time. I'm going to find you for dinner when I'm done over there. Good boy. As he spoke, Jiang Yu touched her head before starting to put on his shoes, but obviously Ruan Cc didn't really want to go shopping with Zhou Xianxian and the others. She'd rather go to the drawing room to do her roles and still see Jiang Yu, but Jiang Yu's tone was gentle. but his tone was firm. Ruan Cece let out a somewhat deflated "oh." And in the end Jiang Yu pinched her face, quickly turned around and walked away. Ruan Cece followed 2 steps and finally did not follow. Their drawing room is upstairs. If not to go in themselves cannot see Jiang Yu. What's the difference between waiting outside and not going? Well, it's still a little bit, and I'll be able to see her as soon as I get out of class with Jiang Yu. But he should be angry too. Nguyen Cece didn't dwell on it for long. It had just occurred to her to simply not go out and just do the roles at home. Zhou Xianxian had already sent a message saying she was about to arrive at her house. Well, Jiang Yu instructed Zhou Xianxian, mainly because he was afraid that Ruan Cece would be too lazy to go out and simply stay at home for the day. It was something she could do, so he had to find Zhou Xianxian to pull someone out. Jiang Yu arrived at the studio when everyone else was almost there. Everyone was sort of a nodding acquaintance now that they knew each other, but Chandler was familiar with everyone. When he saw Jiang Yu come, he moved his chair and sat next to him. "Brother Yu, where are you going to play on vacation?" "Our studio is on vacation for 3 days. His voice was lowered. "My uncle is too stingy." Jiang Yu laid out the drawing paper and glanced at him. "You speak louder so that Mr. Chi can hear." Zhou Qiao, who was sitting diagonally across from them, obviously heard it as well and snorted a laugh, turning her head to look at them and handing over the snacks she was holding. "Have some?" "Qian Duo scares his uncle." The tone was kind of familiar. Jiang Yu was a bit surprised. Qian Duo had already reached for a bag of snacks, and stuffed Jiang Yu with one. "Can this not be afraid? You're scared too." In his last life, when Jiang Yu came to the studio, Zhou Qiao was already a senior and had met, but they were more often than not be city intensive training at that time. So unfamiliar. It was only at this point that he heard her chatting with Qian Duo and realized that Zhou Qiao was a student that Mr. She had brought up from a young age. No wonder it's so awesome. Zhou Qiao spoke with Qian Duo for a while, curiously asking, "Why didn't your sister come with you today?" "I wanted to secretly draw her as a model today. She's too good looking." The tone was all exclamations. Who doesn't like a pretty sister? Jiang Yu laughed a little. "It's boring to come here. I told her to go play with her friends." Zhou Qiao nodded with some regret. "It's really quite boring, but you two are really close too." Qian Duo on the side, "Can it be bad? Who dares to say that they have a bad relationship here?" Jiang Yu just smiled. After all, not really familiar, and did not say anything more. Mr. Qi walked in at this time as well. "Alright, all sit down. Today we'll talk about Chapter 124, Brother Yu. Did you say single tent or double tent?" Jiang Yu's side is starting classes. Ruan Cece was still pulled out the door by Zhou Xianxian. Lu Qi also came, looking no different from usual, the two of them holding Ruan Cece's hand on the left and the right to frame her out of the door. Zhou Xianxian is still chanting, "Or you is great. A guess that you don't want to go out. Sent us a message. Go out more roles have something to do." Lu Qi spoke. "Don't say give it to us. It's for you," he said with a careful glance at Ruan Cece. It was the fact that Cece knew that she had once had a crush on Jiang Yu that made her feel a little uncomfortable. I was afraid that Cece might misunderstand something. In all conscience, she really didn't have anything else in mind right now. Before, there was, but this is all known that Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece are in love with each other. They really do not have to Ruan Cece was already a bit helpless being dragged out by them, and hearing Lu Qi's words he still couldn't help but look at her one more time. In fact, she also knew that the matter of Lu Qi liking Jiang Yu was something that happened before. After all, at that time, none of them thought that they would develop like this with Jiang Yu. It's not Lu Qi's fault to count, and there's nothing wrong with liking someone, but it's clear in your mind, but you still can't get over it in your heart. It's hard to get tangled up. Nguyen Cece is going to think it's better for people to feel bad than to feel bad for themselves, I guess. She's essentially the type of person who has a hard time empathizing with others. So at this time Lu Qi's attitude is still can be seen cold. "Oh, no, I can walk by myself, don't rack me Saying that, he first drew back the hand that was held by Lu Qi. Lu Qi wanted to sigh. If she were a different person, she would have turned her head and left. But Ruan Cece's character is more or less understood by the group of them. It's always light to anyone, but then you can feel that she cares about you. It's actually their illusion. And looking at her face, who's angry with her? Zhou Xianxian wasn't a great reader, but she was still sensitive to these things. It quickly became apparent that there was some awkwardness between the two. She didn't say much at this point though. The three of them took a taxi directly to the supermarket and then met up with Jihan and the others. But Zhou Xianxian wanted to go shopping, so they left quite a bit earlier. Nguyen Cece usually had little interest in the activity of shopping. She didn't like to buy clothes or anything, and most of them were still bought for her by Suyin. But it's different now, probably because he realizes that his relationship with Jiang Yu is gradually changing. Ruan Cece was also rarely willing to be dragged by Zhou Xianxian and the girls to do modeling. She was already good looking, and Zhou Xianxian and Lu Qi originally wanted to buy clothes for themselves. In the end it turned into a large dress-up Nguyen Cici scene with a bunch of nice dresses and skirts picked out for her. The dresses they also picked out are maxi dresses, so that's pretty sweet. It is true to say that children of this age have little heart in a big way, but there is an unexpected attentiveness to some things. Zhou Xianxian stuffed the last powder blue dress together into Ruan Cici's arms, then smiled and added, "Cici, quickly go change." Ruan Cici looked at the clothes in her arms. "Isn't it a bit much?" "Not much, really not much." "Go ahead," said Zhou Xianxian as she pushed the person into the locker room. Then he turned his head to Lu Qi. "What's going on?" The voice was lowered quite a bit. "I see this attitude of Cici." Lu Qi sighed, hesitated for a second, and told the general story. After hearing this, Zhou Xianxian was silent. Her face was a bit strange. Then she glanced at the fitting room where Ruan Cici was changing clothes. Seeing that no one had come out yet before, she lowered her voice. "No, when did you look at Jiang Yu? How come none of them saw it coming? And Jiang Yu and Ruan Cici are basically inseparable." Anyway, Zhou Xianxian just didn't think much of Jiang Yu. Lu Qi is silent for a moment. "Actually, I just have a little good feeling. It really doesn't come to that. Isn't this the age of love? Seriously, I'm now afraid that Cici won't take care of me." She grimaced bitterly. "I really don't have anything else in mind for Jiang Yu." Zhou Xianxian looked at her with pity. "You know, Cici's possessiveness towards Jiang Yu." Although the words were not finished, but Lu Qi understood. She murmured, "It's true that liking men is bad luck." At this time Jiang Yu opened a sneeze in the drawing room. Mr. Qi looked at him. "Air conditioning too cold?" Jiang Yu waved his hand. "It's okay, teacher. It should be someone chanting about me." The first thought was that Ruan Cici had read him. He raised his eyes to where she had been sitting before. The table and chairs are still there, but the people aren't here. Jiang Yu must admit that he was also quite dependent on Ruan Cici. Jiang Yu and the others got out of class at around 4 in the afternoon. After class, Jian Duo and Zhou Qiao they were going to eat together and asked Jiang Yu if she wanted to come along. Jiang Yu smiled and refused. "I have a dinner date with Qi Han and the others, so I won't go." Chandler owed nothing more. Zhou Qiao and the others didn't say anything, only saying that next time the people in our studio have to get together. Jiang Yu naturally responded, called a car and then left after saying goodbye to them. Zhou Qiao looked at Jiang Yu's back and said to Qian Duo, "This classmate of yours is well-tempered and feels quite mature. At least it's more mature than Chandler's cannonball character." Chandler let out an oh-so-quiet sigh, probably because he had to take care of his sister growing up, and his mom's a teacher. No wonder. Reborn back is still being taken care of by his sister Jiang Yu at this time. Do not know that his image outside is quite good. He got in the car and messaged Nguyen Cici to ask where they were. "Then arrive in 15 minutes yourself. This side is pretty far from the mall where they shop." Jiang Yu was really stuck with 15 minutes to almost get there. Zihan and the others are still buying tents. There was a slight disagreement about whether to buy a single or a double. There were no 3 of them anyway. Shihan thinks the pair is quite good. Lu Ji and I, Xian and Lu Qi, you and Shi, reasonable. Shihan's voice was righteous. "Otherwise I'd be scared in the wilderness this late at night." Lu Ji looks at Shihan like he's retarded. "Although brother you and Shi, but it's not appropriate. It's really not appropriate, is it?" The 3 girls stood by with a thoughtful light in their eyes. Jiang Yu just came and saw this scene. Sometimes he felt a real desire to take apart Shihan's brain to see what was inside. "Is it appropriate for myself to be with Ruan Cici?" Shihan was about to retort when he saw Jiang Yu and hurriedly called, "Brother Yu, do you say single or double?" Jiang Yu was just about to open his mouth when Ruan Cici had already trotted to Jiang Yu's side and whispered, "Brother, there are no ghosts in the wilderness either, are there?" Jiang Yu, what? Coercion? Threaten? Good for you, Ruan Cici. Chapter 125. May I ask, what is Jiang Yu's position in this matter? A toolman. Nguyen Cici's voice was small when she said this, but it's a little blatant, and just, like, everyone's watching them whisper. Jiang Yu looked down at her and met her gaze with an expectant light shining inside. Jiang Yu, well, waiting for me here? Ruan Cici didn't want to do it. Why didn't Shihan ask her? If you ask her, she'll definitely say it's a nice double tent, so you can legitimately stick it to Jiang Yu. Unfortunately Shihan asked Jiang Yu, so she just slightly reminded Jiang Yu. The corners of Jiang Yu's mouth hooked up slightly, then said, "I think it's convenient for a single person to be a little closer to the line, and just for one night. I feel like with your happy-go-lucky attitudes, it's not certain whether you can sleep or not." Nguyen Cici, 1 second elongated face, JPG. The other 3, dawning realization, JPG. Yeah, it's the first time I'm spending the night in the wilderness with you guys. I might not really be able to sleep. No, how about we go buy some board games or something later? Shihan was immediately distracted by Jiang Yu. The others also felt that Jiang Yu's words were very reasonable, and they began to discuss what board games would be appropriate to take in a while. Then Zihan also took tense by head. Jiang Yu was satisfied. Looking down at Ruan Cece's expressionless little face, he said in a small voice with a smile, "There are no ghosts in the wild." Ruan Cece's small face was slightly bulging, clearly defiant. After glancing at Jiang Yu all huffed and puffed, "Maybe there's something else. That's a developed campground." Jiang Yu reached out and rubbed her head, "And it's the 11th holiday. Ah, it's overcrowded. What are you thinking?" said looking at the unwilling Ruan Cece pulling down his hand wanting to bite into his hand. "But I can't look at it and then I can't let it go." The small movements of the two were only noticed by Zhou Xianxian. "The whole thing is gorgeous and this feeling of being on the knock every day is just great. To tell you the truth, she's already started secretly serializing a novel in which the protagonists are based on Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece. This life of being fodder at all times is so blissful. Inspiration is bursting at the seams every day." Okay. When Jiang Yu came they had actually bought almost everything. A few people took a number on their cell phones before heading back to the grocery store for the board game ones. Ruan Cece is following everywhere after Jiang Yu appeared. Zhou Xianxian and Lu Qi didn't hold Ruan Cece anymore either. However, Jiang Yu still noticed something strange. Mainly because Lu Qi's gaze that fell on him and Ruan Cece from time to time was a little too strange. So on the way to dinner, Jiang Yu and Ruan Xixi walked at the end. Jiang Yu was holding something in his hand. Ruan Cece wanted to help but Jiang Yu dodged it. "We'll just do it ourselves. By the way, did you have a conflict with Lu Qi?" Sure enough, Ruan Cece's movements lurched and she looked up at Jiang Yu. "Why do you say that?" "It feel like she looked over at me every now and then. Kind of, like she wanted to say something? And it feels like it's looking at Ruan Cece more than anything else." But Nguyen Shishi's focus was, "You're paying a lot of attention to her." The voice was ghostly, and on close listening it seemed as if one could still hear some resentment. "Jiang Yu, is that the point?" The voice was full of helplessness. "I haven't seen you get into trouble with anyone yet." Nguyen Sisi huffed a little. "So what's the point? There's no falling out. It's just not comfortable in my mind. But if you ask why you feel uncomfortable, it's hard to tell. But if she said how much she hates Lu Qi it's not. It's just a little twisted." "Okay, the little girl home things are quite a lot." Jiang Yu also did not ask more. "This is not between the girls will have some small conflicts? Normal, and how to put it. He kinda trusted these two girls, Lu Qi and Zhou Xianxian. Except for the fact that she instilled a little bit of strange notions in Ruan Shishi every time. She was kind of high in emotional intelligence. A few people had a buffet grill for dinner. Anyway, as long as it is Chi Han and Lu Ji choose, these two preferred buffet. Because the boys' meals if the food and cannot eat so much. Luckily they're used to picking up a dinner hitch. It's just that Zhou Xianxian said every time that it's not really appropriate for the three of them to eat buffet, right? But the three boys said they could eat their way back. So forget it. Jiang Yu doesn't know what's wrong with these girls. They all like to stop people in front of the toilet. The place where I just ate at the buffet didn't have a restroom, so I was washing my hands in the public restroom at the mall I came out of. Jiang Yu's side just came out and saw Lu Qi standing straight up, looking like he was waiting for him. Jiang Yu froze for a moment. So it was not just looking at Ruan Cece was looking at him? "Why don't you go back? Waiting for me?" Jiang Yu walked over. Because the two have actually known each other for so many years, they're kind of familiar with each other. And she was the first classmate besides herself to walk up to Nguyen Sisi in the first place. Jiang Yu's attitude towards Lu Qi has always been good. Lu Qi looked at such a gentle Jiang Yu inside. "Waiting for you, brother Yu, Sisi and I need your help to mediate." Jiang Yu was a bit surprised. "No, you two really had a conflict? It's not a falling out, it's just that Creek can see that I like you." Jiang Yu, "No, wait, what the hell?" His eyes went wide. "What did you say?" Lu Qi thought for a moment. "No. It should be that Cece can see that I have a crush on you," she said seriously, "but that was before. I don't have it now. I know you two this are both in love. I just treat you as a friend." "Really? But Cece seems to mind it. Can you help me explain?" After saying that, he looked at Jiang Yu with anticipation. "How can I say this?" At this point the distance between the two was within social distance. Neither was close enough to lean on. Then Jiang Yu listened to her say that she had a crush on her, but now she doesn't. And she wants her to help her explain to Ruan Cece that she actually doesn't have any thoughts about Jiang Yu anymore. Now, may I ask, what is Jiang Yu's position in this matter? A toolman. Jiang Yu was a bit speechless and seriously told Lu Qi. "Actually, what you like is Ruan Cece, right? Does that seem like something you would not say to a boy you have a crush on?" "I did not expect." Lu Qi nodded. "I do like her and before you have a good feeling about a large part of the reason is to see you and Cece want to get along. But you brother I promise really now on you do not have any ideas. There's no need to be so serious about assurances. It's weirdly hurtful." Jiang Yu are going to be helpless. Just about to say something but noticed the girl standing not far away. He raised an eyebrow slightly and beckoned over. "Come here, Ruan Xiaoxi. If there's a conflict between the girls, you'll just have to work it out yourself." Lu Qi froze and turned his head to look over and saw Ruan Sisi, who was walking over expressionlessly. Lu Qi, why do I feel a murderous aura? Chapter 126, in that case, are we having a heart-to-heart? After seeing Ruan Sisi who came over, Lu Qi probably knew where the murderous aura from. Originally, the distance between him and Jiang Yu was not really close, but at this time, he even took a step backward, separating them even further. Jiang Yu, it feels like it's quite appropriate for them to call from a little further away. Watching Ruan Sisi walk over, Jiang Yu reached out and pulled her wrist. Come, have a good chat with your good sister. He sighed. Let's just see. I'm really not very good at solving misunderstandings and conflicts between you little girls. The two girls looked at Jiang Yu with two confused faces. Lu Qi? No? Then what's the point of me looking for you? Ruan Sisi, huh? Lu Qi is not confessing to his brother? Oh, it's resolving conflicts. Lu Qi just looked at Ruan Sisi Shilai. The murderous aura on his face became a little lighter. Lu Qi? No, just Jiang Yu? Although he knew that Ruan Sisi listened to Jiang Yu, no matter how many times he saw it, he would have a feeling of shock. Jiang Yu saw that both of them were looking at him without saying anything, and he hesitantly said, then I'll walk a little farther, you guys talk? He looked to Ruan Sisi, reached out and pressed his hand on the back of her head, slightly lowering his head. Lu Qi said that feeling is more of an adolescent illusion. If you ask her what advantages I have, she may not be able to say three. You're good friends, so you have to distinguish clearly. Anyway, Jiang Yu didn't feel that Lu Qi liked him, but he could feel that she liked Ruan Sisi very much. Jiang Yu didn't say anything more after he finished and walked a little farther away. Ruan Sisi glanced at Jiang Yu's back, then to Lu Qi, who was looking at her in front of her. Lu Qi stepped closer. I just wanted to tell Jiang Yu that you're mad at me, said with a somewhat troubled sigh. I don't know what's wrong. I do think we're friends and it's okay to talk it out. I should have known better than to admit it. Where did I know that Ruan Sisi would mind so much? Ruan Sisi looked at her chagrined appearance. Her pursed lips finally moved. In fact, I don't know why I'm like this, but being angry is indeed very angry. Ruan Sisi looked at Lu Qi very frankly. You guys should also know that I'm very possessive of Jiang Yu. That's why I said that was a good feeling before. I really don't have any feelings for him now. Lu Qi hurriedly spoke. This is all a misunderstanding. After saying that, she was a bit discouraged. It was useless to explain. Sisi wouldn't necessarily believe her. Unexpectedly, Ruan Sisi nodded. I know now, but I'm still a bit twisted in my heart, so I might need some time to accept it. Until then, can you stay away from Jiang Yu? Lu Qi, still a bit confused. Then his eyes lit up. Of course, and I wasn't much closer to him in the first place. Jiang Yu stood quite far away and couldn't actually hear what they were saying. However, he could see Ruan Sisi's expression, and in all seriousness there wasn't much of an expression, but he could see that her face seemed to have eased up a bit. After a while, I guess the conversation was over. The two turned toward Jiang Yu. The conversation should be pretty good. At least Lu Qi looks a lot happier. As for the matter of Lu Qi saying that he likes Jiang Yu, well, just listen. Let's not talk about the fact that Jiang Yu has been treating Lu Qi as a friend and doesn't feel anything anymore. Even if Lu Qi said she had feelings for him, it would be better to tell him that Lu Qi had feelings for Ruan Sisi. Boys and girls at this age are inherently sensitive and understandably develop some misguided feelings for those around them. This was also the reason why Jiang Yu insisted that Ruan Sisi split the favorites. After all, he was quite afraid that Ruan Sisi's feelings for him were wrong. But for now, whether right or wrong, Ruan Sisi is always unforgettable. And it's true that he wanted to tie him up in his last life and this one. Jiang Yu didn't ask what they talked about and just went back. It's just that he always feels like Lu Qi is now looking at him like he has a virus on him. And that's too far away. Jiang Yu, still talking about liking him, it's obvious that he likes Ruan Sisi. When Sisi does what he's called. But in his heart, he was also happy for Ruan Sisi. It was good to have friends around who cared so much about her. It would have been almost enough for dinner. A few more people sat for a while before dispersing in the mall to divide up their respective things. Shi Han and Lu Jiming showed interest. See you tomorrow, remember to see you all at the station. Jiang Yu waved her hand at them. Got it. The alarm clocks are all set. Zhou Xianxian spat. You two won't be so excited that you can't sleep at night, right? That won't happen. We still have to save our energy to climb the mountain tomorrow, Shi Han said cheerfully. Finally a few more words were spoken and they got into 3 separate cars and went their separate ways. On the way back, Jiang Yu glanced at the silent Ruan Sisi. Why don't you say anything? Ruan Sisi let out an ah and looked at Jiang Yu. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise when she saw his face. No, I was wondering if there would be any other girls around who would like you. Prevention is better than cure. Driving the car is an ant. Presumably heard the words of Ruan Sisi. From the rearview mirror looked. Hey, these two little young people so young is early love? Jiang Yu did notice his aunt's eyes, but at this point he was helpless. What are you thinking? Really think I'm some kind of meat and potatoes? Ah, Jiang Yu sighed. And didn't Lu Qi kind of say it was the wrong kind of favor? You're still really griping about it. Ruan Cece looked at him again and again. Humph. Jiang Yu does not even know that he is this nature. Many girls will like it. She could remember the daikos from before. Seeing that she was no longer good at talking, Jiang Yu didn't say this topic again and took the initiative to change the topic. Did you buy something today? I saw you carrying the bag. This has really let Jiang Yu feel a little surprised, because Ruan Cece usually with Zhou Xianxian they go out as rarely buy things, even if you do buy. It's all food and household items, but this is more like clothes today, isn't it? So Jiang Yu was curious. Ruan Cece didn't hide it and nodded. Bought clothes. After saying that, he glanced at Jiang Yu. And the skirt. It didn't really say anything, but Ruan Cece didn't know why she was a little embarrassed after saying it. Probably because she's never worn a little dress. Just now when trying on the clothes Zhou Xianxian and Lu Qi both said it looked great. But will Jiang Yu think it looks good? Ruan Cece in front of Jiang Yu was always unconfident. At this time as well. So her heart was beating fast after she finished. Jiang Yu also did freeze for a moment, then looked at her and smiled. Reached out and touched her head. You know what? I'm also thinking about when to buy you a little skirt. So to say that this is considered a heart-to-heart ah? Chapter 127 Who bullied you? When Cece felt his warm palm land on her head, all she could think of was his. I was thinking of getting you a little dress too. So is this a heart-to-heart for us? The corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, and the tension in her heart seemed to be soothed. I don't know if I look good in a skirt, but Xianshan and Lu Qi both say it looks pretty good. Her eyes were bright with shyness. Yet she looked straight at Jiang Yu. They said it looked good, so I wanted to wear it for you to see. The interior of the car isn't very bright, but the light from the street lamps is refracted in. Jiang Yu looked at the smile at the corner of her mouth, and the shyness in those eyes. I feel like I've raised a real gem. The sound of a radio mobilizing suddenly came from up ahead. Then it switched to a horror story channel. Driver's aunt, you don't study hard at your age. You're falling in love early? No. A good atmosphere was just interrupted. Especially since Jiang Yu couldn't listen to this kind of horror radio music. She couldn't help but speak. Auntie, in the middle of the night, can you change the station? I'm scared. Auntie oh so quietly, then literally reached down and adjusted it. Jiang Yu thought that she would have tuned to a music station or something. But Auntie picked a Law and Order program and is now talking about the process of killing and splitting up. Jiang Yu, Ruan Cece, who was on the side, saw the speechlessness and helplessness on Jiang Yu's face, didn't hold back a proof of laughter, a bright smile in her eyes. It's fun to see Gang Yu like this. Jiang Yu finally arrived home in torment. It was Suyin and Jiang Weiman who were both at home tonight. Knowing that the two were going out with their friends tomorrow, they still couldn't help but have Hu follow them around chanting for them to be safe and whatnot. It's a parental instinct. After all, this was the first time the two had gone out for a night without their parents tagging along. Worry is inevitable. Suyin stood at the door of Jiang Yu's room and watched him clean up. Outside all safety is most important, no? Jiang Yu responded with a still nodding his head. Watch Cece more. Don't forget when a bunch of little boys play. Cece is not in good health. Right, gotta send us a message. I've never been to that campground even though I've checked it out. You'd better make a video. Jiang Yu pulled back the zipper and looked at his mom helplessly. Mom, or else why don't you come with us? Suyin rolled her eyes. I'm not happy about tossing this around. Mainly because I'm not worried about it. Do you think mom is annoying? Jiang Weiman in the living room spoke. How dare the brat? Ruan Cece, who had opened the door next to her, stuck her head out. Auntie Sue, I don't mind you coming to talk to me. Suyin laughed outright. Jiang Yu was helpless. Okay, you guys are a family that loves each other, right? I'm the only one who's superfluous. That's not it. Brother is not redundant. Ruan Cece also walked to the door of Jiang Yu's room. I've cleaned up. Want to help? Suyin reached out and pulled Ruan Shishi's hand. He's such a big man. Let's leave him alone. Let him clean up by himself. Auntie look at you to see if you've finished cleaning up yet. The brat is just no fun. Jiang Yu, who was inexplicably disliked, just watched his mom walk away holding Ruan Cece's hand. Well, he's the extra one, isn't he? Jiang Weiman saw his daughter-in-law go into the room with Ruan Cece before he slipped in to see his unlucky son. Packed up? Okay, just go for one night. It's really nothing. Jiang Yu had been hiking in his previous life, a 3-day, 2-night kind of thing, so there's still some experience. Plus they were going straight up to the mid-level campground this time to get some rest. No different than going to the backyard for the night without much difficulty. Jiang Weiman did not ask much, although his son seems to do things warm and slow, but it is really reliable. At this point he mentioned something else. Did you take Cece to that surgery to get rid of the scar on the 5th? I've made an appointment with the doctor. It's the assistant director, a female doctor, and it'll also give Cece some peace of mind. The family could tell that Ron Cece was still instinctively a bit repulsed by the opposite sex, especially middle-aged people who were about the same age as Ron Daitian. Even at home, every time he talked to Jiang Weiman, his body would be much more taut and serious. These details are all too easy to see. At this time Jiang Yu nodded. Okay, I'll accompany her then. Jiang Weiman nodded. Right, last time I met Dr. Luan asked if there was anything in CC recently, right? If there is, feel free to contact her. Dr. Lu is the psychiatrist that Ron Cece went to see last time. Jiang Yu thought for a moment. She didn't what? There really doesn't seem to be much except for trying to tie yourself up, and the possibility of a sneaky stash of rope, but it seems like a pretty big problem. Shouldn't she get it looked at? Jiang Yu was thinking in his heart. This side of Jiang Weiman heard the answer and nodded to his bedroom, slipped past. That's fine. Have fun. I'll be on early shift tomorrow. Your mom will send you to the station. Ah, got it, Dad. Good night. Jiang Yu had a dreamless night that night and slept quite well. What goes off before the alarm clock in the morning is Zihan's phone. Seriously, Jiang Yu wanted to punch him twice. What's wrong with this guy? The biased people are still shouting across the street with full of energy. Get up early in the morning and face the sun. Yu is up. Jiang Yu stared at the ceiling with a pair of dead fish eyes, squeezing out a sentence. If you were in front of me right now, you'd already be getting 2 punches from me. Shihan gave a heave. I should be awake by the sound of it. Remember to call CC. Ah, I'm calling the others. Bye. And then hung up. Jiang Yu is speechless. Well. So many people are the first to choose to give him a fight, right? Is it because you're usually too grumpy? Jiang Yu hung up the phone after staring down for a while, rolled over and continued to sleep. It didn't take long to sleep though, and not long afterward Suyin came to wake them up. Jiang Yu and Ron Cece then ate breakfast and were sent to the station together by Suyin. When they arrived everyone else was there except Zhou Xianxian. Suyin originally knew them all, and several of them came over to greet each other nicely. Suyin bade them a few words and drove back. Jiang Yu glanced over. Zhou Xianxian hasn't come yet? Shihan owes. She said she'll be there in a bit. It wasn't time yet anyway, so a few people weren't in a hurry. Just stand still and wait. Jiang Yu and the others even took their tickets in advance. But Zhou Xuanxuan's mood was a bit off when she arrived. How to say it? Zhou Xianxian is the kind of little girl with a lot of energy, good looks, sweet mouth, like a little sun. But today her smile was forced and it was obvious that her eyes were red as she pulled on a smile and said to everyone, I'm sorry I'm late. It was so obvious that even Ron Cece could tell something was wrong. She frowned slightly, taking the rare initiative to reach out and pull Zhou Xuanxuan's hand. Who bullied you? Chapter 128. I'm just possessive and want to possess everything about my brother. The others naturally saw it too, but the only one who asked so directly was Ron Cece. Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu coughed lightly and glanced at Ron Cece before asking Zhou Xianxian, did you run into anything? In the end, she was a teenage girl who couldn't hide her emotions at all from the concern of her friends. Wow. Without exaggeration, Jiang Yu and Shihan Luji both froze and instinctively both took a step back. Why are you crying? Lu Qi rushed forward to comfort. What's wrong? Why are you still crying? Ron Cece also frowned wordlessly and took her hand. Who bullied you? A few of the boys were nervous and didn't know what to do. It's right in front of the station. People come and go. Jiang Yu spoke up. Go to the KFC over there and sit and talk. I'll buy you something to drink. Go and sit and talk, or you're going to be mobbed. At this point no one cares if the car is going to miss it. In the end, Jiang Yu and Shihan bought them drinks and Luji accompanied the 3 girls to wait over there. Shihan kept looking back, worry in his eyes. Why is Xianxian crying like that? I just panicked. Not to mention he was flustered. Jiang Yu was confused, shaking his head at this point. Not really, ask later, when she's calmed down a bit, said Jiang Yu. Also did not forget to take out his cell phone to rebook the ticket. After all, their trip is not expected to catch up. By the time they went back with the Coke, Zhou Xianxian had already cried less. Jiang Yu took out the de-iced cup and gave it to Ron Cece, while the others were distributed to the others. When Cece glanced at her iceless Coke and dared to say something, only dared to sneak a glance at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu gave her a warning look. Ron Cece then wimped out, and the small hand that was secretly stretched out was withdrawn. Zhou Xuanxuan's mood stabilized a bit, and also probably said that it wasn't really a big deal. Well, it really wasn't a big deal in the eyes of the adult Jiang Yu, but for Zhou Xianxian now, this is really something big. Zhou Xianxian reads widely. Of course there are some books and stuff, just, like, miscellaneous books that parents definitely won't let you read. Zhou Xianxian had also been hiding well and hadn't been discovered, but this morning when her mom came to wake her up she saw the book under her pillow that she read last night and didn't put away. Well, the cover even though the bully. So she scolded me, and threw away all my books. Zhou Xuanxuan's tone took on a sobbing tone again. She also said that I couldn't get good grades because I was reading these books. They don't think about it. Their genes are just like that. I didn't have bad grades, The angry girl spoke. Everyone just listened and didn't respond. And how's this for a family story? Jong Yu actually big from the heart. Also think girls see too much domineering president. Really easy to see bad brain. In his last life, he'd been chased for a long time by a girl who'd lost her brain reading books. It's pretty scary anyway. But looking at Zhou Xianxian this way didn't look at the bad brain. Shihan opened his mouth at this time. Hey, it's okay, just buy a new one later. I played the game before. My dad also put the network cable or collected it. Why not smash your computer? Lu Ji asked curiously. Shihan rolled his eyes. Are you stupid? Computers don't cost money. Or do you think my dad is stupid? A couple of the girls didn't hold back their laughter. Zhou Xianxian was actually just holding her breath to commiserate. It was a lot better now that she said it. She looked at her best friends who were looking at her carefully and wiped her eyes in embarrassment. I'm sorry, did I embarrass you? It's actually a small thing. It's not shameful, Lu Ji said seriously. It's good if you say it and cry it out. A few others have also reassured that it's okay to talk about it. Even Ruan Cici said, if someone bullies you, you tell me. Zhou Xianxian touched bad, hugging the whole body stiff. Ruan Cici said to love her. Ruan Cici looked at Zhang Yu for help. Zhang Yu, however, just laughed with the others. And Ruan Xiaoxi herself didn't even realize it, did she? She's getting protective of her friends around her as well. This is her slowly letting go of her heart. That's what Zhang Yu wanted to see. The car is definitely not in time. Fortunately Zhang Yu bought the next class. This train they caught up, but because the tickets were bought on the fly, the seats were definitely not connected. They sat separately, 2 boys, 2 girls, and Zhang Yu and Ruan Shishi. Zhou Xianxian also kept apologizing in the group, saying that she would pay for the new tickets. There was also a red packet, but Zhang Yu didn't order it. It wasn't that far, and the tickets were only $10 apiece. They weren't worth much. Ruan Cici's big watery eyes were staring at Zhang Yu at the moment. Zhang Yu originally wanted to pretend he couldn't see it, but it was too obvious. Finally he looked at Ruan Cici helplessly. Why are you looking at me like that? You just didn't save me. Ruan Cici's voice small with resentment. Even now she is actually not very like to get too close to people. Before Zhou Xianxian they arm in arm can. But hugging her the same way as today is going to be rejected. But today, seeing Zhou Xuanxuan's red and swollen eyes from crying, Ruan Cici was a little bad at pushing away. He originally thought that Zhang Yu would help him, but Zhang Yu didn't. Aren't you jealous? I was hugged, Ruan Cici said with a straight face. Zhang Yu looked at her with amusement. Zhou Xianxian is a girl, but I'm jealous of you hooking up with a boy, Ruan Cici said without thinking. Zhang Yu, what did he hear? Nguyen Cici, bad. Smooth. She carefully glanced at Zhang Yu. Listen to my sophistry. No, listen to my explanation. Zhang Yu was a good talker. Okay, I'll listen. You say it. Finished with a good-natured look at her. Ruan Cici did not expect him to really intend to listen. His brain was turning to burn. Zhang Yu didn't rush, just to see what reason she could break out. As a result, the last person pulled up his hand and directly put his soft little face onto Zhang Yu's palm, softly coming up with, I'm just possessive. Wanting to possess all of my brother's everything, whether it's a guy or a girl that gets your attention. I'm jealous. Obviously, they were very bossy words, but they were said in that teeming soft tone. Zhang Yu felt that he was quite indisputable, and he was so provoked that his heart was pounding. A thought flashed through his mind. Nguyen Cici's appearance was used to restrain him, right? Why else would you feel like you're being mesmerized by a little vixen? Zhang Yu's palm moved, gently pinched that white tender little face. If Ruan Cici is like this, he'll have to plant it any number of times over. Chapter 129, she is the same as everyone else. Only in Zhang Yu's heart is she unique. Zhang Yu, a representative of the salty fish school. At that moment, looking at the smiling face leaning against his palm, he suddenly lost his position. It really softens the heart when a girl can say something so bossy but with such a straight face. The smile in Zhang Yu's eyes simply couldn't be hidden. He reached out and pinched Ruan Cici's face. Okay, what you said is all true. I'll review myself and I'll definitely save you next time. Ruan Cici just looked at him so adorably, blinking slightly. The flame like stars in her eyes couldn't be trapped at all and ran out of her eyes mischievously. One bounced right into Zhang Yu's heart, bouncing around in his heart. Zhang Yu thought, the original can always dominate. His heartbeat is never his own, and is the one he likes. The drive from the passenger terminal wasn't very fast, even a little slow. The people in the car were probably all traveling and could be heard in happy discussions and laughter. The undrawn curtains had sunlight peeking in, like light with cuts falling on them, yet it doesn't interfere with their closeness. The girl's little face finally leaned against the boy's shoulder without a care in the world. The location wasn't exactly hidden, but no one recognized them. The boy's palm gently covered her eyes. Get some sleep. You stayed up late again last night. The voice was tinged with tenderness and helplessness. The corners of the girl's pretty mouth turned up slightly. Well, I didn't sleep well just thinking about you. Jiang Yu looked at the corners of her upturned mouth, unable to control the sound of light laughter, but made the girl who took the initiative to open her mouth to tease her blush. See, even how bold and fearless it seems. In front of your favorite person, a light laugh from him can instantly mess up your heartbeat and make you feel helpless. Ruan Cece, too, is just an ordinary girl in her adolescence. She's the same as everyone else, only in Jiang Yu's heart is unique. The drive from their side to their destination was less than 2 hours plus traffic. They were supposed to have a 9 o'clock bus, and because of a delay, it was not until almost 10 o'clock that they left. From the station it was just about mealtime. Shihan and Luji both shouted for dinner. Boys that age can't afford to be hungry. They didn't stop snacking along the way though. The girls felt free to eat it or not. In the end it was Jiang Yu who said to eat and then take a taxi there. At this point in time, it's time for Ruan Cece to eat lunch. There was everything around the station, and they hadn't intended to stay this way before. In the end, I just found a rice noodle store to eat rice noodles. Well, guys look for free additions. The girls weren't hungry in the first place, so they made themselves at home. It's just that Jiang Yu didn't expect to meet Zhou Qiao here. She's with a few girls, she should be a classmate. Actually, it wasn't Jiang Yu who saw it at first, she was the one who saw Ruan Cece first. He even smiled when he came over to say hello and said, I saw a pretty sister all the way over here, and she looked familiar, so it really is you guys. Jiang Yu politely called her senior sister, then introduced Zhou Qiao to Qihan and the others. Zhou Qiao also just came over to say hello and said goodbye to them without saying much. They should have just finished eating and are already leaving. Luji stared at Zhou Qiao's back and asked Jiang Yu, this is a senior sister? Right. Drawing room, 1 year older than us. Jiang Yu said looking at the number. It's our turn. Go get the face. The three boys stood up and went to get the noodles. Luji also glanced at the door. This obvious action. Jiang Yu couldn't even ignore it if he wanted to, especially when it was time to take the noodles. Luji asked with a gossipy face. Does sister have a date? Jiang Yu. Sure enough, it's the age of spring. He looked at Luji with a serious face. Do you think I would know? We're just in the same drawing room. At most we know each other. But then he thought about it, and there were no men in the group just now, so he guessed there weren't any, right? It's not easy to say, though, so simply don't. Shihan on the side looked at Lu Ji with a questioning face. What are you doing? Lu Ji embarrassedly smiled. You guys know. I'm more concerned about girls with short hair. Senior sister is very pretty called Zhou Qiao right? Jiang Yu. That's it? There are quite a few short-haired ones on the street. Shihan muttered. You're liking this is too broad, right? But that schoolmate just now was really quite good-looking. That's very objective. Zhou Qiao looks a bit on the cold side of the type. Not a glance is not very good-looking beauty, but durable, cool type. Watch as they all get into a discussion about their favorite types of girls. Jiang Yu will not be involved. After all, he likes the type. This is not sitting one? Until they sat down, Shihan and Lu Ji were still talking about schoolmates and long hair and short hair. A couple of the girls rolled their eyes after listening for a while. What was all this? Only Ruan Cece asked in a small voice. Brother, do you prefer long or short hair? Jiang Yu gave her a look. Digging a hole for him again? Jiang Yu smiled and said, don't worry, I like you even if you're bald. Ruan Cece. It's not necessary. Zhou Xianshan on the opposite side had recovered her emotions more or less by now, secretly knocking sugar back, at this point with an anti-smile on her face. Lu Qi, on the other hand, did not dare to look at Jiang Yu more than once, but also heard the conversation between the two. In his heart, he secretly sighed that if he were more sensitive, he should have realized that these two people were not right and there's no need to worry about your friendship that's about to shatter at any moment. Teenagers at this age seem to have their own little worries and secrets. In time you'll look back and think it wasn't a thing, but it's something they all care about and value at this point. It's also the feeling of trying to find it desperately for many years to come, but never finding it again. That's a memory reserved for that age. The six of them ate and then took a taxi straight to the B&B they had booked. The B&B they almost didn't even get booked, mainly because it was so crowded. In fact, as a matter of fact, they were planning to spend 2 days and 1 night on the campground without booking a B&B. But for a rainy day, who knows if they'll find an empty spot on the campground. After all, there were so many people on the 4th of July, so the B&B was booked. A few people went to check in and then started up the mountain. Don't ask. Ask is that young people have a bullseye that can't be fully utilized. A quick 2-hour walk from the bottom of the hill to the campground. What about the slow 3 or 4 hours? They left from just after 2 p.m. It's true that there's not much of a crowd, because the sun is at its peak. Jiang Yu was a bit speechless. No Qihan, you really know how to pick your time. This solar energy dries them out, doesn't it? Qihan rationalized. It's fine. We're young. You want to go up in the morning, surely up and on, when the sun is not so hot. That group of people only began to target the campsite we are going to. We can find a good position if we leave now. and feel like you're making sense when you say it, only to have 3 girls yell in unison, "Get out!" Chapter 130, Ron Cece's little face looking up against Jiang Yu. Is she good looking? Shi Han, who was told to roll, immediately gave a humble ouch. I'm sorry ladies. After that, he doggedly asked, come on, let me get you guys something. Many of Ron Cece's things were already carried in Jiang Yu's hands. Shi Han and Lu Ji also helped the other 2 girls with their things. This weather is really hot. Jiang Yu could see Ron Cece's milky skin redden from the sun. Zhou Xianxian carried a sunscreen spray in her hand and sprayed at them. Jiang Yu had to close his eyes. As opposed to being rough with the boys, she was gentle with Ron Cece, and took out her sunscreen to replenish the layer, and muttered, "Don't get us creaky tanned," said with Lu Qi one side of the pull Ron Cece's eye sleeve to give her on the sunscreen. Ron Cece, who was being pulled, stood in place with a bewildered look on her face, like a well-behaved little puppeteer. It's really cute. Jiang Yu reveals a smile. Lu Qi, who is standing aside drinking water, says, "Brother Yu, you're smiling. Obscene ah?" Jiang Yu's smile lurched and slowly turned to him, saying with a leathery smile, "Right, I remember. Sister Zhou Qiao likes good-looking ones, the kind of good-looking ones like Wan Xiaoxi's, with a strangely high vision." Lu Ji, he, no he. Shi Han just watched as the smile on Lu Ji's face disappeared and laughed outright. The boys' laughter was bright and infectious. Soon the group continued on their way, though grumbling was grumbling. It's just hot. How tired do you think it is? It's okay for them to say. Luckily, the stretch of road ahead was wooded, so there wasn't much sun. This side is developed, so none of the roads are too difficult. There's a creek at the edge of the woods. The 3 girls were kinda surprised to see it. There's a creek, hey. I wonder if there are any fish. Shi Han poured cold water. There are also caught by others finished. Zhou Xianxian reached out and snapped at him. Shut up you. Shi Han was kinda aggravated. Honestly, but this water is so cold. His hand was already on the stream of water as he spoke. Really cold. There were already woods on this side, and now there was a creek, and the whole thing seemed to cool off instantly. This body-comfortable people mood will be happy. The crowd just crouched down next to a tiny stream, and then put their hands down, the same way they did when they were kids, playing in the water, laughing and joking. The sun was shining. They were young. After waiting a while, they continued on their way. The path that I was complaining about earlier in the day didn't seem to be too difficult anymore. This side is developed, but it should be preserved as much as possible in its original form. They see squirrels running past them. This made the eyes of Wan Cece, who had always been calm, light up with more surprise and amusement in her eyes. Jiang Yu had seen it all. Lu Qi asked curiously, will there be other animals? It's not easy to say having squirrels to see is already impressive. Lu Qi said with excitement, we're still lucky. Shi Han is right. There are still benefits to having fewer people. After all, these critters would probably be afraid to come out if there were a lot of people. Shi Han was very happy to be recognized. Jiang Yu looked at Wan Cece, who was carefully going to look at the baby squirrels by the 2 girls holding hands. Only the side of the face could be seen, but the girl's side was bright and her eyes were full of light. Like that, she's probably really happy and joyful. Jiang Yu was also happy and exhaled. Such a day was really good. It's just that it's a bit of a short ride. It was after 4 o'clock when they hummed and hawed their way up to the camp. Luckily it's pretty much what Shi Han said. There aren't too many people over here. They quickly found a relatively good spot, and the 6 tents lined up over here for the night. But a few people were reluctant to move at this point. The 6 salted fish didn't mind lying motionless together on the tent they themselves had left on the ground and hadn't yet made. Wan Cece lying or Jiang Yu get 2 backpacks to get good, calmer and pillows. The others? Whatever. It's nice to be able to lie down. 6 salted fish do stand out a bit. A few tents were pitched not far away, and Zhou Qiao had just drilled out to see them at a glance, laughed outright, slipping and sliding over, because he only knew Jiang Yu. So the face ventured toward Jiang Yu's head. What are you doing? Originally Jiang Yu's eyes were lax. If it wasn't for the fact that Wan Cece was hooking his fingers, he felt like he was going to be paralyzed and not move. Just as he himself was just about to grab Wan Cece's fingers, a human head suddenly appeared in front of him. His first reaction was, ********. The hand is about to swing upward. Fortunately Zhou Qiao froze when she heard his and then immediately ducked away. Otherwise the punch was going to land on her pretty little face. Jiang Yu. Zhou Qiao's voice made the salty 6 all sit up. Wan Cece doesn't look good. Lu Ji did not expect to meet a beautiful schoolmate yet, and hurriedly organized his image. The other 3 looked confused. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, was patting his own chest, one hand still not forgetting to hold Wan Cece's hand tightly. No schoolmate. What's wrong with you? You scared me to death. Zhou Qiao was furious and laughed. No, this scares you? It's not even nighttime yet? With that she touched her face. It's not so scary, is it? I'm timid. Jiang Yu said seriously. After saying that, he even pinched Ruan Cici's small hand. The hostility on this girl's face was too obvious, wasn't it? Zhou Chao also seemed to feel a similar killing aura at this time. She glanced at the six in front of her. I just saw that you guys seemed tired, so I came over to ask if you needed any help. As she spoke, her gaze swept over the hands held by Jiang Yu and Ruan Shishi. It was a sweeping glance, but suddenly it didn't feel right. The eyes fell once again above the hands they held. What? Are brother and sister that close? This side of Lu Ji at the sight of Zhou Qiao were full of blood resurrection. Sister can help? You are really nice. Senior sister, my name is Lu Ji. Zhou Qiao gave an O sound and withdrew her gaze to look at Lu Ji. Hello, I'll ask my classmates to come along to help you guys with the tents. Is this your first time here? We do come out hiking quite often. The conversation quickly turned away. Jiang Yu also let go of Ruan Shishi's hand. Seeing that Zhou Qiao had enthusiastically called her friends to help, they were about to start setting up their tents as well. Only this side Jiang Yu just let go, but his own hand was backhandedly held by Ruan Cici. Jiang Yu looked at her suspiciously. What's wrong? Rest here if you're tired. I'll do it. Ruan Cici, however, lent her strength slightly with respect to the strength of her grip on his wrist, and her entire body closed in on Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's heart gave a sound. This flexibility is really good. Ruan Cici's little face tilted up against Jiang Yu. Is she good looking? Her? Who? Jiang Yu's eyes were blank. Chapter 131, Ruan Xiaoxi. Don't be afraid. Jiang Yu really didn't react for a moment to who Ruan Cici was talking about, but suddenly an idea struck him as he met her dark, sunken eyes. Got it. Then some gnashing of teeth reached out and pinched her little face hard. You almost got it. Where do I have the time to care about whether people are good looking or not? Can't be that you care about a female appearing beside me, right? That's exhausting. I didn't realize that Ruan Cici had nodded her head. Jiang Yu. For a moment I didn't know what to say. Simply bounced her forehead. I'm off to get the tent. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be so angry I'll want to bite her. Ruan Cici watched Jiang Yu walk over to Qihan. On the other side, Lu Ji had been circling around Zhou Qiao. Those friends of Zhou Qiao came over to help. The tent they bought wasn't really hard to put up, and there were a lot of them, so they got it up pretty quickly. Zhou Qiao and the girls didn't bother much and went back after chatting with them. But Ruan Cici still noticed Zhou Qiao looking at Jiang Yu many times, completely not noticing that people looked at her too. Anyway, it's just upsetting. Zhou Shenxian and Lu Qi were curious about the camp and came over to take Ruan Shishi to have a look. Over here are the campgrounds that are still open for business. Small restaurants, small supermarkets and whatnot, and public bathrooms and all that. It's very well equipped. It did have that feeling of camping in the garden at home that Jiang Yu talked about. Zhou Shenxian and Lu Qi even went into the supermarket to buy ice cream and send it over to Zhou Qiao as a thank you. The girls smiled and took it as well, and greeted them. Sit down together. Schoolgirls. Ruan Cici actually wanted to go back and sit next to Jiang Yu more than anything else, but Zhou Shenxian had already pulled her to sit down with Lu Qi. Senior sister, do you guys camp often? Yeah. Next to Ruan Cici was Lu Qi, and the other side was originally empty, until Zhou Qiao sat down next to her. Your name is Cici? Nguyen Cici looked over at her and hummed, but there was a response, but it was cold. Fortunately, Zhou Qiao didn't seem to mind. I'm from your brother's studio. I've seen you before. Are you interested in modeling? It's the human body. Of course wearing clothes can also earn some pocket money it? You look like this out of the painting must be very good. Zhou Qiao's voice was laced with laughter and appreciation, a voice that made it easy to feel comfortable. But Ruan Cici shook her head without looking at her. No, I don't lack money. It's true. Nguyen Cici really isn't short of money. Zhou Qiao gave a somewhat disappointed AI, but quickly asked again. You and Jiang Yu have different surnames. Is one with dad and one with mom? Nguyen Cici finally looked at her now, her eyes searching as she looked at the girl in front of her. It should be considered pretty, very durable, and a big smile on the ground of her face. Well, it's a completely different girl from her. In fact, Ruan Cici couldn't tell where her animosity towards Zhou Qiao came from. In fact, Zhou Qiao did seem to have nothing out of the ordinary for Jiang Yu, but she instinctively disliked Zhou Qiao when she saw her. He can't help but become more possessive of Jiang Yu. Seriously, this is a first. She hadn't tried this before. At this moment, Ruan Cici withdrew her gaze. No, we are neighbors, not siblings. Zhou Qiao's mind flashed when she heard this answer, and it was true. She thought there was something strange about these two getting along before. It makes sense when you put it that way. Zhou Qiao's character was quite good, and at this time, when she heard the answer, she also smiled and said, no wonder. I told you that you two don't look alike either. Nguyen Cici didn't say anything. On the contrary, Lu Qi had heard them talking from the very beginning. At this moment, he turned his head to Ruan Cici and said, Cici, did brother you just ask you to buy water? We seem to have forgotten about them. Of course that's just an excuse to not say that the three grew up together. Zhou Xianxian heard Lu Qi's words and froze for a moment, then stood up. Right, almost forgot. Senior sister, let's go. Nguyen Cc, who didn't want to talk, was just taken away. Otherwise it must be cold. Putting on a full show, the three girls once again walked into the mini-mart. Zhou Xianxian asked Lu Qi. What? Lu Qi glanced at Ruan Cc. Cc probably doesn't like talking to people she's not familiar with. Zhou Xianxian slapped herself, somewhat chagrined. I'm sorry Cc, I forgot. Ruan Cc was a bit unresponsive. It's fine, actually I'm not that. Not so what? The truth is that Nguyen Cc just doesn't like talking to strangers. A lot of the time, she chooses to sit there and not talk or participate. It wouldn't have bothered her before, but at this moment, looking at the remorse on Zhou Xuanxuan's face and the way Lu Qi naturally noticed her emotions, Ruan Cc suddenly understood that Zhang Yu had once said that she had many people around her that, but the old Nguyen Cc didn't think so. In her world, there had always been only Zhang Yu, or Auntie Sue and Uncle Jiang, and then no more. Nguyen Cc grew up being able to sense people's emotions towards her very quickly, like pity, sympathy, disgust, ridicule. She was actually used to it all. The latter has learned not to care. By not caring you don't care what people think of her. What others thought of her was of no concern to her. It also meant that Ruan Cc was not only isolated from the world's malice, but also from goodwill. For Zhou Xianxian and their group of friends, it was more like a mark, because they were friends of Zhang Yu, and therefore her friends. So Ruan Cc seldom perceived whether they liked themselves or not before this. It didn't matter. It's just friends. But it seemed like until recently, Ruan Cc seemed to be able to sense their care and kindness towards her once again. Ruan Cc blinked. I'm fine. I'm just not used to her always asking me about Zhang Yu. Zhou Xianxian and Lu Qi a hand on her arm. Do not like we do not say it. Who do not know you brother your baby alright walk by something to go back to find you brother. Next time you don't want to go. Just say so. It's not like we have to talk this day. That's right. The three of us are the best girlfriends in the world. So Cc you have to say it My nature sometimes did not pay attention. It's okay I'll remind you. Kiki you're so nice. Girls' friendships always seem to like to be described in terms of BFFs being the best in the world. The old Ruan Cc felt a bit childish, but now she seems like she'll have some fun too. Whether it's love or friendship, being steadfastly chosen by someone is something that really makes you feel happy. Nguyen Cc looked out the huge glass window and could see three boys wondering what they were doing. But Zhang Yu and Lu Ji are holding down Shihan with smiles on their faces. As if sensing something, Zhang Yu turned his head to look in the direction of Ruan Cc. The house in Ruan Cc's heart that trapped all her emotions collapsed when it came into contact with the boy smiling. Gentle gaze. Ruan Xiao Shi, don't be afraid. Chapter 132 You're going to eat what I've eaten. The voice was small with shyness. Zhang Yu had tried pulling Ruan Shishi to reach out to more people, but it didn't work too well. Zhang Yu tried several times to see that she was still reluctant, but also just smiled and said, Ruan Xiaoxi, don't be afraid. It's okay to be a little snail for the rest of your life. I'm here anyway. I'll take you. Ruan Cc watched as Zhang Yu, who was originally holding down Qi Han, raised his hand and waved it at her, said something with his mouth, and Ruan Cc read it. He wanted ice cream. Qi Han finally broke free because of Zhang Yu's relaxation, his mouth still not forgetting to curse. Asterisk. You guys are really not being human. Lu Ji also smiled and retracted his hand. Why did you let go of your hand, brother Yu? Saying that, he saw his brother Yu not only let go but also waved his hand. Qi Han and Lu Ji? Wave? Take a look. Then he looked at Ruan Cc, who was watching them through the huge clear glass. Nguyen Cc was indeed good looking, and at the moment, through a clear glass, she stood next to the shelves. Next to the colorful shelf of snacks stood a bright white, good-looking girl. The girl even gave a smile at this point. It's like a picture from a comic strip, so pretty you can't say anything else for a while. Zhang Yu sucked in a breath when she heard Qi Han. Ruan Cc is really pretty. There was an exclamation of pure appreciation in his tone. Zhang Yu withdrew his waving hand and looked at Qi Han, a person on the sidelines. Qi Han also turned his head to look at Zhang Yu and added, you're handsome too. You. Lu Ji on the side followed up. Or else Ruan Cc was chased by so many people before, and now don't we have a few in our class who hang on to her? Qi Han, hating your teammate for being a stupider. There's no need to say this in front of you, right? Zhang Yu was amused by the breathless expression on Qi Han's face. Looking over at the mini-mart again, the pretty little girl was no longer standing there. Of course Ruan Cc is good looking. I haven't seen a little girl better looking than her. There was also some smugness in his tone. This was the little girl he had raised. Of course she was good looking. Qi Han let out a laugh. Yes. Your family Ruan Cc is the best looking. Qi Han recognized that Ruan Cc was really good looking as far as her face value was concerned. Even if it's the kind of good looks where you don't like Nguyen Cece as a person, you can't attack her on face value. So Zihen's words have been fair. Lu Shi, on the other hand, was still thinking about Zhou Qiao. Actually, I think that schoolmates also look good. Jiang Yu and Qi Han. Jiang Yu slapped him on the head. Don't think about that, okay? Grilling or making noodles tonight? Qi Han asks. Can't we all get together? It's all set up anyway, so we can stay up all night. Jiang Yu, young people are just full of energy. While they were talking on their side, Ruan Cece and the girls had already returned with their bags. What was handed to Jiang Yu was a bottle of water and an ice cream. Jiang Yu reached out to pick up, raised his eyes to see Ruan Cece smiling at him, and also whispered good-naturedly, Brother, I did not eat ice cream, oh, so compliment me. The other 4 people beside him just watched Jiang Yu reach out his hand like he was petting a kitten or puppy. Then Ruan Cece she put her head together beautifully. Jiang Yu smiled and said good boy. Nguyen Cece then raised an eyebrow. Everyone else, oh, apathetic face. JPG, forget it, just get used to it. In fact, the two are no different than they used to be together. Just a touch more ambiguity between them occasionally, but because the two were close enough in the first place, it's a bit of an acquired taste for those of them who are familiar with it, so it's not always possible to get their attention. A lot of times it's habit. Lu Qi began to reflect on himself. In fact, he likes Jiang Yu what? Even if Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece don't have this relationship, take a few thousand steps back. Are you really with Jiang Yu? Can you accept Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece's intimacy? Can you accept this kind of sister control? The mere thought that he might turn against Creek if he did get to that point. Jiang Yu would have no attraction at all in Lu Qi's heart. Let's just say, the world can't live without pretty good friends, but she can go more than a decade without a boyfriend. So, at this moment looking at Jiang Yu who is touching Ruan Cece's head, Lu Qi is considered completely dead. The heartache that had occasionally rubbed off on my heart disappeared. Not to mention the fact that she could clearly see that even though she told Jiang Yu that she had a crush on him, he was besides surprised at first. The attitude of the latter has not changed at all. Jiang Yu just doesn't feel anything for herself. It's not really that hard to accept. You could have guessed the ending when you secretly had a crush. It was also finally put down at this point. The sun was shining now, and they were in a strange campground surrounded by familiar best friends, one of whom was someone she had once had her heart set on. That's youth. It would be a scene she couldn't help but conjure up in her memory down the road every time she thought about it. What she once liked was limited to that. It's limited to the moment when that gentle boy reaches out and touches the head of his favorite girl. Lu Qi thought, how can it be considered an answer to his own heartbeat during his teenage years? Nguyen Cece, the one girl everyone could wish for when they were young. Excellent, beautiful, dazzling, and all around awesome. Jiang Yu is her only weakness. Jiang Yu shivered the ice cream on his side and glanced at Lu Qi who was sitting next to Zhou Xianxian. I don't know if it's an illusion. Why was the girl looking at them with love in her eyes? Compassion? No, even in Mr. Su's eyes he rarely saw this kind of emotion. Oddly scary. Nguyen Cece was also eating a small ice cream at this time. When she bought it for Jiang Yu it was one of those twins. The 2 flavors, one with strawberries and one with milk. Jiang Yu was laughing in anger when he opened it just now. On the contrary, she said with a face of innocence plus shock, wow, Jiang Yu, look, couple ice cream hey. Jiang Yu, she even said couple ice cream. What else can one do? Dare to share it with others? You'll be a little jealous for days and nights, won't you? Finally Jiang Yu gave her a share of her favorite strawberry flavor. The little girl's caution was used in a bright and honest way that would only endear her to people who would not be disgusted. Brother, does it look good? Ruan Cece suddenly asked. The voice was colder than the ice cream in her hand. Lu Qi and Zhou Xianxian who were being watched by Jiang Yu felt cold. The two of them looked around. The wind was picking up in the middle of the afternoon. Qi Han, it's almost 5 o'clock. Why don't you light the fire and make a barbecue? Zhou Xianxian muttered. Why does it feel a bit cold? Jiang Yu turned his head to stare at her in amusement and reached out to take the ice cream out of her hand. Just eat a little. There was no answer to what she had just said. Ruan Cece froze for a moment. But there's more. It's a waste to throw it away. No waste. I'll eat the rest for you. The corner of Jiang Yu's mouth hooked into a smile. Because he had just eaten ice. His lips all looked a little redder than usual, but not as red as Ruan Cece's blush at this point. You're going to eat what I've eaten. The voice was small with shyness. Chapter 133, Our youth is just right, and we've come just in time. Jiang Yu looked at her face red, just after eating ice cream. Lips are also moist with red. It looks very good to kiss. In fact, the two had grown up together. Not that they hadn't eaten each other's leftovers. Even more than that, it was Ruan Cece who often ate what Jiang Yu left over that he didn't eat for fear of wasting it. It's a normal thing, but this is ice cream. Well, how can I put it? Very few people usually eat ice cream by biting straight into it. You usually eat ice cream by licking it. This means that the entire ice cream is a mouthful of Nguyen Cece. Yu actually originally didn't think of this, but then I heard the shyness in her tone, and the reddened cheeks. I can't control the flash of her just eating ice cream in my head anymore, eating very slowly, her rosy little mouth slightly open, the tiny tongue occasionally visible, snow-white teeth, pink strawberry ice cream. Yu's entire body exploded. The images were as if they were playing on a loop in my head. His face started to heat up and he shoved the piece of ice cream straight into his mouth, biting into it and eating it, his voice slurring a little. It's not like it's the first time I've eaten your leftovers. On the other side of the room, Chi-han and the others had all started rummaging through their backpacks to prepare for the barbecue. Ruan Sisi looked at Yu with a red face as she spoke in a reasoned voice and ate the ice cream that she had eaten, but it was red in the face, especially the ears, red through and through. She had forgotten what she had meant to ask herself. It's actually a little hard to sweat today, but I just ate ice cream and it's a lot more comfortable. At this moment, looking at the boy's reddened face, she reached out and gently pulled Yu's hand that was placed to the side. Without hesitation, he took her hand in his backhand. The two hands just held and looked out over the noisy campground. Ruan Sisi seems to be able to understand what it is that Ansu said. People, live in the moment and enjoy life. She loved it. In the end, Yu couldn't stand it and went to direct them to work. 4 people have 4 opinions. In the end it was Yu who had to make the final decision. The girls went to wash things. Chi-han and Luji get the charcoal, the cassette oven, and get the skewer once clean. Yu commanded. Bushi, Chi-han was still sighing. This feels so strange. Obviously you have the best temper. How come we are all willing to listen to you? Luji laughed from the sidelines. Because he's got a bad-tempered Ruan Sisi by his side who looks like she's got a bad temper. Chi-han let out a sigh. You don't say. Yu laughed and scolded them. Get lost. Where is Ruan Sisi's temper bad? That's what you don't understand. Is it? She looks nice, but it will give you the feeling that she has a bad temper at all. Don't you have that feeling? Chi-han asked curiously. After asking, he asked himself. Forget it. Ruan Sisi has 2 attitudes towards you and us. Is this favoritism? You guys didn't have anything back then. Envious. Don't think about it, Han. Let's not get cold feet. I feel like I must have done a good job that day. Ha ha ha. Luji, you're sick. Yu listened to them joking around. The smile at the corner of his mouth never came down. His eyes would occasionally fall on Ruan Sisi, who was squatting next to the faucet to wash something. Obviously there are a lot of people squatting over there and washing things, but Nguyen Sisi was still the one who stood out the most. Aha! Who's this guy walking past? Yu had just set up the rack when he saw a boy walk past in front of Ruan Sisi and the girls and then crouch down. Zhou Xianxian was originally talking to Lu Qi and Ruan Sisi about the 36 stratagems of love. Ruan Sisi was still listening attentively. Well, Xianxian's love lessons were still a bit interesting. I'm in love with Yu, but I'm not together. It's very sweet. Unfortunately there are always uninvited guests who suddenly come out. They were talking when suddenly a shadow fell and a boy crouched down in front of them. Hello there, are you guys here to camp too? Are you spending the night here tonight? The boy looked older than them, not bad looking, considered tall and handsome, and his smile was wide at the moment, greeting them with a gaze that sweeps over their faces without being offensive. But there was an obvious pause for a few more seconds when he saw Ruan Sisi. Just looking at the side face I thought this girl was pretty. Now that I look closer, the front face is even more stunning. My name is Qian Feng, Maple of Maple Leaf, C. de Freshman. Qian Feng looked at the 3 people and introduced himself seriously. I came here with 3 of my friends. If it's okay we can also be companions together. Zhou Xianxian out and pointed to Yu's side of them. No thanks, ha. We don't lack company. Qian Feng looked in the direction she was pointing, only to see that there were 3 other tall boys over there. One of the boys is staring at him. He froze for a moment. In fact they were just coming up and he caught a glimpse of a pretty girl over here. So I left my buddies who were setting up the tent to come over first. I didn't realize that they had come with friends. He withdrew his gaze and smiled shyly. Well then, why don't we just make friends? Can you tell me what your names are? Hanging her eyes, Ruan Sisi suddenly spoke up at this time. You know why we came on the hike instead of surfing the internet at home? It's because of seeking inner peace without having to socialize. The message is clear. We're not here to make friends. Lu Qi didn't hold back his poof and waved his hand at Qian Feng. Sorry, you're blocking our sunlight. Zhou Xianxian added. Hey, we're still social terrorists. In the end, Yu watched the boy who was squatting in front of them with a strange face stand up and walk away. Yu raised his eyebrows slightly, but when he thought about how Ruan Sisi usually refused people without bothering to make excuses, it's not so curious what excuse they used to get rid of the boys anymore. Soon the 3 girls were back from washing their things. No one took the Qian Feng thing out of the equation either, mainly because no one took it seriously without a couple conversations. At 6 o'clock they had their picnic cloths set up, the cassette oven was done, and they were cooking Korean troopers pots, grilled chicken wings on the grill. They were in a good position. and looking this way they could still see the people hurrying up the hill and the setting sun that was about to descend. Half the sky burns red with really nice flaming clouds, and the reddish, soon-to-be downhill salted egg yolks. There was an occasional breeze at this time. It brings out the flavor of someone else making something. Ruan Cece leaned against Jiang Yu's side as they watched the setting sun sink down together. Zhou Xianxian suddenly said, "Shihan, I'm sorry. You're right. We came just in time. Our youth was just right. We came just right." And this scene was worth all the persistence and complaining that preceded it. Chapter 134 is the dare to find a member of the opposite sex to kiss for 3 minutes? Shihan smiled brightly. I told you I really did read the guide. So this is the reason why you don't even bring a change of clothes and come up here carrying a true pot material bag? Lu Shi couldn't help but spit. The original agreement was that one person would bring a little food on his back. After all, they were only spending one night and didn't buy a very big backpack. Zihan was supposed to bring a cassette oven and noodles. But this kid just threw away his clothes for a trooper's pot material kit. Jiang Yu and Lu Ji were both silent when they took it out. At this time, facing Lu Ji's inquiry, Shihan corrected. Be strict. I brought a change of underwear, okay? I'm very careful about hygiene. He gave them a somewhat aggravated look. Wasn't it you guys who said in the group that it would be better if we could eat true pot? What's so good about noodles? Look at this rich true pot. Just ask you guys if it smells good, right? The crowd nodded together. Even Wan Cece, who had been silent, said, fragrant. Zhou Xianxian looked at Shihan adoringly with a pair of round eyes. Brother Han, you are too great. That's right. Today you're my brother. What about tomorrow? Tomorrow is tomorrow. Roll on, roll on. The crowd was laughing and joking. Plus they were already tired. Preparing a lot of ingredients almost wasn't enough. Halfway through, Zhou Chao even brought fruit for their 2 bowls of noodles. After all, we know each other. And we've changed. The true pan does smell good. They don't grill very well. Luckily a few people aren't picky about getting acquainted. Although Jiang Yu suspected that it was a bit uncooked. But that's okay. All for Shihan and Lu Ji to eat. Anyway, he and Wan Cece must have eaten cooked. Jiang Yu looked at the girl beside him. The smile on her face never came down. And it was beautiful. Jiang Yu was satisfied. It's just that when it's time to eat it's a grab and go. And by the time it's time to wash up they're back to being salted fish spread out and not moving. Why don't we just stop washing it and leave it all behind? Jiang Yu asked. Anyway, he felt that this amount of money wasn't impossible. Zihan agreed. That's what I thought when I bought it. So I bought the cheapest one I could find. The 2 men looked at each other in agreement and reached out to clap their hands. Unfortunately the other 4 felt it was too much of a waste. And even if it's all lost, they still have to clean it up. So in the end it turned out that Jiang Yu and Shihan went to wash things while the other 4 went to clean up. Wan Cece wanted to help Jiang Yu wash it. It was rejected by Jiang Yu. Just washing vegetables is okay. This is all oil. Lu Qi also pulled Wan Cece. Let them wash away. Let's clean up and play the game later. In the end, Wan Cece was pulled away by Lu Qi. Zhou Chao also came over to wash things while Jiang Yu and Shihan were squatting here. After watching them wash for half a day, they simply sighed. Go away. You're all young masters at home, aren't you? I'll do it. Jiang Yu and Shihan were good sense naturally refused. But Zhou Chao squeezed him out of the way. It's not good for them 2 big boys to squeeze in with the girls. Zhou Chao can see that the work is also sharp and looks like it is often done at home. Wash things quickly. In the end it became Shihan and Jiang Yu squatting on the sidelines watching Zhou Chao help them wash things. It's not like Jiang Yu hasn't grabbed it before, but she won't let go. It's not a good idea to grab it here again. So Jiang Yu said, I'll treat you to dinner when I get back. Ah, senior sister. Zhou Chao laughed a little. I'm not really interested in buying dinner. It would be better if I could let your sister be my model once. The voice was all smiles and tentativeness. But Jiang Yu didn't agree. He laughed a little. I can't really do it. I'll be your model. Do you think it's okay? Buy one get one free. How about Shihan and I? Shihan also smiled and said, I can take off my top. I have abs. Schoolmates. Zhou Chao was amused by them. Come on you guys, forget it. I was trying to draw my pretty sister. She handed Jiang Yu and the others the washed pots and grill in her hand. What will you play later? We're playing board games here. Want to join us? Jiang Yu refused. There were already enough of them. 6 people are enough to play any game. But Zhou Chao's side was a little less crowded. She was a little disappointed. Hey, we only have 3 people coming this time. Not enough people to play with. Still want to be together. Shihan said cheerfully. Then let's go together. Jiang Yu. No, buddy, if you said yes, you should have said so earlier. I dared to say no, and then you said together? Jiang Yu was all angry and laughing. Luckily Zhou Chao didn't seem to notice either. Hearing them say together they agreed quickly, saying that they would bring their friends there in a moment. After Zhou Chao left, Jiang Yu breathlessly glanced also at Shihan. Shihan let out a sigh. Lu Ji will want to get closer to senior sister Zhou Chao. A good brother in heart. Jiang Yu. What else can Jiang Yu say? Anyway, it didn't take long for Zhou Qiao to come over with his friend. It's also two girls who went to middle school together, but they weren't in the same school in high school. The personalities are all pretty good, and I've heard from the girls that they get together every year to hang out. It was supposed to be 5, and this year 2 are cramming. The short-haired schoolmate's name is Qin Yang. Their families put a lot of pressure on them, but the 3 of us are okay. Zhou Qiao also nodded. They have good grades. Ah, hey wait, you guys may also have this kind of trouble later. Which one of you has the best grades? CC. What about the top student? Zhou Xianxian said with a smug look on her face. Super awesome. Another gentle-looking schoolmate named Chen Momo looked at Ruan Shishi. I remember you. I saw you during the competition before. Chen Momo's grades are also very good. When it was the second in the city, was originally going to come to the first middle school, but it was scooped up by a private high school with a hefty scholarship. Every year there are schools trying to spell a top seed. Back in the day, Wen Cc also received a lot of calls from schools on a daily basis, but Ruan Cc obeyed and went wherever Ms. Su said. And there's still Jiang Yu. A few people chatted down and got acquainted quickly. Jiang Yu originally thought that Ruan Cc would be jealous, but he didn't realize that on the surface it looked like it was nothing. There were so many people that the first thing they played was truth or dare. Jiang Yu is numb. Isn't this a party essential? The conditions are limited, and it's more about being genuine a little bit more. Jiang Yu and Ruan Shishi were both lucky. The two were more like touching fish. Lu Ji had better luck and caught Zhou Qiao several times. It's all about asking people what kind of guys they like. The little boy's mind is too obvious to hide at all. Zhou Qiao looks at Lu Ji for a few moments and smiles. The first one can't be smaller than me. Oh, come on, that's a killer line. Jiang Yu was a little heartbroken for Lu Ji, whose eyes instantly went out. But soon he was heartbroken, because he's the next one to get caught. Truth or dare? The dare consisted of finding a member of the opposite sex to kiss for 3 minutes. Chapter 135, so beautiful that Jiang Yu wanted to fulfill all her expectations. Jiang Yu. He looked at the cards in his hand and laughed outright in anger. Looking to the crowd. No, the scale is that big? I have a choice. Ha, truth be told. Ruan Cc on the side blinked, eyes a little lost. Hey, why not choose dare? Anyway, for this big adventure in heterosexuality, Jiang Yu would only choose himself. Now that it was dark, the lights in the campground were dim, so Ruan Cic's lost expression was not really obvious when people saw it. But Zhou Xianxian, who was on the sidelines, could see very clearly. She muttered in her heart. No, is the child a little crooked by her carrying just so watery and lost on? That's more or less wrong. This round the question was asked by the not-so-familiar Morris Chan. Since I wasn't familiar with it, I didn't actually know what to ask, and asked a sort of middle-of-the-road question. Does schoolmate have a favorite person? When this question came out, Shihan and the others all hemmed and hawed. Then the gazes fell in unison on Jiang Yu, or rather Jiang Yu and Ruan Cc. What's not to say? Jiang Yu smiled and said, of course I have. Shihan said, hey, this is not a very technical question. Who doesn't have a favorite person at our age? Zhou Xianxian also said, that's right. Senior sister should just ask what the name of the person she likes is. After saying that, he also looked at Jiang Yu with a smile. Jiang Yu wasn't flustered at all. Then let's wait until you guys win. Zhou Qiao hissed. Why did she feel that the eyes and smiles of these kids were not quite right? Unfortunately, playing Jiang Yu again later just didn't lose. Wen Cc is even better. The only one in the room who hasn't lost. Not once. It's a stroke of luck. At the end of the day, everyone's old habits have been stripped bare. The main thing is that at their age they don't really have much of an old skeleton in the closet to be raked over the coals. In the end it was Qin Yang who said, no more. They're all a bunch of brats who haven't even been in love. There's no point in playing this. She's probably the only one here who's ever been in a relationship and had them dig up her love life. People don't think it's much fun to play that way either. So quickly switched back to Triple Triad in Wolfsbane. Jiang Yu and Ruan Cc stopped playing and sat aside to watch them play. Ruan Cc suddenly whispered, brother, go look at the stars. In addition to the campground, there is also a small pavilion that says Stargazing Pavilion. The writing is so written that it's really hard to tell if you'll see the stars. Jiang Yu looked at her like she obviously wanted to go and see the. Simply stood up. Let's go look at the stars. You guys play. Lu Ji looked up. You can see it here too. There's not much development on this side, so there's less pollution. You can indeed see the stars when you look up. Just as Lu Ji had finished speaking, he was slapped by Lu Qi reaching out. There's a pavilion over there to see more clearly. Oh, yeah, over here you guys are still taking up space. Lu Ji looked back. Jiang Yu sighed. Lu Ji is really stupid. Still, he quickly led Ruan Cc towards the pavilion. The two walked one after the other. Ruan Cc still liked to step on his shadow, letting her shadow be completely obscured by Jiang Yu's shadow. This way it looks like there's only one shadow. Jiang Yu glanced at it and reached back. After all these years, You still like to play the game of stepping on shadows. Ruan Cece looked at his hand reaching back and her eyes lit up as she quickly walked over and took his hand. Just love it. The boy's hand was a little hot, even a little scalding as it wrapped around her small hand. Ruan Cece muttered, "Why is it that brother's hands are always hot?" Jian Yu smiled helplessly. "It's your hands that are too cold. It's still summer." Mom said, "Go back and take you to a different doctor to take a look." Over the years, Mr. Su has asked a lot of people, just what to find a powerful Chinese and Western medicine can be. Ruan Shishi's body will be adjusted. Ruan Cece's heart was warm in her mouth as she answered, "Then I'll go and watch." Win Cece has always been obedient in these matters. There's no way the booth is empty. After all, even the campgrounds were filled with tents. The modest pavilion was full of people as they walked past. Jian Yu turned his feet and brought the person to the side. "It's all people. You can't see what's going on. Why don't you come out and look? A little outside is the fence." There was no more pavilion in the way. No more crowds in the campground. The air seemed to be fresher all of a sudden. Could still feel the night wind in their faces. "The wind is cool." Hey, Ruan Cece's tone was tinged with surprise, realizing that in the city, even the night breeze at night was warm. "The wind over here is cooler." Jian Yu reached out and touched her arm. Because it was dark just now, the grill was hot. She had taken off her ice sleeves. "Cold?" The boy's warm palm pressed against the girl's slightly cool skin. It made Ruan Cece's body stiffen for a second. Then she smiled and said, "It's not cold, it's comfortable." Her palm pressed against Jian Yu's. "Brother, is the skin uneven?" Jian Yu actually originally did not feel anything, just searching for whether she is really too weak. Arms are cool, but it was only after hearing her question that she felt that the skin under her palm wasn't smooth, and a slight bump could be felt. Not really noticeable, but it was there. He gripped the palm of his hand slightly harder, and the girl was so skinny that she was just as easily held by his arm. "It's very slippery. No wonder Zhou Xianxian often says you have good skin," said he, muttered in a small voice. "But don't think I'm a pervert." Ruan Cece's long eyelashes fluttered as she looked at the boy, who still looked gentle even in the dim light. The young man grows quickly, and the contours of his face become hard and firm, but his people are still as gentle as they were then. The palm holding her arm was also gentle. Ruan Cece laughed, reached out and pulled down Jiang Yu's hand, clasping his fingers. "It's okay, brother, soon these will all be gone." Her tone was relaxed with a smile as she shook Jiang Yu's hand. "Can brother look at the stars to distinguish the constellations?" The female's voice was tinged with anticipation, those bright eyes watery, filled with the Milky Way just looking at Jiang Yu. It is indeed beautiful, so pretty that Jiang Yu wanted to fulfill all her expectations, followed her gaze to the star-filled sky. The river of stars was many and beautiful, but the boy's tone was helpless. "I can't read it. Isn't it just stars?" The girl's voice had more than a hint of laughter. "So will you go and learn? Learn it. Will you draw for me? I'll paint you when I get back." "Jiang Yu, you're so nice. You just realized?" Jiang Yu squeezed her hand with some dissatisfaction. Ruan Cece, however, whispered, "Not at all. I already knew that." Chapter 136. All the silliness makes sense at this moment. He had known he was good, so that his so small self would show up to him on purpose over and over again. If once doesn't work, then twice. If twice doesn't work, then 3 times. "Look." Jiang Yu took her back. Jiang Yu looked at the silly grin on her face and didn't know why he laughed along with her. "It's like a silly big girl." The person who was called stupid big girl was not angry, still showing a row of small white teeth and smiling at Jiang Yu. Not far behind them, Zhou Xianshan and Lucci held up their cell phones and were taking a picture that could be used as wallpaper. The sky was full of stars in front of them, and the smiles on their faces were so wide you couldn't help but smile along with them. "Hey, still like brother you?" Zhou Xuanxuan's voice was small. "It's really quite handsome on closer inspection." Lu Qi laughed, put away his cell phone and looked at the men and women holding hands in front of him. "Don't like it. Can't have a boyfriend, can't have a good friend." Finished with another look and sigh. "And if I were you, I'd like CC too." She smiled openly. "At least the boys I've liked seem to be gentle enough. At least look at it this way. Maybe her white moon won't suck. Although it doesn't seem like it's quite on the level of white moonlight either, huh?" But Lu Qi realized that putting it down was actually okay. Zhou Xianxian patted her. "It's okay, just like me. As long as you like enough handsome guys, you can make the next one even more handsome." As he was saying this, the 2 people in front of him turned their heads in the same genus and looked over. Ruan Cece's voice still had little rise and fall, but you could still hear the softness. "Want to come over and watch the stars?" Jiang Yu's back leaned on the railing looking at the 2 girls who were still holding up their cell phones. "I'm going to charge still shoot it?" Zhou Xianxian happily put down the cell phone. "I shot can look good. A moment to send you a copy of you brother." Then said to Ruan Cece, "Take a bath together. Now there are not many people. In a while there will be more people. They've all worked up a few sweats today, and the girls are already hygienic and sticky as hell." At this time, also thinking that there are not many people, do not need to wait. First shower to go. There's a public bathroom over here. It might get crowded in a minute. Nguyen Cece nodded. Good. Then looked to Jiangyu. Jiangyu stood up straight. Let's go. Go wash it or it'll all stink, he said and sniffed himself in disgust. Unexpectedly, Ruan Cece misunderstood and couldn't help but frown as she lifted her own hand and sniffed it. Does it stink? Zhou Xianxian and Lu Qi had already turned around and walked back with a sense of humor. Lu Qi hasn't said a word to Jiangyu yet. Hearing Ruan Cece's words, Jiangyu laughed. Moving over, the tip of the boy's nose gently brushed against the girl's white cheeks, his voice with a smile, with warm nostrils sprayed on the girl's side face. Fragrant baby. The girl who had been frowning slightly turned red and stood at a loss for words. Jiangyu ruffled people and left. Taking 2 steps he turned his head to look at her in amusement. Still not following? Nguyen Cece followed with the same hand on a rare occasion. Oh, the voices are getting tiny. The phrase scented baby circulated in my head. Jiangyu was satisfied looking at her red face not reacting. Well, finally. It's not always myself who gets teased and blushes. It's fun to have a back and forth. Eventually the 3 girls went in to take a shower, and the 3 of them, the guys, sat not far from each other. After all, the camp is so big. What if I'm afraid someone will fish in the water? They're just waiting outside. They were feeling a little tired after playing. Shihan yawned, and said he was already tired from the all-nighter tonight. Lu Ji looked at him. You usually brush the video can be all night. It's different. The signal is bad over here. Shihan muttered, then looked at Jiangyu. Did you just confess, brother you? Cece's face was all red. He's back to talking gossip, squeezing his eyebrows. Jiangyu looked at him breathlessly. I'm all smelly and confessed ah? Shihan came a little closer, then eked out a cry. Also, how inappropriate is this? Jiangyu raised his hand and wanted to whip him, but looking at his stupid face I think it's better to let it go. It's stupid in the first place. Lu Ji lowered his voice. Isn't Yu's confession on Cece's birthday? Wasn't this told to them ahead of time to free them up? Jiangyu nodded. Yeah, soon. You brother you are really rich ah. Fireworks said to put on. Shihan sour. I do not want fireworks. You brother my birthday. Before the words were out of my mouth I saw a couple of girls come out and Jiangyu reached for his big head. The rest of Chihan's voice disappeared. After the 3 girls came out the boys went in to shower. Conditions are limited over here. It's just a little bit of flushing to make yourself less uncomfortable. Men and women are still separate. The boys' side is just like a big bathhouse, where everyone just rinses off casually. They Jiangyu wash very quickly. Mainly a buddy drink also went in the bath. Or directly vomit. The smell is kind of gross. So Jiangyu came out quickly. The girls have gone inside the tent, with 6 tents side by side. The girls looked cute and cuddly with their bodies in the tents but their heads out. Jiangyu raised his eyebrows and smiled as he passed by. Didn't resist squatting down to warm up Ruan Cece's tent reaching out to rub her head. Ruan Cece just smiled at him with her little face up. The deep and thick Chihan dog courage is also like a model squatting in front of Zhou Xianxian rubbed a handful of Zhou Xuanxuan's hair. Being outraged, Zhou Xianxian directly jumped up and chased after him. Lu Ji and Lu Qi laughed loudly. Jiangyu watched as Ruan Cece also looked sideways, a fine smile in his eyes. He reached down and cupped her little chin then let go and dug into the tent next to Ruan Cece. Ruan Cece watched Jiangyu get into his tent not knowing what he was messing around with inside. The one-man tent was already small, so being able to see Jiangyu's movements from the shadows was probably difficult. But soon Jiangyu re-drilled himself. He met Ruan Cece's wide eyes that had been staring at him. There was curiosity in those eyes. What are you looking for? Nguyen Cece just sat up. Jiangyu winked at her and smiled as he lengthened his tone, looking for a surprise. His hand, still in the tent, came out and a rose, not quite well preserved but still beautiful, appeared in his hand. Flowering branches have been trimmed short. Even though the boys had tried hard to save it, the rose still looked a little wilted after a bumpy day. Jiangyu sighed. I've preserved it all with nutrients, but the weather is still too hot. He handed the flowers to his favorite girl. Today's little surprise. Today Jiangyu still likes Ruan Xiaoxi. A noisy campground, a sky full of stars, a gentle evening breeze, bright red and delicate roses, and me who loves you. The surprise in Ruan Cece's eyes was so obviously shining. Jiangyu thought that camping with a rose on his back wasn't a particularly stupid thing to do. All the silliness makes sense in this moment. Even if he was actually nervous his heart and hands were shaking a little. Chapter 137. Hey, Ruan Cece is really pretty. Jiangyu didn't know why she was so nervous, yet the hands were shaking as far as the eye could see. Ruan Cece was not expecting him to mess around inside for a while. Suddenly this watery took out a flower. It's one, and you can even tell that it's probably been held back for a long time, so it doesn't look as shiny and pretty as it should, yet it could overwhelm her more than a bunch. At this moment, Ruan Cece looked at the boy's beautiful hands holding a fiery red rose and handed it to her. Jiangyu's hands have always been very beautiful, Before they were also laughed at by Chihan looks like a girl's hands, long and white. It was a hand with a paintbrush, but at this time this hand holding the flower should be nervous, because at this time the beautiful flower is obviously no wind but slightly trembling. The surprise on Wan Cece's face suddenly turned into a smile as she stretched out her still scarred hand and reached out to take the flower. Thank you. It's beautiful. Jiang Yu watched her take the rose in her hand before she felt relieved to be able to breathe. In fact, he knew for sure that Wan Cece would have taken his flowers, but you still can't help but be nervous when the other person hasn't picked it up yet. I'm glad I like it. I was going to bring other flowers, like sunflowers or something, but if I bring other flowers that don't have so many petals, they won't look good if they fall off. The hand he had been hiding behind his back opened, and on it were a few petals that Rose had dropped. Jiang Yu slightly raised his hand and flung it. The petals fell down quickly in front of the two, and the wind blew over, and one of the fiery red petals stuck to Wan Cece's alabaster-like face. The contrast between red and white is obvious. Jiang Yu's throat knots moved up and down. Hey, Wan Cece is really pretty. Jiang Yu reached out and took the petals off her face in amusement. Sorry about that. The girl dutifully tilted her face back to let the boy's hands run up her face. Watching the petals that had kissed her cheeks re-kissed Jiang Yu's palm. Well, Petal was luckier than she was. The two over here seem to have their own shielding system to block out the surrounding noise. Even the chaotic campsite is played out by them with the vibe of a pure love-making TV show. Zhou Xianxian was still chasing after Chihan. Lu Qi and Lu Ji watched the interaction between the two as they came closer with a standard posture of eating melon. Lu Qi still couldn't help but fall more on the rose that Wan Cece was holding in her hand. See, it's easy to like Jiang Yu, isn't it? Though she can't like it now. But still, I think that Jiang Yu is somehow really titillating. So much for a full day of climbing and sneaking in a surprise little rose hidden for you. Is this an artist's romance? Lu Qi does not know if others can resist. For a mother single like her, there is a fatal attraction. Of course now the attraction is not to be desired in order not to be fatal. Lu Ji muttered. It's still you. I learned. Just as he was thinking about how to bring an extra packet of sausages, people secretly brought roses. You see, it's all about contrast. Or else people have girls who like them. Lu Ji felt enlightened. Lu Qi glanced at him, wanting to speak. This is not something you're going to be able to learn. Zhou Xianxian on this side had already returned from messing around with Chihan. Zhou Xianxian was confused when she saw the rose. No, who is selling flowers here? Supermarket? It's all here for hiking and camping. Who wouldn't want to sell flowers here? Will it sell? The shock in his voice was not feigned. Lu Qi spoke. You don't understand this, do you? You pulled it out of his bag. Now even Chihan was shocked. Not you? You still have room for roses? Jiang Yu looked at the way Wan Cece was happily and cherishingly holding the flowers and once again pulled out a long and thick jar from the tent. The canister just looks a little long but takes up a really small area. There was also a wet sponge inside, which was covered in flower nutrient solution, brought in this way and not taking up space. The other four, including Wan Cece, were a bit shocked. Jiang Yu took the flowers in Wan Cece's hand and reinserted them into the sponge, handing her the small roses that had been rearranged to be well protected by the small jar. Just put them like this, and take them out again when you get home. The tone was all gentle. Maybe I'll put it away for you. Wan Cece, however, hugged Rose tightly. Don't. I'll put it away and be able to stay with me tonight. In fact, just knowing that Jiang Yu was beside her was already very happy. But now with Rose, the joy is doubled. The other four, we're just a part of your play, aren't we? After they finished messing around and watched Jiang Yu show off in front of them, they each drilled their tents. The others are still hilarious. One by one, they said that the overnight drill into the tent wrapped on the sleeping bag after holding up a cell phone and Yuna's in action outside looking particularly fun. In fact, if they didn't have a tent, it would be more like they were lying side by side. On the far right are Chihan, Jiang Yu, Wan Cece, Zhou Xianxian, Lu Qi and Lu Ji. Lu Qi and Lu Ji are still technically somewhat related, so it's not awkward to lie like this. Without the tent, they look like they were lying side by side in camp. It is estimated that after forgetting for a while Chihan found it meaningless. Hey, chatting for a while? They weren't far apart, so Chihan's voice could be heard by everyone. Jiang Yu didn't really care to ask. What are you talking about? Just, talk about anything. There's not much signal over here. His voice was all bitter. Jiang Yu took a look at his almost full signal, could not bear to hit him. Could it be that his card is bad? Jiang Yu put down the cell phone, but was quite amiable to ask. Then what do you want to talk about? I didn't realize that he was being kind. Chihan wanted him dead, because this kid was all excited and said, I'm prepared for this. This time of year, this atmosphere. Let's tell ghost stories? Lonely ghosts or something. Exciting. Jiang Yu, Wan Cece, who was leaning on the other side of Jiang Yu, swiped her cell phone in one motion. Sideways, he looked to his side. Oh, and naturally he couldn't see anything through the tent. but I don't know if it's an illusion or not. Jiang Yu's shadow seems to be able to see the stiffness. Many times Ruan Sisi also admired Chihan. How on earth can he do every time to step on mines accurately? It's a technical skill, isn't it? Jiang Yu's face was expressionless, and before he could tell Chihan to get lost, Lu Shi, who was the furthest away, spoke up. I heard that. I'm in favor. Zhou Xianxian and Lu Qi seemed to be interested as well. Jiang Yu also heard the sound of their zippers being unzipped. Who's going to say it first? Jiang Huayu, say a pipsqueak. There can't be ghosts in the wild. Just at this time the tent beside him also pulled back, and Ruan Sisi's voice was faint even in the night. No ghost stories, right? I'm scared. Taking one shift off today, bronchitis. Man wasted. QAQ. Chapter 138. Well, is it possible that you are the one who imprisoned me? Jiang Yu sighed in relief and got out of the tent himself. Not many people actually knew about his fear of ghosts. After all, a boy is afraid of ghosts. Well, Jiang Yu still wants to save face. This has nothing to do with how old he is. This heart who has not will not point face. He thought if Ruan Sisi said that, they'd change the subject, right? One was just about to say how about a different story theme. I saw Zhou Xianxian reach out and pull Ruan Sisi, who had just risen to the surface, squeezing her eyebrows. If you're afraid, get into Yu's arms. There are so many of us. You will protect you. Hey, I'm really a little witty. How can people be witty to such an extent? Isn't you just sticking it to Sisi? Nguyen Shi. Jiang Yu, expressionless. JPG. Ruan Sisi turned her head to look at Jiang Yu's expressionless face. It wasn't impossible for her brother to get into her arms if he wanted to. Chihan over here had climbed out to look at them with the picnic cloths that had already been put away. Come on. Sit together to get a feel for it. Jiang Yu was still pulled out by his hand. Chihan was originally a tall man, although a weakling, but still a bit of strength. Jiang Yu was pulled out just like that. Pulled it out with I'm actually afraid of ghosts. After all, if you don't admit it, you're really going to say it, aren't you? But the others thought he was trying to protect Ruan Sisi. Lu Qi had already climbed out. Then you cuddle with Sisi and talk. We don't mind. Jiang Yu, I'm really scared. I'm not involved. Got it. We know you're scared. There's more of us. It's fine. It's pure fiction. Zhou Xianxian also pushed Ruan Sisi into Jiang Yu's arms, holding not afraid. The six ended up sitting together in a circle. Jiang Yu went numb. He even thought he'd be laughed at. He didn't think no one would believe him, did he? When he wanted to continue to emphasize it, Chihan reached out and put his arm around Jiang Yu. If you really can't, lean in my arms. I'll protect you. Jiang Yu cursed. Get lost. Eventually they didn't roll with it and really started telling ghost stories. Jiang Yu felt his hand being gently pulled by Ruan Sisi. Jiang Yu looked over with a sideways glance and saw Ruan Sisi's worried gaze. In fact, compared to reading ghost movies and texts, Chihan's ghost stories they told themselves actually seemed okay to Jiang Yu. Mostly, it's too familiar. Listening to his exaggerated tone and contrived expression, Jiang Yu wanted to substitute a little, but could not substitute a little ow. Therefore, from the moment Chihan opened his mouth to tell the story, Jiang Yu was conversely not afraid at all. Just watch Chihan also play music to create an atmosphere and tell a ghost story that sounds fake now. Then it's a rotation. Jiang Yu just listened with an expressionless face, one hand still squeezing Ruan Sisi's hand to play. It's a little hard to even try to pretend to be scared, because it really isn't. Soon there were only Jiang Yu and Ruan Shishi left in their circle. The expression on Ruan Sisi's face was light. I don't have a ghost story, and I've always scored low on my imagination essays. This is true. Nguyen Creek is good for average grades. It's hard to say which subject she came close in. That must be language, because she always goes off topic in her writing. But that didn't stop her from breaking first place. At this moment, when Ruan Sisi said so, the other nodded and then looked at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, he glanced at the man beside him. I'll tell a ghost story about a blind date then. Jiang Yu didn't know why he chose to say this. The exaggeration also blurred some things when he said it, and he kept staring at Ruan Sisi when he told the story. This one's a horror story for Jiang Yu himself. It's a horror story who somehow died for a bit. It's been Jiang Yu's nightmare for years. So what is said about dead or alive is more or less true. Even added some chase and escape to the story. After saying that several other people were silent, Ruan Sisi met Jiang Yu's gaze. Why is brother looking at me every now and then when he's talking? Or does brother like that? Nguyen Sisi's eyes were thoughtful. Finally Chihan spoke. That's it? Doesn't the hero take revenge? That woman got him killed. And imprisoned and chased. He let out a sigh. This is giving me the desert island thrill. Basement fright. How can I escape? Lu Shi sucked in a breath. Zhou Xianxian looked at a rare angle. So why imprison the male lead? What did he do? Lu Qi was also curious. Yeah, there are so many people in the world. Why not imprison others just him? The two broken book readers looked at each other. then as if picking up the electricity, smiled and said, "Because of love? Jiang Yu, no, what else is in your head but love?" He sighed helplessly. "I don't know, that's the story as it seems to me." It was the angle he saw, and to this day he hadn't figured out what Wan Cece had captured himself for in his last life. It can't really be because of love, can it? Thinking about it like that makes the sweat stand up. It's important not to be. Wan Cece remained the same as in the previous few stories, without commenting. Jiang Yu originally thought she would say something, but ended up overthinking it. She didn't say anything. Luckily the other four just took it as a story and commented that Jiang Yu's storytelling was good. Finally let Wan Cece search the internet for a random story to tell, meaning to merge a little. Wan Cece did as he was told. Eventually a few people saw that there was really nothing else to do and chatted for a while before getting into the tent again. After all, in the mountains, the temperature difference at night is quite large. They were cold in short sleeves. Good thing I brought my sleeping bag. Jiang Yu watched as Wan Cece dug in and reached out himself to help her pull her sleeping bag back. Smile as you look at the silkworm lying obediently, with the little rose you gave her sitting next to her. Good night. Jiang Yu glanced around and saw that his buddies had all dug in, without much burden. He lowered his head and dropped the kiss on Wan Cece's forehead. Shi Han, who was screwing up over here, looked at that reflection and wanted to say something. How is this different from open kissing? He rolled over, out of sight, out of mind. The others on the other side of the room silently rolled over. They hadn't seen anything. Wan Cece was smiling at Jiang Yu. Good night, brother. Her gaze swept over Little Rose and something occurred to her. If something like what you said in the story came up, I'd be there to save you. After saying that, his eyes were shining brightly as he looked at Jiang Yu. Don't you be afraid. Jiang Yu's expression was complicated, and just, somewhat unsure of how to speak. Well, is it possible that it was you who imprisoned me? Finally Jiang Yu sighed and said with a smile, okay, go to sleep. Chapter 139 Little Vinegar Bun. You don't need to buy vinegar when you go out. Luckily by 3 a.m. or so, the campground was much quieter. Naturally there must have been people still awake, and suppressed laughter and talking could be heard. But Jiang Yu and the others had already climbed the mountain for a day, and they had been fooling around for so long. Jiang Yu didn't know when he fell asleep. Anyway, it was dawn when I opened my eyes again. Seriously, it's actually really uncomfortable to sleep. It feels like you've been taken apart and reassembled. After all, humble conditions are limited. Jiang Yu also took out his cell phone and looked at it. It was only a little after 6. The sky was already wide open. It still gets light earlier in the summer. Jiang Yu lay in the tent for a while and saw that neither side was moving. In the end it was impossible to lie down. Climbed out gingerly. Wan Cece's tent could still see people lying still. Jiang Yu wondered if she could have just fallen asleep. After all, he was pretty sure Wan Cece was still awake last night before he fell asleep. I guess with her kind of personality, it should be hard to sleep in the wilderness as well. Jiang Yu didn't call them. Whisper went to wash up. It was light, but the wind was still kind of pleasant. Jiang Yu walked to the place where he looked at the stars last night. Zhou Chao was seen writing and drawing on the drawing paper to the rising sun. It's also hard for her to still have the energy to sketch. Jiang Yu also believed that she was probably really used to coming out to play camping. This swimming and spirited state. Perhaps sensing the gaze, Zhou Chao turned her head to look over. When he saw Jiang Yu he even gave a hi and said in a meta manner, "Good morning ah." Jiang Yu smiled and walked over. "Good morning ah senior sister." His eyes swept over Zhou Chao's painting, which was indeed a sunrise scene. Zhou Chao learned to draw from a young age. Jiang Yu didn't hold back when she saw it and said, "Sister's drawing is really good." Zhou Chao glanced at her small drawing board, and simply handed it to Jiang Yu. "It's alright, I draw the sunrise every time I go camping. You can take a look at the front. I've been to a lot of places. I was so tired the first time I drew it before that I couldn't even climb up." Zhou Chao's favorability towards Jiang Yu was quite high, plus she was originally cheerful in nature. Naturally, he shared some interesting things about his travels with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu also took over and looked at the manuscript, and naturally chatted with her when she saw what looked good. People are naturally more passionate about things they are good at and enjoy. Both have their own opinions on painting and the conversation is somewhat endless, until the sun rises higher and higher. Wan Cece really didn't sleep much. A full count would probably only close her eyes for a little more than an hour. The first thing she saw when she opened her eyes was the small rose. The corners of his mouth had tickled uncontrollably. It then felt a little hot, and with a sweep of his eyes he could see that the people in the next tent were probably already up. So Wan Cece sat up without even giving it much thought. She got the sleeping bag off herself and then unzipped the tent. Many of the people in the camp were already up, so it counted as a bit noisy, but Wan Cece didn't care about the noise. With a sweep of his eyes, he quickly found the person he was looking for. "He's holding a stack of papers?" Was listening intently with a sideways glance to what the girl beside him, who was almost a head shorter than him, was saying. The eyes are seriously focused, and every now and then they nod in agreement. The corners of the girl's mouth that he was talking to were upturned, and occasionally she would point to the mountain in front of them and say something. Every time this happened the boys would turn their heads and look in the direction she was pointing. You'd have to say that the distance between them didn't seem to be intimate, but this scene, no matter how you looked at it, made Ruan Cece feel like an eyesore. She watched the scene in silence. The story Jiang Yu told last night flashed through his mind. The imprisonment in the basement. She actually felt pretty good. Couldn't go anywhere. Couldn't see anyone. Cece, good morning. Off the two tents beside her pulled open one after another. Zhou Xuanxuan's voice with exhaustion rang out. I've only slept for 3 or 4 hours. My brain is going to explode. That kind of going on a hike for a few days, how can I rest well? The little girl's complaint tittered, but it pulled back Ruan Shishi's dangerous thoughts. Good morning. Lu Chi's voice came from a little further away. Also breathless, Nguyen Cece blinked and retracted her gaze to look at them. Good morning. On the other side of the other tent across the side of the Chihan side is also moving. I guess everyone is getting up. Zhou Qiao was in the middle of talking when she noticed that Jiang Yu was a bit distracted, looking in the direction of the camp from time to time. This made her look back with some curiosity, and she saw that the group of schoolmates who came with Jiang Yu were up. Cho Cho laughed. Your friends are up. Jiang Yu retracted her gaze and smiled. Yeah, so I went back, schoolmate. It was fun talking to you. Saying that, he handed the drawing in his hand back to Zhou Qiao. Zhou Qiao was in a good mood when she took it and said, I feel happy too. You know a lot of things. Jiang Yu just laughed and didn't say much. After saying a couple more words to Zhou Qiao, he turned around and went back. Ruan Cece and the others had already finished washing up. Jiang Yu walked to Ruan Cece. She naturally handed over her thermos cup. Drink some water. We've been chatting for so long. Jiang Yu always felt that there was something in his words after he received it. He looked over at Ruan Cece, who was also looking at him. The emotions in his eyes were misty and not very clear. But in the sunlight, the eyebrows have nothing to hide. How can she still look so good when exhaustion and haggardness are written all over everyone's face? Yen Dog Jiang Yu's blood bar is cleared. The hand in his free hand gently rubbed Ruan Cece's head. Then up long? Lu Ji on the side was still looking at Zhou Qiao's back over there, his tone envious. What did you just talk about with your senior sister? Brother you? Jiang Yu mumbled and took a sip of water. It was warm water. It should be something she just went to fetch. Everyone wouldn't think there was anything wrong with Jiang Yu drinking from Ruan Cece's thermos so naturally. I didn't talk about anything. I just got up too and saw my schoolmate painting. Although Jiang Yu was answering Lu Ji's question, he was staring at Ruan Cece and said, how does this look like an explanation of something? Sure enough, Ruan Cece dropped her long eyelashes and took the thermos. You're both studying painting, so you must have a lot to talk about. Jiang Yu deliberately smiled inside. I don't know if I can eat dumplings dipped in vinegar in the morning. No, you're still picking breakfast when you come here. We're planning to buy a big meat bun and have a nice meal at the farmhouse under the mountain at noon. Shihan sucked in his saliva. Hey, not to mention, a little hungry. Jiang Yu just smiled and looked at Ruan Cece and hummed softly. Little vinegar bag. You don't need to buy vinegar when you go out. Chapter 140, Baby, you're a fairy. There was little reaction from the man called Jealousy Bun. Instead, the two girls who were close by felt that this breakfast was not a must. After all, they seemed to be a little full now. These two people have not yet chatted a couple of sentences. How this atmosphere is hooked and entangled. This still let people live. It's really, really, really good. Early morning sustenance starts with a bump of sugar. In the end, they are young and energetic. I didn't get much sleep at night, but I got up in the morning and rested. And after a big meatloaf they started packing. Zhou Qiao and the girls had also packed up, and came over to say hello and ask if they wanted to continue climbing. Jiang Yu shook his head. We're just here for the experience. One night card. Zhou Qiao smiled a little sadly and said, I thought I was a fellow traveler. So let's go first. Let's continue up the road. In the end, the group parted ways with the three schoolmates right here. It can be seen that there are really two factions on this side. One that continues to walk upwards just like Zhou Qiao and the others. One kind was like Jiang Yu and the others. The experience card came. Pack up and head down the mountain. Strangely enough, it felt like a long walk when I came up, but it's not much of an effort to go down. It doesn't feel like much of a chore either. The three girls also photographed flowers and grass along the way down. There was also a group photo. It was actually filmed last night, but everyone thought it was bad. After all, I was all sweaty and not looking too good by that time, and I was going to die of exhaustion. Did take a few shots halfway down. The girls are sort of happy with it. Jiang Yu took a look at it. Well, Ruan Cece is the best looking. As for whether the three boys are good or not, it doesn't matter. They're the greens. It's less than 2 hours down the hill. They had previously booked a B&B. Also did the check-in. Simply go back and shower and rest for a while. Then also book a small private room and eat together at noon. Since they were spending the night in the mountains, the room was booked for two. There's nothing wrong with taking a break in a room for 3. Jiang couldn't stand it and went to take a shower first. Boys get out of the shower in their pants and do a load of laundry. There's a dryer over here. This is extremely friendly to Zihan. After all, the kid didn't bring any clothes. Feel like you're going to stink. When I took a shower, I threw out my clothes for Jiang to dry together. Jiang just sat in front of the bathroom door drying his clothes with his upper body naked. The dryer is there, but it's a little small. Lucy took advantage of this time to go in the village to buy food from a family that said they sold specialty snacks. The kid was practicing sports and really had the best stamina of their group. That's what he said. It's easy to climb the mountain. So when the knock came from the door, it could only be Jiang to open it. At first I thought it was Ruan Cici and the others. After all, their room was right across the hall. Because the upper half of his body was not wearing clothes, Jiang opened the door when his body was hidden behind the door panel. Otherwise, how presumptuous, ah. But when I opened the door, it was an auntie with tea and fruit. Seeing Jiang just popped a head out and smiled. I'm here to deliver free fruit and tea. Jiang thought that this small B&B is still strange polite. He said with some embarrassment, Auntie, you put it at the door. I'll just take it later. Goo. What do you call auntie? Just call sister. I'm not much older than you guys. Don't be shy. We often see bare-chested men in the summer in our side of the village. Auntie cheerfully said, also reached out and pulled Jiang out. Jiang could only awkwardly take the tray. Auntie let out an ouch. The young man looks young and a little muscular. Jiang, I don't know why, but it feels like I'm being molested. He could only laugh bitterly. Luckily Auntie gave the tray. He then continued to push his car forward, not forgetting to urge, remember to give a good review, Ro. It's kind of a means of brushing up on reviews. Jiang amusedly carried the tray and closed the door to go in, then put it on the table and also saw a card on it. He thought it was some kind of thank you for staying card or something, but when I picked it up, it was printed with pure student girl, hot stewardess, taught maid. Underneath is a bright red hand number. On the back of the card was also a picture of a few teachers that Jiang found familiar. Well, it's the kind of enlightened teacher that a lot of people. Jiang. This time the phone vibrated a few times. It's a message from the group. Zhou Xianxian posted a couple pictures that also happened to be of the card. Nowadays, when you come to a farmhouse, all of them have this kind of service? Isn't this illegal? Jiang also took a shot in passing and posted it to the group. You also have this neglect is good. Shocked me for 100 years. It's too blatant, isn't it? We're a house full of girls, aren't we? So why is there no such thing as an innocent man? Jiang watched as the two girls plus a gossip shock Lucy chatted. Nguyen Cici wasn't sure if she was in the shower or not, but she didn't say anything anyway. Just after dropping the card, Jiang's cell phone vibrated again. A private chat from the top-ranked Ruan Cici. Which one do you prefer? This headless words made Jiang not react for a moment. Sent a question mark over. A picture was quickly posted over there. Isn't that the card Jiang just sent to the group? Jiang directly laughed. This is jealous again? None of them. Didn't I say I liked your kind? Ruan Cici held her cell phone and looked at the message from Jiang. She cocked her head slightly and tapped the front camera of her phone after exiting the background. Cell phone fronts such, if not the face value is very able to beat. Ordinary people should try less. Nguyen Cici stared at her face for a moment. Suddenly turning her head, she asked Zhou Xianxian next to her, what type of girl am I? Lu Qi just went in to take a shower. Zhou Xianxian, who was originally looking at her cell phone, immediately put down her phone when she heard this and looked at Ruan Cici, who was staring at her with a serious face. The expression was also much more serious. Baby, you're a fairy. Her tone was earnest and her expression serious, making Ruan Cici's bland expression suddenly crack a little. No, that's not what it means. But Zhou Xuanchuan's eyes were sparkling and looked shiny. Just, makes it easy to believe the crap she says. Zhou Xianxian just watched as her pale little face turned red and her eyes became flickering. Mentally, the groundhog starts screaming. You really are a fairy. She joyfully reached out and touched Ruan Cici's face. Hey, everyone's a girl. Why are you so good looking? God closed that window for you in the end. It sounded like it was tinged with indignation, but it was more of an envy and exclamation. The girl's friendship was so pure at the moment that even as cold as Ruan Cici felt her heart soften. But she remembered her purpose, and held up the card. Just what kind of type is in here? Zhou Xianxian, what? No, you're a fairy. What's the point of comparing with this thing? Chapter 141, Ruan Cici is really fond of the word imprisonment. Zhou Xuanchuan's gaze moved away from the small, inferior card and landed on the face of the girl in front of her, whose small face was slightly red with embarrassment because of being complimented. She still couldn't help but reach out and touch Ruan Cici's face, taking the small card out of her hand in the process. The tone was gentle. What mess can compare to you? This thing, what she said with a bit of excitement. Cici, you are a fairy. You know that, right? It's just a beautiful person with a good heart. A super beauty. These are all from small advertisements. Wearing different clothes is a different theme, but none of them are any good worth comparing. He said, rubbing her face hard. So we don't compare ourselves to these. Ruan Cece felt that Zhou Xianxian might have misunderstood. It's not like she's going to voluntarily compare herself to these things on her own, is it? She was simply curious as to what type of girl she was considered. Songwin Cece hesitated, but still explained. I didn't intend to compare. I just wanted to know what type I am. Zhou Xianxian looked at her serious explanation and said without thinking, high and cold goddess type. Pretty, refined but cold. Just looking at the appearances like this. Zhou Xianxian thought for a moment and added, just, the kind that's too pretty to be real. Nguyen Cece blinked, not like a real person? Is that some new adjective? It just so happened that Lu Qi came out of the shower, heard the line about being too pretty to be real. Curious, I ask, who, Creek, see, although asking if it's Creek, it's actually a tacit admission that it's her. Ruan Cece was a little amused. The corners of her mouth quirked up slightly. You guys have really strange adjectives. We surfers do, Zhou Xianxian said with a smile, then asked Ruan Cece curiously, why are you suddenly asking what type you are? Lu Qi had already walked over and sat to the side. Hearing Zhou Xuanxuan's words thoughtlessly and casually said, maybe it's because of brother you? I didn't realize that with a casual remark. Ruan Cece nodded. I asked him what type of girl he likes, and he said he likes girls like me, so I'm curious what type I am. Zhou Xianxian and Lu Qi? Looking at Ruan Cece with a smile on her face, Zhou Xianxian sighed. You really hasn't talked about it? He really would he said and glanced at the small rose that was placed next to him by Ruan Cece. The flowers are still blooming and beautiful. It's romantic, too. Anyway, Zhou Xianxian substitutes a little bit, feeling that if she meets such a heartfelt boy is unable to stand a little bit. Straight up, it's, hey handsome, naughty Finn? At this moment, Ruan Cece seriously retorted. He hasn't talked about it, we're the only women who come and go around him. Saying that, he also couldn't control a glance at Lu Qi. Lu Qi, who was wiping her hair, was looked at for a second to understand. I don't like you anymore. It has nothing to do with me. She sounded innocent. We're clean. Zhou Xianxian thought of that terrier, clean and white to give birth to two. Of course, she cannot dare to say, cannot let Lu Qi just like a person sin not to death. That possessiveness of Cece towards you is really scary. But you does have the potential to be a scumbag. He really does. Lu Qi also exclaimed. Ruan Cece pursed her lips. He's not going to be a scumbag. She wouldn't mind making him right if he did do the scummy thing. But until then, it's all about keeping his eyes on himself and nothing else. Nguyen Cece really likes the word captivity. Jiang Yu on the opposite side was still swiping his cell phone, completely unaware of how dangerous he was. Shihan's clothes were put aside, having just almost ruined them. Shihan had casually taken it and put it on when he came out, but it was still quite hot because it still had the heat from drying. He hissed as he asked, Lu Ji hasn't come back yet? No, he said to look again. Jiang Yu said. Shihan asked with an oh-so-quiet voice, so are we staying here tonight or going back in the afternoon? I told Mom and Dad I'd be back soon, but aren't all kids rebellious? We're out of here, so it's not a bad idea to stay one more night, right? Jiang Yu glanced at him and saw anticipation in his eyes. Is this kid going to stay the night? But Jiang Yu refused. I have something to do with Ruan Shishi tomorrow morning. Have to go to the hospital, so this really can't stay. Luckily, Shihan was big-hearted and thought nothing of it. If you want to come back next time. When Lu Shi came back and took a shower, their group finally went to eat. They have private rooms because of what was said in advance. What can I say about the farmhouse thing? Some people think it's delicious, others think it's just an average meal, crowdsourced. But Jiang Yu is very fond of it. The steamed fish over here is good. I heard the owner say that it was wild from his side of the country, and that someone from the village went fishing and came back and sold it to the owner. Not the homegrown kind, much tastier and not fishy. At this moment, Jiang Yu was sitting next to Ruan Cece, picking at the fish spines while listening to the little card they were still spitting out just now. Ruan Cece didn't say much. More of her gaze fell on Jiang Yu. The boy still had a smile on his face at this point, patiently picking at the fish. It was natural to put it in her bowl when it was picked. The movements are natural and don't even draw attention to themselves. Ruan Cece thought, Xian Xian and Lu Qi are right. Such Jiang Yu really does not look like the first time to talk. Well, but Ruan Cece also knows that Jiang Yu really hasn't talked about it. The two of them were together every day, and they themselves followed Jiang Yu like a little tail. Even the critters that walked past Jiang Yu had to be female. So Jiang Yu was really born this good? Jiang Yu felt some coldness in his back and looked sideways at the person beside him. What are you looking at me for? Eat quickly. The fish won't taste good if it gets cold. Nguyen Shishi flashed a smile. Okay, and then really started to behave and eat. They ate this meal rather quickly. It was mainly because Chihan and the others felt hungry. It was just after 2 p.m. when we finished eating, and the crowd bought tickets for the 3:30 train. Eat and check out and go to the station at just the right time. But it sounds like a matter of a few words, and it's still quite a rush when you really have to get there. It wasn't until she got in the car and sat down that Jiang Yu felt relieved. Sent a message to Mr. Su before putting down his phone. Beside him, Ruan Cece handed him a jelly. Originally Jiang Yu wanted to not eat it, but Ruan Cece said seriously, "It's delicious." Jiang Yu ate it anyway. Peach flavor. Seeing him eat it, Ruan Cece took one for herself. Only just in my mouth suddenly came the words, "I heard that kissing tongue is similar to jello? Is that true, Jiang Yu?" Cough cough cough. Barely choked. Zhou Xianxian and Lu Qi, who were separated by a walkway, looked over. What? Qi Han, who was reaching out, also popped his head up. "What's wrong you?" Chapter 142. Jiang Yu's brain and body. Even his whole body spoke of liking Ruan Shishi. Jiang Yu waved his hand while looking at the originator beside him. Nguyen Cece also thoughtfully reached around his back to give him a pat. Her eyes, "Do you want some water?" Jiang Yu waved his hand and first told Zhou Xianxian and the others, "I'm fine." The crowd saw that he had only choked and turned a little red in the face, as if there was indeed nothing wrong with him. So it's not long before you're sitting back in your seat. Tickets were purchased in advance this time, so a few people were sitting close together. At this time, Jiang Yu saw them all sit back down before he lowered his voice and spoke. "What kind of mess are you looking at? And kissing like jello? Does that make sense?" Anyway, Jiang Yu didn't feel like it. No, how did it even get off track? Jiang Yu looked at Ruan Shishi with a serious face. Ruan Cece also handed him water and whispered, "You're reacting too much, aren't you? I just read what the internet said." Jiang Yu is also finally know why we need to get a youth anti-addiction reminder. What do you read every day? He reached out and pinched Ruan Cece's face with some helplessness and some amusement. "Those are all nonsense on the internet. If you want to know, you kiss with me?" Before he could finish his sentence, Ruan Cece happily interrupted and came over with her small mouth. Try. Jiang Yu was amused by his pouting little mouth begging for a kiss. Really? Although Ruan Cece is very good looking, which if a beautiful woman begging for a kiss how can not be moved? But Jiang Yu looked at Ruan Cece at this moment more than anything else and thought she was cute. I really couldn't resist reaching out and cupping her pouting mouth and letting out a chuckle. Nice try. No ducky kisses. Ruan Cece, who was called a duckling, reached out and peeled away Jiang Yu's hand, then looked at him with grudging eyes. "I'm the prettiest even if I'm a duckling." Jiang Yu nodded in agreement. "Well, Ruan Xiaoxi is the prettiest and cutest little duck." Although he was praised, Ruan Shishi always felt that something was not right? But nothing seemed out of place. Jiang Yu still rubbed her small face with his hand. "Take a nap?" Ruan Cece shook her head. "I'm not sleepy. Can I ask a question?" Although it was a question, but being looked at by such a pair of big eyes, it was simply impossible for Jiang Yu to refuse. "Ah, you asked. It feels like you're good at falling in love. Born with it?" Ruan Cece asked with a serious face. Jiang Yu? "No, what do you mean he's good at love? It's not worth it, Master Qingtang. He was almost single and a virgin for decades. Luckily, being tied up that much." "Nope, got sidetracked again." Jiang Yu directly laughed in anger. "How did you see that I would fall in love? I don't even know myself." What Xianxian and Lu Qi and the others said, I also think it makes sense. Ruan Cece looked at Jiang Yu and whispered, "You're good at flirting." It always seemed as if a single careless movement could make Ruan Cece lose control of her heartbeat. This is so awesome. Jiang Yu froze for a moment. He didn't know he was good at flirting. Did he do something? Finally Jiang Yu looked at Ruan Shishi seriously and said, "I don't call that teasing. It's something I really want to give you. It's like when I go out alone and see a flower on the side of the road. I'll wonder if you'll like it today. When I see a small snack, I can't help but think that it's Ruan Xiaoxi's favorite snack. Passing by your favorite milk tea store would want to buy it for you." Jiang Yu's tone was relaxed with a smile. "These are instincts. It's my brain that rules me. This means that my body is going crazy telling me how much I like you. It's instinctive to be nice." Jiang Yu's voice was not loud, with laughter and gentleness, but it landed heavily on Ruan Cece's heart. Instantly, all the love words are weak at this moment. Jiang Yu's brain and body, even his whole body spoke of liking Ruan Cece, so being nice to her is instinctive, not something you learn on purpose or tease or anything. Ruan Cece's mood instantly changed for the better after hearing this, but still whispered, "So you wouldn't do that to someone else, would you?" Jiang Yu rolled his eyes. "I have one stinky kid like you and that's enough." Ruan Cece finally knew why Zhou Xianxian and the others said that reading novels and everything was sweet before. She was unable to see the sweetness or understand why they would expect to fall in love. But at this moment, Ruan Cece seemed to understand that feeling. She also finally realized that being in love was really sweet. No, maybe it's not the relationship that's sweet. It's this person she's in a relationship with. Before Jiang Yu could react, he felt a boop kiss on his cheek. A girl's lips are still different from a boy's, soft and slightly warm. It landed gently on the side of his face. I will also only like you. Ruan Cece will only like Jiang Yu. Accompanied by the departure of her lips, the girl's softly spoken utterances fell into Jiang Yu's ears. He felt it all, starting with his ears and going all the way up his body. After all, it's the first time we've talked about it. And no, we haven't talked about it yet. But it felt like it really made your heart beat faster than you could control. After Ruan Cece kissed and finished, she also reached out and pulled up Jiang Yu's hand, clasping her fingers together and gently placing it on her lap. She smiled sweetly at Jiang Yu when he looked at her. The sun was still shining at 3 or 4 p.m. Even with the curtains drawn, it was still bright in the car. The car wasn't exactly quiet. It was even kinda loud. But in this environment, Jiang Yu heard the sound of two hearts slowly approaching each other. They took baby steps toward each other, just shy of embracing each other. For the first time, Jiang Yu felt that time was passing so slowly. If only it were faster. The surprise he'd prepared, the confession he wanted to make. He wanted to be with Ruan Cece officially, with the blessing of all his friends. Unfortunately, Ruan Cece's birthday was a no-show, but she had to get up early to go to the hospital the next day. In contrast, Jiang Yu looked more nervous than Ruan Cece, the rightful owner of the scar, to be removed. In the morning, Jiang Weiman sent them to the hospital and brought the people to the doctor. And with a few words of advice he hurried off to work. Today's doctor is a woman, very gentle, kind, talking like a child. She first looked at Nguyen Cece's scar and said it was fine. It was easy, not hard, but her eyes reddened a bit after seeing the dense scars and some growth marks on her back. It's a very gentle doctor. I'll get you fixed up. She smiled at Ruan Cece and said, trust me. Nguyen Cece looked at the doctor in front of her. Naturally, she didn't miss her eyes with heartache. This made Ruan Cece a little embarrassed, because she doesn't understand what's so heartbreaking about strangers. But at this point nodded dutifully. Please, doctor. Jiang Yu outside the curtain was a bit nervous. When will the doctor start? Half an hour later, the curtain was pulled back and the doctor looked at Jiang Yu and smiled. Why do you look more nervous than the person in question? Chapter 143, I'll take off my clothes when I go back and show you. The person in question was straightening his clothes and glanced at Jiang Yu at the words, just in time to meet his worried gaze. Jiang Yu smiled at her. Then looking at the doctor he said seriously, I do worry more than she does. Just please, doctor. The doctor froze for a moment at his words, then smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll be very, very serious. If not, sincerity is always a sure thing. At this moment, the doctor would only sigh in his heart that the two children in this Dr. John's family had a really good relationship. Ruan Cece she got her own clothes and walked out, walking to Jiang Yu's side and still not forgetting to pacify. It's fine. It's just a minor surgery. Jiang Yu, he's the one who's worried, isn't he? Didn't resist reaching out and flicking her forehead. The two waited off to the side for a while before Ruan Cece went in. Jiang Yu sat outside waiting, more or less distracted. In the end, it was simply a matter of taking out my cell phone and watching to chat with them to divert my attention. It's talking to Chihan and the others. Cell phone suddenly received a photo sent by Zhou Qiao. It's a couple of sunrise and sunset shots. It should have been taken as they were moving up the hill. It's pretty. This one also looks good painted. Here's a quick sketch of Zhou Qiao. WeChat was actually added after we met while camping. Perhaps it was because there was a common topic of conversation. So Zhou Qiao sent the photo to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu looked and felt very pretty indeed, whether it's a photo or a drawing. Zhou Qiao was an amazing person, and Jiang Yu did like the things she drew. So the two had a chat. Zhou Qiao's conversation turned back to Ruan Cece. Tell Jiang Yu to talk about it. Just draw it once. Jiang Yu still did not agree, just smiled and said, pretty little girl, quite a lot. Our family this is not willing to, even if. I didn't expect Zhou Qiao to reply. There are a lot of pretty little girls, but not many of them are so distinctive. Everyone is unique. Cece gives me a great feeling. Jiang Yu thought. No wonder Zhou Qiao could paint such spiritual paintings. Just the fact that she can feel this realization that everyone is unique is more impressive than most. But Jiang Yu still took the initiative to change the subject and didn't pick up on the matter of being a lobbyist. No one can force Ruan Cece to do what she doesn't want to do, not even by himself. Chihan and the others had obviously just come home yesterday and were making noise about coming out to play again. It's all about playing ball. Jiang Yu refused, really not available. But Zihan and the others had a date. After all, it was supposed to be a date in a playing group. There was supposed to be a group of them who played together in middle school, so it's still pretty easy to ask someone out. Jiang Yu also took the time to read how to take care of good precautions after removing scars. It's pretty serious to watch, so the time went by fast. Ruan Cece came out looking no different than when she went in, just a little whiter, but she was already white and it didn't look very noticeable. The doctor called them over and gave them some precautions and prescribed some medication to apply, and then let them can go back. It's really only a minor, minimally invasive procedure. Out of the way. Jiang Yu took Ruan Cece down with him and asked worriedly, "Does it hurt?" When Cece wanted to say it didn't hurt. What was this? But looking at him with a frown of worry, he finally nodded and said, "Kind of, more in the back." Jiang Yu's brows couldn't help but furrow already, his gaze falling on her back. "Naturally, you can't see anything. Even summer clothes aren't this transparent." When Cece noticed and said, "I'll take it off for you when I get back. This is a hospital. Hospitals are always crowded no matter what time of day it is." At this point they were on the elevator, surrounded by people. Even if Ruan Cece's voice wasn't too loud, but people would hear it. That's why Jiang Yu felt various gazes falling on him. Jiang Yu, no, things really aren't what they think they are. But how do you explain this stuff? Ruan Cece was fine. The face didn't change color. She's always been cool in these things. This time is no exception. In the end, Jiang Yu could only pretend that he didn't see the gazes that people landed on his face. Looking ahead with the same expressionless face as Ruan Cece, just holding Ruan Shishi's footsteps when he got off the elevator was a bit urgent anyhow. "I always feel like I'm being followed by a gaze behind me when I walk away." Ruan Cece didn't struggle as he pulled his wrist forward. Jiang Yu was probably afraid of her pain, so he basically just gently circled her wrist. But Ruan Cece followed him obediently without even thinking about it. She arched her eyebrows and looked at Jiang Yu with a bright smile in her eyes. Jiang Yu called a car before he came down, so they can just get in the car when they get to the hospital entrance. Jiang Yu was relieved when he got into the car. He looked at the person beside him after the car had driven out. "A little helpless, don't you talk nonsense." Ruan Cece looked at Jiang Yu and asked vainly, "What's nonsense?" She thought about it for a moment and asked, "Is that the one that just came out about going back and me taking it off for you? Is that something you can't say out loud?" Jiang Yu, he saw the older brother of the driver who was driving give them a look. He reached out and pressed his hand to Ruan Cece's face, covering her entire face. "Shut up." At the same time pushed back slightly harder. Nguyen Cece cooperated by being pushed a little bit of her little face, and did not get angry, smiling and also smiling. Jiang Yu didn't want to discuss the topic of taking it off to him anymore. Just ask Ruan Cece if the surgery was difficult or not, or something like that. Nguyen Cece did answer seriously that it really wasn't that hard, but it was certainly uncomfortable as well. Just the level of discomfort was nothing to Ruan Cece. Hearing this, Jiang Yu was relieved. Suyin was also at home when he arrived, pulling Ruan Cece to ask a lot of questions with concern. He also pulled into the room to look at those wounds. Jiang Yu, who was shut out, "I want to see it too." But thinking is useless. If he dares to open his mouth, Mr. Su dares to whip her. In the end, Mr. Su made all the dinners very light. After all, Nguyen Cece was on a diet for a while. This made Ruan Cece a little embarrassed. "Auntie Su, no need to patronize me. I'm fine with white rice. You know Jiang Yu's tastes have always been heavier. Today's dish was not eaten by Jiang Yu before, and it's a poor soup." Suyin glanced at Jiang Yu as soon as she heard this. "Jiang Yu, who's eating? Why are you looking at me? Why are you looking at me? You don't need to be concerned about your brother. He just always eats heavy flavors. And this won't work either. We're all eating light for a while," he said, and also gave Jiang Yu a cabbage. "Eat yours." Innocent Jiang Yu, he's really fine with it. He can eat without eating heavy flavors. It's all Ruan Cece sighed in her heart. She can ignore her brother, but she can't ignore the boy she likes. Chapter 144, Can I Kiss You? Just one bite. Jiang Yu really didn't have enough to eat at night either, because the dinner meal was really too light. So when he was lying in bed after 1 a.m., contemplating whether or not to sneak in a takeout order, he always felt like he caught a whiff of a scent. Just when Jiang Yu thought he was hallucinating from hunger, the phone vibrated. Jiang Yu picked it up and looked at it. It was a message from Ruan Cece. "Open the door." "Jiang Yu?" He glanced at his darkened room. "Lights off." How did she know she wasn't asleep? Still, Jiang Yu quickly got up from the bed, and turned on the lamp, then walked to the door and pulled it open. Then the door opened and there was a smell. It's the flavor of instant noodles. Still spicy. It smelled too good for the already hungry Jiang Yu. Immediately belly screamed. Nguyen Shi whispered after nimbly entering. "Close the door. The smell is too strong." Jiang Yu smoothly closed the door and looked at her with amusement. "What are you doing?" "Bringing you a late night snack. I bought Chongqing Xiao Mian last time. Added fried egg salami, and boneless phoenix claws." Jiang Yu, Guldan, sound of swallowing. A minute later the two sat down at the desk and Ruan Cece watched Jiang Yu eat and brought him an ice coke. Jiang Yu's face was satisfied. He could be too comfortable. Although the small noodles is a half-finished process, but this fried egg and sausage are made by Ruan Cece. Nguyen Cece also unscrewed the coke for him. "Slow down. Is it enough to eat?" Jiang Yu naturally wanted her to take the first sip, but just handed it over and suddenly remembered that she couldn't drink it, withdrew his hand and took a sip himself, pulled open the drawer and took out a bottle of milk from it and handed it to Ruan Cece. When Cece reached out and took it. Poke it open and take a sip. Then I heard Jiang Yu exhale comfortably. Hey, comfortable. Definitely enough to eat. You've got more ingredients than noodles. But can you make this? Will there be any heat rushing up from these? When Cece raised her hand in her long pajamas. I'm blocking it all. It's okay. Is this good? Jiang Yu nodded. Maybe I'm hungry. I think it's delicious. Ruan Cece looked just as happy. Then eat quickly. I knew you weren't full. So are you hungry? I'm not hungry. I'll make it for you. If it's not enough I'll make it again? No, there's no need to eat too much at night. The two men's voices were muffled, with light still coming through the doorway, completely unnoticed that the door to the room next to Jiang Yu was also open. Jiang Weiman and Suyin were standing at the door, listening to the siblings whispering. The living room to the doorway was a scent. Finally Jiang Weiman pulled Suyin in and closed the door. The couple got back into bed and Suyin was a bit amused. Like two little mice. Do they still think they are moving very little? Jiang Weiman smiled back. So you're not still going out to look around? I don't feel comfortable not looking at these guys. Dinner isn't good either. Although it was said to be a complaint, there was a helpless favor in his voice. Jiang Weiman took his wife's hand and corrected it very seriously. I guess it's just that your son wanted to eat it and Cece made it for him. This kid is lazy as hell. Suyin also laughed. Your son you still dislike on? I wouldn't dare. Jiang Weiman immediately said. Your son and Cece aren't the apple of your eye? I wouldn't dare to dislike them. Suyin was amused, but didn't retort. After all, her husband was right. The children were supposed to be the apple of her eye. I wanted a girl before, but we can't have a second child here either. Luckily I have Cece. You don't even know how many people envy me. Having a child as understanding as Cece. And little fish is also very understanding. They're all good children. Su Yin's voice carried a sense of complacency and relief. Looking at them being happy every day. I'm happy. Jiang Weiman gently patted her with a sigh in his tone. I was thinking that bringing Cece back was too much trouble before, but now I feel that you did the right thing. That must be right. Cece is such a good kid. The couple whispered about the two children. It wasn't until Jiang Weiman was silent for a while that he suddenly spoke. However, both children are older. You need to talk to Cece about the distance between men and women. After all, they aren't real siblings. Jiang Weiman said this is not to suspect anything. It just didn't always feel right to have two kids together in the middle of the night. But Suyin said without thinking, why aren't they brother and sister? The two children grew up together. Their relationship is better than many siblings. You specifically said this. Cece think too much how to do? Originally, little girls are sensitive. Dr. Jiang, you always think too much. It was only then that Dr. Jiang, who had been told off by his daughter-in-law when he spoke, didn't dare to open his mouth. Hurriedly apologizing that they were just siblings was his own nonsense. Coaxing his daughter-in-law to go. A wall of siblings thought they were hiding it so well that mom and dad didn't know they were stealing food. Anyway, Jiang Yu ate to his heart's content. A small bottle of Coke is finished. The whole thing is comfortable. Jiang Yu leaned back in his chair and watched Ruan Cece finish her milk. Gwen Shishi put down the milk carton to look at the drawer where he had just taken out the milk. Jiang Yu noticed and asked, "Still want to drink?" Ruan Cece shook her head. "No more. I'm full." "But why do you have milk here?" Jiang Yu gave an "Oh, put it by hand. There are also the bear cookies that you liked to eat before. Do you want to eat it?" Ruan Cece watched as he pulled open the drawer, which contained a really good amount of small snacks, and at a glance, there were many that Ruan Cece liked to eat. Jiang Yu likes to eat less. This one looks like it's for her. No wonder Jiang Yu always took out snacks and put them in Ruan Cece's hand from time to time when he was writing homework over here before. Every time I see Gwen Cece, I stop for a snack and then take a break in the process. At this point she happily asked, "Was it specially prepared for me?" Jiang Yu looked at her little face that still looked like it was lit up under the table lamp. "It's all what you love to eat. Isn't it for you or for me?" Gwen Cece was even happier to hear the exact answer. She looked at Jiang Yu's face and finally her gaze landed on his lips. Having eaten something spicy, Jiang Yu's lips were now very red. He was already sort of white, and it looked like his lips were even redder. Gwen Cece said, a little haunted, "I want to try." Jiang Yu looked at the snacks in the drawer. "Want to try something? Try that noodle, is it good?" Ruan Cece came a little closer, and Jiang Yu turned his head and the tip of his nose even gently brushed against her face. "Can I kiss you? Just one kiss." Jiang Yu? Chapter 145, From Monster to Human. Only because the one who had been holding her was called Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu must sometimes admit that he might be a bit wooden and straight, because at this time his first reaction was, no. Ruan Cece had just had surgery and couldn't eat spicy food, then reached up and covered his lips. It may be that it's only touch and go, but it's not going to work. So Ruan Cece saw Jiang Yu cover her mouth so directly and quickly? Gwen Cece? Revealing that Jiang Yu's eyes were quite large. His eyes somewhat resembled Su Yin's, round, with slightly drooping eyes. just by looking at her eyes. Jiangyu gives off the illusion that she's a bit girly and gentle, but luckily the whole face showing won't. That's why Lu Qi had said before that Jiangyu was not bad looking, the kind of guy who would have a gentle feeling towards compared to other guys. It's probably also to do with the fact that both parents in the family are people with this kind of temperament. The family influence is quite strong. At this time Jiangyu covered his mouth, revealing a section of the nose and the eyes, slightly widened, like some very frightened. It was as if Nguyen Cece was going to do something to him. The two of them were already very close, and at that moment, Nguyen Cece looked into those eyes of his own eyes were full of incredulity, finally grunted, and had to be small, afraid of disturbing Suyin and the others, stealing sensation in full force. Jiangyu, she muttered in a low voice, remember, it's past 12 o'clock and today's Jiangyu not only didn't say he likes me but also won't let me kiss. The voice was exasperated, like a child holding a grudge. Jiangyu was straight up laughing. He released the palm covering his mouth and chuckled. You can't eat spicy food. He was saying that. He looked at her little face that flew over and pinched her lips. Still playing sneak attack? Ah? You just had surgery. Ruan Cece grunted and reached out to pull Jiangyu's hand away. It's also a bit deflated. Yeah, you can't fool around with the surgery you just had. You can't do it for nothing. Jiangyu looked at her grunting with anger like a little piggy, but also randomly pinched his hand to play. His heart was soft. I'll do it for you when it's ready. Ruan Cece looked up at him with eyes like he was looking at a cutie. Am I trying to test the surface? I clearly just want to kiss you. Well, such a righteous hooligan, aren't you? Let's just say it's worthy of you. Nguyen Shishi. Jiangyu was all angry and laughing. Ruan Cece looked at the smile on Jiangyu's face and couldn't control herself from raising the corners of her lips. She cocked her head slightly, since it was nighttime and she'd just come in having detached her casually tied hair. Long, silky hair slid down slightly as she moved. It's beautiful. The girl's pretty face glowed even under the dim table lamp. The light smile on her face slowly overlapped with the shy but nervous one she'd had as a child. Jiangyu looked at the person in front of him, and in his heart, he seemed to finally know what he had come back for this trip. Jiangyu was thinking about it when he was reborn before. Himself is different from many male protagonists in novels. He doesn't really have too many regrets in his life. Growing up all the way into my 20s was smooth sailing. The family is harmonious and has not even experienced any major events in their lives. Aside from the fact that he had never found a suitable girlfriend, Jiangyu really hadn't thought that he had any particularly big regrets. So it took him a short time to accept the fact of his own death in the first place. Even after realizing that Ruan Cece didn't even hate her much after she got him killed because of Oolong. Of course fear was unavoidable. Just can't let go of his mom and dad. And this turned out to be a rebirth? Now that Jiangyu was looking at the girl in front of him, he thought to himself that the significance of his rebirth seemed to be important as well. Such a Ruan Shishi was clearly two people from the Ruan Shishi who sat in her previous life in a rented house talking to her corpse. Nguyen Cece is fine now. Anywhere is good. The little flower that Jiangyu carefully fed is blooming a little bit. There were many flowers in the world, but Jiangyu thought that Ruan Shishi was the most special, because it's something he's fed a little bit. He held her hand a little bit through the years. Jiangyu was an only child, and he never imagined that he would grow up slowly with another child. It's a hard feeling to describe and express, but at this moment, looking at Ruan Shishi in front of him, he felt that no matter how much he was doing nothing in the future, but as long as Ruan Shishi lived a good life and was healthy, then it's worth it for him to do it all over again. At this time Jiangyu said seriously, Ruan Xiaoxi should always be happy and always be so positive. Ruan Cece froze for a moment, but didn't think it was strange for him to say that, and just asked in a small voice, so you'll always be there for me? As long as you're always there, I'll always be what you want me to be. Jiangyu smiled and nodded. I'll always be there. Ruan Cece smiled back and said, as you wish then. Ruan Cece ended up not being able to kiss Jiangyu, being driven back to bed. She didn't have to clean up the dishes either, but Ruan Cece didn't go to sleep immediately after going back. She got her little book out of the drawer. The newest page that opens is written a lot. It's all about Jiangyu. The last paragraph of the article reads, I like you like a typhoon passing through. Powerful. But you are located in the eye of the typhoon. As if you do not realize how heavy this kind of like. But what does that have to do with anything? My three views and morals are actually very weak, but they are also very strong because they have a unifying name of Jiangyu. Jiangyu, I like you. I was originally a swampy mud that spread unchecked in the darkness, but it happened that you found a seed from it, and slowly I was raised by you to become a little rose in the sun. Do you want someone to pick your little rose? But your roses will only belong to you, and when the visitors are not you, they will eventually become fertilizer for the swamp beneath my feet. Jiangyu, either you love me or I'll die, and we'll die together. We'll only belong to each other in the end. I'm not generous or kind, but I'm willing to be what you want me to be for you, provided you belong to me and only me. Nguyen Creek Creek, October 4th, 2:36 a.m. When Cece looked at these words that she had written with a single stroke, the words raged underneath them in a way that a boy across a wall wouldn't know. When Cece won't let him know either. Such a raging, unabashed and even paranoid love. We can't let Jianyu know now. When Cece is an emotionless monster, but she has an owner whose name is Jianyu. Slowly, she seems to be learning to be one. From monster to human. Just because the one who has been holding her is called Jianyu. Ruan Cece gently touched her book and said to herself in her heart, do well as Ruan Cece, be the perfect Ruan Cece in Jianyu's eyes. Nothing else matters. If he liked her like this, she could pretend for the rest of her life. Chapter 146. She's still confident in her grades. When they woke up the next day, Suyin and Jiang Weiman both pretended that they hadn't seen the two mice stealing food last night. Jianyu and Ruan Cece even looked as usual, as if nothing had happened. Naturally, they did not know that the adults in the family last night, but they knew what they had done. The National Day holiday was coming to an end, and it was a rare occasion for all four of them to be at home. During breakfast, Suyin mentioned that Wang Feng's son had taken a daughter-in-law and invited them to a banquet. Sometimes you say people really are so strange. Obviously when their family moved out before Wang Feng's jealous face and quarrel. But before, in the matter of Ruan Cece and Ruan Daitian, the first and most active person to make a statement was Wang Feng. He also went to the hospital a couple times to deliver soup to Nguyen Cece. It may have been fun to watch, but it was more or less with a bit of heartache. It seems that in the traditional sense, there are no pure good guys or pure bad guys. The complexity of human nature is really hard to fathom. They look at you having a good time and get all shady and uncomfortable everywhere. But seeing that you're having a bad time, it does create a feeling of compassion. That's human nature. At this moment, Jianyu was a bit stunned. No, doesn't she have grandchildren for both of her sons? Why is there a son getting married again? Suyin gave an O. Before, the youngest son and daughter-in-law were not old enough to get a license at that time. Now make up the banquet, ah? Jianyu asked smoothly. I didn't expect Suyin to shake her head. No, Wang Feng found someone to reintroduce a girl to her youngest son, as if the family still has a little bit of money, and received a license to set up a banquet. Now the other three froze. Jiang Weiman asked, so, what about the original, that one? Suyin sighed. Driven away. The child stayed. The person did not receive a license and did not set up a wine, gave some money to get rid of. Jianyu, 6, Wang Feng family routine operation. Nguyen Shishi said, but de facto marriage is also. Suyin gave Ruan Cece a chicken leg. You really think their family is some kind of meat and potatoes? I heard that the little daughter-in-law also do not want to live with them. Voluntarily take the money to go. This family is messy enough, he said and gave a fierce look at Ruan Cece. You don't want to be like these brainless things. Living with someone so young for so many years and still giving birth to a child. Now it's good. That girl is only 23 years old now, and the child is 6 or 7 years old. What's going on here? Don't they teach you at home? Normally you're not supposed to graduate college until you're in your 20s. And the kids are so old. Suyin wanted to sigh. Ruan Cece immediately said in a well-behaved manner. I know, Aunt Sue. My goal is to study well and get into the ideal university. Jianyu laughed from the sidelines. Thinking you better. What might your goal be? Hearing Jianyu's laughter, Ruan Shishi looked at him. Jianyu didn't hide and just smiled at her. The two children's eyebrow lawsuit. Suyin, they don't have time to care. Jiang Weiman said that people will not go. The gift will be sent on the line. Originally, didn't Wang Feng and the others invite their family because they were receiving gifts? Jianyu also muttered in a low voice. Isn't it bad to give gifts? I wouldn't give it if I did. After all, he didn't have a good impression of Wang Feng. Jiang Weiman let out a sigh. Sometimes the things of the human world can't be avoided. Although Wang Feng, this person, forget about not evaluating, but when you were a child she also helped bring you up. Always remembering people's bad. It's too tiring to live like this. He smiled and looked at the two children. People live a life. It's better to remember more good things. Otherwise this heart can't afford it. How tiring. The one who is affected is himself. Jianyu has heard a lot of this kind of talk. To put it nicely, is open-minded. To put it bluntly, is a bit rotten good guy. You don't have to tell me that the family has this kind of personality. Otherwise there wouldn't be an extra Ruan Cece in the family now. Anyway, Suyin had only warned the two children in passing about what was important at this stage of their lives anyway. The two naturally didn't dare to refute, and obediently answered yes, yes, yes. Then Suyin mentions that the school sports day is at the end of October after she goes back on the 4th of July. I heard that Jiangyu's school sports day will last 4 or 5 days. Jiangyu heard Lu Ji mention it before and thought it was impossible, but I didn't think it was true. No, people's school celebrations don't take this long. Is the school planning to organize an Olympics? Jianyu didn't hold back from spitting. The main thing is that this life is really different from the last. The students around me are different. Plus they didn't have a swimming pool at their school in a previous life. And the school sports day was only 2 days. Suin let out a sigh. Who knows? I heard about it from a teacher at your school I met in the last 2 days. But if you guys don't attend, I can get you a leave of absence. Suin wasn't strict in this kind of thing. The main thing was that 5 days of school athletics was indeed a bit long. Might as well take a vacation and keep the kids home. Jiang Weiman added. Not taking part in some competitions? Jiang Yu said. I don't know. Let's see then. Ruan Cece originally wanted to say that she would take a leave of absence. But after glancing at Jiang Yu, well, let's take a look at it first. The latter days of the 4th of July vacation went by quickly. They soon went back to school. Nguyen Cece had planned it well. Didn't she have to apply that gel after the surgery? You can go to Jiang Yu. Unfortunately, Suin remembers it better than she does and comes to apply it to Ruan Cece on time every time. She hadn't a chance in hell. I can only console myself with the fact that I haven't recovered yet. It doesn't look good. Don't show it to Jiang Yu. When we got back to school, the whole class was downcast and lethargic. Post-vacation syndrome. Not wanting to go to school. Mr. Tang has tried very hard to encourage them, with little effect. The first 3 days after the festival, a large part of the class lay down. Jiang Yu is also one of them. It's really strange. There's not much difference in the routine between vacation and classes, but as long as I'm in class, it's as if my body is being emptied out. Of course there are exceptions. Classmate Nguyen Shishi, excellent student in the eyes of the teacher. Really, all the teachers looked at her with love in their eyes. No, I hear there's going to be another contest. Ruan Cece originally did not want to participate, but the teacher said that when the time comes, there are extra points, and the most important thing is that the first place has a prize of $10,000. Well, Nguyen Cece's heart is in the right place, but that would mean that she would have to go to the step classroom every day during her evening study hall. That's why she didn't want to go before. She wanted to have evening study with Jiang Yu in the classroom. Jiang Yu pinched her ponytail after hearing this. What are you thinking? Of course I'm going to go. There will be extra points when the time comes. That's a bonus point on the entrance exam. It's a pity that Jiang Yu doesn't have that skill anymore. Ruan Cece, however, said, I can still do well on the test even without extra credit. She's still confident in her grades. Jiang Yu said seriously, but I heard that the last first prize winner, all the prizes those added up, more than 800,000 over $800,000 would buy them a nice house here now. Okay. Chapter 147, whether or not to add points is not the point. The main thing is to win honor for the school. Ruan Cece, who heard more than $800,000, was silent for a while. Then he seriously said to Jiang Yu, brother, be good and wait for me in the classroom. I'll come back for you after class. Bright Big Eyes just smiled and looked at Jiang Yu. The main thing is, this is 800,000 brother, not $80. Jiang Yu looked at her and laughed outright. Little fortune hunter. It's not about the extra points. It's about the school. Jiang Yu was dying of laughter when he heard Ruan Cece say this with a serious face, but also noticed this small change in Nguyen Cece. You see, it's all jokes. Jiang Yu also had his own little mind. Before the school sports day, it was Nguyen Cece's birthday, so Jiang Yu has to prepare. But usually Ruan Cece stayed with him every day. How to prepare for it? It's not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence. Here's an opportunity. Nguyen Cece went to evening study that night after giving her teacher an answer the next day. Jiang Yu went out on leave. Don't ask why you need to take a vacation from school, not just skip it. The fences of the first high school are inserted with sharp glass. So far I haven't seen any warrior climb the wall to get out. And the new campus surveillance is all good. That's not a good way to skip class. It's still okay to take an honest vacation. Jiang Yu can also ask for a leave of absence smoothly. Just say that he has a stomach ache. The school nurse's office is not open at night. Mr. Tang guessed that he also had a bit of a filter on Jiang Yu being the child of a teacher's family, and approved it without much thought, and asked if we should take him to the doctor. Jiang Yu said no need. His plan was to just go and return quickly, then go and wait in front of the stairwell before the evening study session ended so that he could receive Ruan Cece. Nguyen Cece wouldn't have noticed that he hadn't been studying late. Jiang Yu had just walked out of the school gate when she received a message from Chihan. Why did I just seem to see you running away with your backpack? Jiang Yu replied, yes, I've taken a leave of absence. Something's come up. After replying, he left Chihan alone. Looking up and looking around, he saw Zhao Lin, who was smoking and waiting not far away. Zhao Lin guessed that he had already seen him and just waved his hand. Jiang Yu walked over. Been waiting long? Zhao Lin dropped the rest of the cigarette but he was holding. It's okay, but you good students skip class too? Jiang Yu smiled and said, good students don't skip class. I took a vacation. Zhao Lin felt that this Jiang Yu was really quite strange. Received a message from him when he felt rare. At this time glanced at Jiang Yu. Call a car. I know a place that meets your requirements. There are not many people at night. Fireworks and anything else. But at most the kind of jet put up to the sky of the kind of estimates will attract attention. At that he paused. Still curious, and asked, "What about you picking up girls?" "Yeah, picking up girls." Jiang Yu laughed and thought for a moment. "No, I should say it's confessing to the girl you love." Zhou Lin ate up and laughed. "That's a really pretentious way of putting it, you cultured people." Jiang Yu just laughed. The reason he would seek out Zhao Lin was also simple. Wan Cici's birthday was not a Saturday day. The beach that Jiang Yu had planned to go to naturally couldn't go. He didn't know what was wrong with him, but he just had an obsession with setting off fireworks. Maybe it's because in middle school when they were coming home from night studies suddenly they saw fireworks rising in the sky. It was a pretty normal day. Actually, the fireworks that suddenly rose into the air caught their attention. Wan Cici looked up with a serious expression. Shihan and the others were laughing at that time. Maybe it's someone's confession or birthday. At that time they were still teasing. This burning is not fireworks. It is obviously money. Wan Cici also asked curiously, "Is it expensive?" Jiang Yu looked at her and said, "I guess so. Do you like it?" Wan Cici just smiled. Very pretty indeed. The last moment of the fireworks falling, she still took one more look. Then Jiang Yu looks at Zhou Shenshen holding Wan Cici's hand and says that girls will love such a confession. Jiang Yu didn't know how he remembered it. Always thinking in the back that you can't let some yellowhorn use this to get Wan Cici off. I never thought there would be a day when the yellow hair would be my own. Weirdly embarrassing. Since you cannot go to the beach, Jiang Yu thought for a moment or asked Zhao Lin, where there is an empty place where there are not many people, preferably with a wall, but also fireworks. It couldn't be helped. Jiang Yu really didn't have this kind of place in his memory. There are no fireworks allowed in town. I didn't expect Zhao Lin to actually say there was, and then took him tonight. Jiang Yu called the car. Zhao Lin said the address. The trip was to an abandoned factory in the old town. Jiang Yu had heard of this place. It used to be a large factory, but it had been abandoned for a long time. I just didn't realize that the place was pretty clean. It was just a little bit of a dangerous building, the top of which could be seen in the sky, and there were just a few, yes, not too sturdy looking pieces of wall left, but there's a lot of punks around here, too. There's a poker game not too far away. Jiang Yu was a bit hesitant. Is it safe here? After all, Wan Cici is so beautiful. It was fine for him to come here, but Wan Cici, well, it always felt unsafe. Zhao Lin glanced at him. What number are you coming here? I'll say hello to them for you, and if you're really unsure, I'll bring someone to guard this side. Jiang Yu was a bit surprised. Won't it trouble you guys? You gave me more than 10,000 big brother. Zhao Lin sighed. Not more than 100. I thought before that you were planning to do the bureau to the police. Those days just waiting for the police to come to me. Turns out the guy really wasn't planning on getting his money back. Jiang Yu froze for a moment. Not really. He looked at Zhao Lin and didn't say much. Consider it a friend. Will you study well? Zhao Lin nodded and said somewhat unnaturally. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What did I study? What school did I? Jiang Yu escaped a notebook from his own school bag. Here, notes. Study hard. Maybe you'll get into college. Local is fine. How to say is also a college student. Zhao Lin looked at the book he handed over and didn't take it. Just glanced at Jiang Yu. You're kind of lousy people suffer a lot. Jiang Yu laughed a little and didn't say anything. His dad used to say it's a blessing to suffer. And having a good relationship with Zhao Lin, it would actually be quite convenient many times later in the future. Pulling a hand when one is desperate might have some other unexpected rewards. After all, it wasn't a lot of work for him. The main thing is that good things happen to rotten people. Doesn't that give him a rebirth? Jiang Yu is not a saintly father, just that he thought of the end of Zhao Lin in his last life. A man who gave people an umbrella. Such a person can pull a hand for him is no trouble. Why not go to do it? In the end, Zhao Lin reached out and took the notebook. Jiang Yu was not surprised. If Zhao Lin really do not want to study, will not go to school at all, but are also stuck in the mire trying to struggle out but no one is willing to pull a hand. By the way, as a friend, can you do the hard work? Those friends of mine have to study late and can't get out. Jiang Yu said with a smile. Zhao Lin, just know there is no free lunch in the world. Chapter 148, I'm looking at you. What are you looking at? Jiang Yu looked at Zhao Lin's expressionless face but was not afraid. The main thing is that this kid is still too tender now, although he seems to have a cold face. Right, but there is a smile in his eyes that he can't hide. Where is this anger? Zhao Lin didn't hold back when he saw that he wasn't scared even though he was staring at him. No, you don't see that I'm mean? Jiang Yu had a look on his face. What are you talking about? What are you talking about expression? Fierce what? Still smiling, he finished with the intention of slinking this way and that, and walked up to a wall and asked, Can I paint? Can. Zhao Lin's breathless voice came from not far behind him. Anything can be painted here. Zhao Lin glanced at Jiang Yu's back carrying his school bag, still wearing his first middle school uniform, looking different from the kind of people like them who gathered here to smoke. He muttered in a low voice. It's true that those who are well read have good calculations. It was muttered, but it wasn't annoying. After all, Even though Jiang Yu said he was paying him to work, Zhao Lin could feel the goodwill. Earlier when he actually met Jiang Yu and that girl while eating wontons, Zhao Lin had wondered if this kid was a cutie. Or maybe it's because you're afraid to come and ask for money because you're afraid of yourself. But at this moment he suddenly felt that he might be overthinking it. Jiang Yu wasn't afraid. He really just wanted to give it. Rotten goodness. There was a sneer in his tone, but something strange in his undeniable heart. There was always more malice than goodness in his life. But the money Jiang Yu had given him and the notebook, and his natural attitude now, actually made Zhao Lin feel comfortable. It's like, they're really friends. It feels pretty good. Zhao Lin walked over to Jiang Yu. What are you doing? Painting. Jiang Yu with a natural face, pointing to this wall. Here, paint a large piece of rose. Sunflower is fine. Let me think. Zhao Lin was shocked. No, I'm fine with fighting and clearing. I'm not fine with painting. Jiang Yu's gaze finally moved away from the wall to look at Zhao Lin and sighed. No, this is me chasing a girl. Of course I drew it. Zhao Lin was relieved. That's good. Jiang Yu, you're also overly direct. Finally Jiang Yu wandered over here. The kind of fireworks that are placed on the ground and sprayed up should be able to be set off. This side is actually not very far from the street. Jiang Yu heard about it. Originally, this side was a factory. Later on, many people started to quit and moved out because of the expropriation. But why is this side still the old town? The reason is simple. Sit on the fence, and it turns out the top doesn't want it. Straight up don't want your side. It's like this side of town has been completely neglected. It's completely old town. Prices over here are low as hell. Jiang Yu would know so well because the levy program over here was restarted the year Jiang Yu graduated from college. Jiang Yu was walking back with Zhao Lin when he thought of this. After the place was finished, Jiang Yu had to go back to pick up Ruan Cc. At this time, he asked Zhao Lin, are the prices high in the old town over here? Zhao Lin gave him a breathless look. This side? Does it look like it's high to you? No one even lives there anymore. Okay? Look at how few people you can meet on the street. But Zhao Lin's home is this way. Jiang Yu smiled a bit. About how much? Zhao Lin didn't know what he was going to do, but still said, it's not high, just a couple thousand. There's a couple thousand on this side of the pond right now? Jiang Yu's eyes lit up, counting when he can be 18. He wants to buy Zhao Lin is still persuading. Forget it, I heard that this place was no good after a mess a few decades ago. Do you have relatives or friends who want to buy this side? This side doesn't have much investment value, and it's even more unsafe if you live here. After all, Jiang Yu looks like he should have a good family. Zhao Lin thought he looked a bit silly. He couldn't be looking at this side of the house. Could he? This place, it's really not good. Jiang Yu was a bit surprised that Zhao Lin would say this was something he didn't expect. The young man was quite enthusiastic. Jiang Yu smiled and said, thank you, I'm just saying. Then the two of them got on the bus and went back. Zhao Lin's school got off 2 stops earlier than Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu to the school did not expect a problem. Is to go in when the school police stopped. Fortunately it is not yet time to dismiss the class. Jiang Yu said somewhat helplessly to the school police. Uncle, I forgot my homework and need to go in to get it. Jiang Yu looks very good. The kind of parents look at him and think he is a good boy. The campus police officer let out an ouch. I told you just seem to have just gone out. He held out a book with a skeptical look in his eyes. And students come back for their homework voluntarily? You register it first. Jiang Yu, seriously, I can't even believe that any student would come back to get their homework on their own accord. But it was almost the end of class. So he registered anyway and showed the school police his student ID. That's when the campus police let him in. Just as I entered, I heard the dismissal bell. Jiang Yu basically jogged over to the latter classroom, mainly because he was afraid that Ruan Cc found out that he wasn't in the classroom. Fortunately Jiang Yu's luck was still good. Ruan Cc and the others hadn't come out when he arrived, so he guessed that class hadn't ended yet. This side of the stairwell is down near the sophomore and junior classes. Jiang Yu looked up when Zhou Qiao's voice rang out. He saw Zhou Qiao poking her head out of the corridor on the 2nd floor. Jiang Yu, is it really you? I saw you running over just now. After saying that, she laughed. The one beside her should be her classmate. Yo, Qiao Qiao, who is this little handsome guy? Jiang Yu smiled at the two and called out. What a coincidence. Senior sister. Zhou Qiao smiled and said, it is indeed a coincidence that you are waiting for someone here? Then he turned to the table beside him and said, a studio boy. Handsome, isn't he? Jiang Yu pointed to the latter classroom on the 1st floor, waiting for Ruan Cc. Ruan Cc saw Jiang Yu when he came out and instinctively had revealed a smile, but he was looking up as if he was saying something to someone. She didn't say anything and looked up as well. She froze for a moment when she saw Zhou Qiao. Jiang Yu and this Zhou Qiao senior sister are really destined for each other. There always seemed to be a radar on Jiang Yu about Ruan Cc, such as right now, even if Ruan Cc hadn't spoken, or was even very close yet he could always feel Ruan Shishi arriving. at this time is originally still looking up, suddenly turned his head to look at the side. Then he saw Ruan Cece, who was carrying a backpack and was also looking up. Zhou Chao also saw Ruan Shishi upstairs and waved happily. Hello schoolmate. Sunny, cheerful, confident. Ruan Cece pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Jiang Yu was already walking towards her. What are you looking at? Ruan Cece still raised her hand and waved it at Zhou Chao. Only then did he turn his head to look at Jiang Yu. His tone was gentle. I'm looking at what you're looking at. Jiang Yu. Chapter 149. Jiang Yu. They really had something to hide from her. Jiang Yu was about to laugh. Zhou Chao originally just so coincidentally happened to see Jiang Yu. At this time to see him wait until the people shouted from above. We'll go first. Bye-bye schoolmates. Then he left with his classmates. Jiang Yu looked up and said, bye. Then he reached down and picked up Ruan Cece's book bag. No shades. Ruan Cece had to take back her school bag, still not forgetting to retort. I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. Jiang Yu slapped her hand away. I'll take it. It's not hot for you to carry it. The back was the hardest hit by the scars on Ruan Cece's body before, and with this surgery, it must be uncomfortable to carry it. When Ruan Cece was slapped away from her hand, the person was honest and mouthed, it's actually okay. She wasn't the type of body that sweated particularly easily and rarely felt hot unless it was very hot. At this moment, she looked at the sweat on Jiang Yu's forehead somewhat strangely. Why are you sweating? Running in, of course, sweating. But Jiang Yu just said vaguely, no, just messed with them a bit. Left, went home. Ruan Cece didn't think much about it. It was the feeling that, apart from their studies, the group of boys seemed to have inexhaustible experience in everything they did. Jiang Yu thought that on the way home Ruan Cece would mention Zhou Chao, but Ruan Cece didn't mention it, which made him a little uncomfortable. How to say? According to Ruan Cece's character, should be jealous. It's a little too quiet. The fact of the matter is that Nguyen Cece is really quiet. In her head was Zhou Chao's natural and generous smiling face. Well, it's the look of how she can't learn. Some people are confident through and through. Zhou Chao is this kind of person. And there are some people who have a bone-deep inferiority complex that can only be masked by a somewhat high-flying shell. Nguyen Shishi is. And Jiang Yu's attitude was so natural that Ruan Cece clearly knew that the two were probably just saying hello. Her unhappiness stems more from her own lack of self-confidence than anything else. Ruan Cece didn't want to be like this, and she didn't want Jiang Yu to think she was being unreasonable. Occasional jealousy is a small fling, but if you're jealous all the time, I don't think anyone will like it, right? Well, I learned it from listening to Xian and the others chatting, so Ruan Shishi is controlling herself. She was in control, but it was Jiang Yu who was starting to get a little uncomfortable. After arriving home, Ruan Cece asked Jiang Yu if he wanted to do his homework together. Jiang Yu, still hiding things in his heart, refused, said he did his homework. He still has to prepare a birthday surprise for Ruan Cece. Time is short and the task is urgent. Normally, he was also basically with Ruan Cece, and was able to spend too little time alone. It's just that Nguyen Cece is too quick today, isn't it? Didn't even ask much and said yes. This all made Jiang Yu a little uncomfortable. As he watched her enter the room, Jiang Yu still stood in the doorway for a moment. Then Suyin asked as she walked in, what are you standing around for? Just got back? He said, and also glanced at Ruan Cece's room. Cece, want a snack? Ruan Cece's voice came out from inside. No more, Auntie Sue. Suyin let out a sigh, then looked at Jiang Yu. Are you going to eat it or not? Jiang Yu shook her head. Not eating. Your baby girl doesn't eat. I can't ask you to make it for me, he said inside on purpose, his voice all guttural. Suyin was amused by him, but didn't refute such a statement as your daughter just said. I originally didn't intend to make it for you either. If you're hungry, make your own noodles. Voice lowered a bit. It's not like Creek can eat noodles or anything. That kind of explains it. Although Jiang Yu had always said that Suyin was biased, this was actually not the case. Suyin does give Ruan Cece more attention at first, and that's because Ruan Cece was too cautious when she first arrived. But the truth is Suyin is not biased. Hard to say, it's a bit biased. That's also favoring Jiang Yu. She knew exactly which one was her child. Being nice to Cece is because there is heartache and because Cece is very understanding. But they are both very separate as a couple. Your own children are the most important thing. Jiang Yu smiled and said, I know. I don't eat. Do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. No, I'm not eating. I'm on a diet. And I wouldn't dare to eat just anything if young master made instant noodles. What's wrong? Something to ask me? Suyin looked at Jiang Yu warily. Jiang Yu smiled brightly. Mom, how do you talk? Suyin laughed twice and didn't answer. Say, what is it? Jiang Yu lowered his voice. Ruan Shaoxi's birthday is coming up. Suyin suddenly realized. Hey, right, I almost forgot. Okay, on my birthday your father and I will prepare a gift to go home. I'll order the cake? Jiang Yu smiled and said, I'll take care of the cake. Give us the night off. I still have a surprise for her. let's go out for dinner. With that he reached out and put his arm around Suin. Okay mom? Looking at Jiang Yu's expectant eyes, Suin simply couldn't say no. Reaching out, he pushed his big head away. Come on, half a grown man and pouting. So can we go along for the surprise? Jiang Yu thought, no way. If you guys see this, it'll blow up. So he just smiled at Suin and didn't say anything. Fortunately Suin had long known that her son this must be some kind of little secret with Cici. It was at this point that the meaning of his silence was understood. Sighing, he admonished, be safe. You can't go where it's not safe. That's a promise. Jiang Yu was in a good mood and said with a smile, thank you my dear mom. Alright, go take a bath and go to bed. Suin pushed his face away in amusement. How old are you? Why do you like to be so pampered? It was a complaint, but the tone was clearly all smiles and joy. No matter how old you are, you will only be a child in your parents' eyes. In the end, Jiang Yu went back to his room satisfied. To do great things, time is tight and the task is heavy. Still have to find time to paint the walls of that dilapidated factory over there. It's too early for that. There's a lot of people over there. It might be vandalized. It's too late and I'm afraid I won't finish. Not enough. Jiang Yu still decided to prepare another little surprise on hand. In the latter days, Ruan Cici felt that Jiang Yu was a bit busy. As soon as they finished eating at noon they would be dragged away by Chihan and the others, and then they would not return until the afternoon class. 2 days in a row. Finally on the day of Thursday Ruan Cici did not hold back. Si Lu Ji and the others came to call again, saying that they were going to play ball. Nguyen Cici said, that just so happens I'm going to check it out too. 3 boys. Ha? Jiang Yu looked at Ruan Cici. Didn't you say you wanted to write a paper? I want to take a break today. Ruan Cici stared at Jiang Yu. Can I go watch? It's not like you can't go see it. Mainly, they're not playing today. These days all 3 run out at noon. Running out to see Jiang Yu prepare a gift for Ruan Cici. At this moment, Chihan's and Luji's faces were both heartbroken. Nguyen Cici saw it at a glance. Jiang Yu and the others were really hiding something from her. Chapter 150 Brother has his own little mind. It really, it makes people very upset. In fact, it was not surprising that Chihan and Luji would show a heartfelt expression. Boys of 17 or 18 are not supposed to be very good at hiding things, and it's Ruan Cici who's facing it. Just that eyeball is bigger than both of them put together. Just looking at you like that. Just, you know, forget it. You don't understand. You've never seen it. It's just a glance that makes you feel false. So at this moment, Chihan and Luji looked at the sky and the ground and looked at each other, but they didn't dare to look at Ruan Cici. Ruan Cici looked at Jiang Yu who still had a calm face. Then he looked at Chihan and Luji behind him. Brother, what about having a little mind of your own? Really, it's upsetting. Jiang Yu was originally already looking for a reasonable excuse, but one look at Ruan Cici's gaze fell behind him. Then his face sank. Jiang Yu also turned his head to look. Then a speechless expression appeared on his face. Make a friggin' excuse. These two were so close to having the word vain written directly on their faces. Jiang Yu sighed. Ruan Xiaoxi, it's not that I won't take you there. It's that it's inappropriate. When these words came out, not only Ruan Cici or even Chihan and Luji looked at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu said without changing his face, it's just that a billiard hall opened across the street from the school. Not only people from our school, there are a lot of people from other schools who go there. They are all boys. If you go there, I'm afraid that those who don't have the eyes to molest you. After saying that, he also smiled curtly at Ruan Cici. Don't tell my parents. I'm just learning, not addicted. Chihan and Luji, 6, that even gives you an excuse? It's true that a billiard room opened up across the street from the school. Their schools should have heard about it. But in many people's minds, they think that those who play billiards are mostly mental boys and such. It did in fact happen that every time I passed that store, there was always some mental guy at the door smoking and chatting or something. That hair is all colorful. They haven't actually been there. But this excuse flashed through Jiang Yu's mind when he saw Chihan and Luji's sheepish expressions. How's that for reasonable? A look of having done something wrong. Sure enough, hesitation flashed across Ruan Cici's face and her brows furrowed slightly. So that's where you guys have been these past few days? Chihan reacted quickly said, Cici, we actually just went for a few days. Do not tell Mr. Su. You will be pumped. In fact, it's okay, there are many students inside, but you girls still do not go. The air is not good. Luji gave a sigh of relief and also picked up. I'm sorry, we were afraid that you wouldn't let you go, so we just said we'd go play ball. Ruan Cici looked at their expressions and actually believed it. Everything makes sense now, but she didn't want Jiang Yu to go to that kind of place. Why are you going to that kind of place? Jiang Yu smiled and pinched her face. Little housekeeper, I promise, this is the last time, okay? The boy's voice was clear and laced with laughter. He was wearing a school uniform, and the sunlight also fell on his body and face, and his eyes fell straight on Ruan Cici's body. Look carefully and you'll see only the reflection of the girl in the boy's pupils, a tiny one. His eyebrows were arched, and his voice had an intimacy in its laughter that was ambiguous even when he called the little housekeeper. Then there was the boy's hand that gently cupped her cheek, warm fingers falling gently on the fine white cheek. Not a very intimate gesture, even sort of common between them, yet it made the girl blush easily. I don't know how I agreed to the other side, waiting for all three to walk away. Ruan Cece clutched the milk tea in her hand that had just been stuffed by Jiang Yu, de-iced, but also with a slight chill. Even though he goes out at noon every day, he remembers to buy her drinks. Of course normally it would be more milk and possibly sugar water. Milk tea is just a few times when he says it's not good to drink too much of the stuff. Ruan Cece whispered. Ruan Cece, you're so bad. You've been hit by a beautiful man's plan. Jiang Yu on the other side walked away with two weak-minded people. Shihan wanted to look back. Jiang Yu AI, don't look back If Ruan Shishi found out something is wrong, I'll smack you Lu Shi sighed. I was not expecting One day need our brother you sell sex There was emotion in his voice. Jiang Yu, although he did have a little suspicion of selling his color, but why does it sound a little strange? Shihan really did not turn his head, and obediently picked up Lu Ji's topic. That's just brother you, if we both. It's useless to betray. Saying that, he touched his face. Nope, I'm actually okay. There are girls who confess, but with Cece's kind, I guess only you is useful. Lu Ji hey, what do you mean Jiang Yu also said. Don't talk nonsense, I'm not this kind of person. Selling out your sex or something, isn't that the fastest way to do it for a while? And it only works for Ruan Cece. Yes, Jiang Yu just knew that Ruan Shishi was craving him, whether in a previous life or now. Jiang Yu actually quite secretly happy. Hey, this feeling cannot be described. Cool is really quite cool. By now the three had walked out of the school's entrance. Not to mention Shihan, even Jiang Yu didn't resist turning his head to look. Naturally he didn't see anything. It's not like I didn't see anything, I guess, but I also saw students coming and going. The first school is able to enter and exit the school at noon and after school in the afternoon, with a 2-hour break for lunch. There were quite a few people out to eat, but Jiang Yu and the others weren't out to eat, and they naturally weren't going to the volleyball court. The three of them circled around in the alley and came to the door of a house with a studio sign, lifted the curtain and stepped inside. It was small. There were already 3 people in there, and the 3 of them coming in made it seem even more crowded. Zhao Lin was lying on the sofa playing with his cell phone when he heard the commotion and shouted, "Coming!" The 3 nodded. "Coming." A man and a woman at the workbench gave them a look. "You got yours out. It's right next to it. Get to work." Pointed to the workbench on the other side. Jiang Yu smiled and said, "Thank you brother Kai. Thank you sister Li." The pair didn't look too old, early 20s at the most, and they looked svelte. It's a studio for, well, making crafts. It was Cho Rim who brought Jiang Yu here. He walked over to a nearby workbench and opened the cloth bag that belonged to him, and inside was something like a leather ruler. The leather had been softened by him over the past few days. Now it's just a matter of setting what he has prepared. The man named Kai came over and looked at it. "What are you going to get up there?" "Just punch holes and set them in." Jiang Yu pulled out a small cloth bag from his own pocket and poured it out. Shihan and the others also looked over. And then you see shells on what he pours out. Pearls? Diamonds. Chapter 151 Brother. One has to tell a lie with countless lies to fulfill it. You know? Shihan and Lu Ji? Kai? He pointed to the diamond. Really? Jiang Yu picked it up and said with embarrassment. Well, really, it's a bit small. Do I need to get a rest before I set it? Asterisk 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 asterisk? Shihan's voice was filled with shock. You got a diamond on a bracelet? Earlier they thought, how come you would think of getting a leather bracelet as a gift for Ruan Cece? This thing seems like the heart is there, but it's not worth much. Isn't that a little too light for just the 2 of them? Lu Ji said Shihan was shallow. You didn't just give a gift. He prepared a surprise. Shihan thought about it. Maybe you didn't have any money after the surprise preparation. And then they pull out pearls, diamonds, and is the red one agate? Shihan thought that it was he and Lu Ji who were too superficial. Jiang Yu froze for a moment at that of his. No, but just giving a leather bracelet seems too plain. Saying this he also pulled out a drawing he had drawn by hand. Kai, how many days will it take for me to get it like this? Kai are frozen. No, high school kids are so rich nowadays? He passively reached out and took the drawings Jiang Yu handed over. It did have a ring of trinkets on it at the base of a leather bracelet made by Jiang Yu. It's pretty, girls should like it. Kai smiled and said, the drawing is quite good. If I do this, I can give it to you today. If you do it, I'll teach you how to make a tour today. I guess 2 or 3 days? It means 2 or 3 days if you guys just come at noon. Jiang Yu thought for a moment. Ruan Cece's birthday was next Monday, so he could make it. Okay, then I'll start learning. Time is a bit tight Kai. Please, said Jiang Yu and smiled at Kai. Kai handed him the drawings and gestured for him to collect his things first. Start learning with the shells. This is cheap and won't hurt you if you fail. Jiang Yu smiled back. Shihan and Luji took a look at their own follow to come board together to learn to do the bracelet suddenly feel meaningless. Woohoo! It looks like they're so vegan. Jiang Yu would choose to make a bracelet because the scars on Wan Cece's wrists had not been removed. She usually wears a watch that can't really be seen. Jiang Yu had asked her why she didn't remove them together. Instead, Nguyen Shishi said, remind yourself not to forget. Don't forget what? Although she didn't say it directly, Jiang Yu knew that she was not letting herself forget that she was going to hate Ruan Datian. Ruan Daitian probably won't be able to get out of this life. Maybe it's dead inside. But Nguyen Cece doesn't let herself forget either. She whispered, there's a little girl who died a long time ago from a hurt that I can't forget for her. The current self, reborn at the moment Jiang Yu reached out. But the suffering before was real, and she was afraid that she had forgotten in the kindness around her what she had once seen about the other dark side of the world. Jiang Yu at that time just lowered his eyes, holding her wrist, gently rubbing that wound. Did not say anything, did not persuade anything. He waited for the moment when she was willing to let go. It's okay to let go even if you never want to. No one can ask someone to let go of hate because what they've been through isn't something that can be let go with a flippant sentence about letting go. Do not advise others to do good without their suffering. Jiang Yu understood this. That's why he wanted to give Ruan Cece a gift she could wear often. I was thinking of just sending a watch before, but that night he saw the bracelet on Zhao Lin's hand. It was leather and kinda cool, so I asked him, and Corin brought him here. Said this was one of the neighborhood brothers' stores. If it wasn't for Zhao Lin, Jiang Yu probably wouldn't have been able to find the store. Shi Han and Lu Ji, who were also quite interested, came over here together at noon. Jiang Yu and the others were stepping on the classroom. Nguyen Cece had just turned her head to say something when the teacher arrived. Jiang Yu smiled at her and Ruan Shishi could only turn her head away. Jiang Yu took the opportunity to look at his hand. There were a few tiny cuts on his fingertips. I can't help it. It's really handmade. Everything is handmade. Starting from the selection of the skin, sanding and softening it to the present inlay of today, it is all made by hand. Jiang Yu's hand is a drawing hand. It counts as quite flexible now, but it's still hard to learn how to do it for the first time or hurt it. Li Yu looked aside and pulled out a couple sticky notes from his desk and handed them over. Jiang Yu froze for a moment and looked at him. Li Yu looked at him with a raised eyebrow, signaling that he wasn't hurt. Jiang Yu laughed and shook his head, just poking his hand. If he had posted it, Ruan Cece would have known. But Jiang Yu didn't realize that even if he didn't post it, Ruan Cece still knew about it. She suddenly reached out to pull Jiang Yu's hand when she got off the evening study hall. And then, touch out. Yes, it's just so watery and touchy. At this moment, the two were standing on the side of the road. Jiang Yu was holding his cell phone in one hand and turning on the flashlight, and Ruan Cece was picking at his fingers. Jiang Yu, what should we say? That John poked him with a compass? What happened to your hand? Don't tell me it was poked by the circular gauge. Ruan Cece said and looked up at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, okay, can't use that excuse. He withdrew his hand and stroked her head. Why are you so mean to your brother? Obviously changing the subject. Nguyen Cece doesn't eat that. Silence watched him. The two were still on the curb outside the school at this point, on their way to get their cars. Hordes of students would pass them by. Jiang Yu pressed out his cell phone flashlight, but it didn't hide Ruan Cece's angry expression. It's a pretty bright streetlight, too. Jiang Yu sighed. It's not the compass. It's that I got distracted while sharpening the pen. It's fine. It's not a big deal. At that he said with a good laugh. You see it in such a subtle way? Feel it out. Nguyen Cece's voice was still tinged with unhappiness. I'm familiar with everything on you. That's something she said with all seriousness. Jiang Yu, however, felt that his thoughts might not be too good. Always felt that he heard another layer of meaning. His face was a bit unnatural. When you say that, it always feels as if there are some hooligans. But looking at the clear and bright eyes of Ruan Cece, Jiang Yu knew that the rogue was himself. He reached out and covered her eyes. Well, go back. If you don't know, you'd think I'd gotten a hole poked in me somewhere. Isn't that just rubbing off some skin? Let's go. Go home, he said and let go, leading her forward. The hand gently held her wrist. The heart calculated. This is not to get one more adjustable button. The mouth also did not forget to say, are you thin again? Nguyen Cece felt something strange in her heart. Well, everywhere. The weirdest is Jiang Yu. I haven't lost any weight. Waiting to get in the car to go, Ruan Cece spoke. Brother, people tell a lie to be rounded with countless lies. You know? Chapter 152, I'm not going to cry. And no calling me a little heartless. Jiang Yu felt a cold sensation on his back as soon as he heard this voice. Obviously, the weather was still quite hot, and he was riding his own bike. Just now his back was sweating, and suddenly he was told this by Ruan Cece. Jiang Yu is weak. Mostly, it's just a little too much lying today. even though the lie was kind of a good one? At this moment Jiang Yu coughed. What are you talking about? Ruan Cece laughed a little. It's nothing. The voice was gentle. Jiang Yu. The back got even colder. Ruan Cece looked at Jiang Yu's back, her eyes sinking a little. The wound on Jiang Yu's hand just now couldn't have been a wound made with a knife. More like poked by something. Well, she actually disliked the feeling of being kept in the dark by Jiang Yu. It made her a little cranky. But Jiang Yu just wouldn't say anything. Ruan Cece regretted it. Had known better than to go to any competition class. At this time, Ruan Cece still thought that Jiang Yu's hand had gotten it during the evening study session. Jiang Yu was still observing Ruan Cece when he arrived home. Well, he could tell that she should be unhappy, but more can't be seen. Jiang Weiman was at home today, and when he saw them come back, he happened to ask Ruan Cece to come over to see how she was recovering. It usually takes about 2 to 3 months to fully recover after this type of surgery. Jiang Weiman also just stopped by today to help Ruan Cece get the gel back, so he stopped by to see the recovery. Ruan Cece sat in the living room and let Jiang Weiman check his hands and feet to recover. Jiang Weiman looked at it and said that there was nothing wrong with it, and it was not appropriate to look at the body. Just a word of caution. A lot of dietary can-dos and don'ts, lest it have an effect on recovery. Ruan Cece listened attentively, nodding her head obediently like a good boy. Jiang Yu looked at her in front of Dr. Jiang, but she was well behaved. It just looks like a lot of fun. Jiang Weiman couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as he watched him giggle beside him. Young master, what are you laughing at? Jiang Yu let out a sigh. Master, I just watched our family's eldest young miss is only so well behaved in front of you. Ruan Cece's face reddened and she didn't hold back her sneaky glare at Jiang Yu. Suyin had cooked sugar water and brought it out at this time. All right, master, young master, miss, drink the sugar water. The three of them let out an ouch in unison. While drinking the sugar water, Suyin mentioned, Cece, that house of yours has been renovated after so long. Have you gone to see it? The previous purchase was finely decorated. And then at Suin's suggestion and Ruan Cece's according to her own preferences, she also changed a little. But these are all things that happened before. And it is true that Ruan Cece didn't visit the back. It was only at this time when she heard Su Yin's words that Ruan Cece remembered that she seemed to have a house. She blinked and looked sideways at Jiang Yu. Brother, accompany me on Saturday? Jiang Yu has to go to the studio on Saturday, but he didn't refuse. Okay, when I get out of class at the studio on Saturday, go with you to take a look. Jiang Yu was actually quite curious. He'd only been to that house once. 2. The hardcover model homes look like that. Suyin saw them all discussing it, and didn't say much. You guys go and look at it. Cece wants anything inappropriate to say in advance. This side can still change it. Otherwise it's been too long. They won't help change it. I went to look at it the last 2 days and it's okay. The decorations had been watched over with Suin's help. At this moment, Ruan Cece said seriously, thank you, Auntie Su. Being glared at by Suyin, thank you for what? Nonsense. Ruan Cece held the spoon and asked with some hesitation. So, then can I still live here? Would Auntie Su and the others still let them live here after their own house was renovated? Ruan Cece's mood was a bit irritated, unable to leave Jiang Yu. At those words, the other three froze. Jiang Weiman was even more direct. You want to move there? But it's not convenient, is it? We can still take care of you at home, but over there you have to cook by yourself. Su Yin's eyes reddened even more. CCU. Ruan Cece quickly said, I don't want to move out. Aunt Su, Uncle Jiang, I don't want to move out. Jiang Yu also breathed a sigh of relief, reached out and knocked her head. Little heartless, I seek if you are so heartless I'm going to be angry. Look at making my mom cry. Suyin wiped her eyes quickly before retorting. You're making it up. I didn't. She reached out and took Ruan Cece's hand. Cece, you're still young. Is it okay to just live at home? If you want to move out, you'll have to be an adult and grow up. I wouldn't feel comfortable if you moved out without me watching over you. Ruan Cece looked at the three people in front of her, her voice small. I don't want to move out. I'm just afraid that you guys want me to move out. You're not really their family after all. Over the years, the whispers from back then still left their mark on her heart. Ruan Cece was too young at that time, and children that young are still easily influenced. Then they moved here, and those neighbors thought she and Jiang Yu were siblings at first. There are just some people who are depressed about how Nguyen Cece doesn't look much like her father or her mother. Then I got more curious when I found out her last name. Suyin and the others never hid the fact that the two children were not siblings, but they were similar to siblings and had grown up together. It doesn't say much about Ruan Cece's life. Many people would assume that Nguyen Cece is an adopted child. Naturally there will be some not so nice things to say. It won't be over the top, but it sure doesn't sound good. These will still have an impact on the relatively sensitive Nguyen Cece. That's why it just said those things. Jiang Yu still understands her. Let Suyin at this time embraced her and said, little heartless, how to think of us. We thought it was you who wanted to go out to live. Even Jiang Weiman also said a couple of words, said that the girl more rely on the family. The age of young do not need to be so early to be independent. There are parents in it, the house if you want to live on Saturday and Sunday to live. He also said that the money Chen Hui gave before, the rest they have saved for Ruan Cici, and they will give it to her when she is in college. Let her not be influenced by some gossip. Speaking directly, Ruan Cici's face turned red. Jiang Yu just watched as she overwhelmed and somewhat clumsily comforted Suyin, then assured Jiang Weiman that she wouldn't dare next time. Such Nguyen Creek is rare and fun. Jiang Yu loved watching her overwhelmed by love, until Ruan Cici's pleading gaze was cast. It was Jiang Yu who finally spoke. Alright, if you guys say that this little heartless one is going to cry, I'm not going to coax him. The voice was tinged with laughter. Ruan Cici quickly retorted, I'm not going to cry, and no calling me a little heartless. I don't want to leave you. Well, don't want to leave Auntie Sue and Uncle John either. Don't want to leave home. Chapter 153. I'm just trying to give her the best I can at my age. The next day was Friday. October was half over. Jiang Yu was originally thinking about what excuse to find to go out at noon today. I didn't realize that in the penultimate class period after the morning class, Qian Duo called Jiang Yu. You brother go out to eat together at noon? By the way, mister, she asked me to tell you. Words have not finished, the class bell rang. Jiang Yu, also a flash of light, directly said, say it at noon. Chandra, but it's just one sentence. But seeing as the teachers were coming over, he thought it would be okay to say it at noon, so he nodded his head and went back to his seat. Only then did Jiang Yu turn his head to meet Ruan Cici's gaze as he looked over and said without changing his color, I'm going out to eat with Qian Duo at noon. Do you want to go? But this kid is too noisy. Finished with a disgusted frown. Sure enough, Ruan Cici started to frown as well. How can I put it? Chi Han is actually quite noisy, but Chi Han is familiar with it after all, and he really isn't as noisy as Qian Duo. Chandler is more than just loud. He's the kind of loud that likes to ask questions. Ruan Cici could put up with Chi Han, but Qian Duo was even. Jiang Yu looked at her and shook his head and said, forget it. You go. He breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, the bet was right. The expression on Jiang Yu's face was unchanged. Okay, then I'll go out to eat with him. You go with Lu Qi and the girls. Lu Qi, who had been in the background on the sidelines, gave an okay back. Ever since this girl seemed to have a problem with Ruan Cici because she liked herself, Jiang Yu had realized that she really didn't communicate with herself when she could. He was a bit bemused and amused, but it looked like the two little girls were now on good terms again. Jiang Yu felt that if he didn't talk, then he didn't talk. Anyway, he originally didn't seem to have anything special to talk about with Lu Qi. Jiang Yu pulled Qian Duo away after class at noon, only having time to say a word to Ruan Cici. Qian Duo was still a bit confused as he was pulled along. No, brother, what's wrong? Are you hungry? After walking away, Jiang Yu turned his head to look and could still see Ruan Cici standing in the class corridor looking down at him. Jiang Yu, that's good. I knew it would be like this. But he was all quite far away from the school building, so even if he looked, he couldn't hear what they were saying. No, I'm not going to eat with you at noon. There's something urgent. What is Mr. Qi saying? Jiang Yu said. Qian Duo was still a bit confused. Didn't they say they would eat together? Why don't you eat again all of a sudden? But still instinctively answered Jiang Yu's topic. No, Mr. Qi said that your last painting was good, and asked if you had studied Chinese painting. He told you to give him a call when you have time. Jiang Yu froze for a moment, but finally nodded. Good. He glanced at the clock. I'll leave if there's nothing else. Qian Duo let out an oh-so-subtle sound, and saw Jiang Yu trotting out of the school's entrance. He stood still and muttered, no, what's so urgent? Of course Jiang Yu was in a hurry. He was planning to get it done as soon as possible, if possible at noon. He learned quite well yesterday, and that's not really hard. It's quick to get started. It's Friday, another day at the studio tomorrow. He's not available. The day after that, and the day after that it will be harder to find a chance to come over. That's why Jiang Yu intends to make quick work of it. He bought a rice ball on the side of the road and went to the studio. As soon as he entered, he saw that Kai was the only one in the store. Kai was also surprised to see him. So early today? Well, there's still a little bit I plan to get done quickly, Jiang Yu said vaguely as she ate the rice ball in her hand. It's Saturday tomorrow. Kai laughed and shook his head, standing up and finding out Jiang Yu's semi-finished product and giving it to him to put on the work table. You guys have the drive to do anything at this age now. Jiang Yu swallowed the last mouthful of rice balls, laughed a little, did not say how to say this. His age is actually not much impulse, but it's just that this person is Ruan Cici, so salty fish like Jiang Yu can't help but move. Both Chi Han and Lu Xi sent messages to Jiang Yu asking if he went to the studio. Jiang Yu returned a voice, and Chi Han said that they wouldn't be going at noon for a while. Really went off to play ball. After all, theirs was all a joke. There was no rush, and theirs was actually pretty much done. Why don't they just ask Kai to help wrap it up and then ask Jiang Yu to get it back for them? Jiang Yu also agreed, without Chi Han and the others muttering on the side. Jiang Yu's work efficiency was much higher. It's not really for him to get it right. Even ended up carving the initials of Wan Cece's name into it under Kai's guidance. I originally wanted to write my full name, but I finally let it go. Wan Cece's name has quite a lot of strokes, not as nice as the abbreviations. Kai looked at him as he picked it up and saw the leather bracelet and raised his thumb. Awesome, catching on fast. Really the first time you've done this? Ha? Jiang Yu looked sort of satisfied. He smiled and nodded. Really for the first time. This thing looks simple and quite laborious. That is, if Jiang Yu saw it on the street, he might think that it's just a leather ruler, and it's sold at a pretty high price. And it's not hard to. It's not easy until you actually do it yourself. It would be easier to just make one of those hard bracelets and get a good leather to get it. Jiang Yu chose this kind of also a little bit of soften their own choice of skin. Soften and thin is really not easy. Kai walked under the cabinet of the display case and searched, finding a gift box that just looked quite expensive. Use this one. This one looks a bit more advanced. Matches those diamond onyx ones of yours. He handed the box to Jiang Yu and said jokingly, "You're forcing these leather bracelets of ours to rise in curiosity." Jiang Yu smiled shyly and took the box. The anime groupie who put her bracelet in the box was gentle. "No, I was just thinking of giving her the best I could at my age." Sidekick Kai. "No dude, it seems like it's quite romantic, but it's also quite devastating. The best a high school kid can give is a diamond onyx. In such a comparison, they have opened their own store, and did not give up this condition. In fact, Jiang Yu these things bought back inlaid, and is for Wan Cece wear, really is not particularly large, particularly expensive kind. It's not appropriate to be too conspicuous, so hard to say the cost is only a few $1,000s, but the labor cost and effort Jiang Yu spent in this is not easy to calculate. In the end, Jiang Yu gave this side of the fee, as well as Kai's fee for helping Chi Han and Lu Ji to wrap up their business before leaving in a hurry. Otherwise you won't make it to class later. It was only at this time that Jiang Yu had the time to read the noon message while walking. Also finally saw Chandler's message. I went to the school cafeteria to eat at noon and met Wan Cece. I told her I didn't eat with you mainly because I was eating it. Not good to lie. She asked me where you went. I said I don't know, but it looks hurried. After I finished she blushed badly. Did I say it wrong? Heart weak. JPG, Jiang Yu. Finally realizing why Wan Cece sent him a smiling emoticon, having just returned a teeth-bearing smile himself. Chapter 154, done for this time seems to be really angry. How to coax Do you think we should blame Chandler for this one? It doesn't seem like it can. Jiang Yu didn't say much in the first place people seem to have no obligation to lie for him. And Chandler didn't actually say anything. Jiang Yu silently clicked on Wan Cece's chat box and tried to withdraw that death-bearing smile. Oh, it's timed out. I can't retract it. Jiang Yu wanted to sigh. Not enough to see how Wan Cece didn't reply. So maybe she didn't have time to read it? Jiang Yu didn't know that at this moment. Wan Cece was standing in the corridor, just staring in the direction of the school entrance waiting for him to come back. If Jiang Yu knew, he definitely wouldn't have walked back side by side with Zhou Qiao when he met her at the door. The buildings for the freshman and sophomore liberal arts classes are not far apart. Right next to it, Zhou Qiao was also out to buy milk tea, just about to go back. There's a big bag in my hand. She had just happened to lose her shoelace and was about to put down her milk tea when she saw Jiang Yu. It's 5 minutes before class starts, and there's still time. She then smoothly called out, "School brother, so coincidentally, not urgent, can help a favor? Help me get some milk tea. I'm tying my shoes." Jiang Yu then helped by hand. One was still a little surprised when he took it. "It's so heavy. How many cups is that?" "About 10 cups. Zhou Qiao said indifferently. "It's okay, not too heavy. I usually lift iron." "You think it's heavy? You're not good at it, are you?" The voice was tinged with flirtation. Seriously, even someone like Jiang Yu, who had lived 2 lifetimes, felt that a girl with just Zhou Qiao's personality was really too good to be true. It's not uncomfortable or awkward to be around her. She had a kind of magic that made getting along as comfortable as she wanted to be. Jiang Yu was, so she said, that certainly cannot say no. Help her to get under their school building. Then when Zhou Qiao picked it up she tried to smile and told him thank you and asked if he wanted a cup. Jiang Yu waved his hand and said no. It was obviously a favor to help the class get together. And if you took it for yourself you definitely didn't have enough. In the end the two were saying a few words. Zhou Qiao waved his hand and went up. The whole time the two of them spent an estimated 2 or 3 minutes together. But Jiang Yu helped carry the milk tea, and the two of them laughed and chatted. And this scene fell in the eyes of Wan Cece, who was not far away upstairs, and it changed its flavor. Her eyes were heavy and the whole aura of her body had changed. Shui Qingqing and the girls had just come back and called out with a smile, "Cece, why are you standing in the corridor?" But there was little response from the person who was called. A few girls glanced at each other, and Shuiqingqing called out in a small voice again. CC? This time Wan Cici looked like she was coming back to her senses and turned her head to look over. Her eyes looked a little red. Her tone still sounded the same as before. Not much of a rise and fall. Nope. A little sleepy, so I just came out to get some air. With that, he turned and went inside. The few remaining girls stood still. A girl whispered, "Don't you guys think that Wan Cici is a bit scary today?" The other girl nodded. Shuiqingqing actually thought. Still at this point she smiled roundly. Probably too sleepy. I'm scarier when I'm sleepy and not awake. Let's go. Get in. We've got a class to teach. Jiang Yu didn't know that Wan Cici had waited for him in the corridor. He still stomps back to class. He instinctively looked at Wan Cici as he came in and she was lying on the table. Jiang Yu did not think much about it. Usually Wan Cici she would lie down on the table and rest when she was tired of doing problems. And at this point he had a sense of relief. Mostly because it gave him time to hide his gift box. Li Yu watched as he stuffed the box into his book bag, then took a few candies out of his book bag and gently placed them on Wan Cici's desktop. The class bell rang, and the second before Wan Cici looked up, Lu Qi quickly threw a note to Jiang Yu, then quickly turned around and sat back down. Jiang Yu. Sidebar Li Fable, it feels like I'm watching a big show. Wan Cici sat up and glanced at the candy on the table and reached for it, but didn't turn her head to smile at Jiang Yu as usual. JY, it feels weird somewhere. The first period of the afternoon was math class. The teacher is already here. Okay, open your books. Where were we this morning? I'm telling you, one by one. Wake up. You'll know when your grades come out in the monthly exams. Jiang Yu looked at the back of Wan Cici's head. The strange feeling was still there. He opened the note that Lu Qi threw at him. The handwriting on it was clear, but it was also somewhat scribbled. I was waiting for you in the corridor at noon and waited for a long time, but suddenly the low pressure came in, and it didn't take long for you to come up. Brother you, the danger of, that's a little too many exclamation points. It's nerve-wracking. Jiang Yu got nervous at this point. He mentally recalled the location of the hallway. She wouldn't have seen herself coming back with Zhou Qiao, would she? Jiang Yu seriously recalled that although he and Zhou Qiao were walking side by side, the distance was a very social distance. It's the kind that certainly doesn't feel intimate, but he helped Zhou Qiao carry things himself, according to Wan Cici's character, plus those words from Chandler at noon. JY, sense of danger. That's a great use of the exclamation point. Lu Qi. Jiang Yu's side was in a daze when she was suddenly named by the teacher. Jiang Yu, what do you think the answer to this question is? Jiang Yu's book hasn't even been opened to the correct number of pages yet, so how do you know what the answer is? He stood anyway, then naturally swept across the table in front of him, where AB was written on Wan Cici's sketchpad. Jiang Yu spoke confidently. B. Wan Cici, who was about to write her answer. No, I haven't written my own Route 3 yet. Because Nguyen Cici just kind of had two minds at once. 2. The rest of the class let out a laugh. Jiang Yu knew in her heart that she had answered wrongly. Luckily their math teacher was nice too. He just sighed helplessly. Sit down. Listen to the lesson well, don't get distracted. I know you guys aren't very energetic in the afternoon. Well, the answer to this fill-in-the-blank question is Route 3. Jiang Yu. Face is a little hot. He sighed. Taking advantage of the teacher turning around the board to gently poke Wan Cici's back, he deliberately said pitifully, I made a fool of myself. Have you lost your temper? Nguyen Cici, however, stiffened her body. Did Jiang Yu think she did it on purpose? Wan Cici's face got colder as she turned her head to look at Jiang Yu, her voice hard. I haven't had time to write my answers yet, so I didn't do it on purpose. It was the first time Jiang Yu had ever seen Wan Cici's cold face to him. No, I should say it was the first time he saw Wan Cici give him the cold shoulder after bringing her home, so it was surprising to freeze for a moment. Just frozen for a moment. Wan Cici had already turned her head. The backs are dripping with indifference. Jiang Yu sighed softly. Finished this time seems to be really angry. How to coax Chapter 155. What kind of forbidden literature is this? Jiang Yu over here was still thinking about coaxing it after class. As a result, this side of the class the teacher directly called Wan Cici away along with a few students who were going to the competition. It stayed until after school. It had been a while since school ended when Wan Cici came back. There wasn't much left in the classroom. Jiang Yu had a rare patience to write the paper for a while. Seeing that Wan Cici had returned, looked up and smiled at her. Nguyen Cici's footsteps paused for a moment, but still walked over. Then with eyes downcast, he said, go back. Then as soon as I picked up the roll I realized a piece of paper had fallen out of it. A Tinder emoji of a man on his knees kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. Nguyen Cici, or a series of them. Below the kneeling and kowtowing is a Tinder holding the leg of another Tinder being dragged along. On his face were spaghetti tears. As we all know, the Tinder thing looks pretty abstract. The emoticons are also a bit. The corners of Wan Cici's mouth still twitched uncontrollably. Didn't hold back, turning his head just about to say something to Jiang Yu. You can see two people drawn on the paper he held up, and the boy gently kissed the girl on the side, with the words, "I'm sorry, still mad? I was wrong. The boy is Jiang Yu. The girl is Ruan Cece." Or the sketch version. Ruan Cece hurriedly reached out and took down the painting. Then she saw Jiang Yu behind the painting, who was looking at her with a smile on his face. "Are you crazy? What if the teacher sees it?" Ruan Cece frowned slightly. If the teacher saw it, Auntie Sue would surely know about it soon too. Ruan Cece could not care about other people's opinions, but she couldn't care less about Suin's and their opinions. But the painting, though she took it down, moved carefully, the kind that wouldn't even wrinkle it a little. This detail was naturally noticed by Jiang Yu. He looked up at Ruan Cece standing in front of him. It's Friday, and school is out in the afternoon, so the classroom was slightly empty. Hygiene was done, and the windows were left open because there were still people in the classroom. The curtains are blowing a bit from the wind outside. The girl was wearing her school uniform, and the setting sun shone in outside, falling on her. Even the shaggy, crunchy hair on the front of her forehead seemed to be gilded with light, not to mention the white face. The contours of his face were faintly illuminated by a layer of golden light, but it couldn't hide the redness in his face. No matter how mature is still a little girlet. In the face of the favorite boy's flirtation still cannot control the blush. The wind had caused her school uniform to bulge slightly, which made the girl look thinner. Jiang Yu looked at the girl in front of him and his eyes flashed with fascination. See, the world of face control is always so simple. He smiled at Ruan Cece at this moment. "I'm apologizing. I didn't think that much. If the teacher sees me, I'll say that I was the one who was shameless and flirted with you, and that you're innocent." He reached out and gently hooked her other hand that was hanging at her side. "Angry? You saw me come in with my sister? I have something at noon." Not with her out. She fell off her shoelace at the school gate, carrying milk tea in her hand so it's not convenient to tie. I helped her take a little, more than a dozen cups of milk tea. I said it was a little heavy, and she said that I was false. Speaking here, Jiang Yu's tone sounded all aggravated. "I just wanted to prove that I wasn't false before I helped her carry her a little way," said the cell phone as he pulled it out and gently placed it in front of her. "Look, she even thanked me for helping." Jiang Yu looked at Ruan Cece's much more conciliatory face and sighed with relief. I knew Ruan Cece would eat this. Jiang Yu didn't feel that there was anything wrong with boys showing weakness on their own initiative, especially in the face of an introverted and twisted nature like Ruan Cece's. If she didn't show her weakness, she didn't even know what she had brainstormed inside. It was more likely that, well, Jiang Yu just felt as if he was in quite a bit of danger as well. A man's sixth sense told him that there was a misunderstanding to be resolved that day. Resolute not to stay overnight. What are mouths born for? To talk. So at this time he deliberately said to Ruan Cece with a pitiful face, "I'm innocent with her. You can't misunderstand me. I'm miserable. Every day I'm thinking about how to chase the girl that I like, but I don't want to be misunderstood by her again. Don't you think so?" Jiang Yu's favorite girl. The already lowered voice in the latter sentence lowered even more, sounding like flirting. Ruan Cece pursed her lips, looked at Jiang Yu and said seriously, "You look really good like this." "Good at what?" "Very good at falling in love. Not at all like the first time." Jiang Yu felt a bit wronged. He's just shameless, not just able to put his face down and cajole people. So how does that make him look like he's good at it? But anyway, it's finally gotten a little better. The little face that had been taut relaxed considerably. When Cece quickly packed his things, put away the sketches of Matchmaker and Jiang Yu, and then pulled him away. Seeing the two walk out of the classroom one after the other, the few students still in the classroom breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, they're still around, too. Didn't quite hear what they were saying though, but you can hear voices, too. There was also Jiang Yu reaching out to hook Ruan Shishi's hand, and Ruan Shishi's face that was red even as she left. Help! I really don't blame them for not thinking about it more. It's weird to really not think about it more. What kind of forbidden literature is this? Two of the girls' eyes lit up, feeling like they had discovered something remarkable. Jiang Yu knew nothing about what they had seen or brainstormed. It doesn't really matter even if you know. It struck him that his fondness for Ruan Cece and his preference for her had always been blatant, but maybe no one had thought much of it before. Now, they have the brains to think about it more. After all, they were still at school, and it was still dark, so the two were still a little wary of running into a teacher. Jiang Yu carried Ruan Cece's school bag in her hand and walked out side by side with her, and not forgetting to follow up with, "So still mad?" Ruan Cece naturally didn't want to admit that she was angry. Girls are always more awkward. She said sullenly, "Not angry. Just, don't like you getting too close to other girls. You say she's twisted. She's angry and won't admit it. You say she's honest. Doesn't like other girls to be near Jiang Yu. She again says it outright every time." Jiang Yu laughed. He suddenly stopped. Ruan Cece, who was originally alongside him, also stopped and turned her head to look at him with some confusion. Jiang Yu, however, bent down slightly, his face coming up to Ruan Shishi's face. Then you're not angry enough to smile at me. You haven't smiled at me all afternoon. Ruan Sisi looked at the boy's slightly arched eyebrows, and because of the close proximity he could still see the well-defined eyelashes. It was rare for her to go off on a tangent. It seemed like a lot of guys' eyelashes would be longer than girls. Her mouth broke into a sweet smile and her eyebrows curved. The sunlight fell on the two of them, the man and woman in school uniforms leaning so close together that a certain angle looked how it looked like they were already kissing. What are you doing? Chapter 156 Director Zhu, 10 out of 12 is not right, no matter what time of day it was. Director Chu's voice was like a tub of cold water. Jiang Yu and Ruan Sisi were both shaken by the tiger. When that voice came out, any ambiguous atmosphere could be shattered into crumbs. After all, every week on Mondays you could hear Director Chu naming one by one under the flag-raising platform who had violated the school rules again. After her comes the endless review. At this moment, Jiang Yu immediately stood up straight. Even Ruan Sisi unintentionally straightened her back. Jiang Yu turned his head with a straight face. Good day, Director Zhu. Ruan Sisi also obediently shouted, Hello Director Zhu. As soon as Director Zhu saw that it was them, the somewhat fierce expression on his face froze for a moment, and then his skeptical gaze fell on the two. What were you two doing just now? Blow your eyes out. The reply came in unison. Jiang Yu all froze and glanced at Ruan Sisi who had little expression on her face. There was something in my mind that wanted to laugh, or else the two had grown up together. In a way, the tacit understanding is not ordinary enough. Jiang Yu continued with these words. Just now Ruan Sisi's eyes got something in them. I'll help her blow them out, said Jiang Yu also deliberately asked rhetorically. What does Director Zhu think we're doing? Director Chu. In fact, she was somewhat convinced when they answered in unison. The main thing was that Ruan Sisi and Jiang Yu were highly impressed on her side. At this time, her face eased a bit and she glanced at the two. No, I thought you guys needed help with something. Alright, go back. Study hard even after vacation. Jiang Yu hurriedly said. Got it. Thank you Director. Nguyen Shishi said. See you later Director. Then the two of them headed for the school entrance, one after the other. The boy walked in front of him, and behind him the girl, whose book bag was still in the boy's hand, reached out and pulled on the strap of the bag he was carrying. The scene. It doesn't look right either way. Director Zhu, after all these years of catching discipline, suspicion flashed in his eyes at this point. She looked at the backs of the two men. Before last time it was them too, and they also said it was a misunderstanding. And this time it was a misunderstanding too? Director Zhu remembered. Jiang Yu is Mr. Su's child. Ruan Shishi's account is not in the same place as theirs. Jiang Yu and Ruan Sisi walked outside, their hearts still beating a little fast. Although just now Jiang Yu actually just wanted to tease Ruan Shishi won't really do anything. But this feeling of suddenly being caught by a teacher is really amazing. Jiang Yu wanted to turn back, but Ruan Sisi whispered, Don't turn back, she's still staring at us. Jiang Yu froze and asked back, How do you know? Line of sight. Nguyen Shishi said, There are sightings that have been following us. This is a school. And it just so happens that Director Zhu just thought they were doing something, so the site was most likely Director Zhu's. JY, 9. 6 flipped. Not bad for Nguyen Cc. The two kept walking out of the school's entrance before glancing back, naturally unable to see anything. Then with a simultaneous sigh of relief. Phew. Then Jiang Yu laughed and reached out to press her little head. What's wrong? Afraid? I thought you weren't afraid of anything. Ruan Cc didn't get angry when her head was pressed, raising her eyes to look at Jiang Yu. I was afraid that Aunt Sue and the others would find out. Any teacher knows equals Aunt Sue knows. Jiang Yu teased her. What do you know? We are pure classmates. Then he saw Ruan Cc puckering her mouth unhappily, her cheeks bulging out a little. Well, it kinda looks like a blowfish. Jiang Yu reached out in amusement and pressed it down. Then the hand was slapped down by Nguyen Cc reaching out. The two stood on the side of the road and fought. Naturally, they didn't notice a car drive past them. Rarely had something to get off work early. Director Zhu just happened to see the scene. The boy looked at the girl's eyes with favor and laughter. How to see? It's not innocent. Jiang Yu and Ruan Cc messed around for a while then turned around and rode back. Mr. Su has arrived home and is supposed to cook them something good today. The October sun doesn't get very hot by 5 or 6, but it doesn't go down right away. The shadows of them riding in the sun were close, crossed a small road with the occasional fast-driving car driving by. Occasionally, I would meet a familiar classmate on the road, and a shout would be considered a greeting. Jiang Yu enjoyed this feeling. He came back to try and maybe struggle a little bit, but Jiang Yu came back this time, more than anything else, to enjoy the many things he had neglected in his last life. It's also something that I look back on later with regret. It's that puberty doesn't feel like puberty. It's always about growing up fast, right? But now Jiang Yu is enjoying this youthful feeling of not having to think much about anything as long as she studies hard. This is the kind of school life you grow up lamenting not enjoying. Well, There's also the fact that Jiang Yu's puberty in his last life was accompanied by being slightly fat and having acne on his face. Basically didn't meet much of the opposite sex. It's different this time. You're getting ahead. And you're also going to be the yellow hair. And you're going to abduct the girl you like. Think of the birthday present you've had in your backpack for almost a week. Jiang Yu's heartbeat indisputably became faster again. I can't help it. It's my first time chasing a girl, isn't it? I don't have much experience. Nervousness is real nervousness and fear that I'm not giving enough to be good enough. Ugwin Shishi felt all the best of everything. Jiang Yu cycling while thinking about the image of his confession that day, which are starting to get nervous. Heartbeat is out of control. But it doesn't matter. He has Ruan CC. The package controls the heartbeat. For example, at this time, Ruan CC suddenly spoke up. Brother, you just proved that you didn't make a date with your schoolmates and met them on your way back. But you didn't tell me where you went at noon? I saw Chi-Han and Lu Ji and the others playing at the basketball court. Jiang Yu, why do you still remember? How couldn't Win CC not remember? She remembers everything about Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was considering how to find an excuse to fool around when Ruan CC continued. Brother, don't lie. Oh, lie, you have to think of more lies. For example, last time. Actually, Ruan CC didn't believe it either. But she tried hard to convince herself that boys would have their own secrets too. Anyway, it was with Chi-Han and Lu Ji and they were there. So I guess there was nothing to do. But I went with Shander at noon today. And Shander came back halfway through the day. And I don't even know where Jiang Yu went. This feeling of not being in control was something she really disliked. Jiang Yu coughed a few times. Well, it's actually not impossible to say. The words were interrupted by Ruan CC before he could finish. Then say it. Jiang Yu, alright, it's not right to lie. How about half-talking? Just don't lie anyway. Chapter 157 hit just in time to buy food to go home and wait for Jiang Yu. There is no way out. I secretly prepare a birthday gift for you, so I can't take you even if I lie to you. But you don't ask me what the gift is now. Jiang Yu finished in one breath, not giving Ruan Shishi the chance to open her mouth at all. Then I won't say if you ask. Can't lie, then I can only be silent. Ruan CC The corners of her mouth already slightly hooked up with some control when she heard that Jiang Yu was there to prepare a gift for her. Her hand words grasping the hem of Jiang Yu's school uniform. It. Gift You're not going to be on your birthday. Confessional? She'd waited a long time. Though the ceremony was nothing important to Ruan CC. But Xianshan and Lu Qi both said it was important. It's a must. This represents Jiang Yu's importance. Anyway, with their descriptions and anticipation, Ruan CC was a little, well, not a little anymore, excited about it too. But she always thought confession was, like, a gift, right? It's gonna be the best gift ever. But why does Jiang Yu say there's another gift? Right. It's to confess. The expedition has been going on for so long, and you're going to give me an answer. But it's going to be my gift. Your birthday present, of course. The boy's voice wasn't too loud, gently falling into Ruan Shishi's ears. Whatever the outcome of the confession. Yes, the prepared confession. That subject is me. But your birthday present, that's yours. Got it? Jiang Yu smiled, his voice lazy. The car parked at the flower store where their family ordered flowers. Wait, I'll go get the flowers. Nguyen CC Go on. Jiang Yu asked Ruan Shishi to watch the car, then jogged into the flower store himself. Boss, here to get the flowers. He swept his eyes over the assortment of beautiful flowers and finally saw the sunflowers and roses. Boss, can you wrap another bouquet of sunflowers and roses? The boss, who was already well acquainted with Jiang Yu and was holding the flowers Mr. Su had ordered, heard him and asked, sunflowers or roses? Together, wrapped together. Jiang Yu said with a smile. The boss did give him a somewhat surprised look. Jiang Yu asked, can't I? It's not that you can't, it's just pretty rare. Do you need two kinds of flowers? Someone did use them as a pairing before. It's going to be two kinds. The kind where they're the main characters. Jiang Yu said seriously. The boss nodded. Okay, you sit down and wait. I have not tried, not necessarily look good. How much do you want? It definitely looks good. Jiang Yu smiled. It doesn't have to be too big. He's painted it. It must look good. Sunflowers and roses. How do you know they don't go well together if you don't try? Ruan Sisi waited outside without impatience. Anyway, she could basically think that Jiang Yu would definitely bring her flowers, so she guessed she would have to wait for a while. So she leaned back in her car and pulled out her cell phone. On the cell phone, Zhou Xianxian and the others asked if they wanted to go shopping on Saturday. Ruan Sisi thinks she has enough clothes, and she hasn't worn the dress she bought last time. Just say you don't want to go. But Zhou Xianxian and Lu Qi said seriously, shopping is not necessarily to buy anything. The main thing is to enjoy the process of spending time with friends. Nguyen Shishi, if you don't understand, you might as well do the paper. Since Jiang Yu said $800,000, Ruan Shishi is now full of enthusiasm and patience to learn more. It may be well true that books can really make money, but as soon as she refused, Zhou Xianxian and the girls started begging and begging and begging, and said that Jiang Yu would go to class on Saturday. Cici can go pick up Jiang Yu after shopping. Well, Gwen Cici's heart is in the right place, but she still replied seriously, I can finish my paper and pick it up. Zhou Xianxian and Lu Qi kind of makes sense, but they didn't give up. Ruan Cici didn't feel bored chatting with them one by one. It used to be that she was less inclined to waste her time here. I also don't understand why Jiang Yu and the others are willing to chat online rather than do papers, when it's clear that both are time-consuming. But it seems to make a little more sense now. Chatting does seem to be a no-brainer. Ruan Cici was chatting on her side when she felt an extra shadow in front of her and thought it was Jiang Yu coming back. He looked up with a smile on his face. Then she saw a boy standing in front of her with a nervous face. When he saw the smile on Ruan Cixi's face, the boy's face turned even redder, and he stammered, You? Hello Ruan Cixi. Gwen Cici performs a smile disappearing trick. She reverted to an expressionless look. Even the smile that had been in her eyes before had disappeared. The boy could see it clearly, and his heart thumped, but it was all standing in front of her, so it was better to gather the courage to continue talking. So coincidentally, your family is here too? Ruan Cixi looked at the boy in front of her. The boy was thin, not very tall, not as tall as Jiang Yu. The nervousness visible on his face and the fact that he stammers when he speaks makes one think that he is a shy person. But Ruan Cici is not an ordinary person. She looked at the boys and said, Don't you know where my home is? You've been following us for half a month. A surprised expression appeared on the boy's face as soon as these words came out, and then his original nervous-looking expression disappeared as he looked at Ruan Cici. You know? I know. I also know that you stuffed love letters into my desk, and when I went to the restroom with my classmates you unintentionally met us on our way out every time. Hearing this the boy's eyes flashed madly. You're watching me too? You're like me aren't you? You're into me. He said he was about to approach but was poked in the chest by a pen, a sharpened pencil, and the boy froze, not daring to move. Ruan Cici's thin white hand held a pencil, her face flat. Get lost. You disgust me. You don't want your family to know either, do you? Knowing what happened before when you were caught stalking a girl and knelt on the ground and kowtowed like a dog to get people to let you go. Do you want more people to know? The boy's face changed. How did you know? I know a lot more. Do you want to hear it? Gwen Cici glanced at the door of the flower store. Get out if you don't want to be known. It's too disgusting. The boy took 2 steps back, looking at Ruan Cici with fascination and ferocity in his eyes. You're not afraid. What am I afraid of? A waste? Ruan Cici's gaze finally landed on his face. Her eyes contemptuous. Waste goes to the trash heap. Stay away from me and my friends, if you don't want to be beaten up by a set of bags again. The boy's face hardened even more, having been inexplicably beaten by the sack set earlier himself. Still in the daytime, I thought that I had been stabbed with something. But at this moment, when I looked at the pencil in Ruan Cici's hand, it turned out to be a pen. So it was her. Gwen Cici also knows that it's not good to hit people during the day, but she only needs to be free during the daytime afternoon on Saturdays. Play just in time to buy groceries to go home and wait for Jiang Yu. There is no way out of it. She didn't want to. Chapter 158. Try to see if I love my wife. The premise is to be my wife. If there had been fascination in the boy's eyes just now, there was more of a scorn at this point, mostly because it hurt so much from the last beating. Gwen Cixi knew that the man in front of her had stalked her and that he was a pervert. As for why he used to harass girls and begged for mercy on his knees, it's no coincidence that she saw it before. It's from middle school. I saw it on the way to the store. Gwen Cici has always had a good memory. The boy in front of him at the moment, however, would only think that this girl was pretty, but really scary. So, he chose the next moment to turn and run. Ruan Cici just watched him run past Jiang Yu who was holding the flowers. Jiang Yu was holding a large bouquet in his hand and a smaller one in the other. Watching the boy run so fast and turn to look, I just went out and saw this guy talking to Ruan Cici, right? It's still their school uniform. But Jiang Yu didn't have much of an impression of the man. This guy is running a little fast now too, and his face is still bad. Diarrhea? Jiang Yu dropped the pen in her hand when she walked in front of Ruan Cici. He couldn't see anything on his face, and even took the initiative to reach out and take the flowers in Jiang Yu's hand. Jiang Yu handed her the flowers. The small one is yours. Just that guy from our school, right? Recognize? Don't know. Came to ask for directions. Ruan Cici is looking down at the bunch of wrapped sunflowers and roses. It's so pretty. It's completely unrecognizable. Jiang Yu also did not ask more. Okay, you like it is good. Let's go. Go home to eat to go. As Jiang Yu turned to get into the car she glanced in the direction where the pervert ran away and quickly withdrew her gaze. Can't say it's perverted. A gutter rat with a thief's heart but no guts. Not worth a brother's thoughts. The two arrived home just as they entered the door. Suyin came out of the kitchen. Back? She used to seeing 2 bouquets of flowers and just asked, what are they this time? looks like an orangutan? Ruan Cece looked at it. Jiang Yu said, there was a choice of lilies and frangipani. I chose frangipani. Lilies seem to lose their hair. Really? Suin asked with some surprise, not forgetting to command Jiang Yu, change the flowers, I'm cooking. Saying that, she glanced at the flowers in Ruan Cece's hand. What did your brother buy you today? Roses and sunflowers, said Nguyen Cece happily. Suin looked at it. Yo, it's pretty good looking, said as if he thought of something, glanced at Jiang Yu who had just received a large bunch of eustoma. This kid is quite good at it. He must love his wife in the future. Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece both slowed down in their movements. Suin obviously just said that, turned her head and went into the kitchen. I made steamed fish. Jiang Yu gave a sigh of relief and watched Suin walk in before approaching Ruan Cece's ear and whispering, see, my mom said that I will love my wife in the future. Do you want to try it? Try to see if I hurt my wife. The premise is to be my wife. Jiang Yu saw Ruan Cece's face redden a little when he finished speaking. Holding the flowers tightly in his arms, he was about to go back to his room. Walked 2 steps, suddenly turned back to look at Jiang Yu and asked in a low voice, that girlfriend doesn't hurt? Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow. That must have hurt too. Ruan Cece tilted her little face up slightly and said with some small triumph, then I'll see how my girlfriend hurts first. With that, he turned and went back to his room. Remember running with your own book bag, leaving behind a Jiang Yu who was standing in the living room holding a rustum. Jiang Yu suddenly smiled. This little girl is getting more and more lively. Really good. As soon as Jiang Weiman entered the door, he saw his son giggling. What's wrong? Holding this flower and giggling? No, my mom told you to put the flowers in. Jiang Yu quickly shoved the flowers in her hand into Jiang Weiman's hand and ran into the room with her own school bag. Jiang Weiman hey a few times he didn't even turn around. Jiang Weiman scared. Brat. Suin heard the sound and stepped out to take a look. Happy, your son got you a job? Jiang Weiman sighed. So what son to raise? Though he said so, with a helpless smile on his face. Quickly, he hugged the flowers to the side. The house wasn't huge, but it smelled like home. Jiang Yu sat in his room, the door was not closed tightly. He could still hear his parents talking, and on the other side was Ruan Cece. It's such a good life. He could live it for the rest of his life. After dinner Jiang and Ms. Su went on a date. Ruan Cece and Jiang Yu were left at home. Suin also left money for Jiang Yu. It's okay to go out with your sister, but you can't come back too late. And Cece, a lot of things can't be eaten casually. You remind Ruan Cece said obediently. Aunt Su, I'm doing papers at home. Suin reached out and rubbed her head. It's okay to go out and play more. Don't think about studying every day. Where can you finish studying? If you don't want to go out, just watch TV and play with your phone. Jiang Yu, who was at the side, didn't hold back. Mom, that's not what you told me. Suin glared at him. Can that be the same? I just won't write a paper even if I chase after you. Jiang Yu, whispering back, you said yourself that you couldn't learn enough. Then I didn't tell you not to learn. Suin sighed. Hey, Jiang Weiman, your son. Jiang Weiman aside. Your son. Jiang Yu smiled. Your son. Then got knocked by one of mom and dad. They were going to a movie and were afraid they wouldn't make it in time, so they went out without much fuss. Jiang Yu watched them go out and deliberately said to Ruan Cece, hey, see, I'm disliked. My parents dislike me. But Ruan Cece said seriously, it's okay, I don't mind. My brother. Jiang Yu deliberately teased her. Then what do you say when people ask you what brother you are? Ruan Cece blinked. Well, asking now is brother after the birthday. Well, she smiled brightly. After your birthday you can ask me then and I'll answer you. Hey, the child is older will be sold. Jiang Yu is not angry, just sighed. Also okay. Ruan Cece moved over a bit, his shoulder next to Jiang Yu's before stopping. He to stick it to his brother. Brother, tomorrow you said you'd accompany me to see the house. Ruan Cece reminded. I'll pick you up from class. Of course Jiang Yu remembered. There's no need to answer it. If you don't go out, Xian and the girls want me to go shopping with them tomorrow. The mall isn't far from where you have class. Ruan Cece said seriously. The mall is still changed by Zhou Xian and the girls on purpose, just to trick Ruan Cece out. Jiang Yu's words were interrupted and he suddenly laughed after hearing her. Really laughed out of nowhere. Ruan Cece all but froze. What are you laughing at, brother? Laughing at our little girl finally growing up. Is finally growing up slowly and healthily. Chapter 159. Is that worth rewarding with a kiss? Jiang Yu had no problem with Ruan Cece taking the initiative to arrange the trip. He planned it well. Saturday was nothing to do with it. On Sunday he was unavailable in the afternoon. The surprise he had prepared for Ruan Cece was not yet finished. He had to think of a way to keep Ruan Cece from following him. Nguyen Cece card sticker little stickler. I never thought that one day it would turn into a sweet annoyance. The next day was Saturday. Jiang Yu had to go to the studio early in the morning. Ruan Cece didn't go. since she knew about the $800,000, she was really trying hard. You can tell it's really wanted. She sent Jiang Yu to the entrance of the neighborhood now. He was also flicked on the forehead by Jiang Yu's outstretched hand before turning back reluctantly. Jiang Yu looked at her back with some amusement before finally riding away. From this side to the studio is not close. Take the bus will be a little more convenient. Jiang Yu as a workout. It was a bit of a choke point when it arrived. Just after greeting the people in the drawing room, Mr. Qi came. The crowd quieted down, and honestly began to draw in class. Actually, time in the studio goes by fast, and it goes by especially fast when you're obsessed with one thing. Mr. Qi was very strict, but he obviously liked Jiang Yu quite a bit. Said many times he was improving fast, drawing well, not quite like he was just learning. Chandler even jokingly said, like he hasn't forgotten all about it, right? Jiang Yu, the heart is weak. Lunch was with Qian Duo and Zhou Chao, and a senior, 3 boys and a girl, going to dinner together. It turned out that just as we got to the store, the senior's girlfriend came and slipped away. That leaves them 3. Luckily the 3 of them were kind of familiar with each other, so it was nothing. It's just that Zhou Chao still wants to draw Ruan Sisi, and still hasn't given up. Qian Duo did a couple of heave-hos. I've sketched the side of Ruan Sisi's face. Jiang Yu? Jiang Yu looked up at him with some dangerous eyes. Qian Duo hurriedly said, wait although it was me who drew the side face, but I am purely artistic angle you brother do not look at me Zhou Chao let out a sigh. Then why don't you paint your face? What a waste. She really kinda wants to paint it. Qian Duo sighed. Do you think I don't want to? Seriously, except for you and a few girls. Ruan Sisi rarely gives anyone a look It's not a good position for me to draw, either. Is that so cool? Or you think? Jiang Yu listened to them and sighed in his heart. Ruan Sisi seemed to not be by his side, but in fact it seemed like she was everywhere again. The corners of Ruan Sisi's mouth couldn't help but rise at the thought of Ruan Sisi. Zhou Chao noticed and gave a look to Qian Duo who was fighting with her. Qian Duo also looked at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu? He looked at the two. No, what's in your eyes? You too? Zhou Chao raised her eyebrows. I may be a bit straight in my speech. Don't mind if I do. This look in your eyes? Is it? Thinking about that girl you like? Too bad I didn't ask you who you liked last time. Zhou Chao finished also sighed, and asked curiously. You have like female children. There is a sister. Let your sister to go with her good friends chant. Seriously, that's what my brother did in the beginning. Even though he didn't catch up with the girl I became good friends with. But you can really try. See, she's really serious about her advice. Qian Duo on the side. What? Letting Ruan Sisi be friends with herself. Hey, so tempted to say it, but it doesn't seem to fit. Jiang Yu just smiled and even nodded. Good idea. Chandler. Anyway, later Zhou Chao also sent him a lot of experience in chasing girls, originating from her unlucky cousin who was not in a good relationship. At the end of class in the afternoon, Mr. She called Jiang Yu over to have a chat alone. Jiang Yu sent a message to Ruan Shishi, saying that he would not go down until a while, and told her to find a place to sit and wait. Jiang Yu followed Mr. Qi to his office and could guess what he was after. Sure enough, Mr. Qi's first words were, "You've studied Chinese painting, right? Actually, I don't feel like you've just learned how to paint. It even feels like the kid draws a little bit of himself sometimes. What's up with that?" Mr. Qi was a little shocked. In fact, it is not surprising. When Jiang Yu not long after learning to draw and painting was sent to Mr. Qi here, it is his hand to teach out. Although it is said that the master leads the door, the practice depends on the individual. But Jiang Yu's drawing is really similar to Mr. Qi's. It was because of this that he was noticed in the first place. At this time for Mr. Qi's question, Jiang Yu hesitated for 2 seconds. Learned, can't say I've learned, just followed some videos and drew a little. After all, Mr. Su at home must have told Mr. Qi about his situation. I really haven't studied Chinese painting for the past 10 years or so. This would have come out if I had asked. Mr. Qi was a bit surprised, but thought that maybe it was really good talent. Then are you interested in learning Chinese painting? Although you may not take this in your future exams, it will always be useful. There's no harm in learning more. Teacher Qi looks at Jiang Yu seriously. If you want to learn, come to me for half a day on Sundays in the future. How about it? Jiang Yu, what? There is such a good thing? Well, isn't there an excuse for not going back tomorrow afternoon? Jiang Yu only considered it for a few seconds before saying, okay, that's fine teacher. This charge. A look of hesitant worry came out of the student. Mr. Qi, however, waved his hand. No tuition. It counts towards the fees you paid earlier. Jiang Yu nodded and asked one more question. Then Qian Duo and the others. Only you for now. Teacher Qi looked at the painting that was placed on the desktop by himself. The one drawn by Jiang Yu. Actually, your drawing is already very good. Jiang Yu thought. Not, the last life behind the study of 3 or 4 years almost 4 years, their own GA. One thought is heartbreaking again, seeing that he had agreed. Mr. She said that he would call Mr. Su at night to tell him at home, and asked him to come over on time tomorrow. Jiang Yu agreed, then took his things and went downstairs. As soon as he came downstairs, he saw Ruan Cece standing next to his bike not far from the doorway. I knew she wouldn't be obedient and told her to find a place to sit and wait, but she insisted on standing where Jiang Yu could see her at the first glance. Seeing Jiang Yu, Ruan Cece's eyes lit up and she raised her hand to wave. A smile had appeared on her pretty face. Jiang Yu walked over quickly and reached out to pull down her raised hand. Why don't you go to the milk tea store and sit and wait? It's a little noisy in there, but I'll pack it up for you. The hand she'd been carrying behind her back came out. Inside was milk tea still iced. Here. Jiang Yu smiled and took it. You drank it? I didn't drink it. I know. I don't drink iced ones, and I can't really drink milk tea, so I just drank milk, said Ruan Cece obediently. Jiang Yu nodded in satisfaction and reached out to rub her head. So good. Nguyen Cece looked up at him and moved a little closer. Is that worth rewarding with a kiss? Chapter 160. Even when I'm in the drawing room, I'm still thinking of you. The girl's lips were shiny and looked very similar to jelly indeed. Probably wearing some kind of lipstick or something? Anyway, Jiang Yu smelled a strawberry? The smell of strawberries? It's kinda refreshing. He reached up and pressed his hand to her face. No, backing up. No one knows us here, and it's the middle of the road, right? Do you think it's appropriate? Across the street from the milk tea store, Qian Duo walked out with Zhou Qiao and a few students from the drawing room. Qian Duo and Zhou Qiao then walked at the front. With a quick glance at the scene of the girl coming closer, the boy didn't hesitate to reach out and press his hand to the girl's face. Zhou Qiao sighed. They are really affectionate. Ha, Chandler. Aha, isn't it? It's kind of a nice scene. Gotta draw it in his comic. Yes, Chandler is a cartoonist. It's still a contracted, serialized teen manga kind of thing. Of course his mom and dad knew about this one. After all, underage signing is for parents. Qian Duo used to draw purely on various girl anime works and some fiction. There's nothing he can do. He's inexperienced. He can't just draw, can he? Then in high school, it didn't feel like it was impossible to go talk to one on my own. But he's a bit high-minded. Maybe it's because I've been drawing too many beauty queens myself. The only one who started the school year with a quick glance was Ruan Cece, not meaning that the other girls in the class weren't good-looking. Of course, it's just that in contrast to Ruan Cece, it's really, almost something. In the end, anyway, isn't that a no-brainer? But after he habitually watched Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece's interaction, hey, no shortage of material. In a way he was the same as Zhou Xianxian. Just love seeing the ambiguous vibe between the two. He is the one who guards the love of Yugo Cece. So at this time he was afraid that everyone would see something. Okay, go. Scattered mainly because I was afraid someone would report it or something. After all, a lot of it was from their school. Still need to guard it a bit. Qian Duo's voice was quite loud. Jiang Yu heard it. So with Ruan Cece quickly looked across the room. Jiang Yu also greeted them and then said to Ruan Cece, Let's go to your new house. She's not giving up on Ruan Cece, even though she looks like she's coming. Ruan Cece was originally still a bit unhappy to see Zhou Qiao. After all, on Saturdays, this schoolmate spent more time with Jiang Yu than Jiang Yu spent with her, but it was still a quick ride. It also felt like Jiang Yu was riding a bit fast today. Zhou Qiao was about to go over and say hello to Ruan Cece to brush her face, but then the person left? At this point, she didn't know that she was the woman that Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece were both jealous of, wanting the other to pull away. Because Jiang Yu rode his bike fast today, Ruan Cece could hug Jiang Yu's waist openly. Jiang Yu rode for a while and slowed down, then took advantage of the red light to look at the two hands holding his waist and sighed helplessly. Can you stop touching? How am I also a guy? Mentally, he added. It's an adolescent boy. I can't control my body's reaction to this touch. There was a breeze coming toward Jiang Yu's face, as if it could cool down a little bit, but not much. Jiang Yu even felt like he was still hot. Nguyen Cece's sneaky movements stopped, trying to play innocent, but quickly remembered. He was touching Jiang Yu. Retort seems useless, so all that could be done was a dry O. The green light arrived. Jiang Yu rode forward, his voice slowly drifting into Ruan Cece's ears. You just crave my body. And with a laugh and a flirtation. It's obviously a stunt. Just Jiang Yu did not expect Ruan Cece to pick up. She said, then how come I don't crave others but you? You seduced me. Jiang Yu, it's very necessary to talk to Zhou Xianxian and the girls. What kind of things did they bring their Ruan Cece to get in touch with? Seeing that Jiang Yu had nothing to say after being answered back by her, Ruan Cece agreed with Zhou Xuanxuan's words once again in her heart. Since then, Zhou Xuanxuan's position as a love army master was unshakable. In the end, Jiang Yu took the initiative to bypass the topic. Chatting further, he was afraid that Ruan Cece would say something again. Jiang Yu also mentioned in passing that he was also going to the studio on Sunday. Sure enough, Ruan Cece was not happy. Jiang Yu didn't even need to turn his head to know that she was unhappy, and the original relaxed and pleasant atmosphere was broken. Jiang Yu was still explaining, "It's just Sunday morning, but tomorrow will be a day, and the afternoon as well, but I'll be home soon as school is over, okay?" It was clearly a day before. Ruan Cece's voice was muffled. Jiang Yu had to go to the drawing room for 2 days, so he would have even less time to spend with him. Wouldn't he have more time to spend with Zhou Qiao? Zhou Qiao, who was on her way home, sneezed violently. "No, who read about her? Why does it feel a bit cold? Isn't it 32 degrees today? It's not cold?" Jiang Yu's side is still explaining to Ruan Cece. "Sunday is National Painting, and it's on for half a day in addition to tomorrow. I'm still going back in the afternoon, but then you go back to school for night study. You don't even have much time at home." The slump in Ruan Cece's voice was undisguised. Jiang Yu was silent for a while. He didn't know if he should tell Ruan Xiaoxi now. In fact, sooner or later they were going to be separated. Of course, this separation meant that they wouldn't always spend as much time together as they did when they were kids. By sophomore year they'll be in separate classes, and by college they won't be in the same school. All of this was perhaps too much for Ruan Cece, who was so dependent on him, to accept. Jiang Yu was silent for a while, smiled and continued to coax. "Then I will be with you all the time at home except for sleeping, okay? Take your time." All at once she's not going to be able to take it. Ruan Cece didn't speak anymore as she hugged Jiang Yu's waist. The boy's body was still on the thin side, but he could feel the muscles. She buried her face in Jiang Yu's back. She knew what was good for Jiang Yu, but knowing is one thing. The anxiety and restlessness in her heart simply could not be contained when she sensed that Jiang Yu was walking on a path that did not intersect with her much. It even creates a desire for destruction. Jiang Yu sighed softly, feeling the way she buried her face in her back, unwilling to speak. Didn't say anything else after all. The two men walked forward somewhat quietly, until they reached the entrance of the neighborhood. Jiang Yu parked the car outside, not rushing in to take Ruan Cece's hand and look down at her. "Crying?" Ruan Cece raised her long eyelashes to look at Jiang Yu, but quickly lowered her eyes again. Jiang Yu sighed and dug from his own bag, pull out a paper-folded rose. It was also painted. Ruan Cece froze for a moment and saw the paper rose that was handed to her. Jiang Yu smiled and coaxed, "Don't be unhappy, okay? I'm still thinking of you even if I'm in the studio." Chapter 161, How cute. "You little clingy girl." Ruan Cece looked at the paper rose, and it seemed like the boys were sitting in the drawing room, chatting with someone while folding roses in front of her eyes. The original tyranny seems to be. Never mind. Still want to tie him up. Jiang Yu saw her dryly reach out and take the rose, but the person still does not take care of him. Jiang Yu laughed a little and didn't get angry, continuing to dig and dig. "I pulled out a little paper frog, this one uncolored," gently placing it in her hand. "Please, don't be upset." "Ha?" Ruan Cece froze. "Why are there still frogs?" She reached for the frog and raised her eyes to Jiang Yu. The boy had a smile on his face and in his eyes as he just looked at her. Eyes are on her. When she finally looked over, she said, "Don't be upset. I'm just going to class. I'm not going anywhere, am I? I'll send you a message when I can, and I'll message you back when I can, and I'll come home right after class, okay?" Ruan Cece pursed her lips and finally spoke. "Am I annoying?" Actually, thinking about it another way, it seems like anyone who was asked to do that would find the other person annoying, right? Obviously just going to class. But Jiang Yu reached out and touched her head. "It's not annoying. How adorable. Little clingy spirit." His voice was relaxed. "It's okay. I think it's cute. Don't you just care about me?" Jiang Yu looked at her slightly widened eyes. He naturally knew that Ruan Cece, always afraid of being left behind or he did not give enough security. They'd been together since they were kids, and it was always going to give her a chance to slowly adjust. Unfortunately, Jiang Yu didn't know at this point that given much longer, Ruan Cece wouldn't be able to adjust to being separated from Jiang Yu. The longer they were apart, the more she wanted to hide Jiang Yu. But at this moment, Ruan Cece, who was holding roses and frogs in her hand, looked at the serious boy in front of her who was talking about her cuteness, and still squeezed out a smile. "Then is it okay to come back early?" "Could be. Come back and stay with me all the time?" "Could be. Can I sleep with you at night then?" "But, what? No." Jiang Yu sked and reached out to flick her forehead. "What are you thinking?" Ruan Cece covered her forehead and beamed. She just called someone cute. "Cute little stickler. Little rascal." Jiang Yu grunted and laughed, adding in his heart that it was actually quite cute. Every time I see her struggling to try and sleep with herself, is really quite cute. The house type and everything that Chen Hui bought for Ruan Cece is quite good. The decoration is also good. 3 rooms, Ruan Cece enough for one person. even if you have a family in the future. The property taxes also helped her pay for 10 years. Jiang Yu's feelings towards Chen Hui as a person are kind of complicated, but there was no need to figure it out. After all, they probably wouldn't have this person in their lives afterward. As long as Ruan Cece put down do not mind. This person is how it is. It is also so, it does not matter. The human brain is like a giant memory box. At this point, all the memories about Chen Hui would be gray, because in the future, her life would have absolutely nothing to do with Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece. I don't think we'll ever talk about it again. The two looked around before collapsing together on the couch to rest. Nguyen Shishi asked, do you like it? Jiang Yu gave a cry. You're asking me if I like it? This is your house he said as he turned his body sideways to look at the person next to him. You're thinking of staying with me from now on, huh? That sounded like a deliberate attempt to tease her. I didn't realize that Ruan Cece wasn't shy at all. She also turned her body sideways to meet Jiang Yu's eyes. Then aren't you going to live with me? Is that all you want to do when you fall in love? Scum. Jiang Yu? What's wrong? Isn't this still on the table? Ruan Cece is still continuing to output. Any relationship that doesn't take marriage as a prerequisite is a rascal. Jiang Yu hey a sound. Reach out and pinch her soft little face. Where to come to the little girl I'm this with just talk to you on it? I'm a scumbag? I'm a scumbag? Ruan Cece didn't pull away from his hand either, and said vaguely with his posture, light flirting without talking is also scum. Jiang Yu, so reasonable. He laughed and let go, and rubbed her face in the process, sighing, but I'm going to have to buy the house for the wedding in the future. Sort of chauvinistic of me? It won't be here anyway. Our home is definitely meant to be loved. This is what Chen Hui compensated Ruan Cece for. Jiang Yu thought that in the future, when they got married, they would definitely want their love-filled house. Jiang Yu didn't make it very clear, but Ruan Cece understood. Those who had been muttering stopped muttering. With the action of Jiang Yu helping her rub her face gently rubbed his hand. Aha, then brother to buy a big house? Jiang Yu was happy. The little girl was quite quick to accept. He smiled and said, then brother try to buy you a big house. His eyes were gentle. Give us Ruan Xiaoxi's very big house, and lots of love to you too. Teenagers make promises to the girls they like, perhaps many of which may not be fulfilled. At this age, impulses and longings are present. But Jiang Yu knew that he would try very hard, because he's not really a teenage boy. He says things and he really thinks about them seriously. But Ruan Cece didn't know even if it was a promise casually said to coax her. As long as it was what Jiang Yu said, she would be happy. At this point she just smiled and said, yeah, I'll work hard too. A very hard kind of hard. And we'll buy a big house together. The thought of her future being all about Jiang Yu made Ruan Shishi feel happy. Jiang Yu looked at her smiling face, but he didn't doubt that Ruan Cece would try very hard. For a girl as smart as Ruan Cece, if she wants to in the future, she can definitely make lots and lots of money, right? Eating Nguyen rice by yourself? Yes, it's Nguyen Ri, not Nguyen Ri. Just thinking about it like that made Jiang Yu want to remain salty, but it's just a thought. Ruan Cece is so good, he has to be even better to be worthy of her. A good relationship is one that progresses together. It was getting a little dark by the time the two came out of the house. It's all getting dark early now. By November, it's all dark by 6 o'clock. Since they were in a new neighborhood, the two had no qualms about holding hands, and neither knew each other anyway. Well, but one thing they forget is that this is a new neighborhood. It's not no man's land. Director Zhu and a young boy walked face to face when both of them felt that the hands in each other's hands were a little hot. It snapped loose. Luckily Director Chu was talking sideways about the boy and didn't notice this side at first. It was probably too much movement when they let go. So Director Zhu turned his head to look over. Jiang Yu? Ruan Cece? JY, have you stabbed the director's nest lately? Chapter 162. He clearly did not use force. She is also too young, right? It wasn't just Director Chu. The boy next to her looked familiar too. Jiang Yu remembered that it was the boy who had accosted Ruan Cece and the girls that he had seen earlier at the camping place. What it was called Jiang Yu didn't know, but it was obvious that the boy recognized them as well, with surprise in his eyes. But this Jiang Yu, they just said they came to see the new house and were going back. Director Zhu didn't say much and watched them leave. The son beside him, Xian Feng, was surprised and asked, Mom, are these students from your school? What the? Was it a high school kid who hit on you? At first, I just thought the girl was pretty and a little young looking. I didn't realize that she wasn't a bit young, but she was already young, right? Director Zhu retracted his own gaze with suspicion and glanced at his son. What are you doing? That girl's grades are good. She's our top student. No, I've encountered it before on a camping trip. Xian Feng stretched his back. Forget about high school students, he said casually as he walked away. You'll have to watch out for your top seedling. Then, with such good looks, Director Chu, Nguyen Cece said after walking out of the neighborhood, I don't live here anymore. so I'd better sell it later, right? Jiang Yu was a bit surprised. Why? Who wants to live in the same neighborhood as a teacher? Ruan Cece muttered a low voice. Even after graduation, I wouldn't want to. Jiang Yu didn't think a good student would be afraid of a teacher? Somewhat amused, he said, aren't all the teachers nice to you? Are you afraid of teachers too? Ruan Cece, however, said seriously, it's not that I'm afraid that you're afraid. Won't you live with me? Cece Nguyen's classmates played steadily. Jiang Yu had nothing to say again, finally chose to shut up and drive someone home. After arriving home, Suyin had probably received a call from Mr. Chi. She asked Jiang Yu if she wanted to learn Chinese painting. Jiang Yu sensitively felt that Mr. Su seems to be in a bad mood. Ruan Cece also noticed and glanced at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was still very experienced in this matter of coaxing Mr. Su. He didn't say whether he would go or not, but just smiled and asked Mr. Su, what does our teacher Su think? If you don't want to, I won't learn. This was said lightly by him, mainly because Jiang Yu knew that Mr. Su had always respected his opinion. Suyin was the best to coax even though she looked strong. She was softened by a couple of good-natured soft words, but that's not how it looks to Ruan Cece. She doesn't want Jiang Yu to learn, but he insists. Although it's not right to compare yourself to Ansu like this, but at this moment, hearing Jiang Yu's words, Ruan Cece is still a little unhappy. Your own weight in your brother's heart is still too light. Jiang Yu was busy coaxing his mom. How do you know that he just coaxed the little girl is ready to make a demon again? At this time Suyin heard Jiang Yu's words and indeed her face eased a little. Didn't you already promise your teacher Chi? Then the teacher said I have a talent for drawing Chinese painting. I must be happy and said no money. I agreed, but if you do not want me to go I will not go. Jiang Yu opened his mouth to speak nonsense, coaxing his mom. Sure enough Suyin was silent for a moment before speaking. You like to draw Chinese paintings? Your teacher Chi said that you paint very well. Jiang Yu glanced at Suyin's face and finally said, quite like it. Finally Suyin stood up. Well, learn if you like. She walked towards the bedroom. There's food in the kitchen. You guys eat. Even Ruan Cece, who was uncomfortable in her heart, realized that Suyin was really in a bad mood. Auntie Su, aren't you going to eat? I ate. I didn't wait for you guys to come back so late. You guys eat, Suyin said, then opened the door and went inside. Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece were left in the living room. The two looked at each other, and Ruan Cece whispered, what's wrong with Aunt Su? Jiang Yu also did not know, because in his last life he had already gone to college when he learned Chinese painting. His family really did not know. At that moment he shook his head and glanced at the bedroom. It always felt like something was bubbling up inside. Something that was too late to ask for confirmation in a previous life bubbling up again. Or maybe Chinese painting is a breakthrough? But at this moment, he reached out and pulled Ruan Cece's wrist. Let's eat first. The food will be cold in a while. Ruan Cece was still a little worried about Suyin, but she had always been bad with words. Even trying to ask feels a little awkward. It ended up being that after dinner she cleaned up and let Jiang Yu take a look. But Jiang Yu didn't ask anything and was kicked out within 2 minutes of going in. Seeing Ruan Cece, who was waiting blearily in the living room, he waved at her. The two entered Jiang Yu's room one after the other. Ruan Cece also closed the door and lowered her voice to ask, what's wrong with Auntie Su? Jiang Yu shook her head. Nothing's wrong, she said. It's fine, it's just that she was a little uncomfortable this afternoon, said she might have caught a cold, ate her medicine and planned to sleep for a while, so she kicked me out of the out. There was indeed cold medicine on the desktop just now as well, so Jiang Yu came out quickly. But Ruan Cece was still a little worried. Should we go see a doctor? Asked. My mom said no, wait for my dad to come back to take a look. He'll probably be back in a while. Jiang Yu sighed. The two didn't speak for a moment. Looking at her frowning, Jiang Yu reached out and pinched her face. What's a little kid thinking about? Finished your homework? I didn't expect the person to nod. I'm done with the teacher's assignment. And there's a page and a half left for the step classroom. Jiang Yu, okay, he's the one who humiliated himself by daring to ask the school bully if he's done his homework yet. Ruan Cece looked at Jiang Yu seriously at this time. I can't give you a copy although you study art, but you also need to ensure academic performance, so that you can get into a good school. Looking at her serious explanation, Jiang Yu wanted to laugh, and he didn't actually mean to copy it, okay? Why did it feel like he was so unreliable in Ruan Cece's eyes? He tugged on Ruan Cece's little face, still scared. Why don't you grow meat? And I'm this kind of person in your eyes? Ruan Cece whispered. You even asked me to do your homework when you were little. Jiang Yu somewhat awkwardly loosened his hand. Let's just say, this childhood acquaintance is the look of your bare ass she probably remembers. Sometimes it's not very awkward to be in a relationship, is it? Too knowledgeable. He coughed lightly. I was young and didn't know any better. Hasn't it stopped screaming since then? You didn't ask me to write it until Auntie Su found out later and got smoked. Ruan Cece corrected seriously. Jiang Yu. Well, Well, you didn't give him any face at all. He was going to say something else, but then he saw the fingerprints evident on Wan Cece's tender white little face. She obviously didn't exert herself. She's too young, isn't she? Chapter 163. It's that feeling of hidden excitement. Wan Cece looked at Jiang Yu with a puzzled look in her eyes. Why did she suddenly stop talking? Brother? She reached out and waved her hand in front of Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu reached out and held her hand. His other hand touched her face, his own face coming a little closer. Wan Cece froze for a moment. Originally the two were sitting. Jiang Yu's chair still had wheels. At this point he slid closer. The two were somewhat ambiguous, both in terms of posture and distance. Wan Cece had forgotten what she was originally going to say, and her face slowly reddened instead. She looked at Jiang Yu's face as he came closer. His eyes were focused on her. Wan Cece's breathing became lighter. Brother, is that a kiss? Jiang Yu is not. Jiang Yu did not. He just wanted to see how it happened. As a result, when he looked closer, the finger marks were not obvious because Wan Cece's face was red. At the beginning of the bright white small face, at this time stained with a layer of powder. But it seems that the fingerprints are not obvious. Jiang Yu's eyes finally turned from her cheeks to land on her full face, then met the girl's twinkling eyes. He suddenly hooked a smile. The hand that had been placed on her cheek withdrew and gently tapped her head. What are you thinking about? Thinking with a red face? The two men's faces were close enough to breathe and speak to each other. Wan Cece pursed her lips and looked at Jiang Yu's face as he came closer, whispering, I was wondering if you were going to kiss me. If not. Although the words hadn't been finished, Jiang Yu seemed to be able to predict her next step and raised his face quickly. Sure enough, the girl's soft lips landed on his neck, brushing slightly across the knot of his throat. Jiang Yu's heartbeat accelerated, and the touched place felt like it was on fire. Wan Cece accompanied it with a, then I'll kiss. Just flew up. Turns out well, no kiss. Curious. A furious version of Wan Cece. Her lips landed on the spot where the knot of Jiang Yu's throat was a little upwards as he suddenly looked up. It was supposed to be at the corner of the lips even if it wasn't precisely landed on the lips. Wan Cece exasperated. Originally to leave the lips. Do not know how the evil from the guts. Suddenly opened his mouth and gently bit on the knot of Jiang Yu's throat. Jiang Yu's cry of was accompanied by a sliding knot in his throat, and the vibration spread from Wan Cece's lips. The face that had been just a little pink was completely red. Jiang Yu reached out and cupped the back of Wan Cece's neck, pulling the man away, his face and ears red. Well, now it's two monkey butts facing each other. Jiang Yu thought in his heart, how old is Wan Cece? How old is she? It's not too much to ask for a kiss, is it? Just one kiss. Not exactly abduction, is it? A little bit of morality, but not too much. Jiang Yu when he saw Wan Cece's face reddened and didn't dare to look at him. Still, he reached out and lifted her chin. An eye for an eye. A bite, a gentle bite on the side of her face. Wan Cece froze. It didn't hurt, so Jiang Yu didn't exert any force. It was just that the soft lips, and the feeling of teeth gently rubbing against his cheeks was too obvious. This was the first time Jiang Yu had seen Wan Cece fleeing in front of himself. The man who had just gotten loose suddenly stood up, turned and ran, and politely closed the door behind himself. Jiang Yu. The whole time the two didn't come to say a word. Not Ruan Xiaoxi, aren't you bold? Jiang Yu have done a good job of psychological construction. Late 1 or 2 days is his girlfriend. Now early kiss is not impossible. And then the girlfriend who was on the verge of getting there, just ran away. Jiang Yu, smile. JPG. All that mentalizing for nothing. Jiang Yu reached out and touched the knot in his throat where he had just been bitten. Seriously, after a moment of mental and physical tightness. Kind of excited. It's that hidden thrill. It's hard to describe, especially when it was clear to him that it was Wan Cece who bit the knot of his throat. Jiang Yu sighed and looked down. It's a good thing Wan Cece ran away. She shouldn't have noticed. Finally Jiang Yu sat for a while and stood up, deciding to take a shower. Jiang Yu went to take a shower when a wall of Wan Cece was chagrined how she ran away. It clearly felt like the next second maybe her brother would be able to kiss her. But Wan Cece still wimped out. Maybe it was because it was so quiet and the atmosphere between the two was so ambiguous. And the way Jiang Yu looked at her. Well, that and the body's reaction. She saw it all. Wan Cece reached up and covered her face, rolling silently on the bed. A shower and a tumble. But both were unexpectedly quiet this night. And Suyin thought it was because they were heartbroken that they had caught a cold. It's also comforting to know that the kids are finally getting it. The understanding Jiang Yu went out early the next morning, all day long until after 5 p.m. After taking a shower and eating dinner again, he hurriedly took Wan Cece to the evening study hall. Wan Cece has to go to the step classroom for her lesson. Wan Cece went to class, and when the first evening study session ended, Chihan Luji and even Zhou Xianxian came up. Luchi was also there, and several people stood in the corridor. Chihan asked, "Are you ready?" We got the fireworks. They're at my house. I'll take them over tomorrow night. Jiang Yu nodded. Ready, still a little bit short of wrapping up. There are people to help. But can you guys take tomorrow off? After all, he and Wan Cece have no problem. Jiang Yu is ready. Tomorrow after dinner it will be dark. Just take Wan Cece over. Not really worried about safety. There were more of them, plus Zhao Lin said to leave it to him. Jiang Yu felt that Zhao Lin was still quite reliable. Jihan and Lu Ji both said it was fine. And Zhou Xianxian also said, I'm fine with it. My sister helped me take a vacation. Lu Qi was a little bit of a problem, but she said that she would definitely take a good vacation tomorrow. So you guys have all your gifts ready? Sure, Jihan said, patting his chest. The bag is ready. What about you guys? Both girls nodded at the same time as well. The bell rang, and everyone said they'd weaseled their way back to class. Lu Qi was about to go back when he saw Jiang Yu playing with his cell phone and called out, Brother Yu, the teacher will be here in a while. Jiang Yu let out a sigh and put away his cell phone. Let's go, then turned around and headed back to class. Zhao Lin's cell phone, who was leading people in the old factory at the moment, vibrated a few times. He sat on the side with slates in front of him. There were a couple of other people next to them with their heads down on their slates posting something. Zhao Lin dropped the cigarette in his hand, took out his cell phone and glanced at it. It was a message from Jiang Yu. Hard work brothers, treat you to a late night snack, and turned $300. No, this kid is really rich, isn't he? And it doesn't take 100 for them to have a snack and go to 711. Zhao Lin took another look at the slate in front of him and finally nodded the collection with an expressionless face. This was what they deserved. It's true that a well-read person's mind just spins fast. I shouldn't have gotten high and said I had something for him. The packet handled it. Chapter 164 Happy Birthday Wan Xiaoxi. Seriously, Cholin said this in passing and politely. Jiang Yu is not being polite to him at all. However, this instead made him feel a little more comfortable. As if, Jiang Yu really did consider him a friend. One of the boys beside him posted something and ripped it open and the slate lit up. He let out a sigh. This thing is a glow-in-the-dark sticker. Ha, the pattern on it is kinda nice, but won't it get stolen if we leave it here? Zhao Lin looked at it and let out a sigh, extending his go-go foot to kick the little brother. Didn't we say we'd tear it up tomorrow? Said he looked toward the wall. From Jiang Yu get well. He has been guarding here, waiting for dry. The sky is also dark. One by one, people are coming, and a lot of people will see that the lights here are not that bright. Many people will walk over to look at it, and Zhao Lin will just stand next to it. It's okay to look at it, just don't get it. The people who come over here more or less know each other. Punks have connections, too. Anyway, it's just pretty well preserved because Corin has been around. At this time that little brother touched the kicked ass. No, tomorrow afternoon also have to tear I now tear open what's wrong. It also saves time. Zhao Lin rolled his eyes. Anyway, don't tear it now. It's so bright, what if someone steals a piece or two in the middle of the night? No Ringo, which one of your friends has something? It's so important? You've been on guard all night. You can't not go back tonight, can you? Zhao Lin, however, said without thinking, just don't go back. What's there to go back to? But it's cold here at night. It's not like I haven't slept. Zhao Lin's tone is cold. Recently the family should have been outside back. He is not going home for a few days. One of the minions was about to say something when he was pulled back by his side. The little brother shut up. And the little brother who just ripped the sticker gave a laugh and changed the subject. The one who can keep brother Lin guarded. Very good friend. How come we don't know each other? Zhao Lin thought. I don't even know how I made friends with Jiang Yu. And you guys still know each other? Let's talk about it when we have the chance. Zhao Lin stood up and stretched. Let's go. The human transfer is treating you guys to a late night snack. Oh, my own brother whom I have never met. Go. Jiang Yu over here didn't know that he had many more blood brothers he had never met all of a sudden. He acted naturally this time. And Chi-Han and the others didn't come. So Wan Cece didn't notice anything strange. Wen Cece did get a lot busier since she went to class in the lecture hall. Let's put it this way. I used to occasionally try to climb into bed or something, but lately there's been too much homework. I went to bed late every night and then I didn't have time to crawl into bed. Jiang Yu was very satisfied. Sure enough, if the kid was acting up it must be because there wasn't enough homework. Not so much now. Can tell Wan Cece really wants that ADW? Jiang Yu knocked on Wan Cece's door before going to bed. Go to bed early. The door was opened and Wan Cece's head poked out. Looking up at Jiang Yu earnestly, brother, it's still a minute or two short of 12. Won't you say happy birthday to me before you go to sleep? Wen Cece had previously hated birthdays in the years after Chen Hui left. No one actually remembers her birthday, but she still hated it because she hated her birth. If I hadn't been born, I wouldn't have to suffer. But then she came to Jiang Yu's house. She was actually terrified on her first birthday. There was cake with lots of goodies. Even the aloof Uncle Jiang would transfer his shift ahead of time and then see the time to come and have dinner with her. With the family intact, they'll bring out the gifts. Ruan Cece still remembers now that Aunt Sue sent a small dress, small shoes, a whole set. Uncle Jiang gave me stationery, a beautiful complete set. As for Jiang Yu, he used the money he saved to give Ruan Shishi her first doll, a Doraemon. He told Ruan Shishi very seriously, "This is very powerful. It can fulfill many requests. In the future when I'm even more powerful, I'll give you better gifts." At that time Ruan Shishi felt as if she didn't hate birthdays so much anymore. She is also blessed on her birthday and she is expected to come into this world. Every year thereafter, everyone in the family would be free for every birthday. Their family always ate together. Then anyone who has a birthday gets a gift. Jiang Yu's family are all very warm and fuzzy people. Now Ruan Shishi is not the same little girl who felt terrified on her birthday. At this point, she's a little girl who can ask for her own gifts. At this moment, Ruan Cece looked at Jiang Yu with a pair of big eyes in anticipation. "Finish saying happy birthday and give me the gift by the way I asked you before and you didn't say anything please la. The birthday is coming up." Jiang Yu looked at her, stretched out a finger and gently pressed it on her forehead and pushed it back, looking at her big sparkling eyes with amusement. "I'll be damned. The birthday present will be given to you tomorrow night. Nguyen Shi." Just at this time Jiang Yu's cell phone with the alarm clock set vibrated a few times in his pocket. 12 o'clock is here. Jiang Yu revealed a smile. "Happy birthday Ruan Xiaoxi." Ruan Cece blinked and looked to the clock hanging in the living room. It was really 12 o'clock. The cell phone she placed in the room vibrated. It should be a message from Zhou Xinshan and Lu Qi and the girls. Girls are always particular about this kind of ritual. Both of them are stuck sending wishes at 12 o'clock on every birthday. But at this moment, Ruan Cece looked at Jiang Yu in front of her and smiled brightly. "Brother is the first to say happy birthday to me." Jiang Yu's fingers pressed on her forehead retracted and gently rubbed her head. "Happy birthday, everything goes well. Every day is happy. Everything you ask for is as you wish." Ruan Cece just looked at him with arched eyebrows. "Good." Jiang Yu just couldn't stand her well-behaved look, and the knot in his throat moved up and down. Jiang Yu still lowered his head. A kiss gently fell on her forehead. "The gift is given at night. Now first give an interest." Ruan Cece felt the soft lips on her forehead. Warm. She reached out and hugged Jiang Yu, mouthing, "That's one more hug to add to the list." The two embraced quietly. At this point in time, Suyin and Jiang Weiman had long since gone to bed, but they still spoke in small voices. A coughing man from the bedroom caused the two to quickly separate. Jiang Yu finally rubbed her head. "Tomorrow night you will take you to a place with gifts and surprises. Well, go back to sleep." Ruan Cece said disgruntledly. "I can't sleep at all if you say that. Just keep wondering in your mind what the hell." Chapter 165, Jiang Yu's surprise for her. Really beautiful Jiang Yu cannot care how she asked is not to say, "Hey, prepared for so long the surprise, if you say it would be meaningless." In the end, Jiang Yu went back to sleep ruthlessly. Nguyen Shi. Jiang Yu is so bad. Starting early the next morning Nguyen Cece had been looking for an opportunity to ask what exactly the surprise was. Jiang Yu just won't say anything. Lu Qi, who was on the side, was the hardest to bear. She was also a participant. "Can't be found yet." Hey, this feeling of preparing a surprise for Creek without her knowledge. Hey, it's kinda exciting. In the afternoon after class Jiang Yu and Ruan Shishi went out of the school gate together and rode in Dr. Zhang's car to go to the dinner place. They don't even have to come back to school at night. Mrs. Su took the day off for them. Jiang Weiman was still sighing in the car. "Why do I remember that I didn't pick you guys up and drop you off a few times? You're all in high school." Jiang Weiman was indeed very busy, and there were few times when a doctor was not busy. Jiang Yu smiled and teased at this point. "Yeah, next time it might be sending us off to college. Right Dr. Jiang? You kid Lessine and Yang Mi I whip you." Jiang Weiman glanced at Jiang Yu from the rearview mirror. Then he saw this brat hiding behind Shishi, and reached out to pull Shishi into his arms as if he wanted to block the line of sight. Jiang Weiman felt that this action was a bit intimate for them to be so old. But when I think about how they grew up together, there might be some habits that didn't change. Didn't think much of it, just said in a warning-like manner, "Cece is a big girl now. Little fish, you pay attention." Jiang Yu, who took the opportunity to hug Ruan Xiaoxi, was in a good mood. Before he himself had a chance to open his mouth, he heard Ruan Cece, who was leaning against his arms, ask in a small voice, "So, can I call my brother if I'm a big girl?" Jiang Weiman, "Rather, that's not the point." "No, Cece, I don't mean this I'm just afraid that this brat fights and has no measure." Jiang Weiman sighed. "It's not a child anymore," Ruan Cece said seriously. "Brother won't. He's just too measured." Anger, carrot. Jiang Yu had already sat down with a serious face by now. "Dad, you see, it's still Ruan Xiaoxi who understands me." Jiang Weiman couldn't say anything at this point. He also just cursed twice when he finally sat down. The three arrived at the restaurant where they were eating. "Mr. Sue has already arrived. The restaurant was booked in advance. Not that it's much more advanced, but every time someone in the family has a birthday their family comes to this restaurant. This restaurant has been open for a long time, and I heard that Mr. Sue and Dr. Jiang ate here on their first date, proposal, first meal of their marriage, and the day they knew they had Zhang Yu. It's just so monumental anyway. That's why they eat over here for family birthdays. The boss knows them, too. Every year they send a cake and an extra dish or two. The boss even complimented John Wayman when he came in with the 2 children. Quite a long time since I've seen you. Both children have grown up again. The male is handsome and the female is beautiful. The family exchanged pleasantries with the owner for a while and he left. There was nothing special about the meal, and afterward it was cake, wishes, and then presents. But Jiang Yu's gift still hasn't come out. Suyin even asked, "You're not forgetting, are you, Jiang Yu?" "Oops, I didn't forget it. Mine is the finale. I'll give it tonight." Suyin rolled her eyes. "Just skin it." Ruan Cece on the side drummed his mouth. "Line ba, thought I could finally see it." Brother is also too able to hide. It was already dark after dinner, and with January in a few days, the nights were getting a little chilly. Suyin urged them to go and play and come back early, and not to go to places where they couldn't go. Jiang Yu repeatedly assured himself that he really wouldn't go to any messy places. "Where can I go when I have Ruan Cece with me?" Jiang Yu's voice was helpless. Suyin, however, said, "So you mean you're going to some messed up place without Cece?" "Ha!" Jiang Yu hurriedly called for help. "Mr. Su, quickly let me go. You are a math teacher, but also give me to put aside this reading comprehension, In the end, Suyin and Ruan Cece were both amused. Jiang Wayman drove up, and Sui said a few words and got in the car and left. Ruan Cece waited for the car to drive out of sight before turning to look at Jiang Yu. Gift, 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 gift. Jiang Yu sent a message with one hand asking if Zhao Lin could go over, while reaching out and pressing down on Ruan Cece's small face that came over. He mouthed, "Soon, soon." Passers-by would only see boys in school uniforms holding down little girls in school uniforms. The little girl was desperately trying to get closer instead, but the image of being held down and not being able to move is kinda cute. They were standing on the curb, the lights coming on one after another behind them, the light falling on the girl's exasperated face and on the corner of the boy's mouth with a smile. This scene just warms the heart when you look at it. Jiang Yu put away, making sure they were all there, and that his own things were ready to go over there now. Only then did he look at Ruan Cece and withdraw his hand. The little girl obediently jumped into his arms. Jiang Yu naturally reached out and wrapped his arms around her. "Do not take advantage of me, Ruan Cece, however, took her little face and deliberately rubbed it against his chest a few times. "Just take it up, just take it up, just take it up." The childish ghosting Win Cece. Ruan Cece finished rubbing before looking up and asking, "Have you grown taller recently?" Jiang Yu hadn't really paid attention, but from his own perspective of looking at Ruan Cece, it seemed like it did. Good. At this rate the trend continues, one should soon be higher than one was in one's last life. Maybe, we'll find out when we get a physical at school. Haven't measured. When Cece so quietly continued to make noise about the gift, Jiang Yu took her hand this time. "Go, take you to see the gifts." The two went by taxi. It's kinda far away after all. The Win Cece was a little surprised to learn about going to the old town. "Is the gift over there?" "Aha, the gift for you is over there, Jiang Yu said with a smile. It was the big brother of the driver who saw them wearing the uniforms of the first middle school who reminded them, "There are a lot of punks over there, so pay attention." Jiang Yu smiled and said, "Thanks, I've been there before, I have friends waiting." Ruan Cece couldn't help but frown. When has Jiang Yu ever been there that he didn't know? What friend? The big brother driver couldn't say anything else when he saw him say that. Soon they were at the place. "Some of the streetlights over here are still broken." Jiang Yu led Ruan Cece out of the car. He had good eyesight and saw Zhao Lin waiting at the intersection. Zhao Lin also saw them and just waved his hand. Ruan Cece glanced at Jiang Yu. "Your friend?" Jiang Yu hummed. "Go over, your gift is in front." Ruan Cece's small face tensed a little. What kind of gift could there be in this place? If it had been anyone else, she would have wondered if someone was trying to do something to her. But because it was Jiang Yu, Ruan Cece chose to follow him. Moving forward, when she reached Zhao Lin's side, Ruan Cece completely froze as she looked at what was in front of her. The surprise Jiang Yu gave her was really pretty. Chapter 166, Ruan Cece, I like you, can you go out with me? In front of us was supposed to be an abandoned factory. Not so much that it was dirty and occupied, but it certainly wasn't pretty. But at this point the floor was cleaned. They made a path in front of them with slates. A neat slab stood up, with paintings on it. I don't know if they were painted or plastered, but there were paintings on every one of them. And I don't know what material it's made of. The painting on it is lit up. The main characters on it are a boy and a girl. The first piece in front of me is the one of the girl sitting on the stairs and the boy reaching out to hand over a marshmallow. Ruan Cece looked on, her small mouth slightly open. Going forward, have them go to school together. The girl pulls on the boy's book bag strap. Girl stuffing boys with snacks. The boy stepped in front of the girl. The boy sleeps with the girl in his arms. The girl was careful with her food at home, but she had 3 extra pairs of chopsticks in her bowl at the same time to give her food and a family of smiling faces. Slowly the two went to school on the trail surrounded by more friends. The girl and the boy looked a little older, and the girl still reached out and pulled on the boy's book bag strap, but they all have more friends around them. They go and play together and learn together. Although I drew it myself and specifically said that this marshmallow one should be at the top. The others are just about the same size according to the age of the protagonist. But this was the first time Jiang Yu had seen this image. And, for that matter, he thought it looked pretty good himself. Well, it's certainly a little awkward. How can I put it? My face is a little hot. Zhao Lin also took the time to take a few pictures of them. Oh, it's a friend of Jiang Yu's who's in hiding who asked for it. Don't get it, but smooth things. After all, people call each other Ringo, and good students have pretty sweet mouths. Jiang Yu was a little nervous as he held Ruan Xixi hand and walked forward. In front of him was the wall he had painted. Shi Han and the others were hiding over there. These things count up in addition to Jiang Yu's labor costs. Bricks, these costs are actually quite low. Jiang Yu didn't know if she liked it or not because Ruan Xixi didn't say anything. He took her hand, the 10-fingered kind, walking slowly across the paved path. It felt as if her palms were a little moist, probably as nervous as he was. Jiang Yu said softly, "From here, it's a birthday present for you." Nguyen Cece looked at him sideways. What was seen was the side of the boy's face that was obviously tensing up. None of the lights were very bright over here, and it was a little different than she expected, and different than what the driver had said. Except for the brother Lin that Jiang Yu just called, there are no other punks here. It's like being cleared. Ruan Cece was led forward by Jiang Yu, her eyes falling on the slates that were lit up with paintings. Jiang Yu painted them, right? How long did it take? Painting with moving bricks? I don't think so. It would be too easy for her to find out. Without waiting for Ruan Cece to figure it out, Jiang Yu's voice got a little louder. Here it is, my gift to you. Nguyen Cece hummed and looked up. Then you see a piece of wall in front of you, some of which is not very close, so you can't see it very well, but it was soon clear to see. The wall was lit with fireworks in the form of jets that wouldn't go up in the air, but were still pretty. Lights up that wall too. On the wall one was a sea of flowers that had been painted on with paint. Nguyen Cece didn't know much about painting, but this was more like an oil painting, I guess. Half sunflower, half rose. Extreme red and brilliant gold. It was the first time Nguyen Cece had seen that the petals in the center of 2 kinds of flowers were entangled and indistinguishable from each other. She wasn't sure if her gaze should fall on the flower is or the fireworks next to it. The fireworks lit up one after another. She saw her busy buddies. One by one, they lit fireworks and occasionally bumped into each other and cursed each other. The final firework was a heart shape. Jiang Yu, he didn't arrange this one. It's a bit rustic, but he saw Chi Han scowling, Zhou Xian and Lu Qi's excited expressions. Oh, and Lu Ji was still staring earnestly at the fireworks, like I've never seen it before. Jiang Yu smiled and his heartbeat quickened. He took a deep breath and pulled out the little gift he had been preparing for so long. The dark red gift box was held in his hand. This firework was of good quality. It wasn't still burning all the time. Ruan Xiaoxi, happy birthday. Jiang Yu's voice became louder as if he had gathered courage. Ruan Cece's gaze, somewhat unsure of where to place it, finally landed on the face of the person in front of her. Jiang Yu was speechless for a moment when he saw those beautiful eyes. Sorry, not much experience in confession, but he still quickly came back to his senses. Ruan Cece, I like you, can you go out with me? His voice turned a little lower at the end. I like you differently from how a brother likes his sister. I always used to think that you and I would be brother and sister for the rest of our lives, that I could protect you for the rest of your life, and be a good brother to you for the rest of your life. And then I don't know what day it was different. Looking at the girl's eyes looking intently at him would make his heart beat faster, and looking at her ignorantly appearing in his room would give rise to thoughts that shouldn't be there. If I were to say when I first realized that I liked you, I might not be able to say, because all this time we've always been together all the time. It's just that one day I realized that my heartbeat breathing, and the gaze that couldn't help but follow you became different. I still want to protect you for the rest of your life, in a capacity where I can be by your side all the time. So give me a chance? Take a good test. Can I be your boyfriend? If I pass, I want to be with you all the time as your partner. She was dying when I picked up this little rose, but I brought her back a loving environment. My little rose is slowly surviving. She is becoming brilliant and beautiful. There are actually a lot of little roses in the world. Much like in that Little Prince book, the world is full of little roses. It's not just little roses, actually, but a lot of flowers too. But what does this have to do with Jiang Yu? Anyway, His little rose was just this one. It was carefully raised by him, and for 2 lifetimes Jiang Yu had never succeeded in raising any plants other than such a rose, nor, for that matter, loved any of them. It's unique. His words of companionship will also be forever. This is not sweet words. For Jiang Yu, this is a vow. Others may not understand it and may think it's a nice thing to say when confessing, but Jiang Yu knew that Ruan Shishi would understand him. After all, she knew him better than she did. Ruan Shishi looked at the open gift box in Jiang Yu's hand. The things inside were really beautiful. It's as if Jiang Yu's words came out really well. Chapter 167, We've always been and will always be good friends. The two could still hear the excited voices of their close friends not far away in their ears. They also saw that they were videotaping now, and the fireworks around them were slowly going out. Pretty fireworks are always more fleeting, but it doesn't matter. Even if it's no longer light, it's okay to be able to see the person in front of you. Jiang Yu's heart was beating fast and he just looked straight at Ruan Shishi. Then he finally heard Ruan Shishi speak. Brother, I'm a weirdo. You know, I'll take everything you say now seriously, and you have to be with me all the time. All the time. I won't give you a chance to regret it. She thought. From the moment I liked you, there was no turning back for you. Jiang Yu, I like you so much, and you can only like me. At this moment, Ruan Sishi's heart was sour, hard and joyful. It's a mixed feeling. She always understood Jiang Yu, so she reached out her own right hand and took the watch off her wrist. The bruises on his wrists were obvious. Jiang Yu looked at that wound and exhaled, picking up the bracelet he had prepared with care and gently putting it on her. The young girl's wrists were slim and white and thin, but they were also beautiful. In the absence of that eyesore of a wound, I always have the feeling that they are exchanging rings. Zhou Xianxian had stars in her eyes and her tone was somewhat excited. The cell phone Lu Qi was holding up was steady, and there was excitement in his voice. I recorded it. It looks good. It looks good. It's a pity that the fireworks are going out. Shihan's side heart is very from seeing those slates that glow in this wall. Plus they brought fireworks. At this time Jiang Yu had already sublimated in Shihan's heart. What are diamonds and pearls and agates? With all that you prepared, he definitely said yes if he was a female. I'll definitely ask you for advice on picking up girls in the future. Only Zhao Lin who heard Jiang Yu's confession and heard Ruan Sisi call out to her brother. No, wait, brother? Brother and sister? The CPU gave him a dry burn. No? Zhao Lin's heart is very. Watching the brother he had just recognized in his heart cuddle with the girl he liked. It's a happy ending any way you look at it, right? Is this a successful confession? But brother and sister. Jiang Yu on this side said, yes, boyfriend. Only then did his heart finally fall to the ground. He reached down and took the man in his arms. Heart still hasn't calmed down. How to put it? He actually knew that Ruan Sisi would definitely not reject him. But knowing was one thing. Actually hearing it is another matter. For the first time he liked it so much that he wanted to confess it to a girl. So it's inevitable that there will be moments of timidity. Even though he knew that Ruan Sisi liked and adored him. In the past, Jiang Yu saw what like a person will become timid and low self-esteem is to think in some bull asterisk. Why would you be timid and have low self-esteem unless you're not good enough? It wasn't until he actually liked someone himself that he realized it was really going to happen. In his eyes people Ruan Sisi she is good and excellent in every way. And he or she looks more like a mixer. He'd found out before when he liked Ruan Sisi and when he knew that Ruan Sisi liked him. Hardly said there was no hurry. Let himself chase a little. In fact, that time Jiang Yu began to be timid. He was always afraid that Ruan Sisi was too young and that she might meet more and better people in the future. He's going to give Ruan Sisi a chance to regret it. Although he didn't want to admit it, Jiang Yu was just suffering from low self-esteem. And then, later this time he thought about it. Your cowardice and low self-esteem. If Ruan Sisi was his girlfriend, then Jiang Yu would have tried a little harder to not look so mediocre. He wasn't particularly good, but he wasn't bad either. Really like her, so want to progress with her. Well, now it's his girlfriend in his arms. Jiang Yu felt the strength of Ruan Sisi's hold on his waist. Finally the last of the fireworks went off. They hugged for a while, and Zhou Xuanxuan's voice came from over there. Brother Yu, is it time for our blessing? Jiang Yu didn't hold back his laughter and glanced at the person in his arms. Ruan Sisi's face was still a little red, and her heart was a little unhappy about Zhou Xuanxuan's interruption. But she knew that it was a blessing from her best friends that they had taken the day off together to help her celebrate her birthday. Jiang Yu let go of Ruan Sisi and mouthed, It's okay. Zhou Xianxian on this side. They lit up the fairy wands in their hands, and Chihan roared, Congratulations on your blessings and longevity with the heavens. Happy birthday. Every year today. Every year has its day. Congratulations. Congratulations. A Cantonese song was sung by them, but the smiles on their faces were also illuminated by the fairy wands in their hands. The song is to amuse Ruan Sisi. The blessing is genuine. Boys and girls at this age always seem to be in a serious funny mood. Even Ruan Sisi, who wasn't much of a laugher, was amused by their sparse song. They ended up shouting together, "Happy birthday CCA! More than just birthdays, happy all the time. Be happy with you all the time. We have always been and will always be good friends." When you're a teenager, you always think that a good friend is for life. At that time, we thought it was just a matter of a lifetime, and that good friends don't get separated. Simple, hot-blooded, and beautiful. Zhao Lin raised his cell phone to capture the scene. The boy standing in the center had his arm around the girl, and in front of them were their best friends who looked a little silly holding up fairy wands. The expressions on everyone's faces seemed a little exaggerated but also happy. It was something that Zhao Lin hadn't seen before. The Olden would have said if he had passed by and seen this scene, but now he thought that maybe he should study hard, and in the future, he might meet such a friend. Maybe it's not too late? The simple and strange blessing ceremony passed. When Cece received the gifts they had prepared, Jiang Yu carried her school bag and helped her stuff all the gifts into it. Originally, I wanted to treat them to a midnight snack, but it's half an hour to get home here, and it's not the weekend. They're all going home, so we'll just have to buy them lunch tomorrow at noon. Zhou Xianxian and Lu Qi held Wan Cece's with one hand pulling the person a little farther away to talk in whispers. Jiang Yu over here was also thanking Zhao Lin. "Brother Lin, thank you. You helped clear the scene, right?" Zhou Lin didn't deny it. "There aren't really that many people over here on Mondays." Jiang Yu still smiled and said thank you, then pulled out a few sets of questions and handed them to Zhao Lin. "Thank you." Qi Han and Lu Ji on the sidelines. "No, how does this Ringo look like a socialite? You're giving away questions, aren't you?" What I didn't expect was that Zhao Lin actually reached for it. How does this image look like it would be more appropriate to change the title to Money? Chapter 168, The Upper Head. Love to see. How sweet. Zhao Lin was a little coy the first time she collected her notes, but by now collecting the rolls was natural. In fact, before occasionally Jiang Yu would send some questions to him, sending questions during the day and answers at night. At first, Corin was unresponsive, but Jiang Yu never asked him if he had done it, he just sent it in a day or two. And Zhao Lin sometimes did it by hand when he had nothing else to do. Actually, Zhao Lin's grades weren't that bad in middle school. The midterm scores are also good, but this is good only in the sense that you can get into the second grade. He couldn't afford tuition and his grades weren't good enough to get a tuition waiver. 9 years of compulsory education does not include high school. That's why he chose technical school, because it's tuition-free over here. However, the teachers, classmates and learning atmosphere are not comparable to that of a proper high school. In the end it was that Corin himself had given up. Nerds are looked down upon here, but it wasn't until he met Jiang Yu that he felt that maybe he shouldn't have given up. At this time he took the roll and pulled Jiang Yu aside and whispered, "You know that close relatives can't get married, right?" His voice was lowered. In fact, at this time, in Zhao Lin's eyes, this group of people were afraid that they were not reading stupidly. Their brother and sister. Why are they still blessed? Jiang Yu laughed, knowing right away that Zhao Lin had misunderstood, but his worried tone also made Jiang Yu sure that he hadn't bet wrong. "Zhou Lin is a nice guy," Jiang Yu whispered. "I know, but her last name is Ruan and my last name is Zhang. Guess why?" Zhao Lin froze. Suddenly, he remembered that the first time he and Jiang Yu crossed paths was when he came to him for help with the game, saying that his neighbor's sister was often domestically abused. Zhao Lin looked at Wan Cece on the other side. It was a very pretty girl, standing quietly among her friends at the moment, looking uninjured and seemingly in good character, with a smile on her face. Through the distance, he seemed to see himself, beaten like a dead dog. Jiang Yu realized that Zhao Lin's gaze was still on Wan Cece. He reached out and gently patted Cholin. "We're not siblings, even though she's living in my house now." Zhao Lin withdrew his gaze and suddenly smiled. "So is she doing well now?" In fact, he didn't have any friendship with Wan Cece, and he didn't even know her, but he just wanted to know if anyone could really escape from the swamp. "Isn't it true that if you take one step, you'll sink?" Jiang Yu nodded. "It's good. Her grades are good now, and she has a lot of good friends around her, as well as me. That scum has already gone in, and in this life, she probably won't be able to get out." Zhou Lin sighed in relief. "That's good." Jiang Yu looked at Zhao Lin seriously. "How bad the circumstances can come out, as long as we worked hard." He pointed to the paper. "Do well. We'll be going to college in a couple of years. Work hard and maybe we can go to college in the same place." Once felt distant university. Looking at the roll in his hand, Zhao Lin suddenly felt as if it was not too distant. He's not the same kid he used to be either. He can beat his opponent so much that he can't get up from the ground. In that case, why can't one have the luxury of a whole new life? Zhao Lin whispered to Jiang Yu, "The money from before. Thank you. I'll pay you back later." Jiang Yu did not excuse himself, just nodded. Line when you can still. By the way, the third and fourth middle school can be inserted, as long as through the examination on the line. Jiang Yu didn't know what Zhao Lin's exact grades were, but he could tell that Zhao Lin hadn't given up studying, and that was enough. Zhao Lin nodded. I know, it's not impossible to be a school bully for a change. Finally Jiang Yu locked eyes with him and didn't say much. The car is here. They're going back. Ruan Cece had no impression of Zhao Lin, and even the last time she ate wontons, she hadn't noticed them. So when he got in the car to leave he asked, aren't you coming along? Zhao Lin laughed a little. He didn't say that his home was over here. He just said, you guys go ahead. I'll be leaving in a bit. Then a serious, happy birthday. Nguyen Cece froze for a moment and nodded. Thank you. Strangely enough, even though the man in front of him looked very much like a gangster, Ruan Cece's first impression of him wasn't that bad. Jiang Yu waved at Zhao Lin and got into the car. 6 people in 2 cars. Shihan rode in a car with Jiang Yu and the others. This kid seems to be very emotional, and on the way back he kept asking Jiang Yu how he came up with the surprise, which is 2-6. He asked Jiang Yu, what's up with that slab? Did you draw it yourself? That's what Ruan Cece was curious about, so she also looked at Jiang Yu beside her. Shihan, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, even turned his entire body around. Jiang Yu smiled. I drew it. How do you draw on the slate all day long? Shihan was shocked. How can I draw? Aren't you usually with us? Where do you find the time? Jiang Yu rolled his eyes. I drew the diagram, then went to a certain treasure to customize this glow-in-the-dark sticker. Just have them printed out according to my diagram, and then ask Lin to help find someone to stick it on the slate. Nguyen Cece thought to herself that this was the case, but it's tiring, isn't it? How many nights does he have to stay up with that many charts? Nguyen Cece looked at the bracelet on her wrist. Before Jiang Yu mysteriously go to do what? This all do not need him to say again. She also know. Thinking about all the sulking I've done over this before, and the overly aggressive thoughts I've had, Nguyen Cece felt a rare sense of guilt. Her hand was gently taken in the one beside her. Before, it was Ruan Cece who took more initiative, but tonight, she clearly felt that Jiang Yu had changed from passive to active. This is probably what Jiang Yu said, the difference between a boyfriend and a brother, so she still likes her boyfriend. Jiang Yu, who was talking to Chi-Han about how to customize it, felt her palm being gently tickled a few times. He looked sideways at the girl beside him, who was smiling brightly at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's heart was also soft. Well, as of tonight, Ruan Xiaoxi beside him was his girlfriend. As soon as the thought came out it felt as if the evening breeze outside was blowing gently over his heart. The slight coolness is followed by a warm feeling. It's cozy and makes one's mood uncontrollably better. Chi-Han waited for a while without waiting for Jiang Yu's answer and turned his head. Oh, the little human couple is staring at each other. He looked away after a few moments. I don't know why, but it's not like he's the one in love. But why did he control to protect the corners of his mouth from rising? And how did this mood feel sweet too? It's such a weird feeling, but it really does make you go to your head. In the future, never ridicule Zhou Xianxian and Lu Qi knocking CP, the original CP around their own sweet up when they will also feel sweet up top. Love to see. How sweet. Chapter 169, being a boyfriend for the first time. Some excitement. Chi-Han is quite fond of candies, but it didn't take long for his family to arrive. On this road, Chi-Han's family arrived before Jiang Yu's family, so Chi-Han got off first. Then the car didn't take long to arrive at Jiang Yu's neighborhood. Jiang Yu is still carrying a school bag and getting off with one. The other hand held Ruan Cece. Nowadays, holding hands is no longer a wrist-pulling kind of thing. It's a 10-finger clasp. They came back not too early or too late, but it was true that it was a time when there weren't many people in the neighborhood. Ruan Cece obviously really liked the bracelet and looked at it the whole way. Walking at this point also still holding up his hand to see. Jiang Yu said helplessly, ancestors watched the road. Only then did Ruan Cece put down her hand and stared at Jiang Yu with those bright eyes instead. Jiang Yu, might as well keep looking at the bracelet. It's weirdly nerve-wracking to look at him so straight. Still, Jiang Yu turned his eyes to her and kept his feet on the ground. And in front of him, he was able to go in and get on the elevator. So it looks a lot brighter. What are you staring at me for? Look at my new boyfriend. You simply can't control the upturned corners of your mouth when you say the word boyfriend. Jiang Yu's also didn't hold back a smile, but still deliberately teased her. New boyfriend? Any old ones? Ruan Cece also shook her head. No, but if you become my husband in the future, it's an ex-boyfriend. It's the old boyfriend. After saying that he was happier himself, Jiang Yu reached out and pressed the elevator, pulling her in, and there was no one in the elevator. Watching the elevator door close, Jiang Yu reached out and wrapped his arm around the person's waist, who violently jumped into his arms. Both seemed to feel each other's heartbeats. Ruan Cece was a bit unresponsive, knowing that Jiang Yu had been very passive before. Even the passive ones are very observant. To wrap her arms around her so suddenly and jump into her arms or something, Ruan Cece wouldn't even dare to have it in her dreams. Jiang Yu looked at her small face close at hand and let out a laugh. You're a little girl and you're starting to think about your husband? At this moment, Ruan Cece was obviously a little unconscious. Her heartbeat was accelerated by Jiang Yu's sudden movement of wrapping his arms around her to the point where it looked like it was going to jump out. When she heard Jiang Yu's words, she spoke directly without thinking. I have a boyfriend. What's wrong with thinking about my husband? You should always have a dream, right? Jiang Yu looked at her red face, but the words that came out were quite fluent. It's just a shame the elevator didn't even stop in the middle. It went up in a few seconds. The elevator opened with a ding, and Jiang Yu let go of her, retaking her wrist and walking out, his voice laced with a smile. Home. Sure enough, Suyin and the others were still waiting for them to return. It was a relief to see both children back safely. Suyin was still concerned and asked Wan Sisi what was wrong. The face is so red. Being teased silly by Jiang Yu surprised the man, stuttered, not knowing how to answer at all. It's embarrassing to say. Usually I don't blush when I'm chasing after Jiang Yu for a kiss. Now it's good. You're stuttering when you're teased. Finally, or Jiang Yu said. With Chi Han they gave her birthday. Almost all cried, forced to hold back. The face is red, but also received a lot of gifts. It. Jiang Weiman asked instead. Everyone took time off together to celebrate Cece's birthday. Ha! Suyin some disapproval. After all, is a teacher. Their parents can agree. In fact, the birthday can make up. Jiang Yu laughed and said, I am mom and dad, you don't understand. Our young people's friendship is paramount. Suyin glared at him, in the end, thinking that this had happened, or Cece's birthday, so she wouldn't spoil it. No more talk about this being bad. Just smiled and said to Ruan Shishi, you have a great group of friends then. Ruan Sisi had already recovered quite a bit by now, and when she heard Suin's words, she said in a small, serious voice, I do have a group of very good friends, and I also have a very good Auntie Sue and Uncle Jiang. Suin glanced at Jiang Yu. There isn't a very good brother. Ha! Ruan Sisi glanced at Jiang Yu, met his gaze and avoided it again, and softly mumbled, very good brother. How does a love brother not count as a brother? A very good boyfriend. In the end, it was Jiang Yu who found a reason to push Ruan Shishi into the room. Then he went back to his room himself, and between them, the other had a good understanding. At least for now, it's definitely not for the family to know. With his mom's attitude, it's obvious that she treats Ruan Xiaoxi as her own daughter, and she's a teacher. Keep telling them that they should study hard at this stage. If only they knew. Jiang Yu could feel his legs vaguely aching. That must have hurt just as much, if not more, than the beatings back when he insisted on studying art. Just wait. It's kind of exciting to be in an underground relationship, isn't it? In fact, Jiang Yu's emotions were quite difficult to calm down, so went and took a shower. Then when it came out, they posted a lot of pictures and videos in the group. They also pulled Zhao Lin in on their own. Zhao Lin was obviously a little uncomfortable, and didn't say much after posting the photo right there in the group. A few others fell into a heated discussion. Jiang Yu watched and occasionally interjected a sentence or two. It was Ruan Sisi who hadn't said much, presumably because she hadn't finished her bath yet. After a while, Jiang Yu saw that Ruan Shishi had sent him a message in private chat. A couple of pictures of them alone. The two, in their school uniforms, stood in the middle of the fireworks, their eyes locked. The concentration that can be seen and the fact that they only have eyes for each other. It's a pretty good shot. Jiang Yu saved it. Nguyen Sisi, boyfriend. I wanted to make a screensaver, but it was too obvious, so I changed it to our chat background shy, JPG. Looking at the three words boyfriend, Jiang Yu's face was already showing a silly smile. Finally, I know why there used to be people around who always liked to fall in love nonstop. If that's what it feels like to be in love, it's really quite topsy-turvy. Jiang Yu also changed the chat background, and then changed Ruan Sisi's note, little rose followed by a rose pattern. I'd like to change it to a girlfriend, but if he's accidentally seen, he can't have his dog's leg again. A dog's life is important. I can only say that their hearts are in the same place. Ruan Sisi here changed it to sunflower for Jiang Yu. The painting from tonight. She's going to have to find a day to look at it during the day. Too bad. I don't know if that wall can be moved. It was painted for her by Jiang Yu. Ruan Sisi was just thinking about it when her cell phone vibrated. Jiang Yu's message. Girlfriend, can you open the door in 5 minutes? My parents are asleep. Ruan Sisi looked at the back line and always felt as if they were going to do something that could only be done behind an adult's back. She got a little excited. Soon Jiang Yu's next message was sent over. First time being someone's boyfriend. A little excited. I thought maybe I could ask for a goodnight kiss? Chapter 170, their first kiss was strawberry flavored. Nguyen Sisi looked at the message straight away and heard her heart beating. Is this still Jiang Yu? How does it feel to have changed a person? But her hand already had a mind of its own. Okay, but why if it's in 5 minutes? Because I want to brush my teeth. Don't you like the taste of strawberries? I'll brush again. Nguyen Sisi slammed the phone over the table. It makes a pretty loud noise. Her whole body froze for fear of waking Suyin and the others. Actually, she knew it wouldn't. Her because room was still separated from Suin's and theirs by Jiang Yu's room. But on rare occasions Ruan Sisi just panicked. Did Jiang Yu mean what she thought he meant? Suyin didn't hear it on her side, but Jiang Yu did. He could even imagine the look on Wan Cici's face. In a good mood, as he switched to fresh toothpaste and went to brush his teeth. I actually brushed it in the shower before. Minty flavor. But when Jiang Yu saw this strawberry toothpaste, he remembered the last few days when they went to the supermarket to buy household items. Ruan Cici knew he was almost out of toothpaste and deliberately put this children's toothpaste in the shopping cart to tease him. Brother, this is good. This smells good. Although I ended up buying the mint flavor as well. But Jiang Yu just thought up. If you like strawberry flavor is not impossible. Children's toothpaste is also quite good smell. Jiang Yu gently opened the door and went out after brushing his teeth. Sure enough, the door to the next room had opened, and the bright light coming through seemed to be all about seducing Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu felt his throat a little dry, but still firmly and quickly pushed the door and went in, closing the door with his backhand. The gentleman is Jiang Yu during the pursuit, and now they are both boyfriend and girlfriend. Jiang Yu thought of the lost expression on his face every time Ruan Cici deliberately let himself kiss her before when he didn't. Now that she's a girlfriend, how could she possibly keep losing it? So isn't that what's coming? Well, Jiang Yu admitted it. He just wanted to kiss and hug his girlfriend. Now it's quite a name. Ruan Cici, who was sitting on the chair when Jiang Yu came in, stood up in a flash as if some switch had been flipped. Looking at the door that Jiang Yu closed smoothly, Ruan Cici was already red in the face. Both were wearing pajamas. Jiang Yu looked at Ruan Cici's pajamas. On her body had changed from long sleeves to short sleeves. Exposed white hands are still there, are traces of scars. Not so quickly removed it. But she had dared to show it. Jiang Yu walked towards her and whispered, "Is there a spring in your ass? So nervous?" he said, reaching out and squeezing her shoulders to sit her back in her chair. Ruan Cici whispered, "Why are you ruining the mood so much? Who's a nice guy who comes in and asks if there's a spring in the ass of a human girl bar?" Jiang Yu laughed. "No, just that atmosphere. You do not feel that the development of both of us are a little awkward?" Nguyen Cici thought for a moment, but still nodded in agreement. She pulled Jiang Yu's hand that was hanging at her side and put it to the position of her heart. "My heartbeat. It's still like this after a night. It doesn't listen anymore." The tone of the words sounded like a petulant tattletale. Jiang Yu couldn't stand this. In favor of Ruan Cici, she continued, "I guess it's talking madly about liking Jiang Yu?" She finally dared to look at Jiang Yu when she said this. She had beautiful eyes. Eyes that were always simple fawn eyes no matter what time of day she looked at them. Jiang Yu loved her eyes. At this moment these eyes were full of love. And there were depths that seemed to be pressed with something else. But Jiang Yu didn't bother to look deeper into what was being pressed. He thought the vibe was just right for it right now. Kissing. At this moment, Ruan Cici was leaning back in her chair. Jiang Yu's one hand half-circled her to support the back of the chair behind her, and the other hand was pulled by her to press on the position of her heart. The heartbeat under his palm seemed to be in sync with his, so rapid and with exuberant life. The distance between them was close, so close that he could see the fondness in the girl's eyes, could see the corners of her slightly upturned, watery mouth. Just a little closer, Jiang Yu could have kissed those moist lips. This time Jiang Yu didn't dwell or hesitate. Lowering his head, he kissed those soft lips. The light from the lamp next to them fell on the two men's faces, shining a beautifully intimate shadow on the wall. The boy looks down, the girl looks up. Their first kiss was strawberry flavored. It's not all that, it's also lightly minty. It turned out that when he really kissed those soft lips his heartbeat didn't seem to be so rapid. Jiang Yu saw Ruan Cici's long eyelashes flutter twice and finally chose to close her eyes. The hand that had been resting on the back of the chair was best pressed against the girl's slim back. The heart in his palm was still in sync with his, slowly stabilizing after a frantic beat. The first kiss was gentle. Jiang Yu has seen some online tips, but this thing? Right, really pro on the time seems to have seen the things are forgotten. Don't ask Jiang Yu if he kissed in his last life. He had no memory of it, and his consciousness was fuzzy when he came to his senses that one time in the middle. And then probably kissed it too. But what experience does Jiang Yu have? Cut the crap. At this moment, Jiang Yu pressed against Ruan Cici's lips, and finally the tip of his tongue gently touched her lips. The girl opened her mouth without the slightest defense. Jiang Yu could feel her heartbeat starting to speed up again. The room was so quiet that if the lights weren't still on, anyone would have thought that the people in here had gone to bed a long time ago. Suin's recent cough has been one after another yet. It's a trachea problem. Dr. Zhang said to keep it up. But what about having to go to class every day? How do you raise it? So the recovery was late. Occasionally during the night, I hear her coughing. Now it was. Suin's cough rang out, and Jiang Yu saw Ruan Cici open her eyes, reached out and pushed Jiang Yu, and almost bit his tongue. Jiang Yu had to let go of the person and looked at her red-faced worried face as she listened to the sounds outside. A TSK, you make me feel like we're doing something unseemly. Ruan Cici made sure that there was no sound after the coughing stopped. Then she sighed in relief and looked at Jiang Yu. But brother, we really can't see people yet like this. The expression was indeed serious, and it's right to say it. Jiang Yu, well, you've got a point there. He reached out and gently pinched Ruan Cici's face, gritting his teeth. You have a point. Poor me. The first thing I heard after losing my first kiss was that I couldn't see the light of day. People grow up in the fragrance of green tea. Jiang Mao is not talented. Tea-making technology is also a little bit. It was a plausible, slightly aggravating sigh. Anyone who heard it thought he was aggrieved. Sure enough, Ruan Cici reached out and hugged Jiang Yu's waist, saying in a small voice, "Brother, I don't mean that." Chapter 171, Your Dream. My dream may not be the same. Jiang Yu didn't move, letting her hold him. This tea ceremony, this thing it, but also quite good. A use and not say ah. No wonder Ruan Cici likes it. Ruan Cici sat on the chair and hugged Jiang Yu's waist, looking up at him in a cute way. Poor dog light emission. JPG. Jiang Yu glanced at it and quickly turned his head away from it. Otherwise this green tea would have been brewed in vain. Couldn't resist such a Ruan Cici at all. Ruan Cici leaned herself into Jiang Yu's arms, apologizing in a small voice. Brother clearly knows that I don't mean that. I'm just afraid that Aunt Sue and the others will not be able to accept it if they find out for the time being. And I've always thought that there is this tacit understanding between us. The tacit understanding is definitely there. What Ruan Cici said was also really pathetic, making it easy to listen to it and soften one's heart. But, right, now there's just a problem. It's just that right now, Jiang Yu can't focus a bit at all. Mainly because the two were at this point one standing and one sitting. There was already a height difference, and it wasn't even cold yet, so the two were wearing summer pajamas. As we all know, summer pajamas are lighter and thinner, and most of the fabrics are a little more comfortable and flattering. So when Ruan Cici hugged Jiang Yu like this, it was her chest leaning against a place where it wasn't quite supposed to be, and it gently undulates and grinds as she breathes and speaks. When Cici's voice suddenly became smaller and smaller as she spoke, the body was a little stiff, and at this point the thought in my head was, if I back up now, is that not a good idea? But the change is obvious. In the end it was Jiang Yu who somewhat stiffly pushed the person away a little, then quickly said, I know, just teasing you. It's getting late. Get some rest. Good night. I also remember giving Ruan Cici a quick kiss on the forehead before turning to leave. Ruan Cici looked at his somewhat flustered back and didn't open her mouth to stay. It was not until the door to the room was closed that he reached up violently to cover his burning face. Aha! She was sure it wasn't an illusion this time. It was real. Jiang Yu returned to his room at this time and closed the door. In a mood. Look down at the mood more. It's not something you can hide at all. You can't really blame him for that. Ruan Cici, the body is pretty good. Jiang Yu violently covered her eyes. Cannot think about it. Cannot think about it. None of this can be thought of. Jiang Yu leaned behind the door for a moment and finally went into the bathroom. The night, it's still long. Tonight, someone is destined to lose sleep. Both had classes to go to the next morning. Suyin made breakfast for them and greeted them when she saw them come out. Hurry up and eat and go to school quickly. Jiang Yu and Ruan Cici exchanged a glance before simultaneously averting their gazes again. Jiang Yu, however, could feel that the opposite side and the little rascal is not looking at his face anymore. That gaze how still down? Heat scared. And Ruan Cici once again darted her gaze away. Jiang Yu was about to laugh in anger. Suyin looked at the two of them. Didn't you come back last night and still be fine? Why did you lose your temper again? Little fish, you let your sister be. Jiang Yu glanced at his little sister Ruan Xiaoxi, who had a weak heart, laughed, and said to his mom, that's for sure. I'm definitely giving in to her. Aren't you, sister? Sister Nguyen herself gave a heartfelt oh. Brother didn't bully me. Suyin was too lazy to bother with them. You guys hurry up and finish eating and go to class. I'm leaving. In the morning with the morning reading. Bye Aunt Sue. Bye Mom. Suyin reached out and rubbed one person's head, the same way she did when she was a child, and smiled. Have a good class. Then he called out to the bedroom. Lao Jiang, I'm going to class. Hey, be careful on the road. Jiang Weiman answered. Suyin also gave an ouch, then opened the door and went out. This is a very common scene in their home. It's also a scene that Nguyen Cici really likes. That's good. Don't want anything to change. The corners of her mouth were originally wearing a smile, but her heart sank a little when she saw Jiang Yu. Ruan Cici didn't even dare to think that if Aunt Sue and the others found out, would they regret bringing her home? Her family of origins doomed Ruan Cici to think of things in extremes. Even though I try very hard to control it, I can't help but think the worst. Suddenly there was an extra poached egg on her plate. Eat it, you'll be late for class later. Ruan Cici looked at Jiang Yu, but saw him smile at her and say, don't think nonsense, there is a taller one topping the sky when it collapses. Just eat well and go to school. Jiang Yu knew that Ruan Cici must be thinking nonsense just by watching her face change. He didn't say anything outright, which in his opinion meant that they were just not the right age for them right now, or else just come clean with the family. Jiang Yu could withstand the pressure from his family, but he was afraid that the current Ruan Cece couldn't. In Ruan Shishi's heart, his mom and dad were important to her. Jiang Yu also knows that his parents will not be able to accept it at first, but that's okay, they've got time. Warm water boils the frog. Jiang Yu is lazy, but relatively speaking, very patient. When I first started painting, I could sit still for a day and paint without moving except for going to the bathroom and eating. Cooking his parents. No, just submerging them a little bit, which is nothing difficult. The two of them went downstairs, or Jiang Yu rode Ruan Shishi to school. On the way there Ruan Cece was silent, and the ambience that was still somewhat ambiguous when she got up in the morning was all gone. Jiang Yu spoke slowly while waiting for the red light. Ruan Xiaoxi, you're so scummy. Ruan Cece, who was suddenly said to be slagged, came back to her senses and let out an ah. Me? What did I do? Jiang Yu looked at the red light that still had more than 20 seconds left and turned his head to look at Ruan Cece, with a smile in his eyes, the still mild morning freshly risen sunlight falling on his face. It seemed as if the boys were a little overly handsome, and anyway, Ruan Shishi's heartbeat couldn't help but beat a few beats faster. Your first morning with me, moping around, would make me think I've wronged you, being so unhappy with me, ha? Jiang Yu was obviously teasing Ruan Shishi, but Ruan Shishi still couldn't help but squeeze the school uniform around his waist. It's not like that. I'm very happy. I dreamed of you last night. Jiang Yu froze for a moment. This is not a coincidence. I dreamt of you all the time too. It's just that your dreams, my dreams, may not be the same. Ruan Cece looked at Jiang Yu's face inexplicably reddened a little. Then he turned around and stomped forward leaving behind a sentence. Be happy, just be happy with me. Don't think about anything else. There's still me. Ruan Xiaoxi, have more trust in your boyfriend, okay? Ruan Cece looked at the boy's back, suddenly hooked up the corner of her mouth, and said very softly, well, good, I trust my boyfriend the most. Chapter 172, anyway, this man, I've seen him following Ruan Cece a few times. On the first day of having a boyfriend and girlfriend, the two of them hadn't been anything like that yet, and Shihan and Lu Ji came to heckle them as soon as they got to recess. Even Zhou Xianxian had come up to spectate a few times. You know that this girl's classroom is on the first floor, and she's usually too lazy to climb the stairs, but come today when you can, not doing anything either. He just looked at Ruan Cece and smiled. Hardly. Ruan Cece, who was always cold no matter what, blushed. Jiang Yu didn't blush, but was a bit speechless. This group of brats still saw less. He himself hadn't even been very excited about this relationship yet, and he watched them all finish getting excited for him. But maybe it's also because he and Ruan Cece have always been together. Not much has really changed since the two settled into a relationship, but there is also something, is when looking at each other, the former Jiang Yu frankly. Now, well, the corners of my mouth can't help but rise at the sight of her. It does seem to get clingy when you're with someone and want to stick it to them. It even started to matter if some of the boys in the class were taking too long to ask questions, if they were getting too close. These are actually feelings that come with the realization that you like her. But now, it's possible to have a reasonable sense of opinion. Just kinda cool. Usually at noon is with Chihan they go to eat together, but this group of people today is excessive self-conscious. One by one said no time. Even Chihan even gave Jiang Yu, brother you were very understanding. Jiang Yu, what do you know? They're at school now? Fortunately they are understanding. Chen Duo and Xin Yang they do not know pulled Jiang Yu they eat together. Jiang Yu, Chen Duo, Xin Yang and Ruan Cece and Lu Qi were the 5 people who ate together, or go out to eat. On the way out, he saw Li Yu, who was alone, and went with him. During the meal Shen Yang and Li Yu were talking about the school athletic event, and the class had ordered class uniforms. Lu Qi said, I know this one, it's quite nice. Xian Duo gave an ah. No, why don't I know? Do you know, brother you? Jiang Yu was in the middle of giving Ruan Cece dishes, shaking his head. I don't know. Lu Qi said, it seems to be a bodysuit. Before Mr. Tang called Qingqing and a few of their female class members to choose, saying that it would be too much trouble if they voted. And I've heard that the class next door also has a cosplayer, and also wears a hanbok. It's pretty curly anyway. A few people were discussing the school sports day when Jiang Yu had an extra shrimp in her bowl. Jiang Yu retracted his gaze to look at the person next to him. I do not know when to put on gloves and start peeling shrimp. You have to realize that Ruan Cece, who usually has trouble eating fish by herself because of the thorns, is seriously peeling shrimp for Jiang Yu at this moment. In fact, Jiang Yu could peel it with his own mouth. I don't know if others have this skill, but Jiang Yu can anyway. Usually you get it yourself. At this moment, he gently pulled Ruan Cece's wrist and said in a low voice, I'll just do it myself, and if you want to peel it off, it's also me who'll help you. Ruan Cece was pulled in. Jiang Yu's hand had just held the same hand she was wearing the bracelet. She blinked softly, but I want to help you peel the shrimp. The voice lowered a little more. Boyfriend. Gwen Cece watched some of it last night. She's never been in a relationship or given a girlfriend, so she googled it. It seems like this kind of sweet and gentle girl is more appealing to guys. She can do it too. Jiang Yu, however, reached out to help her take the gloves off. If you want to eat, I'll get it for you. People who are too troublesome to eat a fish. What's the point of tossing this? He said and took the disposable gloves off, then took the fish he had picked out of his bowl and put it in her bowl. Eat? Ruan Cece Xiao obediently a sound. Brow-curved appearance of the whole person seems not cold at all anymore, but seems to be very gentle. Jiang Yu instead put on his own disposable gloves and started getting the shrimp for her. The other four had been chatting, but the table was so big that it was pretty hard not to notice, especially Shun Yang, who was sitting directly across from them, watched the whole thing and sighed. Hey, every time I see you in CC I think, having a younger sister seems to be quite good. Lu Qi and Qian Duo and Li Yu? The gazes of the three plus Jiang Yu's gaze fell together on Shun Yang. He looked at them with a confused look on his face. What's wrong? Jiang Yu smiled and spoke. Your midterm results seem to be quite good? It's at least middle of the pack in the class. Jiang Yu remembered looking at the rankings before. Shen Yang was unsure. Yeah, I did okay on the exam. What happened? Chen Duo on the side reached out and patted his shoulder. It's true that IQ and EQ are not the same thing. It's fine. You're fine like this. Li Fable exclaimed. Eat more walnuts. Lu Qi shook his head. Is the point of boys and girls different? This you and Cece are going to have pink bubbles all around them. This is brother and sister? Ruan Cece watched as one of them opened his mouth to speak about the confused Xinyang. A rare smile. After lunch Ruan Cece accompanied Lu Qi to buy milk tea. The people two girls went arm in arm and they boys stayed out of it. Li Yu is Jiang Yu's desk, so all the small changes he saw very clearly. Back on the road to ask. You too? Have you become? Jiang Yu looked at this kid with some surprise. Why so sensitive? You have a crush on Ruan Cece. Ha? Staring at us every day. Ha? Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows and looked at him. Li Yu hurriedly said. Hey, don't. Your family Ruan Cece is quite good looking but it's really not my favorite type. Didn't I tell you? Li Yu in the end still remembered the main thing. Hey, that's not the point. Look at the man in front by the court. The one who wears glasses and looks skinny. The one who's staring in the direction of the milk tea store right now. Ruan Cece and Lu Qi went to the milk tea store on campus, which was not far from the school. In fact, the milk tea at this milk tea store is expensive and not good at all, but I heard it was a new product and an event, so Lu Qi wanted to try it. Jiang Yu looked over when she heard Li Yu's words and saw a boy who looked somewhat familiar. Why does it look so much like the one I saw in front of the flower store earlier? Li Yu said. I don't know if it's a coincidence, but anyway, this man, I've seen him following Ruan Shishi several times. Jiang Yu couldn't help but frown and looked at Li Yu. How many times? Well, you know I'm in varsity basketball. Don't I have to practice sometimes? Just go back to the classroom later. And Ruan Cece goes to the step classroom again. Li Yu occasionally encountered Ruan Cece. The two are not familiar with the meaning of a nod of the head, but Li Yu really saw the man several times, and his eyes flickered when he met his gaze. Just weird. Or maybe I'm just paranoid? But I did see it a couple times. Li Fable said. Chapter 173. Why do you feel that the word you is not innocent? Jiang Yu frowned at the man when he heard Li Yu's words. He was standing under the big tree by the basketball court at the moment and was staring over at the milk tea store. Chen Duo walked in front of them. Hearing no sound behind them, he turned his head to look. What? You guys aren't following? Jiang Yu whispered to Li Yu. Thanks. Then he called out to Chandler's side. I'm going over there. Then he turned and ran toward the milk tea store. Li Yu watched him run past, thinking that it was kinda cool to watch a play or something close by. But, he watched as the boy's feet took 2 steps forward when he saw Jiang Yu running past and finally stopped. Is this some kind of sick high school tailgating drama? That's disgusting. Jiang Yu wasn't sure if that boy was really following Ruan Shishi. After all, Li Yu also said that it could be a coincidence. But since Jiang Yu knew, he definitely wanted to find a way to make sure. As for why Jiang Yu won't find out, because more often than not he was walking side by side with Ruan Cece. Either that or Ruan Cece was pulling his book bag away behind him. When he turned his head, his eyes and attention would only fall on Ruan Cece. At this time, Jiang Yu walked to the door of the milk tea store. Ruan Cece Shishi, they are still in line, did not notice him. Jiang Yu also did not open his mouth to call them but turned around and looked in the direction of the basketball court. Sure enough, it met directly with the boy's gaze as he looked over. Jiang Yu's face didn't have much expression, and the other party's gaze didn't flicker at first. Or did Ruan Cece sense something? She was always sensitive. As soon as I turned my head, I saw Jiang Yu looking sideways in the direction of the basketball court. Jiang Yu, didn't you go back to class? She stepped out of the group, walking over to Jiang Yu, following his gaze to the basketball court, and then saw the nasty thing. Ruan Cici's gaze turned cold. Jiang Yu heard Ruan Cici's voice and let out an "Oh, it just so happened that I wanted to drink too, so I didn't go back." Then he saw the boy fly away with his head down. Only then did Jiang Yu look at the person beside him and saw that she was also looking at the basketball court with a cold expression. "What's wrong?" Ruan Cici retracted her eyes and smiled at Jiang Yu's. "No, but my milk tea was originally bought for you. It's not like I can't drink more." Jiang Yu only then reacted to her own not-so-good excuse that she made off the cuff. "I also stopped by to help Chi-han and the others buy." Lu Qi let out a sigh. "It's our turn." Ruan Cici wanted to say that Jiang Yu was actually quite incapable of lying. Chi-han and the others could have just sent a message. Jiang Yu pulled Ruan Cici over. "Buy milk tea." Ruan Cici took another look at where the boy was standing just now. TSK, it couldn't be that Jiang Yu noticed, could it? In the end, Jiang Yu and the others went back with a bag of milk tea and brought Zhou Xianxian as well. The lunch break wasn't very long and they were going to class. Jiang Yu was a little distracted in class. He was also thinking back. Had he seen this boy somewhere before? There doesn't seem to be. Just the last time I encountered it. He spun his pen and passed a note to Li Yu, who was on the sidelines. "Can you tell what the boy's name is?" "Which level?" Li Yu returned 6 points. "And a sentence. Do you think I'm Doraemon? Anyway, I don't look too much like a senior year. I don't have any impression at all." Jiang Yu didn't feel much like a senior either. After all, if you're on their level, how can you be impressed? But the boy, he didn't seem to remember either. Anyway, first middle school is pretty big, with over 30 classes in the first year of high school, plus 2 levels up and repeating classes. This one is really quite a lot of people, and the buildings aren't really close together. So except for Monday when the flag is raised, when the whole school might be there, you'll have to wait for some events during the week. Jiang Yu somewhat regret. The next time you see must take a picture, but also can ask Zhou Qiao recognize it. So he later troubled Li Yu to take a picture the next time he came across it. Li Yu returned, "I'll shoot if I can at night." Jiang Yu returned a thank you. In the end, he was up on this matter. Ruan Cici didn't look any different. Jiang Yu thought she didn't know anything. It's just that now Ruan Cici goes to the step classroom at night, and Jiang Yu wants to send her there. In fact, Ruan Cici is not going alone. Daikashi and a few of them with good grades are going, but it's usually a couple of guys who go off on their own and the girls go off in threes. Ruan Cici was also on average with them, and had always been 1 or 2 steps behind. It looks like it's falling off the wagon. Ruan Cici looked at Jiang Yu, said to send her to the classroom, also froze for a moment. "It's not far off. You eyeballing me is fine. Just in the corridor can also see. I think it's pretty sweet, but Jiang Yu, who's become a boyfriend, is a bit clingy." Jiang Yu let out an "oh," reached out and touched her head. "It's not far anyway. I'll send you there as a walk." Waiting at the door were Daikos and another girl from her class, named Dianshuan. Both men had heard their conversation. Dianxian said with dissatisfaction, "What's wrong with Ruan Cici? Did she tell Jiang Yu that we won't be joining her? Suddenly she wants to be sent away. It's obvious that every time she leaves a little behind on her own. Ruan Cici is not a RMB, naturally she can't do that, everyone likes her." Dianxian is one of those people who don't like Ruan Cici. At this age, it's easy to like someone, and it's easy to hate someone. Dianxian hates Ruan Cici because the boy she secretly likes herself said Ruan Cici was pretty before. She didn't see where it was pretty, but the hate is more of a heart hate, and by the time you get to high school, the mental age isn't too childish. Rather, they can't do anything against isolation. At this moment, Daikasi retracted her gaze towards Jiang Yu to look at Bianxian. "I don't think so. Ruan Cici doesn't look like this kind of person," she called out. "Creak, gone?" Ruan Cici looked to them and nodded. "Good." Then he looked at Jiang Yu and said seriously, "Don't be too clingy. We'll see each other after class." Although he said so, it is clear that the smile at the corner of his mouth cannot be controlled at the thought of Jiang Yu so sticky. So the Ruan Cici in front of Jiang Yu's eyes at this time looked sweet. Jiang Yu, this is still a beautiful misunderstanding. All he could do was go along with it. I'm just a little clingy. Come on, you'll be late later." In the end, Jiang Yu walked out with Ruan Cici. He wanted to see if that boy was really following Ruan Cici. Seeing Jiang Yu come out with Ruan Cici, Daikasi said, "Brother Yu, actually the 3 of us will go together and have company." A voice of Brother Yu shouted. Jiang Yu confused. Not, they are very familiar with each other? Although many people call Jiang Yu brother, but they are all boys more. Girls, there really aren't many girls in their class who call them that. Except for Lu Qi. It's really not familiar. After all, Daikasi so called. How it feels that this "you brother" 2 words are not innocent. Chapter 174, Girlfriend, close your eyes when kissing. More than that, Jiang Yu always felt as if his back was chilling. He glanced at Ruan Cici, who had her eyes hanging down by the side, and returned, "You might as well call me Jiang Yu." I just now this didn't even react for a moment that I was being called. I just happened to be going to buy something for Cece. Just send her there. When Cece was upset, Lucci and Zhou Xianxian they all called Jiangyu you brother. There used to be girls in my middle school class who would call it that, but it's rare, and the tone is different. Daiko's tone had, how can I put it, a sense of petulance to it, until they heard Jiangyu say send her there. Instead of politely dropping by, I'll send you there. That's what made Wan Cece raise her eyes to the embarrassed-looking Daikasai. Girls at that age do have thin skin. Although they were the only ones who heard Jiangyu's words, Daikasai still felt humiliated. Calling you, she did a long time of psychological construction. Obviously a lot of boys call it that. Lucci and a girl from the previous class who came also called it that. Earlier she had seen the one called Zhou Xianxian shouting directly at the door. Brother you, come out and help with something. The tone is natural. Jiangyu didn't say anything? Why can't she just scream? It's really too embarrassing. Daikasai said in a bit of panic. I have something to do. I'll leave first. Then it turned away. Dianxian let out a sigh of relief. She didn't like Wan Cece in the first place, so naturally she caught up with Daikasai and left. Jiangyu was relieved to see how this Daikasai felt like she was. Well, a little. Or is he just a little too self-absorbed? Whatever. It's going to be a little jealousy. Sure enough, just as Daikasai and the others left, the person beside him opened his mouth and called out, brother you, okay? You feels that this voice of you is not very innocent. He turned his head, reached out and quickly pinched Wan Cece's small mouth that was presumably about to continue opening her mouth in a conspiratorial manner. Do you still want to go to class? Otherwise I'm going to be late in a while, even though it's Mr. Tang sitting in the class. So I guess it's not good, right? He looked at the girl whose mouth he had pinched. Her eyes were so big and bright. If only they weren't glaring at him. Wan Cece reached out and pulled his hand down. Let's go. You, still yin and yang on it. Jiangyu followed her with a smile in his eyes, not knowing why. So many people called him brother you, but he felt that Wan Cece called him the best. Even the yin and yang sounds good. Hey, lover boy. Jiangyu paid quite a bit of attention to his surroundings when he went to the staircase classroom with Wan Cece, and looked back a few times, but he didn't see the boy from noon. Jiangyu couldn't help but frown. Was it really an accident? Jiangyu was the one who sent Wan Cece to the latter days. I guess Daikos felt embarrassed and didn't wait for Wan Cece for the past few days. Naturally, Sidespin didn't wait. Jiangyu also asked Wan Shishi if he was influencing her to socialize. I didn't expect Wan Cece to say very directly. Socialize what? They don't like me in the first place. They can't be friends. At the time of saying this they were at home writing papers and a week passed. They went home on Friday after school this week. The main thing is that registration for the school games starts next week, and Lu Ji went to a meeting. That's why their group didn't go out to dinner together. At this time, Jiangyu heard Wan Cece's words and let out a sigh. Are they not discerning? Our Wan Xiaoxi so beautiful little girl they do not want to be friends with you? How that sounded was a tease to Wan Cece. Wan Cece looked sideways at Jiangyu after writing down the answer. Brother you, if it's a boy, seeing me pretty I guess he wants to be friends with me. A girl is afraid that she won't be willing. The curtains were not drawn. It was all November, so the sunlight at 5 o'clock in the evening was a warm and not harsh orange color, and at that moment it fell on Wan Cece's beautiful and delicate face. Jiangyu, the beauty blitz is back. Still, he couldn't help but say, you've been called brother you for a week, and you're still jealous? But this time there was a lot less negativity, except for a little bit of yin and yang. This was something that made Jiangyu feel quite happy. Now Wan Xiaoxi is no different from a normal girl. At this time, Jiangyu also did not know that such a soft Wan Xiaoxi would give him a little shock a few days later. At this time, he only saw Wan Xia beaming. Oh, okay, you brother people can call. I can't write? Jiangyu gas laughs. The child 2 days do not fight. On the room to uncover the tiles, right? He simply put down the pen in his hand and pulled his also chair closer to Wan Cece. Wan Cece saw him like this and reached out to cover her face. What are you doing? It's not going to pinch my face again, is it? Jiangyu, however, directly reached out and wrapped his arm around her waist. With a slight push, the man fell toward him. Wan Cece didn't have a single defense. Although the two had already established their relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend, Jiangyu had only improved a little from before. It's the kind of thing where you hold hands when no one's looking. 10 fingers clasped. Then the goodnight kiss went from forehead to lips. Occasional hugs. Then nothing. The kisses are all just of the lip-sticking variety. More intimate gestures were absent. At this moment, Jiangyu suddenly reached out and wrapped his arms around her. Wan Cece's hand that was originally covering her face was pressed against Jiangyu's chest, but she couldn't push him away. Jiangyu lowered his head a little closer. Girlfriend, if you are not happy, directly out. I coaxed it. I kissed you, do not angry can it? Before to go to school Jiangyu was still quite restrained. I'm afraid that Ruan Sisi will not be able to sleep at night, and I will not be able to sleep myself, but it's Friday. At this moment, his face was already in front of Ruan Sisi when he said those words. Ruan Sisi, however, her eyes lit up after hearing his words. There's such a good thing? Then you kiss for 3 minutes first? The flavor of the great white rabbit milk candy she just took from Jiang Yu's side as she spoke. Jiang Yu was smelling it. Jiang Yu looked at the way her eyes lit up and smiled. Good. Then you remember to breathe this time. As soon as the words were out of her mouth, the kiss landed on her lips, until Jiang Yu gently cracked open her lips and teeth. Ruan Sisi thought that Jiang Yu's line about kissing her until she wasn't angry was deliberately said to coax her, because Jiang Yu was too gentle. Jiang Yu was a gentle person from the bottom of his bones, except after their uncontrollable passionate kiss late that night. They never kissed so intimately again, and it's still light out. The window of her room was not open, and the gentle evening breeze would occasionally blow the white gauze window that Jiang Yu had hung for her, and the small wind chimes by the window, and then sneak in accompanied by the crisp sound of the bells, and pounce on their faces. This time Ruan Sisi didn't close her eyes. What she saw was the boy's closed and gentle eyes, long eyelashes that seemed to be all gentle, a straight nose without looking harsh. Her heart was beating fast. Soon a hand gently landed on her eyes. Girlfriend, you have to close your eyes when you kiss. The sunset was beautiful tonight. The evening breeze was gentle, and her and his heartbeats danced lightly in this orange sunset and gentle evening breeze. Chapter 175, with that smile you just gave. You dare say you are not thinking about the person you like? If Ruan Sisi had been left to her own devices before, she wouldn't have thought that her and Jiang Yu's roles would have shifted. Let's put it this way. Before it was Ruan Sisi chasing and Jiang Yu running. Restrained gentlemen. The only ones that crossed the line were the ones that Ruan Sisi chased up, and every time, Jiang Yu would make the excuse that my mom is coming home. It's an excuse, but it works. Nguyen Sisi was still really scared, but now, Ruan Sisi was sitting on Jiang Yu's lap. Behind her was the table. In front of her was Jiang Yu. His hand was pressed behind Ruan Sisi's head. His other hand was pressed on her waist. The sun is setting outside. Nguyen Sisi is learning how to breathe while kissing. Instead, there was the sound of a door opening at the door, and the sound of footsteps that clearly belonged to Suyin came. Fishy, creaky. Ruan Sisi woke up with a start and tried to struggle with her hands and feet in Jiang Yu's arms, but people weren't afraid at all, and took advantage of being pushed away for a moment to laugh and say, "Why aren't you concentrating?" Then without waiting for Ruan Sisi to speak he kissed again. Jiang Yu naturally heard the sound, also felt the panic of Ruan Sisi, before also in their own arms soft into a puddle of water. Now struggling like a drowning fish. Anyway, it was fun, and Jiang Yu pressed her struggling little hand, seeing her staring at her big eyes going red with a forced look. Well, TSK, Jiang Yu felt as if he was a bit of a pervert. This look wanted to bully him even more, but he suspected that the next second maybe Ruan Sisi was going to bite him, because he had heard Suin's footsteps approaching. Jiang Yu sighed softly. There was a soft knock on the door, and then it was pushed open without waiting for anyone inside to speak. Jiang Yu's book was placed on his lap, and his chair wasn't properly facing the table, but rather the doorway. Turning the pen in his hand to look at Suin who came in. Mom, back. The voices are lazy. Suin glared at him. Shouldn't I be at home too? Then he looked at Ruan Sisi who was lying on the table. What's wrong with Sisi? I'm fine, Auntie Sue. Ruan Sisi opened her mouth before realizing that her voice just didn't sound right, and with some chagrin in her heart beat faster. Sure enough, Suin immediately realized something was wrong when she heard it, bending down to touch Ruan Sisi's back, her tone a bit anxious. What's wrong with you? Not feeling well? Raise your head and let me touch your forehead. Nguyen Sisi. It's not that she doesn't want to look up, it's that her lips are swollen, and the eyes are all red. How it looks like they're being bullied. Just as Ruan Sisi was thinking about what to do, Jiang Yu spoke up. Hey, Mom, I didn't mean it. He pointed to the mango skins in the trash. I just lied to her and said it's okay to eat a little bit. She believed me, and now her mouth is swollen like a sausage and she's crying. After saying that, Jiang Yu sheepishly touched his nose. Suin thought he was vain because he coaxed Ruan Shi to eat the mango, but in fact Jiang Yu was vain because he lied to his own old mom. Nguyen Sisi's mango allergy was previously unknown to everyone. It was when she came to the house for her first birthday in Suin and the guys ordered a fruit sandwich with mango. Ruan Sisi was so happy that day. She ate a lot, and then straight away she couldn't breathe and collapsed. Fortunately, Jiang Weiman was home that day. Otherwise it's really a bit of a pain in the ass. Since then the family rarely buys mangoes. Nguyen Sisi herself knows she can't eat mangoes, so she's generally careful. At this time Suin heard Jiang Yu's words. She was really angry, reached out and slapped Jiang Yu fiercely. You're going to die. Sisi mango allergy. Have you taken your medicine? She pulled Ruan Sisi with some urgency. Come on, Sisi, let's go to the hospital. Ruan Sisi can only look up now. Her eyes are red, her lips are indeed a little red and swollen. But Suyin, look how. How do you feel? It's not quite like an allergy. Ruan Cece quickly said. Auntie Sue, I'm fine. In fact, just try a little bit. Before I heard some old people say that not that grow up a little bit of eating more will be desensitized. The more I talk, the lower my voice gets. And what desensitization doesn't work on first listen. But now this excuse does make sense. Otherwise the swelling of the lips won't go down for a while. One couldn't keep avoiding Suyin and the others. Could one? That would be too strange. Jiang Yu is touching the place where he was hit. Pro mom, really fierce. He let out an ouch. Mom, I was wrong. She just took her meds too. It's okay. You see this unreliable look of your son. Suyin wants to smack him again. I used to think that small fish were okay and fairly reliable. But how is it so tossable? Sure enough, Su Yin's gaze moved away from Ruan Shishi's lips and was on fire, scolding Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu glanced at Ruan Sisi, who was looking at him carefully. The corners of his mouth still had a smile on them. This made Suyin look even more angry. She gently patted Ruan Sisi. Sisi, if you're not feeling well, take a rest. Call me if there's anything else you're not feeling well about. Auntie is cooking. Then glaring at Jiang Yu, come out here. Jiang Yu gave an oh so subtle sound and stood up, the book being casually placed on the desktop. Jiang Yu followed behind Suyin, darting in to reach out and rub Ruan Sisi's head as he passed by. It's fine. He smiled down at Ruan Sisi. Ruan Sisi looked up at him and saw the refreshingly nice smile on the boy's lips and the smell of laundry detergent gently wafting over his clothes. It's the same smell as her clothes. Nguyen Sisi nodded softly. Aha. Jiang Yu also closed the door to Ruan Sisi's room with his hand as he walked out. Sure enough, Mr. Su was afraid of affecting Ruan Sisi's rest and changed places to continue scolding Jiang Yu. In fact, Jiang Yu often felt that with her vocabulary, it wasn't impossible for her to be a language teacher. He couldn't control the flash of Ruan Shaoxi's pretty little face in his head. Hey, your own girlfriend is so pretty when she's shy. Suyin soon realized her good oldest child was wandering off. How can you be scolded and still have a smile on your face? Is this appropriate? She looked at Jiang Yu and suddenly stopped. Jiang Yu came back to his senses and looked at Suyin and asked curtly, Mom, finished scolding? Suyin, however, stared at him and didn't say anything. That's a little scary. Jiang Yu hesitantly shouted, Mom? Only then did Suyin speak. Jiang Yu, are you in love with some girl? Jiang Yu? No, Mom, that's a little scary. Jiang Yu let out an ah and quickly adjusted his expression. Mom, what are you talking about? Suyin sneered. Jiang Yu, do you know how many years your old lady has been a teacher? Just that smile you just had. You dare to say you're not thinking about your favorite person? Jiang Yu, you flipped the car? Chapter 176. Good love is working hard together side by side to move forward toward a better version of yourself. This old lady is out. And I can see that Mr. Su is really pissed off. Otherwise you wouldn't have used such words. Jiang Yu felt that his bureau was quite good, simply perfect. But he's never been in love and doesn't know that sometimes liking someone to cover their mouth will run out of their eyes. That statement doesn't mean necessarily that you have to look at her like she's not innocent. Rather, the emotion in your eyes when you think of this person simply doesn't fool anyone. Especially when young people are in a relationship for the first time. Suyin didn't want to cook at this time, took a deep breath and sat on the sofa. She probably knew what was going on as she watched this brief silence from her son, but no matter how much she thought about it, she wouldn't expect it to be Ruan Sisi, and at that moment, she even glanced at the door of Ruan Sisi's room that was closed. The voice was lowered quite a bit. Jiang Yu, don't keep quiet or I'll whip you. Jiang Yu's mind spun around and he quickly saw that his mom definitely didn't know that he was having an affair with Ruan Sisi. Otherwise it's a rage. It's a micro-rage. And just, well, the kind that can be coaxed. Jiang Yu's denial that reached his mouth turned around into, Mom, I'm sorry, I do have a favorite girl, but she doesn't know, said he squatted to Suyin's feet. Quite a tall boy now, so squatting and looking at his mom looks good and pitiful. It also managed to all soften Suyin's heart a bit. Let's put it this way, Suyin was indeed relieved when she heard Jiang Yu say that he had a favorite girl but that girl didn't know. After all, it is normal for them to be attracted to the opposite sex at this very age of their love life. Suyin herself was a teacher. Although she would always tell Jiang Yu and Ruan Sisi that they couldn't fall in love early and study hard, but she's been there, and she simply can't help it if she likes someone. His own son is still a bit of a bearer. At least he admits it. A good scolding of my son has turned into being a little heartbroken by him now. Suyin looked at Jiang Yu. People don't know? From your school? Well, from our school. A very good girl. There are many people who like her. Jiang Yu's tone was gentle when he said this. Suyin was instead more relieved to hear his description. There are a lot of people who like each other, so it's probably a windfall, right? Such great kids are always appealing. Suyin sighed. Remember what Mom told you guys? Of course I remember. Mom, I always remember. My grades haven't slipped. I'll study hard. Jongyu looks at Suin and asks carefully and seriously, Mom, if I finish my college entrance exams in the future, and I confess successfully, can I bring her home? Not now, but later. Suin looked at his eyes that were carefully looking at her, reached out and patted his on her lap and said, Jongyu, how long after are you thinking? There's still more than 2 years to go. Thinking so far ahead? But Suin also knows that the more you force your child, the more the child will rebel. She sighed. If you get good grades after your high school exams, and you still like her, and she likes you, it's not impossible for you to bring her back, but it's a long way to go for a relationship at your age, and later on, in college and all that. My son is too young to realize that being together is just the beginning of a relationship. There's a lot more for them to consider if they want to go the distance, but there was no need to tell him all this so early. Suin just asked, that girl doesn't know yet? Jongyu shook his head. I like her unilaterally. Suin nodded. Then I don't care about your crush, but if you're interfering with your studies this won't work, okay? Jongyu sighed in relief. I know Mom. Promise it won't affect my studies. His girlfriend is a super schooler hellbent on getting 80W and can't influence a little thank you. Suin hummed, suddenly frowned again. Not Jongyu. Is it possible that Cece found out something and that's why you deliberately bullied her by threatening her not to tell us? Jongyu was speechless. Mom, am I this kind of person? Yeah, you used to threaten Cece not to tell us a lot of things. Cece also honestly really didn't say anything. You kid has been like this since you were a kid. Suin laughed. Jongyu, it's full of black history. It's a sin. Suin urged Jongyu a few more times not to bully Ruan Cece, and not to affect Ruan Cece's studies. Jongyu all agreed. Suin let him off the hook then and stood up. Go do your paper. You've got classes all weekend. I'm going to go make dinner. Jongyu knows that this is the past. Squatting feet a little numb, is holding the sofa to get up. Hey, sort of answered Suin. Suin took 2 steps and turned her head to look at Jongyu, who was sitting on the sofa looking at her with a simple face. What's wrong, Mom? Suin said seriously. Little fish. Mom knows that children of your age don't like too much interference from their parents, and what you want more is freedom. But little fish, you are too young. If we give you the freedom you want too soon, Mom and Dad are afraid that you will fly too high and crooked. What if you are too crooked? Mom and Dad won't be able to catch you. She smiled at Jongyu. So don't blame Mom for interfering too much. Jongyu looked at the helpless smile on Ms. Su's face, stood up and said with a smile, Mom, I know. Don't worry, I am really going to study hard. And when I graduate, I'll work a little harder and bring the girl I like to see you. Suin looked at her son and finally nodded. Okay, Mommy will wait for you. Then turned and went into the kitchen. At this time a sense of guilt arose in Jongyu's heart. He knew it. His own mom and dad weren't the type to hang on to him. Every year the family prays when they go up the mountain. Suin and Jiang Weiman go there every year. And just hang 2 of them. One reading, the family is peaceful and happy. Reunited. The other one reads, Jongyu is safe and healthy and well. It's the simplest thing to wish for as a parent. Even when Ruan Cece came later, Suin and the others wouldn't have written this to her alone. Because this one is what they give their children. Uniquely. Jongyu knows it all. At this time he sat down on the sofa and looked at Suin who was busy in the kitchen. Even though there was guilt in his heart. But he couldn't tell Suin and the others now. Talking about it now won't do any good. It'll get them nothing but anger, annoyance and sadness. Anyway, he's with Ruan Cece. They'll just work harder than ever. For the day when he stood in front of his mom and dad to tell them that they were actually both getting better since they got together. Good love is working together side by side to move forward, toward a better you. Jongyu hung his eyes and said in his heart, Mom and Dad are sorry. Chapter 177, Secretly Preparing Gifts for Brother. Jongyu naturally wouldn't tell Ruan Cece what he and Suin had talked about in the living room. He returned to his room before he had time to check his cell phone. When Cece sent him a number of probing and condescending emoticons, I guess he was worried that he was being scolded by Suin. Jongyu laughed a little and returned. It's okay, my mom swears like that actually. The replies are coming back fast over there, so I guess they're all waiting for news all the time. I'm sorry, if it wasn't for me, Auntie Sue wouldn't have scolded you. QAQ. When Cece looked at the mango peels in the trash can, this is what Jongyu ate. He actually likes mangoes, but because Ruan Cece is allergic to mangoes, the family rarely buys them. Jongyu rarely eats anymore either. He was pretty far apart when he just ate the mango. After eating, he even went in to wash his hands and rinse his mouth, as if he was afraid that the smell of mango in the air would make Ruan Cece allergic. How could such a Jongyu let her eat mangoes? Ruan Cece just wanted to go out several times to explain to Suin that in fact, her brother wasn't that bad, but she couldn't really find a reasonable reason to explain her lips. So the guilt in my heart is awesome. Jongyu can tell just from the message that this silly girl is afraid of what kind of guilt. Jongyu returned, it can't be said that it has nothing to do with me at all. right? After all, I'm the one who kissed the swelling. It seems reasonable for me to go and get scolded. After this message was sent, it showed up there for a while as it was being typed, and then there was no news at all. Jiang Yu laughed. Okay, this is shy. Anyway, it's all come to this. Jiang Yu will simply be shameless. You don't struggle so much next time, or I'll feel like I'm forced to love. By the way, my book is still on your side. Ruan Cici's exposed skin was red from neck to face, looking at the book that Jiang Yu had just put on the desktop. It's an extracurricular book, Love Letters by Shunji Ey. This is Ruan Cici's book. She bought it and hasn't read it yet. Jiang Yu didn't want to do the questions, so she took it and read it casually. But just now Jiang Yu was open cover above his waist and abdomen. Naturally, Ruan Cici knew why it was covered there. The line in the input box, "This is my book." Ruan Cici eventually deleted it, and she replied, "Oh, I'll bring it to you later." She was embarrassed to read a bit of this book. When I opened a page at random, I couldn't help but wonder if it could be the page that Jiang Yu had just opened and covered on her body. Ruan Cici reached out and covered her little face, just in case the redness turned into a yellowish color. Luckily the incident seemed to pass by the time dinner was served. It was Suyin who asked Ruan Cici if she felt any discomfort. After asking, he continued to scold Jiang Yu twice. Jiang Yu repeatedly assured himself that he really wouldn't dare next time. Ruan Cici's red, swollen lips weren't too obvious anymore, but you could still tell something was different. Jiang Yu looked at it and had to admit that he really wasn't a thing. A little less pro-force next time would be nice. The two were sort of in shock anyway, but that night Ruan Cici was so honest that she didn't even dare to come to Jiang Yu for a goodnight kiss. It looked like he was really startled by Suyin's sudden return. "Aren't you bold? That's intimidating." The next day Jiang Yu had to go to the studio. Ruan Cici said she would not go out, so she waited at home. Although she wanted to follow Jiang Yu to the drawing room, "But I'm not a kid anymore, so it's inconvenient for me to go alone." Jiang Yu also felt like wasting Ruan Cici's time. All this time going back and forth was enough for Ruan Cici to do one more extra paper. "And, if you're there, I guess I don't even have the heart to listen to Mr. Xi's lesson." Jiang Yu pinched her face, lowered his head and kissed her on the lips. "Alright, wait for me back at home. You need to eat at noon." Nguyen Cici dutifully nodded her head and said yes. Finally, he saw Jiang Yu out the door. She's the only one left at home, so she's preparing a gift for Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's birthday is over, but there's Christmas in December. Nguyen Cici is going to make a gift she's not very good at, so I guess it's going to take some time. So prepare in advance. Even Jiang Yu felt how Ruan Cici was so unpestering today. Makes it weirdly uncomfortable. Is it that you don't appreciate it when you get it? Jiang Yu was thinking about this during lunch. Even Chandler didn't hear him when he called him. Finally Qian Duo tapped him before Jiang Yu looked at him. "What's wrong?" Sister asked if we're participating in the school athletic meet. Qian Duo asked curiously. "What are you thinking?" Jiang Yu laughed a little. "Nothing. There are any programs that are unknown. Just take a look then." Qian Duo nodded his head and looked at Zhou Qiao. "Senior sister is just awesome. She enrolls in many programs every year." Zhou Qiao let out a sigh. "Refused to cuddle ah," Chandler heckled. Seeing Zhou Qiao, Jiang Yu suddenly remembered the person he saw that day. "Sister, ask you ah. I just saw a very strange person in school before. Not our level. I want to ask you if you have any impression to see if it is your level." Jiang Yu was a little unsure of how to describe it, mainly because there's no picture or anything. But Jiang Yu suddenly thought of something and pulled out a pencil from his pants pocket. Chandra on the sidelines. "No? Why did you bring a pencil when you came out?" "You?" Zhou Qiao just happened to ask. "What people?" Jiang Yu glanced at Qian Duo. "Smooth." Then he took the paper aside from the order, turned to the blank page at the back, and drew quickly. He sketched actually okay. Soon the face of a tall, thin, silent-looking boy appeared on the page. Zhou Qiao looked and said, "It's a sophomore, in the science class." Jiang Yu was a bit surprised. "You know the science class too?" "Recognize. This person is indeed very strange. The grades are quite good, but has always been alone. Before there seems to be people say he has a disease, seems to be called what Jobin, or is it the soldier of arms? I don't know, but I've heard of it. By the way, you can go up to the school posting bar to see. Maybe there is some post. There is everything in it. I also saw the post that praises you're handsome." "That's enough to know." Jiang Yu nodded her head and said, "Thank you, senior sister." Zhou Qiao asked, "What are you looking for him for?" "Didn't look for him, just thought the man's aura was, how shall I say, quite unique." Jiang Yu laughed a little, dropping his eyes and looking at the face. Of course he wouldn't look for him himself. He just wanted him to stop following Ruan Cici. Otherwise it's not impossible to look for it. Zhou Qiao raised her eyebrows slightly and glanced at Jobin's painting. It was Chandler who quickly continued to turn the conversation back to the school games. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, took out his cell phone and went on the school's posting and searched for keywords. Surprisingly, there are really 2 or 3 posts. Jian Yu clicked in. Chapter 178. Don't talk about people in the daytime. Don't talk about ghosts at night. The internet is a bit slow over here, and the post hasn't loaded up yet over here before what they ordered comes up. Jian Yu then ate first. To think that without realizing it he seemed to have become a meal partner with Chen Duo and Zhou Chao just like that. The post finally opened on the way back from dinner, but it doesn't seem to be anything special. 2 posts, one asking who is this Jobin who was top of his class in physics. Someone in there said he used to be in the 2nd grade and was biased, but he did get good grades. There's also a thread calling Jobin like a pervert, going to the bathroom every day and running over to the senior side. Jiang Yu stared at the post for a while and couldn't help but frown. Xian Duo went to the front to buy lemon tea. At this time Jiang Yu and Zhou Qiao were waiting for him, both playing with their cell phones. Zhou Qiao on this side played for a while, glancing at Xian Duo who was still in line, then looking at Jiang Yu beside her. It's not a school day, so it's not a school uniform he's wearing. The boy was quite tall, simply dressed in a white tee and jeans. His hair was not overly long, and his whole body appeared dry and clean, and the sunlight was pretty good at the moment, falling on the side of his face and making it look like a nice silhouette, just perfect for drawing. Zhou Qiao lifted her cell phone and snapped a picture. Jiang Yu felt it sensitively and looked at her sideways, then just happened to be captured by Zhou Qiao for the second time. Zhou Qiao handed over her cell phone to Jiang Yu. I don't have a pen in my hand at this moment, otherwise I would have designated to draw it down. I shot it well, didn't I? The composition and lighting of the photo are really good and it's perfect for painting. The boys in the photo are clean and handsome. This is somewhat of an intentionally posed street picture. Zhou Qiao said. I'll delete it if you mind, but can I delete it after I finish drawing it? I think it's really pretty. She pointed to Chandra, who was about to run over. I've drawn Chandra many times too. People have said so. Jiang Yu handed her the cell phone. If I tell you to delete it, it looks like I'm being petty. However, do you like to draw people or scenery? I feel that you are quite good at it. Zhou Qiao smiled as she retrieved her phone. All like to paint. My dream. To get into the ideal school, then after graduation to walk around and paint. It would be even better if I have the opportunity to hold my own painting exhibition. Her whole body shines when she talks about in her dreams. Girls like this are fascinating. It's not about looks, it's about making a statement. Jiang Yu felt that Zhou Qiao was quite mature compared to these people of this age group that he had met. He nodded and said, I'm sure Hokage can do it. I also think I will be able to. Zhou Qiao smiled, confident that the girl was beautiful. Jiang Yu was staring at Zhou Qiao at this moment thinking, when will their family Ruan Shao she be so confident? Don't do anything again to deny yourself first. Well, screw it. Thinking about girlfriends. Zhou Qiao turned her head to look at Jiang Yu after she finished speaking, only to meet his eyes that were staring at her. Jiang Yu's eyes were really gentle. She just loved his eyes, the kind that occasionally reached out and touched them. Anyway, Shi Han and the others said that Jiang Yu's eyes are quite scummy. It's just easy to get the wrong impression when you keep staring when you shouldn't. Victim. Lucci nodded fiercely. At this time, Zhou Qiao froze after taking a look, and finally Jiang Yu turned away his eyes, said something like, Sister is really confident. That's good. Confident girls are beautiful. Zhou Qiao gave an so whispered. Yes, is it? Chandler had returned with lemon tea. Even though the two said they wouldn't drink it, he bought it for both of them. In the afternoon the teachers are not lecturing. They are drawing by themselves. Ask your teacher any questions you may have. Still drawing characters. Jiang Yu's drawing paper was still Ruan Shishi. He didn't need any reference to draw Gwyn Cc, as long as he wanted. What kind of Ruan Cc could quickly draw it under his pen? Because what looks like Gwyn Cc he is familiar with. Zhou Qiao looked at her still blank drawing paper and took out her cell phone intending to find a material. When she saw Jiang Yu's photo, she inexplicably thought of the way Jiang Yu looked at her at noon, but she paused for only a few seconds, running her fingers across the two photos, finally found a picture of the same table and picked up a paintbrush. Again, he couldn't help but turn his head to look behind him. The boy was holding the picture, eyes focused and tenderly looking at the drawing board in front of him. In fact, this scene would fit nicely into the picture. Zhou Qiao turned her head and went back to continue painting. Jiang Yu felt as if someone was looking at him and looked up after he finished drawing his eyes, but he didn't see who was looking at his. Instead, I saw Shander drawing Mr. She, the cursing version. Jiang Yu, sometimes it feels like Mr. She scolds Chen Duo every day. He himself is responsible. Just, no scolding is for nothing. Jiang Yu came by bicycle today, turning down Shander's invitation for them to ask if they wanted to go back together. He rode off. Zhou Qiao withdrew her sight and asked Chen Duo beside her. Duo, didn't Jiang Yu say he had a favorite girl before? Did you chase after her? Her tone was casual, like casual small talk. Chen Duo, who was playing with his cell phone, didn't think much about it. His mind flashed through Jiang Yu and Ruan Cc's usual dealings with each other, and objectively said, I don't know. I feel like you didn't chase after him either. They usually get along all the time like this. Cannot see to chase or not. But good knocking he. Zhou Qiao sniffed. Jiang Yu didn't chase after him? Jian Duo then looked up at her. I don't know we're classmates, I'm not very clear about it. But Sister Qiao, why are you asking this? Didn't I forward him a lot of tips for chasing girls before? I just care about the progress, Zhou Qiao said. Jian Duo let out an O. Then asked Brother Yu, but can I have a copy of the little trick? Maybe I can use it later. Zhou Qiao smiled and said yes. I'll transfer a copy to you in a moment. This side of the Jiang Yu still do not know that he was distracted for a moment seems to have been missed. It's kind of far for him to ride his bike from the studio to his side of the house. Seriously. Before Jiang Yu for what to say during the day, do not say people. Do not say ghosts at night. The second half of this statement is to believe. He is afraid of ghosts but the first half he thought was a bit of a ripoff. I just didn't think he was going to believe it today, because he saw Jobin again. The same Jobin who followed Wan Cici as Liu said. Usually on weekends Nguyen Cici is at home and goes grocery shopping and cooks, and she would go to the food market near her side of the house and didn't like to buy from the supermarket in her neighborhood. She said the food market has a little more variety and is cheaper. In the past, it was Jiang Yu who accompanied her, but now that Jiang Yu had to go to class, it was Wan Cici who went by herself. Jiang Yu was originally riding behind him and was about to call Wan Cici. Instead, he saw a tall and thin silhouette not far behind Wan Cici. It's really an old acquaintance when you look at it seriously. It's Zhou Bin. Chapter 179, cherries are indeed a bit sour, but it doesn't matter. Wan Cici is sweet. Actually, Zhou Bin wasn't exactly following stealthily. At least Wan Cici had known it for a long time, and for that skill it wasn't as good as the one she had used to track down Chi Han in elementary school. The reason why Wan Cici didn't have much of a reaction was because at the third intersection ahead, there was an alley over there, and there was a place where the surveillance was broken. Wan Cici is ready. She'll be there in a minute. You'll be able to go home there too. You won't show your face. Nguyen Cici has everything planned. I never thought I'd run into Jiang Yu, who had just come home. Nguyen Cici had some regrets. He should have known to walk 2 steps faster. My brother doesn't usually head home that way on that path, so he might be able to take care of Jobin himself. At this moment, she looked at Jiang Yu, who was riding his bike over to her side, and a smile had appeared on her face. Brother. Jiang Yu rode his bike and stopped in front of Wan Cici, looking behind her and meeting Jobin's prying gaze. This time when he saw Jiang Yu he quickly averted his gaze and turned away. Wan Cici looked at Jiang Yu as looking behind her. Her heart sank. Brother found out? She turned after her as if curious. What are you looking at? By now the disgusting thing behind him was out of sight. Jiang Yu watched Jobin walk away, and the main road is not walking to walk down the alley. This look is just weak-minded. He reached out and rubbed Wan Cici's head. It's okay. I just seen to see Auntie Lin in our neighborhood. Wanted to say hello and found out that I looked at the wrong person, and the person is gone. Wan Cici let out an O, retracted her eyes and returned her head to look at Jiang Yu, whispering, boyfriend, going home? Jiang Yu lowered his eyes and looked at her with a smile in his eyes. He straddled the car. Get in, girlfriend, he said and reached for the dish she was holding. He'll be sure to get to him sometime this week, Bin. Just next Monday. Just thought I'd ask him what he wanted to do. Well, by the way, it's good to get Corin. After all, he can bluff. Jiang Yu asked as if offhandedly on the way back. Wan Xiaoxi, have you found anything or anyone out of place lately? He wondered if Nguyen Cici would notice anything, because riding a bike yet. Naturally cannot see. Wan Cici sank down at this time. The color of the eyes. Brother really saw What right did that disgusting, nasty thing have to appear before my brother's eyes? She'll make him disappear. But the voice was innocent. No, what's the matter? Jiang Yu heard the curiosity in her tone and knew that she probably hadn't noticed. So what he said was, I've heard recently that there are human traffickers, so you usually pay more attention, but we're all together and not afraid. But if you go out less when I'm not at home, once or twice at the neighborhood supermarket to buy groceries is fine. Jiang Yu uneasily admonished. Jobin seems to be just trailing at the moment, presumably a pervert. Jiang Yu was afraid that Wan Cici would be scared, so he wasn't going to tell her. Anyway, in a day's time next Monday he'll be there to fix it. At this moment, Jiang Yu had also completely forgotten that he had once called Wan Cici with a mouthful of little perverts. Well, at least at this point in time, from Jiang Yu's perspective, Wan Cici is a normal little girl now. It is still necessary to educate the mind from an early age. Jiang Yu cooks after the two arrive home. Nguyen Cici was kicked out by him. She was sitting on the living room couch watching cartoons with the TV on, but her eyes kept following Jiang Yu. The home's kitchen is semi-open, so no matter what, Wan Cici can see Jiang Yu. Her boyfriend is so good looking, any way you look at him, and barring that, the biggest difference between a boyfriend and an older brother Wan Cici is now discovering. Jiang Yu, who was her older brother, desperately enslaved her every day. Being a boyfriend Jiangyu is really very spoiled, not letting her do anything. A very sweet smile appeared on Wan Cici's face. She was exquisitely good looking. In fact, if it weren't for her temperament, it would be a very innocent and unoffensive look as far as her facial looks were concerned. She looked a lot like Chun Hui, who was this kind of looker. Innocent and simple and pretty and delicate, and just looked fragile. It's also easy to attract scum and monsters. But Wan Cici's own temperament was that of a big iceberg type. It's all no longer high frigid, high frozen, so generally speaking, she's pretty though, but people are still a little scared. Except for certain perverts who aren't afraid to die. Wan Cici looked at the message in her cell phone, which read, "You're really pretty. So pretty that I feel happy to die in your hands. I can't sleep at night just thinking about it. Really? It's disgusting. You deserve to die by my hand?" Wan Cici deleted the message with an expressionless face. Her number would still be easy to find. It's in the class contact information. So it's no surprise that the dead pervert found it. As soon as Jiangyu turned his head, he saw Wan Cici looking at him. Obviously the TV was on. She just didn't seem to watch it. She just liked to look at him. But since he'd ordered him not to go into the kitchen, he was again forced to sit obediently on the couch with a pillow in his arms. Pitifully, he looked at himself, and even rushed to give a good-natured smile when he turned his head. Jiangyu looked at her like this instead, hooking a finger at her. Sure enough, the man on the couch immediately stood up and trotted over as soon as he was hooked. When she came in, Wan Cici even whispered, "Brother, do I look like the kind of fish that automatically jumps into your fish box?" She winked her big bright eyes. "You didn't even have to do anything. You didn't have to bait the fish. Once you hooked your hand, I snapped and came up on my own." The little girl, who obviously looks cold and unassuming, speaks sweetly with her mouth open. The contrast. Anyway, Jiangyu was so aroused that his heart was a little out of control. He picked up a side of Cheerios and shoved it in her mouth. "Sweet?" Wan Cici chewed a few times, frowned slightly, and honestly said, "It's a bit sour." Bright red cherry juice stained those pink lips, and Jiangyu's eyes sank slightly. Reaching over, he passed it to her mouth. "Cherry pits." Wan Cici obediently spit onto his palm, and the naughty little tongue could be seen topping the cherry core. Then smiling at Jiangyu, he was about to reach for the washed cherries. "Brother, try it too." But before the words were finished, his hand was wrapped around his waist without reaching over. "Okay, brother, try it too." Jiangyu lowered his head and kissed her lips in her surprised gaze. "Today is a cherry-flavored kiss." "Well, this cherry does get a little sour, but that's okay. Wan Cici is sweet." Cherry-flavored Wan Cici is really sweet, Jiangyu thought. His favorite fruit today is cherry. As for tomorrow, it could be strawberries or some other fruit. Who knows? They had kissed in the sunset the day before, and today as well. A sunset is not the same as the energetic sunrise, it is gentle and inclusive. Jiangyu thought that he liked the sunset. Or should I say, he liked the girl in his arms at the moment who was kissing him in the sunset. A lot. Chapter 180, Why do you like following his girlfriend so much? Jiangyu and Wan Cici's kiss in the kitchen didn't last as long as yesterday. The main reason was that Jiangyu was afraid that he had swollen his lips from kissing someone again. That's not a good excuse. The weekend flew by, and Wan Cici was obedient enough to actually buy groceries at the neighborhood supermarket after Jiangyu said so. The security in their neighborhood is okay. It makes Jiangyu feel safe. Jiangyu had a weekend full of one-day classes. Then the rest of the half-day is spent writing papers for homework. Seriously, Jiangyu thought he was really diligent. It feels busier than even Wan Cici. Luckily for Jiangyu, although she's lazy, she actually has a decent amount of self-discipline. It's the fact that no matter how good the self-discipline is, it's still a pain in the ass when it's time for school on Monday. He had been yawning all morning in class, but it wasn't just him. Everyone comes back on weekends like this. By the afternoon, Liu spoke about the arrangements for the school sports day during the first class session. In the middle of November, it's already a bit cold by that time. This year's school sports day is still really 5 days long, because the opening ceremonies and stuff were still getting a day. And there were shows and stuff. Liu was talking about what are the events that need to be signed up for by everyone in the school sports, and the schedule. After that it was Shuiqingqing who said something about the opening ceremony last time. There is indeed a program. It's still over a week away, and she said each class has to put on a program. Chorus and poetry recitals are not allowed. This school says, not allowed. So Shuiqingqing just came up and encouraged her classmates to come to her to sign up for any talent they had. A student asked, "No, we have so many classes in our school. Every class has to put on a show, right? From morning to night?" Shuiqingqing sighed. "I also asked, and asked if there was a preliminary selection or something, and the teacher over there said no. It's just that every class has to put on a show, and I also finally realized why it takes 5 days. This is going to be a day at least for the first day of the show. Our school is awesome. Can't I just break my chest? Do you think the stone will work?" A boy said with a grin. The boy who was called Stone told him to off. Anyway, the atmosphere was still pretty good. After all, as long as there were no classes, anything was good. Shuiqingqing and Liu stood up and told them to enthusiastically sign up for the next class. And Mr. Tang looked at them with a smile. All participate. Everyone participates. Ruan Cece and Lu Qi turned their heads to look at Zhang Yu in the middle of everyone's discussion. Zhang Yu raised her eyes and swept them for a second before her gaze settled on Ruan Cece. What? Are you signing up? There really is a swim meet. I've heard that there are still swimming lessons for PE next semester. And their school pool was built after they came back on October 1st, and it's not open for use yet. Zhang Yu started learning to swim in elementary school when she was a child in order to grow taller and lose weight, and he actually swam really quite well, something Lu Qi knew all about, so she was also curious if Zhang Yu would sign up. Zhang Yu didn't answer directly and looked at Ruan Cece with a smile. Then do you want me to sign up? He was at this point resting with his arms folded over his desktop body, originally lying on his back, because he was going to look at Nguyen Cece. It was his chin on his arms. Just looking at her, there was a smile on his brow and his eyes were gentle. Just my flesh, I guess, whether I can show it or not. I don't have a girlfriend to say. I don't count. The words were spoken so softly that if it wasn't for Lu Qi being right next to him he wouldn't have been able to hear them at all. But Lu Qi just heard it. At this time her inner if not the teacher is still there, she is really want to take out the cell phone to share with Zhou Xianxian. Xianxian is right. What kind of relationship? What kind of crush to play? Which is not as cool as knocking CP. She, too, is now a CP fan of Cece and Yu. When Ruan Cece heard Zhang Yu's answer, the corner of her mouth rose slightly. Then I definitely don't want you to go. It's swimming, after all. The kind where you wear swim trunks. Well, don't want to show it to anyone. Zhang Yu is hers. At this time, Liu and the others also came down from the podium. Liu still holding the registration form in his hand. Seeing Zhang Yu and the others chatting they asked, Brother Yu, I heard you're a good swimmer. Do you want to win some glory for your class? Zhang Yu smiled and looked at him. That can't be helped. The family is strict. I'm close to wearing a turtleneck sweater to class. The first half of the sentence Liu had not reacted. The second half of the sentence he understood. Li Fable. He glanced at Ruan Cece who was staring at Zhang Yu. So I asked in passing, is this too much for you guys? Liu pulled the corner of his mouth and laughed. So are you going to report something? Saying that, he also looked at Ruan Cece and Lu Qi and asked, will the two beauties also report one? Hey, I can't help it. Every time it comes to this kind of time I have to cry and beg my grandpa and grandma to let them enroll. It's not good to be a sports committee. Lu Qi said. Cece, let's report the relay? Nguyen Cece didn't have a problem with it. The relay is co-ed. Liu immediately wrote the names of the three of them, plus one of himself. Hey, that's enough. Zhang Yu, who was on the side, let out a sigh. You didn't even ask me. Liu glanced at him. Then Brother Yu, you're not going to report with Ruan Cece? Zhang Yu scared. This kid knows quite a bit. Report it. You report another one? Fun tug of war. Liu was speechless as he looked at the lazy Zhang Yu. Fun tug of war is a big group. Everyone in the class has to participate. It's not quite a competition. After all, people are fun tug of war. On Liu's side, he was reasoning with Zhang Yu and the three of them to participate in group activities more often. The classroom was still in an uproar as well. And Mr. Tang knocked on the desk to quiet them down. Then he said, no leave of absence is allowed for this school sports day. If you're not feeling well, you'll need a doctor's note from the hospital. Well, there's been a lot of wailing from those who were ready to touch the fish. What's all this? It was supposed to be a free-for-all for school sports. There are also a lot of people who don't plan on attending and just plan on taking time off to feel the fish. Now the school won't allow it. Teacher Tang looked at them with amusement. Don't scream. I'm telling you, this is the school's intention. How it's also our first field day. Everyone be more active. Zhang Yu also sighed, as he was originally part of the fish-finding brigade. It's kinda disorienting to suddenly not be allowed to touch it. It might be okay to ask parents to take a leave of absence to talk about it, but where do you find a hospital to prove it? Well, they do have a Dr. Zhang at home. However, once Zhang Yu thought of Dr. Zhang's temper, it was impossible to give him a certificate. Forget it. In fact, there was another thing that Zhang Yu was distracted by at this time. He was going to find Zhoubin after class in a while. Zhang Yu had already figured out what class he was in and contacted Zhao Lin as well, ready to go and greet Zhoubin. How come he likes to follow his girlfriend so much? That really puts a damper on things. Chapter 181, Your Taste. It's quite unique, huh? Zhang Yu was trying to find an excuse to tell Ruan Cece that we won't eat together tonight, but he didn't expect Ruan Cece to tell him in advance. I'm going to get my papers after school, so I won't be eating with you guys. Can you pack my bags for me? Zhang Yu nodded. What do you want to eat? I've heard that the omelette rice across from the school is good. Nguyen Cece was kind enough to say, good. She reached out and pinched Jiang Yu's hand, her movements quick with a hint of currying favor. I want to eat the roasted milk across from the school, even though it says it's baked milk. It's really still milk tea. Ruan Cece wasn't considered a very greedy person. She just wanted Jiang Yu to come back later so he wouldn't realize she wasn't in the classroom. Ruan Cece's things, unless she ran out of time. Jiang Yu was the one who went to buy them. At this point he looked at the way her big eyes were just looking at him, and nodded, only a little. Ruan Cece revealed a very sweet smile. Yeah. After class in the afternoon Jiang Yu spoke to Ruan Cece and went out. Chen Duo also went to eat and asked him, "What's you eating? Do you want to join us?" Jiang Yu waved his hand. "No need. I have an appointment. You go." Chen Duo didn't think too much about it and pulled over Xinyan who was passing by. "That's fine. We're going off. Bye brother Yu." Jiang Yu did make an appointment with Zhao Lin, but he couldn't get in even though he was from a foreign school. So Jiang Yu went to the sophomore year to find Zhou Bin first. Zhou Bin is in the 18th class of sophomore year. It's just that Jiang Yu didn't expect to see Zhou Qiao. Zhou Qiao was also a bit surprised. "Why are you here?" She thought for a moment. "Looking for Zhou Bin." "Ha? Zhou Bin is in the 28th class of high school is what Zhou Qiao told him. Jiang Yu nodded. "Yes, schoolmate looking for classmates too?" Zhou Qiao shook her head. "No, I was curious as to what this Zhou Bin was, and you were so interested that you came to take a look." She glanced at the classroom. "But he's not here." Jiang Yu couldn't help but frown. "He came just after class, and this didn't even find anyone?" Jiang Yu scared, then said to Zhou Qiao, "I have to go before schoolmates." He was suspecting that Zhou Bin had gone to squat Ruan Cece again. Zhou Qiao AI wanted to say something, but Jiang Yu were walking away. Jiang Yu sent a message to Ruan Cece asking where she was going to get the rolls. In fact, he knew that at school, nothing should happen. But Jiang Yu felt that Zhou Bin was a little too disgusting, so inevitably there was a temper. Unfortunately the message sent to Ruan Cece she didn't reply. Jiang Yu thought she was in the office and should not be able to look at her cell phone either. "The papers that you want Ruan Cece to take either go to the math teacher's office or to Mr. Lin in the competition class." The two teachers' offices are still pretty far apart. Jiang Yu's side was still wondering where to look first when Zhao Lin's message sent over. "Hey, I think I see the guy you're looking for." Before that sketch Jiang Yu was sent over to Zhao Lin to see. So Zhao Lin knew Zhou Bin. Jiang Yu asked for the location and turned his head to walk out of the school. It's actually true that Zhou Bin wasn't at school, because Nguyen Cece messaged him back at noon. He even asked him to meet him, and Zhou Bin was in a state of excitement all afternoon. He knew it. He knew she wasn't like the other girls. All those people were afraid of him. Only Ruan Cece, she was different. After being scared by her that day, Zhou Bin, who had gone back to calm down, was even more excited. Really love it. How can there be such a perfect girl? He walked into the alley at the address Ruan Cece had sent him. Zhao Lin followed up. Although it seemed like this time it wasn't with that little girlfriend of Jiang Yu's. But wasn't this Jiang Yu looking for this person? So Zhao Lin followed. Just not too closely. While walking, he messaged with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu came quite quickly. Actually, he frowned as soon as he saw the alley Zhou Lin described. Because this alley had heard of an incident in his previous life when Jiang Yu was in high school. A girl was dragged into this alley by a bunch of drunken punks. The girl killed herself afterward. But there's no surveillance on this side because there's no surveillance. That's why it took a long time to convict the punks. Even though it's daytime, there won't be many people over here. What's Zhou Bin going to do over there? Luckily, Nguyen Cece is in school. But soon Jiang Yu couldn't celebrate. He saw Cholin standing in front of him, and he was staring at something. Jiang Yu walked over quickly. Zhao Lin heard the voice and reached out to stop Jiang Yu, but Jiang Yu still saw, lying on the ground like a dead dog Zhou Bin. He would have screamed, but there was a cloth stuffed in his mouth. On the outside, there didn't seem to be any wounds, but the whole thing seemed to be shaking from fear, and tried to run, but was stepped on in the palm of his hand. Jiang Yu just glanced at Zhou Bin and his gaze fell on the girl standing. Her shoe-covered shoes stepped hard on Zhou Bin's hands. Standing here in the not-so-permeable alley, she was still clean and pretty. It wasn't the same picture as Zhou Bin on the ground. The girl had a cold expression on her face, dropping her eyelashes long, and her mouth even showed a smile at the corners. A pencil with a broken tip was lost on the floor. Such a Ruan Cece felt strange and familiar to Jiang Yu. A cold sweat broke out on his back. This is Nguyen Cece, not his Nguyen Xiaoxi. Maybe she was too focused on watching Zhou Bin moving around on the ground and crying, but she didn't even notice Jiang Yu so this corner. But the alley here would have been a crossroads turn. Ruan Cece's side looking this way is a line-of-sight perspective. It cannot be seen. Zhao Lin's voice was lowered. Your little girlfriend didn't suffer at all. This punk didn't even touch her for a second, and she was directly made to look like a dead dog. Zhao Lin glanced at the beautifully unrealistic girl, then at Jiang Yu, and finally stifled a sentence. Just, your taste, it's also quite unique, haha. Jiang Yu then let out a breath and looked at Zhao Lin, wanting to speak, Ruan Cece over there seemed to have heard something moving and violently kicked Jobin's stomach, which should have been very strong because Jobin curled up and covered his stomach. When Cece looked over, Jiang Yu pulled Zhao Lin toward the other side of the intersection. Jiang Yu walked in front and Zhao Lin walked behind. Ruan Cece walked over to take a few glances and only saw Zhao Lin's back and what seemed to be a boy in front of him as well. She had seen Zhao Lin just once when she was in the dark, not really familiar with him, so naturally she couldn't recognize his back. She frowned slightly. Was it an illusion? It always felt like Jiang Yu was nearby just now. However, Ruan Cece quickly looked back at the dead dog like Jobin and walked back up to him, slowly feeling out a needle and moving a little closer to Jobin's fearful eyes, watching him fiercely try to back away. Don't move, I'm not steady with this hand. A smell of urine came from the room, and Ruan Cece felt nauseous and frowned slightly. She looked at Jobin. If I find you stalking any girl like a pervert again, this needle will be stuck in your eye next time. Her tone was relaxed, and then the needle was inserted into Jobin's palm without hesitation. The gagged boy convulsed and let out a muffled wail. Nguyen Cece stood up and picked up the pencil on the floor. Turn around and walk away. It took a while to walk out before taking the shoe covers and gloves off together. Finally wrapping the pencil, he put it in his pants pocket and walked out of the alley. We have to hurry back, or she won't be seen when my brother comes back. Chapter 182, Can't accept Ruan Cece hiding something from him. Brother Nguyen Xiaoxi himself had mixed feelings at this time. He and Zhao Lin circled around the alley for a bit, and then circled around to the stall where they had eaten wontons before. Zhao Lin gave a sigh of relief. Just didn't eat. Eat something. Auntie 2 bowls of wontons. The aunt over there gave an ouch. Coming. Zhao Lin looked at Jiang Yu. What are you doing so listlessly? Sit down. I won't say anything about this today, and I don't think that guy will either. Jiang Yu finally looked back at Zhao Lin. What's going on today? So what happened between Ruan Cece and Jobin? Zhao Lin sked. In fact, what I know is not comprehensive, because it's an alley with no place to hide, so I'm not really close to follow. I'll just say that I walked halfway to the road and heard an ow. That is, someone shouted I just walked 2 steps faster. Zhao Lin is not a warm-hearted person, and he didn't know that Ruan Cece was there before although he was walking fast, but he was actually quite slow. Until he saw Jiang Yu's little girlfriend directly took a piece of cloth and stuffed it into the mouth of Jobin, who was lying on the ground, and then Jobin wanted to reach out to take it away but was stomped on by a foot. Zhao Lin's expression at the time, shock. JPG. Anyway, the following was watching Ruan Cece unilaterally beat up Jobin. Jobin didn't even have a chance to get up. I also heard her say that if Jobin dares to talk nonsense, she already has all the evidence that he harassed the girls before, and she also seems to have evidence of being harassed by Jobin. Zhao Lin looked at Jiang Yu. So I seek that Jobin estimate dare not talk nonsense. This kid at a glance is no balls. Estimated to think that your girlfriend is a little sheepet. I didn't expect to meet a big bad wolf. How exciting. Zhao Lin sked in his heart. He would like to flirt, but Jiang Yu didn't look too good right now. Will Jiang Yu be okay? This time, it's not to say that it was dealt with first by Ruan Cece again. Just the fact that Ruan Cece was hiding this from him in itself made Jiang Yu very upset, not to mention the smile that was seen, and the way she handled things. Jiang Yu sighed and looked at Zhao Lin and said seriously, thanks buddy, this thing today, please don't tell anyone. Zhao Lin compared an okay gesture. Don't worry, I know what's in my heart. I'll help you follow this kid these days? With what? You don't have to go to class? Jiang Yu asked directly. Zhao Lin let out a sigh. What kind of classes do we have in school? Right, can you get me a set of questions from your monthly exam? He guessed he was a little embarrassed when it came to that. If it doesn't work, of course, it's me who forgot. It's been so long since I reviewed. It's really time to see how the grades are. I'll see if the teacher is in the office in a while. I'll go make a copy of the set. Jiang Yu said with a smile. It was just that the matter of Ruan Cece was always on his mind. Zhao Lin did not understand what Jiang Yu had been through, nor did he know that Jiang Yu just wanted Ruan Cece to grow up healthy and be a happy little girl, but also comforted Jiang Yu that your girlfriend looked practiced and had the ability to protect herself, which is quite good. Jiang Yu could only smile, the bitterness in his heart. Only he understands Although he had things hidden in his heart, Jiang Yu remembered to go back early to bring Ruan Cece rice and baked milk. She's not going to eat anything, she's waiting for him. Jiang Yu went back to the time is considered quite early. Not many people in the classroom. Nguyen Cece obediently sat in her seat, her head lowered as she worked on her paper. The sun had set, but it was actually still bright outside, and the classroom lights had been turned on early to see. The warm orange afterglow of the sun mixed with the cool white light that was nowhere to be found. Jiang Yu stood in the doorway and looked at Ruan Cece, who was sitting in a seat that looked well behaved anyhow. He knew that Ruan Cece was definitely a little different from them in her mind. After all, Ruan Cece lived with Ruan Daitian for those years. It was too profound for her. By that time she had long since gotten the hang of things, so she remembered everything. Jiang Yu could also accept some of Ruan Cici's small mind, guessing that in her last life she would have experienced more than in this life, and that's why she became like that later. But Jiang Yu had always thought that the Ruan Cici of this life was a bit small-minded, but he could accept it. After all, children can't be taught in a day. He could take his time, and clearly it all felt like Ruan Cici was getting much better. But this scene today made Jiang Yu feel as if she had been lying to herself all along. Nguyen Cici had always acted the way he wanted her to be. Nguyen Cici is too smart. Brother Yu, what are you doing here? A boy from the class asked when he came back with his packed meal and saw Jiang Yu standing in the doorway. Ruan Cici, who was writing a paper, heard it and was sensitive to the word Yu. Looking up, he only saw Jiang Yu smiling sideways at the boy. Nope, then came in carrying something. Jiang Yu put something on Ruan Cici's desktop. Let's eat. Ruan Cici smiled up at him. Thank you. The whole person looked innocent and harmless, and the way his eyes looked at Jiang Yu carried an obvious dependence. Jiang Yu smiled. Eat quickly. It won't be good if it gets cold in a while. Then sat back down in his seat. Nguyen Cici cleared her desk, feeling something strange somewhere. Maybe because Jiang Yu didn't touch her head? But it could be that the classroom is crowded. But Ruan Cici still felt a sense of strangeness. She did have to eat quickly on her end though. She was going to the step classroom in a few minutes. Jiang Yu has been sending Ruan Cici for over a week now. Today, after Ruan Cici finished her meal, she poked open the baked milk just to take a sip, then put it in front of Jiang Yu. I just took a sip. Jiang Yu hummed. Then leave it. I'll drink it later. Nguyen Cici let out an "oh." Then after putting it away added, I'm going to the step classroom. Go ahead. Jiang Yu said. Ruan Cici, however, pursed her lips and looked at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's mood at this time was a little complicated. The feeling of instant sweating on his back made him a little dazed. Feeling Ruan Cici's sight at that moment, he looked up. What's wrong? Brother, are you hiding something from me? Ruan Cici opened her mouth to ask. Jiang Yu thought to herself, isn't there something you're not telling me? Jiang Yu laughed. So you're hiding something from me? No, Ruan Cici said without thinking. I'm with you every day. How could I possibly have something to hide from you? She didn't even have some slight change in her face when she said those words. Jiang Yu's heart sank violently. He took a deep breath and looked at Ruan Cici's familiar little face. How did he raise himself single-handedly? Obviously looking alright. Why the sudden change? Jiang Yu is not heartbroken, Jobin. The main thing is that he cannot accept for a moment Ruan Cici have something to hide from him. He had thought she was really obedient after that incident with Ruan Daitian. Chapter 183. Ruan Cici couldn't be some kind of dual personality, right? Jiang Yu was still too confident. After all, Nguyen Cici was able to cry and use herself as a guarantee in the first place. He thought, assumed that at least when it came to himself, surely Ruan Cici wouldn't lie, but reality slapped him hard in the face. Jiang Yu is also a little tired. So many years, with a child. He is the first time to raise a child. Knowing nothing, Ruan Cici has been very obedient. Suyin and Jiang Weiman have been busy. A lot of things about Ruan Cici were influenced by Jiang Yu. Even her first period was when Jiang Yu went to buy her tampons with a red face. Now that Ruan Cici has become like this, Jiang Yu doesn't know how much responsibility he should take. At that moment he looked at Ruan Cici who was waiting for him to give an answer. Still standing. Come on, let's get you to the stairwell first. Everyone else in the class is there and you're going to be late in a few minutes. Ruan Cici looked up at him as he stood up. Jiang Yu didn't answer her question. Nguyen Cici had an uneasy feeling in her heart, but Jiang Yu had already stood up and walked out. Nguyen Cici followed with her own school bag. Jiang Yu helped her with her school bag as usual, and the two of them walked downstairs side by side. I also smile and say hello when I meet familiar classmates. But has Jiang Yu gone cold on her? Ruan Cici couldn't tell, so she didn't even look at the road, just looked at Jiang Yu, until Jiang Yu reached out and pulled her over. Walking without looking at the road, hit a tree. Nguyen Cici gently crashed into his arms. Jiang Yu could feel her gently reaching out and pulling on his school uniform, carefully and in a whisper. Are you angry, brother? I apologize. Obviously he didn't know what he did wrong, and he didn't even know why Jiang Yu was in a bad mood, and the first thing he said was to apologize. Jiang Yu sighed in his heart. Ruan Cici simply knew him well enough to know how to hold him easily. Jiang Yu turned his head to look at Ruan Cici. The girl's eyes were now staring at Jiang Yu with uneasiness and caution. Seeing Jiang Yu look over to reveal a smile, how to look like some pleasing. Jiang Yu, how could Jiang Yu stand being looked at by her like this? He reached up and covered her little face. You apologize for doing something wrong? Ruan Cici's little face was covered without struggling, just answering Jiang Yu's words. I don't know, but if apologizing brother can be happy, I'll apologize to coax you all. The corners of Jiang Yu's mouth pulled flat. She still didn't say anything. Jiang Yu was letting go and rubbed her head. Nothing's wrong, let's go. You're going to be late. It wasn't until Jiang Yu reached out and touched her head that Ruan Shishi felt relieved. Her hand just pulled the hem of Jiang Yu's dress to follow him forward. Not far away, Professor Zhu watched the interaction between the siblings, and there was no ambiguous behavior. Right, but it always felt like something was wrong. But you insist on saying what's wrong. It's hard to say. Let's watch again and see. Jiang Yu's mood was really unattractive after sending the person to the step classroom, so much so that Li Yu, who was on the sidelines, noticed it. Their teachers didn't care much about their evening study sessions as long as they weren't particularly noisy. After all, there were still topics that would be discussed in whispers. Since Ruan Cece was not in the classroom during evening study, Lu Qi sat directly next to Shueqingqing. Her table mate was Dykes, who also went to class in the stairwell. What are you doing? Li Yu asked Jiang Yu, who was distracted by the side. Jiang Yu glanced at him, didn't do anything. Li Yu gave an O, then added, since swimming doesn't interest you, why don't you take part in a 1,000 meters, brother Yu? I feel like your lung capacity from learning to swim should be fine. Jiang Yu, I learned to swim, not professionally. Isn't the difference just plain great? Li Yu heatedly laughed. Almost, brother you consider it ah? Jiang Yu looked at the enrollment form in his hand and hooked his hand at him. Li Yu immediately handed it over respectfully. Their class is actually kind of active, and a lot of the programs have people signed up. Jiang Yu pointed to the high jump and the 1,000 meters. Report these two. There's also the basketball tournament he signed up for. Li Yu immediately smiled with open eyes. Brother Yu, you are my own brother. After he wrote down Jiang Yu's name, he suddenly said, by the way, brother Yu, that pervert who followed Ruan Cece last time seems to have been beaten up. I was just in the middle of seeing the ambulance come, carrying it away. Li Yu scared. Maybe he was beaten by someone. He's sneaky like that. Jiang Yu, I know who hit me. Jiang Yu was quite worried in the latter days, worried that Zhobin would tell Ruan Cece, but no teacher came to see Ruan Shishi until Friday, and the story of Zhobin's beating was all over the school. But they say he was beaten up for messing with off-campus punks, and Ruan Shishi acted not at all differently in this bout, looking as if she was completely unaware of not recognizing this person. Instead, he kept wondering why Jiang Yu seemed to be in a bad mood, trying to figure out how I can coax people. Jiang Yu looked at her like this. A very absurd thought arose in his heart. Ruan Shishi couldn't be some kind of dual personality, right? Isn't that what happens in a lot of movies? One personality is simple and harmless, the other cold-blooded and ruthless. Neither side knows the other exists kind of. Otherwise it's hard to explain that Ruan Cece is so calm and has such good acting skills. Jiang Yu has been getting depressed lately. Still, it's Friday, and in a week they'll be having school sports. Before Shueqingqing's vacation, she begged her grandparents to go up and ask if anyone had signed up to perform a show. No one in their class was very willing. In fact, Shueqingqing herself is learning to dance, but such a big stage can't let her go up alone to dance solo, right? If you want the class to go up together, that takes time to rehearse. That's obviously not quite enough time. Brothers and sisters save the children. I can also play the piano, or else if any of you know other instruments, come up together, okay? Shueqingqing looked at them. Otherwise we don't have a program for our class. At this time I don't know who said. Why do I remember that brother you can play the violin? Jiang Yu, who was originally thinking about something. This is great. The class is looking at him. Only Ruan Cece looked at the boy who had just spoken. The boy was from the same class as their junior year before, and at this point, he hadn't felt the murderous aura yet. Still saying, we had a cultural performance in junior high school, before that was you up there playing the violin. Jiang Yu, no buddy. I went up there to make Ruan Cece happy? It was Jiang Yu who made her eyes red. Isn't it time to go up and coax her? But he does play the violin. Jiang Yu was stared at by them and finally spoke. If I say I won't, do you believe me? Chapter 184, I only know those two songs to coax my little friend. A few of his classmates from junior high school gave a heck of a laugh, and I don't know who said, brother you, are you afraid you'll charm your female classmates if you're too handsome on stage? Ha 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 ha. You guys don't say. Our brother you plays with many people to watch. You on it's just a program. It was as if Shueqingqing on the stage had seen a savior. I was going to ask you for help, but suddenly recalled the image of Bianxian spouting off earlier about Jiang Yu telling Daikasi not to call you brother to get people down. So finally she spoke. Jiang Yu, can you help? We can ensemble. She didn't know what came to her mind and added, maybe it's Cece who knows some instrument you two can play together. That way you don't have to go on stage yourself. Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece, who were named, looked at each other. The atmosphere between the two had been a little awkward lately. Ruan Cece was actually annoyed and wondered what was wrong with Jiang Yu. They still went to and from school together, and he helped her with her bag and drove her home just as before. Cuddle yourself if you want to, and kiss yourself if you want to, but she always felt like Jiang Yu was hiding something in her heart. But she secretly asked the people around Jiang Yu, and there was nothing different about him. and he was with her the rest of the time. At this moment, she looked at Jiangyu, and Jiangyu also looked at Ruan Cece. He saw her eyelashes flutter and shook her head softly. I haven't learned any instruments. Generally speaking, their kind of interest in learning a musical instrument or practicing calligraphy is started when they are young. Wen Cece didn't even have that at that time. Later came to Jiangyu's home. Suing did not ask her want to learn some specialties and so on. Ruan Cece always shook her head. No, Aunt Sue, I might as well read more. She should be afraid of spending money, and she knows that Chen Hui didn't give much money before, so always very knowledgeable. At this moment when he heard her say that she hadn't learned, Jiangyu suddenly felt a little heartbroken. He raised his eyes to Xueqingqing and said, don't you know the piano? Shenyang has also learned the piano, or you guys can play four-handedly. I have really forgotten almost everything. I only know those 2 songs to coax my little friend. These words made Ruan Cece, who originally had her eyes downcast, tremble in her heart. Jiangyu has no children in her family, and she is the youngest. Jiangyu didn't lie. The 2 songs he knew, one was the theme song of Doraemon and the other was the theme song of Halua. These were the things he had learned to coax Ruan Cece in the first place. It wasn't Jiangyu who knew the violin either. It was Suyin. Before, it was Jiangyu who saw the violin and made a fuss about learning it. That time Ruan Cece's rare anger was because Jiangyu had promised to buy her iced milk tea that day. But in the end that milk tea was given to a girl with low blood sugar. Also school sports. Wen Cece knew he seemed to be doing the right thing. But that's her stuff. Jiangyu gave it to her. So Wen Cece got angry. Ruan Cece is also angry in a different way than the others. She doesn't seem to have much. She still does whatever you tell her to do. She's just sullen and doesn't talk much. Jiangyu was not as attentive as he is now. Or Zhou Xianxian came to ask Jiangyu later, and he realized that Ruan Cece was angry. Anyway, in the end it was the cultural party soon after the games. Jiangyu signed up to participate in it. That is, pulling the Doraemon theme song. After pulling it also said on the stage, Ruan Cece cannot be angry. By that time the whole school knew she was his sister. Ruan Cece looked at Jiangyu and saw that he was smiling at himself. The warm and gentle boy's eyebrows were smiling as he looked at her. Even the smile at the corner of his mouth was gentle. By this time the others had already started to rise up and coax Shenyang. Says the kid's got deep pockets. Xueqingqing also began to call out Yang in one breath. After all, it's easier to break in a piano four-handed than 1 piano and 1 violin. Anyway, it was Shenyang and Xueqingqing who ended up on stage. And Jiangyu managed to dodge a bullet and was still happy. He also deliberately kicked the boy who offered to mention that he could play the piano at the end of the school day. You kid, backstabbing me. Ha, actually not angry, just smiled and scolded. The boy hemmed and hawed, then asked curiously, hey, but brother what other kids do you have at home? Aren't you and Ruan Cece the youngest? I haven't heard that you has any younger siblings. Jiangyu glanced at Ruan Cece, who was packing up her things. There are kids, aren't they here? The boy froze for a moment, followed his gaze to look over, then leaned a sound. Should say not say. You brother, if you have a girlfriend in the future, must not coax the girlfriend to death. Right Cece? The boy was their junior high school classmate, and he was familiar with Ruan Cece. Originally, it was just a question in passing, as Ruan Cece's character would 9 times out of 10 not participate in this kind of nutrient-poor conversation between them. At this time, I didn't expect that the boys had just finished asking, but Ruan Cece, who was packing up her things, looked up and looked over and hummed. Yeah, the boy was still a little flattered and laughed a few times at the ha. Jiangyu looked at Ruan Cece's serious reply some amusement. Why is this little girl sometimes shy and sometimes not? Jiangyu was originally with a smile, suddenly thought of something, the smile faded a little. She's more than just sometimes shy and sometimes not. She has 2 faces. 2. Jiangyu has been losing sleep over this lately. Many times he would even suspect that what he saw that day was an illusion. After all, the Ruan Cece who was always soft in front of him simply didn't match up with the Ruan Cece he saw in the alley before. Even Jiangyu asked Zhao Lin yesterday if he remembered wrongly. Zhao Lin says he's reading stupidly. Remember correctly, that's what they saw. The heart that was hanging in the air finally died completely. That's why he had really mixed feelings towards Ruan Cece in the past few days. The boy flirted a bit and was soon called away by his classmates. Jiangyu and Ruan Cece also walked out of the classroom one after the other. As she walked downstairs, Ruan Cece opened her mouth and asked, who are the kids you're talking about? Jiangyu glanced at her and saw her big eyes that were knowingly full of anticipation. Other than you, which other children do we have at home? Ruan Cece really smiled happily. So before you went to Aunt Sue to learn how to play the zither, really to coax me? Or what? Where would I have the patience? Jiangyu wasn't considered a very patient person, and there were very few things that could make him quiet. Painting counts for one. Raising Wen Cece counts for another. Never mind. Ruan Cece had been making him upset lately too. Jiangyu sighed and suddenly slowed down his steps, looking sideways at Ruan Cece on the side. Ruan Cece's footsteps slowed down as well, locking eyes with him with an innocent face. What's wrong? Have you heard about that sophomore Jobin's beating recently? Jiangyu asked as his eyes fell on Ruan Cece's face for fear of missing the slightest expression on her face. Chapter 185, You've grown up, haven't you? You've learned how to sneak up on me. Nguyen Cece looked like she froze. Ha? That sophomore boy who was hospitalized by an out-of-school gangster? She looked at Jiangyu. What's wrong? As far as expressions go, there's nothing out of the ordinary. Jiangyu let out a breath. Go home and talk. The kid is growing crooked now, and he can still break it, if it gets bigger later. Jiangyu thought for a moment, forgetting that no matter how many years old Ruan Cece is estimated to still play nice in front of him. Watching Jiangyu turn around and walk out, Ruan Cece's eyes sank. How could Jiangyu suddenly mention Jobin to her? Was he really seen that day? She thought about how she always felt like someone was watching her that day, and then went to look, but all she saw was a blurry back of a half. Was it really seen? He even told Jiangyu? In that case, that strange sense of distance on Jiangyu lately seemed to make sense. If Jiangyu finds out, Ruan Cece looked at the boy's back, her heart panicked a little. If Jiangyu knew, would he not want her anymore? Ruan Cece's heart sank at the mere thought of this possibility. The boy walked forward without looking back, his back slowly pulling away from her. Ruan Cece bit her lip, her hand on her side shaking a little, slowly clenching. Jiangyu. But the boy in front of her suddenly slowed down and turned his head to look at her. What's up? Still not going? Not feeling well? Ruan Cece's hand clenched and a fist slowly loosened. No, I was thinking about the last math problem I just did, and I seem to have miscalculated, said jogging to Jiangyu's side. Jiangyu reached out and pinched her face, watching her small mouth pout out, boo slightly open. It's cute. Jiangyu laughed. Just walk and walk properly. Think so much. He thought away. How could things be any worse now than they were in his last life? Now that Ruan Cece is not taught well, then it will be taught well, and they have plenty of time. Ruan Cece reached out to pick at his hand that was cupping her small face, her voice slurred. Let go. Jiangyu smiled and let go. Going home. Daikasi held Bian Xian's hand and looked at the jostling backs in front of her. Do you think Jiangyu and Ruan Cece are very close? Bian Xian ought and looked at the two in front of him, who by now were out of the school entrance. Still, okay, right? Didn't do anything intimate either? Ha, at best. It was that familiar vibe between them that made it hard to interject. Dax still frowned. Is that so? She looked at the two who were walking away. But why did she feel that Jiangyu and Ruan Cece were not simple? Just at this time Li Yu walked past them with a basketball. Daikasi used to go to the same school as Li Yu, and the two of them were still on good terms. She called out to Li Yu. Hey, Li Yu, going home? Li Yu ahs. Home. You guys go back too? Daikos nodded his head and pulled Bian Xian with him as he walked over to Li Yu to walk outside with him. Edgespin listened to their pleasantries with a puzzled look on his face. Then after saying a couple sentences he heard Daikasi ask, Li Yu, you're at Jiangyu's table, do you think? The words were interrupted by Li Yu before he could finish. Like Jiangyu? Ha, it's better not to like it, he has a favorite girl. Daikasi froze for a moment, and then blushed a little at being seen through her small mind. I didn't I'm just gossiping. Li Yu laughed. Anyway, if you like it even if it, you also see Jiangyu around on the junior high school that a few female classmates are considered heterosexual friends. People have a favorite girl estimated to be very like it. How else would you always be spilling dog food without even realizing it? Li Yu saw his parents waiting for him not far away, waved his hand to that side, and then said to Daikasi, old classmates advise you will not harm you. Go, bye. Edgespin and Daikos watched him run away. Edgespin let out a sigh. It doesn't say who you like, either? She has a favorite boy who is not interested in Jiangyu. At this point, I can only tell Daikasi, forget it CC. Anyway, I see that the girls around Jiangyu are Ruan Cece, Lu Qi, and that Zhou Xianxian in the first class? In fact, I feel that Zhou Xianxian is quite compatible with Jiangyu. Didn't she often come up to Jiangyu for a period of time before? And she's still good friends with Ruan Cece. Dian Xian carefully glanced at his best friend who was grieving. Jiangyu isn't very handsome big deal. Another person like it. Although she also thought that Jiangyu's looks were considered ranked in their class. But didn't he have a favorite girl? Besides, Zhou Xianxian is indeed better looking than Kusi. Daikos glanced at Edgespin and tugged at the corner of his mouth. Aha, thanks for comforting me. Finally, I know why she doesn't have any good friends. It's just so comforting then. Jiangyu over here is already halfway back with Ruan Cece. There's something quiet about Nguyen Cece today. Jiangyu paused as he passed a stall selling plum cakes. Want some? When I was a kid, Nguyen Cece loved this stuff. Nguyen Cece really said, yes. Jiangyu bought one. When he passed by the fruit store he stopped again to buy the oranges and prunes that Ruan Cece loved. Stopped by and bought myself a mango. Also went shopping for the dishes I'm making today. The two went to the market. The two had been to the market more times than even Suin since they moved here. So many of the uncles and aunts over here who sell vegetables know them. When I see them, I call out, "Brother, sister came to buy groceries." Ha, it's Friday. Every time, it was Ruan Cece who watched Jiang Yu socialize with his uncles and aunts. A little more onion here and a little more garlic there. Anyway, Ruan Cece felt that Jiang Yu seemed like a bit of a social cow. While buying the beef, Auntie Thief cut the beef for them and mentioned, "By the way, you two are in the first high school, right? I heard that a student was beaten up in your year. You have to be careful, especially the sister is so good looking. Those punks, it's all good intentions." Jiang Yu's favorite thing was to take Ruan Cece to feel the kindness of others. At this point he smiled and said, "Don't worry auntie, I'll keep an eye on her. A good-looking little girl, I'll definitely keep an eye on her." "Hey, that's right, you siblings. You're just close. Okay, beef, let's see, 38 Well thank you auntie." The two of them bought their groceries, and on their way out there was an aunt who slipped them a strip of yam, saying it was the last of the leftovers, and gave it to them to close up their own stall. Although he said he didn't want money, Ruan Cece still scanned the code and gave $5 quickly. It was only at the end that the two went home. Suin had a meeting after school today, so it was just the two of them when they arrived home. Jiang Yu helped her carry her book bag into the room. I was about to go back and put my bag in when the door slammed shut. Jiang Yu turned around and was just about to ask what he wanted. His own man was then pressed against the door panel with slight force by Ruan Cece. Jiang Yu directly laughed, looking at the person pressed on top of him. "What? Out of interest also learn to sneak attack." Chapter 186, Extrajudicial Ruan Cece. The Fanatic. It used to be a night attack, now it's a sneak attack, right? Okay, Ruan Cece can do it. Ruan Cece looked at such Jiang Yu. Why did he feel as if he was the same as before? The distance the client counted the other day couldn't be her fault, could it? "Brother, didn't you say you'd go home and talk about it?" Ruan Cece spoke. "What do you want to go home and talk to me about?" At this time the posture of the two is Jiang Yu's back against the door panel. Ruan Cece pressed on him. Jiang Yu is still holding a school bag in his hand. At this point he simply let go, and the book bag dropped to the floor with a little noise. Ruan Cece reflexively tried to look down, but was Jiang Yu reached out and wrapped his arm around the waist slightly force, the whole person was picked up, and then Jiang Yu quickly walked 2 steps. People were put on the desk by him. Jiang Yu felt that he spent some time lifting iron every day and the effect was not bad. Ruan Cece's eyes were still a bit confused at this time. How did she change from active to passive? Jiang Yu reached out and trapped the person on the desk, looking down at her somewhat blank, wide eyes. "All right, then let's talk. Do you know Zhou Bin? No lying to me." That was good. The blankness in his eyes disappeared. Ruan Cece pursed her lips and looked at Jiang Yu. The two were so close at this point that Ruan Cece couldn't run away, her entire self trapped on the desk. The question Jiang Yu asked was still one she didn't want to answer, but she spoke anyway. "Don't know, it's just a pervert, and Ruan Cece really doesn't know him. If it wasn't for so many people at school spreading the word, she wouldn't even know that this pervert was called Zhou Bin." Jiang Yu, "No, Ruan Cece is such a good actress. Are you really not going to be an actress? With this face and this acting skill, it's bound to be hot." Jiang Yu gasped and laughed. But Ruan Cece didn't wait for him to finish. She spoke again. "But, I met a pervert earlier, who was following me, and I beat him up, in the alley, and then he seemed to." She looked at Jiang Yu. The more she spoke, the smaller her voice became. "It seems to be called Zhou Bin. I really didn't recognize him before. Ruan Cece has always been smart. This Jiang Yu is aware of. This journey back is indeed also enough time for her to find out a reasonable excuse." Jiang Yu just stared at him. "So you beat up Zhou Bin?" "Well, I fought," Ruan Cece said in a small voice, looking at Jiang Yu with caution in her eyes. "But you were the one who said that I should protect myself. He's a pervert. What about tailing me? That is indeed perverted. There is no lie about this. Jiang Yu knows it all." He nodded. "And then, I remember that the day Zhou Bin was beaten was the day you told me to go get the rolls, right? Why did you go out?" "I was supposed to get my papers that day, but the teacher probably forgot. He wasn't in his office so I thought I'd go out and look for you." This reason Jiang Yu was not quite convinced. After all, how do you find yourself without sending yourself a message? Even her own messages to her were not returned. But Jiang Yu didn't poke her. After all, Ruan Cece didn't know she was seeing it. At that time, Ruan Cece's hands were wearing gloves and her shoes were wearing shoe covers, so professionally prepared that Jiang Yu later thought she wouldn't be trying to get Zhou Bin killed. "Right? You're so well prepared? Extrajudicial fanatic saw this is." At this point extra-legal maniac Nguyen continued. "Anyway, it's just that when I was going out I realized he was tailing me and I hit him." After saying that she reached out and pulled on the hem of Jiang Yu's shirt whispering, Did I do wrong? Why don't you say that beauty is a mistake? Jiang Yu looked at her small face of aggrieved and careful, or some indisputable in the brain flashed. How she looks good. Do what is right, this kind of idea. Jiang Yu made an effort to shake off his brain that had little stance and just asked, then why didn't you say anything afterward? I'm afraid you'll get angry. Ruan Cece whispered. And I didn't know that Zhou Bin was that pervert at first. Jiang Yu, 6. If I hadn't seen it myself I would have believed it. Ruan Cece carefully looked at his expressionless face, somewhat unable to guess what was going on in Jiang Yu's head. She blinked and reached out to pull Jiang Yu's hand that was resting on the tabletop, trapping her onto her tender little white face. That pervert even tried to touch my face. He's a real pervert. Jiang Yu really frowned as he gently rubbed Ruan Cece's face, even though he knew the odds were that she was lying. After all, Ruan Cece, this kind of character simply won't let Zhou Bin get even a little bit close to her. But when he heard her say that, the possessiveness in Jiang Yu's heart bubbled up. Hands rubbed her tender little white face and her brow furrowed. Ruan Cece is the one who knows how to use her advantage. A delicate, beautiful and simple little face said the most innocent words. I am your so I was a little angry at that time. So I accidentally, well, a little bit of force, and he is nothing The hand that was pulling the hem of Jiang Yu's clothes shook gently. Brother, I was wrong. I'll pay attention next time. I won't get it into the hospital. A mouthful of me is your a mouthful of brother, I'm wrong. Jiang Yu looked at this little face of hers in his palm and said, Ruan Cece, how come you're so good at holding me? The hand that had been rubbing her face turned into a squeeze. The soft little face is fun to pinch. It's just that she's so white that you seem to leave marks on her face when you push a little harder. Now, for example, red. Jiang Yu let go of his hand and sighed. You didn't lie? Nguyen Cece? No. How can that be considered lying? It's just processing things and hiding things. It's a fact that Zhou Bin is a pervert. It's a fact that he tailed her. It's a fact that he tried to harass her. It's just self-defense. Why else would Zhou Bin not dare to call the police? Jiang Yu looked at her pretty little face and tugged at the corner of his mouth. Then I'll believe you for once. When did you find out that Zhou Bin was following you? It must have been discovered a long time ago, or else Ruan Cece wouldn't have been so well prepared. Just 2 days before hitting him, I wanted to tell you. Didn't have time. Ruan Cece's look like the whole world is wrong and I'm the most innocent made Jiang Yu laugh. As soon as she saw Jiang Yu xiao, Ruan Cece sighed in relief, thinking that this matter was just over. After all, she didn't want to lie to her brother but she needed to vent once in a while, like getting a bedbug or two. People cannot have too many negative emotions otherwise how to continue to be a simple and harmless good boy in front of his brother. Just as Ruan Cece was about to reveal a good-natured smile, Jiang Yu spoke slowly. Actually, well, that day in the alley, I had a friend who saw you, and he wasn't too sure, so he came to ask me, so I came to ask you. Jiang Yu said, seeing the good-natured smile on Ruan Cece's face stiffen. Then her voice was small. Your friend saw what? Chapter 187, any progress with the girl you like? Actually, Ruan Cece wanted to ask which of Jiang Yu's friends it was. After all, there wasn't a friend of Jiang Yu's that she didn't recognize, except for the boy named Zhao Lin she saw on her birthday. Thinking about it like that, the backs I saw the other day seemed to look a bit like that too. Jiang Yu naturally didn't know that in less than a minute. Ruan Cece had even had her guesses and suspicions. Jiang Yu looked at her timid look and let out a laugh. Straightened up. Nothing, just saw you hit someone. He was just passing by, not sure, so he mentioned it to me. But then I waited and didn't wait for you to take the initiative to mention it to me. Who doesn't know how to lie? Jiang Yu just looked at Ruan Cece, just waiting for her to speak round back. Sure enough, Ruan Cece was silent for a moment. Still the same. I don't dare. You're going to get mad when I say that. After saying that, he looked at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu also did nod. That's natural. So guess if I'm angry now? Jiang Yu still had a smile on his face when he said this. Ruan Cece looked at him somewhat sheepishly, reaching out to pull over Jiang Yu's hand. I didn't mean to. I'm still too careless to be seen this time. Surely being out there is risky. Thought Nguyen Cece. You said the same thing last time. Jiang Yu's complexion was a little light as he drew back his hand. Do you remember what you promised me after Ruan Daqian's incident last time? The expression on Ruan Cece's face froze. She looked straight at Jiang Yu. Brother, I'm wrong. I really don't dare next time. I'll tell you even if I meet an ant on the road. JY, that's not necessary. Some untimely exasperated laughter. He looked at Ruan Cece's innocent and pure and terrified look. Well, it was the look she had whenever she coaxed herself. Ruan Cece, do you think I'm particularly stupid and good at lying? I believe everything you say. Jiang Yu sighed and took a step back. I believe you every time. Have you ever considered what it's because of? After saying this, he didn't wait for Ruan Cece to speak. Think about it. Why on earth would I believe your words every time? After saying that, Jiang Yu turned around and walked out of the room. And remember to pick up your own book bag on the floor. Ruan Cece wanted to chase after him, And just as he jumped down from the tabletop he heard Jiang Yu say without looking back, "No following, stay honest on your own." Sure enough, Ron Cece stood still and didn't dare to move. Jiang Yu walked out of the room without looking back. The door of the room was closed by his hand. So naturally, he didn't notice Ron Cece's dark and heavy eyes. The main thing is that Jiang Yu is a bit annoyed, so big that he can't afford to hit or scold. He was a little unsure of what to teach. Even in retrospect, is there something wrong with your own education these past few years? When Cece was lying until just now, Jiang Yu's heart was a bit stuffy. He also began to review if he was really unreliable. So Ron Cece chose to solve the problem by herself every time, as if she only trusted herself. At this time, Jiang Yu hadn't realized that many times, Ron Cece was thinking in a different direction than normal people as well. For example, Ron Cece, who was locked in the room, quietly sat down on a chair and opened the diary with Jiang Yu's name written all over it. She took the pen but didn't write down any words. Why did Jiang Yu believe her? When Cece wanted to believe because he loved her. It was like if Jiang Yu had told her that the earth was rectangular. Ron Cece would have thought the books were wrong and Jiang Yu was right, because that's what Jiang Yu said. But why is Jiang Yu unwilling to believe her this time? Because Jiang Yu doesn't love her anymore. Nguyen's way of thinking. Ron Cece's fingers holding the pen began to turn white from the force. Jiang Yu can't help but love her. The tip of Ron Cece's pen landed on the paper, writing Jiang Yu's name carefully with one stroke. The two fell into a brief cold war. It seems not to count. Jiang Yu did not cold. He just for a moment really cannot figure out which step he is wrong, and how he should tell Ron Cece, so that she can correct. Even thought about just saying forget it. But Jiang Yu was really afraid that if he said it, he'd get a blackened, rebellious version of Ron Xiaoxi. It's scary just thinking about it. Jiang Yu told her to think about it, and as a result, Ron Cece was quiet until Jiang Yu called people out at dinner time. Suyin also asked if Ron Cece was not feeling well. She shook her head quietly. Jiang Yu gave her her favorite dishes, and she didn't even look at Jiang Yu or raise her head to smile at him. Jiang Yu, angry? But shouldn't he be angry? But Jiang Yu thought that he could not really be bothered with a little girl, right? So after eating and showering he took 2 bottles of yogurt and knocked on the door of Ron Cece's room brightly under his mom's gaze. Suyin didn't think there was anything wrong. She just urged, "Cece doesn't seem to be in a good mood or state today. If she's tired, don't bother her." Jiang Yu sighed. "I know, Mom." The door to the room opened and then didn't, because Ron Cece reached out and slipped a note into Jiang Yu's hand. Jiang Yu didn't even see what it was. The door closed again. Jiang Yu, on the contrary, Suyin found it quite interesting and asked with a slightly raised eyebrow, "Did you mess with Cece?" Jiang Yu was innocent. "I didn't." "Okay, so letting her think about it is kind of messed up?" Problem solving. This is where you come to solve problems yourself. But the question itself shut him out. Jiang Yu, 6. It's all out of breath now, trying to laugh. Suyin felt amused to see the breathless and good-natured and funny look on her son's face and beckoned to him. "Come over here. Cece is ignoring you anyway." Jiang Yu finally glanced down at the note, which read, "I'm writing a review. Don't disturb me." Jiang Yu, I told you to think about it, did not tell you to write a review. But at this time Suyin called him yet. Jiang Yu could only stuff the note into the book and walked over. Suyin reached out and took away the bottle of yogurt in her son's hand. Cece probably won't drink what you gave her." After saying that, he glanced at Jiang Yu mockingly. "Tell me, what made your sister angry?" "I didn't feel it before, but now I heard Suyin say that Wan Cece is a younger sister." Jiang Yu was a little weak. "Besides, why does the word sister feel so bad?" He said vaguely, "It's nothing, we can both make a scene without anything." "What could it be?" "That's you messing around. How obedient our Cece is." Suyin laughed, took a sip of yogurt, glanced at Wan Cece's closed room door, patted the seat next to her. "Sit down. Accompany your mom for a chat." Jiang Yu sat down next to Suyin. This side just sat down it. Suyin came a sentence. "With your favorite girl have any progress?" Chapter 188. Is this a rebellious Wan Cece that you have harvested? Jiang Yu, who was drinking yogurt, almost choked. He covered his mouth and coughed twice before looking at his mom with a shocked look on his face. Suyin wasn't gossiping. All right, and a little bit of it. In fact, she was still a little annoyed that she couldn't sleep that night knowing that Jiang Yu might have a favorite girl. "The main reason is that I'm afraid that Jiang Yu will play a big game without saying a word and really go after that girl of his. They're together at that age. It's easy to get into trouble. Suyin has seen too many of them as a teacher, so she didn't show it in front of Jiang Yu at the time and was being a knowledgeable and generous mom. But I can't sleep at night." She was still awake when Jiang Weiman came back, and Suyin didn't even let him take a shower. Taking her husband's hand, she told him everything in her head. Jiang Weiman's face was full of surprise. "Little fish looks like he's with Cece every day. Huh? How come there's still a favorite girl? Hey, they must be together to and from school. Who knows at school? Suyin is still worried. I originally wanted to ask Cece directly, but I was afraid that it would affect Cece. After all, Cece might not know it. You also know that Cece is good looking. I have been worried that she would be cheated before, but it turned out well. Your son went to coax other little girls to go. John Wayman is very open-minded, smiling and comforting his wife. What are you afraid of? Your own son doesn't know. He's willing to talk to you. He should know in his heart, and we all came from this age. Isn't it normal? But, John Wayman smiled and said, not so many buts. If you're really worried, you'll be the knowing mom. Take the initiative to talk to little fish. This atmosphere in our family has been quite good. You take the initiative to talk to little fish without getting excited. He'll surely talk. All with the current picture. Suin reached out and patted him on the back. What's your hurry with a yogurt? Is it okay? The tone of his voice was full of disgust, but his movements were gentle. He's such a big man. Jiang Yu waved his hand and looked at his old mom. No mom, you suddenly asked me that. I got scared. How come his mom still has a TV series here? His progress with the girl he likes? It's progressed to the point where you can't get into her room by yourself. Jiang Yu looked at Suin somewhat speechlessly. Teacher Su doesn't need to correct papers today? How come you still have time to care about me? Jiang Yu didn't really want to talk, mostly because he didn't really want to lie. There are too many lies, and it will be a pain in the ass when it happens. Suin, however, misunderstood, seeing that her son didn't seem to be very happy about mentioning his favorite girl this time, and didn't even want to mention it. Mom's just asking, why so unhappy? You don't like it anymore? Suin asked, but it does seem like it's hard for likes at your age to last. Jiang Yu, however, thoughtlessly said, there is no dislike, it's just that the progress is just like that, and I'm too embarrassed to say it. Mom, didn't I say that I'd tell you after the college entrance exams? Jiang Yu stared at Suin and narrowed his eyes. Mom, you're not going to ask around, are you? Suin, who did intend to inquire with Mr. Tang and Director Zhu, was a bit weak from her son's look. Worthy of her son, he even knew what she was thinking, but Suin definitely couldn't admit it. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. I'm just chatting with you. Jiang Yu stared at her. No, it's best. You really don't want to do this, or else the teacher is staring at me every day. I'm fine with it, but don't affect people. Suin thought to herself that her son was quite sweet. This point is still quite similar to his father. Seeing that my son won't even talk about it, Suin also stopped asking. Alright, I know. Don't ask or don't ask. You go back and study. I'm going to correct my papers. Saying that, he was about to stand up when he suddenly thought of something. Right, no one is bothering her at CC, right? Jiang Yu shook his head. No, that's good. CC looks good. You have to pay attention. Don't let some unsavory people harass her. Don't just look at the girl you like at school. Don't care about your sister. Know it? Suin admonished. Jiang Yu assured very seriously. Okay, I will definitely not let any unsavory people get close to Ruan Cece. Only then was Suin satisfied and stood up to go back to her room. Jiang Yu looked at Suyin's back and wanted to sigh. Why did he feel that in the future his mom would talk to him about his feelings from time to time? He took another look at Ruan Cece's room. Of course he was going to keep an eye on his girlfriend, and he certainly wasn't going to let her have any unsavory people around her. But at this time Jiang Yu took out his cell phone and sent a sentence to the top WeChat. Open the door. But the other party was rare and hard. Do not open. Do not disturb me. Brother obeyed. Jiang Yu, what are you doing in there? Open the door. Little Rose, writes review. Doesn't open. Jiang Yu always felt that he had gained a rebellious Ruan Cece. At this age it is true that many people reach the rebellious stage. You should know that Ruan Cece has never refused Jiang Yu. No matter if the two of them have had a little tantrum, no. As long as Jiang Yu opened his mouth, Ruan Cece has never refused. Now it's good. It's like playing good little bunny. Jiang Yu is the big bad wolf. The big gray wolf. Jiang Yu looked at the chat log for a few seconds and returned an okay emoticon, then took his things and went to his room. His footsteps were a little heavier as he passed the door to Ruan Cece's room. Then it's back to the room. It was unlocked when it was closed. At this time in the room, Ruan Cece was still sitting at the table with her cell phone in her hand. The footsteps of Jiang Yu passing by her room door were also heard. Almost couldn't resist opening the door, but there were a few extra pieces of torn paper on her desktop. The handwriting on it was disorganized, but vaguely able to read Jiang Yu and the words tie, hide and so on. Ruan Cece put down her cell phone, her hands shaking a little as she balled up all those papers into a ball. Throw it in the trash. Then dropped his eyes and deleted all the search records from the search page. As for what she ever searched, only she knows. She pulled out a new piece of paper out and wrote the word review at the top. The handwriting is crisp and beautiful, but after writing those 3 words she didn't move again. Her mind was filled with Jiang Yu, and the line that Jiang Yu didn't love her anymore. Splat! The pen was re-dropped to the floor. Ruan Cece stood up and walked over to the indoor sandbag Jiang Yu had given her. There was little warmth in his eyes, and his hands whacked straight up without gloves. Jiang Yu, who was separated by a wall, heard the sound. Sandbagging? Jiang Yu was silent for a moment, thinking of Ruan Cece in the alley. A thought flashed through my head that, well, can he or she beat Ruan Cece? Theoretically it should be possible, even though he had sent Nguyen Cece to a few years of sparring lessons, but he's been studying for a few years, so he should be able to beat it, right? Chapter 189, Ruan Cece. You've grown up. You've become a beauty queen. Jiang Yu lay on the bed and thought for a moment. Why don't we find a chance to fight with Ruan Cece? Forget it. The little girl's big eyes look at him and he's still playing his ass off. Jiang Yu sighed, listening to the thumping sound of sandbagging beside him for a while before it stopped. Jiang Yu glanced at the time. It's after 10 now. He glanced at the door to his unlocked room. Ended up taking my phone and playing a few games. Heard Jiang Weiman come back. Heard mom and dad go back to their room. The lights in the living room are off too. Jiang Yu turned off the lights at 11:30 sharp. Then go back to playing with your phone. After 12 o'clock, there was indeed a subtle noise at the door. Well, the person who wrote the review is probably going to come and read it. Jiang Yu pressed out his cell phone and closed his eyes. In the darkness, all senses seemed to be amplified. He heard the door being pushed open and then unlocked. It even seemed as if she could hear her bare feet walking on the floor, which of course must have been an illusion. Jiang Yu had always had another mattress on the side of her bed. Nguyen Cece walked on the mattress at that moment, then sat on her knees on the edge of the bed and just looked at the person on the bed. The boy's looks are not the kind of looks that are handsome at a glance, but there are still a lot of people who like him. Ruan Cece looked at him with his eyes closed, his long lashes covering those eyes that looked at everything with tenderness. The emotions in her eyes were obscure. The curtains were not drawn tightly, and a light shone through a gap in the curtains and fell on her hand, where she could see the bruises on the knuckles of her hand. That's a cut from hitting a sandbag without gloves. It actually hurt, but this pain was nothing to Ruan Cece. Her hand was raised and she could see the bracelet on her wrist, embellished with a nice ornament. Even in the dark it shines. Ruan Cece's hand gently fell on Jiang Yu's face. Brother, I know you haven't slept. Jiang Yu felt that light softness with the smell of washed out lemon mint fall on his face as she spoke. It smells pretty good. He reached up and grabbed the hand that landed on his face, then opened his eyes. For a moment it was a little uncomfortable because the room was so dark, and even when a glimmer of light came through it wasn't very noticeable. Ruan Cece didn't struggle when she was grabbed by the wrist and just smiled at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu looked at her direction in silence for a while before adapting to the darkness to see her blurred outline. Naturally, he also saw the smile. The hand that gripped her wrist moved gently down to lock fingers with her. I don't know if it's an illusion, but it always feels like she's shaking a little, but didn't shrink back. Scared? What? Come to me in the middle of the night to read a review? Ruan Cece sat on her knees on the edge of the bed and watched Jiang Yu sit up. She looked up at him as he sat up. It was only at this time that Jiang Yu realized that her pajamas today were actually nightgowns. Summer nightgowns show a little more skin area, because of the scars on her body. Although Suyin did buy her beautiful nightgowns, Ruan Cece would never wear them, even at home. In the room, the most revealing clothes are short-sleeved pajamas. By now, Jiang Yu had completely adapted to the light in the room. Plus the sliver of light coming in from outside the curtains fell right on Ruan Cece. The pretty girl sat on her knees beside his bed in her lavender nightgown, the moonlight falling on her face and body. The features were already delicate, not like they were still real. The exposed skin was fair and translucent, and the long hair was draped behind her. Looking well behaved, the girl looked up at him, her eyes docile and focused, like she was gazing at something that made her unable to take her eyes off it. It was a loving look. Jiang Yu's grip on Ruan Cece's hand loosened a little, and he couldn't help but swallow a little. This kind of Ruan Cece is like a little fairy who sneaks down from the sky without any knowledge. She seems to know nothing. Simple, seductive, and good to cheat. At this moment, Jiang Yu even forgot what he was going to say. Jiang Yu cursed himself in his heart. Jiang Yu, you didn't die unjustly at all in your last life. Ruan Cece with such a face. You dead-faced dog. No wonder you drank the water she handed you without even suspecting it. I didn't finish it. I'll read it tomorrow after I finish it, okay? Because she had sneaked in. She spoke softly. After all, Suyin and Jiang Weiman were in the next room. Ruan Cece remembers that Sui kicked the dog in the past few days. She didn't sleep well. She was afraid of being discovered by the elders in the next room. Jiang Yu reached out and touched her face. Ruan Cece, when you first came to my house I must not have thought that one day I'd be thinking about locking you in your room and kissing you while everyone was asleep. That's what Jiang Yu was thinking at the moment. If he knew he would like her so much one day. Growing up he made sure not to bully her and spoiled her well growing up. Big enough to be his girlfriend. To coax someone into his room after everyone in the house is asleep. Close the door and secretly kiss her. Just now during the process of waiting for Ruan Cece, Jiang Yu thought of many possibilities. There was even, what would one do if Ruan Cece really killed someone? Jiang Yu thought of how to dump the body reasonably. You see, it's blind to really like someone. Jiang Yu knew that he liked Ruan Shishi, but he didn't think that he had liked it to this extent. If she does kill someone, it's irreversible. What will Jiang Yu do? He came a little closer to Ruan Shishi, and the girl didn't dodge, just looked straight at Jiang Yu. The two men's breaths were gently entwined now. Ruan Shishi spoke with all that lemon mint flavor. So, why don't you kiss me now? The girl's voice carried innocence and cluelessness, as well as a hint of not-so-subtle seduction. Wanted to kiss her brother, who must still like her, or why would he want to kiss her? Jiang Yu came a little closer, gently touched her lips and left. Ruan Shishi went after her, but Jiang Yu dodged. He reached out and took Ruan Sishi's wrist with a slight force, and the girl who was sitting on her knees on the edge of the bed was pulled up by him. Because of the poor control of strength, the whole person flung into his arms. The two men's body wash obviously smelled the same, but Jiang Yu would feel that Ruan Sisi smelled better than his every time he smelled it. At this time as well, she must have just come from a shower, and the smell of her body was still strong from both the body wash and the toothpaste after brushing her teeth. The kind that hits your nose. Jiang Yu reached out and took her wrist with one hand and wrapped his arm around her waist. Ruan Sisi was suddenly pulled up, still a bit confused, looking up at Jiang Yu in his arms, seeing the smile on Jiang Yu's face. Out of the blue, Ruan Sisi, all know how to use beauty tricks. Unfortunately, my brother has suffered a loss on this and won't suffer a second time. After all, this stuff kills. Chapter 190, such Jiang Yu. Ruan Shishi simply can't let go. Jiang Yu's fingers gently slid from her face. Unfortunately, the black light, beauty plan, this is not invisible? Ruan Sisi's hand on Jiang Yu's side moved. It doesn't matter. There's still one more trick without the beauty trick. So she spoke. So brother, turn on the light? Jiang Yu bed also inserted a small night lighted. After all, Jiang Yu occasionally play the phone, will see some horror cases, ghost stories and so on. So he occasionally sleeps with a nightlight on. It's just that the number of times is relatively small. This nightlight is still a gift from Ruan Sisi. A little fishy profile, chubby and kind of cute. Hearing Ruan Sisi's suggestion at this moment, Jiang Yu hesitated for a second before agreeing, because he did want to have a good talk with Ruan Sisi. He'd have a hard time focusing himself if they kept stacking in the dark like that. A good conversation could turn into a flirtation. Jiang Yu reached out and pressed it, and soon the nightlight above the bed lit up. The nightlight isn't particularly bright. After all, it's on while you're sleeping. The moment the dim light came on all at once, one of the two squinted and the other reached up to cover their eyes. Jiang Yu was half lying on the head of the bed, with a person lying on his chest, one hand wrapped around the person's waist, and one hand turned on the light. So he was squinting and quickly opened his eyes. A glimpse of her long, slender neck, glistening with surplus light in the dim light. Her neck was exposed up to her collarbone a bit down, and there were no scars to be seen on the front. The young girl's skin would have been flawless. Jiang Yu's gaze lingered a little longer on that beautiful collarbone, and when he raised his eyes, he saw that she was about to remove the hand covering her eyes. Then he caught a glimpse of red, swollen knuckles. All those messed up thoughts disappeared at once. He immediately sat up straight, and the person who was originally lying on top of him slid straight down. Jiang Yu's arm circled her with a slight force. Ugwin Cece was quite cooperative and went from lying on top of him to straddling him. It's just that she's not wearing pants today and she forgot. The skirt was not long. As she sat across the action, the hem of the skirt directly up, revealing most of the long legs, but not so much as to go naked. But it was also a bit unsightly. But obviously Jiang Yu's attention wasn't attracted by the suddenly revealed spring color. He reached out and pulled Ruan Cece's hand. The joints on both hands were red and swollen. Jiang Yu's tone was bad. You didn't wear gloves or wrap your hands when you hit the sandbag? Ruan Cece watched as his brows furrowed together, his eyelashes drooping, his entire face not as relaxed as it had been a moment ago. It looked serious, and his tone became cold and hard. She should have been feeling scared, but at this point she was feeling more happy. Look, Gang Yu is angry. He cares about her. This made Ruan Cece feel that she had used this bitter trick well. Jiang Yu couldn't hear her reply, but that slender white hand was obediently pulled by him and didn't have the intention to shrink back. He raised his eyes to Ruan Cece. Speak. The tone was stern. Ruan Cece used an excuse that wasn't very clever, or even Jiang Yu could tell she was lying without having to demolish it. Forgot. Jiang Yu. He let go of her hand and reached down to cup her chin and lifted it slightly. Forgot? If you can forget with all that pain, then you deserve it, he said, putting his hands on her waist. Micro used to move the person sitting in his arms directly to the side. At this time Jiang Yu's brain was buzzing with anger. Bears? This is the kind of bear that does something wrong on purpose to get their parents' attention. Ruan Cece blinked as she was carried to the side and quickly turned to Jiang Yu on her own. Brother is heartbroken for me? No heartache. You don't even heartache yourself. What do I have to heartache? Go back. It's getting late. I'm going to sleep. Jiang Yu's voice carried a cold hardness. Was all set to have a good talk with her. but now I just want to smack her. The heartache is real, but so is the anger. Jiang Yu also took the time to think about it. He smacked her as considered domestic violence? Jiang Yu's heart softened again at the thought of the word domestic violence. How angry he was. He had never made a move on Ruan Cece, and Jiang Yu knew he would never make a move on her in his life. Earlier, Ruan Cece thought it would be fun to come back from the sparring school and said she wanted to compete with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu didn't agree. She was like a little tail. She stalked people still different from others. She is quiet and follows you and doesn't talk. She just follows whatever you do. Jiang Yu couldn't help but ask her what she wanted. She said to compare notes. Jiang Yu compared with her. More often than not, she unilaterally beat Jiang Yu. Seeing that he didn't fight back, Ruan Cece also felt that it was pointless and stopped fighting. Brother, you don't even fight back. Jiang Yu that seemed to sigh and touch her head and said, Ruan Xiaoxi is awesome. Having learned is different. I haven't learned so I can't beat you. It didn't even fight back then, and it's even less likely to hit her now. It was because of this that Jiang Yu was depressed that he had actually been in a passive position when it came to Ruan Cece. Ruan Cece was quite happy to see him angry. My brother didn't not love her. See, still cares for her and gets angry. She reached out and gently pulled at the hem of Jiang Yu's pajamas. The pain in her fingers could be ignored, but at that moment she whispered, Brother, what should I rub with? She added, I hurt. Jiang Yu's heart pumped. Looking at her, his tone was cold. It hurts just right. How can I grow a memory if it doesn't hurt? Despite what he said, he got up from the bed. The medical kit at home was outside, but Jiang Yu had fallen on his knee while playing soccer earlier, so there's still a bit of medicinal wine in the room. Jiang Yu got the medicine, disinfectant and cotton swabs out of the drawer. The person on the bed had already sat down obediently, and in the not-so-bright room, Jiang Yu even felt that her eyes were brighter than his nightlight. Jiang Yu's footsteps lurched, but he still walked over. Instead of sitting on the bed, he sat cross-legged on the mattress on the floor. Jiang Yu was silent. It was obvious that he was still angry, but the movement of the angry person pulling her hand was also gentle. Still holding her hand as she sterilized it was shaking instinctively. She gave a few gentle whistles to her wound. One of the few fond memories Ruan Cece has of her childhood is the scene where Chen Hui is helping her apply the wound she fell on while gently whistling into it to soothe her. Baby, don't cry. Blow the pain away and it'll fly away. Whether the wound hurt or not, Nguyen Cece had long since lost track of it, but she still remembered the tenderness that belonged to her mother. And then no one ever gave a hoo-hoo again. Then later she met Jiang Yu. Ruan Cece looked at Jiang Yu seriously, huffing and puffing at her wounds. How can anyone not like Jiang Yu? There was no way Ruan Cece could let go of such a Jiang Yu. Chapter 191, Cha-Cha Yu. Jiang Yu is also instinctive action. After all, when he was a child and fell and cried, wow, Suyin will also help him blow. He didn't help Ruan Cece with her medicine too many times. How old was Jiang Yu when she first came here? It was Suyin and Jiang Weiman who helped her apply the medicine, and her injuries were also serious at that time. Later looking for Jiang Yu home will not be injured at all. And then there was that time with Dadangwen where she was a nurse changing her medication every day. At this moment, he looked at Ruan Cece's red, swollen and skin-broken wounds, and the anger in his heart was about to be overwhelmed. But he held back, 10 fingers crossed. She was really quite hard on herself. Jiang Yu cleaned up after helping her rub the medicine and put it back, then threw away the dirty swabs. He looked at Ruan Cece. Okay, go back. Ruan Cece still didn't move. Jiang Yu was standing. Sitting on the bed, Ruan Cece looked at him and reached out to him. Didn't brother tell me to think about it? Not talking to me anymore? Jiang Yu laughed. Chat about what? Once you come here it's the beauty trick, then the bitter meat trick. You have no intention to chat with me. Jiang Yu still understood Ruan Cece, and directly poked through her small mind. She wasn't offended when her little mind was poked and prodded. Blinking and tilting her head slightly, soft hair slid down her shoulders as she moved. Jiang Yu's gaze also slid along that to her shoulders and arms. Well, the collarbone in passing. Jiang Yu once again sighed in his heart, thinking that he was still in love too early. After all, a lot of times that means there's a line here when you're not talking about it. But this talk, many times it is taken for granted that this person is theirs, that all that is in her belongs to them. But you can't do anything about it. It's suffocating. It's really suffocating. Jiang Yu's moral defense has dropped again and again, but that doesn't mean he really doesn't have one. Ruan Cece didn't care about this at all. She hastily retorted when she heard Jiang Yu's words. I'm just here to admit my mistake. Jiang Yu retracted his gaze and simply stopped looking at her. His eyes fell on the little fat fish nightlight on the bed. So where do you think you're wrong? Next time, I'll definitely tell you and won't try to fix it myself. Ruan Cece assured, but couldn't help but add. But brother, you're not even as good a fighter as I am. It feels like it's better to come to you than to work it out for myself. Of course the most important thing was that Ruan Cece felt that Jiang Yu's solution wasn't out of breath enough. Jiang Yu is a reasonable person who is gentle in everything he does. It might work out, but it's not a relief. That's not what Nguyen Cece wanted. Of course it was also Zhou Bin's bad luck to just show up at this time. Ruan Cece had been because he came to a new school. Jiang Yu is now taller and seems to have become more handsome. It was really popular at school, and Ruan Cece was so possessive that she actually couldn't stand it at all. But on the contrary, she couldn't show it, so she could only endure it. At this time, Zhou Bin, the rat in the gutter, appeared, and Ruan Cece's dark side, which she had been holding back, had a direct outlet. He's in pain, isn't he? She brought a lot of needles that day. Originally did not want to use the pencil. After all, that pencil is from the side of Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu thinks that how can touch it? But he played a sneak attack. Right then the needle. Take the pen. Nguyen Xieshi more smoothly. Having soiled Jiang Yu's pen, Ruan Cece was even angrier. So as punishment, it shouldn't be too much to ask that she poked 3 needles into him, right? She's read the book. She won't die. Isn't this still alive? But Nguyen Cece later reviewed the situation and realized that she still hadn't done enough. Fortunately, Zhou Bin is really a wimp. And another person who is a little more daring will be exposed himself. Still not perfect. It's not? It's all been discovered by my brother. Jiang Yu was a bit speechless by Ruan Cece's later sentence. He took a few deep breaths. Do you think that I'm quite useless? So it's better for you to take care of it yourself? No. Ruan Cece's eyes went wide when she heard this, and she hurriedly looked up at Jiang Yu. I don't mean that. She got off the bed and stood barefoot on the mattress. But even so, there was still a slight height difference between her and Jiang Yu, who was standing on the ground. She had to look up at Jiang Yu. Brother is great, but some people don't deserve to know brother. Her voice dropped slightly on the latter sentence. It made Jiang Yu think of Ruan Cece's in his last life. The voice and tone of the Ruan Cece in her previous life was different from the Ruan Cece now. The current Ruan Cece was not talkative, but her tone of voice was slightly cold but slightly upturned even to others. To Jiang Yu was even more pampered and soft, but in her last life, Ruan Cece's tone was slightly sunken, and she spoke with a self-satisfied smile. It's a very storytelling voice. It's also easy to be attracted to her. Ruan Cece at that time was like a pretty siren, pretty but deadly. But now the little girl raised by Jiang Yu looks like a simple and ignorant mermaid princess. Of course this is what Jiang Yu used to think, and then realized that he was the one who was wrong. It wasn't that he hadn't realized it before, but Jiang Yu was an optimist, and every time he found a reasonable excuse for Ruan Cece, until he actually saw her do it, hard after so many days, and couldn't find the right excuse. At this moment, he looked at the person in front of him. Ruan Cece, do you know that this is a society of law and order? Ruan Cece froze for a moment and nodded. I know, even though you wouldn't have been able to take the public examination later. I don't want you to have a stain on you, you know what I mean? Jiang Yu's voice was light. Perhaps my way of dealing with this is not too gentle in your opinion? Not relieved, huh? Nguyen Cece didn't dare to open her mouth. She wasn't afraid of Jiang Yu scolding her, she wasn't afraid of Jiang Yu getting angry, but she was afraid of Jiang Yu talking to her with this cold voice that had no ups and downs. Jiang Yu was hard to coax, but if you trusted me a little more, I wouldn't have felt that between us. Jiang Yu's voice paused for a moment as he exhaled. After so many years, Ruan Cece, actually you still only believe in yourself. I always thought that I was different, that our family was different in your heart, but I realize now that maybe I overthought it. That's a bit heavy-handed. Ruan Cece reached out and pulled Jiang Yu's hand. Her voice was anxious. It's not like that, Jiang Yu. The person I trust the most in the world is you. Even if I don't trust myself, I still believe in you. You're different. In Ruan Cece's world, Jiang Yu was the only one who was unique, but Jiang Yu didn't look at her and turned away, his voice still light. Maybe I didn't do enough. That's what made you prefer to risk your own life over and over again rather than. Jiang Yu was secretly thinking that this tea ceremony was really good, but before he could finish his sentence, Ruan Cece suddenly walked up to him and tiptoed up to kiss him. Chapter 192. They didn't seem to have talked about anything, yet they seemed to have teased everything. To be reasonable, Jiang Yu said this on purpose, just to have a little tea, because he realized that even though he was a little too angry to say anything, he was still heartbroken for Ruan Cece. She habitually solves problems on her own because no one grew up helping her with them. She wasn't even that young by the time Jiang Yu and the others picked her up. She's used to working things out on her own, too. There are some things that are engraved in the heart also for life. It's like the scar on Ruan Cece's wrist. She won't want to go off. It was like her childhood. Not unwillingly, but impossible to forget. So every time Jiang Yu was angry, as soon as he saw her like this, all of a sudden his heart went soft. It's been said before about Jiang Yu that, for a guy, he always seems to be soft-hearted and easily empathize with others. Jiang Yu thought, this is probably the same as Suyin. His family was raised this way, so it's something that's etched in your bones as well. But Jiang Yu was indeed also pissed off enough and was heartbroken for her. so he deliberately said that. Jianyu knew Ruan Cece and knew that she couldn't listen to this on purpose. But how could he not expect Ruan Cece to be so tigerish? Directly kissing? Jianyu even wondered if she had watched Zhou Xuanxuan, some kind of overbearing president, falling in love with me. This is a fight? You're kissing? With that in mind, reaching around the man was a deft move. Nguyen Cece is a person with a bold mouth. Alright, and its practicing motivation is strong. He used to sneak up on Jianyu when they weren't together, but after they got together, the formal kisses were basically initiated by Jianyu. Ruan Cece was a girl in the end. Being kissed by someone she liked was still easy to be shy, and she don't want to be able to kiss. At this time is to violently hit Jianyu. Jianyu behind the mattress, simply go along to be knocked down by her, but also almost hit the head. He wrapped his arms around her waist and their lips were pressed together. Soft lips, and the soft body belonging to a girl held in her arms. Jianyu forgot what he was going to say when he was interrupted. Mostly, he wasn't supposed to be very good at TNT. Ruan Cece was quite bold, but she was a bit of a wimp when she really ran into it. Lying in Jianyu's arms, their lips pressed against each other, she rubbed tentatively, then didn't move. Jianyu sometimes quite laugh and cry. Ruan Cece is very smart, learn everything quickly, but the only thing that she didn't seem to have learned was in the matter of kissing, and it obviously wasn't the first time, but she still didn't seem to have learned. Jianyu's other hand pressed on the back of her head, once again teaching her how to kiss. Ruan Cece's heart set off fireworks. The beauty plan, this is not still successful? Let's just say that the lone man and woman shared a room, had an ambiguous atmosphere, were boyfriend and girlfriend, and kissed. With all the conditions met, some are going to explode. In the end, it was Jianyu who stopped first. Hands are touching people's collarbones. He withdrew his hand, then sat up again. Ruan Cece blushed at the kiss. Her eyes were blank. Just watched as Jianyu stood up with a tense face and bent down to pick her right up. Ruan Cece suddenly hung in the air, startled for a moment, and hastily reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck. Jianyu still did not say a word. Directly holding the person opened the door and went out. Once again opened Ruan Cece's door in the darkness is also very smooth to walk to her bedside. Put the man down, pulled the covers over him and left a good night. The whole series of actions in one go. In less than 2 minutes, Jianyu managed to return to his room. The smell of Ruan Cece's body seemed to remain in the room. Jianyu stood for a while and without saying a word turned around and went in to take a shower. On the other side, Ruan Cece lay on the bed without moving, her mind pondering if she is considered to be blindfolded. It's been all night and they don't seem to have talked about anything, but then it seems like everything is ruffled. Ruan Cece felt out her cell phone and sent a sentence in the small 3-person group with Zhou Xinshan and Lu Qi. I seem to finally know why so many people like to look for a relationship. It's almost 1 o'clock in the middle of the night. Just 3 people in the group were awake. Ruan Cece's words had just been sent out when Zhou Xinshan and Lu Qi sent a question mark back and forth. The corner of Ruan Cece's mouth hooked up in a smile. Perhaps she hadn't even realized how much she had changed. It was also the first time she had voluntarily shared this with her friends. People always have a dark side, and Ruan Cece has a big dark side, but it's the other side of her that's always being pulled to walk in the sunlight. Paradoxical, but it all makes sense when placed on Ruan Cece. The next day Jianyu woke up and was still sleepy, but he still had to get up and go to class. Mr. Qi hates it when people are late. Jianyu thought, why did he feel more social animal than social animal? After all, he used to be his own boss, so he didn't have to get up early to do it. Now, well, 7 days a week, only half the day is off. He also noticed Ruan Cece's cautiously prying gaze on his way out the door, but because Suyin was at home, she didn't dare to be obvious. Jianyu just went out. Both would be alone for the next 2 days without finding anything. The main reason is that both Dr. Zhang and Ms. Su have been taking turns at home for the past 2 days. As for the night, Jianyu locked the door for the sake of his health. Now that the weather is starting to get cold, it's not a good idea to take cold showers every day. Finally Microsoft? Talking, the two of them still talk. Nguyen Cece said one sentence with a cute and adorable emoji. The corners of Jianyu's mouth hooked up every time he saw it, but the replies are still moderate. Well, Jianyu admitted that he did it on purpose. You can't always be so pissed off at yourself that you can't sleep with worry, can you? Ruan Xiaoxi can't be scolded or beaten, and she can't be worried a bit? That's reasonable and fair. Just so she can spend her mind on herself, she won't keep thinking of such damage value loss moves to make Jianyu's heart ache. Ruan Cece's hands were plastered with hemostatic patches the next day, but all 10 fingers were plastered, so as long as they weren't blind, Suyin and the others must have seen it. It was natural to ask, and Ruan Cece whispered that she was curious about what it felt like to hit a sandbag without gloves. Anyway, ended up getting educated, along with Jianyu, because it was Jianyu who gave Ruan Cece the sandbags. Jianyu himself, good. It's reasonable for a couple to be scolded together. Anyway, it's just so nice to get to Monday. Ruan Sisi finally found a chance to be alone with Jiang Yu. When they went to eat after class at noon, Ruan Sisi turned her head to Jiang Yu and said, "Brother, I want to eat that wonton." Lu Qi, who was about to invite Ruan Sisi to join them for dinner, also turned his head. "What kind of wontons? Is it good?" It was an obvious curiosity to want to come along. Jiang Yu glanced at Ruan Sisi and then at Lu Qi, who had a curious look on his face. Smiling at Lu Qi, "It's not bad, we'll come back and pack it for you later." Nguyen Sisi flashed a smile. See, Jiang Yu is still too angry to let her down. Chapter 193, Fingers held in a soft little hand. Lu Qi also just want to ask what to eat at noon. At this time to see the two said to help her bring also do not have to go out. Immediately smile. Smiling, he thanked, "Thank you Thank you Sisi, then I won't go out. I'll wait here for you guys to come back." "Right, I'll take just a small portion. Remember to bring some chili." Jiang Yu had already stood up and nodded. "Remember, add eggs?" "That's fine. Thank you brother," you said Lu Qi prettily. It's true that it's all natural to get along with each other after you start not playing the Crush Knockout CP. Although several people had played together before, they had all known each other since elementary school. But it was obvious that Zhou Xianxian would be more familiar with Jiang Yu. Girls are always careful and overly concerned in front of the person they like. Lu Qi sometimes has to think carefully when she speaks to Jiang Yu, but now it's different. She's like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. The better she sees Jiang Yu treating Ruan Sisi, the more beautiful she is. That's a totally different feeling. Jiang Yu didn't know that he had an extra little mother-in-law, and called Ruan Sisi after asking, "Let's go." Lu Qi's attitude changed. Ruan Shi, she was the one who saw it most clearly. So at this point, although his heart was still uncomfortable, he was able to accept the way the two of them were getting along. She stood up and waved to Lu Qi to follow Jiang Yu out. All this was seen by Dai Kasi. It was hard to believe that the girl Jiang Yu liked was Lu Qi. She listened to the words of Liu that day, and went back to ask Liu in a private chat. Jiang Yu like people in the end, who is it? Liu, but back to him, this is the privacy of people. Not convenient to say, but Jiang Yu is indeed a favorite person, but also advised Dai Kasi to not forget it. Dai Kasi looked at Lu Qi's face. The girl looked clean-cut at best. There's nothing outstanding about the character grades. The only good thing is that he went to elementary school with both Ruan Sisi and Jiang Yu, more or less. Daikos just wants to know who Jiang Yu really likes. Lu Qi felt as if someone had been looking at her. She was hiding her cell phone under the desk to send a message to Zhou Xianxian. It's not really class time. There are a lot of people playing with their cell phones during breaks like noon and afternoon. As long as you're not too blatant, no one will care, even if the classroom monitor is on. Lu Qi, who sensed that someone was looking at him, looked up and opened his eyes but did not see anyone. Most of the class has gone to dinner, and not many are left in the classroom. Lu Qi felt that he had misread the situation. Jiang Yu and Ruan Sisi on this side had already walked out of the school entrance. Ruan Shishi peeked at Jiang Yu while walking. Jiang Yu didn't turn his head, just lazily said, "Watch the road." Nguyen Sisi also honestly walked away for a moment to start looking again. Jiang Yu simply looked at her. "What do you want to say?" "Wanted to ask if you're still mad?" Nguyen Shishi said honestly. Jiang Yu gave a heck of a laugh and said somewhat conspiratorially, "How rare, and it's not like I hurt my hand." "Oh, still mad at yourself for hurting your hand?" But Ruan Sisi wanted to ask about Jobin's matter. It looks like in Jiang Yu's heart this matter of his own injury is definitely more important than Jobin's matter. Otherwise that wouldn't have been the first thing he thought he was asking. When Sisi coaxed herself back together again, a nice smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and her voice was also soft. "I'm fine la. The joints of my hands don't even hurt anymore." That's the kind of crap you just listen to, and once you do, one doesn't squeak. I don't know if others believe Jiang Yu, but he doesn't believe a word of it anyway. But that would have been a minor injury in Ruan Shishi's opinion. The two walked into the alley and found the ravioli stand. There were already 3 tables of people, 2 of them wearing their school uniforms. A lot of students must come to this cheap and tasty stall. Seeing Jiang Yu and Ruan Shishi come to sit down one after the other, a boy at a table not far away could still be heard saying, "Hey, isn't that Ruan Sisi from senior year? It's really pretty." "I think so. That's her brother." "Ha? Do you think I'm going to get my ass kicked by her brother if I go up there and ask for contact information?" Jiang Yu mentally returned a sentence. "But also will not beat you. After all, he has not yet made a move. Ruan Sisi can be cold to death you." The sounds of these discussions were quite familiar to both Jiang Yu and Ruan Shishi, so the two didn't feel much. There was no way around it. It wasn't like it was the first day Nguyen Sisi looked like this. She's been a good-looking girl since she was a kid. There are plenty of little boys who like her. Most of them were just like these 2 boys now, having the heart of a thief but not the guts, and the comments were kind of like exclamations, without malice, so they're all used to it. Jiang Yu said to the other side of the stall, "Auntie, 2 bowls of wontons, 1 medium and 1 small, the small one with egg." Auntie gave a hey over there. "Wait a minute." Nguyen Shishi asked. Isn't it packed? We'll just pack it for Lu Chi after we eat it. Jiang Yu glanced at her. You want to pack it back for dinner? Ruan Sisi quickly shook her head. Don't. She glanced at Jiang Yu, scooted her own chair and scooted next to Jiang Yu. Her voice was extremely small. You could even say it was an airy tone. Go back and you're ignoring me again. Looking at the person who was shoulder to shoulder with her, Jiang Yu hummed and laughed. I didn't ignore you. Didn't I say yes to everything you called me? That's true, but it doesn't feel right. Ruan Sisi dared to be angry, and after a bit of anger, she had to continue coaxing Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu at this time looking at her like this actually does not have much gas. Just thinking about your storytelling session doesn't seem appropriate for a little girl this age, does it? What's the right thing to do? The table of students over there who were just talking about Ruan Sisi was really gossipy, and they should be sophomores in the same class as Jo Bin. At this moment one of them said, I saw Jo Bin's mom and dad come in this morning, as if they were transferring. Ha? Why? Not very clear. I heard that it is to go back home to study. His parents' tone is very fierce. Seems to be also Yin and Yang said that our school has a campus 80. Said in Jo Bin body to see pulled out a few needles and so on. Asterisk. One of the boys sounded shocked. No, this is something that would happen at our school. It's not like it's the technical school next door. Jiang Yu, Ruan Sisi. What are boys doing gossiping so much? Trying to shark people. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she started sneaking glances at Jiang Yu again. He crashed into Jiang Yu's meaningful gaze. The two were so close together at this point that it was the same as sitting side by side. Wen Sisi tried to move his stool back again, but then he saw Jiang Yu reach out and stick his hand directly into his pants pocket. Ruan Shishi flew and reached in herself, but Jiang Yu's was fast too. The pocket bag of the school uniform pants was originally large. Ruan Sisi's hands are small. Jiang Yu's hands are long and slender, so one in front of the other is a little narrow, but it can be stretched in. Jiang Yu only felt the hand that reached directly in. Fingers a soft little hand held. Chapter 194, wasn't he laughing just now? Why did you change your face in a second? I can't say it's very soft. After all, the owner of the hand still has his knuckles wrapped around it. The hand grabbed his fingertips and then moved to press palm to palm with his. It's hard for her, too, with so little room to maneuver. The two sat at a small table and didn't move much. No one would have noticed if they hadn't been staring at them. Jiang Yu, helpless and amused, took his own hand outward. Nguyen Sisi didn't hold back, his own hand following suit. As far as Ruan Sisi's reaction is concerned, Jiang Yu doesn't need to check her to know that she's probably hiding needles in her body. Before, he didn't give her a knife to carry around with him, but Ruan Sisi was in the habit of carrying a pen. Jiang Yu didn't insist that she change. After all, it might make her feel safe. After all, people might not think much of it if you found the pen from her, but if you found the knife, how can this be explained? At this moment, Jiang Yu's palm well remained the temperature of Ruan Shishi's palm to palm with him. The tone was considered mild. What? Tell people you're interested in Chinese medicine when you've been discovered. Ha? Ruan Sisi honestly said. Actually, it's a little bit, but studying medicine doesn't have much of a way out for me, and I probably won't be able to get into a hospital with this. Those public hospitals Ruan Sisi probably can't get in. Ruan Daitian is the biggest stain in her life. Jiang Yu heard her words and softened, reached out and rubbed her head. My father said, persuade people to read the doctor's death. He is not in favor of me to read. Certainly cannot afford to read you. Then he said that being a doctor is not good anywhere, and even the words came out that Jiang Weiman had started to lose his hair. Jiang Weiman, sitting in the hospital, sneezed violently, and the nurse beside him asked with concern, Dr. Jiang, the air conditioner is too cold? Jiang Weiman waved his hand. No, it's just a sudden nose itch. It's not the wife who's thinking about him, is it? Ruan Sisi on this side listened to these words from Jiang Yu and knew that he was comforting himself. Laughing, I said, I know. I was just going to say it off the top of my head. I've been trying to figure out what I'm going to read for a long time. Jiang Yu was a bit surprised. They had never talked before. He didn't even know when Ruan Sisi had set her goal. Jiang Yu asked, didn't have to read anything? I've checked. There's a school next to the top fine arts academy. The finance program over there is popular. I'll go there. Ruan Sisi looked at Jiang Yu with light shining in her gaze. Brother, I'll make lots and lots of money for you. Jiang Yu looked at such Ruan Shishi. Her eyes were glowing when she mentioned making money for him, and Jiang Yu thought to himself, she is also too much to think of him. Right, the top art school she is so confident that she can get into the examination? How do you know I'll definitely get in? Jiang Yu didn't doubt Ruan Sisi. She could definitely get into any school she wanted to. Jiang Yu was also confident in himself, but he was super confident in Ruan Sisi. Then if you don't get in, I'll change the school next to the one you got in. I did my homework on some of the schools next to the American Academy. which majors you can study. And anyway, no matter what you study, I'll make you lots and lots of money. Gwen Cece said happily. The seats next to them aren't students. They're a couple. It looked like they should be working in the neighborhood, and they all looked over when they heard them. There was surprise and laughter in his eyes. I guess in my heart I thought, kids at this age are really simple-minded. They haven't experienced the beatings of society. There was no malice in that thought, just more or less a sigh of relief. Once upon a time they were like that, thinking that if they got out of school they would make a lot of money. And who didn't think that when they were young? Jiang Yu looked at Wan Cece saying twice in a row that she had made him lots and lots of money, and couldn't help but ask curiously, do I look very short of money and very wealthy? Gwen Cece gave him a look and stopped talking. If you don't need money, why don't you go online and sell your designs? But Wan Cece wouldn't dare to tell him that her brother knew, so she couldn't secretly give him money. Wan Cece also knew that Jiang Yu must have spent a lot of money on her birthday before, so she's going to secretly poke her brother to make up for it. Also, not really, but I like money, Wan Cece said seriously and with a bit of middle-of-the-road wealth. Money makes people happy. If you're not happy, it must be because I'm not giving enough. Jiang Yu, the person who was once a social animal, silently agreed with this sentence in his heart. Jiang Yu in the opening only of the studio before also went to the class. Money is really not easy. So at this moment, seeing this girl in front of him who said she would make money for him to spend, how could Jiang Yu not be soft-hearted? Auntie brought up their wontons. Jiang Yu smiled and said thank you after watching Auntie leave before he seriously said to Wan Cece, you just need to grow up healthy, happy and carefree. I'll earn the money. Wan Cece needs to be happy. Wan Cece looked at the boy in front of her and smiled sweetly. Good. I'm whatever brother likes me to be. Jiang Yu, you're not whatever I like you to be. Jiang Yu just wanted Wan Cece to be happy, but Jiang Yu couldn't say anything like letting her grow up freely either. Otherwise this bag grows crooked. He sighed. Eat first and give me what's in your pants pocket later. I'm not afraid of sticking my leg in. Gwen Cece wanted to say something. You really want it? Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows at her. Why don't you want to give it yet? Gwen Cece blinked. Not really. I can give it to you now too. Jiang Yu simply stretched out his hand and watched as her hand went into his pocket. Then something was taken out of it and put into his hand. When Jiang Yu looked at it, it was 2 milk candies. Wan Cece looked at him a bit frozen and innocently said, brother seems surprised. What did you think it was? It's not like she carries a needle every day. That day it was prepared in advance. Jiang Yu, he looked at the milk candy in his hand and then glanced at Wan Cece, then the needle on Jobin's body. I just beat him up. How do I know? Maybe he even got beat up. After all, he's a pervert. Surely a lot of people want to beat him up. Wan Cece's tone was full of dislike when she mentioned this person. Jiang Yu surprisingly a little believed her words. After all, Jobin, that look is not unusual to be beaten by others. Can be a pervert, do not be afraid of being beaten. The 2 boys who had just been gossiping had finished eating and one of them went to pay. The other boy hesitantly looked this way for a few moments or walked over with his cell phone. Jiang Yu and Wan Cece both tacitly stopped talking. The boy walked up to their table and was a bit surprised to see them sitting so close together, but still spoke. Hello, Wan Cece, can I get your contact information? I'm a sophomore. I hadn't even finished introducing myself when I heard the pretty girl say coldly, I can't. Boy, weren't you laughing just now? Why did you change your face in a second? Chapter 195, Don't Move. My boyfriend bought this for me. The boy just dared to come over because he saw Wan Cece smiling. At this moment, looking at the girl with a cold face, she was a bit embarrassed and overwhelmed. Jiang Yu was the one who spoke at this time. He smiled and said, we don't care about it more strictly at home. The boy had to step up here and said, oh, so, sorry about that, then quickly turned and walked away. Wan Cece just glanced at the boy's back before turning her head to look at Jiang Yu. Brother is so generous. Jiang Yu, what do you mean? Jiang Yu directly laughed, reached out and knocked her head. The milk candy that was originally going to be returned to her was also not given. He put it into his pocket. Eat something. Gwen Cece let out an oh-so-subtle cry, but the corners of her mouth hooked up slightly when she looked down. Well, brother doesn't seem to be angry anymore. The 2 of them stood aside after eating and waited for Auntie to make the portion packed for Luchi. Gwen Cece also rummaged through both of her pockets, and there really wasn't anything but tissues and a pencil. Jiang Yu looked at the pencil and then glanced at Wan Cece. I'm telling you, why did I lose a few of my pencils? Or he used it halfway through and just dropped it in after sharpening it, and dropped it with a new sharpened one sitting there. The little girl is quite polite. 1 for 1, right? Gwen Cece, who had been discovered, was not at all vain. I took it. Jiang Yu took that pen. She really couldn't hold back and asked in a small voice, do you have some kind of collecting fetish? The voice was lowered, just in case the aunt on the sidelines heard it. Wan Cece glanced at Jiang Yu with kinda meaningful eyes. A little bit? Like to collect your stuff. He even smiled at Jiang Yu after saying that. Jiang Yu, look out. Zhou Chao came over with her classmates at this time. I've heard about a cheap and tasty ravioli place over here before, but she never found it, and only found it today when a classmate brought it to her. She came just in time to see Jiang Yu leaning over, and Wan Cici slightly tiptoed close to his ear to say something. Then Jiang Yu smiled and reached out to gently rub Wan Cixi's head. Seriously, the scene was quite beautiful according to her aesthetic. The men were handsome. The boys looked at the girls with doting eyes and indulgent smiles on their faces. The girl looked at the boy with the same concentration. It looks good any way you look at it. Only Zhou Qiao froze. The classmate next to her also saw it. Hey Zhou Qiao, isn't that the boy you drew recently? Your studio mate? His girlfriend? Looks familiar. Nguyen Cici is still quite famous in the first grade. Good looking and good grades for a midterm. But not everyone knows her. Zhou Qiao came back to her senses and said without thinking, no, that's his sister. It was just that even though it was said that way, Zhou Qiao still sensed that there was something else wrong. The ants on this side also packed up. Jiang Yu paid the money and then with Wan Cici she planned to go back. Then he saw Zhou Qiao, and he smiled and shouted, senior sister came to eat wontons too? The boy's tone fell without the slightest hint of unnaturalness. On the contrary, Zhou Qiao looked at the two or felt that nothing was right anywhere, but still smiled and said, what a coincidence. You guys came to eat wontons too? Seriously, Wan Cici had an instinctive hostility towards Zhou Qiao, although Zhou Qiao didn't seem to have done anything. Her instincts made her dislike Zhou Qiao, probably because Jiang Yu's attitude towards the opposite sex besides her was pretty much the same. Zhou Shenxian and Lu Qi were also a little different because they had known each other since childhood. But what about Zhou Qiao, who clearly hadn't known Jiang Yu for long, but seemed to feel familiar with him already? The two also seemed to have a lot in common, and Wan Cici didn't like her anyway. That's why the look on his face at this moment was also light. Hokage. Zhou Qiao's classmates laughed and asked them, is it good here? Jiang Yu nodded. Yummy ah. Treasure store ah. He didn't want to say anything more, glancing at the ravioli in his hand. Packed for my classmates. Leaving first ah. You guys take your time to eat. After saying that he pulled Wan Cici's wrist to go forward. That milk tea store seems to have come out with a ginger milk. I heard it's good. Buy it for you. Let's hurry up. Otherwise Lu Qi's wontons are going to be inedible. Nguyen Cici softly said. Good. Letting Jiang Yu pull her wrist forward, she exchanged a glance with Zhou Qiao. There was a cold lack of emotional ups and downs in his eyes, and a hint of scowling was vaguely visible. Zhou Qiao was looking at her as well, and she froze for a moment when she met Wan Cici's gaze, but it was just a glance that left her too late to look deeper. But in that glance she saw scowling and possessiveness. The classmate took Zhou Qiao's hand at this time. Qiao Qiao, how high do you think their family's face is? And this sister is too good looking, isn't she? It just feels like the two don't seem too much alike. Zhou Qiao came back to her senses and said somewhat vaguely, it's probably because one of them looks like dad and one of them looks like mom, and they both have different last names. But at this moment, she couldn't help but think in her head that the girl Jiang Yu liked. Could it be Wan Cici? They seemed too close even if they were brother and sister. After all, by this age, many biological siblings seem to know what it means to avoid suspicion. Zhou Qiao was pulled by her classmates to sit down, followed by ordering the signature wonton noodles after taking out her cell phone to find Xin Duo Duo WeChat. Above him was Jiang Yu's chat box. The last time the two chatted was Saturday that afternoon when Zhou Qiao transferred money to Jiang Yu for lunch. Jiang Yu received and did not return any messages. Zhou Qiao sent a sentence to Qian Duo Duo. Why Jiang Yu and his sister have different surnames ah? Chandler didn't reply, so I guess he hasn't seen it yet. Zhou Qiao clicked on her chat with Jiang Yu, mostly sharing some art-related stuff. There was not much chatter between the two. It basically ends with Cho talking. Jiang Yu is the kind of person who seems to get along well, but he seems to keep his distance from everyone. Zhou Qiao's movements as she flipped through the chat logs gave a start. Something seemed to be wrong with her. I'm overly concerned about Jiang Yu. Qian Duo Duo's message popped up at this time. Of course they have different surnames. They are not siblings. Wan Cici is just the child of Jiang Yu's neighbor's family. At this time, Jiang Yu had already bought Wan Cici good ginger collapsed milk and watched as she took a bite and frowned. Then seriously commented, this flavor, it's weird, said straw was handed to Jiang Yu's mouth. Jiang Yu also naturally took a sip. The two moved so naturally that a number of students looked at them. Jiang Yu didn't like the taste of ginger, but he could eat some. But the flavor of this ginger milk is so twisted, isn't it? The expression on Jiang Yu's face changed. What the hell is this? It's better not to eat it, said he was about to reach out and take it away. But Wan Cici dodged it and ran 2 steps forward. Don't move, this is what I bought it for me. The girl's hair swayed slightly a few times from the 2 steps she took to run forward, and Jiang Yu caught that brief pause in the words she didn't say. What she's trying to say is, don't move, my boyfriend bought this for me. Nguyen Shi, childish ghost. Chapter 196, Class Uniforms. Couples Clothes. It might be a matter of taste. But anyway, Jiang Yu thought that ginger milk tasted really weird. He just drank and couldn't stand one sip, but Nguyen Cece just wouldn't throw it. I guess the flavor wasn't unacceptable in Nguyen Cece's eyes, especially if it was bought for her by Jiang Yu. Then she would definitely drink it all. Jiang Yu did not think so hard to drink he bought this mainly because it is written on the top of the ginger juice and milk, and nothing else. And isn't this one of the more famous desserts in Y City? Who would have thought it was very unpalatable? So on the way back Jiang Yu has been following behind Nguyen Cece to persuade her to not count it. If not, he will buy her something else. But Nguyen Cece shook her head in refusal. Every now and then, I take another sip, and I'm surprised I feel used to it as I drink. They came back kind of early. Lucci really didn't go out. Seeing them back can be happy. I'm all hungry. Jiang Yu put the packed wontons on her desktop, along with an unopened ginger battered milk. Well, new campaign. Buy one get one free. Originally, he had planned to have one with Nguyen Cece, but it was too hard to drink. Jiang Yu couldn't stand the flavor, and the Nguyen Cece one was the last one he finished the last 2 sips of. Let's put it this way, the flavor is just weird to the point that Nguyen Cece didn't even have any problem watching Jiang Yu give Lucci the ginger battered milk. Just looking at it, Lucci was a bit surprised. Hey, milk tea? Jiang Yu put down his things and sat in his seat. His voice was lazy. No, the new product from the milk tea store outside. Try it. Doesn't that sound like buying milk tea for your favorite person to the uninformed? But Lucci was now very awake. Immediately glanced at Nguyen Cece. Nguyen Cece is looking for a role. Feeling Lucci's line of sight, he looked up at her and was silent for a moment. Try it. The flavor. It's quite worth savoring. Lucci? Something's wrong. Jiang Yu was looking at the side of their faces and smiling. Lucci's face was wary and Nguyen Cece's face was sincere. It was so funny. Daikasi in the distance put down the milk tea in her own hand. So that's how it is. Jiang Yu actually likes Lucci? It was something she hadn't expected, and the loss in her heart grew heavier. At this time, Lucci knows nothing about it. The wontons are delicious, and that ginger crushed milk is very difficult to drink. So she grimaces. Nguyen Cece and Jiang Yu laughed heartily from the sidelines. Lucci slandered in her heart. The young couple toyed with her, didn't they? Wait for her. Studying every day is pretty boring. Nguyen Cece's competition is in early December, and until then she has to go to class in the stairwell every day. But before the competition, the school games arrived. Every day there is an entrance ceremony during the school sports day, and this is the time when every class is given a class uniform. It's been there since the first year. Normally years are voted on, but this year's class uniforms were chosen directly by Ms. Tang and a few female class members, and the class just reported the size. The school sports day is next Monday, so get stuck in. Their uniforms arrive on Friday. Shenyang went to move also muttered. This time is also too stuck point. Not suitable cannot change. People are still curious about what the class uniforms look like. It's almost like opening a blind box. After all, they hadn't even seen it before. I've heard that the first class is in Hanbok. I just saw that Zhou Xianxian from their class wearing it. It's so pretty. Good looking person or good looking clothes? You kid, ha ha ha. Roll roll roll. Class XII's is straight out of doll clothes. Ha ha ha, I see it. What the hell is in our class? Teacher Tang came in at this time following behind Shenyang and Liu who were carrying the clothes. Okay, everyone be quiet. Come on, that Shenyang give them a uniform. Jiang Yu watched as Shenyang took out a set. Orange? What the hell? Isn't that color too bright? Obviously it wasn't just Jiang Yu who thought the color was too bright. The other voices in the class were quiet for a moment. Then someone spoke up. What's this? This Psy? No, I'm so dark and bright orange. Ha, how malicious is that? This time Shui Qingqing walked up and opened the package. It's actually very pretty. It's an orange jumper with a skirt underneath for the girls and shorts for the boys. It's cool alright? As she opened it, the design of the bodysuit was really quite cool, but the color is really picky. No, I know you girls have fall pants, but we're wearing shorts in this cold? That's what we call a bare-legged artifact. It's all pretty much the same. It's starting to get cold now, mid-November, and it's really quite chilly if you're wearing shorts. After all, they were now jackets sooner or later. Of course what broke some students the most was this bright orange color. Liu stood on the side looking at the color frowned. After all, he himself, really black leather sports students this color is so unfriendly. Or teacher Tang said, this color is good conspicuous, youthful, so that people can see us at a glance. Well everyone buy then if you do not like, just wear it when entering the field. The spirit of the face we have to show out. Jiang Yu propped up his chin and looked at his wailing classmates. And Nguyen Cece turned her head and asked, brother, does this look good? Jiang Yu objectively said, the design is quite pretty. It's this color. It does pick on people. His gaze landed on Nguyen Cece's small white face, and with a smile, he slowly followed up with, but you definitely look good in it. Lu Qi, who was on the side, turned his head to look at them with a big smile, his eyes turning on both of their faces. You guys sure look good in it, she whispered a little. Is that a couple's costume? Jiang Yu snorted. How does it count? Does this school uniform of ours count? How does it not count? Lu Qi asked rhetorically in a beautiful manner. The self-cultivation of a kowtowing scientist, kowtowing everything will only make me nutritionally balanced. After saying that, he hemmed and hawed. Jiang Yu reached out his pen and tapped the hand she put on his desktop. Then with his other hand he gently pulled Wan Cici's ponytail. Play less with her and Zhou Xianxian. These two aren't right. Lu Qi retracted his hand with an ow. Hiss. Lighten up, brother you. Follow us to be the little sunshine girl, how can't it? The three of them had a nice chat on their side. Mr. Tang at the podium heard their protests and glanced around the class to prove that the dress really looked good on them. It fell on Jiang Yu and Ruan Cici. Jiang Yu, Ruan Cici, you two come get the class uniform and try it on. Mr. Tang's words froze both of them, then they looked at him together. The movements were all synchronized, and Don laughed at the sight. Come on, you guys try to show them. This really looks good. Chapter 197. Jiang Yu's heartbeat exploded with a thud. Xian Duo didn't hold back from spitting this time. No teacher. Is there a possibility that what looks good is them in person and not the class uniform? As far as Ryu and Cici's face is concerned, what wouldn't look good on them? Everyone else said, that's right, that's right. Teacher Tang wasn't angry either, and cheerfully said, that's fine. Then Xian Duo you try. Lasso yourself into Chandos. No, why does it always feel like something's wrong? Does it mean he's unattractive? In fact, Xian Duo was quite good looking. The boys were tall and thin, with some baby face. A lot of girls would say he's cute. At this point he was full of resistance. But Mr. Tang insisted. Jiang Yu and Ruan Cici both threw him a grateful look. In the end, Xian Duo wore it, and pulled Li Yu to wear it, and Xue Qingqing on the girls' side also wore it. It's actually not as ugly as they think, and even if it was ugly, they couldn't help it. They didn't have a chance to protest and change it at this point. Anyway, they ended up going back with their class uniforms at the end of the school day. Compared to the so-called campus style of Chihan's class next to him, a white shirt and black pants, no more. Girls are just white shirts and skirts. Jiang Yu's and his classes were considered very warm, and Chihan and Luji were envious anyway. Zhou Xianxian and her class did have Chinese clothes, so it actually wasn't cold when the layers came down. On the way back a few people were meeting for dinner. Chihan is wailing. Monday cooling ah, cold wave ah, we that clothes will not blow us into right? I also asked if I could wear a jacket. The results of our class president said, the entrance cannot. In order to unify the good-looking, around the field a circle ah, after walking I have to blow dead. Lu Ji comforted him. Think of it this way, maybe it won't cool down that day? Chihan looked at Lu Ji with a look of great intelligence. You're right, but what about cooling down? Can't wear a jacket outside. You guys wear that kind of warm undershirt inside ah, but it may not look too good, Zhou Xianxian said. Chihan's eyes lit up. Who cares if it looks good or not, as long as it's warm? Which kind? I'll go shopping with you guys after dinner later. Jiang Yu listened to them chatting about this and suddenly thought of something and looked at Ruan Cici who was walking seriously on the side. His gaze had just landed on Ruan Cici. She looked up at Jiang Yu. What's wrong? Jiang Yu's gaze swept over the obedient girl wearing a full set of blue and white school uniform. Xian Duo was right. With Ruan Cici's face value, she would look good in anything. The overly baggy blue and white winter school uniform looks good on her, innocent and pretty. She doesn't usually have a lot of clothes, and the dress hasn't been worn since she last bought it. In addition to the school uniform in winter is the clothes and jacket Suing bought for her. Mr. Su, there is only one rule for buying clothes in winter. Keep warm. Don't even think about skirts. You're not afraid of getting cold feet in a young winter. So at this point, Jiang Yu asked, do you have one of those what's his name bare-legged artifacts? Ruan Cici froze for a moment and shook her head. No. Jiang Yu laughed, reaching out and directly picking up her school bag. I'll go buy it with Zhou Xianxian and the others in a while. Do I have to wear a skirt? Ruan Cici's voice was a bit small. Originally she was planning to tell Teacher Tang that she was going to wear her school uniform pants. While this might not be very pretty, she was the one who held up the sign that day. So even if hers was different from everyone else's, it was easy to assume it was by design. Shouldn't have much impact. Anyway, from the beginning, Ruan Cici didn't even think about wearing a skirt. It looks so good. Why don't you wear it? Jiang Yu smiled and asked back. He wanted to encourage their little snail to climb out a little bit. Such a pretty girl must look good in a dress. Though Jiang Yu was a little jealous after thinking about how it might attract the attention of many boys. But he wanted to see the confident Ruan Cici more. Anyway, also wear what bare legs got. As if it is a sock like, not exposed. Zhou Xianxian and Lu Qi walked right in front of them. At this time has happily turned his head. Then one person while holding Ruan Cece's hand seriously said, Cece come, sister take you to buy. Although I also think this color of our class uniform is too weird. But Cece, you wear it, Jedi. Our class is lifting Lu Chi's voice was kinda excited. I can be unattractive, but my daughter must be the best looking in the room. Who understands how mom fans feel? Jiang Yu watched as the two girls walked forward with Ruan Cece, who was still trying to struggle a bit. Ruan Cece also turned back to look at Jiang Yu in general for help. Jiang Yu raised his hand and waved at her with a wide smile. There was no point in trying to save her at first glance. Shihan and Luji just watched the three girls suddenly run away. Shihan also shouted, eat first kids are growing up. They're starving if they don't eat. Zhou Xianxian and the girls would forget everything every time they went shopping, with only buying things in their eyes. They can look at it for days without buying it. Let's just say they grew up together and know each other well. Zhou Xianxian over there returned. You guys go ahead and ask for a spot. We'll be quick. Lu Ji laughed. Believe them or believe that I am the first emperor of Qin? Shihan called out. Your Majesty. Jiang Yu was amused by them, and the three boys' steps were slow. Shihan turned his head to look at Jiang Yu. Brother Yu, your class is holding up the sign for Cece? How can you say yes? Usually the one who holds up the sign is the one at the front of the line. Nguyen Cece is good looking, and in junior high school there used to be activities that teachers would want Nguyen Cece to go to, but every time, Ruan Cece refused. Why did you say yes this time? As he was going to see it on Monday anyway, Jiang Yu said vaguely, because I was lifting something right behind her too. What else do I have to lift? Lu Ji is a member of the sports committee and knows the process very well. Isn't it just a matter of holding up a sign? Jiang Yu jokingly said, hey, our class prepared a surprise it. Cannot say holy, why do you guys still have surprises? Shihan had a look on his face that you guys weren't being honest. On the contrary, Lu Ji waved his hand. What's this? There are other classes that directly crosswalks it. Our class can still perform a cerveza. That's a really big grudge against their class uniforms. Jiang Yu was all amused by them. The three of them talked and laughed as they went to where they were eating. Although Jiang Yu was chatting with them, his eyes were still instinctively looking for Ruan Cece. The mall is pretty big and has a lot of stores, but luckily it's not too crowded right now. Jiang Yu's gaze fell on the door of a store. Ruan Cece stood there, pulled by Zhou Xianxian. Lu Chi put a furry hat on her head that seemed to have ears. Jiang Yu was about to take a closer look when the girl some distance away suddenly turned her head to look at her. White furry hat with two rabbit ears hanging down. She smiled at the sight of Jiang Yu, her hand pulling at the band of her hat. The rabbit's ears perked up at once. Jiang Yu's heartbeat exploded with a thud. Whose kid is that? So cute. Jiang Yu's family. Chapter 198. You dare to engage in orthopedics. Brother Yu, but I don't dare to choose my own specialty? Jiang Yu's cute little friend obviously saw him too. The smile that had been on his face became much more genuine. Beside them, Shihan and Lu Ji were still childishly pushing me and giving you a punch. Jiang Yu's gaze, however, was already fixed on the face of the girl not far away. The bunny's hat matched Ruan Cece's soft and not very aggressive appearance. Jiang Yu's heartbeat seemed to be a little unruly. Zhou Xianxian on this side took another one of the hats. This one looks good too. He said that he was going to ask Ruan Cece to change, but then he saw that she was staring at a certain place. She followed the line of sight and saw Jiang Yu. Zhou Xianxian lengthened her tone. Oh, there's something meaningful about that Nguyen Cece retracted her gaze to look at her. What are you doing? Lu Chi, who had just bought a small clip and went in to pay, also came out at this time. She happily put the little clips in her hands one by one into their hands. But, what are you looking at? Look at brother Yu and Cece here in a glance for 10,000 years, Zhou Xianxian said with a smile, but then going to look over. The three boys were already standing in the doorway of the restaurant, clearly ready to go in. Whenever a few people went out to eat together, Shihan and Lu Ji chose the buffet every time. It's cost-effective for them, but taking a couple of girls along isn't really cost-effective at all. But it beats having a wide variety of what you love to eat. There's no contradiction when it comes to eating. Lu Chi a sound, reached out to hold Ruan Shishi's hand, and Zhou Xianxian said, I tell you, the two of them, every day together, classes are front and back table it, that the atmosphere is just a glance at you will feel sticky. It sounded like a tirade, but for some reason it made it sound like she was quite excited. Zhou Xianxian could like it. Hey, I like this feeling too. If only I could be in the same class as Cece and you in my second year of high school. Smooth things, the totally unthinking kind. The smile at the corner of Ruan Cece's mouth, however, tightened slightly. Lu Chi reminded, but Yu is in the art class, so I guess he won't be in the same class as us. Zhou Xianxian laughed. It's okay, I'll just be in the same class as Cece. I won't be able to see you. The art class is usually the 18th or 19th class. Anyway, it's in the same building as the liberal arts class. Zhou Xianxian had long thought that she should have chosen liberal arts. Lu Chi should also take arts. girls are somewhat disadvantaged in the end when it comes to studying science. That's why you usually see a significant gender imbalance by the time you get to your sophomore year of high school after splitting classes. Gwen Cece's grades are good, except for language but this language will be tested in both arts and sciences. At this point the two girls took it for granted that Ruan Cece should have chosen liberal arts as well, but Ruan Cece spoke softly. I'll take science. For Ruan Cece, the fact that she couldn't be in the same class as Zhang Yu, arts and science didn't seem to matter. However, for the consideration of the university major that she wants to take in the future, Ruan Cece will still choose science. The two men who had been holding her hand to leave froze at those words. Zhou Xian but then thought, Ruan Cece's grades to choose science is nothing, just a little sad, so is there no chance we'll be in the same class? Lu Qi also sighed. I will cherish these days. Ruan Cece laughed a little at their lost looks. It's fine, the two buildings aren't far apart and there's a connecting corridor. Indeed, there's a connecting corridor in the middle of the arts and science classes, so just walk straight through. It's not that far apart. But the two girls were still a little disappointed. Girls that age always wish they could always be in the same class as their best friend now. The girls over here are discussing getting on the arts and sciences, which is a coincidence to say the least. Zhang Yu just sent a message to Ruan Cece for them to come over. After all, the buffet is by time. Although Gwen Cece and the other girls were always full in less than half the time, but it's still a good idea to tell them to come over early. Lu Ji on this side mentioned the division of classes while grilling meat. What do you two think? Zhang Yu glanced at him. You're a gym student. I'm an art student. We're all in separate classes. What's on your mind? Chihan was reaching for something when he realized. I'm isolated, but I'm taking liberal arts. The boy had grown up with an extraordinary difference in appearance and behavior, and both were used to it. It's just that Zhang Yu took a look at Chihan. I remember you're okay in science? Chihan nodded. But I want to choose a major in college that I can take in liberal arts. Zhang Yu was a bit surprised. Thinking of college so soon? Lu Ji is also still surprised. University so early to think of the university I don't know what to study in college. My cultural achievements are also average. My parents want to ask me to read an easy point when I take a teaching license to end up as a physical education teacher. He said he ed himself. With my be like that, being a human teacher? Both Chihan and Zhang Yu couldn't help but laugh. Chihan said, look on the bright side. Maybe our current gym teacher used to be like us now? A few people laughed and laughed after that. Some of the words aren't necessarily really funny, but you just can't help but laugh together when the vibe is there. Lu Ji cursed and laughed for a while, then asked them, what about you guys, what do you want to do in the future? Zihan said, be a history teacher. I like history. Obviously joking. He squared his shoulders a bit. Just want to major in something historical anyway. Archaeology works for me. Watched too much Tomb Raiding you. Lu Shi spat. On the contrary, Zhang Yu glanced at Chihan with some surprise. They weren't really very familiar in their last life. Don't remember much about the two men, but they both seemed to have ordinary careers. Zhang Yu asked curiously, your parents agree? Chihan cheerfully said, certainly do not agree. They want me to study science. Said at least after graduation can still give the family martial arts museum accounting. Learning an accountant or something will do. He drank a mouthful of Fat House Happy Water. Exhaled a breath. I originally also thought to forget it, but then I thought, you brother, you dare to engage in orthopedics. I a specialty do not dare to choose their own. Directly rebel in place. Either they beat me to death, or I'll choose to choose. Lu Ji looked demented. Zhang Yu, no buddy, can you talk properly now? And what kind of brainwave is that? He laughed outright in exasperation and reached for his head. Chihan immediately stepped back, and the two were facing each other. So Zhang Yu didn't draw. He looked smug. Hey, I can't hit it. Say you're angry. Zhang Yu took a deep breath. No wonder your kid has been beaten up since he was a kid and owes it. Lu Ji directly pressed him. You hurry up and whip him. Ruan Cece came in and they saw the image of Zhang Yu reaching out to whip Chihan. All three teens had smiles on their faces. On a very normal evening, the teenagers talked about their future. The future was still pretty far away from them at that point. Chapter 199, People are still selfish. If they could only choose one, they would still choose their little fish. A few people did their shopping after dinner, before they each went home. The mall over here is kinda far from the neighborhood. Zhang Yu called for a car and was waiting for it with Ruan Cece at this time. Zhang Yu carried something in his hand and looked at Ruan Cece, who was standing aside eating a hand pie. I just ate and said I was full again, but I can't walk again when I see a snack. Actually, Ruan Cece didn't say anything, but Zhang Yu could tell that she wanted to eat it, so he bought it for her. At this point it was obvious she was in a good mood watching her eat what she wanted to eat. His mind flashed to Lu Ji's curious question to himself. You, what do you want to do in the future? Me, if I can't, I'll just set up a booth on the side of the road and draw for people for 20 bucks apiece. Jiang Yu's voice was lazy and obviously joking. Then he was scolded by Lu Ji and Shihan for rolling and rolling. Only then did Jiang Yu get a little more serious. I just want to make a lot of money for Ruan Cece. She's a little fortune hunter. As for what to do, let's see then. I haven't thought about it yet. There's a lot that can be done. Just to do or not to do. How to do. Jiang Yu did not think about it. They had just finished talking on their side when the three girls arrived, and the conversation naturally circled around. It's not a serious topic after all. Jiang Yu knew what he was going to do in the future couldn't answer yet, but one thing was that there must be a Ruan Shishi in the future. Ruan Cece had been stared at for so long, and she wasn't a dead person, so how could she not feel anything? She looked up at Jiang Yu. Does it look good? Jiang Yu was so staring at the question is not embarrassed. Seriously nodded. Good looking This whose child so good looking Finished with a self-affirming nod. My family's. Only Jiang Yu could make Ruan Cece laugh with a single word. Jiang Yu sees her finally smile and smiles himself, but remembers one thing. Did you buy that hat? The rabbit one. Too cute from Ruan Cece. Ruan Cece didn't expect him to ask this and shook her head. I didn't buy it. It's too cute and it's not time to wear a hat yet. Even if it did come to that, she actually didn't like wearing hats and felt uncomfortable. Jiang Yu scared with some regret. Okay. Instead, he didn't say anything, but was just going to go online and buy it for her himself later. So after dinner Nguyen Cece went to take a bath. Jiang Yu sat without sitting with paralyzed on the sofa to see the hat. Suyin, who had come out from washing the dishes, swept in and saw those cute hats. She gave a glance. For a girl you like? Jiang Yu let out a sigh and raised his eyes to Suyin. Teacher Su, you're being rude. It wasn't really angry. After all, it wasn't like he was intentionally peeking or anything. Suyin explained. Just came out and saw it at a glance. Not on purpose. Jiang Yu smiled and placed the order. I know. I bought it for Ruan Cece. This is cute. Suyin smiled a little when she heard it was bought for Cece. That does look good. Our Cece looks good in any hat. That smug look of fondness for Ruan Cece could be heard right away. Something flashed through Jiang Yu's mind and he let out a laugh, asking as if offhandedly, like Ruan Xiaoxi so much? I'll find you a daughter-in-law like that in the future. Suyin rolled her eyes. Oh come on you. Are Shishi like this? You think it's a cabbage on the side of the road? So easy to find. Jiang Yu. Row. Not a second more. Suyin remembered something else. I met your director Ju last couple of days and had a chat. Jiang Yu thought of the frequent encounters with the director in that previous period. For days after that they saw the director every day in front of the school or downstairs in their classroom. Luckily he and Ruan Cece were usually pretty much on the same mind at school. Rather, it didn't let Director Chu catch it. After all, they were now thankfully afraid to let the family know. At this time, hearing Suyin mention Director Zhu, Jiang Yu asked, what did you talk about? That is to say your school may end of the semester should also tell you. Each school will have a place to study abroad every year. You are an art student. Do you want to go? Suyin patiently looked at her son. In her concept, to do it, she definitely put out her best effort to do the best. If my son learns to draw, he learns well. I've asked. It seems to be a good foreign high school, and the cost, if any, is something your father and I can afford? Suyin looked at Jiang Yu. I heard Mr. She say that you are very talented. Speaking of this she sighed a little and drifted off, wondering what came to mind. Jiang Yu didn't expect her to mention this. Research was there in a previous life, but at that time Jiang Yu had just begun to learn to draw. The foundation had not been laid. Naturally, they didn't consider this. Plus Suyin and their family really didn't have that much money at that time. Hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. And you have to pay for living expenses and food. That's not a small amount of money. Nguyen Cece stood behind the door, her hair still dripping a little, and she didn't walk out, waiting for Jiang Yu's answer. It never occurred to her that she took a step back and Jiang Yu went to study art. There may be countless steps back, such as watching him leave the country, going abroad, the time difference kind of thing. Just the thought of Ruan Shishi's hand couldn't help but tighten its grip on the doorknob. It even felt like the knuckles, which had begun to heal, were going to start hurting. Jiang Yu's voice came at this time. Forget it, there is this money you and my father to save up and then buy a house and so on appreciation or give me later to marry a wife also line Suyin snapped and slapped his arm. Behave yourself. Jiang Yu shouted a few times. Why do you still hit people I'm the truth. Research what Domestic art teacher is not going to teach me I don't need to go abroad for gold plating. He looked at Su Yi and smiled gently. And when you go out, you'll have jet lag. Surrounded by unfamiliar surroundings and unfamiliar people. What if I miss you guys? What if I miss Nguyen Cece? That just sounds bad. Suyin looked at the way he was seriously talking about this. With a smile on his face, he looked hangdog. but his eyes were all serious. She was also inexplicably relieved. Who would want a child to leave their side so early? Again she was sure. Really not going? I'm not going. I have to study with Ruan Cece, and I have to graduate with my other best friends, so I'm not going anyway. Jiang Yu reached out and put his arm around his old mom. Alright, Mr. Su, just don't think about this. Saying that he couldn't help but ask a curious question. If I go, will you guys let Ruan Cece go too? It would be, kinda exciting for two people to be dependent on each other in a foreign country or something. Ha. Suin, however, paused for a moment. Surely there wasn't enough money in the house for the two children to go out. People are still selfish, and if they could only choose one, they'd still choose their little fish. Chapter 200, Hooking Hands in Front of Mommy. Jiang Yu naturally noticed Su Yin's silence, and his heart sank with it. How is this not a test? He knew that both his parents loved him like no other. That's why they wanted to make Suin and the others like Ruan Cece a little more. If the two of them can't hide their affair by then. In fact, Jiang Yu knows his parents very well. If his affair with Ruan Cece is really exposed, they definitely can't help but blame Ruan Cece. It's human instinct. Anyone who is selfish. Jiang Yu also had. His selfishness was that he wanted Suin and Jiang Weiman to be acceptable to them all. But that's easier said than done. But it's actually quite hard, isn't it? You child, what are you talking about? If Cece wants to go, your father and I will find a way. Suin sighed. But if it wasn't for your teacher saying that the school where you're studying art is quite good, I wouldn't even want you to go. We can only feel at ease if you guys stay by our side. Jiang Yu laughed a little and picked up the topic. Got it, Mom. Alright, I'm going in to take a shower too. Suin waved her hand to signal him to go. Jiang Yu stood up just in time to see Ruan Cece open the door. Her tone the same as usual. Brother, my blow dryer is broken. Jiang Yu hummed. I'll take mine to you. Suin heard the voice and turned her head to look over. Hurry up and blow dry your hair off. Don't catch a cold. Broken tomorrow to buy you a new one. Okay, Auntie Sue. I'll buy it myself tomorrow. I'll stop by when I'm out shopping. Ruan Cece said obediently. Suin nodded. That's fine. Don't buy the ones that are too cheap. Buy some good ones, okay? Nguyen Cece answered obediently. Then Jiang Yu had already taken advantage of their chatting to take the wind blower out, handing it to Ruan Cece and saying, alright, go blow. Nguyen Cece reached for the windsock, and their fingers briefly touched. Jiang Yu playfully hooked her hand a bit. Ruan Cece's movements froze. Not far away Suin was still watching. She took the windsock and withdrew her hand quickly. Looking at her nervous look, Jiang Yu thought it was funny. So far away. How can you see clearly? Their movements were too small, and the distance was a bit too much, so Suin really didn't see anything, but just instructed one of them to take a quick shower and the other to go blow dry their hair. No one even mentioned today's conversation afterward. Weekends always fly by. Jiang Yu Monday morning wearing class uniforms when looking at the bright orange color of this def. Really, Mr. Tang has a look did not say wrong. That's the color. It's definitely bright. Because of the cold weather today, wearing shorts is definitely impossible. Matching Jiang Yu stuffed into the school bag. Wearing their school uniform pants underneath. You have to bring a varsity jacket with you or you won't even know how to get in. Jiang Yu sobered up a bit after putting on his clothes and washing up, and began to look forward to it. The way Ruan Cece looked in her dress must be nice. So Jiang Yu opened the door of the room beautifully. Sure enough, he saw Ruan Cece, who was sitting at the table in an orange sweater, eating breakfast quietly with Dr. Jiang. At the sound of the voice, the person at the table turned her head to look over. Good morning, brother. This is Nguyen Cece. You stayed in bed again? Your class uniforms are quite nice. This is Dr. Jiang. Jiang Yu hummed and laughed. Good morning, Dad. Good morning, Ruan Xiaoxi. But Dad, you middle-aged people are quite consistent in your aesthetics. And our teacher Tang also said it looks good. As he approached, Jiang Yu's gaze swept downward. Oh, he, disappointed. Nguyen Cece was wearing school pants like him. Jiang Yu, looking forward to it for nothing. Naturally, Nguyen Cece noticed his gaze, and her hand squeezed her school uniform pants. Actually, I got up in the morning to change my skirt, and Xian and the girls were actually quite natural with the bare-legged artifacts she bought. Wearing it seems to be almost as good as bare legs, so naturally there is a bit of a difference, but it's also pretty. But Ruan Cece hesitated for a moment or changed to sit in the back seat of Jiang Yu's car like this wearing a skirt, crossing 3 streets, and then being watched by so many people. She, still, felt a little embarrassed. Suin came out with Jiang Yu's breakfast. Hurry up, I'll send you guys there later. Your school sports day, right? Jiang Yu hummed, retracted his sight, and directly pulled away the table next to Ruan Cece. Teacher Su is also going to participate in our school sports day. In the morning is going to see the performance to come. Son, you did not sign up to play a violin or something? Suin looked at him with a smile. I thought you were a bit talented before, but then I hardly stopped learning. Jiang Yu directly laughed. Line ah. One on the mind of his 3 melon 2 dates of the Zitherate? I only know those 2 songs, and I don't really like them. I had to coax Ruan Cece in the first place. He spoke frankly and directly. Dr. Jiang picked up. What if you Cece wants to hear a new one? Then I'll go learn it again. Jiang Yu didn't even think much before saying, it's not that hard. Ruan Cece on the side didn't say much, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise when she heard Jiang Yu's reply. The 2 elders didn't say anything and couldn't see that little bit of ambiguity. It's just that I've seen my own son do everything in a trippy way, and I wish that his love of learning art would stick around a little longer. Jiang Yu earnestly assured. I can't say about the others, but I'll definitely learn art well. He also jokingly said, but those elders of our family in the past wouldn't be some kind of national painting or some kind of painting master, right? I really think I have some talent. Jiang Weiman was originally an orphan. His parents do not know who they are, but also the elders of the past. At this time, he said with a relaxed expression, maybe it's true, but you kid less self-promoting when you were a child, we also wanted to send you to learn art interest classes. You were repulsed at that time. Jiang Yu was smiling on the surface, but his gaze fell on Suyin, whose smile had slightly tightened. Jiang Yu felt that his mom must be hiding something from them. Yes, they are. Just Dr. John's reaction didn't look too much like he knew either. If he really did know, then he could only say that Dr. John's acting skills were quite good, but the topic turned away. Suyin also complimented them on their bright sweatshirts when she drove them there. Jiang Yu had originally thought that their bodysuits were a little too shiny. It turned out that when I got into the school I realized that they were all sort of normal. Since the school sports day is today, no one is in a hurry like. Jiang Yu also saw unknown classmates wearing zombie and Taoist priest suits you run a chase, not to mention the various classes. And what with the handbox and the Republic of China? Jiang Yu couldn't help but spit out. I'm thinking it's not even Halloween. How are they all released? Ruan Cece on the side also had a rare and quite complicated look. Didn't you say there would be a TV station to interview? This is it? On TV? Chapter 201, see the photo? Like it? You're the first boy to see it. The 2 were confused when they saw Director Zhu holding a stick with a loudspeaker. It's almost time for class. All of you go back to class. A voice also came from the radio station. Attention all students. The class bell is about to ring. Please return to your classrooms and follow your homeroom teacher's instructions. Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece looked at this scene and thought it was really quite funny. Still, they returned to class with the general flow as well. Look, don't tell me. There are quite a few girls who came in their school uniform pants just like Ruan Cece, probably embarrassed too. There were also girls who came in straight skirts, long white and straight legs, little skirts, orange sweatshirts, and high ponytails for the girls, really youthful and pretty. Contrast that with boys wearing orange. Fairer or better looking skin is okay. It does seem like a bit of a disaster if it's too dark of a complexion, but youth is indeed quite youthful. Lu Qi waited all morning. Ruan Shishi just want to see her beautiful daughter wearing a dress, and I can't say that Nguyen Cece hasn't worn a dress. Hadn't she worn a dress just like Zhou Xuanxuan's in elementary school before? There was a falling out then, but how many years has it been? And it was a long dress, and everyone was a kid. It's different now. A pretty high school girl's sister, really praying for anticipation, then saw the young couple who came in one after the other in their school pants. Lu Qi, no? Before Jiang Yu sat down here, he saw Lu Qi in front of him turn his head to look at Jiang Yu in condemnation. Brother Yu, you're too possessive, aren't you, Jiang Yu? He had 2 big question marks in his eyes. What? The class was very noisy at this point because there was no need for classes. The sounds of scuffling were especially noticeable. What did I do? Jiang Yu was a bit helpless. Lu Qi reached out and took Ruan Cece's arm. You must not give our Cece a dress because you're being careful, right? Then let her wear it alone for you. The bridge in the novel is all over the place. Jiang Yu and Ruan Shishi, though wearing it for him to look at alone, how that sounded kind of cool. But Jiang Yu really didn't do anything. Putting the book bag people Ruan Cece side. It's nothing to do with him. Is a little cold this morning. A moment I go to change. Lu Qi had a look of I get it. You don't have to explain it for him. Ruan Cece felt that Jiang Yu might be right. That is, Shen Shen and Lu Qi, they seem to have read too many novels. However, wearing it for my brother alone. She turned her head to look at Jiang Yu and realized that Jiang Yu was also looking at her thoughtfully. The 2 made eye contact for a moment, and Jiang Yu was a bit embarrassed. But just as he was about to retract it, Ruan Cece had already turned around, but the face was out of sight. The reddish ears could be seen quite clearly. Jiang Yu laughed a little, as if he could guess what was going on in her head. Soon Mr. Tang came and talked to them mainly about discipline. The flow of their opening ceremony for the games was a little different this time. In past years it's been a walkout and then a race. This time it's them coming out and then going to the auditorium for the show. All day, Yes, all-day show. Until the end of the afternoon. Walk-ins can be excused from coming to night study and residents can be in their dorms. No teacher, we don't have a competition on the first day? Someone asked with a shocked face. No wonder the school sports day can be 5 days. Anyone else's school sports day is 2 or 3 days at most is more than enough. Mr. Tang smiled and said, I'll look at you guys before you did not see the group notice. Only tomorrow to start the competition. Line our class out in the middle. But now you can all change pants skirt. A moment to go down together the class president and the sports committee to organize it, said Mr. Tang, clapping his hands. This is the first time our school has held a school festival. So let's all be in good spirits. Li Yu sighed from the sidelines. Not the first time? We just moved in. Jiang Yu looked at him. What's with the sad face? Don't you think you could sit on your ass for a day watching the show? I'd rather race all day. Li Yu felt it was hard to judge a school sports event that still had a one-day show. A side person Chen Duo was eating buns. His voice slurred, mainly to cooperate with the TV station and those leaders. To shoot it, we are the tool man. By this time the girls had taken their clothes to the bathroom to change. Xin Yang shouted, girls trouble out we boys directly pull the curtains, close the door, here to change. I just took a look, the toilet people thief. I think it's okay. Sisters please go out for a while, don't peek. Who wants to peek at you guys? Ha ha ha, just kidding. The girls are out. Ruan Sisi was dragged along by Lu Qi, who said that she took her place early. In fact, Jiang Yu still had some regrets. After all, he thought he would be the first person to see Ruan Sisi wearing a small dress. No, it's this little dress. Previously at home Gwen Sisi had worn skirts and shorts. It's just very little, and it's usually in her room. The few times Jiang Yu saw it were in her room, but weren't they still together at that time? Jiang Yu was still quite upright at that time. Naturally, I won't look at it more than once. Now that both of their identities were different, Jiang Yu's regret was still inevitable. Jiang Yu's side was getting goosebumps just like everyone else in the class when he took off his pants and put on his shorts straight away. It's really cold. He had just put his school pants away when his phone vibrated a few times. Anyway, surely no one cared about their cell phones at this time. Jiang Yu took them out and looked at them. It's 3 pictures sent by Lu Qi. And one more thing, don't thank me, just buy me a ravioli. Jiang Yu clicked on the picture. It was Ruan Sisi's. The girl was photographed still in profile. The orange jumper is loose and on the long side, and the high ponytail reveals a delicate and pretty side face. Underneath the bodysuit was a black skirt that was meant to be on the shorter side. Again, because of the girl's long legs, the bodysuit was long and covered a large portion of the skirt, making it look even shorter. The exposed legs are long and white, and if you don't look carefully you really can't tell that you're wearing socks. No wonder this thing sells for $168 a piece. It's beautiful and would like to keep it private. Jiang Yu silently tapped save. The remaining 2 are also from Gwen Sisi, and the front face. The girl's face looked at the camera with a cold expression, presumably not noticing that a picture was being taken, and her expression wasn't even managed very well. The third one's expression lost its coldness, and her small mouth opened slightly, as if she was a little surprised. Jiang Yu smiled and saved them all, gave Lu Qi a sentence back. Wonton is not enough, add another milk tea. The little rose at the top of the page was the one that sent the message at this time. Did you see the picture? Like it? You're the first boy to see it. Chapter 202. Jiang Yu understood. So it is aimed at Lu Qi to Jiang Yu smiled when he saw this message, and the small regret inside him before seemed to have been made up for. Gwen Sisi always understood him well. Jiang Yu sends over, like, my pleasure. So you guys aren't in the bathroom, right? Did that background just look more like an office? Ruan Sisi and Lu Qi had just come out of the office at this time. Mr. Tang and their math teacher were waiting outside. He smiled when he saw them come out. Go back when you're done changing. Gather together to go out later. Ruan Sisi and Lu Qi both said, thank you, teacher. Mr. Tang was Suin's former college senior and a close friend. The parents must have told the teacher the reason why Ruan Sisi didn't participate in the military training before. Mr. Tang probably knew something about Ruan Sisi's family, plus she often wears ice sleeves. I went to ask Suin later and learned that the little girl probably had low self-esteem. That's why just now he told Ruan Sisi and Lu Qi to come over here to change their clothes. That way you won't be seen with scars on your body. In fact, he is a male teacher. A lot of things are not convenient, Bar said. Afraid they mind, but also called the math teacher together outside waiting. The math teacher is a woman, surnamed Lu, very gentle. At this time, Teacher Lu looked at the backs of the 2 girls and said with a smile, Old Tang, this class uniform of your class is quite nice. Don smiled and said, I think so. How youthful and vibrant it is. These kids don't appreciate it. On the way back, Lu Qi said curiously, why did Ms. Tang tell us to come to the office to change? Otherwise we'd probably have to wait a long time. The restroom doors were just closed, so I guess it's a big mess in there. Ruan Cece had always been smart and more or less guessed a little. I guess it's because Mr. Tang knows that I have a lot of scars on my body. Which is true. I just saw that your legs are obviously very pretty, he finished with a hefty laugh. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm afraid you'll beat me up, I'd love to touch one. After saying that, he looked at Ruan Cece blearily, hoping that she would say something like feel free to touch. Then it was returned by Ruan Cece's expressionless stare. I didn't even ask for my permission to shoot me just now. Oops, this is not sent to brother you. Trapped a meal of wontons in milk tea. We won half. How good looking ah. Lucci still understands very well. This brother you definitely wants to be the first to see. Don't you also want brother you to be the first to see? Ruan Cece was silent. Wearing a skirt always felt like she couldn't walk well. Their clothes were already bright. Ruan Cece cold white skin. Wearing is really the whole person looks good like glowing. Quite a few of his classmates' eyes were drawn to the bright color as they walked through the hallways. Ruan Cece was even more unnatural. Even though she wore the bare leg artifacts, she still felt her legs were cold and psychological. Lucci was satisfied with the effect, and knew that Cece looked good in it. There's a lot of people watching, but not many people coming up to talk to them. The little girl can still bluff when she doesn't have much expression on her little face. Jiang Yu and the other boys in the class were standing outside the corridor at the moment. Inside, locking the door and changing clothes, was a girl from their class. The restroom was so crowded. They came back. Qian Duo was looking around when he suddenly let out a wow. Brother you? Ah, TSK. Jiang Yu was playing with his cell phone with his head down. What? Li Yu next to Jiang Yu followed Qian Duo's gaze over, then also let out a wow. Brother you? Someone wants to be your brother-in-law. Jiang Yu finally looked up at Li Yu this time. Li Fable gestured for him to look at the corridor over there. Jiang Yu turned his head and saw Ruan Cece and Lucci in sweats being stopped by a boy. The man was quite tall and had his back to them, so he couldn't see his face clearly. It was Li Yu who recognized. From the basketball team, Zhou Chao from class 11. Chandler oohed and awed. This kid plays basketball hard. Jiang Yu sked, and a lot of guts. So many people, just go up? Though it was so said. This kid even blocked himself from looking at Ruan Cece now. Now you can only see a side face like this. You can't even read the expression. But hasn't it been a bit long this time? Normally, Ruan Cece was quick to reject people. Jiang Yu couldn't help but frown. Qian Duo and Li Yu both looked at him curiously. You're not going up? Don't you want to watch out? Someone wants to be your brother-in-law now? Jiang Yu originally did not want to go over there. After all, in the handling of these things, Ruan Cece is very dry and sharp, and will not give him the opportunity to appear at all. But that's a bit long for today. So Jiang Yu stood up a little bit straighter. I'll go take a look. Our family doesn't allow early love, but let's raise child brides. Shander and Li Yu, you don't have to say that unnecessarily. The fact that it took so long this time really isn't the fault of Nguyen Cece. People just don't come at her. At this moment, Lucci looked embarrassed. Nobody, then you're looking for the wrong person, right? Zhou Chao was very tall, and at this time, there was a somewhat shy smile on his face. How to look at it was a little out of place. Anyway, Nguyen Cece took one look at it and stopped. Lucci took a small step backward beside him. Zhou Chao glanced at Ruan Cece's face even more red, but still quickly turned his head to look at Lucci. I did not do the wrong person. Lucci can give a contact? Lucci toes buckle the ground. Not buddy, this is the corridor ah. What's he up to now with all these people? Mainly Lucci, the aesthetic. Let's just say she had a crush on Jiang Yu before. Jiang Yu is the gentle type. This guy is really not her type. No, it's better to forget about it, classmates. Let's go first. After Lucci finished speaking, he pulled Ruan Cece and tried to leave. In fact, it's usually called a rejection, and no better than to let them pass. But this guy, what's going on? And asked with a sad face. Just make a friend. Lucci, thank you. I'm not short of friends. He said he'd go first, but the other guy just wouldn't let him. Ruan Cece's eyes got a little impatient. Please move over. I don't know why. Ruan Cece just hadn't been talking. Zhou Chao also ignored her. At this time heard her suddenly open her mouth, froze for a moment. Looked at Ruan Cece. She's so pretty, but girls who are too pretty look unreal. Zhou Chao was still about to say something when a voice with a smile rang out. Let's go Ruan Shaoxi. Lucci. Ruan Cece looked over to Jiang Yu, the man who walked over to Lucci, and Lucci's eyes lit up. Go, 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 go. Zhou Chao watched as Jiang Yu walked past him and stood in front of the two girls before turning his head to look at him. Classmate, make way. Our class is about to gather. Zhou Chao naturally knows Jiang Yu, and anyone who knows Ruan Cece basically knows Jiang Yu, right? And a bunch of them hang out together all the time. He's seen them all a couple times. No, I just want to add a contact. I don't mean anything else. Zhou Chao looked at Lucci. I won't bother you. Jiang Yu understands, so it's for Lu Qi? No wonder. If Ruan Cece would have solved it long ago. Chapter 203, it's pretty, but not as good as Ruan Xiaoxi. Now a few people would have been standing in the hallway. Although Lu Qi's usual character is not considered to be twisted, but at this time was stopped by people who did not comply. And there are so many onlookers. In the end, it is a young girl, shy and angry. Eyes to see the eyes are going to be red. Zhou Chao is estimated to be deliberately so. The little girl thin skin in order to quickly go will also give. He glanced at Jiang Yu and then at Ruan Cece, who was already frowning, and said seriously, I think it's between Lu Qi and I. What do I have to do with you? I've said I won't give it. Why are you like this? Lu Qi's voice was a little louder. With shaking, Qi Han, who had just come out with his jacket on, happened to hear it and came over with a sigh. The subsequent Lu Ji followed. What's going on? Zhou Chao? Lu Ji was originally a gym student and knew Zhou Chao. At this point he reached out and pulled him. You messed with my cousin? He and Lu Qi were originally related, and it was appropriate to barely say that they were cousins. Jiang Yu reached out and pulled Ruan Cece's wrist. You guys go back first. Ruan Cece pulled Lu Qi past Jiang Yu. Zhou Chao was obviously still trying to stop when three boys stepped in front of him. How this image looks like it's going to be a conflict. The boys from Zhou Chao's class also ran over when they saw it. What are you doing? Bullying someone from our class? It still seems to be quite impulsive at this age. Jiang Yu also didn't react to why things had turned out this way. After the boys from Zhou Chao's class came over, Chen Duo and Li Yu also ran over for fear that they would suffer. The two gangs then cursed. It was the teacher who finally came. Although there was no conflict, he was still criticized. Teacher Tang was still standing on the podium saying, at your age you're just impulsive. You can fight over the slightest thing. Lu Qi turned his head and said seriously to them, I'm sorry for dragging you guys down. It wasn't just Jiang Yu. It was the few boys who ran past at the back of their class who were all criticized together. Li Yu waved his hand. It's fine. Jiang Yu yawned. It's fine. It's not a big deal. Zhou Dynasty this behavior bar. You say there is something, right? There doesn't seem to be anything. But it does seem a bit disgusting when the girls aren't attracted to him. Also deliberately picked in the corridor such a crowded place. A lot of girls if they are afraid or thinking of a quick end. Do not let so many people have been looking at the estimate will be directly to the contact information to him. This kid's a veteran. Ruan Cece reached out and pulled Lu Qi. Her brow still furrowed in obvious unhappiness. Jiang Yu has helped the opposite sex out. Gee, not happy, just not happy. This side of Mr. Tang has told them to move chairs down. A moment is the opening ceremony. After the opening ceremony it was time to line up for the show in the auditorium. Jiang Yu stood up and waited for Ruan Cece to stand up then naturally helped her lift the chair. The other boys in the class would help the girls who were more connected carry chairs. Some of them are also girls who ask nicely for help to carry them, and are usually not refused. Ruan Cece felt it was inconvenient to carry two chairs down the stairs and reached out to take them back. I'll do it myself. It's inconvenient to go down the stairs. Jiang Yu just frowned, and she added, go down and get it for me, okay? Jiang Yu glanced at her. Not too heavy? The little girls in the class are looking for someone to help them move their chairs. Ruan Cece shook her head. It's not heavy. I'm not that weak. With that, he turned around and walked away with Lu Qi. Lu Qi originally asked Li Yu to help her move, but when she saw Ruan Cece moving by herself, she also joined Ruan Cece as a companion. You can move it yourself. Jiang Yu looked at the backs of the two little sisters and smiled helplessly. Followed. Just 2 steps away, a person came next to her. Dai Kasi looked up at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, can you help me move the chair? I'm not strong enough. Since the last time they were told by Jiang Yu not to call him Brother Yu, the two basically didn't talk much. At this moment she suddenly appeared. Jiang Yu froze for a moment and looked at the girl who was staring up at him. It's possible to move, but there's a problem. His little girl will definitely be jealous. Just when Jiang Yu didn't know what to say to refuse so as not to embarrass anyone, Li Yu had already picked up Dai Kasi's chair with one hand. Go! Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, someone helped you. Then he turned himself around and walked away. Dykes. She watched as Li Yu moved 4 chairs by himself. Sighing, he walked over. I'll do it myself. Help you carry 2? Li Fable? You're pretty strong. The crowd went downstairs noisily. Also met students from other classes. Qi Han and Lu Ji followed behind Jiang Yu. Brother Yu, you're not going to help us CC move the chairs? I've just seen boys from other classes offering their services. Jiang Yu gave an quite interested question. What did Ruan Xiaoxi say? Ha, CC returned. I don't have a disability in my hand. Ha, Lu Ji laughed loudly. That guy's face froze. Ha. Jiang Yu smiled back. Okay, very Ruan Cece. I told you, this is Ruan Cece's style of rejecting people. A killer sentence. The one in the hallway earlier was not Ruan Cece's style, even if you think about it seriously. When they reached the first floor they saw Ruan Cece and Lu Qi waiting for them. Next to her was Zhou Xianxian, who was wearing a hanbok. Zhou Xianxian presumably got her hair and makeup done for the hanbok. As I said before, Zhou Xianxian was very good looking, or else she wouldn't have made Liu miss her so much. At this point, she's wearing makeup and a hanbok, and with her hair and makeup fitting, she looks really quite nice. It's a completely different feeling than usual. The three boys froze for a moment, but Jiang Yu was quickly thinking, well, Ruan Xiaoxi's Chinese dress should look good too, right? Shihan and Lu Ji were instead stunned. Brother Xian, absolutely beautiful. Shihan even walked straight over and circled around twice. You're not Brother Xian today, it's Sister Xian. Zhou Xianxian hard let them boast embarrassed. You guys be normal. I'm scared when you guys are like this. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, walked over to Ruan Cece and said slowly, it does look good, but it's still almost as good as our Ruan Xiaoxi. Ruan Cece actually thought that Zhou Xianxian looked good like this, but she was unhappy again when she saw Jiang Yu looking at her. At this moment, hearing Jiang Yu's words finally revealed a little smile. A few others raised their thumbs. Reasonable. How is a lover's eye not considered reasonable? Zhou Xianxian spun around in front of them and said proudly, just want to show you guys, I'm happy to hear the compliments. I'm leaving our class are far away. Go ahead. Lu Qi sked. I'm a green leaf for you two flowers. Zhou Xianxian touched her face. Bow. You're beautiful too. No, I'm really leaving. Let's have dinner together tonight, said the ancient wind beauty and left in a flurry of wind, without any image at all. Shi Han sighed. Look, it's still Xian. Chapter 204, we don't race, we just grab the camera. Lu Qi snorted and laughed. You almost got it. Be careful, Xian beat you up again. A few people laughed and chatted for a while before continuing onto the playground. They both had classes right next door to each other, so they were on the same path. Jiang Yu helped Ruan Cece hold the chair. Lu Ji helped Lu Qi carry it, and the two girls followed beside them arm in arm. Lu Qi asked curiously, how come no one asked you guys to help move the chairs? Lu Ji directly laughed. How no 3 or 4 girls looking for us Han brother it. This kid said he is not an octopus. Help anyone is not good, and then ran away. Ha 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 ha. Lu Qi scoffed mercilessly. Or else you're the widowed king at Han. Chi Han Junior High School. When he grew tall, there are a few handsome. A lot of little girls will give him a love letter kind of, but this kid is greasy. At this time Chi Han was also, TCH, what about me? It's not appropriate to help anyone? Brother Yu also has a girl to find, right? Jiang Yu hurriedly let out a sigh. Then I didn't. Don't I want to help Ruan Cece? Ruan Cece, who was staring at Jiang Yu because of Chi Han's words, withdrew her gaze in satisfaction and reached out for the 2 chairs. I'll get them for you. Jiang Yu sked. Small arms and legs. Calm down. Ruan Cece muttered defiantly. I have the strength. The other 3. Eek yak. Chi Han always wanted to be. Cece's little arms and legs can break my legs. After all, they had all seen Gwen Cece go to sparring classes. Zihan also has a special brick smashing experience, so the words are sincere. Ruan Cece, however, seriously asked back, why did I break your legs? Chi Han, blame me for being as a kid. I didn't understand it before, but now I realize that pushing someone down on the side of the road is a dangerous thing to do, but it's no more dangerous than Ruan Cece hitting him with a brick. Woohoo! But Chi Han admitted his mistake with a good attitude. I'm sorry, I was wrong, and I apologize for my 8-year-old reckless self. Jiang Yu said with amusement. Okay, here we are. No more fooling around. They arrived late, and the teacher didn't ask how to sit, as long as they were in 4 rows. Jiang Yu was side by side with Ruan Shishi, and on the other side of Ruan Shishi was Lu Qi. Chandler sat in front of Jiang Yu. The sound of announcements and music came from the stadium. Good morning, everyone. On this day of golden fall and fragrant laurel, we welcome. Basically all the classes have shown up, and they're in a good spot overlooking the stage. It's just a little far away. Jiang Yu felt that the hostess's voice was quite familiar. Instead, Xian Duo, who was sitting in the front, turned his head and said, Brother Yu, the host is Sister Qiao Hei. Jiang Yu said so. No wonder he's so familiar. He chuckled and said, no wonder it sounds familiar. Ruan Cece was right next to him, so naturally he heard it. She pulled out a milk candy from her pocket and pulled Jiang Yu's hand into his palm. Jiang Yu glanced at the milk candy in his hand and looked at her with a slightly raised eyebrow. What's the matter? Isn't this what he just gave her this morning? You've come back full circle? Gwen Cece said. Help me rip it. I didn't give it to you. Rip it open for me. Jiang Yu smiled and helped her tear open the package of milk candy. The host has finally switched to a male host. Xian Duo didn't notice the interaction between the two, but remembered another thing. Right, Brother Yu, did you see Sister Qiao's friend circle last night? The drawing of your sketch, it's really good. Jiang Yu was stuffing the milk candy into Ruan Cece's mouth, cupping her little face in his hand. when he heard Chen Duoduo's words and didn't pay attention. The students in the studio often draw sketches of each other. Jiang Yu did not think much about it. He's drawn Chandos before, because Mr. She said that he's really good at drawing Ron Cece, but he can't just draw one person, right? So Jiang Yu drew Chandos. Jiang Yu thought it was nothing, but Ron Cece peeled off Jiang Yu's hand that was pinching her little face and asked Chen Duoduo, "What sketch?" Chen Duoduo turned his head when he heard her voice. "Kinda happy. You're interested too. Let me show you. It's really pretty." He retrieved the circle of friends from his phone and handed it to Ruan Cece. The boy on the sketch had gentle features and soft eyes when he looked over. Sketching, in fact, mainly draw the face and expression of these details of the things, behind the simple outline of some background. But Ruan Cece still recognized it. It should be the downstairs of their drawing room. This outfit is what Jiang Yu wore last 2 weeks. Jiang Yu also looked at it and said seriously, "It's really well drawn. It's very detailed." Chen Duoduo even said prettily, "Right, I feel like a mess. She should praise her on Saturday. She's considered the best in our studio when it comes to sketching." Two boys were discussing the painting that. No one sees a problem with that. Only Ruan Cece felt a fire burning in her heart. This painting, does it mean he was with Zhou Qiao when he wasn't with Jiang Yu? The bright smiles of the boys on the sketches seemed to go out the window. Chen Duoduo chatted, still thinking about his cell phone. "Are you done reading? Can I have my cell phone?" Jiang Yu glanced at Ruan Cece, but saw her hand her cell phone to Chen Duoduo with her eyes downcast. "What's wrong? Don't hold the candy. Cavities." Jiang Yu reached out and pinched her chin. The girl's pink mouth gently opened with a boop at his movement. You can see the pure white creamy candy and a little pink tongue inside, matching the girls' expressions as they looked at him with innocence on their faces. Obviously not doing anything, Jiang Yu coughed lightly and quickly withdrew his hand to cover her face. "Hurry up and eat. Chandler, that look just now. Draw it in a comic. Love it. More interaction. Next time, I'll ask you if I can change my seat. I want to be at the same table with you, so I'm not worried about having candy to knock." It will soon be time for the entry session. The entry is really just a sign lifter walking them around, but their class obviously had the conspicuous bag and a banner. The one holding up the sign was Ruan Cece, and the ones pulling the banners were Jiang Yu and Chen Duoduo. It was Xue Qingqing who chose it, saying that the facade of their class had to be at the top. Even the seniors participated in the games this time. There are a lot of people who know Nguyen Cece. She is pretty and has good grades. The cheers were noticeably louder when their class came out. Of course it could be because of the banner Jiang Yu and the others were pulling. The bright red banner reads, "Together in the games, the other classes wash up and sleep. We don't compete, we just steal the show." They finished their walk around the field with cheers and laughter. Jiang Yu wasn't really a teenage boy, and honestly he felt a bit ashamed. But Chandler and the others thought it was pretty funny. Guess that's the difference between age and mindset. Chapter 205 Boyfriend. Do you want to try the milk candy sweet today? After coming back around the field, Shihan from next door shouted, "Didn't brother you say he was a good brother? This is also hiding from me." Jiang Yu covered her face. "It's mostly embarrassing. Ha 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 ha. No shame. Good looking. Can Ruan Cece leave a contact?" In the chaos someone came muddling in. Jiang Yu hadn't had a chance to look for someone yet. Teacher Tang then smiled and said, "Well, you guys aren't cold. Go change your pants." JY, it's so embarrassing. It's really not too cold. Everyone else in the class went back to change their pants. Though, otherwise you have to have old cold legs. Ruan Cece pulled the hem of Jiang Yu's coat. The two were about to leave when Ms. Tang seemed to suddenly remember Ruan Cece. Cece might have a teacher in her office right now. Go over to the school nurse's office and borrow some space. The school nurse's sister should be there. Nguyen Cece nodded. "Okay, thank you teacher." Mr. Tang is rather considerate. Jiang Yu was dragged back to the classroom by Ruan Cece, and his footsteps were quite hurried. "What's the rush?" Jiang Yu was a little amused. Ruan Cece looked down at his exposed half leg. "You're not afraid of old cold legs?" The other boys were in a hurry to get changed. Jiang Yu is still teasing her. "Not afraid. Old cold legs. Old me in a wheelchair. You serve me." Hearing him talk about them being old and still together, the corners of Ruan Cece's mouth hooked up a little, "and then push you to the square so you can watch me dance with some other little old man." "Ha, Jiang Yu AI. Reach out a hook. Directly hook the neck to hook people back." Ruan Cece fell gently into his arms, smelling the same laundry detergent as she did. She narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. Jiang Yu gritted her teeth a little and said, "Why are you so eloquent now? You've really learned from them. Still want to dance with the little old man." Right now basically everyone was over at the opening of the school sports day, so they were basically walking around without seeing anyone. The two were in a position that was not considered innocent, especially after Jiang Yu hooked Ruan Shi. She said such a sentence Ruan Shi's face turned red, but she remembers that this is a school and reaches out to push the person away. running forward 2 steps to see Jiang Yu still walking slowly. Turning his head again, he ran back, reaching behind him and pushing at his back. "You hurry up." The sunlight fell on the girl's slightly drooping eyelashes, the upturned corners of her mouth and the slightly red face. "It's beautiful and youthful." The boy who was being pushed forward mouthed know it all, but stayed so slow. It was as if he was simply enjoying the service of the girls pushing him forward. Jiang Yu went back to change clothes quickly. After all, there are not many people now. The toilets are empty. Jiang Yu changed back into his school uniform and saw Ruan Sisi waiting at the door. He saw him come out before saying, "Walk me to the school nurse's office to change?" In fact, Jiang Yu thought it was strange that there weren't many people now, and the women's restrooms were all cubicles, right? But looking at Ruan Sisi looking at him with an expectant face, Jiang Yu still nodded. "Okay, let's go." Lu Qi and the others didn't know where they had run off to. The school nurse's office is in not too far from the playing field, but no one was there when Jiang Yu and the others arrived. Jiang Yu glanced at the time. "You go in and change. I'll stand guard for you at the door?" Wen Sisi nodded and quickly went inside. Jiang Yu stood in the doorway and waited in passing to return the message. Lu Qi asked where he and Ruan Sisi had gone. They were going to the auditorium in a while. Jiang Yu returned a sentence. "In the school doctor's office this side of the change of clothes," told Lu Qi a moment to help them save 2 places. Lu Qi returned an okay emoticon. Jiang Yu was about to retrieve his cell phone when Ruan Sisi's voice came from behind him in the school nurse's room. "Jiang Yu." The voice didn't sound right in any way. Jiang Yu frowned and turned around, directly unscrewed and came in. And then the sight of the girl with her back to him wearing nothing but a tank top. "What?" Jiang Yu's voice stuck. The girl was so skinny that you could see the bones in her body in her tank top, but she was also very white, revealing white, translucent skin. You can still see some scars that haven't recovered well, so I guess the surgery hasn't fully recovered yet. But that doesn't take away from the fact that the girls are pretty. She turned her head at the sound with a startled look on her face. Her pretty face was at a loss for words. "Jiang Yu, be polite. You should have averted your eyes." "But, right, it's one thing to know it very well in your heart, and it's also one thing to just look at it and not move." Luckily Ruan Sisi had already put on her clothes. The bottom half of the skirt was not yet changed. "You." Jiang Yu averted his gaze, his ears a little red. "You, what are you calling me for? Did I scream?" Ruan Sisi's voice stuttered a bit as well. "I don't know why, obviously she did it on purpose, but in the end, seeing such Jiang Yu herself seemed to be a bit of a wimp. I just wanted to ask if the school nurse was back yet." The air froze between the two. The school nurse's office wasn't big to begin with. A desk for consultations and 2 single beds, and then no more. Jiang Yu's brain at this time with the PPT like playing. Just the girl's white back and panic-side face turns to appear. How can I put this feeling? It's not quite the same as if you were watching a movie. Favorite girl, school uniform, white back, little skirt underneath. In fact, nothing is revealed. But a few years old this kind of hidden feeling is. Hooked. Jiang Yu closed her eyes fiercely and took a deep breath, lamenting that her throat was a bit dry. I'll go out and wait for you. You change your skirt quickly." He said he was going to turn around and walk away, but the hand was held by a slightly cooler hand. Jiang Yu looked down at the hand and then back up at the owner of the hand. Wen Sisi met his gaze and blinked slowly moving a little closer to Jiang Yu. He reached out and wrapped his arms around his waist. Jiang Yu's body was a little stiff. The girl's body smelled good, very similar to his, but with an extra sweet and tasty flavor of milk candy. It reminded him of the milky candy and pink little tongue he'd seen when he'd pinched her chin earlier. Jiang Yu's throat knots moved up and down, feeling some of his throat become dry. Ruan Sisi couldn't say what she wanted to do, but she thought of that sketch in Zhou Chao's friend circle just now, and the way Jiang Yu smiled and said the drawing was good. She just felt like she needed to do something about it, or she felt like she had an anger inside her that she couldn't get out. So at this moment, Ruan Sisi tilted up her milky little face and asked Jiang Yu seriously, "Boyfriend, do you want to try today's milk candy sweet?" Jiang Yu's gaze fell on her lips, just rushed in. The door was not locked. A light filtered in through the open doorway. It just landed on those pink lips. The school nurse's office was obviously not a good place for a change, but those pink lips were right in front of his face. Jiang Yu felt like he was breathing a little less well. He heard himself sweet? Chapter 206, always thinking that these should belong to Ruan Sisi. This said rhetorical question is more like a murmur. With the words, Jiang Yu's breath became entangled with Ruan Sisi's. The next second their lips were going to touch, but there were footsteps and voices outside the door. Is the school nurse really there? The girl's voice didn't sound good. The other girl's voice was tinged with uncertainty. I think it's there. The school nurse's office can't be without the school nurse, can it? They pushed open the door to see a man and a woman standing there, the girl packing a bright set of sweats. Hey, the school nurse isn't here? Jiang Yu? Ruan Sisi? The girl who asked was John Yu talking about her junior year classmates. Seeing the two of them at this moment, he asked curiously, "You guys came to see the school nurse too?" John Yu nodded with some confused thoughts. "We've been here for a while. The school nurse isn't here." Just heard the voice. John Yu naturally did not continue to kiss the flavor of milk candy or not tasted. This is the school nurse's office, after all. However, Ruan Cece moved quickly and directly swished off her skirt. That movement was really fast. John Yu didn't even have time to stop it, and his gaze didn't know where to fall. On the contrary, she also laughed and flirted while putting on her pants. "Don't worry, brother. I'm still wearing pants underneath. After all, that bare-legged godsend is actually pants. It's still conjoined and can't be exposed a bit." John Yu's face was still red now, finally reacting to the fact that she should have done it on purpose. That girl saw that Jiang Yu's face was red, and thought it was because he wasn't feeling well, and Ruan Shishi accompanied him, and heard that the school nurse wasn't there, and that her own companion did seem to be having a hard time. It's a physiological period. Intended to leave first, before leaving also told them, "Jiang Yu, if you're not feeling well you might as well take a leave of absence, is better than waiting here for the school nurse. Your face is very red." With that said, he hurriedly helped his little friend away. The whole time Ruan Cece didn't say much. Initially she had folded her own clothes, a neat school uniform, holding the clothes close to Jiang Yu's side, looked at his red face several times and said slowly, "She really cares about you, brother." Jiang Yu glared at her. "You still notice whether people care about me or not? Don't you know in your heart why my face is so red?" There was accusation in his voice. The person who favored the accused looked at Jiang Yu with a pair of big innocent eyes blinking. "Brother, we're going to the auditorium." Jiang Yu, it's like a set of dragon slaps to the air, but indeed it would be inappropriate for them not to go back. The two of them went back to the class first and put away Ruan Cece's clothes. Surprisingly, there are still people in the class who are standing and writing papers too. It's really curly. I don't know if there were any in other people's classes, but there were always a few in Jiang Yu's class when she was growing up anyway. It seems like all the time is catching up on writing papers. In gym class, at recess, after school at noon, they seem to grow right into their place. Definitely won't leave unless it's necessary. But now the chairs are in the stadium, so they can still stand and write, right? Born to learn about the Eucharist. But Jiang Yu remembers that this guy's grades seem to be just a little bit better than his own. Soon the two men were dropping off their things and walking away. Mr. Dawn has already pushed the group. When they arrived they quickly found their class by following the sign on the side. The location is at the back of the room. A big auditorium with thousands of people, and it's really quite noisy. The hosts are still Zhou Qiao and the sophomore senior who was just there. The show is about to begin. Lu Qi was still complaining after waiting for them to sit down. "Do we really have to watch it for a day?" Still short on words, Nguyen Cece shook her head and pulled a random note out of her pocket. Jiang Yu on the sidelines. The schoolboy rolls like this too? Xian Duo next to Jiang Yu. No, Cece is also too desperate, right? The grades were already good, but can you look in with all this noise? Jiang Yu let out a laugh. It's not bad. He pulled a pair of headphones out of his own pocket and pressed a few buttons on his cell phone. One was shoved into Ruan Cece's ear and one into his own. The boy's long, beautiful hand gently ruffled the girl's hair, and the white headphones were gently placed next to her ear. The girl looked at him sideways, first surprised, then smiling. It wasn't a song or anything like that coming from the headphones. It's the English listening that Ruan Cece heard half of last time and didn't finish. She happened to have the accompanying note in her hand. Jiang Yu let out a breath and leaned back in his chair to close his eyes. The moderator's voice can come through occasionally, but he didn't pay attention to what the other party was listening to. Instead, Chandler's line about being awesome was particularly obvious, and his own fingers hanging at his side that had just touched her soft earlobe were now softly squeezing his fingertips playfully. Jiang Yu didn't even open his eyes, naturally holding her hand, his fingers clasped. Anyway, listening to the hearing, it doesn't seem like you need two hands very much. The owner of that hand didn't struggle, letting him clasp it and gently rub it against the spot where his knuckles had been injured earlier. It's not quite the same touch there. There were so many people, sitting close together. They were two inconspicuous ones in such a raging crowd. Leaning close and holding hands, no one seemed to care enough to notice. Nguyen Shishi listened to the familiar hearing. None of the random notes were open. In fact, she remembered them all, but re-listening to it together seems to make it feel different again, probably because of listening to it with him. She looked towards the distant stage. Zhou Qiao's voice was quite nice, but the person beside her seemed to have fallen asleep holding her hand. So much for the first day of school athletics. Jiang Yu sleeps too much during the day. He couldn't help it, although the quality of sleep wasn't as good now as it had been before, but probably because Ruan Cece was around. He slept really well. This led to a rare night of insomnia for him. I've even done 2 sets of papers already and I'm still not sleepy. Finally he turned on his computer and drew a diagram. A picture of a milkshake that is medium and looks great after coloring. I guess the girls will like it when they see it, he thought. He finessed a little detail next to the milkshake, finally hesitated for a second between hanging it up for sale or putting it away in a folder. The folder is sort of his gallery. There are a lot of small scattered pictures in there, and the larger pictures are also smaller, mostly drawn while thinking of Nguyen CC. These Jangyu are generally less likely to be put up for sale, always thinking that these should just belong to Ruan CC. In the end, John Yu decided that it would be better to get some sleep. After all, he would be needed for the 1,000 meters and the high jump tomorrow morning. Yes, it's all singles in the front, and then it's teams in the back. Like the relay was on day 3 and the basketball game was on day 4. Day 5s were some fun projects. One of the swim meets was actually there, but it didn't seem like many people signed up for it. Shihan and the guys are still talking about checking it out tomorrow afternoon. Chapter 207, this is the script for Licking Dog Cannon Fodder. The next morning Jiang Yu and the others went out at the same time as usual. Jiang Yu seems to be in average spirits. After all, he lost sleep last night. Nguyen CC noticed. Why don't I give you a ride? Jiang Yu is taking the car out, is yawning it, heard her close her mouth, looked at her, this small arms and legs, you even, said getting in the car to her, come on up. Seeing him so insistent, Ruan CC didn't force him to do so and got into his back seat. Didn't sleep well last night? Too much sleep? She really knew him, though. Jiang Yu hummed, his voice still lazy. Then he heard the person sitting behind him also lazily say, and I left a milkshake waiting for you all this time. Jiang Yu, but don't milk the candy. I had a hard time falling asleep last night and had a dream. In the dream I kept chasing after the big milk candy, wanting to lick it. That image, really, chased all night, and woke Jiang Yu to realize that it was as if he had really run all night, tired him out. So at this moment Jiang Yu sighed. Good boy, recently brother doesn't want to eat milk candy. This milk candy is not to be eaten. Nguyen CC so quietly from the back of the car. Jiang Yu also heard her at the back not knowing what she was doing. It felt like she was unwrapping some kind of bag. There was just a red light in front of him and he turned his head and said, no candy all morning. Before the words were finished, white fingertips pinched a pale yellow candy with lemon flavor disliked to his lips. The candy smelled so sweet and sour that it seemed like you could tell what it would taste like even before you ate it. Jiang Yu blinked as Ruan CC pushed the candy toward his lips. Here, looking at the girl's big bright eyes, Jiang Yu still opened his mouth. Lemon candy, a little sour, but the flavor was really refreshing and made his otherwise sleepy mood seem to dissipate. Seeing Jiang Yu eat the candy he gave, Ruan CC's smile brightened quite a bit. I have many other flavors. Jiang Yu felt that he might be impure. It always feels like she's saying, I'll kiss whatever flavor you want. Well, kisses of all flavors don't seem to be out of the question. Jiang Yu and Ruan CC's intimate gestures after the two of them got together weren't really that much. Jiang Yu's own heart does occasionally have some thoughts, but he was also well aware that they were still young, and that he shouldn't be influencing Ruan CC to spend more of his mind on him. So they are intimate, but also restrained. At this time Jiang Yu, who felt that he had been ruffled early in the morning, Skedden felt that he could think about what candy to eat tonight. Although he thought so, it was obvious that he couldn't have any emotions on the main road. One can only cackle and bite the candy. Then tell Ruan CC, really eat less candy. Then pedaled his bike across the street. It's also just the reason for Ruan CC's physique. In her last life, Jiang Yu just loved sweets and candy, and had a bad figure and poor skin. But none of this shows up at all in Nguyen CC. Let's just say that born to be beautiful seems to be true. When they arrived at school they put their bags away and went to meet over at the playground. Shenyang Liu and Mr. Tang are here. 1,000 meters for Jiang Yu this morning and high jump this afternoon. Shenyang was still a little worried. No brother you won't be able to bounce around in the afternoon after running 1,000 meters, right? Who arranged the order of play here? Jiang Yu let out an "oh." Didn't they say it's all about participation? What if I can't jump? Li Yu sighed. Having participated in all of them, it's definitely better to get a ranking. Jiang Yu let out a sigh and tapped Ruan CC, who was reading on the side. Tell them, can your brother jump? Ruan CC was originally looking at the words, and was so gently tapped that she forgot about it. Somewhat gamely and chagrined, he looked up at him. Can. You can jump up and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. The impatience in his tone wouldn't be annoying, but rather like a petulant complaint. It was one of the few times Ruan CC was vivid, after all. More often than not she looked like a robot. So both Shenyang and Li Yu froze, and their heartbeats bounced indisputably more than twice. Jiang Yu was so sad also not angry. Muttered, temper really big. A moment the sun came out not allowed to see. See bad eyes. Aha, so you don't bother me and read 2 more pages. Ruan CC's tone was perfunctory. Jiang Yu sked, then really didn't quarrel with her. Just glancing at the two who suddenly didn't say anything. Seeing that the two were staring at Ruan CC, she reached out and waved her hand in front of them. What's going on? Shin Yang was already familiar with him, and at this time, with a serious face, he said, "Brother Yu, for the first time in so many years, I've developed the idea of wanting to be your brother-in-law." Jiang Yu reached out and was about to whip him. "You want to get beaten up? Be direct. I'm very sharp." On the sidelines, Li Fable laughed. Being so close, Ruan Cece naturally heard it and looked up at them. Her light brown eyeballs looked like transparent pearls in the sunlight. Very pretty. It was the expression, I guess, or nothing, as if the vivid one she had just been was just an illusion. Xin Yang was begging for mercy. "No, you, I'm just saying, it's really pretty." Jiang Yu rolled her eyes. "I want you to say it." One by one, many students have arrived. Shui Qingqing and a few of their female class members had also bought quite a few snacks and water and were taking turns handing them out. "It's all coming out of the class fees." Dax put a bottle of chocolate milk by Jiang Yu's hand. Jiang Yu didn't even notice and opened it directly, then handed it to Ruan Cece. "Chocolate. You like it." Behind Daxus, Dian Xian tries to say something, but Daxus pulls him back, finally pulled the man away. Dian Xian looked at Dai Kasi and asked, "Why don't you say ah? That milk was brought by you specifically for Jiang Yu. He just gave it to someone else ah? You bought it with your own money. It's his if he gives it to him, and he can give it to whoever he likes." Daikos pulled her in and whispered, "Cut the crap. It's better to give it to Ruan Cece than to Lu Qi." Daikos soothed himself. Dian Shan looked at her best friend and felt that she was a bit indisputable. "You're just going to keep saying nothing and giving in silence. Ha, this is the script for licking dog cannon fodder." Daikos blushed at her comment. "I'm not. I know people aren't interested in me. I can't." It couldn't be cheeky and forced, could it? She couldn't do such a thing. Dian Xian was a bit speechless at the side. "Then someone else likes it. You think it's a cabbage swap?" The young girl's mind drifted away with the wind, and in the distance the boy was staring at a girl drinking chocolate milk. Nothing about it. Youth is a cloud floating in the air, looking at the entity, but you reach out to grab, but cannot grab anything. The teenage heart is also physical, and it will always leave a mark on your heart that endures long after time has faded. Chapter 208, Ruan Xiaoxi, go for it. Brother loves you. Ruan Cece was drinking chocolate milk when Lu Qi came over and even looked a few times. "Hey, Cece, this brand of chocolate milk is very tasty, hey, but it seems like it's not sold near the school." Jian Yuem gave a sound, glancing at his own hand and then looking at the others. It seemed like he was really the only one who had milk. Everyone else's is mineral water. Ruan Cece blinked and looked at Jiang Yu. "Jiang Yu gave it to me." Lu Qi let out a yelp. "Sure enough, it's a pro ha." What she meant by that was that pro couples are just different, and what others heard meant that pro brothers and sisters are just different. A few boys even smiled and asked Jiang Yu if she lacked a younger brother. Jiang Yu was annoyed by them and said, "Lack of ah, but a sister is for pain, a brother is for beating. Your parents did not tell you guys ah? How ruthless." 6666. Quite a few of the students have gone to see it, and there are still a few left over here writing words of encouragement. Shander waited around to collect it. A little while later it was sent to the radio station over there, because the radio is still Cho. Chandler was familiar with her, so he might even be able to cut in. Gwen Shishi also signed up for the 800 meters this morning, but it was still early, so Jiang Yu asked her, "Do you want me to write you an encouraging message?" Chihan is feeling his way over. Lushi Sports Committee is busy. Chihan has little interest in sports other than basketball. "I'm really idle, so I'm thinking of getting involved with Jiang Yu." As soon as he sat down, he heard Jiang Yu tease Ruan Cece. "Right about Cece being brave and flying, and brother loving you? How about that?" Chihan, eek yak. But Ruan Cece just glanced at Jiang Yu, then pulled over a sticky note and thoughtfully handed over a pen. "You write, Jiang Yu. If he dares to write it, the radio station must also dare to broadcast it." Chihan was watching the fun from the sidelines. "Yeah brother you write it, I'll send it to you." Jiang Yu rolled his eyes. "You kid almost got it." Then reaching out and squeezing Ruan Shishi, he took the pen and wrote something briefly on it. Chihan asked Ruan Cece, "Why do you still bring books?" Ruan Shishi was much more patient with their group of friends than the others. Not minding Chihan's nagging, he just replied with the same simple answer, "Bored." But Chihan and the others had gotten used to it a long time ago. This is all counted well. Before, because of the child himself pushed Jiang Yu a thing, even if that thing Jiang Yu are in the past. But Ruan Cece hadn't said a word to Chihan for a long time. It was only later that Jiang Yu made them shake hands and make peace, and that's how they became friends. Thinking of this, Chihan couldn't help but touch his chin. It couldn't be that Cece liked you so early, right? "I don't think so. How old were they then? Can you be that precocious?" Over here Chihan was thoughtful. Jiang Yu on this side had already finished drawing and put the sticky note on the back of Ruan Cece's hand. The blue sticky note was stuck to the back of the girl's white hand. She looked down to see a little boy sketched out in a few strokes above her. Some scribbles on the side read, "Brother loves you. I can't help it." The sticky notes are really not that big, so the words are shrunken a bit. As for who their brother loves, they know it well enough. Jiangyu stood up and stretched. Let's go. Accompany you to run 800 meters. Shihan also stood up. I'll go too. Brother Xian seems to be running too. I'll take pictures of you guys, said tapping his camera. The kid even brought a camera. Jiangyu didn't hold back from spitting out. No, neither of the two girls are from your class. Would it be appropriate for you not to shoot the ones from your class? Shihan waved his hand. I just shot Lu Jia. Exhausted. I just shoot friends no problem. Kinda makes sense. Ruan Cece had already packed up her things, books and all that on a chair, then followed Jiangyu over there to get ready. Since the senior class hadn't been split up yet, basically every class had a girl to run the 800 meters. Zhou Xianxian also arrived. She smiled when she saw Ruan Shishi and jumped up to wave at them. Shihan touches the spit, jumping up for a knee. In fact, Zhou Xianxian is not as tall as Ruan Cece, but it is not too short. 162. But isn't Shihan taller? Now that he's 188, Jiangyu is wondering if this kid will grow to 190 plus. Giants. In comparison, Zhou Xianxian is indeed short. Earlier Shihan also saw segments on the internet, insisting on pulling Zhou Xianxian to take that kind of back photo carrying a hot water kettle. It almost didn't let Zhou Xianxian beat her to death. No, this side of the spit had just finished speaking when Zhou Xianxian, who had run over, heard it again. Her original smiling expression froze, instantly turning from a bright smile to a collapsed pea face, especially when he saw that he also had a camera with him instantly wary. He said, "You're not here to take pictures, are you?" Shihan smiled and said, "Yeah, shoot you and Cece ah. You two are competing together." Zhou Xuanchuan's eyes went round. Roll roll roll. Then he looked at Jiangyu. "Brother you why don't you shoot it? He shoots me like I'm 1 meter too." Shihan said unconvincingly, "You've been running. How much better do you want to look? It's good enough to get a clear shot of your face, and you is sure he can capture you when he takes a picture of you?" Only Cece's face was not blurred when we took pictures before. Jiangyu and Ruan Shishi, the two just listened as they argued. Jiangyu rested his case. "Forget it, you guys should stop arguing." Ruan Cece looked at the man's smirk as he watched the fun and didn't hold back. "How do you look at this like you want them to fight?" Jiangyu lifted his chin. "It's impossible to fight." No, Shihan only had to make a slight move, and Zhou Xianxian couldn't even hit anyone. Gwen Cece looked at it as well inside. She remembered that Shihan was quite protective of Zhou Xianxian when she was a child. This side is already getting ready for the security check. Ruan Cece is number 8 and Zhou Xianxian is number 3. The two started 2 men apart. Jiangyu helped her fasten her number plate and gently pressed her head. "Just do your best. Ruan Xiaoxi, go for it." He held up the sticky note he'd just brought along with him and shook it, his voice soft with laughter. "Brother loves you." Ruan Cece's eyes brightened slightly, revealing a very pretty smile. "Good. I'll meet you at the finish line." Jiangyu gently pushed her, signaling her to get ready. 800 meters is 2 laps around the playground. It's actually okay. Shihan was on the other side, and Zhou Xianxian was still glaring at him. Lucci is also here. As the whistle sounded, Xian, Cece go for it. Jiangyu looked at her back as she ran out. The girl's ponytail swayed gently. Her pace was not hurried, steady all the way to third. The distance to the front was not very far. Jiangyu laughed softly and turned to follow. Shihan noticed with a sweep of his gaze. *******. Running with you? Chapter 2096. My position is the anxious classmate beside me, right? It's actually okay to run with someone else. But the problem is that Jiangyu is going to run 1,000 meters in a while. Shihan he ran 2 steps after him. Brother you. There were other students in the class who were watching the game too. See Jiangyu accompanying the run are confused. But Jiangyu would have been running in the inner circle and was a little behind Ruan Cece. Ruan Cece, who was concentrating on running, didn't even notice. She just felt that the surrounding was very noisy and there were many people watching. But in her eyes except for Jiangyu who suddenly appeared in front of her otherwise these people were not worth her attention. Li Yu, who had just finished the long jump, came over to take a look and saw Jiangyu, who was running with him. Not buddy? He caught up with Jiangyu at a quick pace. You'll run 1,000 meters in a while. Brother, my own big brother. What are you doing? Jiangyu did not intend to run with him. Didn't he have to save his strength? At this time his footsteps slowed down. Watching that slim back running further and further away, the little girl was quite serious, not even extra looking around. Jiangyu looked at the speechless Li Yu with amusement. I'll warm up. Li Yu sighed like he was relieved. That's good. You're going to scare me with all this. He glanced at the time. Anyway, after the 800 meters, it's time for the 1,000 meters. I've signed up for it, so I'll save my strength. Maybe I'll make it into the top 3. Li Yu this side is talking about it. There suddenly came a couple of boys' uproar. Ruan Cece, you're so beautiful. Can I leave my contact information? Jiangyu? He turned his head to look over only to see the backs of a few boys. I guess it was a wimpy one, too, and ran away after yelling at people. Li Yu was also speechless. He's not afraid of Director Zhu coming. Jiangyu thought to himself, that is, he said a brother love you have to be careful. They are bold, but it's useless to be bold. Ruan CCCC continued to run forward without expression as if she didn't hear it. It's up to second though. By the second lap she was within striking distance of first. Jiangyu never doubted that Ruan Shishi would run in the top 3. She usually runs, and she's pretty explosive. Jiangyu had even gone to see her sparring finals before. Like a baby calf. It's terribly explosive. Jiangyu stood at the finish line, watching the girl's flat eyes brighten at the sight of him. Watch her get closer to first place. The girl who ran in first place should be practicing sports. She was a professional, and Ruan Cece could really only catch up with her for a while. Jiangyu was about to cross the line, but Ruan Cece was half a shoulder behind the girl. There were a lot of people around calling for cheers, and Jiangyu stared at the girl rushing towards him and shouted along, Ruan Xiaoxi, cheer up, brother loves you. The boy's voice was clear, cutting through all the excited cheering and burrowing directly into Ruan Cece's ear cavity. Her eyes were a little blurry, but her body, which had been a little weak, seemed to have suddenly gained momentum. Pushing forward, she could jump into his arms if she could just get past him. Jiangyu's cry of brother loves you made the cheering stop briefly. Lu Qi froze. She had always spoken in a gentle manner before. Shaking a little at this point, he yelled out violently, Go Creek, sister loves you too. It's all shouted out. Shihan shouted back, brother loves you. Love, my ass. He wouldn't dare love, but you is shouting too loudly. What can he do? He's desperate, too. With them following, one after another, sisters and brothers popped up. There were already a lot of people coming to see Ruan Cece. The photographer who shot it had his face in a grin. What a great bond these students have. Jiangyu ignored them and watched as Ruan Cece's body basically crashed through the red line in sync with the gym student. Without stopping, Ruan Cece ran straight to Jiangyu, who was waiting for her a little farther away, until he was held in that familiar, peaceful embrace. She could still hear her heart beating, and the taste of blood in her mouth from the acceleration. There was a lot of clamor in his ears, as if there was still the sound of Lu Qi and the others shouting for first place in spite of their image. But she only heard Jiangyu let out a laugh and reached out to ruffle the sweaty hair from her face. Our Ruan Xiaoxi is very good. First place then. Ruan Cece's breathing was still heavy, and the teacher over there shouted, Don't sit down immediately after just running. Jiangyu was basically dragging the person forward in a half embrace. Come, walk with you. Ruan Shishi's voice was small like a complaint. Can't walk. I'm holding you. I can still let you fall? Jiangyu said with a smile. Behind them, Chi-Han and Lu Qi had both caught up. Lu Qi was still holding water in his hand. His tone was very excited. Cece is so powerful. 0, 1 or 0, 2 earlier to come. Anyway, it is running to win that sports student. You drink water. Chi-Han took and unscrewed the cap of the water bottle and handed it over. Jiangyu took it and fed Ruan Cece water. Where's Xian Xian? Jiangyu asked. Lu Qi waved his hand. She's just there to make up the numbers. She was helped by their classmates. Chi-Han glanced that way a few times. I guess go back to their class. The three of them accompanied Ruan Cece to walk half a circle. She really couldn't walk anymore. Stand and say, I can't walk. The water's a good chunk of the way down. Jiangyu looked at her like this with some amusement. Lu Qi also reminded, brother, you will be at your 1,000 meters in a while. Nguyen Cece blinked slowly. Then I'll have to go back and watch. Jiangyu simply squatted in front of her. Chi-Han helped move a chair to the side of the runway. Chi-Han froze for a moment, then answered oh so quietly. Wait a minute. Lu Qi wowed. Isn't it too high profile? In fact, Ruan Cece was also a little hesitant. Was it too high profile to walk on this side with her back? Jiangyu looked up and signaled them to look ahead. Then a boy was seen carrying a girl on his back with a girl by his side, presumably to see the school nurse. At most, people passing by give it a second glance and no one thinks anything of it. Jiangyu looked sideways at Ruan Cece, his voice with a smile. There's no store after this village. It's not like I'm carrying you every day. Ruan Cece gently bit her lip, wanting her brother to carry. Then Lu Qi looked at Ruan Cece so watery hesitated for I don't know if there was a second. Anyway, soon plopped down on Jiangyu's back. Lu Qi, she spat out. 6. My niche is the anxious classmate beside me, right? Jiangyu smiled and complimented her. Okay, you've positioned yourself very accurately. Then steadily he stood up on his back and headed over to the runway. Behind him, Lu Qi took out his cell phone and filmed the scene. The boy carrying the girl forward, the girl's face gently leaning against the side of his face. She thought that perhaps her youth was ordinary, but she found an extraordinary scene around her. It seemed to really just punctuate her bland youth. Chapter 210, Don't Kidnap Me. it only works for people with morals. Jiang Yu then carried Wan Shishi to the edge of the track in front of so many students. Naturally, there were quite a few people looking over, especially when they saw that Chi Han had even moved a chair and placed it over there. There are more people watching. Nguyen Cece, as we all know, she usually rarely blushes unless she really can't help it. But at this moment when being put on the chair by Jiang Yu, Wan Cece is really want to bury her face in Jiang Yu's chest. Disgraceful, but it's just that the people in their class aren't ashamed of it. All they remember is that Nguyen Cece ran away from the gym students. Oops. Soft and supple Nguyen Cece. What a run for the gym student. This side of her had just sat down when two boys from the class were handing out water and snacks. What's wrong? Did you twist your foot? Sit closer to get a better look. Cece, you're awesome. Now if we just watch you get another first place in the 1,000 meters, our class will be absolute. You go for it. It'll be okay. Want some water and a snack? Wan Cece was surrounded by people from their own class, and surrounded by other students who were watching, didn't hold back and reached out to cover her face, and was about to stand up. It's so humiliating, but no one seems to think there's anything wrong with Jiang Yu going behind her back. Brother and sister. It all makes sense. Jiang Yu was also a bit speechless and looked up at them. Don't morally kidnap me, This is only useful to people with morals. Sorry, I don't have morals. Finishing with a leathery smile, he reached for the snacks in their hands and stuffed them all into Wan Cece's hands. Remember to cheer me on. Li Yu over there was already shouting. Brother, you coming. Jiang Yu answered, rubbing Wan Cece's head, and walked over. Lucci looked at the rare blushing Wan Cece from the side with laughter in his eyes. She noticed, the old creek wasn't so just active, vibrant, but it seems like Cece, after establishing a relationship with Jiang Yu, is really pretty. This beauty is not in terms of appearance, but in every way, the whole person seems to glow. That's a good relationship, isn't it? She was envious and happy. Letting go is a process. In seeing the guy carrying the girl he likes forward, Lucci is considered to have completely put it down. At this time she directly pulled down Wan Cece's hand. Well, why are you covering your face? It's about to start. How many sportsmen are there in the boys' 1,000 meters? Jiang Yu is really making up the numbers. He was already in the habit of running, and a kilometer wasn't hard for him. He's been stuck in the middle of the pack since the beginning. It didn't get faster, just the guys slowed down. By the second lap he was all the way in fourth. Nguyen Cece kept her eyes on the figure on the track. He was in the middle of the track so he wasn't very close. That's Jiang Yu. Quite handsome indeed. You like it too, little brother? How young can it be? It's only a year, and who doesn't love a little puppy under the year? The sound of girls whispering and teasing caught Wan Cece's attention. No, it wasn't the sound of their discussion that caught her attention, and Jiang Yu's name caught her attention. Nguyen Cece had actually stood. Otherwise it was strange to be sitting here all by herself. Chi Han went to follow Jiang Yu to try to take a few pictures. After all, he was in the middle of the runway and it was too hard to get a shot. At this moment, Wan Cece stood with a few girls in her class. The occasional shouts of cheer from the girls were loud. The voices of those girls weren't really very clear amidst all the cheering, but it was Wan Cece who heard it. She looked at the three girls who were talking. Compared to the other girls in the first grade, these three girls looked a little different. After all, a quick glance over, basically everyone was wearing school uniforms, and even if they weren't, they wouldn't be very conspicuous clothes. But these three girls, quite cold weather, tight tops, the hemline is still very short, is the kind of movement can be exposed to a cut waist kind of big. The school uniform pants underneath were altered to be narrower, making the legs look a little longer, and it should be made up. Perhaps sensing Wan Cece's sight, the girl in the center who laughed and said she liked little puppies looked over, froze at the sight of Wan Cece's face. The two girls beside her followed suit and looked over. One of the slightly chubby ones said, "Hey, isn't this that sister of Jiang Yu's?" The girl in the center looked back. A sister? They have such good genes in their family. Wan Cece faintly retracted her eyes and looked at the people in the track. There was still half a lap to go. Jiang Yu was still fourth, but very close to third. When she walked towards the end. I'll go over and wait. Lucci gave a sigh of relief and also hurriedly took water to follow. Water to Wan Shishi's hand. Remember to bring water. Nguyen Cece laughed a little. I almost forgot. Breathing a little sharply now, Jiang Yu glanced at the distance and lifted his breath, overtaking third and closing the distance to second place. But he knew that his estimation of catching up was pretty much up in the air. Fourth place is still chasing hard behind. He saw Cece Nguyen standing behind the finish line with water. The girl was pretty and stood there like one of those little princesses, as if the only person who could get her was the one who rushed over that line. Jiang Yu was a little upset at that thought. A cheer went up and Jiang Yu got alongside second. There was cheering for him all around his ears, both male and female. But Jiang Yu just looked at the girl who was a little far from the finish line. The cheers are getting louder and louder. Unfortunately, it's coming down to the wire. John Yu was the second to cross the finish line. One of the boys in front is a gym student. This approach, John Yu didn't stop after crossing the finish line, his feet still charging forward. Eyes are about to reach Wan Cece. Nguyen Cece went forward with the water. Then that girl was the one who rushed out at this time, blocking in front of Jiang Yu. Senior, Jiang Yu assured me that he really didn't mean it. I don't know what's going on in my head, but I'm looking at the girls who are suddenly rushing out. He had just finished running 1,000 meters, which didn't stop, and was supposed to rush forward to pounce on Wan Cece, but the woman suddenly came charging out. Seeing as she was about to pounce on a strange girl, what flashed through Jiang Yu's mind was his own miserable death in his last life. So, his body, more honest than his brain, reached out and the girl fell back a few steps as he violently pushed her back. Ah. Jiang Yu also stopped at the block of the black-faced Wan Cece, whose entire body was holding Jiang Yu up. Jiang Yu looked at the screaming girl and gave a low. The girl's exposed ankle was starting to get red and swollen as far as the eye could see. The two girls who were originally watching from the sidelines watched as their best friend was suddenly pushed down, confused for a moment before they flew forward to help her. Mal, are you alright? Chapter 211. I'm mainly afraid that some people are shamelessly touching the porcelain. The other students from Jiang Yu's class who were standing on the sidelines also came over. The two boys helped hold Jiang Yu. Ruan Shishi's face was very bad. Just now, as long as in the scene to pay attention can see, originally Jiang Yu was ready to rush to Ruan Shishi. Is this girl suddenly rushed out? It's not his fault if Jiang Yu can't stop the car, is it? And he's just finished running 1,000 meters, almost even tripped over the woman. Jiang Yu waved his hand in a series of inquiries, still out of breath, and pointed at the girl. Lu Qi and Dai Kasi walked over and asked, "Hello, how are you?" The girl who had just yelled for Mal glared at them. "You guys try getting pushed?" Lu Qi rolled his eyes. Who told her to suddenly rush out? Daikos didn't sound too good either, and almost tripped our classmate. The girl named Mal was still sitting on the floor, stopping her best friend from trying to help herself up. It was just that his gaze went through Lu Qi and Dai Kasi to Jiang Yu, and his gaze lingered on Ruan Shishi beside Jiang Yu for a moment. She smiled and said, "I'm fine, but can you help me up, schoolboy?" The voice was much softer, completely different from the one Wan Cece had heard before, who spoke in a flirtatious tone about little puppies. The two friends beside her froze for a moment, then both laughed. The eyes all fell on Jiang Yu. The girl who had just spoken to Lu Qi and the others gave a sigh of relief. "The person you bumped into, it's not too much to ask you to help them up, right, Jiang Yu?" If it was really him who hit it, it really wasn't too much, but the problem was that she herself suddenly rushed out herself before she accidentally hit it. Seeing the expressions on their faces, what else Jiang Yu didn't understand. This was aimed at him? Before Jiang Yu could say anything, Ruan Cece suddenly walked over. Reaching for that Mal's arm, he pulled straight up. Ruan Cece was very strong, and with her height of close to 5 feet 7 inches, pulling up a 5 feet 6 inches Mal didn't seem to be any trouble at all. Mal was still a little unresponsive when he was pulled straight up, then started struggling. "What are you doing? Aren't you going to have someone help you up?" "I'd go ahead and look at the ankle if I were you." Ruan Cece's tone didn't have many ups and downs, but Jiang Yu always felt that there was a murderous aura in it. Of course it can't be ruled out that it's his psychology, but fortunately, Jiang Yu at this time standing on this side does not need to be close. Ruan Cece can help her cover B-block butterfly. Wim glanced at her ankle and then at the little girl in front of her. In the end, she remembered that she was Jiang Yu's younger sister. Her tone was still gentle. "But your brother knocked me down. You can always accompany me to the school nurse's office, right?" They'd been over here so long that Shihan and Liu both came running over. "What's wrong?" There are a lot of people gathered around this side, and now there are more people coming to see what's going on. Jiang Yu was speechless. "Ruan Xiaoxi, come back." He glanced at Wenmu. His voice still had the gas and dryness after he had just finished running. "This student, it was you who suddenly blocked in front of me as if you were going to pounce on me, and I simply couldn't stop at that time due to my inertia, which is why I reached out and accidentally pushed you. I'm sorry, but I feel that you are too dangerous." Now the others finally realized what was going on. Liu didn't even think much about it and walked directly to Wenmu. "Classmate, are you alright? I'll take you to the school nurse's office. You go and take a rest." Then he reached out to try to help Wim. Wimmer, however, seemed to take a step back in some disgust. Liu was busy from the morning until now. It was 11 o'clock, running all morning, although the weather was cold, but also sweated a lot. Definitely smells like sweat, but it's not unpleasant. He was a bit speechless when he saw the expression on Wimmer's face. There are so many people on their side of the room that a teacher has already come up to them and asked what's going on. "What's going on over there? What's going on?" Wenmu looked at these crowds that separated her and Jiang Yu, and was somewhat speechless in her heart. It's really out of this world, and sprained his ankle for nothing. and the man didn't even touch it. Speechless, she exhaled and looked at Ruan Cece. If your brother won't accompany me, you can always accompany me, right? How about making nice with his sister? Jiang Yu frowned. Ruan Xiaoxi, just about to stop it. This side Ruan Cece re-pulled up Wenmu's arm. Let's go. I'll take you there. Then he turned his head to Jiang Yu and said, I'll be back soon. Wait for me. Reading further here. It's always Jiang Yu who hits people, no matter what the reason is. He knocked a girl into a sprained ankle, and if he really didn't care he'd probably get told off. Ruan Cece was indifferent to her reputation, but not Jiang Yu's, so after she finished talking to Jiang Yu, she pulled Wenmu away. Wimmer grimaced in pain. Wait. Her two friends rushed to follow. What's wrong with you? Ruan Cece simply let go. Then you guys help. Jiang Yu frowned and wanted to follow, but Chi-Han pulled him back and shoved water into his hand. Just don't go. The people are obviously coming for you. That's if it's been haunted soon in the past. Dai Kasi turned his head to look at Jiang Yu and saw that he was looking over there worriedly. Lu Qi walked over and tugged on the hem of Jiang Yu's shirt at this time, which looked a bit intimate in Dai Kasi's eyes. Lu Qi said, Brother Yu, rotten peach blossom, ha? Jiang Yu glanced at her, his eyes helpless. I haven't even seen it. Then turned and headed for where their class kept their chairs. One of the boys following behind him said, I know her. Her name is Wim. She's studying dance. Sophomore year like. How did you know that? Someone asked curiously. I was reading a posting earlier where someone said there were a couple of sophomore sisters who were good looking. Dai Kasi looked at Lu Qi who was standing beside Jiang Yu, sighed and turned to the other side. The water in his hand never had the courage to hand it out for fear of rejection. Jiang Yu didn't have the heart to listen to them. He was even a little worried about whether Ruan Cece would be bullied. That Wim's friend looks like a delinquent girl. However, once he thought of Ruan Cece's fighting strength, Jiang Yu felt that his worries were more or less unnecessary. It did seem a bit redundant, and Ruan Cece was basically silent the whole way to the school nurse's office. It's not that the other side won't talk, it's that she won't answer. Wenmu guessed that she thought she was Jiang Yu's sister, and her tone was gentle as she kept striking up a conversation with her. But Ruan Cece was basically silent. Why haven't you been talking? Is a mute? Li Curson is just slightly fat, that girl some cannot stand to say. The tone is very bad. People and do not need you to help. Talk to you and do not return. You follow what? Ruan Cece's footsteps lurched. I'll go back then. I'm mainly afraid of someone shamelessly touching the porcelain. The tone was calm, even a little flat, but it made all three girls blush with some embarrassment straight away. Chapter 212. Are these two of them school athletes attracting peach blossoms? After all, the three of them knew in their hearts that they were not just touching the porcelain. The windmill's intention was to rush into Jiang Yu's arms, and then take the opportunity to have contact. So that there is contact. Who knew that Jiang Yu's reaction wasn't what she expected? At this time by Ruan Cece so directly set out she also inevitably some embarrassment, but she still chided her best friend in a low voice. Kagome, how do you talk? Cece, you've got it all wrong. We didn't mean that. Even if he was dissatisfied with Ruan Cece in his heart, he had to get Jiang Yu's WeChat from her first, right? Otherwise she'd have hurt her ankle for nothing, wouldn't she? Unfortunately, she didn't realize that getting Jiang Yu's contact information from Ruan Cece was about as difficult as stepping over her dead body. At this moment, Ruan Cece glanced at the school nurse's office up ahead. There are quite a few people who come here. There were benches sitting in front of the school nurse's office, and the school nurse's sister was handing oral fluids to a man. Quite a few people were taking a break because of the expense of a couple of large umbrellas coming in. Nguyen Cece had no interest in striking up a conversation with them. In fact, Wenmu should be glad that Jiang Yu pushed her away just now. Otherwise she might not have twisted her ankle, as simple as that. Thinking that she had just cut across and tried to rush into Jiang Yu's arms, Ruan Cece had forced herself not to do anything, and trying to talk to her, she was silent and didn't respond. Wim's face sank, but it didn't say anything. Rico Xin helped Wimmer sit down, and the other girl went to find the school nurse. The school nurse came over to take a look and said, twisted. Luckily it didn't hurt the bone. Spray some Yunnan Baiyao. Usually pay attention to it. Meaning it's no big deal anyway. Ruan Cece gave money directly, bought medicine here at the school doctor, and then put it in Wenmu's hand, turned around and was about to leave, when Mo hurriedly called out to her, hey, you're just leaving? Give me Jiang Yu's contact information. What if there's some aftermath? Nguyen Cece didn't even bother with her and walked away at a quick pace. Riku Xin chased after her 2 steps and scolded, there's a disease. Being Ruan Cece lightly returned, no, you guys are sick. The main one is to have a curse and talk back. Not much else to say. Wimmer darkened her face and shouted, forget about Kagome. What kind of family is this? The 3 girls watched Ruan Cece walk away. Walking up to the 3rd tree, a man popped up over there. It's Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu didn't look at the school nurse's office, but just stood up straight and reached for Ruan Cici's wrist, looking up and down. No bullying, right? Originally, I was planning to sit and wait, but I was still uneasy, and Jiang Yu stood up and came over after sitting for a few minutes. Shi Han asked him where he was going, and Jiang Yu replied, to the restroom. Then no one will ask or follow. Wen Cici didn't know where he had suddenly appeared from and froze for a moment. Then he frowned and asked, what brings you here? Also glanced back and saw Wenmu and the girls were also looking this way. She backhanded Jiang Yu and walked away. You're not here to see her, are you? Jiang Yu didn't struggle, being pulled forward by her, not even looking over there. I'm not. I'm here to see you. I'm afraid you'll be bullied. Although he knew that the chances of Ruan Cici being bullied were very low, but wasn't that unsettling? Ruan Cici wailed, who can bully me? Saying that, he didn't forget to take the hand that Jiang Yu pushed earlier and rubbed it a few times. Jiang Yu reminded, I just washed my hands. Wen Cici puffed out her face, her tone tinged with accusation. She just tried to hug you. It's a declarative sentence. Jiang Yu laughed. Didn't I push it away with one hand? Yeah, otherwise I wouldn't have sent her here. Ruan Cici stopped and looked up at Jiang Yu. The boy's face still had some post-workout red on it, which was healthy and nice to see. Jiang Yu looked at her staring at her face and suddenly stopped talking, reached out and pinched her face. What are you looking at? Ruan Cici was pinched in the face and said vaguely, attracting bees and butterflies. That's what Jiang Yu wanted to say back. If this is to attract bees and butterflies, who can compare to you? The Wen Cici is the kind of person who walks on the road and people come to ask for contact information kind of looks But Jiang Yu didn't say anything, he just reached out and squeezed her hand. Alright, go back, go eat lunch. Wenmu's bumper sticker Jiang Yu didn't even take it to heart. As for Ruan Cici, he was probably angry, but since Jiang Yu didn't have direct contact with the other party, he was okay. Jiang Yu's attitude appeased her well. In the morning their class participated in a couple of events with a little bit of success, and Mr. Dawn was pleased. In the afternoon Jiang Yu went to the high jump, but unfortunately did not get the first 4th place, but it does add up. Ruan Cici and the others waited for Jiang Yu to finish his high jump before being dragged by Zhou Xianxian and Lu Qi to watch the swimming competition. You don't say. It's quite crowded. However, Zhou Xianxian was obviously somewhat disappointed. Not buddy, this must not be at least 6-pack abs or something? How there are even abs or not? She was looking forward to it. Thanks to her. Lu Qi sighed as he followed along. That's right, I borrowed my camera. On the side, Shihan rolled his eyes. Yeah, is that something you guys borrowed? It's clearly a robbery, okay? Lu Qi didn't come. He is a member of the sports committee, so I guess he is not available during the whole games. Jiang Yu listened to them jostling and glanced at Ruan Cici. She wouldn't want to see abs too, would she? It turned out to be too much to worry about. People are reading a book. The wind in the eyes did not even glance at the athletes on the diving platform. He laughed a little and didn't bother her. It was a good thing she didn't want to see any abs, or she'd be pissed at him. While most didn't have abs, there were a few guys who did. Zhou Xianxian and Lu Qi were quite happy to watch. After all, it was the first swim meet, so there were quite a few people who showed up. No one from the girls attended, but the boys did, so most of those who came were girls, presumably coming to see the abs. Hilarious, just like Zhou Xianxian and the others. So the swimming pool is a bit noisy. Ruan Cici were all still used to it, and no amount of noise would affect her homework. Jiang Yu in a side message back. Zhao Lin heard that their school 5-day school sports day want to mix in to see. Jiang Yu told him there is no door. The walls are glass to climb in, and the new school surveillance is good. Zhao Lin expressed his pity, and then sent Jiang Yu the results of the monthly exam paper he made for their school. This kid is probably wasted, and his grades are really quite good. Jiang Yu returned, okay, I look forward to you getting out of your current school early. There was an okay emoticon back there. Jiang Yu was in a good mood, and just after putting down his cell phone, he saw Ruan Cici open a new exercise book, and as soon as he opened it a pink envelope appeared inside. Jiang Yu, Nguyen Shi, is this a school athletic event for the two of them? Chapter 213, or is it because he actually likes Ruan Cici? Ruan Cici's reaction was quick, directly took away the love letter and casually inserted it into another book. There was absolutely no point in trying to watch it. Jiang Yu looked at this series of movements of hers and gave a meaningful oh. Nguyen Cici looked over at him. What's wrong? Love letters? Jiang Yu asked. Ruan Cici had a what's wrong with you look on her face. It's not like it's the first time you've seen me receiving love letters. Jiang Yu, good point. Can't even think about being shady. He sked and reached out to rub her head. Okay, remember to give it back. Nguyen Cici nodded. In fact, to put it in perspective, the first time Ruan Cici received a love letter was when she was very young. She wasn't good at and wouldn't be able to handle this, and went straight to the teacher with the love letter. As a result, The boy in the next class who wrote the love letter got his parents called. I heard that I went home and was beaten by my parents and covered in cuts. Even the parents of the other party found Wan Cece to call her out, cursing words as if they did not want money as to a young girl in her teens. The words were all about Wan Cece's indiscretions and such. Jiang Yu was playing ball at the stadium at that time. It was someone in the class who ran to tell Jiang Yu, and he and Chi Han rushed back with them. I just heard Wan Cece's tone of voice and emotion calmly say to the hysterical mother, I don't know your son at all. I hope that in the future, your daughter will also encounter what I encountered today. I don't think that I'm at fault. Bland, decisive. That boy does have a sister at home. The woman's face stifled red at these words, and she raised her hand to hit Wan Cece. That last slap naturally didn't fall. Jiang Yu pulled Wan Cece back, and the teacher arrived. The woman also pointed at Jiang Yu and Wan Cece and said, let's just say that you don't learn at a young age, and now you're still pulling on boys. Jiang Yu's face was also very bad. If your mouth stinks or don't open it. If you have a dirty mind yourself, you look at everything dirty. I'm her brother. Finally Suyin came over after class to take care of it. That woman was rambling, and She said many times that she didn't even know that boy. In the end, under the mediation of the school, probably trying to put the matter to rest, the woman was allowed to apologize to Wan Cece. But Suyin Jiangyu and Wan Cece didn't accept it. Gonna have to deal with this. It ended up being the boys who processed the transfer and left the next day. Can you say Wan Cece did wrong in this case? She also seems to be right that no one told her what to do about this. She just didn't want the hassle and just let the teacher handle it. The teacher had a bigger problem and just called the parents. Guess that boy is going to be shadowed for the rest of his life. Jiang Yu told Wan Cece in the back that you don't want the love letters, you can reject them on the spot. But if they sneak them in, you'll find a chance to return them. Most of the likes of this era are actually quite innocent. If Wan Cece had handled it so simply and roughly, Jiang Yu was really afraid that she would be put in a sack by Ran when she went out. Wan Cece nodded at this point. Good, but everyone is out of class during the school sports day, so we'll have to wait until the school sports day is over to get to people. After all, even though Wan Cece hadn't read the letter yet, she knew that there were only a few people she knew, and she probably didn't know each other. On the third day, Jiang Yu and Wan Shi didn't even have a match, so they simply went to the library to study. Classroom back to no chairs, lazy to move. Luckily it was the school library that was open. Wan Cece is making rolls. Jiang Yu is making rolls and occasionally drawing pictures. So much for their school sports day. Straight to Saturday. You don't say. It feels really good. Except for Lu Ji, who is dying. Jiang Yu's grades in their class were not bad, with the total score ranking third in the former class. Too many athletic students in the first place class. It can't be helped. Friday night they all went out to eat together. While eating, Lu Ji was still spitting. I didn't participate in any programs either. I'm exhausted. Jiang Yu smiled and said, Liu said he lost 3 pounds in less than 5 days. It's really not a human job. Lu Ji muttered. I'll weigh it later. He said he was going to grab the camera in Shihan's hand. Let's see if you've captured me, handsome? Shihan honestly said. What's the point of filming when you can't even find anyone? Let's just forget about his photo skills. Zhou Xianxian spat from the sidelines. Just Shihan? What can we get out of it? Shihan sked a bit unconvinced. There are still some good-looking ones I took. Yes. CC and you. That's the person was originally good-looking. A different person to shoot may look better. Zhou Xianxian obviously has already seen the photos. Are too lazy to spit out. This side of Lu Qi also supplemented. And this good-looking not all, just some good-looking. The technology really need to practice. Fortunately your dream is not to learn photography. Otherwise it is the moment of broken dreams. Everyone laughed. The store they came to was new in the mall near the school. There's a lot of other people in the store who wear the same school uniform as them. They were early, so they were seated by the window. I didn't realize they'd run into Chandler. Chen Duo they had just arrived. As soon as they entered he saw Jiang Yu pinching food for Wan Cece. Chen Duo then came over to greet him. Brother Yu, Cece, Lu Qi. So coincidentally, Chihan Lu Ji is also here. He is outgoing and can talk to anyone. Naturally recognized Chihan and Lu Ji, but Zhou Xianxian is not too familiar. At this time smiled and said, the beauty of the first class. They say it is the class flower. Zhou Xianxian smiled. Thanks for the compliment. My name is Zhou Xianxian. The crowd said hello. Jiang Yu also looked behind him. With whom did you come? Oh, Sister Qiao and the others. I'll take something over to her. They just happened to be eating so they brought me along. As Qian Duo was talking, Zhou Qiao had already walked over. She smiled and said, such a coincidence. From the moment she heard the word Sister Qiao, Wan Cece's eating movements slowed down. Zhou Qiao had originally met them during the camping trip, and everyone politely called Sister. Chi Han also complimented. Sister has a nice voice. After all, You hear it a lot at sporting events. Zhou Qiao fell on her feet and said, "Thank you." Then his eyes fell on Jiang Yu, took out a pink cloth bag from his pocket, handed it to Jiang Yu in front of him, his voice still with a flirtatious smile. "Brother Yu, these are the radio scripts I received at the broadcasting station to cheer and encourage you or can't broadcast the kind of popularity of it." Jiang Yu froze for a moment and watched her place the cloth bag next to herself. "Ha!" He turned his head to look at Ruan Sisi and met her gaze with little warmth. This turn of head was clearly seen by Zhou Qiao, and her eyes widened slightly. Jiang Yu is the first to look at Ruan Sisi? Is he afraid she'll go back and tell his family? Or is it because, was it Ruan Sisi that he liked all along? Chapter 214, Your girlfriend is you, and your wife will be you in the future. The moment this thought came out, Zhou Qiao's heart felt strange somewhere. She was a little incredulous. Although Chandler had said earlier that the two were not related by blood, they were just neighbors. But isn't that growing up all the time? For a moment Zhou Qiao felt quite awkward. Not sure. Look again. But Jiang Yu didn't have time to pay attention to what she was thinking. In fact, he was kinda speechless. It was quite embarrassing that this schoolmate was still weirdly nice and collected it for him. Ha ha ha, brother you can so much. Lu Ji also raised his eyebrows and sked twice. Shi Han also let out a sigh of relief. I should have known that I would have participated in a bit of the program as well. Zhou Xianxian spat. Even if it's yours to have, human schoolmates may not help you collect it. Let's just say that girls are still very perceptive when it comes to some things. At this time, Zhou Xianxian and Lu Qi have discovered that something is wrong. How to also collect up used cheering script. Ruan Sisi met Jiang Yu's gaze, and with little change in expression, she reached out and took the bag. It just so happened that Zhou Qiao was about to reach back for it. The two men's hands touched. Ruan Sisi didn't mean to let go. Zhou Qiao was a bit embarrassed. This, or give it back to me? Ruan Sisi glanced at Jiang Yu. Isn't it Jiang Yu's confession note? And give you something to do. Zhou Qiao. Because there's actually one hidden inside that she wrote. But at this point she was somewhat tempted to withdraw a confession. It's just that it's, for a moment, a little awkward. Chen Duoduo was on the side and directly pulled back Zhou Qiao's hand. Let's go see your sister. We're going to eat over there. You guys take your time to eat And just like that Chu Qiao was pulled away. Before he left, he still couldn't resist looking at the bag that Ruan Sisi had taken away. Nguyen Sisi naturally noticed. Jiang Yu reached for it, but she dodged it. Jiang Yu. Ruan Sisi's voice was still gentle. Do you want to see it? Jiang Yu withdrew one hand. No look. I just think it's nothing. Throw it away. After all, it's all put on the radio station. So I'm guessing it won't have names written on it. This nature is really more of a joke and a tease. The person who wrote the note also knew the odds were that it would not be read. It's like an anonymous confession on a confession wall. It's just confiding. Although Jiang Yu felt kinda embarrassed that Zhou Qiao purposely collected his out. Ruan Sisi put away the bag. I'll put it away for you then. Zhou Xianxian, this is the time to directly open her mouth. Brother Yu, how do I feel that senior sister Zhou Qiao is treating you? The three boys looked at her with confused faces. What? Shi Han had a questioning look on his face. What did sister do to brother Yu? Then his eyes widened a bit. Like you. Doesn't look like it either. Although Zhou Qiao has a good personality, but it's not one of those hanky-panky kind. But rather, there is a distance from the boys even if they are on good terms with them. There's nothing special about Jiang Yu. Lu Ji also said. It's not that bad, right? Didn't you just come to say hello? Not to mention the two of them, even Jiang Yu herself thought it should be nothing, right? It felt like Zhou Qiao's relationship with Chen Duoduo was much better than his relationship with him, and he might as well say that he liked Chen Duoduo. Lu Qi gave a sigh of relief. So you guys don't get it, do you? We girls have very good intuition in this area. When Cece didn't say anything, see, it wasn't her fault. Instead, Jiang Yu sighed. Don't you guys talk nonsense so that we meet in the future are quite awkward. I feel that a schoolmate is a schoolmate. We usually do not communicate much In terms of Zhou Qiao's behavior, Jiang Yu felt that she really didn't have much interaction with herself, and it's all normal communication. Generally have a good feeling about him this kind. As if their class Dai could see, and before that when Mal, this kind of Jiang Yu can see. Shu Chao, no way. Zhou Xianxian wanted to say something but she got a look from Ruan Sisi. Zhou Xianxian sighed. Hey, straight man. After dinner a few people went shopping again. Along the way Jiang Yu felt as if Ruan Shishi was not in a good mood. The two of them walked at the end. Jiang Yu secretly used his hand to hook her finger, smiling when she looked over and said, not happy? Still caring about Zhou Qiao? One could only say that Jiang Yu really knew Ruan Sisi well. She didn't deny it. Can't you tell she's interested in you? Whether or not, it doesn't really matter to me. Jiang Yu said seriously. I have you. Other girls can only like. After all, Jiang Yu's girlfriend can only have one Knowing that Jiang Yu is coaxing himself, Ruan Shishi still reveals a smile. but deliberately says, "You can only have one girlfriend, but you can have another wife." God sister, God sister. Jiang Yu directly laughed in anger. Ruan Xiaoxi, you've grown up. Ha, you've even learned to be bad. He took Ruan Xixi's hand and put it to his mouth and kissed it. Your girlfriend is you. Your wife will be you in the future. And isn't your sister also you? I don't like sister. Wen Cixi was always coaxed into laughter when she looked at him like this. Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The two of them had just loosened their hands and were about to move forward. Seeing not far in front of them with a complex expression was staring at them, seeing Mr. Tang, Jiang Yu, Wen Xixi. The other four people walking in front of them also saw it, and even shouted out enthusiastically and cheerfully, "Teacher Tang." After all, they didn't have eyes behind their backs to notice what their brother Yu had just done. Jiang Yu's mind was racing. What excuse was he going to use to say that he had kissed Ruan Xixi's hand on this matter? You call this serious? It's better than kissing, but then you say it's not serious, right? Anyway, at that age, siblings shouldn't be that close, right? It's mostly a different vibe. Jiang Yu's face was a bit stiff, and Ruan Xixi's face was not good either, directly a bit white. No one was more afraid of being seen by a teacher than she was, which meant that soon maybe Suyin and the others would know. Mr. Tang retracted his gaze to look at the few people who greeted him and smiled a little. You guys came over here to eat? Ha, yeah, you too, teacher? Lu Qi asked happily. For Mr. Tang, everyone in their class liked him quite a bit. Ms. Tang nodded. Yes, waiting for your teacher's mother. Mr. Tang did not specifically call Jiang Yu, nor did they ask directly. Just exchanged a few pleasantries and then waited for his wife to come out and left with her. For a moment Jiang Yu didn't know if he had seen it or not. On the contrary, when Zhou Xianxian came over to take Ruan Xixi's hand, she asked somewhat strangely, "Cixi, are you not feeling well? Why do you look so bad?" Ruan Cixi shook her head gently. "It's okay, shall we go back?" The crowd thought she was really unwell, so they all beat a hasty retreat. Today they are going back by public transportation. Jiang Yu and Ruan Xixi sat in the last row. Jiang Yu looked at her somewhat white face and sighed. Don't worry. Chapter 215, can you not tell my mom? I'm afraid she'll break my legs. Wen Cixi looked over at him. The teacher probably knows. Jiang Yu handed the hot cocoa in her hand to her mouth, watching her reflexively open her mouth and drink 2 mouthfuls before speaking. It's also possible that we didn't see it, or else why didn't Mr. Tang ask us about it? Just chatting is also very natural, isn't it? Ruan Cixi was silent. Her intuition told her that Mr. Tang just saw it, but what Jiang Yu said seemed to make sense. This conversation between the two came to an abrupt end. It was the most torturous weekend they'd ever had, always afraid that Suyin would suddenly and seriously call them over. But nothing happened until Monday. Both Jiang Yu and Ruan Cixi were beginning to believe that in fact, Mr. Tang hadn't seen anything. Right. Because of this matter, Ruan Cixi xia even all auntie may mind to open the bag given by Zhou Qiao. As for Jiang Yu, actually had completely forgotten about it. Originally, he didn't think Zhou Qiao liked him, and everything was normal in the drawing room. He didn't think much about it at all. Originally, they thought it was just going to go away. Mr. Tang should have missed it. It wasn't until Monday morning, during morning reading time, that Mr. Tang called Jiang Yu to his office. Wen Cixi looked up in some alarm. Jiang Yu followed behind Mr. Tang and touched her head in passing as he passed her. Gentle movements carry the power to stabilize the heart. Wen Cixi's rapid heartbeat, however, still wasn't soothed. There weren't many things that could scare her, and it just so happened that this was one of them. Jiang Yu followed Mr. Tang to the office, which just happened to have no teacher in it. Sit down and talk. Mr. Tang's tone was the same as before. Jiang Yu let out a sigh and sat down on the opposite side, then saw his and Wen Xixi report card. He realized that Mr. Tang had seen it that day. Wen Creek has good and consistent grades. I haven't fallen out of first place in so many exams in so long as I've been enrolled in school, and each time, it's pulled away from second place by a considerable margin. As for Jiang Yu, the results then Ruan Cixi certainly cannot be compared to, in the class of the middle position. After all, learning is something that is not something you can say you'll always get a great deal out of just by working harder. But compared to the score that just came in on the test, Jiang Yu has been making progress as well. At this moment, Teacher Tang looked at Jiang Yu in front of him. This boy was obviously quite capable of making girls like him. After all, you came of age yourself. Jiang Yu is not the most handsome boy here, but a little handsome. Grades are not very bad. Good personality. Will play ball. Sports cell is okay. Isn't a guy like that popular? At this time, he deliberated for a moment to open his mouth. Jiang Yu, UNCC, that day at the mall, I want to hear what you have to say. Jiang Yu looked at Mr. Tang, and his mind had been spinning as well. Mr. Tang saw it, but Suyin didn't know it, representing that Mr. Tang wasn't the kind of person who was indiscriminate. In fact, Jiang Yu also thought of excuses. This is 2 days if not thought of an excuse is not waste, but at this time, Jiang Yu was a little hesitant. As if seeing his hesitation, Teacher Tang spoke, "Don't worry, only we know about today's conversation. I didn't look for Cece because I know that kid's not, and I also feel like it's easier to talk since we're both male." Jiang Yu then looked at Mr. Tang. "Teacher, do you want to hear the truth or not? You've seen it all, Mr. Tang, or else you tell me the truth and the lie. I'll see what's going on." He was a bit helpless. "You child, why do you speak with rhetorical questions?" Jiang Yu laughed a little. "The falsehood is that I blew the wound on her hand. The truth is that there are no wounds on her hands. I just kissed her." Mr. Tang, this character is really quite similar to his mom. You and Creek grew up together. You're not brother and sister, but you're closer than brother and sister. I'm not trying to judge you or anything, just is there a possibility that you're having an illusion or something? Teacher Tang's tone was calm. He'd been thinking a lot about it at home the past 2 days. As far as Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece are concerned, falling in love, this is actually something he can quite accept. After all, both kids are good. After so many years of teaching, he still knew which types of kids were especially popular, but they fall in love with each other. Something Mr. Don never thought of. It's a new track. Mr. Tang's views on the early and late stages of relationships have always been different from some other old-fashioned views, but Jiang Yu and Ruan Cece's situation was special, and he was just afraid that the children would fall into the wrong feelings. That's going to be tough. He also took the time to look at both kids' grades, which were pretty solid. That's why at this point he was thinking of having a good talk with the kid. Jiang Yu also did not expect the first thing Teacher Tang mentioned was this, and froze for a moment, then said, "Teacher, we are very clear about our feelings for each other, whether it is fondness or brotherly and sisterly love. We can tell the difference." He looked at Ms. Don. "I thought you'd tell my mom." "Say what? How am I going to talk to your parents before this matter is understood clearly?" Teacher Tang sighed. "Jiang Yu, you and Cece are both a very good kid, but don't you think it's too early for you to talk about your feelings?" "Not really. I know what I want, and she knows what she wants. What's the difference between early and late for a good relationship?" Jiang Yu looked at Ms. Tang and said seriously, "We both have future goals in life, and the other person is in our future goals." Mr. Tang was silent. "You've got all the words. What do I say? It's true that there's no sooner or later in relationships. That's why I've never been too fond of using the term early love, but it's also true that at the age you are now, you get in touch with your feelings too early and do a lot of wrong things. Others are others. We are us." Jiang Yu softly interrupted Mr. Tang's words. In fact, he had some feelings in his heart. Mr. Tang was very different. No wonder everyone in their class loved him in their previous life. "Teacher, you know both my situation and Cece's situation. Otherwise you wouldn't have just approached me to talk about it instead of looking for Cece. Cece's character, I think you know a bit about it. If it wasn't for her liking it, I wouldn't have been able to chase her." Jiang Yu smiled and said, "I'm also very clear about what I want. He's not really a teenager. He knows exactly what he wants. We won't interfere with our studies. We even made a date to visit higher and farther places. A good relationship accomplishes in each other. I think Ruan Cece and I are this kind of thing. Teacher, none of the things you're worried about will happen. We'll prove it to you." Mr. Don hasn't even said a few words himself. He's finished. Just as he was somewhat moved, he saw Jiang Yu carefully add, "So teacher, can you not tell my mom first? I'm afraid I'll get my legs broken by her." Ms. Tang. Chapter 216, You'd better continue to call me schoolmate. Ms. Tang watched as a look of distress finally appeared on the face of the boy who had been so calm from the moment he came in, and it gave her a sense of reality. Thinking about all the years he's been a teacher, he's had quite a few of these conversations. Jiang Yu was the most calm boy he'd seen so far. He hadn't even said a word to himself since he came in, but he was blathering on and on with his little mouth. He's been told all the good and bad things. It even gave Mr. Tang the illusion that he was quite mature. Well, until now he said he couldn't let Mr. Su know for fear of breaking his leg. See, that's a normal reaction. Teacher Tang sighed. Jiang Yu, do many people know about your relationship with Ruan Cece? Jiang Yu thought about it for a moment. It's not really much, is it? Still a lot of people think of them as brother and sister. So Jiang Yu shook his head. Not much is known. Most think of us as brother and sister, I guess. Good. You guys in the future pay attention to the influence. Also, since you have said so much, I see you guys this also think quite far. The teacher hopes that you are responsible for each other, also responsible for the future. Should know is very busy, should do. What should not do? After saying that, Mr. Tang waved his hand. Go back. Today these words will be known only to us. Jiang Yu was a bit surprised. So Mr. Tang meant that he wouldn't tell Suyin? Or even doesn't care about them? Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment or spoke. Teacher, do you think that early love? Teacher Tang looked at him and interrupted softly. There's no sooner or later to fall in love. You can fall in love at 18, 80. It's just that there's right and wrong. Mister. Don smiled a little. I want you guys to prove it to me. You guys are right. Jiang Yu let out a fierce sigh of relief as he stood up and said with a smile. Teacher, we'll prove it. Mister. Tang didn't say anything more and waved his hand to indicate that he should go back. Jiang Yu returned to the classroom just as the morning reading ended and the first class began. The first period was math class, and Wan Cece didn't have a chance to talk to Jiang Yu at all. Looking at Jiang Yu's face, he couldn't tell that there was anything different. It made her heart race. It was Li Yu who saw Jiang Yu come back and asked in a low voice, What is Mr. Tang looking for you for? Jiang Yu let out an "Oh," talking about life and ideals. Li Fable. Wan Cece who heard it. But doesn't this also mean that Mr. Tang really talked to Jiang Yu? This made Nguyen Cece's morning class a little distracted. She has always had a high level of academic focus. It's like being able to continue to do papers and read books in a sports arena without being affected. That's a rare walk in the park. So it seems like this section of math class has become difficult. It was hard for the bell to ring for the end of class. The teacher's side just stepped down from the podium. Nguyen Cece then turned her head quickly. Jiang Yu had guessed this would happen. He put a sticky note on Wan Cece's head just as she turned her head. The pink sticky note was plastered onto the girl's small white face. Nguyen Cece was confused for a moment and reached down to take down the sticky note. It says the phrase, Don't worry, it's okay. Lu Chi next to Wan Cece was also curious and asked, Brother Yu, what is Mr. Tang looking for you for? Really talk about life, about ideals and the future. Jiang Yu's voice was still the same, with a smile. Only when he said the last sentence he was staring seriously at Wan Shishi. Teacher Tang thinks I've done a good job of planning for the future, and told me to keep working hard. Wan Cece understood that Mr. Tang knew, but should have been convinced by Jiang Yu. It was a relief to her. So was it that Aunt Sue and the others wouldn't know? Lu Chi and Li Yu were still muttering. This can't be Mr. Tang taking turns finding us to talk about this, can it? I thought it was only for senior year. My future plans only go as far as getting into a good college. Jiang Yu listened to them really chatting about the future and found a jelly from her desk and shoved it into Wan Cece's hand. Take it and eat it. Kids, study hard and you'll have everything you want later. His voice was light, but it made Wan Cece show a smile. She didn't want much, not later, she had it now. She's got Jiang Yu. Really liked and loved him so much that I wanted to hide it. At lunchtime Wan Shishi was called away with a few competition students from her class. They should be preparing for the preliminary round. After the preliminary rounds is when the finalists have to go to intensive training. I've heard it's like a month. Come back after all your finals and just take a vacation. Jiang Yu was going to the cafeteria with Chihan. Chihan was still envious. It's really good to have good grades. No final exams. He's talking about Nguyen Cece. Jiang Yu was still quite low-key. How do you know there must be Wan Cece? If we say that Wan Cece can't pass the preliminary round, no one will believe us if we say it. Chihan spat. He looked at Jiang Yu. Hit the meal did not pack. Also asked, You do not buy for Cece? Ah? It's too cold right now. I'll go up to the third floor in a while and pack it for her. It's still hot. Jiang Yu said. Chihan heatedly laughed twice. The third floor is expensive. A regular 2-course meal at a diner by yourself is less than $10. Pack up the third floor for Wan Cece. Starting at 30. Not bad for you. Jiang Yu gave him a look. You're almost done. Talking like I haven't bought you a meal on the third floor. That's true, but you know, I'm a professional stoner now. Chihan sked twice. The two found an empty table and sat down. It's lunchtime and the dining hall is pretty crowded. They also lucked out and just happened to run into someone who had just left after eating. The two of them over here had just sat down not long ago when Jiang Yu felt a person sitting down beside him. It's actually quite common in school cafeterias. The main thing is that there are empty seats and there are always people sitting down. Jiang Yu didn't even look up, until Wen Mu's somewhat contrived voice rang out. What a coincidence. Senior Jiang Yu and Chihan. Jiang Yu looked sideways to the side, and sure enough, sitting there was Wen Mo. It was a cold day, so instead of a school uniform, she wore a pink jumper. Seriously, Wim does look pretty good, and she's very good at cleaning up after herself, with the pseudo-vegan makeup on her face, that intricate-looking braid. Anyway, it's just always a bright spot in a group of students. But Jiang Yu was speechless. He glanced at his rice. Why don't he pack more rice and go back to eat with Wan Shishi? Chihan on the other side was much more direct. Hey, it's you? Wen Mal's gaze fell on Chihan and smiled. Hi, schoolmates, how are you? My name is Wen Mal. I know Jiang Yu. And you are? Chihan let out an oh-so-quiet sound. You might as well keep calling me schoolmate. That's not good. You've got a crush on you. You and Creek are locked up. The smile on Wen Mu's face froze. No, what's going on with Jiang Yu and these friends of his? Chapter 217. Do you know why Xiaoming's grandfather lived to be 99 years old? Still, she glanced at her friends not far away and didn't go easily. She had just eaten on the other side of the room with some of her classmates. Seeing Jianyu made me think that my ankle wasn't healed yet. Her ankle was hurt. She hadn't asked for contact information, and she had never been so humiliated. That's why this came alone. Her smile tightened slightly as she gave Chihan an oh-so-quiet look before looking at Jiangyu and saying, Jiangyu, the ankle I twisted last time isn't healed yet. There was aggression in his voice, and he even gently bumped Jiangyu with his own leg. It's no exaggeration to say that Jiangyu almost all but jumped up. He moved to the side and frowned slightly. I remember Wan Cici saying she got you medicine. That's right, but I'm a dance student, I sprained my ankle. The same as you study art sprained your wrist. Quite serious, right? Wonmu came a little closer to Jiangyu. The small, exquisitely dressed face came a little closer. With a smile of the eyes looked straight at Jiangyu. The voice is like with intimacy. You are not, should be responsible for This was good. Jiangyu completely put down her chopsticks. Tired of it. He sighed. You, cell phone, open WeChat. Chihan looked at Jiangyu with some surprise. No, what's wrong with you? It was Wim who had a somewhat small smug smile on her face, tapped on his WeChat business card, but Jiangyu didn't sweep, just said, tap the wallet, the collection code. Wim froze. Jiangyu knew that it was quite rude of him to order people's cell phones so much, but he really didn't want to get entangled with Wim. Simply by himself, he tapped a few times quickly on the cell phone she handed him, then scanned the code and transfer the money, all in one go. Wonmu was still a bit confused as she looked at the extra $1,000 she suddenly had. This side Jiangyu has already stood up with the dinner plate. Chihan, let's go. Chihan hadn't actually eaten enough, but they stood up together. It wasn't until Jiangyu was about to leave that when Mo called out to him, what do you mean? After all that, don't you think I didn't compensate you? $1,000 for a sprain is quite a lot. Stop it. The school nurse said you'd be almost healed in a week's rest, and you should be almost healed now. Jiangyu turned around and walked away after saying that, not looking at Wim's darkened face at all. Chihan gave a low voice. Just gave $1,000, Brother you are really rich. Jiangyu, as expected of Chihan, his attention span is always more special. He mainly didn't want anything more to do with Wim. He glanced at Chihan. Don't be envious, treat yourself to the third floor, we'll go up and pack. Zhou Qiao, who was on the other side of the room at the moment, saw the whole thing, although he didn't know what Jiangyu had done, but looking at that expression on Wenmu's face, he was probably hitting an iron plate. The classmate next to Zhou Qiao laughed and said, Hey, Wenmu, that face is not good. Doesn't she like to hook up with all kinds of boys the most? Did she hit the iron plate? Zhou Qiao laughed a little. Using on hooking up is not a good word, but isn't Jiangyu an iron plate? Did he read his own bag of notes or not? Didn't see if I could give it back to her. When she thought of some of Jiangyu and Wan Cici's interactions, Zhou Qiao had some toothache. Not only did my teeth hurt, but my brain was starting to twitch. She didn't hold back and took out her cell phone. Tapping on Xianduoduo's chat box. Xianduoduo, tell me, does Jiangyu like Wan Cici? Jiangyu went back to the classroom after she went up and packed with Chihan, but Wan Cici didn't come back until the afternoon. I heard it's a school meeting. It's always on. I guess it's a package deal too. The last class of the afternoon is a study session. The teacher is usually not in the classroom. Jiangyu watched as Xianduoduo sneaked over and was about to sit in Wan Cici's seat. This is actually quite common in classrooms. Take a seat or something. But Jiangyu still reminded him. Ruan Shishi hates it when people sit in her seat. Chandler, who was about to sit down, stiffened for a moment, then sighed. Fine. He simply squatted next to Jiangyu. Jiangyu. He looked at Chandler curiously and asked, what's this look? Xianduoduo looked at Jiangyu's face with a look of lust. Just, want to talk to you? Jiangyu nodded. See, then, and then there's the bar. Can I ask a question? Chandler asked in a really small voice. Jiangyu didn't know where he got this thief-like attitude from, but he said, very cold-bloodedly and ruthlessly, since you're wondering if you can ask, probably not. Don't ask. Chandler, what? No dude. You're playing like that, right? The speechless expression on his face was too obvious, and Jiangyu mercifully said, all right, you ask. Xianduoduo's eyes all lit up and came a little closer, asking in a low voice, are you and Ruan Cici together? Jiangyu was turning the pen. Snapped. The pen dropped. What's going on? Is it that obvious that he and Ruan Shishi are? How come it seems like anyone can tell they're together? Jiangyu looked at Xianduoduo. His tone had little ebb and flow. Are you still not dead in the water and want to be my brother-in-law? The previous military training when Xianduoduo joked about being Jianyu's brother-in-law was still fresh in his mind. Xianduoduo quickly waved his hands. Of course not. I'm quite afraid of the cold. A pretty girl is certainly pretty. but he just can't do it when he's so cold. If he's like that, he'll die of cold. Jiang Yu looked at him. Then why are you asking this? Chandler said vaguely. Just asking. Chen Duo was confused when he received Zhou Chao's message at noon, because Zhou Chao asked him if Jiang Yu liked Ruan Shishi's next message was, I would have smoked you if you knew not to tell me earlier. I almost confessed to Jiang Yu. That one sentence almost didn't blow up Chandler. No? Sister Chao and brother Yu? When did this happen? How come he doesn't know anything about it? But Chen Duo is feeling that Jiang Yu and Ruan Sisi are something. But don't you have to be a little more precise in your answers? The main reason is that I'm afraid I'll be killed if I misunderstand. And then delay Zhou Qiao. That's why he came to ask Jiang Yu at this time after doing mental construction for himself all afternoon. Jiang Yu wasn't very satisfied with his answer, so he gave a ha. Do you know why Ming's grandfather lived to be 99? Because he's not meddling? Chandler replied. It's not like I'm being nosy. No, it's because he's not curious or lying. Jiang Yu reached out and slapped his doggy head. Get back. Promised, Mr. Tang to keep a low profile. Grandpa Ming? Chandos.